Only after she died did I realize that there was a girl who had staked her entire life on me. This good for nothing. Ironically, I didn't realize all this until I held her urn. I opened her diary and discovered she remembered everything about me. My favorite toy when I was 5, the beating I got for standing up for someone when I was 8, the time I secretly cried downstairs the day my grandmother passed away when I was 17, she remembered it all. She never wrote, "I love you" once. Yet every page was proof of her desperate love for me. Until that last letter, I completely broke down. She finally mustered the courage to confess her feelings, only to be diagnosed with terminal cancer. Afraid of burdening me, she swallowed all her emotions, bearing her despair and waiting to die alone. And I knew nothing. I stood by the river, holding her urn, crying uncontrollably, my breath catching in my throat. Wanwan, you must be lonely all alone, right? I've come to keep you company. The next second, the sound of reading aloud filled my ears. I opened my eyes abruptly and found myself back in my second-year high school classroom. Familiar classmates, including Jiang Wanwan, were sitting right next to me, vividly present. My heart almost stopped. This wasn't a dream. I had truly been reborn. My chest heaved wildly, and I gripped my school bag tightly, shouting, "Woohoo!" Our homeroom teacher, He Hui, walked in, and the whole class fell silent. I was overjoyed. All the tragedies hadn't happened yet. Jiang Wanwan wouldn't have cancer, and I still had a chance to change everything. I stared at Jiang Wanwan, her high ponytail neatly tied, focused on her work. I couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you. You're so pretty." Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly covered her face with her book. "Don't look." My heart warmed, and the pain of losing her in my previous life instantly surged into my mind. A scene flashed through my mind. Her grandmother was going to fall and die tomorrow night. I gently approached her. "I'll go with you." She froze, her face turning as red as an apple. She was definitely lost in thought. The school bell rang, and the whole class ran around like crazy. I grabbed her and said, "It's your turn to clean today. I'll help you. Get some rest early tonight." She froze, her eyes shining like she'd discovered a new continent. The setting sun streamed into the classroom as she busied herself, and I secretly watched her. Just her presence alone made my heart race. Then, I accidentally knocked over her trash, and she stormed up to me, fuming. "Chin Song, you're deliberately causing trouble." I quickly apologized, and she couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, doing small things with someone I liked felt unreally blissful. At the bus stop, she went in first, while I held off the crowd outside. The bus braked suddenly, and she bumped into me. I instinctively caught her, saying, "You've practically delivered yourself to me, beautiful." She was stunned at first, then her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she muttered a curse at me for being an idiot. I hold on to every detail of my rebirth. She secretly loved me for 22 years, and this time no one can take her away. At my doorstep, I saw the familiar Chinese knot, and 11 years of memories flooded back, making my nose sting as if it had been stabbed. As soon as I opened the door, Mom poked her head out wearing an apron. "You're back? Quickly wash your hands and eat." Dad asked cautiously, "How did your exams go?" Seeing their nervousness, my eyes instantly welled up with tears. In my past life, I skipped classes, stayed up all night, and squandered money, but they never truly blamed me. But they were still worried about me. I hid in the bathroom, turned the water on full blast, and let my tears drown out the regret in my heart. Having died once, I finally understood that the people who truly loved me unconditionally had always been by my side. After calming myself down, I earnestly told them, "Dad, Mom, I did really well on the test." I even reminded Dad to drink less, my eyes filled with determination. Their gazes towards me instantly changed. During dinner, I mentioned wanting to accompany Jiang Wanwan back to her hometown to visit her grandmother. Mom immediately transferred 2,000 yuan to me, instructing me to take good care of her. I was stunned, realizing for the first time that they had known everything all along. Back in my room, I packed my bags and texted Wanwan. A few minutes later, she replied with a simple which made me laugh uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Wanwan returned home, distracted and distraught. Finally, she mustered her courage. "Mom, I want to see Grandma. Chin Song will come with me." Her ears turned red. Little did she know, the adults already knew everything. Aunt Sue agreed almost without hesitation. Wanwan excitedly grabbed her school bag and ran back to her bedroom, texting. My mom agreed. She waited for a long time, but when she realized I hadn't replied, she started to overthink. She secretly took out 200 yuan, preparing it in advance for me, because I used to always borrow money from her to go to internet cafes. Today I didn't mention it, and she was overjoyed. She even put the money into her piggy bank, muttering, "This way, he won't be under too much pressure." My heart skipped a beat. She likes me so much that she's even planning my future. I was completely oblivious in my previous life. After showering, I saw the message and immediately replied, "Tomorrow at 8, see you then." Then I sat down at my desk and began seriously planning my future. Senior year of high school is just around the corner. I can't repeat the wasted days of my past life. Jiang Wanwan got into Jiangxing University in her previous life. Well, if I continue to drift through life, I won't even have the right to stand beside her. I frantically made study plans. Chinese and English were no problem, and I wasn't afraid of the truly difficult physics and chemistry either. Having survived a near-death experience, I understand that rote memorization is nothing, but the real problem is money. Dates, shopping, the future all require money. I can't keep asking my parents for living expenses every day. I stare at the schedule on the table, thinking of ways to make money. Betting on sports is too risky. I lack the skills for live streaming e-commerce. Suddenly, a lightning-fast thought struck my mind. Those online novels that later became wildly popular in 2018 haven't appeared yet. I was so excited I almost slammed my fist on the table, frantically writing down book titles. Those novels that would become legendary in the future. The space is now blank, like finding a gold mine. I turn on my computer and frantically write down the plot and settings from my memory, talking to myself as I write. It's like someone is stuffing future wealth directly into my brain, and all I have to do is reach out and grab it. 2 hours later, I slumped into a chair, utterly exhausted. Everyone else had a system, but I had nothing. Yet, I suddenly slapped myself. Being able to live again was already an immense blessing. My parents wouldn't die, and Jiang Wanwan wouldn't leave me. The most painful regrets of my past life can now be made up for. I saw a message Wanwan sent half an hour ago. Silly Chin song. Good night. See you tomorrow. I stared at it and laughed for a long time before replying. Silly Wanwan. Good night. See you in my dreams. The next morning, as soon as I stepped out the door, my mother reminded me. Be considerate of Wanwan when we're out. Don't make her angry. I nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She even instructed me, buy whatever Wanwan wants to eat, play whatever she wants to play, and ask me for money if you run out. I realized then that I hadn't noticed in my previous life that they had been raising Wanwan as their future daughter-in-law all along. After leaving the house, my parents started discussing their private time together, and Dad even turned down a freight order to spend time with Mom. I suddenly felt dazed. In my past life, until their deaths, I never really saw how they interacted. Even more absurdly, when Dad let slip a secret stash of 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, Mom immediately beamed with a triumphant smile. It turns out that true love is never about grand gestures, but about quietly caring for and cherishing what you have. The sun had just risen, its golden rays bathing the entrance to the residential complex. I dragged my luggage and saw Jiang Wanwan sitting on a bench waiting for me. She wore a long white dress, her high ponytail swaying in the wind, and a striking red bow. I stood there stunned for several seconds. In my previous life, I had missed her for far too long. Now, she was sitting right here, and the meaning of my rebirth instantly became clear, to walk towards her. She handed me my breakfast. Here, this is for you. I finished it in 3 bites, and she smiled as if she had accomplished a happy little thing. I lightly flicked her forehead. Where's your suitcase? She glared at me, but a smile secretly crept onto her lips. The taxi stopped at the door, and she hesitated. Aren't you taking the bus? I took her backpack and pushed her into the back seat. Taking a taxi is faster. Didn't you want to see your grandma? After putting the luggage in the trunk, I deliberately sat next to her. She complained, but her mind was in turmoil. I rubbed my temples and lied. It's uncomfortable sitting in the passenger seat. She tensed up. Really? I almost laughed out loud. This silly girl. She gets all flustered whenever it involves me. The driver immediately called me out. Young man, the car hasn't even started moving, and you're already uncomfortable? The air went silent instantly, and Zhang Wanwan pinched me, her face flushed. As the car drove off, I finally relaxed. I barely slept last night, afraid that when I woke up it would all be a dream. But now, she was beside me, sunlight fell on her shoulders, and the air smelled of laundry detergent. I closed my eyes and slowly fell asleep on her shoulder. A weight came from my shoulder, and Wanwan looked down to find me asleep. Sunlight shone on my face, and she stared at me for a long time, her face growing redder with each glance. She reached out to touch my lips. Her hand was only halfway there when I moved slightly, startling her and causing her to pull back. Then, the sound of her breathing made her breathe a sigh of relief, her heart pounding in her chest. My words last night, "See you in my dreams," had made her even more panicked. She realized that my feelings for her seemed to have truly changed. The driver broke the awkward silence with a casual conversation. "Young lady, you also go to number 2 middle school, right?" Wanwan was shocked because the driver's daughter was actually her rival, Wang Yushi. The driver was easygoing and added, "Cici often mentions you. You're the person she most wants to surpass." Wanwan blushed and froze. The car drove further and further away, the tall buildings disappeared, and country roads appeared. The wind blew the stray hairs across her forehead, and the air was filled with the scent of earth and grass. She was as happy as a child. I opened my eyes, having slept the whole way with my head on her shoulder, and asked lazily, "Wanwan, where are we?" She hurriedly pushed me away. "Almost there." Her flustered look made me laugh. I was increasingly certain that this silly girl couldn't hide her feelings. The taxi stopped at the village entrance. I took out my fare, and Wanwan negotiated the price first, reducing it from 139 to 120. Seeing her earnestly trying to save money warmed my heart. Today was market day in the neighboring village, and she accompanied me all the way into the village. The road was almost deserted. A few minutes later, in front of the old house, an elderly woman with white hair was sunbathing. Zhang Wanwan rushed over and hugged her. "Grandma, I'm back to see you." My nose stung with tears. In my previous life, this old woman would have passed away in less than a day. When Grandma saw me, her eyes were like a teacher scrutinizing a student, sending chills down my spine. I quickly introduced myself as someone who had come with her, and the old woman's attitude softened. But I immediately said, "Grandma, you rest, Wanwan and I will go shopping." Grandma ignored me until Jiang Wanwan persuaded her, at which point she finally nodded. At that moment, I realized that in this family, my words carried far less weight than Wanwan's. I put my luggage inside, and Wanwan surprisingly pushed an old-fashioned bicycle out of the backyard. I almost burst out laughing. "Princess, please get on." She rolled her eyes at me, but her ears turned red, and she obediently sat on the back seat. Just as I was about to tease her, Grandma Zhang's gaze made me stop instantly. Not long after we set off, I couldn't help but ask, "Was your grandma a teacher before?" Wanwan nodded, and I fell silent. No wonder I always felt like the homeroom teacher was watching me. It really was a bloodline conflict. The sun was getting stronger, and I was worried we'd miss the market, so I told her to hold on tight. Her skirt swayed back and forth, and I was afraid she'd fall, so I pulled her arm around her waist. "Hold me like in the movies." She froze, then hugged me so tightly I coughed. I yelled, "Wanwan, are you trying to murder me?" She hurriedly let go, but slowly leaned back against my back. At that moment, my heart pounded wildly. In my past life, I never dared to dream that she would lean against me like this. She didn't get out of the car until it stopped. I laughed. "Haven't you hugged me enough?" She jumped down like a startled rabbit, her face flushed red. The market was bustling with activity, a cacophony of hawkers' cries, crowds, and loudspeakers. Watching her shyly avoid the noise, I suddenly realized that this was what it truly felt like to be alive. When we were buying meat, elderly people rushed in, and the stall became chaotic. I grabbed Wanwan's hand, and with my other hand, I grabbed the last piece of good meat. "Boss, I'll take all of these." Her eyes changed instantly when she looked at me. Before, I would just stand there blankly, but now I take the initiative to protect her, grab the groceries, bargain, and organize everything in an orderly manner. After buying the fruit and cake, Wanwan whispered to me, "Don't buy so much, we can't finish it." I didn't stop, because that's what the elderly care about most. It's not about the price. It's about whether you've truly cared for her. I specifically chose a soft, not too sweet cake, and she stood quietly beside me, realizing I'd even considered these details. No matter how noisy the crowd became, she grew increasingly quiet. I held her hand, and we strolled slowly through the market. It was the first time she'd experienced what it felt like to be truly cared for. As we left the market, the older folks stared at us, gossiping about whether the children were dating. Wanwan's face turned bright red. My ears were burning hot. The next second, she whispered, "Brother." The surrounding onlookers scattered instantly, and I froze, almost losing my mind. I pressed her for an answer, but she pretended not to know. I didn't say anything. She flirted with me and then ran off, looking completely innocent. On the way back, I locked the bicycle and carefully placed the fruit cake inside, afraid it might get damaged. Wanwan sat obediently on the back seat, holding the bag for me. The country lanes were narrow, and the wind carried the scent of earth and grass. She sat quietly behind me. At that moment, I even wished time could stand still. She almost laughed out loud when she recalled what I had said last night. "I didn't hug you enough." I knew she was completely swayed, though she was shy. She was already on my side. The bicycle suddenly accelerated, and she panicked, carefully calculating the speed, afraid something would happen if she didn't hold me. I was almost driven crazy by her thought process. The next second, she finally reached out and wrapped her arms around my waist. Her warmth pressed against my back, and I froze. Her breath was very close. I could hear her heartbeat growing increasingly erratic. In my past life, I never took the initiative to approach her. She just waited. But in this life, I took the initiative. She finally dared to approach. She wasn't a domineering girl, but rather like a quiet sapling. If I moved forward, she would desperately try to get closer. If I didn't move, she could wait a lifetime. In her past life, she prepared her exam paper, full of anticipation, but never even got a chance. In this life, I won't let her lose again. I'll directly hand her a perfect score. Along the way, the weather fluctuated between hot and cold, with wind and sun, but her hand never loosened its grip. As if they were afraid I would disappear. Once we entered Taiyuan village, Wanwan finally let go of my hand, and all the old men and women at the village entrance stared at us. I immediately sped home, and as soon as I stopped the car, Grandma Jiang came out to greet us. I quickly brought all the fruit, cake, and meat dishes to the table, afraid of making a bad impression. Grandma Jiang said she bought too much, but she kept going and even tried to give me money. I immediately stopped her, saying, "Grandma, Wanwan's grandma is my grandma too. Where's the money?" Wanwan lowered her head, her ears turning bright red. I appeared calm on the surface, but inside I was panicking. A single word from an elder could decide whether I got extra points or was eliminated today. Grandma Jiang glanced at me and smiled. She asked Wanwan to rest with me, specifically saying the two of you. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of tacit approval from an elder is more important than anything else. Wanwan took a chilled watermelon out of the refrigerator, cut it open, and a blast of cool air hit her face. I stared at the half-eaten watermelon, only one thought in my mind: don't cut it. I took 2 spoons, sealed the other half in the freezer, and then scooped out the sweetest piece and brought it to her lips. She was stunned, her face flushed red. I deliberately urged, "Hurry up, it won't be cold if you don't eat it now." She finally opened her mouth, her eyes shining as if pierced by the sweetness. I was about to laugh when she stared at me, and I casually took a bite from the spoon she had used. Wanwan's face flushed bright red. This is the spoon I used." I deliberately continued eating, not giving her a chance to recover. She panicked. "I mind. The watermelon is full of your saliva now." I scooped out another piece and handed it to her. "Here, 1 bite for me, 1 bite for you." Wanwan turned her head away. "No, it's all your drool." I shrugged. "Fine, then this half of the watermelon is mine." Then I specifically picked the sweetest part in the middle to eat, and she finally couldn't sit still anymore. She snatched it away and started digging fiercely, like a possessive mother. In less than 3 minutes, she had emptied half a watermelon, with juice on her lips, but she pretended to have one. I was completely swayed. I said in a serious tone, "Wanwan, You just did something amazing that saved the world." She was confused, genuinely thinking I was going to spout some profound theory. I then proceeded to spout nonsense. The earth has limited fresh water, so using the same spoon means washing one less person, which saves a lot of lives. Wanwan had been listening attentively until I finished speaking. She finally realized that I had been blatantly taking advantage of her. "Chin's song," she yelled, her face turning even redder, grabbing a cushion and throwing it at me. I didn't flinch, laughing uncontrollably. She was becoming more and more like a girlfriend, so she finally made an excuse to run away. "I'm going to wash my hands." She turned and ran, her back view filled with panic. I didn't chase after her, because I knew she was completely distraught. I went straight into the kitchen to help. Grandma Jiang had already cooked the dishes, and without a word, I started carrying plates, serving rice, and setting out chopsticks, moving as quickly as if I were at home. When Wanwan came back, she was stunned. My initiative in helping out was far better than the first time I visited, when I pretended to be dead and just sat there. Because in this life, I treated her family as my own, and I wouldn't wait until I lost them to regret it. During the meal, Grandma Zhang's attitude clearly changed. She kept putting food on my plate, as if afraid I'd be too shy to eat. I remained outwardly calm, but I knew better than anyone that this meant I had passed the test. Wanwan sat beside me, secretly watching me, a smile playing on her lips. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with joy, like she was showing off a hidden treasure. In the afternoon, Grandma went back to her room to rest. Wanwan and I lay on the rocking chairs in the living room. A breeze blew in, and the only sound in the room was the fan. I looked at summer memories. She would secretly watch me, and every time I turned my head, she would immediately close her eyes and pretend to be asleep, her face flushed red. I suddenly realized that these days were so beautiful they were frightening. I woke up again. It was almost 4 in the afternoon. The air was humid and stuffy, and the kitchen floor was slippery. When I looked at the floor, my heart sank instantly. In my past life, Grandma Jiang fell in an environment just like this. Without uttering a single word, I picked up the brush and scrubbed the floor furiously. Sweat dripped down my chin as I scrubbed harder and harder, because there were some regrets that I could never let happen again in this life. Footsteps sounded behind me. Wanwan stood at the door, stunned. "Chin Song, what are you doing?" I turned around, sweating profusely, and called out to her. "Quickly fetch a bucket of water and wash away all the moss. Otherwise Grandma will slip and fall sooner or later." Wanwan's eyes softened instantly. Without saying a word, she quickly ran to fetch the water. I could feel that the look in her eyes was no longer just affection, but also dependence. I squatted in the kitchen, scrubbing away the slippery moss and using salt to seal in the moisture. My clothes were soaked through. After finishing, I stood in front of the fan to cool off, and when I turned around, I saw Wanwan peeking at me while holding a water cup. I teased her. "Wanwan, why is your face so red? Want to come and cool off with me?" She panicked and blurted out, "It's not hot." "I'm not hot at all." Her ears were practically bleeding red. I was secretly thrilled because she couldn't hide it anymore. I asked her where to buy light bulbs in the village, and discovered that the kitchen was too dark and the floor was slippery like a trap. Wanwan was surprised. "You can even change light bulbs?" I chuckled. "It's just changing a light bulb. It's not like defusing a bomb." Soon we went to the village entrance to buy new light bulbs. The old light was dim and yellowish, but as soon as the new light came on, the kitchen was instantly bright. Grandma Jiang complained about wasting money, but she couldn't hide her smile. Wanwan pushed me out of the kitchen. "Go and rest. I'll do it." Her tone was becoming more and more like that of the lady of the house. I was sitting in the living room when Grandma Jiang called me into the room. "Chin Song, let's talk." My heart tightened. The real test was about to begin. She sat on the edge of the bed, her decades of teaching experience sending chills down my spine. "The way Wanwan looks at you is exactly the same way I looked at her grandfather back then." I instantly stopped breathing. She saw through everything. She smacked me hard. "I don't want my granddaughter to have a relationship too early." Her words, like a bucket of cold water, suppressed my excitement. But the next second, she said, "The right person will stand in your future." These words stunned me. She didn't stop me from getting closer to Wanwan, but simply told me, "You like her, but don't ruin her life." I solemnly replied, "Grandma, I will work hard. I will accompany Wanwan to take the college entrance exam, and we will move forward together. The old woman shook her head. Even if you don't pass the exam, I won't object. I just hope you'll always be good to Wanwan. My chest tightened. At that moment, I finally understood that what she valued wasn't grades, but whether I would let her down. Grandma, I will. I made a serious promise for the first time. That evening, Grandma went out to dance in the square, and Wanwan pulled me into her room. Alone with her, I was lost in thought when she suddenly slapped my workbook across the face. Do the problems. I sat down dumbfounded, but found that problems I couldn't understand before were now comprehensible. I could even apply the knowledge to other problems. She explained 3 key points in a row, and I solved them all. She was stunned. Chin Song, how did you suddenly become so bright? In my past life, I had to cram for even academic proficiency tests, but now I can even solve the big questions on the college entrance exam. I chuckled and said, it's all thanks to Teacher Zhang's excellent teaching. Wanwan fell into deep thought, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She recalled how she was almost at the bottom of the class in her first and second years of high school, even getting basic questions wrong, and now, overnight, she had figured out how to solve a difficult college entrance exam problem. A warm feeling welled up inside her. Chin Song is so quick to understand. If he works hard in his senior year, he can get into the same university as me. We continued studying, and before we knew it, it was 10 o'clock at night. Grandma Zhang brought over a plate of apples and gently reminded us, get some rest early, don't study too late. She turned and went to do her square dancing, leaving us alone. I walked into the kitchen, where Jiang Wanwan was reciting chemistry elements. I frowned. The book is missing 6 elements. She blushed instantly. Don't talk about things off topic. She hurriedly shooed me out of the room. I chuckled and went back to my room to get a towel and a change of clothes before taking a shower. She remembered my earlier talk about saving water. Using the same spoon. What if we shower together? The girl blushed and stopped herself, saying, Idiot Chin Song, you should learn from this. I lay in bed fast asleep, while she tossed and turned, cursing inwardly. It's all your fault. At 7 in the morning, Wanwan stood by the bed and shouted, Idiot Chin Song, get up, eat breakfast, and study. I groggily went to wash up, and Grandma Jiang brought over 3 bowls of noodles, adding fried eggs as a special touch. Boys need to grow, eat more. Wanwan pouted. Grandma's being unfair. I only got 1 fried egg, but she got 2, she muttered to herself, but not wanting to trouble her grandma. She secretly kept 1 for herself. After breakfast, Grandma Jiang went to play cards, leaving Wanwan and me alone. I suggested we continue studying in the afternoon, but she looked out the window at the gentle breeze and sunshine and said, Go play in the morning and study in the afternoon and evening. She nodded, and I immediately changed my clothes. I wore a white short-sleeved shirt and gray shorts, radiating youthful energy. Wanwan wore a loose white t-shirt, light blue denim shorts, and white sneakers. Her long, straight legs were impossible to hide, even with my hands. I teased, I'm not being lecherous, I'm just appreciating beauty. Wanwan glared at me. Come on, you're just a lecher. She finally lowered her hand, excitedly saying, Come on, I'll take you to my secret base. Following the country cement road, through fields and stone steps, a stream appeared before them. Wanwan took off her shoes and waded into the water, her fair feet shimmering pink in the sunlight. She tested the water temperature, then slowly placed her feet in the stream. Chin Song, you come too. It feels so good. I froze, staring at her tiny feet. Chin Song, what are you looking at? You big pervert. I quickly laughed it off. Your little feet are so clear. Wanwan splashed her feet in the water, getting water all over my face. I couldn't resist reaching out to grab her feet, and she screamed, It tickles. Let go. Reluctantly, I let go. She sat up straight, hugging her legs and hiding her feet, but secretly she knew. Chin Song liked her. Suddenly, she sobbed. I turned my head sharply. Wanwan had her head buried in her clothes, her shoulders shaking. Wanwan, what's wrong? You don't like me looking at my feet. I won't look anymore. Don't cry. Her eyes were red with tears. Chin Song, I miss my dad. I took her hand and rested her head on my shoulder. If you miss your dad, then let's go see him, she said, He's buried in the Martyrs Cemetery on the outskirts of the city, more than 10 kilometers away. I dried my feet, put on my shoes and socks, and pulled her home to get the bicycle. More than 10 kilometers? We can just ride a bicycle. Wanwan was worried about the scorching sun, so I handed her a sun protective jacket. With this, you won't get sunburned. She was skeptical. Really? I playfully patted the back seat. Wanwan, will you come with me? Princess, please get in. She smiled gently, and we rode towards the Martyrs Cemetery, the sunlight shining on us. A country breeze blows, and the journey of youth begins. Along the way, Wanwan sits in the back seat, gripping the handrail tightly, her hands slowly wrapping around my waist, her head pressed against my back, bobbing against my ear. I pedaled furiously, the sun rose quickly, and the cool morning breeze was replaced by scorching heat. My sun protective clothing blocked the ultraviolet rays, but even wearing an extra layer didn't stop the heat. The country road forked, and a stream, a pavilion, and a stone table came into view. I stopped the bike, just about to wash my face in the stream, when Wanwan stopped me. You can't wash right away, you'll catch a cold. Drink some lightly salted water first. She handed me the thermos, and I gulped down a few mouthfuls before handing it back. She hesitated for a moment, then decided it was fine to use the same cup. She took a small sip, smacked her lips, and noticed a slight sweetness in the diluted salt water. I lifted my shirt to fan myself, and she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the sweat on my abs. A sudden jolt ran through her. I really want to wipe Chin Song's sweat. She jumped back in surprise, muttering to herself, "Oh no, am I becoming a womanizer?" She forced herself to look away, but her nose suddenly felt hot, and a few drops of blood appeared. She hurriedly ran to the stream. "I'm hot. I need to wash my face." "Wait until I'm done, then you can wash, and don't come near me." I froze, watching her splash water on her face with both hands. After a few drops of blood stopped, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't been discovered. After confirming her face was clean, she returned to the pavilion, and I bent down to wash my face. After a short rest, we continued cycling. The sun rose quickly, so I pedaled faster, and Wanwan gripped the handlebars firmly. She wrapped her arms around my waist, pressed her head against my back, and her heartbeat pounded right next to my ear. Under the blazing sun, sun-protective clothing blocked ultraviolet rays, but wearing an extra layer still made it unbearably hot. A county road appeared, and the outline of the Martyrs Cemetery came into view. She gave directions, and 2 minutes later, we arrived at a small bungalow. I locked my bicycle next to the big tree and followed her to knock on the door. A gentle voice came from inside, and Wanwan explained, "Aunt Huang, it's me, Wanwan. I came with a classmate." Aunt Huang opened the door with a smile and poured water for us. Wanwan asked, "Do you still have white chrysanthemums?" I casually replied, "Could you please bring me a bunch of yellow chrysanthemums?" 20 minutes later, Aunt Huang brought over 2 bunches of flowers. A bunch of white chrysanthemums was given to Wanwan, and a bunch of yellow chrysanthemums to me. Wanwan nodded, silently accepting Aunt Huang's kindness. We bypassed the main road and took a shortcut, quickly arriving at her father's grave. She arranged the flowers, and I knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. "Uncle Jiang, I've come with Wanwan to see you." Wanwan wiped the dust from the tombstone, pressed her head against it, and sat quietly with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she asked me, "Chin Song, do you think my father loved me?" "Of course he loved you," I answered immediately. She then asked, "But why doesn't he come to see me in my dreams?" I was about to comfort her when Wanwan fell asleep peacefully, leaning against the tombstone, her arm as a pillow, tears still wet on her face. I silently picked her up, carrying her in a princess carry, careful not to wake her. The journey back wasn't long, but I slowed every step, my heart filled with tenderness. This wasn't pity, but affection, love. In a past life, I also had feelings for her, but we were too familiar. I was too shy to make a move. She was outstanding, with countless suitors, while I was just an ordinary person. Fate arranged for us to become acquainted, giving me the advantage of proximity. Love is inherently selfish. I couldn't let her fall in love with someone else. Back at Aunt Huang's house, I explained, Wanwan fell asleep in front of Dad's grave, and I was worried she'd be cold. Aunt Huang nodded repeatedly and led us to the bedroom so Wanwan could rest. I gently covered her with a light blanket, set the air conditioner to 26 degrees Celsius, and quietly left the room. Aunt Huang sat in the living room and asked me, "What's your relationship?" I nodded. "Classmates, deskmates, childhood sweethearts." She smiled with satisfaction. "Young man, keep it up. I have faith in you." Wanwan is usually carefree, but she's actually quite vulnerable inside. It was almost lunchtime, so Aunt Huang went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. I went to help but was kicked out. The aroma of the food wafted into the living room, and Wanwan's stomach rumbled in bed. She woke up, saw me asleep at the table, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and apologized. "Sorry, I fell asleep." Aunt Huang calmly said, "Being able to eat and sleep well is essential for good health." She urged us to wash our hands and eat, and Wanwan and I obediently went to the kitchen. Wanwan asked me in a low voice, "I heard you carried me back." I nodded yes. She asked softly, "Am I heavy?" I laughed. "Heavy. Very heavy." She lowered her head, slightly disappointed, and I smiled gently. "You are my whole world. How could you not be heavy?" Her heart warmed. She silently rinsed off the soap and quickly walked out of the kitchen. I sat down after her. We began to enjoy the lunch prepared by Aunt Huang. It was a table of ordinary dishes, but the aroma was irresistible. I exclaimed repeatedly, "Delicious." It's a real loss that Jiangxing doesn't have any restaurants. Jiang Wanwan praised Aunt Huang's cooking skills. "Aunt Huang's cooking skills are the best. I must learn from her." Aunt Huang covered her mouth and laughed. "You two have such sweet words." She picked up some cured meat. "Eat as much as you like. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy." Wanwan and I exchanged a knowing glance, then looked away as if we had been electrocuted. Aunt Huang sensed the awkward atmosphere but didn't say anything. "Eat slowly, and put your bowl in the kitchen when you're done. I'm going to inspect the cemetery." She walked out with her umbrella, leaving us looking at each other. I couldn't help but tease her. "Wanwan, do you know why it's summer now?" She tilted her head. "Because it's hot? Because of the sun?" I smiled. "Because my world is blushing, so summer has come." Wanwan also likes summer, because she blushes when she sees someone she likes, and she can blame it on the hot weather. After lunch, I cleared the table, washed the pots and pans, and wiped the countertop. Wanwan wanted to help, but I asked her to sit on a stool and wait for me. When I returned to the living room after washing the dishes, she handed me water, which I drank in one gulp. We looked at each other, talking about nothing, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Wanwan mustered her courage and asked, "Qin Song, you said you wanted to get a cat before. Can I ask if you prefer a male or female cat?" I chuckled. "I know. A girl." "No, a female cat," I misspoke. She puffed out her cheeks. "Oh, you dare to make fun of me." She reached out to scold me, but I dodged. But then he grabbed her shoulder strap. "Qin Song, you big pervert. Why are you pulling my shoulder strap?" I surrendered, raising my hands. "I didn't mean to. Do you believe me?" "I believe you, my foot." The two of us started a little battle again. I was losing ground, and she almost succeeded. A small electric scooter sped across the gravel road. Wanwan quickly let go and sat up straight. I straightened my clothes and was interrupted as I approached, like someone about to be caught having a puppy love affair. Aunt Huang came in carrying a watermelon and a small paint bucket. Seeing us sitting still, she asked in confusion, "What are these two kids doing?" She handed me a watermelon, saying, "Eat the watermelon first. I'll go get the fruit knife." I quickly took it, saying, "Aunt Huang, I'll go get the knife. I've checked where it is." Aunt Huang smiled and shook her head, saying, "Children, I'll wash the dishes when I get back. Why are you being so polite?" Aunt Huang skillfully divided the watermelon into 3 pieces, like magic, each piece landing steadily in a bowl and sticking in a toothpick. My son likes to eat watermelon this way. Young people all love it. Try it. Is it sweet? Wanwan couldn't wait to take a bite. Sweet. I also tried it. Delicious. Aunt Huang smiled. Eat more if you like it. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. After finishing the watermelon, I consciously rinsed the bowl clean and put it in the sterilizer. Wanwan asked curiously about the purpose of the small paint bucket, and Aunt Huang explained, "The gold paint on the martyr's tombstone has peeled off, and I'm going to touch it up." I asked in confusion, "It's so sunny. Why didn't you go earlier?" Aunt Huang smiled. "The paint would have dried by morning, so I bought new paint at noon." A tour group is coming tomorrow, so it has to be finished today. Wanwan raised her hand. I want to help too. I chimed in, me too. The three of them wore sun-protective clothing and carried gold paint and calligraphy brushes. Aunt Huang demonstrated the gold painting technique, making each character delicate and clear. I first looked at the inscriptions. 51 martyrs, mostly firefighters and ordinary citizens, all of whom sacrificed their lives in firefighting and disaster relief. I decided to rewrite each inscription. I picked up the brush and finished the first inscription in 7 or 8 minutes. With practice, it only took 3 or 4 minutes. At 4:30 p.m., there were 20 inscriptions left. Fortunately, Wanwan and Aunt Huang arrived to help, and we finished all 51 pieces before 5 p.m. On the way back, Aunt Huang teased, "You too? Did you plan this together?" Wanwan and I were stunned, exchanged a glance, and understood everything without saying a word. After resting for a while, we declined the invitation to stay for dinner. Keeping our promise, I returned to Grandma Zhang's house before 6 o'clock. Unlocking my bicycle, before setting off, I looked back at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Bathed in the sunset, it stood majestic and imposing. Its beauty was reassuring. Wanwan skillfully wrapped her arms around my waist, her head gently resting against my back. Even without moving, she was steady. A gentle breeze carried a hint of sweetness. Our hearts drew closer. She exclaimed, "Oh, Qin Song, I forgot to spend money on Aunt Huang." I laughed. "Don't worry, I put 200 yuan under the kitchen cutting board. Aunt Huang will notice next time." Before 6 o'clock, we returned to Grandma Zhang's house. She sat at the door waiting. "You're back? Wash your hands and eat quickly. The food is ready." She didn't ask why we went to see Dad. Her daughter missed him and wanted to go. The lunch was simple. The old lady always thought of making do, but the aroma was enticing and made our mouths water. After dinner, I insisted on washing the dishes, and Grandma Jiang didn't refuse, which made me incredibly happy. She went to the square to dance, and Wanwan sat on a bench, giving me a meaningful look that it was time to study. I rubbed my back. "Let's study tomorrow. I'm tired." Wanwan snorted. "You play basketball at school. How come you're exhausted after just half a day of riding a bike?" She didn't believe I was slacking off. I was indeed tired. I'd ridden for an hour in the sun and then carried her on a slow walk, but I was still okay. She playfully said, "I'll give you a massage if necessary. I have to study for at least 2 hours today. Go take a shower first." I asked, puzzled, "The two of us? Together?" As soon as I finished speaking, a sun-protective jacket flew over. "Dream on. We'll each wash our own," she huffed, snatching her clothes back into her room. I shook my head with a smile and took my change of clothes to the bathroom. After I finished washing her hair, I knocked on her door. "Wanwan, are you done drying your hair?" She hummed in response and sat down at her desk. I went over and took the hairdryer. "You're too slow by yourself. Let me help you." 15 minutes later, I patiently dried her hair. She quietly enjoyed it, occasionally looking down, her ears bright red. After I finished blowing, I stretched and sat down next to her. "Let's go to your room. I'll massage your legs." Wanwan whispered, "You're going to massage my legs?" I laughed, "Yes. How could I not?" She clumsily whined, "Wah? I don't even have the strength to walk." I thought to myself, coward? No, a lecherous coward. She gently massaged my legs, and I felt the muscle soreness from cycling subside. Gradually, my eyelids drooped, and I fell asleep. She quietly covered me with a blanket, turned down the fan, and quietly went back to her room. Lying there, I felt that everything that had happened that day was both real and like a dream. The next day, after breakfast, we got into study mode. Every night, we did practice questions, and I helped her analyze the thought process. For Chinese and English essays, we only discussed the outline. She whispered, "Qin Song, I dreamed about Dad last night." I nodded. "He always loved you and protected you." She nodded, feeling soft and comforted. After grading the questions, we were surprised to find that her basic scores had reached a new high. I occasionally offered new ideas to help her avoid detours. Time slipped by quietly, and noon arrived. During lunch break, while eating watermelon, I asked, "Grandma doesn't know how to use a smartphone." Wanwan shook her head. "No. Mom tried to help, but she refused." I nodded. The advantage of smartphones is video chatting. No matter how far apart you are, You can clearly see the other person's expression and breathing. I took Wanwan's hand and said, "Come on, let's go buy one for Grandma." She asked in surprise, "Now?" I nodded. "There's a shop in town, about 3 or 4 kilometers away." We rode our bikes under the scorching sun, with plenty of money in hand. The 2,000 yuan my parents gave me was enough to buy a regular smartphone. Among the several phones on display in the store, I picked out a budget-friendly model priced at 799 yuan. The shop owner smiled and helped us connect to the Wi-Fi and download the app. He handed us the accessories, saying with a smile, "Teaching an elderly person to use a mobile phone requires patience." I nodded. The elderly have worked hard all their lives. Of course, we should be patient. Wanwan leaned against my back and asked softly, "Chinsong, how many more times will I be able to see my grandma?" I squeezed her hand. "The number of times we see each other in this world isn't decreasing, but increasing. If we teach her to use a smartphone, we can video chat." She nodded, leaning against me, a gentle breeze on our faces, our hearts drawing closer. When we got home, she insisted on giving me 800 yuan, which I politely declined, but finally accepted 400. We split it in half. I suggested, "Make the operating instructions into hand-drawn manuals, so you can refer to them if you forget later." Wanwan nodded. "Okay, I'm getting old. I should keep something in mind." I laughed. "Let's just draw a few key steps now, and we'll add more later." Wanwan happily replied, "Okay, sure." The two of them worked quickly and efficiently. They took out a draft paper, drew the interface based on the WeChat icon, added notes, and a hand-drawn video guide was completed. Grandma Jiang hadn't registered an account yet. They didn't add each other as friends. Just a name or nickname was enough. Wanwan took out her phone. "Grandma, I bought you a smartphone. Now we can video chat." Grandma frowned. "Don't waste your money." Wanwan's tears welled up. "You can see me. I can call you after school and during holidays." The old woman felt sorry for her. She finally accepted it with a smile. I cooked in the kitchen while Wanwan patiently taught Grandma in the living room. Soon, Grandma could operate the basic functions. The friend request was also processed. I handed her the hand-drawn instruction manual, and she was overjoyed. "Okay, I appreciate your filial piety." I paid 799 yuan, and Wanwan and I each paid half. Dinner was served. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. Grandma praised my cooking skills. "It's very good that a boy can cook." Wanwan nodded secretly beside me, but didn't say anything. After dinner, Grandma went to her square dancing class, leaving Wanwan and me alone. She reminded me of my study time. I pretended to be tired. "Let's study tomorrow. I'm too tired." Wanwan scoffed. "You usually play basketball. How come you're tired after riding a bike for half a day?" I playfully replied, "Being a little tired doesn't matter. The most important thing today is spending time with you." After showering, I knocked on the door. "Wanwan, are you done drying your hair?" She sat at the desk, and I went over and took the hairdryer from her. "You're too slow. Let me help you." 15 minutes later, I patiently dried her legs. She quietly enjoyed it, her ears turning bright red, occasionally glancing down. After I finished, I sat next to her. "Let's go to your room. I'll help your legs." Wanwan whispered, "If you don't want it, then forget it." I laughed. "I want it. How can I not want it?" She awkwardly tried to coax me. "I don't even have the strength to walk right now." I chuckled to myself. Coward? No, a lecherous coward. I lay on the bed. She gently massaged my calves, her body close to mine, and gradually my eyelids drooped, and I fell asleep. She quietly covered me with a blanket, turned down the fan, and left. Lying in bed, I felt that everything that had happened that day was both real and like a dream. The next day, after breakfast, we got into study mode. Every night she did practice tests, and I helped her analyze the thought process. For Chinese and English essays, I only explained the outline. She whispered, "Chin Song, I dreamed about my dad last night." I nodded. "He always loves you and protects you." She felt a sense of warmth and comfort, and her basic scores reached a new high. I occasionally offered new ideas. Helping her avoid detours, time slipped by unnoticed. After lunch, Grandma took a nap while we ate watermelon. I asked, "Grandma doesn't know how to use a smartphone." Wanwan shook her head. "No, she keeps refusing." I nodded. "Video chat can make distance disappear. so you can see her anytime. Taking Wanwan's hand, I said, "Come on, let's go buy one for Grandma." She was surprised. Now? I nodded. There are shops in town, 3 or 4 kilometers away. I cycled under the scorching sun. My budget, plentiful 2,000 yuan from my parents, was enough to buy a basic smartphone. Inside the store, I picked out a budget-friendly model priced at 799 yuan. The owner helped me connect it to Wi-Fi, download the app, and even threw in some accessories. He said, "Teaching older people to use smartphones requires patience." I nodded. The elderly have worked hard all their lives. Of course we should be patient. Wanwan leaned against my back and whispered, "Chinsong, how many more times can I see my grandma?" I squeezed her hand. "Teach her how to use a smartphone, and we can video chat." She nodded, leaning against me, a gentle breeze on her face. Our hearts drew closer. When we got home, she insisted on giving me 800 yuan, which I politely declined, but ultimately accepted 400. I suggested, "Let's make a hand-drawn instruction manual for the steps. That way, we can refer to it if we forget later." Wanwan nodded. "Okay, I'm getting old. I should keep some secrets." I laughed. "Let's draw a few key steps now. We'll add more later." Wanwan happily replied, "Okay." That evening, I put on my headphones and listened to April Encounter. I walked up to Wanwan's door and knocked lightly. "Is Wanwan asleep?" She replied, "No, the door isn't locked. You just turn the key." I went inside. I took off her earphones and put them on myself, then gave her the other one. "I want to listen to music with you." Her eyes lit up. "You like this song too?" I smiled. "Yes, I do." She excitedly asked which line she liked best, and I put my index finger to my lips in a shushing gesture. I skipped to the beginning and whispered, "Let's listen to the song first." The music started, and all I could hear was her heartbeat and breathing. She moved closer. I sensed her hesitation, and my heart tightened. Just as our lips were about to touch, she pushed me away, her cheeks flushed. I gently took off her earphones and leaned close to her ear. "I like the chorus just like you. But more than the lyrics, I like the person listening to the song." After a long pause, Wanwan whispered, "Is it true?" I gently said, "Good night, sweet dreams." I turned and went back to my room, secretly deciding, after the college entrance exam, I will confess formally and leave no regrets. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Jiang Wanwan woke Qin Song up early. This time, she didn't plan to take a taxi home, but rather a bus. The taxi fare was still 120 yuan after bargaining, while the bus would only cost 60 yuan. Regardless of who paid, Jiang Wanwan didn't want to spend unnecessary money. Anyway, there's no rush. There's a bus station near the village, but the buses there only run on a short notice and won't leave until they're full. To catch the bus as soon as possible, the two decided to go to the station early. Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Song poking at the noodles and complained, "I told you not to dawdle when you got up. Now the noodles are all soggy." Qin Song smiled and shook his head. "No need. We can't waste food. Otherwise Grandpa Yuan will be unhappy." The noodles were too mushy, so he ate the bowl of noodles like he was eating steamed buns. It wasn't that he wanted to dawdle, but after their flirting last night, he fell asleep soon after returning to his room. As a result, he dreamt of things that teenagers often dream about, and then he passed away. He was still half asleep, thinking he was at home, so he took off his underwear, tossed it aside, changed into new underwear, and went back to sleep. He only realized what had happened in the morning and managed to pack everything away in a hidden compartment of his box, but it was too late. After finishing their noodles, Qin Song quickly packed his luggage, said goodbye to Grandma Jiang, and headed to the bus station. It wasn't far, just a 10-minute walk. The two arrived at the bus stop for Jiang City, bought tickets, and boarded. Qin Song quite liked the pace of life at Grandma Jiang's place. Although the conditions weren't as good as in the city, it allowed him to relax and unwind. Qin Song always believed that returning to his hometown was far more helpful than seeing a psychologist. The breeze of his hometown offered a unique kind of psychological comfort. Some people loathe a mundane life, while others are hopelessly addicted to it. Everyone has their own aspirations. Some crave a life of luxury, while others prefer simple fare. It's simply a matter of choice. The bus gradually filled up. The driver boarded, and once it was full, the bus slowly pulled away from the station. The bus smelled of the countryside, and various burlap sacks were piled up in every corner. The bus was crowded. Some were sitting, some were standing. The shoes on their feet were of all kinds, already prepared for different paths in life. Chin Song, seeing Jiang Wanwan's stunned expression, knew she was reluctant to leave her grandmother. He comforted her. Don't be sad. You can video chat with her when you get home. I can also come back with you to see her sometime. Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Chin Song with delight. Really? Chin Song took her hand and squeezed it. Of course it's true. Jiang Wanwan smiled and said, Chin Song, you're so good to me. She asked again, why are you so good to me? Chin Song stroked her hair and smiled. Because you deserve it. Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed red, like roses. Jiang Wanwan didn't sleep well last night. She felt sleepy on the bus and fell asleep leaning on Chin Song's shoulder. She dreamt about something the whole way and even drooled. Chin Song sighed and put a tissue under his shoulder. Luckily, it wasn't on his lap, or people would think she'd wet her pants. The bus pulled into the station, and Chin Song rubbed Jiang Wanwan's head, saying in a low voice, We've arrived. We should get off now. The girl shook her head and pouted. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Chin Song poked her cheek and pinched her nose, but when he found she was unmoved, he had no choice but to pick her up in his arms. As he got off the bus amidst the surprised looks of the passengers, Chin Song muttered to himself, Does this count as having learned an extra skill the princess carry? Upon arriving at the station entrance, he hailed a taxi, placed the girl in the back seat, got in, used his thigh as a pillow to support her, and gave her his destination. After hesitating, the driver asked, Young man, I need to confirm your relationship. Chin Song explained, We're friends. She didn't sleep well yesterday and slept very soundly. He then took out his phone to show the driver photos taken over 3 days at Zhang's maternal grandmother's house. After understanding the truth, the driver apologized and mentioned a major event that had occurred in the city. He said, There's an Enjoy Life bar in the city. The day before yesterday, a woman got drunk and was picked up by someone. The driver didn't continue, afraid the student would understand too much. Chin Song understood and pressed. Picked up a corpse? Did they call the police? The driver secretly sighed at how precocious the child was and explained that this was just a taxi driver's safety questioning rule. The driver said, The city has issued a notice. If a man and a woman get into a taxi and the woman is unaware of what's going on, you need to ask her clearly. Chin Song nodded silently, recalling a famous saying. People who go to bars aren't necessarily bad, but nobody wants to seek safety in chaos. Quiet bars are acceptable, but he couldn't stand bars with bright lights, noisy clubbing, and a chaotic atmosphere. Chin Song, as an idealist warrior of pure love, believed that men and women who did unusual things should be subjected to strange looks. This was not discrimination, but rather the norm in the world. On the way, Chin Song received a message from his parents saying that they had something to do outside and wouldn't be home until evening, and that Chin Song should make himself something to eat for lunch. Well, as expected, you're worthless after the exams. He pinched Jiang Wanwan's little face, and finding that she was still asleep, he didn't disturb her. Since her parents weren't home, he could either take her home to sleep in his own bed or drop her off at the breakfast shop downstairs from Zhang's mother's building. When the taxi arrived at Xingfu residential area, Chin Song first went to the trunk to get his suitcase, then went to the back seat. Jiang Wanwan made a soft sound, and he asked gently, Wanwan, are you awake yet? Jiang Wanwan shook her head, then hugged Chin Song like a koala, her legs wrapped around his waist, her arms around his shoulders, and her head resting on his neck. Helpless, Chin Song pulled the suitcase with one hand and supported her waist with the other. When they got downstairs, they found that Zhang's mother's breakfast shop was closed. She must have had something come up. Chin Song didn't think much of it, took the elevator to Jiang Wanwan's door, and knocked, but no one answered. He didn't want Jiang Wanwan to come back to his home, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings between a man and a woman alone together, but he had no choice now. Although the key might be in her bag, it wasn't convenient for Zhang's mother and Jiang Wanwan, two women, to just walk in. Arriving at his front door, Chin Song opened it, pushed the luggage inside, placed Jiang Wanwan on the sofa, and then went to the entryway to change into slippers. He covered Jiang Wanwan's stomach with a thin blanket before heading to the bathroom to wash his face. Looking in the mirror, he noticed a dark red stain on his clothes, smelling of blood. Blood? When did she get cut? Qin Song took off his clothes and turned around several times, but couldn't find the injury. Startled, he put his clothes back on and ran back to the sofa. He looked at Jiang Wanwan's pants, and, sure enough, there was the same bloodstain. He shook her shoulder. Wanwan, wake up. The girl pushed his hand away, her brows furrowed. It hurts. Qin Song, don't make a fuss, let me sleep for a while. Qin Song touched her forehead. Ouch, it's so hot. He thought it was a combination of fever and her period, and without hesitation went to the bathroom, wet a towel, wrung it out, and placed it on her forehead. Wanwan, you have a fever. Lie down and don't move. I'll go buy medicine. Jiang Wanwan clutched her lower abdomen, weakly saying, Qin Song, it hurts. It's so uncomfortable. Qin Song rubbed his palms together, then gently massaged her lower abdomen. His brow relaxed, and he said, I'm going to buy medicine. Wait for me at home. Without even changing his shoes, he grabbed his keys and took the elevator downstairs. He knew the medicine was at home, but he couldn't find it, so he decided to go to the pharmacy near the complex entrance. At the pharmacy, Qin Song bought fever reducers and hand warmers, then rushed into the convenience store to look at various hygiene products. Daytime use, nighttime use, overnight pants, tampons. Damn it, what does this length mean? Regardless of the brand or length, he bought a pack of each, filling his shopping basket to the brim. When he went to pay, the cashier looked at his basket full of colorful items and asked strangely, Want to collect these? Qin Song hurriedly explained, My girlfriend is on her period, and I don't know what to use. Hurry up and pay. I'm in a rush. The cashier nodded and quickly scanned the items. Do you have a membership? Would you like to get a discount? Qin Song quickly refused and took the black bag home. When he got home, he touched Jiang Wanwan's forehead. Thankfully, her fever had subsided a bit. He applied a damp towel to it again, made her some fever-reducing medicine, but Jiang Wanwan vomited it all over him. He wiped her down with tissues, made a second packet of medicine, and after much coaxing, finally got her to drink it. Then Qin Song went to the kitchen, boiled water in a small saucepan, peeled the ginger, removed the pits from the red dates, and simmered the dates and goji berries without adding brown sugar. After it was cooked, he removed the ingredients, leaving only the broth. He gently touched her forehead. The fever had subsided somewhat. He helped her sit up, scooped some broth with a spoon, blew on it to cool it to a suitable temperature, and fed it to her. Jiang Wanwan felt nauseous after drinking the soup, so Qin Song quickly caught it with a piece of paper to prevent it from wetting her clothes. Sweetie, you'll feel better after you finish drinking and take a nap, he coaxed her gently, feeding her ginger soup while letting her lean on his shoulder. Perhaps because she was thirsty, or perhaps because of the effect of his sweet words, she quickly finished the small bowl of ginger soup. Looking at the girl who had fallen into a deep sleep with her head resting on his shoulder, Qin Song smiled wryly. He had originally planned for her to drink the ginger soup and then go to the bathroom to change the large bandage herself. But now that she was like this, he couldn't very well change it for her himself, could he? He could only hope that Jiang Wanwan felt uncomfortable and would change it herself. Qin Song hadn't rested since getting off the bus. Seeing Jiang Wanwan clinging to him like a koala, he had no choice but to let her lean on him while he rested on the sofa. He tore open a heat pack, stuck it on the blanket, and placed it over her lower abdomen. He picked up his phone to send messages and call his parents, but no one answered. Gradually, Qin Song felt his eyelids getting heavy, and soon he fell asleep. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, downstairs in the apartment complex. Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling walked side by side, with Qinong following behind, his hands full of various bags. I said, You two women are shopping. Why do you have to drag me along? Qinong wailed. Lu Yu glanced at him. If I were to pull another man along, would you be willing? When I'm shopping with Su, I need someone to carry my bags, Qinong replied, speechless. The two shopped from morning until 4 in the afternoon, with less than an hour for lunch, yet they were still full of energy. If Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan hadn't come back today, they probably would have gone shopping after dinner. Qinong was tired, but he understood and was willing to do the hard work. Not only because he and Lu Yu were so sweet together, but also because Su Qiaoling's family and Qin Ang's family had known each other for nearly 20 years. After Giant's death, Su Qiaoling single-handedly took on the responsibility of supporting her family. Financially secure, thanks to a generous martyr's allowance, her steamed bun shop was a franchise of a central kitchen donated by a comrade in arms. Su Qiaoling's prices are low, and her shop is widely accessible, aiming to make breakfast affordable for ordinary families, rather than seeking high profits. It wasn't too strenuous, but it involved sitting in the shop. After Lu Yu noticed this, she often took her shopping and out for meals. Lu Yu was a few months older than Su Qiaoling, and over time she started calling her sister Lu, while Su Qiaoling called her little sister Su. There's still fresh meat and vegetables in the fridge. Come over for dinner. The kids are coming home today, so call Wanwan down, Lu Yu suggested. Su Qiaoling nodded and took out her phone to make a call. Inside the house, Qin Song was awakened by his phone ringing. He answered groggily. Hello, Wanwan. Where are you? He struggled to open his eyes but found he couldn't, so he could only mechanically reply, She's asleep. He then hung up. The three people standing at the door listened to the dial tone on their phones, lost in thought. Lu Yu asked in confusion, Was that Qin Song's voice just now? Su Qiaoling checked the call log to confirm and dialed back. Qinong rubbed his ears. Why did I hear an echo? The three entered the house and saw Qin Song looking completely bewildered, holding Jiang Wanwan on the sofa. Su Qiaoling saw the medicine and sanitary products on the coffee table and felt calmer. Lu Yu also understood the situation. Only Qinong hadn't reacted yet, so Lu Yu sent him to the kitchen. Lu Yu stepped forward and touched Jiang Wanwan's forehead. Hey, did you take your fever reducer? Qin Song nodded mechanically. Su Qiaoling pulled Jiang Wanwan's arm. Go home and change your clothes first. We'll eat at Uncle Qin's place later. Jiang Wanwan complained. No way. It's more comfortable to be held. Coming to her senses, Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Song's face and then at the three pairs of eyes staring at her. Mom, Auntie, Uncle. Jiang Wanwan jumped off Qin Song and stammered an explanation, but found that she couldn't explain herself clearly. Su Qiaoling said, Go home and change your clothes first. We'll have dinner here with your Uncle Qin later. Jiang Wanwan covered her face, feeling uncomfortable because her clothes were wet and sticky. Qin Song handed her a blanket. Wrap yourself in this. Jiang Wanwan looked down at the bloodstains on her pants and silently wrapped herself in the blanket. Auntie, these large wounds on the table, hygiene. Qin Song explained awkwardly. I bought some. It's a thoughtful gesture. Su Qiaoling smiled and carried Jiang Wanwan away with the bag. After the two left, Lu Yu smacked Qin Song. It's fine to take care of people, but don't accidentally take care of them in bed. Tell me, what exactly happened? Qin Song explained the truth and showed her the bloodstains and dirt on her clothes. Lu Yu pressed, What else? Qin Song explained. She wouldn't let go of me, so I had to lie down too. We drove all the way. She carried me. We bought medicine and made ginger soup along the way, and then I fell asleep. He looked completely innocent. Mom, what else do you think I could do? Surf the waves. Lu Yu choked. Go take a shower. Qin Song chuckled. Mom, remember to mop the floor, the medicine spilled on it, and the sofa cushions are dirty. We need to change them. After saying that, he went to take a shower. After a long day, he also washed the medicine stains on his clothes and pants and prepared the meal. Su Qiaoling brought Jiang Wanwan downstairs, and the two families sat down at the rectangular dining table for dinner. The three adults chatted amongst themselves, not mentioning what had just happened. Lu Yu asked about stocks. Qinong answered. Then they chatted about gossip next door, with Su Qiaoling adding to the conversation. Qin Song's inner monologue. Holy crap, is this really that exciting? The three chatted about everything from stocks to gossip, then to Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan's studies. They talked about everything except what had just happened, which made Qin Song feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Wanwan ate her food with her head down, remaining silent. After dinner, Qinong washed the dishes, and Lu Yu asked Qin Song to help Jiang Wanwan with her studies. Qin Song's bedroom had exercise books and paper, so Jiang Wanwan didn't need to bring them home. The atmosphere was awkward until the two argued over a difficult physics problem, which eased the tension. After finishing the problem, Jiang Wanwan twisted her index fingers together. Qin Song, thank you. You still love helping others so much. Qin Song laughed. Thank me for what? Jiang Wanwan continued. Thank you for accompanying me to see Grandma, carrying you home while you were sleeping, feeding you medicine and making ginger soup, buying Andy's cough. Thank you for everything. Qin Song rubbed his head. Then you have to teach me how to do my homework properly. Jiang Wanwan nodded, recalling her grandmother's words. Grandma told me to work hard and get into the same university as you. Qin Song explained. I'm helping you not because I'm doing this for fun, but because you're the one who needs help, and that's why it's all worthwhile. All right, keep studying. I want to go to the same university as you. Jiang Wanwan encouraged him. Then let's continue. I'll definitely teach you well. Qin Song asked about the math book. Why haven't you even started? Jiang Wanwan waved her hand, memorizing vocabulary. Qin Song was speechless. So what if you're good at math? In the master bedroom, Lu Yu pulled Su Qiaoling to sit at the desk and fiddled with the tablet. She opened a hidden app, revealing a live feed of the living room. Su Qiaoling exclaimed in surprise. You installed this in your house? Lu Yu whispered. Qin Song is often alone. I'm worried about him. She found the playback settings, starting from when Qin Song carried Jiang Wanwan into the room. Su Qiaoling clearly saw that the playback count was 1, indicating that Lu Yu hadn't watched it beforehand. She just wanted to check to see if Qin Song was behaving inappropriately. Chapter 31. A pleasant conversation. After all, the two children slept together, and the girl was the one who suffered, so there had to be some explanation. Su Qiaoling was certain that if Qin Song had really done something lewd in the surveillance footage, he would definitely get a beating tonight, and she would have to stop Lu Yu from hitting him so hard. Given Lu Yu and Qin Ang's personalities, it doesn't matter if Qin Song's grades are a little bad, but if he has character flaws, they might actually break his bones. Fortunately, Qin Song didn't do anything out of line in the surveillance footage. On the contrary, he took good care of Jiang Wanwan, even checking on her first to see if she was choking after his clothes were covered in vomit. The coaxing words Qin Song used when feeding Jiang Wanwan her medicine made the two of them smile like doting ants. These two kids look so perfect together, Su Qiaoling said with a smile. Lu Yu laughed. If Lao Jiang finds out that his daughter, this little cabbage, has been taken by Qin Song, he'll probably spray him with a water gun. She sighed and continued, Sigh? By the way, you really don't plan to find someone else? Su Qiaoling sighed and shook her head. I'm not looking anymore. I belong to him in life and in death. I'm looking for someone else. Firstly, because I'm afraid Wanwan will be mistreated, and secondly, because I can't get over this mental hurdle. After he left, I felt like a piece of me was missing, and I always felt empty inside. It would be unfair to that person if I were to find someone else, so after thinking it over and over, I decided not to look for anyone else. Sister Lu, do you still remember the joking promise we made when our two families went on our first picnic together? Lu Yu laughed and said, Of course I remember. Back then, seeing how well the two kids got along, I thought we should just arrange a marriage between them. But then I thought about it and realized that this is not a feudal society anymore. There are no more arranged marriages or betrothals in the womb, so I just let it go. Su Qiaoling smiled and said, I think these two kids are quite nice. Just now, before taking a shower, Wanwan asked me to accept her WeChat friend request, saying that my mom was adding me. After I agreed, my mom made a video call. At first, I was puzzled as to how her old-fashioned phone could make video calls. Later, my mom told me that Qin Song and Wanwan had bought her a smartphone and taught her how to make video calls. Qin Song also accompanied Wanwan to the cemetery to visit Lao Jiang. They went there by bicycle on a hot sunny day. Lu Yu was surprised. Is that so? Why didn't Qin Song say anything while he was eating? Su Qiaoling. If he had said it, wouldn't that have been him trying to take credit? It's good that he didn't say anything. We know he meant it, and that's enough. I really think Qin Song is a very good kid. He's responsible, knows his place, and is filial. Compared to these strengths, poor grades become insignificant. Besides, isn't the child trying hard to catch up? No one dislikes others praising their child. Lu Yu smiled and said, I also think Wanwan is a very good child. Su Qiaoling paused for a moment and said, These two children have been playing together since they were little. When they were young, children don't have many thoughts. They just like each other and are happy to play together. They are good friends. If they want to talk about it when they grow up, it's fine. I noticed that these two kids haven't been playing together much in private these past 2 years, and I thought they had figured out the difference between liking each other as friends and liking each other as boys and girls. But I didn't expect that their feelings would resurface during this trip to the countryside. If they're old enough, there's nothing wrong with dating. They should focus on passing the college entrance exam first. It would be great if they dated at the same university, but if they don't, a long-distance relationship might be tough. As long as they can get through it, I have no objection to them getting married once they reach the legal age. Lu Yu was stunned by her reasoning, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that it was all true. Haha, you're really open-minded. Anyone who didn't know better would think you had a boy and I had a girl. However, I still hope that these two kids can go to the same university. It would be best if Chin Song worked hard. I'm really afraid that Wanwan will compromise and go to a bad university for Chin Song. If that really happens, you'll have to persuade her. Anyway, I don't agree. Su Qiaoling nodded. Long-distance relationships are the ultimate test of character. Back when Lao Jiang and I were dating, we were in a long-distance relationship for a long time. Back then, many people were pursuing me. Old Jiang was afraid that someone else would steal me away, so he would call me from time to time to express his loyalty. I told him that I would not find new parents or a new best friend because of a long-distance relationship or being in a different country. So if we broke up, the reason would not be the long-distance relationship, but that we did not have a firm choice to be together in the first place. If that's the case, we'll break up even if we're not in a long-distance relationship, because we're not committed enough. I told him again that I was determined, and we made a pact that if one of us didn't give up, the other absolutely couldn't give up either. Later, we got married. If the two children are in the same university, they can develop a relationship over 4 years. If they are not in the same university, 4 years can let them know whether the other person is the one they want to walk hand in hand with in the future. So, I think it's fine whether we go to the same university or not. As long as we can end up together, it doesn't matter if the journey is a little difficult. Even the journey to the west had 81 tribulations. Right. Lu Yu was silent for a moment, then nodded. Anyway, I think Wanwan is pretty good. If these two kids get together in the future, and Chin Song dares to do anything to betray Wanwan, I'll break his legs. You'll have to stop me then. Su Qiaoling covered her mouth and laughed. I can't stop you. You'll have to talk to your husband, Lao Qin, about this. Su Qiaoling wasn't just being polite. One of the biggest worries for truck drivers is encountering fuel thieves. Large trucks have large fuel tanks, and a tank of fuel can cost a lot. If you encounter fuel thieves on the road, the trip can be considered a waste of time. If you get out of the car to catch the gas thief, you might get stabbed a few times. In the trucking industry, people often get into trouble while trying to catch fuel thieves. For safety reasons, and to prevent their oil from being stolen, Qinong and Lu Yu both studied Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, for a period of time. If Lu Yu really gets angry and beats up Chin Song, and Qinong doesn't come, Su Qiaoling really can't stop him. By the way, once school starts, if you two are both driving cars, let Chin Song come over to my place for dinner. He's in his final year of high school. We can't let him eat takeout all the time. It's neither nutritious nor healthy. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. Let's talk about it later. Chin Song is a wild kid. He might not agree. I discussed it with Lao Qin, and he will go out to drive cars during the senior year of high school, while I will stay at home to take care of Chin Song. Su Qiaoling suggested, how about we have dinner together tomorrow and discuss it? I'll bring some gifts to your door tomorrow morning to thank Chin Song for teaching my mom how to use video chat. Please don't refuse. This is what the old lady asked me to do. You know my mother's personality. She takes etiquette very seriously. Lu Yu nodded. Okay, let's go shopping again tomorrow. We haven't had enough today. By the way, don't you need to find someone to fill in at your breakfast shop tomorrow? Su Qiaoling nodded. We found 2 college students on summer vacation to work as temporary workers. They are quite diligent. Is everything all right with your husband, Lao Qin? Don't let him back out tomorrow. Lu Yu clenched her fist. He wouldn't dare. Although she said that, Lu Yu was still very happy. After all, she has a husband who is willing to spend money on her and accompany her shopping, carrying her bags and purses. I've been staying home a bit lately, spending my free time watching sports and going fishing. I haven't been paying as much attention to exercise as I used to. Although he didn't have a beer belly, She felt that Qin Ang's physical strength had declined somewhat compared to before. I need to buy him something to help him recover. We can't let his happy life be disrupted. At that moment, Qin Ang, who was sitting on the sofa watching the game, sneezed and felt a shiver run through his body. It's the middle of summer, but it feels a bit chilly. Chapter 32 Big Purchase. The next morning, Qin Song was still lying in bed scratching his butt and sleeping when Lu Yu woke him up. Mom, it's a holiday. Can't you let me sleep in a little longer? Lu Yu drew the curtains, and the glaring sunlight shone in, instantly waking Qin Song from his sleepiness. Aunt Sue and Wan Wan both came to visit with gifts, and you still have the nerve to sleep? You kept the fact that you and Wan Wan pooled your money to buy Wan Wan's grandma a secret. If your Aunt Sue hadn't told me last night, I wouldn't have known. Qin Song scratched his head and chuckled. It's only natural to be filial to one's elders. Our two families are so familiar with each other. Why be so polite? Lu Yu said. It was Jiang Wanwan's maternal grandmother's request. She said that we couldn't be lacking in etiquette, otherwise your Aunt Sue wouldn't be willing to do it this way, making it seem like the two families were separated. All right, get up and wash up. Our two families will go shopping at the mall later. Upon hearing this, Qin Song immediately jumped up. Going to the mall was secondary. The main thing was wanting to be with Jiang Wanwan, and it wasn't because of studying. Although I'm about to enter my senior year of high school and will be taking the college entrance exam in a year, I should still relax during the holidays. Being too tense is not good. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, the two families drove to Shimi, the largest commercial building in Jiangxing City. The word large refers to its scale. It's not like SKP and IFC, which are filled with luxury brand counters. Shimi mainly deals in mid-range luxury brands. Only a very small portion of the building is high-end luxury, while the rest are mid-range luxury and affordable brands. After all, in Jiangcheng, a city that is between second-tier and third-tier, it is quite difficult to sell bags worth tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. He had also considered the possibility of shopping and carrying bags with his mother and Aunt Sue, but Qin Ang, his biological father, was there. I'll just find some excuse to slip away with Jiang Wanwan, and we can meet up again at dinner. But Qin Song soon discovered that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Because Jiang Wanwan also joined. Jiang Wanwan rarely goes shopping with her mother, let alone to the commercial building. They weren't intimidated by the novelties. Instead, they showed great interest and wanted to try everything. Wanwan, you look so pretty in that little white dress. Auntie will buy it for you. After saying that, without even checking the price, he took out his card and swiped it at the cashier. This smooth and effortless maneuver left Qin Song and his son speechless. Is this still the same Lu Yu who haggles for ages when buying groceries at the market? Qin Song glanced silently at the price tag on Jiang Wanwan's back. Goodness, 699 yuan. However, the material looks quite good, and there are no loose threads. The dress is rather conservative, with a neckline above the collarbone and a knee-length hem that shows off fair and slender legs, exuding youthful vitality. Jiang Wanwan looked at Lu Yu, who was paying at the cashier, and felt somewhat at a loss. He looked at his mother and saw her nod, then he felt relieved. Jiang Wanwan lifted her skirt, walked up to Qin Song, and twirled around. How is it? Doesn't the dress look good? Jiang Wanwan had her hair tied in a high ponytail, and the fragrance of her hair wafted into Qin Song's nostrils with the breeze, making him daydream. You look good. It's the person who looks good, not the dress. You look good in anything. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan blushed. Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School does not have a rule requiring students to wear school uniforms. Since Qin Song thinks it looks good, I should wear it for him more often in the future. Next, the group visited other stores. Both the Qin family and the Jiang family adhere to the same principle. The province should save money and spend it wisely. If you can save money whenever possible, why spend more when you can get the same thing at the lowest price? On the contrary, if you finally get to go out and have fun, buy whatever you want and spend money as you please. The most important thing is to have fun. Otherwise, what's the point of making money? Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling each bought a cheongsam and a set of cosmetics. Lu Yu bought a pair of small jade bracelets, and Su Qiaoling bought a watch. They also bought several outfits and 2 pairs of shoes for Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. There are both sporty and leisure options, whether it was pre-arranged or not. One of them wore a Puma tracksuit, and the two of them were exactly the same except for the color. The Puma shoes were exactly the same. You could say it's a matching couple's outfit. Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling didn't find anything wrong at all. On the contrary, they said it looked quite good, which left Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan completely puzzled. What's wrong with these two? Even Qin Ong got something from this trip. A brand new fishing box with a frame, which can be used as a seat, a rod holder, and even an umbrella on top. He also bought a fishing spinning reel that cost over 1,000 yuan and a Cristiano Ronaldo jersey, which made him extremely happy. After everyone put their belongings in the mall's temporary lockers, Su Qiaoling led the way to a private restaurant for lunch. Because they had made a reservation in advance, the dishes were served shortly after the group sat down. We ordered 6 dishes and a pot of fruit tea in an N+1 format. Qin Song, thank you for buying Grandma a cell phone, and thank you for taking care of Wanwan yesterday, Su Qiaoling said, standing up and raising her glass. She never felt embarrassed to thank younger people. Everyone is an independent individual and deserves respect, regardless of seniority, gender, or age. You should praise the younger generation when they do good deeds. Qin Song quickly stood up and lowered his posture. Aunt Su, our two families have known each other for so long. It's only right. Besides, Wanwan has helped me a lot with my studies. You're too kind. After saying that, Qin Song drank the beverage in his cup in one gulp. Su Qiaoling smiled, finished her drink, and walked over to take out the watch and hand it to Qin Song. This is a gift from your aunt. Please take good care of it, and don't be shy. At this moment, Lu Yu also stood up, came to Jiang Wanwan, and put the pair of jingling bracelets she had just bought on her wrists. Wanwan, Annie thanks you for your help with Qin Song's studies during this time. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan exchanged a glance, both of them bewildered. What exactly is going on? It is not one to refuse a gift from an elder, and although they did not know what had happened, the two accepted the gift nonetheless. During the meal, no one took out their phones to fiddle with. Instead, they chatted animatedly. Halfway through the meal, Lu Yu asked, Qin Song, I plan to stay home to take care of you during your senior year of high school, while your dad goes to drive the car alone. But your Aunt Su suggested that you eat at her house. What do you think? Without a second thought, Qin Song immediately replied, Then we'll definitely eat at Aunt Su's house. His answer, given without any hesitation, left everyone staring at him in astonishment. Cough. Mom, if Dad goes out to drive alone, he'll be so tired, and he'll have to watch out for gas thieves. I'm going to Aunt Su's for dinner. After dinner, I can go study with Jiang Wanwan. Mom, I did it for my studies, really. Chapter 33, The Truth Revealed. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Yu felt that Qin Song's words made sense. Driving alone is tough. In order to save time, you may not eat on time, which can easily lead to stomach problems. It is also dangerous to encounter gas thieves. If Qin Song goes to Su Qiaoling's house for a meal, it will indeed be beneficial to his studies, but it will be too much trouble for others. I'll just give Jiang Wanwan her food allowance every month, or buy her some things. Sure, it's fine if you don't study, but don't let it affect Wanwan's studies, otherwise, Qin Song looked unconvinced. Mom, am I really that unreliable? Lu Yu glared at him. What do you think? In the first semester of your first year of high school, you saw a thug bullying a student on the street. You went up to reason with him, but you ended up getting beaten up and your face was swollen. The guy even became your underling. Later, you and your gang would often ambush people at the school gate, scaring some students so much that they didn't dare to go to school. In the second semester of your first year of high school, you called me and lied that you had a fever and wanted to rest at home. But you went to an illegal internet cafe with your friends and were caught by the police. In the first semester of your junior year, you really showed your true colors. You actually brought firecrackers to school and put them under the tires of your English teacher's car. The teacher thought her tire had blown out while driving and only caught you after checking the surveillance footage. Besides, Mom, stop. Qin Song quickly stopped his mother from revealing his secrets. Thinking about it, it seems to make sense. Since starting high school, I've only really put in the effort in the last month to prepare for the academic proficiency test. The rest of the time, I've just coasted along. My mother probably thinks my recent behavior is still going strong. Her concerns were valid. She feared that Qin Song's enthusiasm would wane and he would lose interest in studying, which would then negatively impact Jiang Wanwan. Mom, don't worry, I definitely won't be someone who only has an interest for a short time. I'm about to be a senior in high school. Even if I like to have fun, I wouldn't dedicate this whole year to it, would I? I'll work hard this year to get into Jiangxing University and make you all proud. You'd better throw me a proper graduation banquet. Hearing her son's reassuring words, Lu Yu smiled and said, all right. If you can get into Jiangxing University, it'll be a stroke of good luck for the Qin family. Mom will buy you a car outright, so you can drive to college. Qin Song chuckled. Mom, it's settled then. Lu Yu glanced at him. Would your mother lie to you? Qin Song then said, Mom, I wonder if you could buy me an electric scooter for school. Lu Yu asked, why buy an electric scooter? Aren't there buses? Qin Song smiled wryly. After entering the senior year of high school, we have to attend 3 evening self-study sessions, and the buses stop running after the sessions. When I took a taxi back yesterday, the driver told me that recently someone in our area was molested by thugs at a bar. It's quite chaotic. I want to buy an electric scooter so that it will be more convenient for Wanwan and me to go to and from school together. We can also use the extra time to memorize more words. Qin Song exaggerated and fabricated a whole bunch of nonsense, all for the purpose of getting an electric car. Buses are so hard to catch, but having an electric scooter makes it much more convenient too. Well, to go to school too. Lu Yu paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay, but the key has to be given to Wanwan. I saw the news recently. A lot of young men have been injured or paralyzed, or even killed, because of riding those weird motorcycles. Wanwan keeps the key. You have to have Wanwan with you wherever you drive, or Wanwan has to agree. Jiang Wanwan pointed to herself, me? Lu Yu smiled and nodded. That's right, it's you. Your aunt and uncle are always out and about. Now I'm handing over the management of Qin Song to you. You can take care of him for me. Take care of his studies, take care of his meals, and take care of whatever you think is appropriate. If he doesn't listen, twist his ear. If he dares to fight back, tell Andy, and see if she deals with him when she gets back. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately agreed. She genuinely wanted Qin Song and herself to get into the same school. Qin Song just said he wanted to go to Jiangxing University, and I also want to go to Jiangxing University. The admission scores for Jiangxing University are quite high. Even with hard work, you might not get in, let alone if you just laze around. Don't worry, Auntie, if Qin Song misbehaves, I'll call you and tell on him. Lu Yu laughed and said, that's great. Let's add each other on WeChat and exchange numbers tonight. Your aunt has watched you grow up since you were little, and she still doesn't have your phone number. Jiang Wanwan nodded and gave him the number. Lu Yu looked at the familiar number, added it on WeChat, and after Jiang Wanwan agreed, confirmed that it was correct, and added it as a contact. I opened my text messages and looked at the messages sent by the contact named Wanwan over the past month. Auntie, Qin Song slept in math class today and also secretly ate snacks. Auntie, Qin Song secretly read novels during self-study class today and also bought junk food to eat. Auntie, Qin Song was actually passing notes with a girl in class today. Auntie, today's topic is Qin Song. Oh, so it turns out that the person who complained about me the other day was Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan was slow to realize that she had seemingly been exposed, and it took her quite a while after giving out the number. Jiang Wanwan secretly glanced up at Lu Yu and saw that Lu Yu had given her an approving smile, which put her at ease. Aunt Lu, well done, Wanwan. Keep it up. Wanwan. Okay, Auntie he. Qin Song looked at the two people who were engrossed in their phones and had a bad feeling. The service at this private kitchen is quite good. After finishing the meal, we tidied up the table and served some desserts and fruits. It's noon now. Although you can't get any sun inside the mall, the staff selling things still need to eat. So the group decided to sit here for a while, chat, and then continue their shopping. Qin Song will be 18 in a few days, right? Su Qiaoling suddenly asked. Is that so? Qin Song thought about it carefully. Today is June 19th, the 6th day of the 5th lunar month, and my birthday is the 10th day of the 5th lunar month, which is June 23rd. It seems so. I've completely forgotten my own birthday. Lu Yu said with some guilt. Son, Mom knows your birthday is coming soon, but an acquaintance boss asked your father and me to deliver a batch of urgent goods. We have to leave tomorrow and may not be able to make it back in time. We've already bought you the gift, and it should arrive in a couple of days by express delivery. If we can't make it back in time, you can stay with your Aunt Sue. Your dad and I will definitely make it up to you when we get back. Chapter 34. A cup of hot milk tea. Chinong also sighed. His son's coming-of-age ceremony was just around the corner, and he didn't really want to take this job, but the boss had done him a favor before, and this job was just too important to the boss, so the price he offered was very high. There is only one requirement: to deliver the goods within the specified time. It won't take long. It will take day and night to get there. This means we need a truck driver to travel with us. Chinong and Lu Yu have always valued their reputation in the truck driver circle. They always arrive on time as promised and never raise the price midway, which is why the boss chose them. Mom, I'm fine. My birthday is also the day my mother suffered, so it's not that important. You and Dad, please don't speed or drive while fatigued just to get back quickly. Safety is the most important thing. In his previous life, Chin Song had promised Lu Yu that she would stay and take care of him, allowing Chinong to go out and drive alone. Naturally, Chinong would not accept this job that required two people to take turns driving. The fact that they haven't agreed means that things won't unfold as they did in the previous life. Although large vehicles have full insurance coverage, no one would take risks just because they have full insurance coverage. Lu Yu said with relief. My son has grown up and knows how to care for his parents. Don't worry, Mom and Dad will prioritize safety and try their best to get back. Chin Song was inexplicably curious and suddenly asked, Mom, why are all my classmates still under 17? I'm almost 18. I remember Wanwan's birthday is coming up soon. She'll be 18 soon. Lu Yu asked in confusion, why don't you remember? Chin Song shook his head. I only remember starting primary school when I was 8 years old. As for why, I really don't remember. Lu Yu turned to look at Jiang Wanwan, smiled with slightly narrowed eyes, and asked, Wanwan? Does Wanwan remember? Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan nodded very seriously, but her eyes never left Chin Song. Auntie, I remember. Chin Song turned to look at Jiang Wanwan in surprise. Jiang Wanwan began to recount her story. My father passed away the year I was about to start elementary school. Our whole family was plunged into grief and couldn't get out of it. I kept making a fuss, not wanting to go to school, and just wanting to stay at home, in my bedroom. Later, my mother agreed to let me start primary school a year later, but at that time I was still staying at home alone. I didn't want to talk to anyone except my mother and grandmother. That year, Chin Song, for some reason, didn't go to elementary school. Instead, he came to play with me every day. If I stayed in the bedroom for a day, he would stay in the bedroom with me. If I went to the park, he would follow me. If I wanted to eat something, he would buy it for me. If I accidentally fell into the mud, he would deliberately fall into the mud to make me happy. Later, I gradually emerged from the grief of losing my father, and my mother also slowly emerged from the grief with your encouragement, Annie. Auntie, thank you, and thank you Chin Song too. I know you sent Chin Song to keep me company. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's story, Chin Song's hazy memories gradually became clearer. He was about to start elementary school at that time, and he kept making a fuss, refusing to go. Later, for some reason, Lu Yu suddenly agreed to let him stay at home for a year and even give him pocket money, but on the condition that he take Jiang Wanwan with him and that he buy one of everything for Jiang Wanwan. When Chin Song heard that he didn't have to go to school and would even get pocket money, he was overjoyed. As long as I don't have to go to school, I can play with anyone. Their friendship gradually solidified during that period. Mom, you. Chin Song opened his mouth, but after saying 2 words, he didn't know what to say next. It turns out that my mother had already paved the way for me so early on. After a year, Chin Song still couldn't figure out which other man Jiang Wanwan could fall for besides him. This is not a matter of seeking favors in return, but rather a complex emotion that has gradually become unbreakable over time, mixed with dependence, friendship, family affection, and love. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, I know that you don't want to go to our hometown with me to see Grandma and Dad because you're afraid of losing control of your emotions in front of me, afraid of making me feel bad, and afraid of making me worry. I also know that sometimes after I go to school, You drive back to your hometown to see your grandma and dad, and then rush home before I get out of school, pretending that nothing happened. Mom, your daughter has grown up and is more sensible now. You don't have to be so strong. You don't have to always play the role of a strong person. Cry when you want to cry, laugh when you want to laugh. You don't have to watch over that shop every day. You don't have to see it as your father or as your emotional support. You can finally get some rest. Su Qiaoling broke down in tears after hearing Jiang Wanwan's words. Yes, all these years, she has been playing the role of a strong person, just so that others wouldn't realize that she couldn't make it in her family without a man. When Jiang Wanwan was 8 years old, she was called a fatherless wild child. This was the first and only time in all these years that she spoke up and asked those two beastly boys to apologize and transfer her to another school. But no matter how strong they are, there is never a pillar of support or someone to take charge of the family. No woman doesn't want to be a little bird nestled in her husband's arms, and no man doesn't want to be the pillar of his family. Wanwan, Mommy knows. Mommy will hire someone to manage the breakfast shop from now on, and I'll spend more time with you. I'll definitely take you with me when we go back to our hometown. I promise. Jiang Wanwan cried and threw herself into Su Qiaoling's arms, and the two comforted each other. Lu Yu's eyes were also red. As a woman, she could understand all too well the hardships Su Qiaoling had endured over the years. She nestled in Qin Ang's arms, holding him tightly. Some things, you can't wait until you lose them to cherish them, otherwise you'll definitely regret it. Pluck the flower while it blooms, for it will soon be bare and only empty branches remain. Qin Song silently got up, went to the milk tea shop and bought 5 cups of milk tea, along with some ice and 3 plastic bags. Back in the private room, everything had returned to normal, and the atmosphere had eased somewhat, no longer so sad. Su Qiaoling felt much more energetic after crying and venting her emotions, and the knot in her heart had been untied. If Qin Song hadn't seen the still red and swollen eyes of the 3 people who had just been crying, he would have thought that everything that had just happened was a dream. The internet says that drinking something sweet can help relieve a bad mood. You can also apply this ice to your eyes to prevent them from swelling up terribly. Mom, these 5 cups of milk tea cost me several tens of dollars. You have to reimburse me. Qin Song placed the milk tea and ice cubes on the table and smiled at Lu Yu. Oh, by the way, one of these 5 cups is hot. It's for Wanwan. Chapter 35. Me too. He hadn't forgotten that Jiang Wanwan was currently in a special period. Qin Song inserted straws into all the milk teas and placed them in front of everyone. He then placed a plastic bag containing ice in front of the 3 people who had just cried. Don't worry, all 3 ladies' milk teas have only 30% sugar, so you don't have to worry about gaining weight, Qin Song joked. Lu Yu gave him a reproachful look, a smile playing on her lips. How did this kid suddenly become so sensible and considerate? That's great. You've made Mom proud. Reimbursement. Reimbursement. Mom will reimburse you for everything. When Jiang Wanwan heard that a cup of hot milk tea was prepared especially for her, her eyes were practically glued to Qin Song. Seeing this, Lu Yu thought she could lighten the mood and said jokingly, "Oh dear. If the person I'm engaged to knew how considerate and sensible my son is, they would be very happy." Jiang Wanwan turned her head and asked in confusion, "Marriage? What marriage?" Qin Song was also completely bewildered. Lu Yu waved her hand. "It's nothing. It's just that when Qin Song was a child, his father and I arranged a marriage for him." "What? An arranged marriage?" Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in unison. "Mom, when was this arranged marriage? How come I didn't know?" Qin Song said anxiously. "It's the 21st century now. Even pet dogs don't get bred anymore. People believe in free love. Why is our family still into arranged marriages? Dad, you should persuade Mom. Feudal thinking is unacceptable. We should take the essence and discard the dross." Upon hearing this, Qinon glanced at Lu Yu and immediately understood her thoughts. He shrugged helplessly and said with a bitter face, "Son, you know, in our family, the woman has always been in charge of external affairs and internal affairs. The man has never had anything to do. I can't make that decision. You'll have to ask your mother." Seeing Qin Song's anxious expression, Lu Yu suppressed a laugh, looked at Jiang Wanwan, and asked, "Wanwan, Do you think it's right for Auntie to arrange a marriage for Chin Song as a child? Jiang Wanwan was also very anxious at this moment. I haven't even made a move yet. You're telling me he's already taken? Auntie, I think we should still advocate free love in the new century. Arranged marriage is a bad habit that needs to be abandoned. Many people who have arranged marriages are not happy, Jiang Wanwan said earnestly and sincerely. Lu Yu blinked, smiled, and nodded. That's what Annie thought too. So she helped Chin Song cancel the arranged marriage when he was a child. This is a new era. We value free love. Although there is a generation gap between us, we can still communicate. After he finished speaking, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Chin Song asked, Mom, whose child was I betrothed to back then? Why have I never heard you mention it before? Lu Yu replied without hesitation. After the betrothal was arranged, our two families discussed it and decided that it shouldn't be an arranged marriage, so we canceled it. Since it's been canceled, of course you wouldn't know. As for whose child it is, well, it's Wanwan. Huh? Jiang Wanwan looked at Su Qiaoling. Su Qiaoling nodded. Our two families did discuss this matter at the time, but we later felt that an arranged marriage was not a good idea, so we canceled it. Well, I think that although arranged marriages aren't good, listening to your parents is quite important. Jiang Wanwan stammered. Chin Song nodded in agreement, feigning agreement. Me too. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became lively. Now he understands that his parents and Aunt Sue are just people who love to watch the drama unfold. Both families are quite open-minded, which is why they brought this up in front of me and Jiang Wanwan to liven things up. In an ordinary family, they would never discuss anything related to puppy love in front of their children who are still in high school. But these two companies are different. They are willing to put everything out in the open. Both their thinking and family traditions are quite open-minded. It must be said that Qin and Song dynasties quite like this. The group left the private restaurant and returned to the mall. Since they had bought most of what they wanted to buy in the morning, they didn't plan to shop around the mall in the afternoon. Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling each bought a pair of high heels and a long dress before stopping their shopping. This relieved Chin Song and Chin Ong. How about we get our hair done? Su Qiaoling suggested. Lu Yu glanced at Chin Song's bangs, which were almost covering his eyes, and nodded. Chin Song, this time you should cut his hair. Don't leave any side bangs. It makes him look like a non-mainstream person. Chin Song looked at his hair through the glass windows that were everywhere in the mall and nodded. He had actually been thinking about getting a haircut, and since he had the chance today, he might as well get it done at the same time. Compared to side-swept bangs and slightly parted bangs, Chin Song is actually more suited to a hairstyle that exposes the forehead, similar to American-style spiky hair. His hairline is not high, his hair is relatively thick, and his hair texture is medium to stiff. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and showing his forehead makes him look more refreshed and energetic. After all, the most important thing for a man is his vitality and spirit. Arriving at a hair salon she frequented, Lu Yu unceremoniously chose two 798 yuan perm and dye packages for herself and Su Qiaoling. Whether driving a truck or running a breakfast shop, nail art is quite cumbersome, so neither of them has ever had their nails done. To compensate for this, they spend more on their hair than others. Let's get a perm and dye our hair, and get that trendy big wave look. We'll dye it a cool brown color. It'll make our skin look fairer. What do you think? Lu Yu asked Su Qiaoling. Su Qiaoling nodded. Okay. Lu Yu pointed at Chin Ong. Just give him a haircut like he does now. Then do a perm to tame those few gray hairs sticking out, and make it a 198 yuan style. And this good girl. Lu Yu pointed to Jiang Wanwan. Just give her long, straight black hair, and take care of it. No need to perm or dye it. She's still a student. Have your supervisor do this for her, and then give her a hair wash with mugwort afterward. The barber in charge of reception nodded one by one. And what about him? The barber points to the Qin and Song dynasties. Lu Yu sized him up and said, Make yourself look as energetic as you want. Do whatever you like. Just get the cheapest one, the 35 one will do. Chin Song. It's confirmed. She really is her biological mother. After saying that, Lu Yu took out a membership card. The money will be deducted from this card. Okay. The hairdresser took the membership card and carried out all the requests that Lu Yu had just made. The Qin and Song dynasties were the first to finish. Because it doesn't require perming, dyeing, baking, or maintenance. I washed my hair, got a haircut, and then washed my hair again. It was over in less than half an hour. Although the minimum charge is $35, you can still make requests to the hairdresser. Qin Song said he wanted to get a haircut that combined the advantages of American spiky hair and a pompadour. The barber examined Qin Song's hair texture and hairline and found that this type of hairstyle was indeed very suitable for him. So he did it according to his request. Chapter 36, Let's Go Play. Qin Song fiddled with his freshly dried hair and came up to Lu Yu. Mom, how's this hairstyle? Lu Yu glanced at him, her eyes lighting up as she looked at him with something resembling a pot lid on her head. This hairstyle is great. It makes me look more energetic. It's much better than that side-swept bangs. I'll get this hairstyle from now on. Your hairstyle before was comparable to the emo non-mainstream style of 10 years ago. He covers his eyes and flips his hair every now and then while walking, thinking he looks cool, but he's actually quite stupid. As she spoke, Lu Yu recalled the incomprehensible text on the photo booth pictures from 10 years ago. But you guys are alright. At least you didn't use those Martian languages like those Shamate or non-mainstream types. Qin Shi Huang finally unified the written language. If he knew about the history of the literary inquisition 10 years ago, he would definitely come out of his mausoleum and slap those people a few times. The barber in his 20s. I feel like she's talking about me, but I have no proof. Following Qin Song, Qinong completed his work. The hair, which originally had some streaks of white, became black and shiny after being treated with a coloring treatment. Qinong himself is not bad looking either, standing at 175 centimeters tall, with a V-shaped waist and straight legs. For the sake of health, I exercise regularly in addition to the time I spend driving, and I am the type who looks slim in clothes but has a muscular build when undressed. After his hair was styled, the hairdresser also used hair wax to style it and shaved off his stubble. She was wearing a polo shirt. Unlike those pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged men who tuck their polo shirts into their waistbands, the polo shirts are left hanging down naturally at the hem. She wore black trousers on her lower body, which made her already straight and slender legs look even more shapely. Qinong, in his current state, can be described in 4 words: mature man. If he were to wear gold thread, he would transform into a sophisticated but morally corrupt man. Lu Yu looked at her husband, and her eyes lit up. He had never dressed up this carefully since they got married. Lu Yu thought his flowering season was over, but unexpectedly, he still had a lingering fragrance. Seeing Lu Yu's bright eyes, Qinong pretended to be serious and sat upright in his chair waiting for Lu Yu, who was still working on the project, but in his heart he was already overjoyed. Half an hour later, Jiang Wanwan's work was also completed. Her jet black, lustrous hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and the fragrance emanating from it made Qin Song's heart flutter. The white knee-length dress made the girl exude a beauty like a pure white moonlight. Her long, straight black hair paired with a white dress made her slender, porcelain-skinned legs appear even more alluring, accentuated by white stockings. A thought suddenly popped into Qin Song's mind. He wanted to take a bite, really. She has long, straight legs, and I have a mouth. What a coincidence. Wanwan, give me a smile, Qin Song said. Jiang Wanwan was confused, but she still smiled and followed Qin Song's advice. Qin Song's inner monologue. Sweet girl. Okay, put your smile away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan withdrew her smile and became serious. Qin Song's inner monologue. Wow. A mature and elegant woman. Sweet yet sophisticated. I'm dying to love it. Jiang Wanwan gave Qin Song a reproachful look. You're drooling the whole time you're looking at me. Qin Song knew she was joking and trying to tease him, but he still deliberately wiped the corner of his mouth. Fine. You dare to tease me. Watch me tickle you. The only customers in the entire hair salon right now are Qin Song and his group, and since the space inside is quite large, their little bit of playful fighting won't affect the others. The design director, who had just finished styling Jiang Wanwan's hair, laughed and said, You two are a couple, aren't you? You're such a perfect match. Jiang Wanwan blushed, steam rising from her hair. No. No way. Qin Song leaned closer and said, That's right. We're not a couple. She's my fiancée. We got engaged when we were kids, and now we're just waiting to get married, right? You two are betrothed as children, the design director exclaimed in surprise. You two are quite a good match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. He doesn't know about their talents yet, but they are both quite good-looking. Jiang Wanwan glared at Qin Song. To your face, my foot. He turned to Lu Yu and complained. Auntie, look at him, he's talking nonsense. Lu Yu glared at Qin Song, feigning anger. Don't talk nonsense about things that aren't even close to being settled yet. In reality, she was overjoyed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at these two kids. Even their arguments are so endearing. Su Qiaoling, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Although these two children are not yet adults according to their lunar birthdays, the dates on their ID cards are calculated according to the Gregorian calendar. Qin Song's ID card shows May 10th, 2000, while Jiang Wanwan's shows June 18th, 2000. Legally speaking, both of them are adults. Adults should be given the freedom to express themselves. More than an hour later, Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling also finished. Their wavy hair cascaded down their shoulders. Since their work meant they weren't exposed to the sun, the cool brown color made them appear even whiter. Both of them had children when they were 20 years old, so they are only 38 years old now. She was already beautiful and charming, and she took good care of herself. Qinong also doted on his wife, so he usually let her drive during the day and he would drive at night. Su Qiaoling doesn't have many worries about running her breakfast shop, so she doesn't experience much anxiety. After getting their hair done, the two looked several years younger, like ripe peaches that hadn't quite ripened yet, still retaining their charm. The design director opportunely stepped forward and said, Gentlemen, our total bill for today has exceeded 1,500. Our makeup artist can give you a full makeup look for free. Would you be interested? Don't worry, our cosmetics are all from international brands. We would never use inferior cosmetics to pass off as high-quality ones. Sure, Lu Yu readily agreed. She and Su Qiaoling only put on base makeup today. They got new hair and haven't tried out full makeup yet. Neither of us is allergic to cosmetics, so bring it on, Su Qiaoling said with a smile. Then, the two were led into a private dressing room at the back. Qin Song stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his father's eyes. Dad, your eyes are about to pop out. Help them up. Qinong slapped his hand away impatiently. I'm looking at my wife. What's it to you? You single dog, go play somewhere else. After saying that, he stood up and walked outside. Where are you going? Qin Song asked. Without turning his head, Qinong replied, Go buy a suit. Qin Song looked at the bags in the rest area, which contained the high heels and long dresses that Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling had bought that afternoon. Knowing my mom's personality, she'll definitely change into these new clothes and shoes after she's finished her makeup. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems Dad is feeling the pressure. Chapter 37. Has he changed his mind? Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Song and asked softly, Do you think I should also get some makeup done? Qin Song shook his head like a rattle drum. No need. No need. You look beautiful as you are now. Don't wear makeup. Half an hour later, Qin Song received a phone call as expected. Hey, son, have Wanwan bring the dress and shoes I bought this afternoon to the dressing room. I want them and your Aunt Sue's too. Okay. Qin Song hung up the phone and repeated what he had just said to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan nodded and obediently delivered the items. A moment later, two beautiful figures walked out of the dressing room. Seeing this, Qin Song immediately went over and hugged Lu Yu's arm, smiling and saying, Sister, you look so beautiful today. After saying that, he turned to look at Su Qiaoling. Sister Su, you're out shopping today too? Your sister is sitting over there. Qin Song pointed at Jiang Wanwan, which made Su Qiaoling cover her mouth and chuckle. Lu Yu's eyes were like crescent moons as she glanced at him. Who's your sister? I'm your mother. Qin Song then flattered. Where can you find a mother who's so young and beautiful? She's clearly the older sister. Sis, look at the electric scooter you promised me. When are we going to buy it? Lu Yu rolled her eyes at Qin Song. I knew you had something on your mind. Go buy it when you get home. There's a specialty store near the neighborhood. By the way, where's your dad? Lu Yu couldn't wait any longer. She had to show Qinong that even though she was 38 years old, she could still be a beautiful flower with a little dressing up. My dad, look. At the door. At the entrance of the hair salon, Chinong was wearing a fitted suit. His hair was styled in a slicked back style suitable for the suit, and he had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He also had a faint scent of perfume on him. He walked slowly to Lu Yu, took out his right hand from behind his back, and a bouquet of bright red roses appeared in front of him. Lu Yu smiled shyly, accepted the rose, and left a lipstick mark on Chinang's face. Mom, Wanwan and I are still here. Chin Song wailed. Don't be so lovey-dovey. Lu Yu rolled her eyes at him. Now you know I'm your mom? Weren't you just calling me sister? Chinong laughed along. Quick, good son, call him brother-in-law. Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan, standing to the side, covered their mouths and laughed, watching this amusing scene. People coming and going outside the hair salon saw what was happening inside, and their impulse to make a purchase instantly reached its peak, with one person after another walking inside. This scene made the staff in the hair salon laugh from ear to ear. They are paid on a commission basis. The more people come, the higher their wages become. Lu Yu glanced at the time. It was almost 5 p.m. She suggested, how about we go out for barbecue tonight? Su Qiaoling said apologetically, I have a gathering tonight, an official invitation, about extra points for college entrance exams for the descendants of martyrs and how to help their families with financial difficulties. The Jiangxing city government organizes several gatherings every year to address the difficulties faced by the families of martyrs and to help them apply for extra points in the college entrance examination for the children of martyrs. In the past, people had to prepare their own materials and submit them to the Education Bureau to apply. However, in order to make things easier and improve the sense of happiness and belonging of the children and descendants of martyrs, Jiangxing City took on this task. To put it simply, resolving the difficulties in life means allowing the families of martyrs to express the hardships and injustices they encounter in their lives, and the authorities will try their best to provide solutions. Does Wanwan want to come along? If not, can she just make something to eat at home or eat out? Chinong made a quick decision. How about this? Let Chin Song accompany Wanwan to eat out. Lu Yu and I have to leave tomorrow, so after having a quick bite at home tonight, we still need to pack our luggage, and we're too lazy to cook. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. I'll buy you an electric scooter when we get home. I remember you can ride one. There's a food fair at Shidi Square with lots of snacks. I'll give you some money. Take Wanwan there and have a good look around. Chin Song scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong with this couple? They usually hate eating out, especially at street stalls, so why did they suddenly change their minds today? Alipay payment received 500 yuan. This heavenly sound made Chin Song instantly abandon his previous thoughts. Okay, all set. After returning home, Lu Yu went to a nearby specialty store and bought an IM Maya brand electric scooter as agreed. Boss, could you please lock this electric scooter and set the top speed to 25 km/h? The store owner scratched his head. Well, the new national standard hasn't been released yet. Electric bikes don't need to be locked at 25 km/h now. Besides, this bike isn't very fast. The fastest it can go is 60 km/h. Lu Yu tapped the 2 helmets that were given as a gift. It's okay. I'm worried my kid might speed. Could you please lock them for me and get me 2 better helmets? I don't need these 2 free helmets. How much can you give me in return? When the shop owner heard that Lu Yu wanted to buy 2 more helmets, he generously gave her the 2 free helmets as a discount of 30 yuan and also locked the electric bike's code. Mom, what can this 25-speed electric scooter do? Chin Song cried with a long face. At 25 yards, even a physical education student standing up and pedaling a mountain bike could run faster than him. The owner smiled and waved his hand. Although it's locked at 25 miles per hour, if you turn the ignition all the way, it can go a good 28 or 29 miles per hour. If there are no passengers in the back seat, it can reach 31 or 32 miles per hour. If it's downhill, it'll be even faster. Chin Song, what's the difference between saying it and not saying it? 2 keys were given to Jiang Wanwan. One was given to Jiang Wanwan, and the other was also given to Jiang Wanwan. Chin Song didn't get a single key. Mom, are you worried I'll fall off a bike at 25 km/h? Chin Song said helplessly. Lu Yu tapped his forehead. As long as you wear a helmet and obey traffic rules, I'm not afraid of you falling, but I'm afraid you'll drive this car around fooling around, so Wanwan will have to keep an eye on you. Ding dong. A WeChat notification sounded, and Lu Yu picked up her phone, glanced at it, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. All right, son, I'm going home now. You take Wanwan out to play, and make sure you're home by 10 p.m. Lu Yu paid for the electric scooter and helmet, then walked away in her high heels. Mom, I want to go back and take a shower first. I just got a haircut, and there are some stray hairs on my neck that are a bit prickly. What washing? You want Wanwan to just wait around. It's not too late to wash up when you get home after playing. Lu Yu didn't turn her head, but her voice was so loud. Qin Song scratched his head, not thinking much of it. I've got the car and the money. I can wash it when I get home after I'm done playing. Chapter 38 Strange Sounds. Qin Song took the keys from Jiang Wanwan and asked, Wanwan, what do you want to eat tonight? Jiang Wanwan smacked her lips. Didn't Auntie say there's a food fair at West Plaza? Shall we go eat there? It's only a little past 5 o'clock now. Food fairs usually get lively in the evening. We can't possibly eat those snacks for dinner, can we? Jiang Wanwan touched her stomach. I'm not hungry right now. Qin Song glanced at his phone, his eyes lighting up. How about we go to the cinema to see a movie first? The movie theater? Is the movie theater a popular date spot for couples? Yay. Let's go see a movie, and then we'll go to West Plaza for snacks. But, what movie should we go see? Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's question, Qin Song replied without hesitation. Of course it's Jurassic World 2. As a die-hard fan of the Jurassic series, although he had seen the movie more than once, he had never been to see it in a theater before. No, I don't want to go to the cinema to see dinosaurs. Jiang Wanwan pouted. I want to watch romance movies and horror movies. Qin Song, that idiot. How could he invite a girl to the movies without choosing a romance or horror film? In a romance movie, you can lean on his shoulder and cry your heart out after being moved. In a horror movie, you can hug his arm tightly when you're scared. If I don't choose these two, how can I take advantage of the situation? Upon hearing this, Qin Song picked up his phone and scrolled through it again and again, but there really weren't any romance or horror movies to watch lately. Helpless, he had no choice but to take Jiang Wanwan to a private cinema and choose a movie that had been popular recently, but that they hadn't seen yet, Us in Them. Qin Song had not seen the movie, but had only seen some short clips on Douyin. The private cinema was on the 3rd floor of a street-facing shop. Each room was independent, and Qin Song chose a double room. The space inside is neither very large nor very small. A sofa, a coffee table, a screen, a projector, and an air conditioner, that's all there is inside. The two sat together, and the middle of the sofa dented under the pressure, causing them to unconsciously stick together. The atmosphere was quite romantic at first, but as the movie progressed, the two became engrossed, which eased the tension somewhat, until... Qin Song, did you hear any strange noises? Jiang Wanwan asked, rubbing her ears. Qin Song picked up the remote and turned the movie volume down. Sure enough, he heard a strange sound. It came from the next private room. Qin Song heard it and knew the origin of the sound, but he could not speak of it. It seems to be coming from the next private room. I guess it's sound from a movie. Qin Song replied dismissively. Jiang Wanwan rubbed her ears again, stood up and leaned against the wall. Wait a minute. This is clearly a human voice, and it's a woman. Why is there a sound of someone patting their belly? Qin Song quickly pulled her back to the sofa. That might be because they were watching a horror movie. The woman was so scared that she cried. Those moaning and groaning sounds were probably crying. Her boyfriend is probably patting her belly to make her laugh right now. Jiang Wanwan asked in confusion. But why does that woman cry every time her belly is patted? Maybe it's because her boyfriend has a beer belly, and she was disgusted by how ugly he is. Now Qin Song just wants the couple next door to finish their business soon. He really can't keep making this up anymore. Finally, after a series of rapid pats on the belly, and with a long cry from the woman, the battle was finally over. Honestly, Qin Song regrets it so much. Why did he come to a private cinema, and why did he choose this movie? At this moment in the movie, the female lead is lying in bed, listening to the sounds coming from the next room, kicking the wall with her foot and panting. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god. What are you doing? The male protagonist sat up. Are you crazy? The scene shifts, and the couple next door, who were making out, hear screams and look in surprise toward the source of the sound. Even if Jiang Wanwan was naive, She knew what the screaming and belly-patting sounds from next door were all about. Through the dim light, Qin Song could clearly see that Jiang Wanwan's entire body, from her neck to her face, had turned completely red, making her look like a red-skinned person. She put her legs together, buried her face in the cushion, and remained motionless for a long time before finally raising her head. What I fear most is a sudden silence. Qin Song didn't know what to do or say at this point, so the two of them tacitly remained silent, watching the movie until it ended. Ahem. Well, this movie was pretty good. Qin Song got up, turned on the light, and stammered. It's all right. Jiang Wanwan replied with her head down. The two opened the door and stepped out of the private cinema. A gust of wind blew in, easing the tension. Let's go, I'm starving. Let's go to West Square. Qin Song handed one of the helmets to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan rubbed her stomach. She was hungry too. The two rode their bicycles to West Square. West Plaza is about 5 kilometers away from the city center. It is a supporting plaza for the newly developed residential area by the government, which aims to divert some of the flow of people from the city center to this place. Rows of sunshades were set up in the square, with enough space between them for 3 people to walk side by side. It's called a food fair, but it's more like a gathering of nearby street vendors. Qin Song recalled that 2 years later, a special area was set up in Shidi Square for these mobile food carts to set up stalls, and over time it became a night market. With the addition of the newly developed commercial district nearby, this place can be considered one of the successful examples of diverting traffic from the city center of Jiangxing. The aroma of a mixture of carbohydrates and sugar and oil is irresistible. Looking around, you can find all sorts of delicious snacks and food, including stinky tofu, spicy hot pot, lamb skewers, gluten, and fried skewers. Inside, there were even people outside the shed stir-frying noodles and rice, flames sizzling high, and the aroma of cooking instantly calmed the restless hearts of the two who had just been agitated by something in the private cinema. Qin Song, there's staple food here too. Let's just have dinner and supper here. Jiang Wanwan said excitedly. She was very hungry and really didn't want to go anywhere else for dinner. Moreover, the food here smelled so good that she was already itching to try it. Qin Song nodded. Then let's buy everything we want to eat, and then sit on the stools next to us to eat. Chapter 39 Taste the Flavor of Happiness. There was a spot in the square with tables and benches set up for people to rest and eat. A sunshade was set up overhead, and several high-powered industrial fans were placed nearby, providing a strong breeze. The two went inside and took a look around. They found that the stalls were quite clean, and the oil used by the fried food vendors was clear, unlike the inky oil used in unscrupulous workshops. Qin Song thought about it and agreed. After all, this food exhibition was officially organized, and anyone who wanted to set up a stall had to be officially authorized. If the hygiene standards weren't met, it would be a slap in the face to the authorities. The two of them didn't buy much. A serving of wontons, a serving of beef fried rice, some fried skewers and lamb skewers, a serving of grilled cold noodles, and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, 1 iced, and 1 at room temperature. Qin Song placed the items on the table one by one, opened the disposable packaging box, and the aroma inside immediately wafted out, making the two of them swallow hard. Let's eat. Let's eat. Qin Song placed the wontons in front of Jiang Wanwan, while he ate beef fried rice. Because Jiang Wanwan is currently in a special period, he didn't ask the owner to add chili to the fried skewers and lamb skewers. Qin Song took a disposable cup filled with chili sauce, which he had prepared specifically for himself. He's someone who can't live without spicy food. Spicy is not a taste but a pain, but this bittersweet feeling fascinates him. Qin Song, what do you think happiness is? Jiang Wanwan ate a wonton and looked to the side. Following her gaze, Qin Song saw a thin quilt and a mat in the storage compartment of a mobile stall. A 4 or 5-year-old boy was lying on the mat, fiddling with a cartoon character-shaped learning machine. A woman was sitting on a folding stool next to the stall. When customers come in, she stands up and introduces them to the pastries she makes herself. When there are no customers, her gaze stays on the little boy, fanning him with a fan, occasionally asking him to move the screen further away, and asking him if he is hot or hungry. Qin Song swallowed the food in his mouth and said slowly, "Everyone has a different definition of happiness. In the adult world, he is unhappy because his childhood was imprisoned in this small stall, imprisoned in this cheap learning machine. He did not have a wealthy family environment, nor did he have an enviable background. But in his eyes, he was happy at that moment because his mother loved him very much and cared about him. No matter what she was doing or where she was going, she was willing to take him with her. In the eyes of adults, that small cart compartment is a cage, but in his eyes, it is his secret base. The thin cotton blanket under the cooling mat, the USB light plugged into the power bank, and the fan he waved in his hand, all these represent his mother's love for him. Chin Song looked at the little boy, his eyes filled with envy. To be honest, I'm quite envious of him. When I was a child, when my parents were driving their cars, I would think how wonderful it would be if they could take me with them. There was a small bed behind the driver's seat and the passenger seat of the big truck. I would lie on it and play. That was my secret base. Chin Song sighed and continued eating with his head down. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan thought for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. I've got it. Wait a minute. She got up and handed the little boy the plate of grilled cold noodles that he hadn't eaten yet. In Chin Song's view, she continued to chat and laugh with the woman for a while, then took out her phone and scanned the payment code. The woman then took out 2 boxes of pastries from a hidden compartment, the colors of which were completely different from those on the table, and handed them to her. Jiang Wanwan came back, handed the 2 boxes of pastries to Chin Song, and smiled. Here. These are pastries that Aunt made especially for her son. I traded them for the money from a bowl of grilled cold noodles and 2 boxes of pastries. Let me let you taste the flavor of happiness. Bathed in moonlight, Jiang Wanwan felt as if Chin Song had returned to his junior year of college in his previous life, the year his parents passed away. That year, I was in a daze and asked my counselor for a month-long leave. I stayed at home every day, ordering takeout when I was hungry, and I didn't give up smoking and drinking. During that time, Jiang Wanwan also asked her counselor for a month-long leave, and the counselor came to her home every day to persuade and take care of her. I smoothed my furrowed brow, which was furrowed from having nightmares, time and time again. Alcohol was all right, but Chin Song had a low alcohol tolerance. He would drink until he passed out, and then he would feel better after taking some hangover medicine and spitting it out. But cigarettes were different. One cigarette after another. Not only is it addictive, but it's also extremely harmful to your health. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Chin Song, Jiang Wanwan started smoking too. Chin Song would smoke 1 cigarette, and she would smoke 1 too. Even if she choked and coughed constantly, she wouldn't stop. Later, Chin Song stopped smoking and drinking, and gradually recovered. After emerging from the shadows, he did consider confessing his feelings to Jiang Wanwan. But the grief of losing his parents and his own inferiority complex about being alone suppressed the thought. His grandparents and maternal grandparents passed away when he was very young, and his parents' siblings were all snobbish. Although they are related by blood, they are not even as close as strangers. At least strangers won't kick you when you're down. Thinking of this, Chin Song breathed a sigh of relief, shook his head vigorously, took the box, and opened it. One by one, mung bean cakes with smiley faces drawn on them, and in various shapes appeared before his eyes. He opened another box, which contained red bean cakes with smiley faces drawn on them, and in various colors. He identified it by the smell emanating from the pastries. Chin Song put on disposable gloves, picked up a piece of red bean cake, and brought it to Jiang Wanwan's lips. Open your mouth. Let's taste happiness together. Jiang Wanwan was slightly stunned. She parted her tender lips slightly and gently bit off a piece. Chin Song also did not stand on ceremony and put the rest of what she had bitten into his mouth. How is it? Is it delicious? Chin Song asked. Jiang Wanwan narrowed her crescent-shaped eyes, nodded and smiled. Sweet. After finishing all the food on the table except for the pastries, the two strolled along the railing on the riverside of Westland Park. In the shadows away from the streetlights, moonlight streamed down, and Chin Song looked at his shadow on the ground. One is mine, and the other is mine too. How wonderful. By the way, Chin Song, was what Annie said this afternoon true? Did you really go to the school gate to ambush people and bully your classmates? Jiang Wanwan suddenly asked. Chin Song had long known that Jiang Wanwan would ask this question, so he wasn't surprised at all. This girl has always been very concerned about her own affairs. Qin Song shook his head. That's not true. In the first semester of my first year of high school, I saw some thugs bullying students on the roadside, so I rushed over and beat them up, asking them why they were bullying students. Later, that thug told me that it was because the student was harassing his sister at school, and he went to warn the student to stay away from his sister. I beat him up without even asking what happened, and I felt really bad about it. So I took him out for barbecue and gave him 200 yuan as compensation for his medical expenses. He was very easy to talk to, so he forgave me and said that I had principles. Then we started hanging out together. The people we stopped were no good. They bullied their classmates at school, but once they left school, they didn't dare utter a word to the idle people in society. After warning them to stop bullying their classmates at school, we let them go without even lifting a finger. As for skipping class to go to an illegal internet cafe, that's true. Mainly because the game I was playing had an event at the time, and I had to be online on time in the afternoon, Later, my mom installed a computer for me at home, and I never skipped class again. Chapter 40 Qin and Song Dynasties. My hands are cold. What about that incident with the English teacher in the first semester of your junior year? Why did you set off firecrackers under his tires? Jiang Wanwan continued to ask. Qin Song's face darkened when Jiang Wanwan brought it up. That beast, I've disliked him for a long time. Several times during class, he openly or subtly said that foreigners have better genes, that the moon is rounder in foreign countries, and that even the air is fresher there. And they even said that it's an honor for Chinese people to marry foreigners, because foreigners can improve the inferior genes of Chinese people. Go to hell. With 5,000 years of Chinese culture, which family didn't have some extraordinary person in their ancestors? Otherwise, they would have gone extinct long ago. What's with all this talk about bloodline and genes? In China, only pets have the concept of bloodline. What's most hateful is that he once said in class that drugs are a good thing, and that if they weren't, why would so many people try them? He even said that he wanted to try them too. I called the Education Bureau to report him as soon as class ended, and then he was laid off. That beast. Qin Song didn't want to swear in front of Jiang Wanwan, but he just couldn't help it. That English teacher is utterly unfit to be a teacher. Jiang Wanwan's face showed surprise. No wonder we suddenly got a different English teacher. But aren't you afraid of getting retaliated against if you just make a phone call to report it like that? Qin Song scoffed. If the school makes things difficult for me because of this, then I might as well quit. People should know what to do and what not to do. I think this is more important than going to school. I didn't realize you had such a strong sense of justice. That's right. The Qin family's upbringing is top-notch. The two walked side by side along the narrow corridor, barely wide enough for two people to pass each other, their inner hands occasionally brushing against each other as they swung back and forth. Every time the girl's soft hand brushed against Qin Song's hand, it was a test for him. Men should take the initiative. Qin Song silently prepared to take the girl's hand during their next encounter. However, the idea was good, but the reality was harsh. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan looked up at the sky and found that the moon was in a very regular crescent shape, which was quite beautiful. Qin Song, quick, take a picture for me. Jiang Wanwan ran quickly forward and made a peace sign. After Qin Song's idea failed, he could only nod slightly, take out his phone, and freeze the moment in time with the moon and the person under the moon. Seeing that Qin Song had finished taking the photos, Jiang Wanwan immediately came over, looking at the photos on her phone with a smile. How is it? Isn't the moon beautiful tonight? Qin Song smiled, looked at the person in the photo, and nodded. Beautiful. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan puffed out her cheeks. Shouldn't you say that the moon is beautiful, but people are even more beautiful? The phrase, the moon is beautiful tonight, became popular in mid-July of this year, and Jiang Wanwan naturally had no idea of its implied meaning. He said mysteriously, you'll find out in a month. Actually, you'd prefer me to say this. Hearing Qin Song speaking in riddles, Jiang Wanwan pouted, seemingly sulking, but actually looking forward to it. The two continued their stroll. Suddenly, a soft, boneless little hand slipped into Qin Song's palm. Qin Song, my hands are cold. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Qin Song smiled happily. My hands are cold too. Let's warm them up together. Okay. So, it was only natural that the two people, whose hands would get cold in June, would hold hands and take a walk in the park. Before they knew it, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and the two of them were getting ready to go home. Seeing the middle-aged couple sitting on a park bench, cuddling together, Shin-song suddenly recalled the scene at the hair salon when his parents' eyes lit up after seeing each other's completely new look. Now he understood why his mother had acted so unusually, making him take Jiang Wanwan out for snacks, and even refusing to let him go home to take a shower. She had also generously given him 500 yuan, telling him it was okay to come home late. So that's why? Shin-song, do you want to ask your aunt and uncle if they are hungry and if they want to eat anything? Jiang Wanwan asked. With so many snacks here, there's bound to be something they like. Shin-song shook his head. They should be asleep by now. Oh, do your aunt and uncle go to bed this early every day? Shin-song shook his head again. No, today is an exception. Have you asked Aunt Sue what she wants to eat? We'll go buy it for her now. Jiang Wanwan nodded. My mom said she wants to drink freshly squeezed orange juice, and then she can bring a sticky rice ball back with her. Shin-song nodded. Then let's go buy it now. The two bought a glass of iced freshly squeezed orange juice and a sticky rice dish, then rode their bikes home. Electric bikes are parked in the bike shed downstairs in the residential area. There is a designated charging area for electric bikes, but it's not free. You need to scan a QR code to top up. There's no need to worry about others using it without permission, because it will automatically stop once the charger is removed from the device. Shin-song and Jiang Wanwan took the same elevator. When they got home and opened the door, they were greeted by the smell of laundry detergent. Only the night light in the living room was on. The lights in the parents' bedroom had already been turned off. Shin-song took a quick shower, put on a vest, sat in front of the computer, and started typing. Based on his birth date on his ID card, Shin-song is already an adult. In addition, he has a bank card registered in his own name, so he is eligible to sign a contract with the website. That's right. In the past few days, Shin-song has managed to write 20,000 words and signed a contract. The book he copied, cough cough, is titled 10 Days, The End. Unsurprisingly, the contracted editor is the robot Fan. This was to be expected. After all, he was a complete newcomer, so it was normal that he wasn't noticed. Shin-song, a keyboard warrior, wrote another 20,000 words in 3 hours, following the outline he had previously prepared and his memories from his previous life. He didn't hesitate and sent them all out at once. I've had some free time lately, so I've been writing in the evenings, hoping to reach 100,000 words for my first post as soon as possible. That way, I can earn some income and get full attendance bonus next month. He hadn't achieved anything yet. As a newcomer, he never dreamed of making a mark before reaching 200,000 words. Fortunately, he now only needed to listen to and read 100 words a month to get perfect attendance. He can still manage to write 4,000 words a day, since he has an outline and a general plot. Now he only hopes that this magical herb can be discovered soon, so that he can have money to go out and study hard with Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 41. You are different from us. I checked the time on my phone. It was already past midnight. There are 2 unread messages in my WeChat account. One was a good night message from Jiang Wanwan, and the other was a message from He-shun, asking him to meet at the usual place at 10 a.m. the next morning, saying that he had something to tell him. Shin-song first replied to Jiang Wanwan with good night and sweet dreams, then stared blankly at the message sent by He-shun for a long time before replying with okay. What's meant to happen will happen. He messed this up in his past life, but he won't do it again in this one. The next morning at 9 o'clock, after Shin-song got up, Chin-ong and Lu-yu had already set off to deliver goods, leaving the room and living room empty. Upon checking his phone, he saw that Lu-yu had transferred 2,000 yuan to Shin-song via WeChat, telling him to buy whatever he wanted to eat or buy, as his birthday was approaching and he shouldn't neglect himself. Jiang Wanwan also sent him a message, asking if he wanted to study together. Shin-song replied that he had something to do today, quickly washed up, and went out. After eating a simple bite of bread from home, Shin-song went to the place he had arranged to meet He-shun, a billiards hall. The billiards hall is not far from Xingfu Community. You don't need to ride an electric bike or take the bus. Last night, Jiang Wanwan still gave Shin-song a key to the electric scooter. She said she believed Qin Song wouldn't be out fooling around on his bike. It was not yet 10 a.m., and although the billiard hall was open, only one table was open because it was still early. He Shun and two other men were playing billiards. In the rest area, a girl was sitting and doing her homework, looking out of place. He Shun, Dajuan, Xiaojun, Xiaorong. Qin and Song called out their names. He Shun is Qin Song's classmate, while Xiaojun, Dejun, and Xiaorong are all surnamed Chun, making them three siblings. Chen Xiaojun was the one who got beaten black and blue by Qin Song, but after discovering he had wronged him, he treated Qin Song to barbecue and gave him 200 yuan. You could say they became friends after the fight. Chen Dajuan and Chen Xiaojun are fraternal twins. Apart from both being tall and thin, they have very few other similarities. The person sitting in the rest area doing her homework was their younger sister, who would be a high school sophomore after the summer vacation. Qin Song took out a pack of cigarettes he had just bought and threw it at them. Chen Dajuan reached out and took the cigarette, then opened it and handed one to Chen Xiaojun. The two men took out lighters, lit cigarettes, took a deep drag, and said, "Qin Song is here, please sit down." Qin Song would usually bring them cigarettes, even if it was just a 10 yuan pack, and they would be happy for a long time. But even though they brought 50 packs of Manhwa cigarettes today, there was no joy on their faces. Qin Song dragged a plastic stool to the pool table and sat down. "Qin Song, we have something to tell you," He Shin said. Qin Song glanced at him and nodded. "Go ahead, I'm listening." He Shin took a cigarette, clumsily lit it, took a puff and coughed, opening his mouth for a long time, but unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, Chen Dajuan stepped forward and said bluntly, "Qin Song, let's not play together anymore. You're different from us." Sure enough, it's the same old story. In my past life, when they called me over, they said the same thing before leaving without saying goodbye to work in Guangzhou or Shenzhen. Qin Song was furious at the time. After asking for the reason several times without success, he cut off all contact with them and even blocked their contact information. I didn't see them again until my junior year of college, at their funeral. It was at this moment that Qin Song finally asked for the reason. Originally, the Chun brothers thought that Qin Song was like them, someone who couldn't concentrate on studying. It wasn't until Qin Song had been studying diligently for a month that they realized just how talented he was. So the three of them secretly conspired to cut off all contact with Qin Song in order to allow him to focus on his studies during his senior year of high school. The Chun brothers are already 18 years old and have long been preparing to work, while He Shun is only 17. He Shun decided to go to work because his family was short of money. He never met his parents when he was a child. His grandmother picked him up from the roadside when he was little. Grandma's health was deteriorating, and in order to save money and earn money for her medical treatment, He Shun considered dropping out of school. He heard that some factories in Guangzhou and Shenzhen were recruiting people over the age of 16 to work on the assembly line, so he also planned to go with the Chun brothers. His reason for going to internet cafes was simple. He was very good at games and wanted to make money by boosting game levels. The Yasuo project skin that was released a while ago was an extra gift from the order seller to his account on top of his regular payment. Let's not talk about that. Let's play a couple of rounds first. Qin Song didn't respond to the question, but instead took a golf club from the rack next to him. He Shun and I are in one group, and you two brothers are in another group. We'll play Black 8. Seeing that Qin Song was unwilling to talk, Chen Dajuan had no choice but to continue playing ball. It's 15 yuan an hour. We can't let it go to waste. Anyway, the words have already been spoken, and they've already bought their tickets. They'll be leaving in a couple of days. On the surface, Chen Dajuan and Chen Xiaojun have been involved with billiards for longer than Qin Song, but Qin Song is, after all, a reborn person. During his university years, he also excelled at billiards. While his skills weren't exactly overwhelming, he could easily dominate both of them. He Shun has a strong learning ability. Although the time spent with him was short, he is good at using his brain. He doesn't like to rely on brute force to achieve miracles, but he's good at hitting shots from all sorts of tricky angles, though sometimes he miscalculates. Instead of touching their own ball, they sent the opponent's ball to an excellent position to pocket it, giving the opponent a free ball opportunity. They were a bit rusty in the first game, and it wasn't until the Chun brothers scored 3 goals that they finally managed to put their own team's balls in the net. The second game was a complete shutout, preventing them from scoring a single goal. In the third game, Chin Song let his opponent break the ball. However, during the break, Chin Song inexplicably pocketed the black 8 ball. According to the local rules of Jiangxing City, Chin Song won. Seeing Chin Song's leisurely and carefree demeanor, De Jun and Xiao Jun were both stunned. Chin Song picked up his phone and checked the time. It was exactly 11 o'clock. "Let's go," call Xiao Rong. "Let's go eat, it's on me." Chin Song put the cue back and patted the chalk off his hands. Seeing the three of them looking hesitant, Chin Song said irritably, "We've known each other for 2 years now. Even if we're breaking up, we should at least have a farewell dinner, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Dajuan went to the rest area and called Chen Xiaorong, who was still doing her homework. The group arrived at a small restaurant near the school. Huimin Hotel, that's its name. Simple and unpretentious, yet truly deserving of its name. Benefiting the people, and bringing real benefits to the people. The dishes inside are inexpensive and taste pretty good. Xiao Song, Xiao Shun, De Jun, Xiao Jun, Xiao Rong is here. Restaurant owner Zhao Hui said with a smile as she read out everyone's nicknames. "Sister Hui, are there any private rooms upstairs?" Chin Song asked with a smile. "Of course we have it here." Zhao Hui led the group upstairs. The proprietress's name is Zhao Hui, and the proprietress's name is Deng Min. The name of the small restaurant was formed by combining the names of the two people. Chapter 42, Hidden Academic Genius. The proprietress has a son named Deng Yi who is studying at Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School. He will be in his 3rd year of junior high school after the summer vacation. When Chin Song was in his 1st year of high school, he accidentally discovered that Deng Yi was being bullied by his classmates. So he dragged Chen Dajuan and Chen Xiaojun to Deng Yi's class and threatened the bullies several times. The men's cold, menacing expressions terrified the man so much that he wet himself. After that, no one dared to bully Deng Yi anymore. A week later, Chin Song and his group were unintentionally passing by the restaurant when Deng Yi recognized them and pulled them inside. It was during this incident that Zhao Hui learned that her son had been bullied by his classmates ever since he entered junior high school. "Someone deliberately smashed my pen until it ran out of ink. Someone deliberately tore up my test paper, and someone deliberately threw my school bag into the trash can." She cried and asked her son why he didn't tell his parents. Deng Yi, with tears in his eyes, said that his parents had worked very hard during that time, and he didn't want them to worry about this, and he was also afraid that it would affect the restaurant's business. To express his gratitude to Chin and Song, Zhao Hui specially invited the group to stay for a meal, saying that they wouldn't have to pay for meals there in the future. The food at Huimin restaurant was quite good. Since that time, Chin Song had often come here to eat. Every time Zhao Hui wanted to pay, she refused, but she couldn't persuade Chin Song otherwise. "And Hui, if you don't want money, then I won't dare to eat here anymore. I'll just go to the restaurant across the street to spite you." After Chin Song finished speaking, Zhao Hui put the money away, but she always gave a very generous amount of food each time. As they became more familiar with each other, Chin Song changed his address to Sister Hui. In his words, calling her that made her seem younger and more intimate. Zhao Hui naturally smiled and agreed, saying that the child had a sweet tongue. "Sister Hui, you know us. The usual, another case of beer." Zhao Hui looked at everyone and said, 8 bottles, 2 for each person, and Xiao Rong can have coconut juice. How about that?" Chin Song smiled and agreed. "Okay, 8 bottles it is." The restaurant was doing good business, but the dishes for Chin Song's table were served particularly quickly, which was because Zhao Hui had taken special care of them. After all the dishes were served, Zhao Hui smiled and said, "Let me know if you need anything," before going downstairs to greet the other guests. Chin Song opened the beer and filled all 4 people's glasses. The 4 clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. "Chin Song, to be honest, let's not associate with each other anymore. We're not from the same world," Chen Dajuan said earnestly after finishing his drink. Chin Song simply laid it out bluntly. "All right, I know everything. Aren't you all worried that I'll just coast through my senior year like I did in my freshman and sophomore years, which is why you're trying to cut ties with me?" Chen Dajuan looked at Chin Song with a surprised expression, then turned to look at He Shun. Hishin quickly waved his hand. It wasn't me who said that. All right, it doesn't matter who said it. Dajuan, I'm just asking you. How come we're not from the same world? Do I have an extra eye? Or an extra ear? Shun Dajuan shook his head again. Neither. I can see that you have the ability to do well in your studies. We are different. Xiaojun, Xiaorong and I lost our father when we were young, and our mother remarried. Shun and, well, that's how our lives are going to be. You are different. Working your whole life, but still can't afford a house. Struggling your whole life, but only able to marry a girl whose youth was once possessed by someone else. You're different. You have the ability, so why are you living a muddled and aimless life? Why are you letting yourself fall into depravity? Qin Song looked puzzled. When did I say I was going to give up in my senior year of high school? Didn't Hishin tell you that I haven't been to internet cafes these past few days and have been studying? Upon hearing this, Chun Dajuan choked and turned to look at Hishin. Hishin turned his head, swallowed hard, and said somewhat hesitantly, Dajuan, you didn't ask me anything. Chun Dajuan glanced at Hishin and sighed. He originally wanted to make the separation more decisive, even though Qin Song might not be able to accept it immediately, but a short pain is worse than a long one. After the pain subsided, Qin Song naturally turned his attention to his studies in order to shift his focus. Chen Dajuan knew that Qin Song had a childhood sweetheart who was very good at studying. He believed that this girl would be able to guide Qin Song, who needed to be distracted, in the right direction. But he didn't expect Qin Song to reveal his purpose directly, and Hishin caused this trouble, breaking the originally somber and resolute atmosphere. Now he's caught in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. Okay, that's exactly what we meant, Chen Dajuan admitted. Xiaojun, Hishin and I bought tickets to Guangzhou and Shenzhen for 2 days from now. You should study hard in your senior year of high school and stop thinking about playing all the time. Qin Song nodded. I have no objection to you and Xiaojun going, but Hishin cannot go. Why can't I go? Hishin asked, puzzled. I'll ask you 2 questions. If you can answer them, then you can go, Qin Song said. First, what do you mean by hiding your weaknesses in every exam? Is it to deliberately make your grades bad so that you'll have less regret after dropping out of school? Secondly, what will happen to Grandma if you go to Guangzhou or Shenzhen? Are you going to leave her alone at home? Qin Song learned about Hishin's concealment of his true academic achievements while drinking with his parents after their deaths in his previous life. Hishin can be considered a good student. He listens in class, never skips class, is never late, leaves early or absents from class, and always submits his assignments on time. He always finished his tasks quickly and then went to the internet cafe to print out the forms. He always manages to get average grades in the class. In his words, he only needs to listen to the lecture for a short while to understand it, and he can figure out how to solve the problem as soon as he sees it. Knowing what the right thing to do allows you to avoid the correct answer and thus control your score. When Chun Dajuan found out about this, he was filled with regret, regretting that he had brought him to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to work and ruined his future. What? Hiding your true abilities? You deliberately wrote the wrong answers during the exam. Chen Dajuan looked at Hishin in astonishment. Hishin hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. My family really can't afford to send me to school anymore. I don't want my grandma to work so hard anymore, and I don't want her to feel guilty for not being able to afford my education, so? As for Grandma's side, Dajuan and I have already agreed that Xiaorong will live at Grandma's house from now on, so the 2 of them will have each other's company. Hishin knew about his background. His grandmother hadn't hidden it from him. After their grandfather passed away in the 3rd year of junior high school, Dajuan and Xiaojun dropped out of school. They work odd jobs outside, and apart from daily living expenses, their only expense is supporting their younger sister, Chen Xiaorong, to go to school. The place I live in is the old house left by my grandfather. Qin Song, Chen Dajuan, Chen Xiaojun, and Chen Xiaorong frequently visited Hishin's house, bringing fruit from time to time and helping with cleaning. In Grandma He's eyes, these 5 people are all her good grandsons. What was your actual score? Chen Dajuan suddenly asked. I just studied casually, and I only got 600 points. I tried doing a set of last year's college entrance exam papers from our province, and I found that it wasn't that difficult. Hishin said somewhat embarrassedly. Chapter 43 Decision. Chun Dajuan glared at him. You got 600 points just by studying casually? Don't go. Focus on your studies. I'll cancel your ticket on my phone later. Only 600 points? Is that something a human being could say? Xiao Jun and I dropped out of school after graduating from junior high. When we were in school, our combined test scores didn't even reach 600 points, let alone the college entrance exam. Hearing that Chun Dajuan wouldn't let him go, Hishun panicked. No, my grandma is waiting for the money to treat her illness. Chun Dajuan punched Hishun's shoulder in exasperation. Are you out of your mind for money? With your talent, you could easily get into Tsinghua or Peking University if you put in the effort. Why do you insist on coming to work in a factory with us? Xiaojun and I will send you the money for grandma's medical treatment, as well as your tuition. You just need to focus on your studies and take good care of Xiaorong and grandma. Chen Dajuan made the decision immediately. Qin Song, however, did not think so optimistically about the situation. The elderly's illnesses are the ones that cannot be delayed. By the time you send the money back, the treatment will likely be more difficult. Grandma He's illness is a relatively common disease among the elderly. Although it is not serious, a minor surgery is still necessary. Hishun, do you know how much it will cost for grandma's surgery? Qin Song asked. Hishun thought for a moment. When I took my grandma to the hospital last time, I asked the doctor. The surgery and post-operative care would cost about 40,000 yuan. The doctor also said that after the surgery, she would need to rest and not overexert herself. Did the doctor say what the optimal date for the surgery is? The doctor said it would be best to have the surgery done before the 15th of next month. Qin Song nodded. In that case, I'll figure out a way to pay this money. I have no objection to Dajuan and Xiaojun going to Guangzhou and Shenzhen in a couple of days. But Hishun, you can't go. You and Xiaorong should study hard and take good care of Grandma He. Where did you get so much money? Don't do anything illegal. Chen Dajuan said anxiously. Although they mingle in society, they never do anything immoral or unethical. The reason he could get along with Qin Song was because he valued Qin Song's understanding of right and wrong and his sense of loyalty. What kind of heinous thing is it for me to borrow from my parents? Qin Song said irritably. This is such a large sum of money. It's not good to trouble your uncle and aunt, is it? Hishun said. Qin Song waved his hand. I'll make a video call to my parents when I have some free time and tell them what happened. I believe they will understand and be willing to help. He wasn't sure if his parents would be willing to give him the money. He'd have to try asking them eventually, but not now. My parents are working day and night to deliver goods, and I can't let this distract them. Qin Song planned to tell his parents in a couple of days. He calculated the date and figured his parents should have already delivered the goods by then. If his parents are unwilling, he will have to think of other ways. Although Qin Song and Hishun had only known each other for 2 years, he knew Hishun's character and liked Grandma He very much, so he was willing to do his part. All the events of my past life have shown that Hishun is a reliable friend and a brother worth confiding in. After the meal, Chen Dajuan insisted on paying the bill. The group chatted for a while longer and settled on the outcome of today's matter. The large and small teams ventured to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, giving up their rented apartments in the city. Hishun's house has 3 rooms. One for Grandma He, one for Hishun, and one is empty. Since no one was taking care of her, Xiaorong moved to that empty room so that she could look after Grandma He when Hishun wasn't home. Hishun continued his studies, and Qin Song told him not to worry about university tuition. If you can become the top scorer in the province, those prestigious universities will not only waive your tuition fees, but also provide scholarships, and the local government will also offer rewards. Even if you don't get into university, there are interest-free student loans available. You can also work part-time during university, and if you're diligent, you can definitely support yourself. As for the money for Grandma He's medical treatment, Qin Song thought he could borrow it from his parents, and he felt the chances were pretty good. Dajuan and Xiaojun also planned to see if they can get an advance on their wages after finding a job, hoping to scrape together as much as they can. After that, the group discussed it and decided not to continue playing in the afternoon. Instead, they bought some vegetables, fruits, and meat and went to Hishun's house to visit Grandma He. Grandma He owns a house in an old residential area built in the 1980s and 1990s, not far from the school. Each building has 6 floors and no elevator. Grandma He lives on the 2nd floor. He Shun went upstairs, took out his key, opened the door, and the layout of the house came into view. There is no partition in the entryway. To the left of the entrance is a small dining area with 4 stools and a square table. The toilet is directly opposite the entrance. To the left of the restaurant is a secondary balcony, and next to it is the kitchen. The living room is to the right of the entrance. There are 3 rooms in 3 directions from the living room, a master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms. There is also a main balcony outside the master bedroom. The house isn't big, less than 100 square meters in total, but it's small yet complete, with everything you need. The only drawback is the lack of natural gas pipelines. Cooking can only be done using a gas cylinder connected to a gas stove, but it doesn't have a significant impact. He-shun said he had also mentioned selling the house to pay for Grandma He's medical treatment, but Grandma He was unwilling. I heard from a rumor that this place will be relocated in the future. Now, if we want to sell it, we can't because we don't know whether that rumor is reliable or not, so we can't sell it for the time being. Grandma He had 2 other reasons for not wanting to sell. First, she wanted to keep something as a memento, because she couldn't be old and still be without a home, having to rent a place to live. Secondly, she wanted to leave something for He-shun after she died, and didn't want to send her money into the bottomless pit of the hospital. I'm just an old woman. It's perfectly normal for me to be born, grow old, get sick and die. Why waste money like that? These are Grandma He's exact words. When Grandma He saw her grandson bring Chin-song and the others home, she immediately got up from her recliner. Oh my, everyone's here. Grandma He went straight to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out the mung bean paste. Grandma made this morning, try it. Then she took out some fruit, some pastries, and nuts. Grandma He always does this. Whenever Chin-song and his group come to visit her, she brings out all the delicious food and urges them to eat. Grandma, you lie down and rest. I'll get it for you. He-shun quickly stepped forward and helped Grandma He back to the recliner. Although Grandma He's face was a little pale, she was in good spirits. Although the illness wasn't particularly serious, the occasional sharp pain still made Grandma He frown. Grandma He usually makes a living by selling snacks on the street. Because the snacks are clean, hygienic, and inexpensive, they are very popular. However, Grandma He has to do every step herself, so she earns her money through hard work. Chapter 44 Spoiling. Recently, because Grandma He was unwell, He-shun had to persuade her to stop what she was doing before she could rest at home. However, at the same time, the family's savings were also decreasing, so He-shun had the idea of dropping out of school to earn money to pay for his grandmother's medical treatment. After eating some mung bean soup and pastries in front of Grandma He, the group worked together to clean the house inside and out. As dinner time approached, the group stayed at Grandma He's house for another meal cooked by He-shun and chatted for a while. Grandma He was reluctant to part with Dajuan and Xiaojun when she learned that they were going to venture out into the world. In the 2 years they've spent together, she's come to regard them as her grandchildren. He repeatedly reminded the 2 to be careful while they were out and not to be reckless. In any case, Grandma's place has always been their home. He-shun also told Grandma He about Xiaorong moving in, and Grandma He was very happy. She really liked the child, Xiaorong. Loves learning, and is willing to listen to his own rambling. After chatting for a while, as darkness fell, the group bid farewell to Grandma He, and Chin-song finally returned home. It was already 7 p.m. when Chin-song got home. He took a quick shower, finished writing 20,000 words for the day, and then looked at his phone. It was almost 10 p.m. Holding the imperial sword given to her by Lu Yu, Jiang Wanwan sent out her question. Jiang Wanwan, did you not read or study today? Then, she sent a meme of a cat looking questioning. Chin-song looked at the messages on his phone and scratched his head. I think I've become a bit lax. After sending a heroine, have mercy, emoji, replying to Jiang Wanwan's message, chatting with her for a while, and making plans to study at her house all day the next day, Chin-song finally prepared to go to bed after saying good night to each other. In his mind, Chin-song recalled his actions over the past few days since his rebirth. In terms of family ties, Chin-song would not allow the scene from his previous life to repeat itself, causing the regret of wanting to care for one's parents but finding them gone. In love, he and Jiang Wanwan were very compatible. They would never overstep the bounds before the college entrance examination and would not make their relationship public. At the same time, they were both aware of each other's feelings. Their parents were very open-minded and approved of the marriage. As for friendships, the matter with Chun Dajun, Chun Xiaojun, and He Shun has been settled. Dajun and Xiaojun went to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to make their way in the world, while He Shun focused on his studies during his senior year of high school. As for his career and material possessions, Qin Song firmly believed that the book, 10 Days, The End, would give him a satisfactory answer. The immense popularity of his past life is the best proof. At this moment, Qin Song silently said to himself, "Sorry, pest killer." Now, the only worry is the 40,000 yuan needed for Grandma, his medical treatment. However, Qin Song believed that he could resolve the matter within a month of the optimal surgery date. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Qin Song finished washing up quickly and was just about to go upstairs to Jiang Wanwan's house when the delivery man knocked on the door. It turned out that the birthday presents my parents bought for me had arrived. When Qin Song opened it, sure enough, it was a brand new chrysanthemum mobile phone. In his previous life, Qin Song received the same gift from his parents for his 18th birthday. Qin Song put on his new phone, fiddled with it for a bit, and then sent a message to Lu Yu. Qin Song, "Mom, I received my birthday present. I love it. Thank you, Mom and Dad." To Qin Song's surprise, his mother replied instantly, "Lu Yu, I'm glad you like it. I have good news. The boss changed the delivery address at the last minute. It's closer to the original one. Your dad and I will definitely be able to make it back for your birthday. Today is June 20th, and my 18th birthday is in 3 days, on June 23rd. After learning that his parents would definitely be able to come back, Qin Song decided to save the matter of borrowing money for his birthday, at least that would increase the chances of success. Qin Song, "Okay, you and Dad drive carefully, and remember to take a 20-minute break every 4 hours." Qin Song waited for a while, but Lu Yu didn't reply, so he figured she must have continued on her way. Putting on the free phone case, Qin Song took the keys and took the elevator to Jiang Wanwan's house. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Jiang Wanwan looked through the peephole and saw that it was Qin Song before opening the door and revealing her head wearing a headband. "Qin Song, don't come in yet. My mom asked me to go downstairs to get breakfast. Could you grab it while you're at it, and then come back up?" Jiang Wanwan blinked her big eyes and cupped her hands in a pleading gesture. Qin Song readily nodded, smiled and agreed, stepped into the elevator, pressed the button, and the elevator slowly descended. A moment later, the elevator doors opened, and Qin Song stepped out and arrived in front of Aunt Sue's breakfast shop. In Jiangxing City, many companies usually clock in at 9 a.m., but now it's 8:30 a.m. Because everyone is rushing to work at this time, there is a constant stream of people coming to buy breakfast, and the queues are very long. Everyone's face showed a hint of weariness, but their eyes were filled with anticipation and longing for the new day. Jiangxing City is not competitive. Its citizens, and indeed the entire city, greet each day with a relaxed attitude. In the crowded throng, Qin Song saw all sorts of figures. Some were dressed in formal business attire, holding folders or laptops. Some were dressed in casual and comfortable clothes, perhaps having just finished exercising or preparing to enjoy a rare annual leave. People chatted with strangers while waiting for their breakfast, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere that made the morning particularly bustling. Qin Song stood in the crowd, preparing to obediently queue up according to the rules. However, at that moment, Su Qiaoling's gaze pierced through the crowd like lightning and landed precisely on him. "Qin Song, come here." Upon hearing Su Qiaoling's voice, Qin Song stepped forward. "That girl Wanwan, when we asked her to come down and get it, she actually made you come down herself." She took out a thermos she had prepared beforehand and handed it to Qin Song, then took out 2 steaming cups of fragrant soy milk from the table. "It's all right, Aunt Sue. I was just doing this on the side, to let Wanwan rest more. It's worth it to run an errand for a free breakfast." Su Qiaoling laughed and said, "You just spoil that girl too much." While Su Qiaoling was chatting with Qin Song, her hands didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, she completed several business transactions. After saying goodbye to Aunt Sue, Qin Song took the elevator to the 13A floor and knocked on Jiang Wanwan's door again. Upon hearing the knock, Jiang Wanwan immediately jumped up from the sofa and ran to the door, gently turning the doorknob. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened a crack. Through the crack, she saw Qin Song standing outside, and a slight smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. She opened the door, went to greet him, and took the thermos and soy milk from Qin Song's hands. There's a new pair of slippers by the door, just put them on. Chapter 45 Acting skills are online. Qin Song nodded, changed into slippers, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The insulated box had 2 layers. Jiang Wanwan opened the box, and the first layer contained 2 brown sugar-steamed buns and an egg, which were obviously prepared for Jiang Wanwan. The second layer was deeper than the first, and it contained 4 meat buns, a sticky rice chicken, and 2 eggs. Looking at the overflowing insulated food containers, Qin Song smiled wryly and said, "Auntie is feeding me like a pig." Jiang Wanwan laughed heartily. "My mom was just worried you wouldn't have enough to eat." After a quick breakfast, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan went to their bedroom to begin their studies. After the two sat down, Jiang Wanwan took out a set of test papers and placed them in front of Qin Song without saying a word. Seeing Qin Song's puzzled look, Jiang Wanwan explained, "This set of test papers was carefully selected by me. Although the knowledge points they require are not deep and the questions are relatively simple, there are a few tricks to pay attention to. Write this set of test papers today, and I will explain it to you later." As she spoke, she took out another set of test papers. "Here, this is my set. We don't have any new lessons in our senior year of high school. We just do practice problems and go over them every day. As long as you thoroughly understand the knowledge points, are serious, and avoid those pitfalls, it's still quite easy to get into a university. By the way, you don't need to write Chinese and English compositions, and you don't need to do English listening comprehension either." Qin Song nodded, picked up his pen, and began to work. He was actually quite curious about his current skill level. Jiang Wanwan nodded in satisfaction when she saw Qin Song engrossed in the questions. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden dappled patterns in a corner of the room. After finishing the basic Chinese questions, Qin Song turned to look at Jiang Wanwan, who was chewing on a pen cap while looking at the question stem of a math problem. Qin Song reached out and ripped off the pen cap. "Don't bite the pen cap. It's covered in germs." "Oh." Jiang Wanwan pouted and nodded in agreement, secretly delighted. "Qin Song is concerned about me. Hee hee." With this mindset, Jiang Wanwan's accuracy rate improved significantly when doing the questions. Before they knew it, it was noon. The two, engrossed in their problem-solving, didn't even notice that Su Xiaoling had returned. It wasn't until the restaurant wafted a delicious aroma that the two realized it was lunchtime. Jiang Wanwan finished quickly, having already completed Chinese, math, and English, with only the science exam remaining, while Qin Song had only completed half of the English exam. The two left the bedroom and entered the dining room, which was filled with a fragrant aroma. Inside the kitchen, Su Xiaoling, wearing an apron, brought out the last dish of vegetables. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan sat around the dining table, their eyes filled with anticipation. The dishes on the table were plentiful and varied, with vibrant and enticing colors. The Qin and Song families all enjoy spicy food, especially the fragrant and spicy kind. Jiang Wanwan's family also likes spicy food, but mainly prefers sour and spicy flavors. But whether it's spicy or sour and spicy, Qin Song likes it as long as it's spicy. A dish of spicy and sour chicken giblets, a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, a dish of scallion omelet, a dish of vegetables, and a big pot of fish head tofu soup. Su Qiaoling untied her apron, went to the kitchen to wash her hands, and then sat down at the dining table, smiling at the two of them with tenderness in her eyes. "Qin Song, please don't be shy, make yourself at home." Su Qiaoling smiled and used her chopsticks to pick up some chicken giblets and put them in Qin Song's bowl. Qin Song nodded, picked up the bowl that was already full of rice, and started eating, without any hesitation. He wasn't hungry at first, but the smell of the sour and spicy aroma made him hungry immediately. Jiang Wanwan pouted. "Mom, what about mine? I want you to put food on my plate too." Su Qiaoling smiled and said, Okay, Wanwan wants some too." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of vegetables with his chopsticks and put it into Jiang Wanwan's bowl. Jiang Wanwan looked at the chicken giblets in Qin Song's bowl, then at the vegetables in her own bowl, and pouted even more. Mom, you're being unfair. Why did you give Qin Song chicken giblets, but give me vegetables? Su Qiaoling looked at her clever and mischievous daughter and gently tapped her forehead with the end of her chopsticks. Have you forgotten that you can't eat spicy food now? As she spoke, she picked up a small bowl and ladled a bowl of soup for Jiang Wanwan. Look, don't say Mom is biased. Fish head tofu soup is good for your brain. Drink more of it. Although my mother graduated from university, she hasn't read a book in so many years, and she has long forgotten the knowledge. Mom can't help you with your studies, but Mom can help with other things. Jiang Wanwan took the bowl of soup, drank a small sip with relish, squinted her eyes in comfort, and gave Qin Song a smug look. Qin Song unconsciously revealed a doting smile, which Su Qiaoling took in. He took out a small bowl from the sterilizer, filled it with soup for himself, and started drinking it just like Jiang Wanwan, which earned him a roll of his eyes from Jiang Wanwan. The breakfast shop isn't just open for a short time in the morning, it's open until 6 p.m. After finishing her meal, Su Qiaoling told them to study hard and then left. She plans to hire 2 people to help manage the store, but she hasn't found any yet. Even if she does, they will need to train them for a while, so Su Qiaoling still has to stay at the store to watch over things. Compared to Su Qiaoling's speed, Jiang Wanwan was a bit slower. Qin Song had finished eating and washed the dishes. He took half a melon out of the refrigerator and started eating it, while Jiang Wanwan was still sipping her soup. The soup is served in a heat-insulating pot, so it doesn't get cold or fishy over time. She had some discomfort in her lower abdomen, and drinking soup could relieve this discomfort, which is why she kept sipping it. Naturally, she couldn't have iced watermelon. After finishing her soup and eating her fill, Jiang Wanwan patted her tummy contentedly. Turning her head, she saw Qin Song sitting on the sofa, munching on a watermelon. That was left to me by my mother. Jiang Wanwan pounced like a hungry tiger, making a move to snatch the watermelon from Qin Song's hand. Without even turning his head, Qin Song used his right hand to press Jiang Wanwan's head down. During your special time, would Aunt Sue save the iced watermelon for you? It was clearly meant for me. Jiang Wanwan tried her best to push forward, but found that she couldn't touch the watermelon no matter what she did. Seeing that the watermelon was dwindling due to Qin Song's pig-like eating habits, she decided, ouch, my stomach hurts. I bumped my stomach. Jiang Wanwan's body went limp, and she collapsed onto the sofa, clutching her stomach and showing a pained expression, managing to squeeze out a few tears. Qin Song, believing the superb acting skills, hurriedly put down the watermelon in his hand, wiped the water droplets from his palms on his clothes, and moved to sit next to Jiang Wanwan. What happened? Did you bump your stomach? Seeing that Jiang Wanwan didn't reply and continued to clutch her stomach, Qin Song became even more anxious. He felt somewhat guilty. Although he didn't know how he bumped into something, Qin Song still took the blame upon himself. Chapter 46 Rubbing and Rubbing. I'm sorry, Wanwan, I didn't mean to. We'll go to the hospital right now. Qin Song saw a TikTok video about a girl whose corpus luteum would rupture from the slightest bump during her vulnerable period. He didn't know if this was the case, but going to the hospital was definitely the right thing to do. Just as he was about to pick Jiang Wanwan up in his arms and carry her out, the girl slipped out of Qin Song's arms with the speed of an eel burrowing into a hole, picked up half a watermelon from the table, and ate a few bites. Idiot Qin Song, you fell for my trap. Hee hee. Seeing that Qin Song did not reply, Jiang Wanwan ate a few more bites of watermelon until she finished the rest of the watermelon, and then she cautiously moved her little feet toward him. Qin Song, you're not angry, are you? Seeing that Qin Song hadn't spoken yet, Jiang Wanwan added, don't be angry. How about we buy another watermelon later? No, 2 watermelons. How about I give you all the food? Seeing Qin Song turn his head away with red eyes, Jiang Wanwan realized that she might have gone too far. Do you know how scary you were just now? I've seen videos on TikTok of girls experiencing severe ruptured corpora lutea and massive bleeding from just a slight touch. Some even require surgery. Jiang Wanwan poked her index fingers together. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to eat iced watermelon. I can't eat anything cold or spicy these past few days. I'm about to suffocate. Chin Song did not reply. The redness in his eyes had subsided, but he still sat on the sofa with a cold expression. Jiang Wanwan decided to go all out and threw herself into Chin Song's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist, hugging his neck, and rubbing her face against his chest. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to eat some chilled watermelon. I had no idea you'd think so much about it. Don't be angry anymore. Okay, okay. She rubbed against him while acting coquettishly, completely unaware of how damaging this behavior would be to Chin Song, who had been a child for 2 lifetimes. Chin Song felt like his whole body was on fire. His blood was flowing faster and faster. An inexplicable fire was surging in his lower abdomen, and his breathing was becoming increasingly heavy. Jiang Wanwan felt as if she were in a warm fireplace, feeling extremely comfortable and relaxed. Chin Song, what's that hard and hot in your pocket? Upon hearing this, Chin Song immediately lifted Jiang Wanwan off his body. My phone. I forgot to turn off the screen on my phone in my pocket. It's getting hot. Oh, Jiang Wanwan didn't think much of it, still savoring the feeling of snuggling in Chin Song's arms. Come on, let's go buy some snacks to satisfy your cravings, so you don't end up wanting something cold or spicy. Chin Song stood up and greeted them. Aren't you going to study? You haven't finished your test yet. Jiang Wanwan asked in confusion. Study? In this atmosphere, if the two of them were studying together in the bedroom, a lone man and a lone woman, Chin Song was really afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself. Okay, he's not that much of a beast. He just wants to calm down. To dissipate the romantic atmosphere quickly so they could continue studying, Chin Song decided to go out for a walk with Jiang Wanwan first, to breathe some fresh air, feel the breeze, and calm down. It's not too late to come back and study after you've bought it. Okay. Hearing Chin Song say that, Jiang Wanwan naturally agreed happily. Since there was no food at home, she wanted to buy some snacks to replenish her supplies. Then you can't be angry, Jiang Wanwan asked tentatively. Chin Song glared at her. Have you forgotten how you were at my house a few days ago? During that special period, I also had a fever. I don't know where I got the courage to go to the convenience store downstairs to buy sanitary napkins. You have no idea how that cashier looked at me when I paid the bill. She even asked me if I bought it to collect. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. She was just joking. Who told you to bring a whole bunch of things to the checkout? There were all sorts of items. Seeing Chin Song's annoyed look, the girl stuck out her tongue and said, Okay, I won't say anymore. She stepped forward, hugged Chin Song's arm, and shook it. Chin Song is the best. He's the best to me. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. The girl's earlier act of acting cute on the sofa seemed to have opened up a whole new world for her. If acting cute works, then what's the point of using other tricks? One trick is all you need. When in doubt, you resort to coquetry and cuteness. The two went to a snack shop near the residential area. Jiang Wanwan walked ahead, choosing snacks, while Chin Song followed behind with a basket. The girl turned her head, holding a bag of snacks, and looked at Chin Song. Upon closer inspection, Chin Song recognized it as Wei Ji Yuan Dongting fishtail. No. The girl let out a disappointed, oh, then picked up a bag of snacks and looked at Chin Song. Why Ziyuan Dongting fish fillet? No way. What's the difference between these two? They're both so spicy they make your mouth water. There's a difference, okay? The fish fillet isn't as spicy as the fish tail, the girl argued. Chin Song shrugged. Buying it is fine, but I'll be the one eating it, not you. Okay, how about this? Jiang Wanwan picked up a packet of vegetarian tripe with missing teeth and looked at Chin Song. Chin Song glanced at her helplessly. He realized that this girl was doing it on purpose, deliberately choosing to buy spicy food. He shook his head and picked up a bag of sweet and spicy chicken drumsticks from the side. This is more suitable for you right now. After saying that, he picked up a bag of cumin-flavored pork jerky and a pack of AD calcium supplements. These two go well together too. But I want to eat spicy food, spicy and sour or spicy, it's all fine. Jiang Wanwan looked at Chin Song pitifully, trying to use her charm again. Chin Song shook his head, not falling for the trick. No, you can only eat this after your special period is over. Right now, you can only eat this kind. Or, Chin Song paused for a moment, then picked up a bag of wafer biscuits and a bag of lollipops. You can have something sweet too. Upon hearing the word sweet, Jiang Wanwan shook her head vigorously. She came to the snack shop specifically for the spicy snacks. She already has sweet ones at home. But seeing Qin Song's unwavering gaze, Jiang Wanwan finally gave in. She then took several packets of pork jerky and chicken drumsticks as revenge, along with several rows of calcium supplements. There were also some subtle tricks involved. A few packets of spicy baby fish were mixed into the snacks. Qin and Song saw it, but did not expose it. It's okay for her to eat a little spicy food, but Qin Song is still scared because of what happened a few days ago, so he's been keeping an eye on Jiang Wanwan's eating spicy and cold foods during this special period. Qin Song was also feeling bad. He wanted to buy some of the spicy snacks, but when he thought about how he was eating them while Jiang Wanwan could only look at him with pitiful eyes, he couldn't bear it. The main concern was that she might secretly take it and eat it. For people who love spicy food, it's no exaggeration to say that when they crave spicy food but can't have it, they feel like ants are crawling all over their body, making them feel uncomfortable. Chapter 47, The Little Girl is Jealous. After buying snacks, the two returned home and continued working on their exam papers. Jiang Wanwan took out her science exam paper and continued working on it, while Qin Song was reading the second reading comprehension passage in English. There are many sources for reading comprehension passages in English exams. One of the passages Qin Song is currently reading is about an elderly man named Xiao Sun who, in order to save money, did not want to tell his family after falling ill. However, his observant grandson discovered this, and he eventually went to the hospital for treatment and recovered. Seeing this, Qin Song thought of Grandma He again. Could she have already discussed with the doctor about having the doctor help her conceal her condition? With these thoughts in mind, Qin Song shook his head. Probably not, because when I visited Grandma He yesterday, she seemed to be in good health. Jiang Wanwan noticed Qin Song's furrowed brows. Jiang Wanwan thought Qin Song was thinking about the questions, but she noticed that his gaze was not on the test paper and his eyes were not focused. She put down her pen and waved her hand in front of Qin Song's eyes, but Qin Song didn't react at all. Jiang Wanwan leaned forward slightly so that she could look directly into Qin Song's eyes. Jiang Wanwan saw a hint of worry and concern in his eyes. Qin Song, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Jiang Wanwan asked. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's voice, Qin Song snapped out of his reverie, shook his head, and after a moment said, "It's nothing. Let's continue with the exam." Jiang Wanwan saw that Qin Song had been holding back for a long time, and thought he was organizing his thoughts to tell her, but she didn't expect him to blurt out such a sentence. She had a stern face, with words clearly written on it. "I'm not happy." Seeing her expression, Qin Song tried to brush it off. "Okay, it's really nothing. Let's continue with the test. After we finish grading the test, you'll have to explain the wrong questions to me." Humph. Jiang Wanwan's face fell. "You're definitely hiding something from me. Did that girl from class 4 contact you again?" "A girl from class 4? What girl from class 4? Qin Song racked his brains for a long time before finally pulling this person out of his memory. Because of their loyalty and ruthlessness, Chun Dajuan and Qin Xiaojun still had some influence among the young men and street thugs. The girl in class 4 was named Wan Yi. She had long, dyed yellow hair with curls at the ends. She wore several earrings, always kept her school uniform jacket open, revealing a crop top and low-rise jeans underneath. Her face was adorned with elaborate makeup, but her eyeshadow was heavy and her eyeliner was drawn out long. She looks like a typical, young, energetic girl. More than 2 months ago, when I was having barbecue with Dajuan, Xiaojun, and he Shun at night, a group of energetic young men came over to greet us. That day, my parents were going on a long trip, so they left a large sum of money for food. The first thing I did after getting the money was to invite them out for barbecue. When the group of energetic young men came over to greet us, they were very polite. Thinking of a saying circulating in society, following this spirited young men, you'll go hungry 3 times a day and get beaten with a steel rod at every meal. Perhaps feeling sorry for them, Qin Song invited them to come and eat with him. They readily agreed, but didn't order anything expensive. They just focused on things that were easy to fill their stomachs. Large portions of fried noodles, hot dogs, bean products, etc. They didn't even glance at things like shrimp, butter, beef, or mutton. Wang Yi was also there with her group of close female friends at that time. Judging from Qin Song's forthright manner, he might have some ideas. Qin Song was naturally unaware of this matter. Sometime later, while eating with De Jun and the others, he encountered that group of energetic young men again, and Qin Song treated them to a meal as usual. The group of energetic young men were very happy and said to come to them if they needed anything. They even left their QQ numbers with Qin Song, including Wang Yi's. After that incident, Wang Yi probably felt that Qin Song was generous, or that Qin Song had a higher status among that group of young men, so she would often come to Qin Song and slip him love letters. Jiang Wanwan was very jealous when she found out about this. But at that time, Qin Song was so engrossed in his studies that he couldn't extricate himself from the world of learning, and he didn't pay much attention to this matter. He simply had Jiang Wanwan handle the love letters for him. I never expected this girl to still remember it. It's really not that girl from class 4. I've already deleted her. Qin Song smiled wryly, took out his phone and handed it to Jiang Wanwan. You can check it if you don't believe me. By the way, this phone was a gift from my parents for my 18th birthday. It arrived in the package this morning, and I put it on right away. I used the phone migration function to migrate with one click. All the message history is still there, and you can check them one by one. Qin Song really did delete Wang Yi's contact information on the very first night after his rebirth, while fiddling with his phone. He wasn't really interested in this spirited young woman, but he didn't delete those spirited young men from his contacts. In fact, he had a pretty good impression of them. I remember one night when I was eating cold noodles with Dajuan and the others outside, we ran into this group of energetic young men. Qin Song also offered to treat each of them to a bowl. They looked at the price and refused, saying that the jelly here was all made with fruit and coconut milk, and adding just a little bit would double the price, which wasn't worth it, and they didn't want Qin Song to spend money. Qin Song smiled and said it was okay, but they still politely declined and left. Qin Song also learned about this group of people through Chen Dajuan. Although they always hung out on the streets, they didn't do anything bad. The reason they dropped out of school was because of family reasons. Some parents are divorced, and both treat their children as a burden. Other families are poor and can only afford to send one child to school, so the older brother voluntarily withdraws. Of course, some students also join them, such as Wang Yi. However, these were all isolated cases, and Qin Song neither investigated the inside story nor wanted to. Jiang Wanwan pushed the phone he handed her back, saying, "I'm no one to you. Why would I check your phone? That's your privacy." The girl answered readily on the surface, but the joy in her eyes was obvious. If Qin Song said that, he probably deleted it, which means he's no longer interested in that woman. Hee. So happy. Then shouldn't you tell me what you were thinking just now? Maybe I can be of help? Qin Song hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell Jiang Wanwan the whole story. He knew she should know about his relationships, and he didn't want to hide it from her. He spent 15 minutes explaining what he had done yesterday. He recounted the actions taken by the Chun brothers, and he shunned to ensure he could focus on his studies during his senior year of high school. She also talked about her relationship with the 3 Chun siblings and He Shun, and mentioned Grandma He's illness, but didn't mention how much money it would cost. Finally, he mentioned He Shun's control over the score again. What? He Shun can score 600 points now. Jiang Wanwan was very surprised by He Shun's grades. Although she has consistently ranked in the top 10 of her grade, she is only in her final year of high school after the holidays, and her current score is not yet 600. Jiangxing's educational resources are not considered good within the province, so even the top student in the grade doesn't get very high scores. Jiangxing City belongs to Nanjiang Province, and the provincial capital, Fucking City, has particularly rich educational resources, especially its 4 prestigious schools. The undergraduate admission rate is 99%, and the first-tier university admission rate is 98%. Therefore, people from Nanjiang Province often suggest that the 4 top universities should be located in a separate province with their own set of exam papers. It is easy to imagine the influence of the 4 prestigious universities. Chapter 48, The Little Rich Woman. Qin Song nodded. Yes, He Shun's talent in learning is unparalleled. He said that this is still because he didn't study much and didn't do many practice problems. If he had worked hard in his senior year of high school, he probably could have easily beaten the 4 top schools. Jiang Wanwan nodded, a look of envy on her face. Compared to those with extraordinary talent, all I can do is work hard. After all, people who are more talented than me are working harder than me. So what right do I have not to work hard? How much does Grandma He's illness cost? Jiang Wanwan asked. At least 40,000 yuan, and the doctor said that after the surgery, he needs to recuperate and can't go out to earn money. Including He Shun's expenses in his senior year of high school, at least 50,000 yuan is needed to keep He Shun's mind at ease and let him study in peace during his senior year of high school. Are you and He Shun good friends? Jiang Wanwan asked again. Upon hearing this, Qin Song recalled a previous fight where they had just exchanged some harsh words and insults, and then a peacemaker would come along and say that both sides knew each other, and the matter would be resolved with a laugh. Although the atmosphere was tense, neither side showed any intention of making a move. They were just putting on a show, ready to back down at the slightest opportunity. After all, they're all out in society and are all over 14 years old. If something really happens, they could face criminal charges. But unexpectedly, someone suddenly grabbed a fruit knife and rushed over, swinging it at Qin Song. Upon seeing this, He Shun immediately pulled Qin Song away, but his own arm was bruised by a fruit knife. Although the injury was not serious, Qin Song kept it in mind. After his parents passed away in his previous life, He Shun didn't ask him if he needed money. After rushing back from Guangzhou and Shenzhen, he handed him 100,000 yuan without saying a word, saying that the money was for his uncle and aunt's funeral. It's better to have quality friends than many. In this life, 2 or 3 close friends are enough. Qin Song nodded vigorously. That's right, they are very good friends. Then, he briefly explained how He Shun had gotten himself injured in the process. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately stood up nervously, circled around Qin Song several times, and frantically lifted his clothes and tossed her hair. Qin Song patted her hand and smiled. I'm fine. After checking repeatedly, Jiang Wanwan hummed and said mysteriously, Then let's finish the test paper quickly. I have a surprise for you when we're done. Although he didn't know what the surprise Jiang Wanwan was talking about was, he still had to finish the test. Jiang Wanwan only had the science comprehensive test paper left, and her foundation was more solid than Qin Song's. After finishing the whole test paper, she started grading her own. After she finished grading, Qin Song had also finished all his exam papers. Qin Song handed the exam paper to the girl, then stood up and stretched. So what score did you get? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in delight. If we calculate the passing scores for English listening comprehension, English composition, and Chinese composition, it's about 580 points. Actually, I always scored above the passing grade in listening comprehension and the 2 essays in each exam, which adds up to about 600 points. The girl, who performed exceptionally well today, was overjoyed and immediately picked up her phone to take pictures to commemorate the moment. Although the scoring for those subjective questions might not be standardized, this was, after all, the first time she had come so close to 600 points, and she had even done questions at the level of the college entrance examination. This means she is one step closer to her ideal university, Jiangxing University. Okay, stop taking pictures. I finished my test and handed it to you. Where's my reward? Qin Song stretched out his hand, palm up, and waved at Jiang Wanwan. The quirky girl rested her chin on it. So, are you satisfied with this reward? Qin Song raised an eyebrow at the girl who was practically offering herself up. Are you sure? He leaned forward, and the two got closer and closer. The heat of her breath washed over the girl's face, giving her a blush unique to youth. Uncertain. Jiang Wanwan jumped up like a startled rabbit. I'll go get your reward. Qin Song watched the girl get up and leave, and chuckled softly. Really? She's both bad at the game and loves to play. Jiang Wanwan went to the wardrobe, opened the bottom drawer, and took out the piggy bank at the very back. Then he rummaged around inside, and pulled out a small metal box. Qin Song looked at the 2 items placed on the desk with some confusion. Is this a reward? Jiang Wanwan nodded. This piggy bank is square and not made of ceramic, but of plastic and iron. It can be easily disassembled without needing to be broken. The girl unfastened the clasps on the piggy bank one by one. However, after the second-to-last clasp was opened, the piggy bank exploded from one side like Pandora's box, and coins of various colors flew out. Oh no, I forgot there was too much money inside. I should have covered it with a blanket when I opened it. Jiang Wanwan gently patted her head and muttered to herself. Where did you get so much money? Qin Song asked in surprise. I saved it up. I don't usually spend much money, except for clothes, snacks, and study materials. Every year, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu would give me a big red envelope, and my mother would also give me a big red envelope. She also gives me a lot of pocket money. I save up all my New Year's money and pocket money every year, and that's how much I have. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Qin Song felt somewhat ashamed. Jiang Wanwan's parents give her lucky money every year, and Aunt Sue also gives her lucky money every year. Because my parents are quite open-minded, I don't have to hand over my New Year's money. I can keep it for myself. Jiang Wanwan saves all her money every year, while I spend all my money every year. Before, when he liked to go out and have fun, he would ask Jiang Wanwan for money when he ran out of money. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Hey, don't ask yet. Pick up all the money and let's count how much there is. Jiang Wanwan picked up the money that had been scattered on the ground one bill at a time. Didn't you keep track of the quantity? Qin Song asked. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. No, there are too many to remember. Qin Song. Okay, money talks. After the two gathered all the money together and counted it, they found that there was actually more than 50,000, close to 60,000. Next, Jiang Wanwan opened the small iron box, inside which were small glass jars, each sealed with a wooden stopper, and inside each jar were tiny gold beans. Jiang Wanwan poured them out and counted them. There were a total of 60. 1 gram, which is 60 grams. The current price of gold is around 350 yuan per gram. The total value of these little gold beans is 21,000 yuan. These two sums together amount to approximately 80,000. What a little rich girl. Qin Song thought to himself. I've been buying this gold myself every year on my birthday since I was 10 years old. Sometimes I buy a lot, sometimes a little, and now I have this much. Chapter 49 First Kiss. She pushed the stack of banknotes and gold coins toward Qin Song. Here, it's all for you. Give me. Jiang Wanwan nodded. Your friend's grandmother needs surgery fees, right? It's safer to have more money. Qin Song waved his hand repeatedly. Anyway, my parents will be back on my birthday. I'll just ask them to lend it to me then, and they should understand. But shouldn't that old man's illness be treated as early as possible? Since it's all borrowing anyway, it makes no difference whether you borrow from me or I do it. Anyway, this money is for. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan's voice grew softer and softer until Qin Song could no longer hear her. Hey, here you go. But let me make this clear first. I'm not lending this money because you're a friend. Although part of the reason is because of that old man, the main reason is still because of you. Because he is your good friend's elder. Of course, another reason is that your friends really care about your future. I'll lend you the money, but you need to agree to one condition. Now that things have come to this point, it wouldn't be good for Qin Song to refuse again, especially since this is a life-saving sum of money. He pushed the gold coins back and took out 50,000 yuan from the cash. 50,000 yuan is enough. Tell me your conditions. I'll agree to anything you ask for. The girl put her right index finger to her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then said, You must study hard for the next year and get into the same university as me. Qin Song smiled and nodded. Okay, I promise you. That's what I was thinking too. Then write a guarantee. Good. Qin Song tore a blank page from the draft paper beside him and began to write. Guarantee. Qin Song promises Jiang Wanwan that he will study hard during their senior year of high school and get into the same university as her. He will never go back on his word, and this promise is effective immediately. Guarantor, Qin Song, guarantee date, June 20th, 2018. After finishing writing, Qin Song handed the guarantee to Jiang Wanwan. Seeing the words, Teacher Jiang Wanwan, written on the paper, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but smile, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. She carefully folded the guarantee and placed it in the tin box that held the little gold beans, then put the tin box back in the very back of the bottom drawer of the wardrobe. Seeing Qin Song staring at her with a smile, Jiang Wanwan added another seemingly obvious comment. Don't overthink it. I didn't mean anything by it. I just don't want you to let your uncle and aunt down. Qin Song suppressed a laugh. I understand, I understand. You didn't mean anything by it. I misunderstood. Okay. Jiang Wanwan patted Qin Song on the shoulder approvingly. You're a promising young man. All right. You've got the money. You can go now. After saying this, the girl lowered her eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Song paused for a moment. He wanted to leave, but now that he has the money, the first thing he'll do is go to Grandma He's house and take her to the hospital. Surgery isn't something you can just do on a whim. You need to make an appointment and go through pre-operative preparation and precautions. But Jiang Wanwan's words made her seem like someone who had taken advantage of others and then ran away. I've finished my science exam. How about you correct my mistakes first, and then I'll leave after you've explained the wrong answers. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. Okay. Actually, I wanted to take out the money before you started the science exam, but I wanted you to stay a little longer. Mainly I wanted you to study a little longer, so I took out the money after you finished the science exam. Go get the money and go quickly. It's best to have the surgery done during the remaining few days of holiday. Otherwise, if you wait until after school starts, you'll worry and definitely have to take time off, which will affect your studies. Besides, the girl stretched out her fingers and listed the benefits of having the surgery earlier, one by one. Seeing her earnest yet slightly disappointed expression, Qin Song suddenly asked, Wanwan, I remember your birthday is the 18th of the 6th lunar month, right? Jiang Wanwan nodded. Yeah. Why are you suddenly asking this? Qin Song then asked. Then I remember that, like me, the date on your ID card is the lunar calendar date. My birth date on my ID card is May 10th, 2000, and your birth date on your ID card is June 18th, 2000, right? The girl nodded again. Yes, what's wrong? What's the date today? Upon hearing Qin Song's question, Jiang Wanwan pressed the power button on her phone. Today is June 20th. Qin Song, why are you suddenly asking these questions? So we're both legally adults, right? Jiang Wanwan paused for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, It seems so. I'm already an adult without even realizing it, although I haven't had my birthday yet. Qin Song didn't give her a chance to continue speaking and kissed her directly. Suddenly, a wonderful and gentle feeling welled up on Qin Song's lips. It was an indescribably soft touch, as delicate as a gentle breeze caressing flower petals. At the same time, a rich, sweet aroma wafted through the air, like a clear spring flowing into his nostrils, making him completely intoxicated. Before Jiang Wanwan could react, after his scheme succeeded, the boy closed his eyes and focused intently on savoring this unique experience. As time went by, the sweet aroma grew stronger, like the captivating fragrance of blooming flowers. The girl tried to push the boy away, but found that she couldn't muster any strength. The bones in her hands and legs felt like they were melting, and the fist that was about to pound his chest became a light pat because of the lack of force. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Even though only the mouth is blocked, why can't I control myself to breathe only through my nose? Qin Song also noticed Jiang Wanwan's unusual behavior, and only then did he reluctantly move his head away. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan transformed into a pink steam girl, her entire face turning bright red, and pink bubbles seemed to be rising from her head. How was your coming-of-age ceremony? Did you like it? Qin Song asked, looking into the girl's eyes. The girl pouted, seemingly displeased with the boy's sudden attack. I don't like it. Before she could finish speaking, her lips were once again covered by a warm sensation. The soft, feather-like material brushed against her lips, creating a strange sensation. She stared in astonishment, her mind blank once again at the sudden kiss, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Chapter 50. Do you like it? After a long while, their lips parted. Tell me, do you like it or not? Qin Song asked again, his eyes like those of a big gray wolf staring at a little white rabbit, as if he would pounce on Jiang Wanwan again if she said no. I like it. Since you like it, how about we do it again? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately recalled the scene of their kiss and couldn't help but say yes. She immediately shook her head. No. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Without hesitation, Qin Song leaned down and his burning lips quickly pressed against hers. Without any warning, and without giving her any room for resistance or explanation. Her eyes widened in astonishment, but she was quickly overwhelmed by an irresistible force that completely captivated her, causing her to lose herself. She wanted to say something, but all her words were stuck in her throat, turning into faint murmurs. Her body gradually went limp, and she involuntarily moved closer to Qin's Song, gripping his clothes tightly with both hands, as if seeking more support. This time, Jiang Wanwan finally learned to breathe through her nose while kissing. The softness continued to relentlessly invade the girl's territory, and the girl gradually became bolder, her fragrant tongue actively meeting its embrace. The sudden kiss lasted for a long time, until both of them were breathless before they slowly separated. A shy blush rose on her cheeks, and she gazed at Qin's Song with a dreamy look in her eyes, her heart filled with complex emotions: surprise, joy, and a hint of inexplicable fear. Qin's Song gazed at her quietly, his eyes shining with a mixture of determination and tenderness. The first kiss of Qin and Song, who had lived 2 lives, finally led to another first kiss. This wondrous feeling transformed into an invisible force, penetrating the heart. He gently stroked her face and chuckled softly. "This is the price you pay for being hypocritical. By the way, this was my first kiss. You stole my first kiss, so you have to take responsibility for me for the rest of your life, teacher Jiang." Jiang Wanwan was displeased when she heard Qin's Song turn the tables on her. "You kissed me first, and besides, this was my first kiss." Qin's Song didn't reply, but just stared at the girl's lips. He discovered that this thing was truly addictive. He didn't know what the person in front of him was made of, but the combination of the fresh scent of strawberries and the sweet taste of lychees was irresistible. "The condition you mentioned before was something I wanted to do anyway, so it doesn't count. You can make another condition." Jiang Wanwan noticed that Qin's Song's gaze was fixed on her lips, so she took a slight step back. She's already been kissed 3 times today, and her legs are so weak she can't stand up anymore. If she's kissed any more, she might not even be able to stand up. I've made up my mind. Go to Grandma He's house now." Qin's Song nodded, picked up the money on the table, and put it in his pocket. "Teacher Jiang, remember to grade my test paper. I'll be home for dinner tonight, and you have to explain the questions I got wrong after dinner." Hearing Qin's Song say he was coming back for dinner, Jiang Wanwan smiled sweetly. "Okay." Watching Qin's Song's departing figure, Jiang Wanwan unconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. "I've been craving this flavor for so long, and I finally got to taste it." Qin's Song took the key to the electric scooter that Jiang Wanwan had given him when he left, went downstairs, and rode the scooter to Hishun's house. Grandma he was taking a nap at home, while Hishun was studying in the living room. Hearing the knock, Hishun got up and went to the door. After looking through the peephole and seeing that it was Qin's Song, he welcomed him into the house. "Studying? You're quite diligent," Qin's Song said with a smile, looking at the test papers and books on the table. Hishun scratched his head. "I used to study half and play half, but now I have to work harder to catch up. After all, I promised you that I would study hard and not waste this talent. I was hoping to become the top scholar in the province and make my grandma happy." Qin's Song smiled and nodded, patting his pocket. "I brought you a shot of adrenaline." Under Hishun's questioning gaze, Qin's Song took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. This left Hishun speechless for a moment. "Qin's Song, did you go rob a bank?" Qin's Song glared at him, annoyed. "You're the one who went to rob a bank. I borrowed money from someone. But shouldn't you have asked your parents for a loan via WeChat or Alipay? Why did they give you cash?" Hishun asked, puzzled. "Who said I borrowed it from my parents? Jiang Wanwan lent it to me. She found out about Grandma he by chance and lent me the New Year's money and pocket money she had saved over the years. I paid a heavy price for this. Yes, quite a few. We kissed 3 times in total." Seeing Hishun's hesitant look, Qin's Song kicked him. "It doesn't matter who you borrow from, right? Hurry up and take Grandma he to the hospital. There might be a waiting list for surgery, and she'll need to do pre-operative examinations before the surgery." He's so indecisive, just like a woman. Hishun gritted his teeth and didn't hesitate any longer. Grandma he just woke up and came to the living room from the bedroom. He immediately pulled Grandma he aside and told her that he was going to take her to the hospital for treatment and surgery. After Grandma he asked where the money came from. Hishun honestly said that it was borrowed, but Grandma he was not satisfied. "I'm an old man. Why would I waste this money? You can save it for college. I know I'm healthy. That doctor is just trying to trick you young guys into paying. Grandma, he refused to have the surgery, saying it was a waste of money. Upon seeing this, He-shin knelt down with a thud, his face covered in tears. Grandma, I beg you, please come with me. When I was a child, you were always worried and wanted to take me to a big hospital when I had a cold or fever. Why are you unwilling to go to the hospital when you need surgery? Grandma, he stroked He-shun's head with her weathered hands and sighed. Silly child, this is different. It's different. They're the same. How can they be different? Isn't your body a body too? Grandma, don't you want to see me get into a good university, find a good job, and then get married and have children? I'm hoping that after I get married and have children, you'll help me take care of them. At this point, seeing a slight change in Grandma He's expression, Chin-song realized that her words had likely moved her and pressed his advantage. Grandma, please go ahead. He-shun told me before that if your health doesn't improve, he's prepared to drop out of school to take care of you. What? Drop out of school? No way, no way. Grandma, he was agitated when she heard the words, drop out of school. In her eyes, those who read books are intellectuals, the cream of the crop. If my grandson had to stop going to school because of my health, I would feel terrible. Chapter 51 Chin and Song Dynasties. I want to eat strawberry cake. The elderly are always like this. They don't care much about their own affairs, but they are extremely attentive to the younger generation, caring for them to the core. Then you should go to the hospital and get it checked out. If the doctor recommends surgery, then you should have the surgery. There are still a few days of school break left, so let's see if we can get the surgery done in the next couple of days. That way, it won't affect He-shun's studies when school starts. Grandma, you don't know, He-shun's grades are excellent. I think he could be the top student in the imperial examination. Grandma, he doesn't know how to use a smartphone, nor is she in the parents group. Her impression of He-shun's academic performance is based solely on what He-shun verbally explained to her. Upon hearing Chin-song say that He-shun's academic performance was excellent and that her own health might affect his studies, she immediately became more proactive than anyone else. Okay. As long as your grades are good. Getting into university and serving the country, that's what young people should be doing. Grandma is going to see a doctor. Grandma won't bother you. Chin-song patted Grandma He's hand. Grandma, you don't need to worry about the money. Just take good care of yourself. You have to trust us younger generations. We can handle these things. I've never had a grandmother since I was little. When I have a son, I'll have to bring him over and call him great-grandmother. Grandma, he nodded with a smile, seemingly imagining a group of little children calling her grandma and asking her to give them candy. She made up her mind that if things really didn't work out, she would sell the house. We can't let our children suffer from famine just because of some obsession in our hearts. Seeing Grandma He's smile, Chin-song and He-shun finally felt relieved. Actually, those tens of thousands of yuan are not the hardest thing. No matter how old Grandma He's house is, it can still be sold for hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan. After all, this is a new first-tier city, and the land alone is worth that much. The difficulty lies in the fact that the elderly are unwilling to cooperate. The house is registered under Grandma He's name. Grandma He doesn't want to sell it, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Even if we had the money, Grandma He was unwilling to cooperate with the treatment and didn't want to spend the money, so there was nothing we could do. The best approach is to instill hope in Grandma He for the future. This gives the elderly something to look forward to and improves their mood. They are not only willing to cooperate with the treatment, but also recover faster after the operation. Since they only had one electric scooter, the three of them took a taxi to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, He-shun went directly to the doctor he had previously seen, saving himself the cost of a registration fee. After indicating that the money was ready and the surgery could be performed at any time, the doctor gave He-shun a form to pay the fees, and then arranged for a nurse to take Grandma He to do pre-operative examinations. The surgery, along with subsequent hospitalization and medication costs, totaled nearly 30,000 yuan. He-shun only found out after paying the money that Chin-song had given him a total of 50,000 yuan. The two sat in the waiting hall. He-shun made a move to return the remaining 20,000 yuan to Chin-song, but Chin-song pushed it back. Grandma He needs money for post-operative care. She definitely can't go back to selling snacks after the surgery. Let's buy her some nutritious food to help her recover. You'll need money for your living expenses this senior year of high school. I know Grandma has some savings, but it's never a bad thing to have more money on hand. Hee-shun took the money, put it in his pocket, nodded, and said to Chin-song with sincere gratitude, Chin-song, thank you. Thank you so much. Seeing Hee-shun's serious expression, Chin-song smiled and said, You're welcome, call me Dad. This money was lent to me by Jiang Wanwan, and I'm lending it to you. You should thank her. Then call me Mom again. Hee-shun punched Chin-song on the shoulder in anger. Get lost. You're never satisfied with taking advantage of others. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Between brothers, there's no need for many words of gratitude. Everything is understood without saying a word. You're younger than Dajuan and Xiaojun, but older than me and Xiao. How about I call you third brother from now on? Hee-shun suggested. Third brother. This name reminded Chin-song of someone and some unpleasant things. Never mind. Calling me third brother sounds weird. Just call me Chin-song from now on, or you can call me Old Chin. Hee-shun nodded. Then I'll call you Lao Chin from now on. Half an hour later, the broadcast called out Grandma He's name. The preoperative examination results are in, and the surgery is scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow. Grandma, he has already been admitted to the inpatient department. Hee-shun needed to stay at the hospital to take care of Grandma He, while Chin-song was preparing to go back, since Jiang Wanwan was still waiting for him. Oh, by the way, remember to tell Dajuan and Xiaojun that we've secured the surgery fees, and tell them not to worry, Chin-song reminded them. Hee-shun nodded. I'll talk to them about it later. The doctor said that I can't eat for 8-12 hours before the surgery. I'm going to go to the hospital to buy some nutritious soup and millet porridge for my grandma. I was planning to cook it myself, but I can't buy fresh ribs anymore. Do you want to go eat some with me? Chin-song shook his head. No need. By the way, Xiaojun and Dajuan's train is at 8:30 tomorrow morning, right? I'll pick you up then, we'll see them off, and then go to the hospital, so we can make it in time for the surgery. Okay, you can just come to the hospital to pick me up. I'll stay with you tonight, and I've already asked the nurse to arrange a bed for you. After finishing their conversation, Chin-song parted ways with Hee-shun and had just stepped out of the hospital when a WeChat message popped up on his phone. Jiang Wanwan. Chin-song, I want to eat strawberry cake. Chin-song readily agreed to this request. Chin-song, no problem, I'll go buy it now, and then I'll get ready to go home. Jiang Wanwan. Okay, Omega. Looking at the emoticon attached to the message, Chin-song couldn't help but show a doting smile. This girl has become bolder and cuter even when sending messages after being kissed. No, we need to kiss more when we get back. There's a cake shop right across from the east gate of the hospital. Chin-song went in and picked out a 4-inch strawberry cake. He looked at the people sitting on the bench at the hospital entrance, thought for a moment, and then took another one. Pack them separately, thank you. Also, could you please give me a birthday hat and a pack of small candles? You bought 2 cakes. Do you only need one? Yes, one is enough, thank you. The waiter looked at Chin-song, nodded slightly, and packed the 2 cakes separately. Inside one of the cakes, he put a birthday hat that hadn't been folded up yet, a pack of small candles, and a small box of matches. Then, she looked out the window, took a piece of tiramisu from under the counter, packed it up, and put it in the bag with the birthday hat and candles. Hello, the 2 cakes cost 78 yuan in total. The tiramisu is a free gift, it's free. After receiving the cake, Chin-song showed his payment code, which the waiter scanned. He then thanked the waiter and left. Chapter 52, We all have someone we love very, very much. He walked over to the bench and smiled at the little girl nestled in the middle-aged woman's lap, saying, Little sister, I heard it's your birthday today, so I've come to bring you a cake. Chin-song overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter as he passed by. It's the little girl's birthday today. Her mother asked her why she didn't buy a cake when she went to the cake shop, but only bought a small bag of hot milk. The little girl smiled and shook her head, saying she didn't like it, but her eyes would occasionally glance towards the cake shop. Her mother also noticed this, but her expression turned somewhat somber. The little girl turned her head and looked at the small cake in Chin-song's hand, her eyes full of surprise, but she still said in a soft voice, Thank you, brother, but I can't take your cake. My mother said I can't accept gifts from strangers. Chin Song squatted down, looked into the little girl's eyes, and asked, "What did you just call me?" The little girl blinked. "Brother." Chin Song laughed and said, "That's right. You just called me brother. So does that mean you're my sister? Then we're not strangers anymore. If you don't believe me, ask your mother." The little girl looked at the middle-aged woman, who nodded. The girl happily took the cake, looked at it, and exclaimed, "Mommy, there's tiramisu in here too. Brother, is this also a gift for me?" After thinking for a while, Chin Song instantly understood everything. It's likely that when the middle-aged woman took the little girl to the cake shop, the little girl mentioned casually that her mother liked tiramisu, and the middle-aged woman also asked the shop assistant about the price of the strawberry cake. In the end, they didn't buy either of those items, only a bag of hot milk. The shop assistant must have realized that one of the strawberry cakes was for the little girl, so she put a piece of tiramisu inside. It seems that she paid for it privately, rather than giving it away for free. He turned to look at the cake shop and saw the clerk smiling and greeting him through the window before going back to serving other customers. "Yes, this is also a gift from your brother. Do you like it?" The little girl nodded. "I like it. Thank you, big brother. Shouldn't we do something to show our appreciation?" Chin Song pointed to his cheek. She was about to lean in and kiss Chin Song's cheek, but then immediately pulled back. "I'm sorry, big brother. The doctor said I can't kiss other people's faces." At this point, the middle-aged woman explained, Nanan's illness is acute leukemia. The doctor said to minimize her contact with outsiders and avoid exposure to unfamiliar bacteria. Chin Song was stunned. He hadn't expected that the cute little girl in front of him would suffer from such a difficult disease. He wanted to touch the little girl's hair, but remembering what he had just said, he immediately withdrew his hand. "It's okay, since your dear brother bought the cake. He's still your brother, all right? Kiss the cake? How do you kiss the cake?" The little girl looked at Chin Song with curiosity. The middle-aged woman affectionately pinched the little girl's nose and said, "Little girl, think about it. What do you want to do after you kiss the cake?" The little girl frowned, thought for a moment, and then raised her hand. "I know. Kissing the cake means eating the cake. You got it right. You're so smart, little girl." Chin Song praised the little girl while opening the cake packaging. He hadn't originally planned to put in candles because he thought they might have bacteria, but after asking the middle-aged woman and receiving the answer that it was fine, he put in 6 candles. Today is the little girl's 6th birthday. He folded the birthday hat and put it on the little girl's head. "After you make a wish, blow out all the candles in one breath, and your wish will come true," Chin Song said to the little girl with a smile. "Really?" The little girl's eyes lit up. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. "My daughter hopes to eat cake with her mother every year on her birthday, and she hopes her older brother is happy every day and doesn't get sick." After saying that, she and her mother blew out all the candles in one go. After making her wish, she picked up the cake knife handed to her by the middle-aged woman, cut off a piece of cake, put it on a cake plate, and handed it to Chin Song. "Big brother, have some cake." Chin Song held up another strawberry cake in her hand. "Big brother has cake. Can I keep it for myself? Big brother has to go home for dinner later. If his mom finds out he ate cake before dinner, he'll get a spanking." Hearing Chin Song's words, the little girl covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Big brother is so big, and he still gets spanked. My little girl listens to her mother so well, she never gets a spanking." Then, she cut another piece of cake and handed it to her mother. "Mommy, have some cake." The middle-aged woman took the cake from her daughter and said, "Thank you, little girl." The little girl softly said, "You're welcome," and then gave a sweet smile. She looked at a little girl not far away, dressed in a hospital gown and about the same age as her, who was staring at the cake in her hand. "Mommy, can I give a piece of cake to that little girl?" The middle-aged woman nodded gently. "Of course you can, but remember to ask your parents if you can have cake." "Okay." The little girl got off the middle-aged woman, took the small cake, and quickly walked towards another little girl. After her daughter had walked several meters away, the middle-aged woman turned to Chin Song and said, "Thank you. I also wanted to buy a cake for Nan Nan, but a bone marrow transplant costs a lot of money, so?" Chin Song nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "Was the match successful?" The middle-aged woman nodded. Her father's bone marrow was a match. Recently, a charitable foundation contacted us and said they were willing to help us cover the missing surgery fees. Although we don't have to worry about the surgery fees anymore, my husband and I both think we should still save money wherever we can. Who knows, maybe our next child will need the money we saved. Right. Upon hearing this, Chin Song was filled with emotion. Just then, the little girl returned with tiny, quick steps. Mom, that little girl's mom said she can eat it. Turning his head, he saw the little girl holding a cake and eating it in small bites, while the woman next to her waved to Chin Song and made a thank you gesture. The middle-aged woman gently patted the little girl's head. A child who knows how to share is a good child. My little girl is such a good girl. The little girl looked up proudly and accepted her mother's praise. She looked at the cake in Chin Song's hand. Big brother is a good boy too. So who will you share your cake with? Upon hearing the little girl's question, Chin Song instantly pictured Jiang Wanwan in his mind and replied with a gentle smile. Big brother should share this cake with the person he loves very much. The little girl suddenly had a bright idea and looked at her mother. Then, is Nan someone that mommy loves very, very much? The middle-aged woman smiled and nodded. Of course, my little girl is someone I love very, very much. Mommy, can I have a bite of tiramisu? I shared some strawberry cake with you too. Chapter 53, The 3-Minute Reward. Hearing the little glutton's words, the two of them smiled knowingly. Of course Mom will give Nan tiramisu. A moment later, Chin Song bid farewell to the two and rode his electric scooter to Jiang Wanwan's door, where he knocked. It was only a little before 5 o'clock, and Su Qiaoling had not yet returned home. Jiang Wanwan opened the door, looked at the strawberry cake in Chin Song's hand, and made a move to take it, but Chin Song avoided her. You can't eat now. We'll eat dinner later. You can eat after dinner. Chin Song changed into slippers and, under Jiang Wanwan's watchful eye, put the cake in the refrigerator to prevent the animal cream inside from turning yellow at room temperature, which would affect its appearance, taste, and freshness. Seeing Jiang Wanwan pouting, Chin Song smiled and ruffled her hair. All right, eat it after dinner. The strawberries on top can be eaten as dessert. The two entered the bedroom, where Jiang Wanwan had already finished grading Chin Song's exam paper. I calculated your scores. If we consider the Chinese composition, English composition, and English listening comprehension as passing grades, you've already passed the second-tier university entrance exam. You've improved quite quickly, Jiang Wanwan said happily. If you keep this up, maybe your grades will catch up with mine. Chin Song looked at her and smiled. That's all thanks to Teacher Jiang's excellent teaching. Since I've improved so quickly, will Teacher Jiang give me any reward? A reward? What kind of reward do you want? Of course it is. Ugh, eek. After exchanging saliva for 3 minutes, the two then continued their studies. Although it was called learning, it mainly consisted of Jiang Wanwan explaining the wrong questions to Chin Song. During the time Chin Song was away, Jiang Wanwan had already redid all the questions she had gotten wrong. For this question, we can first eliminate option A, then option B is also impossible, and option D is too absolute. So the answer is C. Do you understand? Chin Song nodded. Did you really understand? Jiang Wanwan asked. Chin Song nodded again. He really understood the question. Actually, he shouldn't have gotten this question wrong. He was just too careless and misread the question. That's good. Let's move on to the next question. You drew the auxiliary lines wrong for this big question. It should be BD instead of CD. Just then, Su Qiaoling returned and was preparing dinner in the kitchen. When she and Jiang Wanwan usually eat at home, all they need to do is reheat the leftovers from lunch. But now that Chin Song is coming over for dinner, and with the two teenagers having big appetites, we cook fresh dishes for every meal. Of course, we don't waste the leftovers. We just reheat them and eat them again. Just as Jiang Wanwan finished explaining the wrong answers on all of Chin Song's exam papers, Su Qiaoling's voice came from the restaurant. Wanwan, Song, come wash your hands and eat. The two stood up and stretched in unison. Chin Song shuffled to the dining table in his slippers, picked up his bowl, filled it with rice from the kitchen, and began to eat heartily. Jiang Wanwan wasn't hungry at first, but seeing Chin Song eating made her suddenly hungry, and she started eating noisily as well. Aunt Su's cooking is as delicious as ever, Chin Song muttered as he buried his head in his food. Mom's cooking is the best. Eat as much as you like, but don't overeat, Su Qiaoling said with a smile to the two of them. There are secrets to eating 3 meals a day. Eat a good breakfast, a full lunch, and a light dinner. To reduce the burden on the stomach and intestines during sleep, dinner is generally only 80% full, so Su Qiaoling did not cook as much rice as she did at noon. During the Qin and Song dynasties, the rice from the rice cooker was scooped into a large bowl containing leftover dishes from lunch, including spicy and sour chicken giblets. After mixing them thoroughly, I took a big gulp of the fumes and let out a satisfied burp. Jiang Wanwan ate all the remaining loofah and pork soup on the table. With this, the clean plate campaign was successfully completed. Su Qiaoling was very fond of Qin Song's behavior of not treating himself as a guest at all. Boys should be more outgoing. It's okay to make small mistakes. It's better than being timid and hesitant. Su Qiaoling looked at Qin Song, who was slumped in a chair, and asked with concern, "You didn't make it, did you?" Qin Song shook his head. "No, Aunt Su. I'm only 80% full." Su Qiaoling nodded with a smile. "That's good. Aunt Su will go wash the dishes. You and Wanwan can rest for a while before you go to study." Qin Song ate all 3 meals at home on her first day there, and she was very happy. Regardless of academic performance, this attitude is still very evident. So, Qin Song Guyu lay on the sofa, holding the remote control and selecting channels. Kids channel, Bunny Bears, Springtime Showdown. That's the one. Big Bear. I'm here. Hearing the sound coming from the TV, Jiang Wanwan, who was opening the refrigerator to take out the cake, looked at Qin Song in surprise. Childish. Qin Song ignored him and continued watching the bears appear. A man is a boy until he dies. Watching Bunny Bears on the sofa after dinner is the best way to digest your food. There's a saying that goes, if you want to know how to win a man's heart, just look into child psychology. The same way you would soothe a child, it will definitely work. Jiang Wanwan took out the cake and placed it on the coffee table. Looking at the bright red strawberries on it, she couldn't help but swallow. Strawberry cake. Strawberry cake. Before she could make her next move, Qin Song's voice came from the side. No, you can't. The best time to eat dessert after a meal is 1 to 2 hours after eating. If you eat dessert right after a meal, it can easily lead to a rise in blood sugar and fat accumulation, which is bad for your stomach. Oh. Listening to Qin Song's eloquent words, Jiang Wanwan reluctantly put the cake away and returned it to the refrigerator. She doesn't care about blood sugar. After all, she's still young. Besides, she doesn't eat sweets every day. But she is very worried about fat accumulation. She was actually already full, but she was still craving cake and wanted to taste it. But for the sake of her figure, she endured it. She can't have a little belly, otherwise Qin Song would have to call herself a little chubby girl. A moment later, Su Qiaoling brought over a plate of sliced cantaloupe from the kitchen and placed it on the coffee table. Come on, have some cantaloupe, it's fruit after the meal. You two can continue studying once you've rested. If you get tired, play on your phones for a while and get some rest. Remember to balance work and rest. Okay, Annie. Okay, Mom. Qin Song picked up a piece of cantaloupe with a toothpick and started eating it, while Jiang Wanwan also picked up a piece and ate it in small bites. Big Bear, oh no. Bald Chong is cutting down trees again. Damn you, little bear. Give me back my saw. Gradually, the two became engrossed in the world of Bear Ridge, and only returned to their room to study after the children's channel changed its programming. Chapter 54 Rubbing the Stomach. Jiang Wanwan blushed silently as she recalled how she had just acted. At first, she said Qin Song was childish, but when she watched Bunny Bears, she laughed even louder than Qin Song. This is so embarrassing, so incredibly embarrassing. Fortunately, Qin Song didn't make fun of her, otherwise, she'll retaliate fiercely. Here, this is the study plan I made for you. After all, there are still several days before school starts, so this is your study schedule for the next few days. Jiang Wanwan handed Qin Song a sheet of paper filled with writing. Qin Song took it and saw that it had arranged his study time for the past few days very well. In the afternoon test, his scores in the 3 main subjects were pretty good, but he had some problems with the spelling of English words, either missing letters or misspelling letters. As for physics, chemistry, and biology, that's a bit of a stretch. The main problem is that Qin Song couldn't remember some of the molecular formulas, chemical formulas, and formulas needed for solving problems, and some he remembered was rather confused, so he was prone to making mistakes. Therefore, in my study plan, the mornings are mainly for memorizing various formulas and classical poems, and then doing some practice problems. The afternoons are all about rote memorization and endless practice questions, while the evenings are more relaxed. I memorize some English words and then do dictation exercises, and the day is over in no time. Qin Song looked at the last line of small print on the paper. Student Qin, if you complete your study tasks on time every day, you can receive a mysterious reward before going to bed. What reward? Qin Song asked with a hint of anticipation. You really want to know? Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Qin Song nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then go ahead and think about it. You didn't finish your study tasks this afternoon, so you're not getting your reward today. Qin Song. By the way, I have to go to the station to see Dajuan and Xiaojun off tomorrow morning. Then Grandma, he has surgery at 10 a.m., and I have to stay at the hospital with Hishan. I'll come back after the surgery so I can have lunch in time. Hearing Qin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan nodded in understanding. Compared to these two things, studying seems less important. Humph. Since you have something important to do, as long as you study according to the study plan on time tomorrow afternoon and evening, you can get a reward. But I have important business to attend to this afternoon. I don't care, hee. Qin Song continued memorizing vocabulary for a while, and also took the time to take the cake out of the refrigerator to keep it warm, so that Jiang Wanwan wouldn't have a cold stomach when she ate it later. She's still in her special period, and it's uncertain whether she'll be able to leave before her birthday. Otherwise, she'll have to refrain from eating many of the delicious foods on her birthday. All right, you've memorized almost everything. Now I'm going to test your English vocabulary, Jiang Wanwan said, looking at Qin Song. But don't worry, I'll start with the easy ones and gradually move on to the difficult ones. Qin Song nodded. He also wanted to see if his word dictation had improved. He tore off a piece of draft paper, then picked up his pen, ready for action. Jiang Wanwan held a new curriculum standard high school English vocabulary book of 3,000 plus 500 and silently read out the Chinese of the first word. Balance. Yes, it is indeed quite simple. Balance. Change. Okay, change, continue. Basketball. Basketball. Chicken. Etc. Something's not right. If the chicken bro meme hadn't yet appeared, Qin Song would have suspected that Jiang Wanwan was Xiaohaizi, or that she used artificial flavoring to fry fish. Qin Song looked at the 3 letters on the draft paper. He didn't even know when he had written them. He silently crossed them out and wrote the English word for chicken. Next, Jiang Wanwan read out more than 10 relatively simple English words commonly used in high school. After Qin Song finished writing them all down from memory, she took them over to correct them. All correct. It seems that basic vocabulary is not difficult for you. Now let's start memorizing intermediate vocabulary. However, you need to remember the word chicken more often. It doesn't have the letter X in it. I see you crossed out the one you wrote wrong before you got it right. It means chicken and also chicken meat. When used as an adjective, it means timid or cowardly. Qin Song nodded silently. It wasn't that he couldn't memorize the word, but rather that he thought of an old friend, and his hand wouldn't obey him. Now can we eat the cake? I noticed you took it out of the fridge and let it warm up. Jiang Wanwan looked at the digital clock on the desk, her expression expectant. Qin Song had just nodded when Jiang Wanwan rushed out of the room and brought in the cake. Su Qiaoling doesn't eat cake, so the two of them didn't ask her. The girl opened the packaging, cut the cake, and handed the first piece to Qin Song. Then he cut off a second piece and put it on the cake plate. Just as he picked up his fork to eat it, Qin Song stopped him. He used a fork and spoon to scoop up a bit of cream from the cake in Jiang Wanwan's hand and put it in his mouth to test the temperature. Under Jiang Wanwan's questioning gaze, he tested the temperature of the cake base again, and then forked a piece of strawberry and put it in his mouth. You can eat the cream and cake, but you can't eat the strawberries yet. You have to wait because there's still some ice in them. Your special period is not over yet, and it's already nighttime, so it's best not to eat anything cold. Otherwise your lower abdomen will hurt when you sleep. As he spoke, he used a fork and spoon to remove all the strawberries from the cake and put them on a new cake plate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan winked at him and obediently did not refute. She scooped up a small spoonful of cream and put it in her mouth, a sweet, satisfied smile spreading across her face. Song looked at her with a doting smile, took a tissue to wipe the cream off her lips, and then began to eat his cake. Little did he know that the girl's heart had been racing for a while because of his action. Although the two had already kissed, the attraction to someone you like doesn't stop as the relationship progresses. Hiccup. The girl let out a burp and lay on the bed in a big shape. Song reluctantly got up, pulled her up, and wiped the cream off her lips again. You shouldn't lie down right after eating, otherwise you're prone to stomach ulcers and indigestion. But I'm so full. Jiang Wanwan looked at him pitifully. Then rub my tummy. Jiang Wanwan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Can you massage it for me through my clothes? Good. After Song rubbed her stomach for nearly 10 minutes, Jiang Wanwan finally told him to stop. Okay, I feel much better now. Jiang Wanwan showed her little tiger teeth and picked up the English vocabulary on her desk to continue reading. After a while, when Song told her that the strawberries were ready to eat, she stuffed all the strawberries from the cake plate into her mouth, so much so that juice flowed out of her mouth while she was chewing. Chapter 55. This world is not lacking in adults. Song gave her a disgruntled look, pulled out a tissue to wipe her face, and then wiped up the strawberry juice that had dripped onto the table. Don't choke. After swallowing the strawberry in her mouth, Jiang Wanwan said, okay, and then made a face at him. After completing this series of actions, she suddenly froze. Why do I always become so childish and immature in front of Song? Jiang Wanwan wondered. I hope Song doesn't think I'm naive. The girl was a little worried, so she simply asked directly. Song, don't you think I'm a little naive? For example, I just said that watching Boonie Bears is childish, but I laughed even louder than you. And when we were eating cake, cream got all over our mouths. And when we were eating strawberries, and that funny face we made. A feeling of fear suddenly spread through her heart. When Song suddenly kissed her this afternoon, besides feeling surprised and happy, she also felt a strange sense of fear. At first she didn't understand the source of that fear, but now she does. She worried that Song might stop liking her for some reason. She worried that Song's enthusiasm would only last a short time, just like his attitude towards studying. Song will study hard for the upcoming exam, but will he suddenly treat himself well on a whim? Because everything that's happened recently feels so unreal, like a dream. Teenage girls start to have wild and unfounded thoughts. People are happiest when they are closest to happiness. Now that you've got it, you might start to worry about losing it. If someone I care about so much, someone I love so much, suddenly leaves, I wouldn't be able to bear it, would I? Jiang Wanwan thought. Just like when my father passed away when I was 6 years old. Gradually, her eyes reddened and tears welled up in them, as if they were about to spill over at any moment. Perhaps it's because she's overly sensitive during this special period, or perhaps it's because her heart is somewhat fragile due to her family background. She became somewhat uneasy, even fearful. Song leaned forward, cupped her face in his hands, and wiped away the tears that had slid down the girl's face with his own. No, I don't think you're childish. You know what? People only unintentionally show their childish side in front of someone they like. Doesn't that prove you like me? Let's not be sad anymore, okay? After listening to Song's words, Jiang Wanwan looked into his sincere eyes and nodded heavily, but tears still streamed down her face. Song leaned in and kissed the girl's cheek. But the salty tears brought him a taste of happiness. The most intimate thing in a close relationship is crying face to face. Because in an intimate relationship, the act that best reflects the depth of feelings and the level of trust between two people is when they face each other and let their tears fall without restraint. This is not a sign of weakness or vulnerability, but rather a display of the most authentic and tender side of one's heart. It tests the tolerance and understanding of both parties. When one person cries, the other needs to give them enough space and comfort, rather than rushing to find solutions or escape reality. Only in an atmosphere of mutual support and care can these tears transform into a deeper connection and growth. It highlights both the fragility and reality of human nature, and also bears witness to the resilience and power of love. Every tear is a baptism of their feelings for each other, making them cherish each other more and walk through life's ups and downs together. Cry. Just cry it out. Let out everything that's been bottled up inside for so many years. You were so lively and clever when you were little. Why have you become so reluctant to express your feelings as you've grown up? Aunt Sue is holding it in. She doesn't want you to see it, and you must be holding it in too, right? Chin Song took a deep breath and gently rubbed the girl's face with both hands. Wan, do you know, you can grow up slowly, very slowly, it doesn't matter. Because the world has no shortage of adults. You can be who you want to be and do what you want to do at any time. No matter what, I'll always be by your side. I don't want to be your backup plan. I just want to face this together with you, because even the strongest support is still just a support. Upon hearing this, the girl raised her head, and her somewhat dim eyes became clear and bright. Like a clear mountain spring, joy, happiness, relief, and attachment all flow within it, and it is incredibly pure. She nestled in Chin Song's arms, nuzzling her head against his chest, her voice trembling slightly. Then, can I not grow up and stay your child forever? Just your child, your only child. Is that okay? Zhang Wanwan's words were like a bullet, striking Chin Song's heart and instantly depleting his health. The firing of this bullet doesn't require gunpowder, but sincerity, the purest emotion. Chin Song couldn't help but pinch her little cheek. Of course you can. Actually, teachers have also taught about love. The politics teacher said, some options are correct, but they are not suitable. The English teacher said, why don't you just guess? What if you get it right? The math teacher said, if the process is wrong, the result will also be wrong. The Chinese teacher said, it's better to be wrong than to leave it blank. The biology teacher said, there is no absolute fairness in the world. Even people's hearts are biased to the left. The history teacher said, what you care about has become history. My geography teacher said, the world is so big, it's not easy to meet someone. Even your PE teacher will say, don't walk, okay, when you're running. Chin Song felt that these statements were all correct, but 3 preconditions needed to be added. Those 3 conditions are sincerity, and damn sincerity. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Don't give up what you love for any reason. Can shrimp from the sea and fish from the river ever have a happy ending? Just put it in the pot, and you'll see the result, right? Once it's cooked, won't the result be clear? Not only will it produce good results, but it will also taste even better. Wan, do you know? At your age, it's okay to be a little childish. You should be lively, childish, mischievous, and a little rebellious. At this stage, the emergence of these personality traits is normal, and there is no need to suppress them. Any identity you have should be about being yourself. Chin Song took out a few tissues, wiped away her tears, and kissed her forehead. Seeing that her emotions had gradually stabilized, Chin Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really has no experience when it comes to charming girls. Chapter 56. Of course I like it. Zhang Wanwan's personality is fine in front of people she knows well, but she becomes a bit reserved in front of people she doesn't know very well. That's why she started writing a diary to express what she wanted to say and what she wanted to say. In class, she had good grades and was liked by all the teachers, but in the eyes of most of her classmates, she only had one label, academic superstar. In her class, besides Chin Song, she only had one friend, Chen Sisi, who was also a top student. However, most of the topics they usually talk about are related to studying. So in reality, she didn't have many friends. She only had Chin Song. That's why Chin Song hoped she could be more mischievous and lively. Humans are social animals, and having no friends is a terrible thing, especially during your student years. Those fair-weather friends you make after entering the workforce are dispensable, but the friendships formed during your student days are the purest. Often, friendships formed during this stage can last a lifetime. After listening to Chin Song's words, Jiang Wanwan felt a little ashamed after recovering. She had just snuggled in Chin Song's arms and cried. How could this happen? I should have kept it to myself. But why can't I hold it in? A moment later, she suddenly asked, Chin Song, do you like me? Upon hearing this, Chin Song was taken aback. He didn't know why Jiang Wanwan suddenly asked this, but he still nodded. Of course I like it. The girl's eyes widened. Why did you answer so readily? Chin Song shrugged. Liking someone isn't shameful. On the contrary, it's a brave thing to do. Why shouldn't I admit it? There's nothing wrong with liking someone, right? Jiang Wanwan's face turned bright red. She covered her face for a while, then stood up and pushed Qin Song. All right, it's getting late. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. You should go home and take a shower and go to bed too. After saying that, she pushed him out the door and then slammed the door shut. After Qin Song left the bedroom, Jiang Wanwan pounced on the bed and rolled around on it several times. Qin Song said he likes me. Happy squeezing, happy squeezing. Hearing the commotion coming from inside the room, Qin Song, who had just been pushed out, shook his head with a doting smile. That girl, there's just no way to deal with her. This changes too fast. 1 second she was nestled in my arms crying, and the next second she kicked me out. He arrived at Su Qiaoling's room and knocked on the door. I should say hello before going home, and since Su Qiaoling will definitely message me to ask if I'm not coming tomorrow morning, I might as well tell her then. Aunt Su, I've finished studying for today, so I'm going home to wash up and go to bed. My friend's grandma is having surgery tomorrow morning, and I have to go be with him, but I'll be back for lunch. As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled sound came from inside the room. Okay, Aunt Su understands. If there's anything you'd like to eat for lunch tomorrow, just send me a message and I'll make it for you. Okay. Just then, inside the room, Su Qiaoling stood quietly, clutching a delicate photo frame tightly in her hand. Her gaze was fixed on the photograph in the frame, as if she were looking at the person in the photo across the river of time. The man in the photo frame is wearing a bright firefighter uniform, looking dashing and with a resolute yet gentle face. He stood straight, flashed a bright smile at the camera, and gave a perfect military salute. At that moment, his eyes were filled with determination and confidence, as if he were declaring to the world his unwavering pursuit of responsibility and mission. The light shone on the photograph, making the man's suit gleam with a golden light, and also illuminating the tears glistening in Su Qiaoling's eyes. She gently stroked the edge of the photo frame, feeling the warmth and power from a distant time. Each touch felt like a connection to the past, bringing her back to those beautiful moments they had shared. Her slightly red and swollen eyes and tear stains on her face indicated that she had just been crying. Su Qiaoling overheard Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan's conversation, but it wasn't intentional. Initially, she planned to ask the two of them if they wanted a glass of juice or milk. Just as he was about to knock on Jiang Wanwan's door, he inadvertently heard her crying. Unaware of the true situation, Su Qiaoling did not immediately knock on the door and enter the room. She stood there silently, listening carefully to the sounds coming from inside. She didn't return to her room until Jiang Wanwan got up and shoved Qin Song. Su Qiaoling stroked the face of the person in the photo and smiled. Honey, you have good taste. Qin Song wasn't even grown up yet, and you already arranged a marriage between the two children, wanting him to be your son-in-law. It's just a pity that it was canceled later. But it's good that it was canceled. It's good to let the two kids date freely. But you have such good judgment. You knew the house was going to burn down, so why did you still rush in? You saved your two comrades, but you will never come back. I used to blame you for not thinking about my daughter and me when you were on a mission, but I don't blame you anymore. After all, every child is the apple of their parents' eye. Wanwan has found a good home now. Once these two children get married and have another child, I will be at ease. Did you know that old Qin and his wife said that if Qin Song and Wanwan get married in the future, their first son will be surnamed Jiang, because they don't want the Jiang family line to end. They say you're the only son in the Jiang family, while the Qin family has brothers and sisters. I'm fine with either way. After all, the two-child policy is now in effect, and by the time they get married, the three-child policy will probably be in effect too. It's good to have more children, so you can keep each other company. When the time comes, I'll bring your grandchildren to visit you at the cemetery. You have to wait for me and don't run around. After returning home, Qin Song took a quick shower and then sat down at his computer to start writing. As usual, he first checked the work's data and was surprised to find that more than 100 people were already reading it. The number of people following the updates and the number of people on the bookshelf were also good, and there was even the first book review and paragraph comment. Keep in mind that the novel is only 60,000 words long and hasn't even started the verification period yet. For Qin Song, a newcomer on the platform. This is already quite good. Many people are in a standalone state before they reach 80,000 words. Chin Song gave a thumbs up to each of the book reviews and paragraph comments, and then flipped through the personal notes he had tucked into the book. You can't put chicken bouillon in stir-fried noodles. It'll explode if I look at it again. What are you doing, ouch? Seeing that none of these popular memes from his previous life had any comments, Chin Song felt a little empty. He wished that Brother Chicken would appear soon and become the NBA's ambassador so that he could interact with his readers. Sigh. Another day for JKUN. After thinking it over, Chin Song started writing. He needed to finish today's 20,000 words as soon as possible because he had to get up early tomorrow to see Dajuan and Xiaojun off at the train station. Chapter 57 The Strategist, Chen Sisi. Meanwhile, in Jiang Wanwan's room, she had just finished showering and was thinking about a question. So what exactly is her relationship with Chin Song now? There's no doubt that dating is something you can only do after the college entrance exam. If that's the case, then Chin Song and I are not in a romantic relationship. Then he and I will still be friends, still childhood sweethearts. But what kind of friends kiss each other all the time, or childhood sweethearts who exchange saliva all the time? Ugh, this is so annoying. Jiang Wanwan scratched her head. Her CPU was about to overheat. Unable to figure it out, she decided to stop trying and instead request outside help. So she fiddled with her phone and sent a message. At that very moment, in a certain room, Chen Sisi, who was sitting at her desk doing math problems, heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan. Sisi, are you there? I have a question for you. Chen Sisi smiled when she saw the message from Jiang Wanwan. Top students are lonely, but top students who are not good at socializing are even lonelier. Jiang Wanwan became less expressive of her emotions in front of outsiders because of her family background, while Chen Sisi was simply socially awkward and a typical I person. Aside from being more open when chatting with Jiang Wanwan, he avoids seeing everyone else. Jiang Wanwan has Chin Song, her childhood friend, and Chen Sisi, her friend in class, while Chen Sisi only has Jiang Wanwan as her friend. Therefore, she was very happy when she saw that Jiang Wanwan had sent her a message. Chen Sisi, tell me, is it physics, chemistry, or biology? Chen Sisi's grades in physics, chemistry, and biology were better than Jiang Wanwan's, while Jiang Wanwan's grades in math and English were better than Chen Sisi's, so the two often helped each other with their studies. Jiang Wanwan, I kissed a very good male friend. What's our relationship now? Chen Sisi, oh, I thought it was something serious. Chen Sisi noticed that Jiang Wanwan's question was unrelated to studying, so she casually replied to it. Wait, it seems like something strange has gotten mixed in. Chen Sisi retracted a message. Chen Sisi, wait. Kissing. My aloof, academically gifted, and beautiful friend from school actually kissed a guy? At this moment, Chen Sisi's inner gossip was burning fiercely, and she became more outgoing. No, I must find out the truth of the matter myself. Chen Sisi, did you stick out your tongue? Jiang Wanwan. That's not the point, okay? Oh well. Chen Sisi, wait. You've even learned to use emoticons. What exactly did he do to you? Jiang Wanwan. That's not the point. The point is, what exactly is my relationship with him now? Chen Sisi. So are you two together? Jiang Wanwan. What are you thinking? We're still high school students. How can we be dating? Jiang Wanwan. Besides, if I were with him, would this problem still exist? Chen Sisi. It seems so. Your relationship. Let me think. Chen Sisi lay on the bed, tossing and turning, but couldn't find an answer no matter how hard she tried. So she opened a search engine. After a relentless, exhaustive search, Chen Sisi synthesized the answers from hundreds of netizens and finally determined the answer. Chen Sisi. Your relationship with him is more like a lip-to-lip friendship, meaning your friendship deepens through kissing, unlike your relationship with me. Chen Sisi. Do you know what platonic love is? It's a kind of love that pursues the spiritual and rejects the physical. Given the relationship between the two of you, it should be a non-platonic friendship. Chen Sisi. Your relationship is more than friends, but not quite lovers. My advice is to maintain this, and occasionally kiss to deepen your friendship. After much deliberation, Chen Sisi finally sent out these 3 messages. Although she has never been in a relationship or liked a boy, Baidu, and netizens probably won't lie, right? If that's the case, then I've done a pretty good job as a strategist. Hee hee, I accidentally exceeded my usual performance again. Jiang Wanwan blinked as she looked at the message Chen Sisi had sent. Lip-to-lip friendship, a non-platonic friendship, where kissing deepens the bond. Something feels off. But it sounds pretty good. Chen Sisi. By the way, the person you kissed should be Qin Song, right? Jiang Wanwan was startled when she saw Chen Sisi's message. Jiang Wanwan. How did you know? Chen Sisi. You only talked to Qin Song in class. Who else could it be but him? Besides, you two are childhood sweethearts who have been together since you were little. Chen Sisi. By the way, what does kissing feel like? As Jiang Wanwan read this passage, she secretly savored the feeling of her 2 kisses with Qin Song. At that time, I was so nervous that I didn't even have time to savor the taste of Qin and Song's tongue. The girl felt a little disappointed. Jiang Wanwan. I don't know. I was too nervous at the time. My mind went completely blank. Chen Sisi. Then kiss me again tomorrow, and remember to tell me how it felt. You're ahead of me in this subject for now, so you need to talk to me about it often, otherwise I'll be completely lost later. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Wanwan blinked. Her large eyes filled with great confusion. Can we learn this together? Jiang Wanwan. Okay. Then you have to give me advice when I ask you questions in the future. Chen Sisi, no problem. I'm a very competent strategist. I'll definitely help you get Qin and Song under your thumb. Effortlessly under my thumb. JPG. Jiang Wanwan. Please. JPG. A while later, Chen Sisi sent another message. Chen Sisi. By the way, Qin Song's grades don't seem to be very good, right? Won't you two end up in a long-distance relationship if you don't get into the same university? Jiang Wanwan. He's studying hard every day now. He even passed the second-tier university entrance exam today after completing a practice test. I believe in him. Chen Sisi. Okay, your dream university is Jiangxing University. What about him? Which school are you planning to apply to? Jiang Wanwan. He also attends Jiangxing University. We're planning to apply together. Chen Sisi. It won't be easy for him to catch up. He has a lot of room for improvement now, so he's raising his scores quickly. But when the room for improvement shrinks, it will be much harder to raise his scores. Chen Sisi. I'm better at physics, chemistry, and biology than you. Tell him that after school starts, if he has any questions about these 3 subjects, he can come and ask me. We'll teach him together, and he'll improve faster. Jiang Wanwan felt touched when she saw the message Chen Sisi sent. Jiang Wanwan. Then I'll tell you as soon as I make progress, so you won't be caught off guard. Chen Sisi, not bad. You're pretty good at it. Puppy giving a thumbs up. JPG. Chapter 58 Farewell. The two chatted for a while longer before ending their conversation. After turning off the lights, Jiang Wanwan lay in bed and couldn't help but fantasize about her future life with Qin Song. Graduate from high school, fall in love, graduate from college, get married, and then have children. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Then, she inadvertently thought, what if she had a child in the future, and the boy competed with her for her affection? Qin Song had promised her that she was his only child. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan laughed at herself. She was actually jealous of her own child with Qin Song. Are there really mothers in the world as petty as me? Well, she's made up her mind. If that kid tries to compete with her for her affections in the future, she'll buy him tons of homework, so he won't have time to fight her for it. If he is still young, wean him off breastfeeding. Then, her thoughts started to wander again. What if it's the grandchildren vying for favor? Then I'll just snatch all their lollipops. After all, I'm their elder. As she pondered, Jiang Wanwan gradually drifted into sleep, even forgetting to send Qin Song a good-night message. At this moment, Qin Song had just finished writing 20,000 words and clicked the platform's Start Recommendation button. He stood up and stretched, making crackling sounds as he did so. I picked up my phone and found there were no messages from Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song tapped his phone and sent a message. Qin Song, silly boy, good night, see you in my dreams. After sending the message, he plugged his phone in to charge, turned off the lights, lay down on the bed, covered himself with a blanket, closed his eyes, and grinned. Let me see. What did you dream about? The alarm clock rang precisely at 7 o'clock the next morning. Qin Song got up, turned off the alarm clock, washed up, and rode his electric scooter to the hospital. Because I had important business to attend to today, I didn't give the car keys to Jiang Wanwan. He-shun was already waiting at the hospital entrance, looking as if all his energy had been drained. As Qin Song had expected, he didn't sleep all night. Are you really not afraid of dying suddenly? Qin Song got out of the car and walked closer, looking at the two big dark circles under He-shun's eyes, and complained. He-shun sighed helplessly. I don't know if it's because I'm not used to sleeping in this bed, or because I'm nervous, but I really can't sleep. I feel like my heart is constantly on edge, and it never comes down. To be honest, I've never been this nervous in a 1v5 clutch situation. Qin Song patted him on the shoulder. Didn't the doctor say it's a minor surgery? A 10 o'clock surgery can be finished by 11 o'clock. The surgeons are all experienced. There won't be any problems. He-shun scratched his messy hair. I know, but I still can't help being nervous. Do you think the anesthesiologist will accidentally inject the anesthesia into the surgeon's butt? Qin Song looked at He-shun as if he were a fool. Don't worry. Instead of worrying about the surgery, you should worry about yourself. If your grandmother sees you signing the preoperative consent form in this state, it may affect her mindset. Let's go get some noodles. After we finish eating, we'll take Dajuan and Xiaojun to the hospital, and then we'll go back to the hospital. In Jiangcheng, breakfast mainly consists of rice noodles. Lean meat rice noodles, 3 delicacy rice noodles, liver rice noodles, fish rice noodles, beef offal rice noodles, beef brisket rice noodles, beef rice noodles, pork butcher rice noodles, braised rice noodles, and stir-fried rice noodles. All types of powder are available. I'm not afraid of you being picky. I'm just afraid you won't be able to eat it. The two went to a 10-year-old shop and ordered 2 bowls of freshly cooked beef noodles. To help He-shun sober up, Qin Song deliberately added a dollop of chili oil to the soup when serving the noodles. Damn it, I only added 1 spoonful of chili. How come the soup has turned completely red? He-shun slurped up the scalding hot and spicy noodles, experiencing both pain and pleasure. After finishing his rice noodles, Qin Song went to a fruit shop near the hospital to buy some seasonal fruit and a pack of cigarettes that Dejun and Xiaojun often smoked before riding his electric scooter to the train station. Because you need to swipe your ID card and buy a ticket to enter the waiting room inside the train station, Dejun and Xiaojun didn't go in, but waited outside for Qin Song and He-shun. Fortunately, there was a small supermarket outside the train station with a sizable area inside that served as a temporary resting place for people entering and leaving the station, which allowed them to sit and wait for others. At this moment, Chun Xiaorong was tugging at Chun Dajuan's clothes, her eyes red, looking very reluctant to part. She has a rather introverted personality. Her parents didn't really take care of her when she was young. It was her 2 older brothers, Dajuan and Xiaojun, who raised her. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, and these 2 were her only 2 relatives in the world, so her reluctance to part with them was naturally very strong. As for her remarried mother, Chen Xiaorong never intended to acknowledge her. Calling a woman mother is an insult to the word mother. She abandons 3 infant children to remarry and run away. He-shun told me about Grandma He's situation. Qin Song, thank you, and thank you Jiang Wanwan too. Chen Dajuan looked at Qin Song and said very seriously. Qin Song punched his shoulder. Grandma He isn't just your grandma. Why are you being so polite with me? If you really want to thank me, call me Dad. Chen Dajuan, I'll F you. A moment later, he added, now that we've raised enough money for Grandma He's surgery, Xiaojun and I won't have to go to that shady factory anymore. That agency is disgusting. I asked about the conditions for advance payment of wages, and not only did I have to pay 10% less, but I also had to give them a 10% kickback. I received an advance of 100 yuan, but didn't spend a single penny of it myself. I only had 80 yuan left. Qin Song tossed him a cigarette, handed Chen Xiaojun some fruit, and then asked, so, where are you planning to go? Chen Dajuan opened the cigarette box, took one out, and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to light it, he looked at the no smoking sign next to him and put the lighter down. Xiaojun and I found a place to be apprentices. It was tough, but we were able to learn a lot. You and He-shun need to study hard. The college entrance examination is a watershed moment in life. I need to work hard too. Maybe when I become a boss in the future, I can hire a few graduates from prestigious universities to work under me. Huh. Chen Xiaojun was usually a man of few words, but at this moment he stepped forward, looked at Qin Song, and handed him a roll of banknotes that he had been saving. We know that it will be your 18th birthday the day after tomorrow. Grandma He just had surgery today, and He Shun and Xiao Rong will also have to take care of Grandma He. You also have your own family and your own plans, so the four of us won't be celebrating with you. They're all grown men, they don't know what gift to buy for you. Here's some money, 1,431 yuan. It's not much, but it's a token of our appreciation. After saying that, Chen Xiaojun stuffed the money into Qin Song's hand before Qin Song could even speak. Qin Song looked down and saw that the roll of banknotes was colorful and varied, with some in small change and others in large bills. It can be 1,000 pieces, it can be 2,000 pieces, but it cannot be 1,431 pieces. Chapter 59 Headache. Qin Song forced a smile. Okay, I understand. Then, Chen Dajuan looked at Chen Xiaorong and said, Xiaorong, from now on you will live at your brother Shen's house. If anything happens, just call me, or talk to your brother He Shun, or your brother Qin Song. Chen Xiaorong hummed in agreement, but still held tightly to the hem of his clothes. Chen Dajuan patted her head, hugged her, and then took out his phone to check the time. That's about it. We'll get on the train now. Take care, everyone. After saying that, the two of them pulled their suitcases into the station. Chen Xiaorong stood there, watching the two figures disappear into the distance, and tears finally streamed down her face. After this parting, the next time we meet will probably be during the Chinese New Year. After seeing off Dajuan and Xiaojun, the two first took Chen Xiaorong back to He Shen's house. Yesterday, Dajuan and Xiaojun had already canceled their rented apartment and moved their belongings to He Shen's house, so Chen Xiaorong didn't have anything to take and could just go to He Shun's house to stay. Qin Song and He Shun had no intention of having Chen Xiaorong go to the hospital with them. While such places aren't exactly forbidden, it's still best to avoid them, especially hospital operating rooms. The two arrived at the hospital and first went to Grandma He's ward. Grandma He looked to be in good health and seemed to be in a good mood. Upon seeing Qin Song and He Shun arrive, she even picked up an apple from the table and peeled it for them. Seeing this, He Shun quickly stopped her. Grandma, don't worry about this. You still have surgery later. Take some time to rest now. Grandma He patted his hand and smiled. I've had a good rest. I'm just a little hungry and thirsty. Is that all right? You should fast for 8-12 hours before the surgery and refrain from drinking for 4 hours. This is normal. You can eat something after the surgery as instructed by the doctor. He Shun replied. Grandma He smiled and replied, That's good. This is my wife's first time having surgery, so she's a little nervous. People always feel nervous and fearful when facing the unknown, regardless of age. Qin Song said gently, Grandma He is fine. He Shun and I will wait for you at the entrance of the operating room. You will see us when you are wheeled out after the surgery. He told a white lie. For surgeries like Grandma He's, anesthesia is definitely required. As long as the anesthesiologist doesn't make a mistake, Grandma He will definitely be in a coma when she is wheeled out of the operating room after the surgery. So when she wakes up again, she must be in a hospital bed in a ward. After the two chatted with Grandma He for a while, the medical staff came in. A nurse went straight to Grandma He's bedside and looked at Qin Song and He Shun. Which of you is the family member of the patient in bed number 3? Upon hearing this, He Shun raised his hand and said, I am her grandson. The nurse nodded and continued. The patient's surgery will be performed in an hour. Now, you need to go to the pre-operative waiting area for a series of examinations. After saying that, she handed over the A4 paper in her hand. This is the preoperative consent form. Take a look, and if there are no problems, sign it. Otherwise, the surgery cannot be performed. Then she took a pen out of her breast pocket and handed it to He Shun. He Shun didn't look at it for long and quickly signed his name. Qin Song looked at the nurse and asked gently, Miss Nightingale, could you please tell me which operating room this surgery will be performed in? We would like to sit and wait in the corridor over there beforehand. The nurse covered her mouth and chuckled. This little brother has a sweet tongue. This surgery is scheduled for operating room number 5, which is on the 3rd floor of the adjacent main building. You can find it by following the signs there. After saying that, She and two nurses pushed Grandma He's hospital bed away. She chatted with Grandma He as they walked, trying to change the subject and ease Grandma He's tension. The preoperative waiting area and the operating room are not in the same place, so the two did not go together, but went directly to the third floor of the main building. As soon as Chin Song stepped onto the third-floor staircase, before he could even stand firmly, a strong, somewhat pungent odor surged towards him like a tsunami. Unlike the place we came from, this place has a peculiar smell. It had a unique smell, a mixture of disinfectant and cleaning agents typical of hospitals. The smell seemed to possess an invisible force that could penetrate the nasal cavity and drill straight into the depths of the body, causing him to frown involuntarily. The pure white lighting and various white layouts evoked an indescribable feeling in him. It carries a clean and refreshing scent, yet subtly reveals an indescribable sense of oppression and heaviness, much like the unique atmosphere of a hospital, a special place that is hard to ignore. Chin and Song disliked this smell. In fact, they found it quite offensive. When I smell this scent and see the light on above operating room number 2 not far away, all those unbearable memories from my past life will come rushing back like a tidal wave. When his parents passed away, he went to the morgue, where there was a strong smell of disinfectant. Before Jiang Wanwan died of cancer in her previous life, Chin Song couldn't escape this smell when he visited and took care of her in the hospital. In Chin Song's nasal cavity, these smells seemed to transform into countless fine needles, deeply pricking his olfactory nerves. Every breath felt like being gnawed by a million ants, causing unbearable pain. However, this is not the worst of it. That indescribable discomfort surged from his nose to his heart like a tidal wave, quickly spreading to every corner of his body. He tried to cover his nose with his hand, but the strong smell still seeped in through the gaps between his fingers and into his body. Chin Song felt his heart pounding faster and faster, and fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. This torment seemed endless, making it almost unbearable for him. The next moment, he suddenly slumped down on a chair in the corridor next to operating room number 5, startling He-shun. Seeing the beads of sweat on his forehead and his pale face, He-shun asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Chin Song gave a forced smile and said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly had a stomachache. I probably ate too much spicy food for breakfast. I'm going downstairs for some fresh air. You stay here and keep watch. Message me immediately if anything happens." He-shun nodded repeatedly, helped him into the elevator, and accompanied him downstairs. Stepping outside, Chin Song sat on a bench by the roadside, inhaling the fragrance of osmanthus carried by the wind, and the stinging pain in his mind subsided slightly. He suddenly thought of a sentence. Dead memories are attacking me. Chapter 60 Shaolin Kung Fu. Seeing the color slowly return to Chin Song's pale face, He-shun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The smell of disinfectant up here might be making you uncomfortable. You should rest here for a bit. I'll be fine up here by myself. Look at the sign. There's a small garden nearby. Go for a walk there once you feel better. I'll message you if anything happens. Chin Song nodded and slowly stood up. Do you need me to help you? He-shun asked. Chin Song shook his head. No need. I feel much better now. You should go upstairs first. If Grandma He doesn't see you before she goes into the operating room, she'll panic. I'm sorry, I made you worry. Upon hearing this, He-shun's tone was very serious. What are you saying? Do we need to say such polite things to each other? Then, he added with concern. Okay, I'll go upstairs first. Message me if you need anything. Chin Song nodded. Okay, go ahead. After He-shun took the elevator upstairs, Chin Song followed the signs and slowly walked towards the nearby park. The birdsong and fragrant flowers along the way gradually relaxed him and made him feel happy. The sun had just risen, and it was only 9:15 in the morning. The warm and pleasant sunlight shone on the earth, bringing people just the right amount of warmth. This soft light shone on the body, making people feel an indescribable comfort and ease. The park was crowded, and most of the people there were wearing hospital gowns. There is a flat path paved with bluestone slabs so that people with mobility impairments and wheelchairs can also enjoy this beautiful moment. The sun was shining at 9 o'clock in the morning. The park was filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass. Koi fish swam to and fro in the pond, and birds chirped softly on the branches. Everything seemed so vibrant and full of life. But when Qin Song saw the elderly people in the park, mostly wearing hospital gowns and with white hair, a poignant sense of beauty, like the fleeting beauty of a sunset, rose in his mind. A few steps further ahead, I saw an elderly man in front of me, who was controlling his wheelchair by himself, bending down to try to remove a blade of grass stuck in the front wheel. Qin Song quickly stepped forward and, in a few swift movements, pulled the grass stems stuck in the wheel out of his hand. He responded to the old man's thanks and then pushed him around the park a few times. A moment later, the old man's nurse came over and told him to go back and take his medication. After saying goodbye to the elderly, Qin Song went to a small pavilion in the park, sat on a chair in the pavilion, and looked at a family of 3 not far away. The boy's father was wearing a hospital gown, and the little boy, about 4 or 5 years old, walked in the middle, holding his father's hand with his left hand and his mother's hand with his right hand. The 3 of them walked side by side toward the pavilion. After they sat down, the boy's father took out a tablet computer, placed it on the stone table, and played an animated film, Jackie Chan Adventures. Gradually, the boy became immersed in the world of animation. When he saw the protagonist using both his hands and feet to defeat the villain, the boy smiled happily. Jackie Chan is amazing. His kung fu is incredible. The boy clapped his hands and laughed, looking at his father. Having achieved his goal, the boy's father asked his son, "Son, what do you think about Dad learning kung fu?" "Shaolin kung fu. Hee hee. Isn't that cool?" The boy jumped off the wooden chair, blinked his big eyes, and asked, "Really? Daddy, are you really going to learn Shaolin kung fu?" "So, Dad, when are you going to learn Shaolin kung fu?" The boy's father ruffled his hair. "Tomorrow, Dad will go to school, and Dad will shave all his hair off." "Do you know why?" The boy raised his hand. I know. Because everyone in Shaolin Temple is a monk, and they can't have long hair." The boy's father smiled and kissed his son. "You got it right. My son is so smart. Dad, you must study hard and come back to teach me after you've learned it well. I want to be as amazing as Jackie Chan." The boy looked at his father with longing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the boy's father revealed a determined look in his eyes and smiled. Okay, Dad will definitely study hard. If Dad learns quickly, he'll be home soon. But if he learns slowly, it will take a little longer. But you must promise Dad that you'll listen to Mom at home, okay? When Daddy comes back, he'll teach you all the skills he's learned, okay?" As he spoke, he extended his little finger. "Come on, let's pinky swear. A boy should be a man of his word. He can't go back on his word." The little boy nodded seriously and reached out his hand to make a pinky promise with his father. At this moment, the boy's mother was trying hard to hold back her tears. She tilted her head back, blinked, and held back her tears before looking at her husband and son with a normal expression. "My baby is so good. Come here, let Mommy give you a kiss." The little boy leaned closer, and his mother kissed him on the cheek. "Mwah. I kissed Mommy too." Seeing this, the boy's father looked unhappy. "My son only kisses his mother and not his father. Does that mean he doesn't love his father?" The boy retorted, "No way." Then she kissed her father on the cheek. The family smiled happily, and after sitting for a while, they prepared to get up and leave. When the boy's father stood up, he pulled his sleeve up slightly, revealing the wristband that should have been hidden by the sleeve. Qin Song focused his gaze on it, and saw 4 bright words, "Malignant brain tumor." He looked at the family of 3, then looked up at the distant sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After sitting there for a while, Qin Song got up and left. After calculating the time, Grandma He's surgery was almost over. On the way back, Qin Song discovered something particularly interesting. An uncle, about the same age as his father, seemed to dislike the bitter taste of the medicine and refused to drink it, while his wife tried to persuade him for a long time without success. So he called the uncle's mother directly. The uncle's mother arrived quickly, holding a lollipop in her hand. The uncle readily drank the medicine and then started eating a lollipop. Sure enough, no matter how old you are, you'll always be a child in your parents' eyes. Upon arriving at the building, Qin Song didn't rush upstairs. Instead, he bought an N95 mask at the pharmacy on the first floor. After putting it on and confirming that most of the smells were blocked, Qin Song took the elevator to the 3rd floor. As soon as Chin Song stepped off the elevator, he realized that the atmosphere here was completely different from that in the park. Chapter 61, I Want to Taste Your Lipstick. The huge corridor was filled with a dozen or 20 people sitting on chairs in all directions, yet not a single sound was made. The air outside the operating room seemed to have solidified, so heavy that it was almost impossible to breathe. Anxiety and worry were written all over everyone's face. Time passed by, each minute feeling exceptionally long, and a suffocating atmosphere of tension permeated the entire space. Occasionally, someone would let out a soft sigh or a low prayer, but it was quickly drowned out by silence. Chin Song walked over and sat down next to He-shun, giving him an inquiring look. He-shun shook his head and whispered, "The surgery hasn't reached the estimated time yet, so it's normal that the patients haven't come out yet. Don't worry. What's wrong? Are you okay? Why are you wearing a mask?" Chin Song shook his head. "It's nothing. I think I just can't stand the smell of disinfectant in the hospital, so I bought a mask to wear." Outside an operating room not far away, an elderly man was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and bowing towards the operating room. This scene reminded Chin Song of the old man who kowtowed to the Garen statue at the entrance of the internet cafe. In his previous life, Chin Song did not believe in such things at first. He thought they were all feudal superstitions. It wasn't until a series of events that followed that he began to follow the example of those people, bowing and kowtowing before Buddha statues made of metal, wood, and stone. In fact, the walls outside hospital operating rooms have heard more devout prayers than those in temples, and train stations and airports have witnessed more sincere kisses than wedding halls. For elderly people nearing 60 or 70, the hospital gowns they wear may be the newest clothes they've ever worn in their lives. Chin Song got up and went to the balcony on the third-floor corridor. Looking down, he saw that the low, flat roof was covered with yellow and white fallen leaves. Looking at the cigarette butts, he subconsciously touched his pocket before realizing that he didn't smoke. Even the smoking addiction she developed in her previous life due to the death of her parents was quit with Jiang Wanwan's help. "I suddenly miss Wanwan so much," Chin Song muttered to himself. "Eating is secondary. The main thing is that I want to study together." After indulging in his artsy pursuits for a while, he took out his phone to take a picture of the fallen leaves on the roof, before returning to sit down next to He-shun and continue waiting. Inside the young girl's boudoir, Jiang Wanwan looked at the example problem in the physics workbook, feeling somewhat confused. Why is it that she recognizes every single word and letter in the book, but can't understand what it means when put together? She scratched her head, switched to a chemistry workbook, and started working on the multiple-choice questions. But as she was doing it, she inadvertently remembered what Chin Song had told her that night, about the periodic table being missing 6 elements. Ugh, I can't concentrate on studying. I just can't concentrate at all. It's so frustrating. After turning on her phone screen, unlocking it, and checking WeChat, Jiang Wanwan realized that Chin Song hadn't sent her a good morning message. Even though I didn't text him, he should have texted me first. After thinking for a moment, she tapped the screen a few times with her finger. Jiang Wanwan. Good morning. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Seeing that no messages had popped up on her phone, Jiang Wanwan gradually became irritable and couldn't concentrate on her studies. She took a few deep breaths, then took out her best math and English test papers, hoping to find some comfort in them. After working on a few problems, Jiang Wanwan's phone suddenly rang. She immediately picked it up, only to find that it was a news notification pushed by a browser. In a fit of anger, she uninstalled the browser before continuing to do her homework, but her eyes kept glancing at the phone screen. 1 glance, 2 glances, 3 glances. The girl stopped writing, clasped her hands together, stared blankly into her mind, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, her eyes hardened, and she finally made up her mind. She picked up her phone and sent a message. Jiang Wanwan. Chin Song, I miss you. After sending the message, a faint blush appeared on the girl's face. She tossed her phone onto the bed and pounced on it. She kicked off her slippers, and her feet swung in the air, her neatly trimmed nails and pink toes making her look like a freshly unwrapped pudding, tempting you to lick it and then slurp it up. Under the influence of gravity, the nightgown fell to her waist, revealing her fair and smooth calves, which were exposed to the air like warm and lustrous jade. filling the room with fragrance. The girl was unaware of how captivating this scene was. She picked up her phone, thought for a moment, and then quickly tapped the screen a few times with her delicate white hand. Jiang Wanwan. I just want to study with you. Absolutely nothing else. Ding dong. This time, the message was replied to instantly. Qin Song, really? Jiang Wanwan replied instantly. Jiang Wanwan. Of course it's true. Qin Song. I'm asking, is it true that you just want to study with me and have no other intentions? The girl stared at the message on her phone, unsure of what to reply. That scoundrel. He took advantage of me twice yesterday, and he still wants to do it again today? Although I really like it. And although kissing really makes me happy, but they have a perfectly innocent childhood friendship. How could they just kiss each other like that? While Chen Cici's suggestion is indeed good to occasionally kiss to deepen friendship, isn't this approach a bit strange? 0.01 seconds later, Jiang Wanwan decisively shook her head, putting the idea out of her mind. What's so strange about something that's consensual? It's just a kiss, nothing serious. Anyway, it's a relationship with Qin and Song, not with anyone else. They are completely innocent, honest, and have a clear conscience. What's the big deal? Besides, I promised Chen Cici yesterday that I would share the feeling of kissing her. I can't go back on my word. Yes. The main thing is not to break your promise. Yes. That must be it. Jiang Wanwan, I'd also like to taste your lipstick, is that okay? As the girl read the text, she felt like she was steaming, her face flushed. She had no idea how she typed out those embarrassing words. Just thinking about it makes you so embarrassed you want to disappear, right? Finally, she mustered up her courage and clicked the send button. The next moment, a ding-dong sound rang out, indicating that a reply had been received. Qin Song, open the door. I'm at the door. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Wanwan was stunned for a moment, then put on her shoes, ran quickly to the door, and opened it without pausing. A familiar figure came into the girl's view. Jiang Wanwan opened her mouth slightly, about to say something, when Qin Song pulled her into his arms. Chapter 62 Hug to Recharge. Qin Song led her a few steps into the room, and then closed the door. Don't say anything yet. Let me hold you for a while. I want to hug you for a while, a long time, to recharge myself. I'm almost completely drained. He gently buried his head in the girl's silky, smooth hair, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily take a deep breath. Outside the operating room, despite Qin Song wearing a mask, the strong smell still occasionally penetrated the protective gear, seeped into his brain through his nasal cavity, and stung his sensitive nerves. He felt that the smell was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more unpleasant than the sound of fingernails scraping against a blackboard. Qin and Song barely managed to return. Grandma, he just finished her surgery, which was very successful. She was transferred to a regular ward 15 minutes earlier than expected. Yishin was finally able to lie down on the cot for a short rest, and she really couldn't bear to disturb him and make him worry. After asking the nurse what grandma he could and couldn't eat, he messaged Chun Xiaorong and asked her to prepare it and deliver it to the hospital, along with Yishin's portion. Chun Xiaorong is very sensible and a very good cook, so she readily agreed. Although there are nutritious soups and various kinds of porridge sold near the hospital, Qin Song still felt more at ease eating homemade food since grandma, he had just undergone surgery. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan was a little at a loss, so she gently patted his back and asked softly, "What's wrong? Did grandma his surgery not go well?" Qin Song took a deep breath and whispered, "No, the surgery went smoothly. I just want to hold you for a while, and hold you a little longer, okay?" Jiang Wanwan was curious to see Qin Song showing such a vulnerable side in front of her, but she was also worried. "Then let's hug for a while, hug a little longer, and after we're done, tell me what happened, okay?" Qin Song nodded and asked, "Has Aunt Sue not come home yet? I haven't heard any cooking sounds from the kitchen. It's already 11 o'clock. Aunt Sue should have gone home by now." Jiang Wanwan shook her head and said softly, "Mom said that people from the Market Supervision Administration came to conduct a surprise inspection today. They will conduct hygiene inspections on the food and food storage environment of the vendors selling raw meat and cooked food downstairs and in the vicinity of the community. They may be a little late getting home, so they told us to eat some snacks to fill our stomachs if we get hungry." Qin Song nodded slightly. Jiangxing City attaches great importance to food hygiene, a point that Qin Song agrees with. After all, food is the most important thing for people. After a moment, Qin Song took another deep breath before reluctantly letting go of the person in his arms. Jiang Wanwan took 2 steps back so that she could see Qin Song's face more clearly. Seeing the faint marks on his face and the bloodshot in his eyes, she touched Qin Song's face and asked with a trembling heartache, "What happened? How did you get like this?" Qin Song ruffled Jiang Wanwan's hair and said with a somewhat stiff smile, "I just don't really like the smell of disinfectant in the hospital, or maybe I just don't like the smell of the hospital. I'm not used to it. It gives me a headache. It'll be fine after a while." He took the girl's hand and sat down with her on the sofa. He continued, "Grandma He's surgery was very successful. He didn't sleep all night. He just fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the cot. I asked Chen Xiaorong, who is Chun Dajuan and Chen Xiaojuan's sister, to bring them food, and then I came back." Jiang Wanwan tenderly straightened Qin Song's wrinkled clothes and could clearly smell the unique disinfectant odor of the hospital. Anyone who didn't know better would think you hadn't slept all night. Qin Song smiled, yawned, stretched, and then lay down on his side on the sofa. "I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired. I need to sleep for a while." Jiang Wanwan tugged at his sleeve. "You're not comfortable sleeping on the sofa. Go to my bedroom, and you'll get a better rest there, and you won't get a stiff neck." Qin Song was already somewhat dazed. He nodded, stood up, and, supported by Jiang Wanwan, swayed as he walked towards the girl's bedroom. Seeing Qin Song habitually about to take off his clothes, Jiang Wanwan quickly said, "No need to take off your clothes. I'll change the sheets and duvet cover after you finish sleeping. I change them every week anyway, so it's time to change them today." There is air conditioning in the bedroom, so Jiang Wanwan did not put a cooling mat on her bed. Upon hearing this, Qin Song immediately pounced on the bed, kicked off his shoes, and huddled under the air conditioning blanket. As Qin Song smelled the faint fragrance emanating from the sheets and duvet cover, he felt the lingering smell of disinfectant in his nostrils instantly dissipate. Instead, it has a reassuring flavor. This was the fastest Qin Song had ever fallen asleep. In less than a minute, his consciousness drifted into a dream. At 1:03 p.m., cicadas chirped and birds sang outside the window. Qin Song felt as if he were in a warm embrace. A gentle breeze caressed the hair of the person in his arms, the strands of hair flitting between his fingers like elves, leaving a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but give her a gentle hug. The person in his arms let out a soft moan and punched his chest with her jade-like fist, as if tickling him. Qin Song breathed in the air greedily, savoring the scent of the person in his arms, wanting to remember this fragrance forever. But his hand was pried open by a dark figure, and the person in his arms was also snatched away by that dark figure. He ran after it, following the dark figure into a white circle of light. Qin Song stared intently and saw that the scene in front of him was actually an operating room, and the person who had just been in his arms was now lying on the operating table, letting a white figure cut into her body with a scalpel. Gauze, tweezers, needle holders, sutures, and various scissors and tweezers were switched back and forth in the white figure's hands. Finally, a chirping sound came from the electrocardiogram, and the pacemaker's few electrical pulses on the person's body were powerless to reverse the situation. With a sigh from the white-clad figure, the person on the operating table was covered with a white sheet and was declared isolated from the world. Qin Song wanted to shout, wanted to cry, but found that he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to see her, to hold her hand, to touch her face. No matter where he went, he couldn't get any closer to her. Finally, a piercing pain shot through his mind, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Suddenly opening his eyes, Qin Song gasped for breath, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, he realized that everything that had just happened was just a dream. He turned his head and saw the girl sitting at the desk chewing on a pen cap, as if she was thinking about something unfathomable. The warm, bright sunlight outside the window fell like a veil on her petite figure, as if draping her in a golden veil. At this moment, everything seemed so real and so beautiful to Qin Song. Compared to the scene in my dream, it felt like returning to heaven from hell. Chapter 63 Eyes from 1,000 Miles Away. Hearing the noise, Jiang Wanwan turned her head and found that Qin Song had woken up. She stood up and walked over to Qin Song, looking at the dense beads of sweat on his fair forehead, and asked in confusion, "I turned on the air conditioner. Why are you sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare? Could it be that she is sick?" Jiang Wanwan reached out to touch Qin Song's forehead, but Qin Song grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. She felt as if she had instantly fallen into a warm embrace and felt inexplicably at ease. "Is it not fully charged yet?" the girl's soft voice asked. It's not full yet. By the way, what time is it now?" Qin Song turned his head to look at the blazing sun outside the window. With the sun at this intensity, it must be past noon. They probably didn't wake me up for lunch because they saw I was sleeping so soundly. It was around 2:30 in the afternoon. I saw that you were sleeping too soundly, so I didn't wake you up for lunch. I wanted you to rest a little longer. I left some food for you on the table. If you want to eat it, just microwave it." Qin Song hummed in agreement, and after holding her for a little while longer, he finally released her from his arms. The girl tucked the stray hairs from her forehead behind her ear. "Then lie down for a while longer. I'll go heat up some food for you." Qin Song shook his head. "I want to go back and take a shower first." Even now, he still feels a disinfectant smell on his body, which makes him physically uncomfortable. "Okay, go ahead," the girl replied. "I'll heat up your food. You can come and eat after you finish showering." Qin Song shook his head again. "No, I want you to come with me." After what happened this morning and the dream he just had, he really didn't want to be separated from Jiang Wanwan. Although it's unrealistic to stay together every moment right now, he doesn't want to be apart at least for the time being. He deliberately rubbed his forehead, frowned slightly, and pretended to have a headache, pleading, "My head still hurts a little, and I feel a bit dizzy. Can you help me back to my house? You can wait for me in the living room, and we can come back together after I take a shower, okay?" Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief when Qin Song told her to wait in the living room. Shower together? That would mean we'd be completely exposed. That's absolutely unacceptable. Waiting for him in the living room? That's a good idea. Anyway, it's not like she hasn't been to Qin Song's house before. While Jiang Wanwan was thinking, Qin Song said again, "Actually, I'm mainly afraid that I might accidentally faint while taking a shower. If no one notices, I'm doomed. You wait for me in the living room. If you hear a splash, you can come and save me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan felt that what he said made some sense, so she nodded. "Okay, let's go downstairs together. I'll wait for you in the living room." It wasn't that Qin Song was lying. He really was feeling a bit dizzy and lightheaded, which was a symptom of waking up without getting enough sleep. Generally, a hot bath would make him feel much better. Whether it was summer or winter, Qin Song never took a cold shower because, for some reason, he always felt that cold water couldn't clean him properly. When Qin Song returned home, he saw Jiang Wanwan skillfully picking up her phone to switch Wi-Fi and sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. He then went into his bedroom, prepared his change of clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In reality, Jiang Wanwan, who seemed calm and composed, became quite agitated the moment she heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. She was pondering whether she should try to save Qin Song if he really fell in the bathroom, and how she should do so. If I just push open the bathroom door and go straight in, wouldn't I be seeing him completely naked? But it wouldn't be very convenient to go in blindfolded. Let's go see him naked then. Safety is the most important thing. Thinking of this scene, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but swallow, but she remained sitting upright, not daring to even glance at the bathroom, only daring to listen to the sounds. Actually, she's the kind of person who has the desire but not the courage to act on it. A giant in thought, a dwarf in action. They're the kind of people who only talk big. If it were actually delivered to her door, she would probably blush with embarrassment and feel extremely ashamed even if she just glanced at it. A typical example of someone who's bad at games but loves to play. Gradually, she stopped playing on her phone and stared blankly into the distance, lost in thought. A highway service area in a neighboring province. After Lu Yu parked the heavy truck within the marked parking lines, Qinong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately said, "According to the planned time and route, I expect to be home by tomorrow morning, in time for my son's birthday the day after tomorrow, and I can get some rest." Lu Yu nodded and stretched. "Honey, I'm hungry. What would you like to eat?" I'll make it for you. Or we can buy it at the service area, Chinong asked. They've been driving trucks to deliver goods all over the country for years, so they've built up a network of connections. I know people in some service areas within the province and in neighboring provinces. When I occasionally stop by, I'll borrow their kitchen to use the ingredients and cook some dishes myself, paying them as usual. Lu Yu looked at the name of the service area. The pan-fried buns at this service area are pretty good. I'd like to eat some pan-fried buns, and I'll also cook some dumplings while I'm at it. I remember there's a bag of them in the refrigerator. There is a small car refrigerator inside the vehicle, which can be used for freezing. Chinong nodded, first taking out a small electric milk pot and boiling water, before heading towards the place selling pan-fried buns in the service area. Seeing this, Lu Yu got out of the car to stretch her muscles, took out a rag, soaked it, and wiped clean the missing person notices that were covered in dust on the bottom of the car. Seeing that Chinong had not returned yet, she put the dumplings into the pot of boiling water. Then she went back to her car, and out of boredom, she took out her tablet, turned on her phone's hotspot, and the tablet immediately connected to the internet automatically. Suddenly, a message notification popped up. Warning. Your living room security camera has recorded a stranger entering the electronic fence area. Please check immediately. Which friend did Chin Song bring back this time? Lu Yu muttered to herself as she turned on the live feed from the surveillance camera. Wan. Why did she come home in a nightgown? Then, she saw Chin Song walk towards the bathroom, followed by the sound of running water from the bathroom. This kid, why did he bring Wan home after taking a shower? And Wan is still wearing her nightgown. The camera's resolution was quite good, allowing Lu Yu to clearly see the nervous and uneasy expression on Jiang Wan's face. Suddenly, an idea popped into Lu Yu's mind. Could this kid be? Chapter 64 Need a recharge? Like, holding hands. At this moment, Lu Yu wished she could fly home immediately, pick up the 7 Wolves cigarettes, and give Chin Song a good whack. Although she approves of the marriage, the two are still in high school, and Chin Song is already trying to trick the girl into bed? What is this if not a beast? She took a few deep breaths to reassure herself. That's the worst-case scenario. Maybe there's something else going on, right? The camera has a speaking function, so if it really comes to that, she can stop it by simply turning on the microphone and coughing a few times. Lu Yu doesn't want to become a grandmother so early. The camera had a sound recording function, but apart from the sound of the shower, there was no other sound in the living room. Lu Yu had no choice but to keep watching in case something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Chinang's voice came from outside the car door. Honey, I bought the pan-fried buns and cooked the dumplings. Let's get out and eat. Lu Yu was startled upon hearing Chinang's voice. He mustn't find out that there's a security camera in the living room. I'm hoping it will uncover more of his hidden stash of money. But it's not okay to leave the tablet in the car when we go out to eat now. What if these two kids can't control themselves? They're in their adolescence, and if a young man and woman get into a passionate encounter, what if someone dies? If such a thing really happened, Su Qiaoling wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Chinong alone could teach Chin Song a lesson about why the flowers are so red. After a quick mental check, Lu Yu leaned out of the car window to take the pan-fried buns. Honey, I forgot to mention, I also want to eat some braised food from the deli, like duck intestines, duck tongues, and duck frames. Can you go buy them for me? Chinong looked at the delicatessen about 300 meters away and complained. You just mentioned it all at once, so I bought it while I was at it. But you only mentioned it after I got back from buying the pan-fried buns, so I have to make another trip. Upon hearing Chinang's complaints, Lu Yu immediately pulled out her trump card. Honey, please go buy it for me. I want to eat it. My husband is the best, the most capable. Please go buy it for me, okay? Please. Brother Chinong, please. A woman who knows how to be charming and coquettish has the best life. Lu Yu's status in the family is largely due to her ability and knowledge of how to act coquettishly. A marriage requires the joint effort of both partners. If only one party is contributing, the marriage is unlikely to last. Listening to his wife's relentless barrage of sweet talk, Chinong realized he couldn't handle it. He simply couldn't. Who could resist a charming and affectionate wife? He certainly couldn't. So he happily went to buy cooked food. Watching the departing figures outside the car window, Lu Yu smiled happily. After seeing Chinong off, she continued to stare at the screen on the tablet until Chin Song came out wearing a vest and shorts. took a few workbooks from his bedroom, and left the living room with Jiang Wanwan. Only then did she feel relieved. Qin Song, that kid, he has to accompany me every night, even when I take a bath. Really, Lu Yu complained with a smile. She took the small folding table and 2 folding chairs out of the car and set them up on the flat ground next to it. After placing the pan-fried buns and dumplings on the table, I took out the pre-prepared dumpling dipping sauce from the refrigerator and placed it next to the dumplings. At this moment, Qinong also bought the cooked food. After taking the cooked food, Lu Yu picked up the receipt inside the bag and looked at it with a pained expression. Just this small bag of duck intestines, a small bag of duck tongues, and 4 duck frames cost more than 100 yuan. It's so expensive. I wish I hadn't eaten it. With this 100 plus yuan, you can buy several kilograms of pork ribs to stew at home. Qinong laughed and said, "It's nothing. I made more money this time delivering goods than usual, so it's okay to splurge once in a while. Besides, as long as you like to eat it, it's worth it no matter how expensive it is. Your happiness is priceless. Eat up, then we'll take a nap. I'll run tonight, and we'll be home by tomorrow morning." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of duck tongue with his chopsticks and put it into Lu Yu's bowl. Looking at Qinang's smiling face, Lu Yu also tilted her head and smiled, picking up a duck tongue and holding it up. "Mr. Qin, thank you for your kindness over the years." Upon hearing this, Qinong also picked up a duck tongue and touched it to the duck tongue on Lu Yu's chopsticks. He smiled warmly. "Mrs. Lu, it's my honor." After returning home, Jiang Wanwan first microwaved the rice and vegetables, then changed the bed sheets and duvet covers in the room while Qin Song was eating. She then put the changed sheets in the washing machine before going to the living room. Watching Qin Song holding a large bowl meant for serving soup and shoveling rice into his mouth, she couldn't help but marvel at how much boys could eat. She had seen Qin Song's actions clearly. After he heated up all the food himself, he took out a large bowl from the sterilizer. First, pour the rice into the bowl as a base, then add all the leftover dishes except for the soup, and a giant bowl of rice is ready. Qin Song ate a bowl of noodles for breakfast, which wasn't very filling. Coupled with the mental strain from his time in the hospital and a nap at noon, he now has a great appetite. Not only did they finish all the remaining food, but they also drank every last drop of soup. So much so that even sitting down felt like my stomach was being pressed down. After switching the TV from channel mode to web search mode, Qin Song chose one of his favorite animated films from his previous life, Bunny Bears, Chinese New Year. Qin Song dares to say that if this movie were to be released in theaters, even if it were several years after the movie had already been shown and many people had already seen it, the box office would not be low. Even though this movie is only 68 minutes long, the unique Chinese people's deep-seated attachment to returning home for the Chinese New Year is very touching. It's a sentiment, but more importantly, it's a spiritual sustenance and a sense of belonging. The Bunny Bears movies are suitable for all ages. When adults take children to the movies, it's not just the children who get engrossed. There are 1,000 Hamlets and 1,000 readers. Everyone will have their own unique feelings after watching it. Jiang Wanwan sat next to Qin Song, watching with him. Seeing that the girl was watching with great interest, Qin Song asked, "Wanwan, haven't you seen this before?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "No, I rarely watch TV. I'm usually either studying or reading. I'm referring to extracurricular books, all kinds of books, such as those about history, how to grow flowers, or about the migration of animals in nature." Qin Song said softly, "Then I'll watch them with you from now on, and catch up on all the ones you haven't seen yet." The girl tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a lively light. Her gaze fell on Qin Song in front of her, and a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. "Okay." Then, she hooked her little finger around Qin Song's palm and said softly, "Do you need to charge your phone? The kind where you hold hands." Chapter 65, A Mango-Flavored Kiss. "Want?" Upon hearing this, Qin Song answered without hesitation, immediately took the girl's soft hand in his own and gently squeezed it. So soft, really so soft. Small, soft, tender, and smooth. Why is it that a woman's hand is such a wonderful thing to touch in this world? Qin Song looked at the soft, boneless little hand in his own. Apart from the calluses that had grown from holding a pen and writing, it had no other flaws. Even the nails were neatly trimmed, and the lunuli inside the nails were full and beautiful. Moreover, he doesn't think having calluses is a flaw. It's clearly a symbol of diligence, isn't it? You can tell the little hands smell sweet without even smelling them. They make you want to lick them or take a bite. As I said before, Jiang Wanwan has 2 hands, a mouth, and even a tongue inside her mouth. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? As Qin Song played with his little hand, he couldn't help but think, how painful must it be for someone in this world to have never even held a girl's hand? Sigh. I feel sorry for them for 3 seconds. The two were charging their devices while watching Bear Appears. Time passed by unnoticed. After the movie ended, Qin Song first went to the kitchen to wash the dishes before going to Jiang Wanwan's bedroom to study with her. If you're eating and drinking for free, you should at least do something to help out. He couldn't bear to let Jiang Wanwan wash them. Such soft and tender little hands should be in his hands and mouth, not in the sink. The two were busy doing and explaining problems, and before they knew it, it was dinner time again. Knowing that Qin Song had eaten lunch rather late, Su Qiaoling asked Jiang Wanwan, and, upon learning that she wasn't hungry yet, deliberately postponed dinner time. After the 3 finished dinner, Su Qiaoling returned to her room, while Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan continued their studies. Following the study plan that Jiang Wanwan had set for Qin Song, the evenings consisted of memorizing English words and doing dictation, which was relatively easy and didn't require much mental effort. Jiang Wanwan first had Qin Song review the words he had memorized the night before, and after confirming that he had memorized them correctly through dictation, he continued to memorize new words, and then had another dictation session. The number of words to memorize each day is not much, depending on their difficulty. If they are easy, it's about 30, and if they are difficult, it's about 20. Because the spoken language of the Qin and Song dynasties in their previous lives was already at a level that allowed them to communicate normally with foreigners, it was not difficult to remember. I already know how to read it and understand its Chinese meaning, so I just need to memorize the spelling. His grammar needs improvement, though, because his English is too colloquial. In his past life, when he usually communicated with foreigners, he rarely started with a bunch of polite phrases like in textbooks, and his vocabulary was so fancy that he was practically a Shakespeare from the East. Normal communication is very colloquial. Apart from formal occasions, foreigners don't really pay much attention to grammar in other situations. Just like many Chinese people, we often say things that are grammatically incorrect, but this does not affect the meaning we want to express. After memorizing the vocabulary for the day, Qin Song did some multiple choice questions and a few reading comprehension passages. After finishing, I handed it to Jiang Wanwan for review, and unsurprisingly, the accuracy rate was over 95%. With a little more practice and improved handwriting, scoring above 130 on the college entrance exam in English shouldn't be a problem. I checked the time, and it was almost 8:30. Qin Song's daily routine has been quite regular lately. He goes to bed early and gets up early, but he likes to stay in bed a little longer. It's mainly the fault of the bed ceiling technique. Definitely not because he's lazy. He stood up, stretched, and let out a soft sigh. Study time is over for today. Jiang Wanwan remained seated, looking at the exercises, and said, Teacher Jiang Wanwan, have you forgotten something? Qin Song asked with a smile. The girl looked at him, blinking her big, innocent eyes. What happened? What happened? I don't remember. Qin Song, go home now, don't linger in the classroom. Qin Song pretended to glare at her fiercely. Teacher Jiang, you've even learned to feign amnesia, haven't you? If you don't give it to me, I'll go and ask for it myself, okay? Should I remind you? Someone messaged me saying they wanted to taste my lipstick. Also, I haven't received my study reward for today. Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushed red, and even the tips of her ears turned pink. Don't. Then close your eyes. Don't open your eyes, or you'll lose the reward, she added. Qin Song obediently closed his eyes and did not peek. If this girl is too shy to give me a reward, I'll be at a huge loss. All I heard was the sound of plastic packaging being torn open, followed by the sound of a girl smacking her lips a few times. In the next instant, 2 soft, delicate lips pressed tightly together. Immediately afterwards, a soft, fragrant tongue gently pried open Qin Song's tightly closed teeth and swiftly slithered into his mouth like a nimble snake. At the same time, a rich mango aroma spread along the tip of the tongue, filling the entire mouth. The sudden touch of that fragrant tongue caught Chin Song off guard, but he quickly became completely absorbed in it. The soft touch and sweet taste made his heart race uncontrollably, and his body involuntarily produced a wonderful reaction. For a moment, Chin Song suddenly didn't know what to do with his hands. Leaving her hanging down isn't right, but holding her might startle her. However, before Chin Song could fully savor this delightful experience, his tongue quickly retreated, and the two soft lips parted. But before that, a mango-flavored candy was placed on Chin Song's tongue. I remember you like mangoes, so I ate a mango-flavored candy before I kissed you. I want you to remember that my kisses are sweet, they taste like mangoes. Jiang Wanwan blushed as she spoke these words, gazing deeply at Chin Song, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Upon hearing the girl's words, Chin Song was stunned for a moment. His heart, which had just calmed down, began to race again, and his breathing became rapid. I actually got flirted with by this girl. Then he smacked his lips again. Yes, it is indeed quite sweet. Chin Song snapped out of his daze, his gaze fixed on the girl's lips, and he swallowed hard, still wanting more. After discovering Chin Song's underhanded actions, Jiang Wanwan did not hesitate to kick him out of the bedroom. It was already embarrassing enough that she had mustered the courage to kiss Chin Song first. If she were to do it again, she was afraid she would explode with shame. After locking the door, the girl plopped down on the bed and picked up her phone. Jiang Wanwan. Kissing feels sweet, like mango. Chen Sisi, what the heck? A kiss can taste like mango. Chapter 66 The Healing Plan shows initial success. Back home, Chin Song savored the candy in his mouth. Mango flavor. I thought about Jiang Wanwan's recent behavior. Not bad. At least they're willing to express their emotions in front of me. There has been great progress. The cure plan is progressing well. Initial results are promising, but we must continue our efforts. After taking a quick shower, Chin Song first sent a message to ask about He-shin's situation and received a reply that everything was fine. Then I sent a message to ask Dajun and Xiaojun about their situation. They said they had arrived at the place where they were apprentices, had signed contracts, and had been provided with dormitories. They have just finished eating and are now buying daily necessities. Immediately afterwards, Chin Song sent another message to his mother. Chin Song, Mom, will you be home tomorrow? Around what time? Luyu. Yes, tomorrow morning, around 7 or 8 o'clock. Upon seeing the message, Chin Song replied with an OK sign and then lay in bed scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. He saw an interesting video, opened the comments section, and found that the comments were all very friendly. There was no cyberbullying, no insults or discrimination, and no overwhelming gender antagonism. There was only comfort and encouragement. Back then, Douyin was truly used for sharing life experiences, not for venting frustrations. Back then, most of the viral videos were technically advanced, rather than suggestive videos that involved wiggling buttocks. There were also no universal formulas like the sugar girl inequality, and certainly no bizarre terms like biological dad. In his previous life, when Chin Song saw the idiotic comments and outrageous remarks in the comment section, as well as the viral watermelon man, he found it hard to believe that the person who posted the comment and the creator of the video were actually a human being. They are really stupid and wicked. They can even say 0.5 times 0.8 is equal to 0.04 with a straight face, and when they are refuted, they still criticize the other party. People in the idiots forum are making serious comments, while people in the comments section are genuinely idiotic. Sometimes, he really envied monkeys, who stopped evolving halfway through their evolution, maintaining a perfect balance, and never having to go to school, work, or sit at the table. When they have nothing better to do, they snatch food from tourists and slap them across the face. The tourists don't dare to fight back because monkeys are at least class 2 protected animals. Right now, listening to the song, The Wind Rises, made Chin Song feel like he had returned to 2018. No, wait. I've actually returned to 2018. What do you mean by having a feeling? Sometimes, Chin Song was truly amazed by his own stupidity. For example, after scrolling through Douyin for half an hour, He realized that he hadn't even started writing his daily text yet. Thinking of this, Song immediately jumped out of bed, sat in front of the computer, opened the authors section, first wrote 4,000 words, published them in 2 chapters, and then wrote some more words as a reserve. I still have time to write now, but once school starts, I'll be busy and won't have as much time to write. Rather than feeding the readers to their heart's content, he felt it was more important to leave some room for improvement, since 2 chapters a day with 4,000 words was considered a standard update. Anyway, we've entered the verification period now, and I'll definitely reach 100,000 words by the end of the month. Getting full attendance next month shouldn't be a problem either. Now he only hopes that this miraculous herb will be discovered soon, so that he can earn more royalties. After finishing typing, Song looked at the big L icon on his computer desktop and couldn't resist double-clicking to open it. After a successful match, Yasuo is instantly selected on the champion selection screen. Upon entering Summoner's Rift, I immediately learned E and bought a Doran's blade before heading straight to the mid lane. He kept using E, and then he died suddenly in the mid lane, falling to Fizz's trident. It stuck, Song typed in the game. Actually, it wasn't the computer that was lagging, but someone else's computer. I haven't played in so long, my skills have become rusty, and I don't feel the same way anymore. Finally, led by Yasuo, who had an excellent score of 317-20, and Kaisa, who had a kill streak of 34-9, the team won the final victory. After the game ended, Song silently opened the hero damage statistics panel, looked at Kaisa's nearly 100,000 damage and his own less than 30,000 damage, and silently uninstalled the game. Yeah, I guess I'll stick to CS, go from now on. Even if I'm bad at it, at least I can still use the Bison to fire at my teammates and move around. After sending Jiang Wanwan a good-night message, Song lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Song didn't stay in bed. Instead, he got up early. After washing and drying the clothes, I mopped the floor and wiped down the tables and cabinets in the living room and my own room. He didn't go to his parents' room. The Qin family has an unwritten rule that Song is not allowed to enter Qinong and Lu Yu's room without permission. Similarly, neither of them could enter Song's room without his permission. Even with the closest people, it's important to be mindful of boundaries and respect each other's privacy. The Qin and Song dynasties were fortunate. Compared to parents who casually rummage through their children's school bags and diaries, Qinong and Lu Yu are exemplary parents. Not only did she never go through his school bag and diary, but she also respected his wishes very much. Even when he was a child, Song only wore underwear with Ultraman printed on it. It wasn't until he was in junior high school that he felt it was too childish and changed to solid colors. After finishing the housework, Song took a shower and then sat in the living room. Looking at the clean floor tiles and tidy sofa and coffee table in the house, Song felt a great sense of accomplishment. He did all this for no other reason than to make his parents feel more comfortable when they came home from driving. Click creak. The sound of the key being inserted into the lock and turning to open the door rang out. As if on cue, Qinong and Lu Yu, after several days of hard work, finally completed their delivery mission and returned home. Looking at the tidy home and Song sitting on the living room sofa, Qinong smiled with satisfaction. The child has grown up and now knows to do housework and care for his father. That's right. Qinong is usually in charge of the Qin family's housework, and Lu Yu is usually the one giving the orders. Dad, Mom, you're back. You guys take a shower first. What would you like to eat? I'll go downstairs to Aunt Sue's place and get it. After you eat, you guys rest well. I need to go to Jiang Wanwan's bedroom to study later. Lu Yu was absolutely certain that this was her son, but she always felt that something was different. She secretly wiped her eyes and smiled. Just make a little bit, not too much, otherwise your dad and I will be too full to sleep. Upon hearing this, Song nodded, took the keys, and went out. He had just sent Jiang Wanwan a good morning message and found that she had just woken up. He decided to go downstairs and bring up her breakfast as well, so she could eat after she finished washing up and getting rid of her toothpaste period. Chapter 67 Happy Birthday. As we all know, if you eat something right after brushing your teeth, it will taste very strange. Especially after brushing with mint-flavored toothpaste, I immediately eat a bite of orange. It's enough to make someone die on the spot. Chin Song arrived at the breakfast shop downstairs. There was still some time before work started, and there weren't many people there. He followed the rules and waited in line obediently, and soon it was his turn. "Aunt Sue, I've come to pick up breakfast for me and Wan Wan. My parents just got home, so I'm buying it for them while I'm at it." Su Qiaoling nodded and skillfully packed Jiang Wan Wan and Chin Song's breakfast first, then took out 2 cups of freshly made soy milk. Then, following Qinong and Lu Yu's tastes, she carefully avoided the breakfast items with overly strong spices and instead took some vegetable buns and fresh meat buns. Then I took 2 bags of hot milk out of the heating box. Chin Song took out his phone, subconsciously preparing to pay, only to see Su Qiaoling glare at him. He reluctantly put down his phone, grinned, picked up his breakfast, and went home. Given the relationship between the 2 families, Su Qiaoling would probably be really angry if she paid the money. Then marry her daughter when she grows up, as a way of repaying a debt of gratitude, right? Chin Song thought to himself, and have another grandson for her to play with, and at the same time cure Wan Wan's menstrual cramps, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After delivering his parents' breakfast home, Chin Song took his and Jiang Wan Wan's breakfast and knocked on the door. After finishing breakfast, the 2 began their day of studying. Chin Song ate lunch and dinner at Su Qiaoling's place as usual, while Qinong and Lu Yu rested at home for a day, and when they got hungry, they just made something to eat or ordered takeout. Before we knew it, it was evening, and study time was over. To Chin Song's dismay, today's learning reward was just a kiss on the cheek. He didn't get to eat anything. The next day, June 23, 2018, the 10th day of the 5th lunar month. Today is Chin Song's 18th birthday. Since the birthday party is being held at home, and apart from inviting Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wan Wan, there are no other people present. It is a family gathering. Therefore, everyone decided to hold the birthday party in the evening, and the daytime will proceed as usual. However, in the morning, Qinong went to the seafood market to buy a king crab, some black tiger prawns, and a grouper. In addition, I also bought some other meats and vegetables. Lu Yu also went to a famous brand cake shop and ordered a cake. That evening, at the Qin family home, after Qinong brought the last dish to the table, everyone sat down together. After discussing it, the group decided to drink some white wine. It doesn't cause the bloating of beer, nor the intoxication of spirits, making it suitable for a light drink. It also pairs well with seafood. Fortunately, Jiang Wanwan's special period was over yesterday, otherwise she wouldn't have had this treat. Looking at the dishes laid out on the table, Chin Song suddenly didn't know where to start eating. "Son, pick up your chopsticks. What are you standing there for?" Lu Yu joked with a smile. "Today you're the birthday girl, you're the boss. If you don't pick up your chopsticks, your dad, your Aunt Sue, and I won't dare to take any food." Chin Song looked at the faint wrinkle at the corner of Lu Yu's eye, took a deep breath, picked up a shrimp, and put it in her bowl. "Mom, your birthday is also a day of suffering for your mother. You've worked so hard all these years." With tears in her eyes, Lu Yu smiled and nodded gently. "Before you know it, your child has grown up into an adult, both psychologically and physically. How time flies." She still vividly remembers the first time her son called her mom, as if it were just yesterday. Lu Yu looked at the few newly sprouted white hairs at Qinang's temples and felt a deep sense of emotion. Then, Chin Song placed another shrimp in Qinang's bowl. "Dad, don't be jealous, you have some too." Upon hearing this, Qinong laughed and scolded. "You little brat, are you trying to fool your old man like a child?" Despite his sharp tongue, Qin's father couldn't hide the smile in the corners of his eyes. Chin Song picked up the 3rd shrimp, mustered his courage, and placed it in Su Qiaoling's bowl. "Aunt Sue, my parents are always out and about. You'll have to keep a closer eye on me in the future. I'm an adult now, I could go to jail." For some reason, Chin Song couldn't utter a single word of what he had prepared. Instead, this sentence just popped out of his mouth. "It's as if we don't discipline him, he'll go out and kill people with a knife." He studied with Jiang Wanwan in her bedroom, and they ended up kissing. Su Qiaoling's room was right next door. Recalling this scene, Chin Song always felt like he had stolen food from a tiger's mouth, and at the same time, he felt a little guilty. Seeing Su Qiaoling's dazed look, Lu Yu went over, took her hand, and echoed her sentiments. "Yes, Qin Song is in his final year of high school, so we'll have to keep a close eye on him. You know how my dad and I work. We're always away from home. Just treat him like your own son. If he doesn't listen to you, beat him up. You don't need to notify me or Lao Qing. Just leave him alive. If this kid isn't happy about it, he can call me, and I'll go back and beat him up myself. No matter how far away it is, it only takes about a day to fly back. Su Qiaoling snapped out of her daze, smiled, and nodded. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. Qin Song is a very well-behaved child. He's been studying with Manhwa at home every day these past few days, and he eats on time every day. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu gave Qin Song an appreciative look. Qin Song touched his nose, revealed an innocent smile, and silently placed a shrimp in Jiang Wanwan's bowl. This is a family meal, so there's no need for formalities. Please don't stand on ceremony, Wanwan. Just take whatever you want to eat, Lu Yu said with a smile. Jiang Wanwan nodded shyly. A family dinner? That sounds nice. Because there were a lot of dishes, and we wanted to eat more of them, we didn't cook much rice. Each person only got a small bowl. We didn't drink much white wine either. Each person only drank about 100 milliliters. The bottle didn't have much wine to begin with, and after opening it, everyone poured some out, and the bottle was empty. After dinner, the group sat on the sofa watching TV and chatting casually, not getting bored at all. Jiang Wanwan took out a small wooden box and handed it to Qin Song, saying softly, Qin Song, this is a birthday present for you. Happy birthday. Upon hearing this, Qin Song carefully took it and asked expectantly and nervously, May I open it now? After receiving permission, Qin Song slowly lifted the lid, revealing a bracelet lying flat inside the box. It is a slipknot bracelet made of red and black thread, with 9 cartoon dragon heads of different expressions strung on it. The dragon heads are made of 3D hard gold. At the ends of the 2 drawstrings of the slipknot, there is a small red agate ball. Qin Song was stunned when he saw the bracelet. In her previous life, Jiang Wanwan gave her a bracelet on her 18th birthday, but it was different from the bracelet in front of her now. The braided thread of this bracelet has become black, and the number of dragon heads has increased from 6 to 9. Chapter 68 Birthday Gift. Seeing Qin Song in a daze, Jiang Wanwan asked nervously, What's wrong? Don't you like it? I made this myself, and if Qin Song doesn't like it, I'll be sad for a very long time. Moreover, there is a very special meaning behind this. Upon hearing this, Qin Song shook his head and smiled. No, I like it quite a bit. I put the bracelet on my wrist, raised my hand, and looked at it. I found that the eyes of the 9 cartoon dragon heads were staring at me, their eyes full of smiles. Why are there 9? Is there any special meaning? Qin Song asked. Yes. Jiang Wanwan tilted her head and looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, Qin Song thought of something bad. He looked at the smiles on the 9 small dragon heads and murmured, 9 dragons playing with a pearl? The bracelet had nothing on it except for the 9 dragon heads, and the fact that he was wearing it made his identity quite obvious. Self equals pearl equals pig. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately denied it, saying, Of course not. I didn't mean you're a pig. This meaning is really, really good. Anyway, it didn't mean anything by you. Lu Yu stared at the bracelet on Qin Song's hand with a meaningful expression before looking away after a while. At this moment, Su Qiaoling picked up the 2 express delivery boxes she had brought with her when she entered the room and placed them on the coffee table. And Su also bought you a gift. I heard that young people have been talking about this lately, so I bought it. I don't know if you'll like it. Qin Song immediately recognized the larger one as the shipping package from the shoes he bought on the Nike website. He opened it and found a pair of the currently popular Air Jordans inside, in his size 42.5 and in the color scheme he liked. I love it so much, Qin Song said with a smile. What I like isn't the Air Jordans, but the feeling of being valued and recognized. Then he poked another package. The shape of the contents inside was strange, and it was heavy to lift, somewhat like stacked books. And Su, what is this? Qin Song asked. This is for you and Wanwan. Why don't you open it and see? Su Qiaoling said with a smile. Be careful when you open it. Don't tear the contents. Qin Song nodded and picked up a knife to cut along the edge of the express package. Upon opening the package, What comes into view is something that can cause pain for all senior high school students: the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, or simply 53. 2 complete sets of the Science 53 textbooks were laid out on the coffee table, which was enough to give anyone a headache. Thank you. Thank you, Aunt Sue, Chin Song said with a bitter face. Looking at the piles of exercise books and test papers, Chin Song felt like he was being controlled. Although I am determined to study hard and am willing to take action, I still can't help but feel scared when I see this scene. If I keep writing like this, my wrist will break, right? Lu Yu had already given Chin Song her gift a few days ago, and Chin Song was already using the latest Chrysanthemum brand mobile phone. As for Chin Ong, he had no money at all. Lu Yu has always controlled the family finances. After the truck exploded last time, he had already spent all of the 20,000 to 30,000 yuan on his wife. As for the Qin and Song dynasties, who is it? It's irrelevant. Traditionally, a married couple only needs to give one gift. Since Lu Yu gave it to him, he naturally didn't need to. After sitting and chatting for a while to digest their food, it was time for cake. Lu Yu took the cake out of the refrigerator. The cake was very small and exquisite. A delicate 6-inch cake lay quietly on the plate, covered with a thick layer of raw chocolate crumbs. The moment the cake box lid was lifted, a rich chocolate aroma instantly filled the nostrils of everyone present. In addition, it is decorated with fruits of various colors, but the price is not very attractive. A 6-inch cake costs 498 yuan. Lu Yu took 2 candles out of the bag next to her. One candle was the number 1, and the other was the number 8. Place them on the cake, turn off the lights, light the candles, put the folded birthday hat on Chin Song's head, and then it's time for the birthday boy to make a wish. I heard that birthday wishes for 18th birthdays are especially effective. Have you decided what you want to wish for? Jiang Wanwan asked. The flickering candlelight cast its light on her fair and smooth face, which was as white as mutton fat jade, giving her beautiful features a touch of allure. At the same time, the candlelight seemed like starlight falling to earth, lingering on the corners of her eyes and brows. In the candlelight, a subtle smile appeared on her slightly upturned lips, like spring flowers in bloom, exuding a faint fragrance. Those star-like eyes were like a deep pool, containing endless tenderness and affection. At this moment, Chin Song felt that her gentle smile was more intoxicating than anything else in the world. He met her gaze without flinching, a slight smile curving his lips. I've already thought it through. Chin Song closed his eyes, put his hands together in a palm-up gesture, and silently recited in his heart. In this life, I don't seek wealth, fame, or anything else. I only hope to live a peaceful life with the people I love and the people who love me. No illness, no misfortune, no disaster. After silently reciting the prayer, Chin Song blew out all the candles in one breath, and the lights came back on. It's time to try this cake that costs 498 yuan. Smack, smack. To be honest, although this cake was a bit pricey, it tasted pretty good. Therefore, it received the highest praise for a dessert not sweet. The aroma of chocolate mingled with the fragrance of eggs and milk, making it not cloying at all. Even Su Qiaoling, who doesn't eat cake, ate a small piece. Of course, most of it ended up in Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan's stomachs. Chin Song couldn't understand why Jiang Wanwan would crave spicy food during her period when she shouldn't eat it, and why it was like taking her life if she ate something sweet. But when I can eat spicy food, I don't want to eat spicy food every day anymore, and I prefer to eat other kinds of food instead. For example, tonight, the king crab was cut in 2 and prepared in 2 different ways. One is a typhoon shelter dish, the other is steamed and dipped in crab vinegar. Chin Song thought Jiang Wanwan would be eyeing Meng Xian at Baifantang, but she was happily eating steamed food instead. Even though the braised beef comes with a spicy dipping sauce, she only eats the plain version. After finishing the cake, Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Chin Song made sure Jiang Wanwan took the set of 53 practice books with her. She does it first, then teaches herself. It sounds pretty good. When cleaning up after the meal, Chin Song took the initiative to wash the dishes and pots, even though it was his birthday. As the saying goes, a birthday is also a day of suffering for one's mother. Rather than becoming a hero admired by the world, He would rather help his mother wash the dishes. Chin Song is willing to do anything that can make his mother happy. Mom, are there really girls in this world who like me? Of course. When Mom first met you, she was only in her early 20s. The true meaning of Chapter 69. After washing the dishes, Chin Song was about to sit on the sofa for a while to rest before taking a shower when Lu Yu called him back, and the two went to the study. Let me see the bracelet that Wanwan gave you. Lu Yu's serious expression puzzled Chin Song. Is this something particularly valuable? He couldn't tell. More than the 9 golden dragon heads. He cared that Jiang Wanwan had woven them herself. Whether it's handmade or machine-made, Chin Song could tell at a glance. The imperfections on the bracelet are proof that it was handmade. He took off the bracelet and handed it to Lu Yu. Lu Yu fiddled with the braided threads of the bracelet, and her expression changed from serious to solemn. At this moment, Chinong walked in and, seeing Lu Yu's serious expression, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why are you frowning on our son's birthday?" Lu Yu handed the bracelet to Chinong and said, Wanwan gave Chin Song a bracelet with her hair inside. Hair. Upon hearing this, Chinang's expression also became serious. In the entire study, Chin Song became an outsider. Looking at Lu Yu and Chinong, these two riddle-solving experts, Chin Song said irritably, "Mom and Dad, you two should stop with the riddles." He genuinely didn't know the meaning behind braiding hair into a bracelet. Upon hearing this, Chinong gave Chin Song a deep look and left the study. A moment later, when he returned, he was holding a small box, about the same size as the box Jiang Wanwan had given Chin Song for the bracelet, only with a more classic style. After opening the box, Chinong handed it to Chin Song. Chin Song took it and saw that it was also a bracelet, with black and red woven thread, but the things strung on it were a little different from those Jiang Wanwan had given him. He imitated Lu Yu's actions and fiddled with the bracelet. Sure enough, there was hair inside. However, the specks of black rust like things crawling on his hair puzzled Chin Song. After looking closely for a while, he found similar things in other parts of the bracelet. "This was a gift from your mother to me when we celebrated our 2-year relationship," Chinong said. "Those black spots on it are bloodstains." "Blood? Whose?" Chin Song asked in surprise. "Mine." "Your?" Chinong took the bracelet back from his hand, carefully put it back in the box, and continued, "I really liked it when your mom first gave me the bracelet. I carry it with me every day except when I take a shower. Until one day, I needed to go to another province and chose to travel by bus. When driving on the mountain road, the bus driver became distracted due to fatigue and drove the bus off the cliff. At that time, we had only been on the mountain road for a short while, and the cliff was not high. Even so, the vehicle rolled along the cliff for quite a while before coming to a stop. There were 36 people on the bus, including the driver and the ticket seller. 16 died, 10 were seriously injured, and 9 were slightly injured. I'm the only one who's completely fine. I just scraped my forehead. The bloodstains on the rope are from when I accidentally cut my arm on broken glass while rescuing people. I've never heard you mention it before," Chin Song said. Chinong waved his hand, stopping him from asking questions, and continued, "A few days after I finished my business and came back, your mother suddenly developed acute appendicitis, which was very serious, with all sorts of complications. Medical techniques back then weren't as advanced as they are now, but thankfully it was a close call and the surgery was a success. Ever since then, I felt that this matter is particularly strange. Why was I completely unharmed in that accident, while the people who were with me suffered at least a fracture? Then your mother got acute appendicitis. Normally, this kind of disease can be cured by surgery as long as she is taken to the hospital in time, but it almost endangered her life. There were no search engines or anything like that before, so I looked up some books about this kind of thing and even went to the mountain to pray to a master. Only then did I realize that it was your mother who had protected me from disaster." Listening to this story, which was both feudal and superstitious and had a touch of metaphysics, Chin Song couldn't help but want to raise questions, but he immediately suppressed the thought. If rebirth could happen to him, then other feudal superstitions don't seem so outrageous anymore. Now Chin Song has nothing he doesn't believe. Even if someone adds him as a WeChat friend and claims to be Qin Shi Huang, Chin Song is prepared to give him 50 renminbi and buy him KFC to test if it's true or not. And then what? What did the book and that master say? Qin Song asked. Qinong cleared his throat, thought for a moment, and then said, when a girl braids a strand of her hair into a bracelet and gives it to the person she likes, it's called a strand of hair tied to your wrist, which means she wants to give her whole life to that person. Besides this, there is another special meaning, which is to protect the other party from disaster. Even if you betray her, as long as you still wear this bracelet, she has to protect you from disaster. Of course, there is another saying circulating among the people, which is that if you accept the green silk bracelet given by the other party, you will be doomed if you betray her in the future. Compared to the latter, which is utterly disastrous, I prefer the one about averting disaster, because that's something I've personally experienced. And the bracelet that Wanwan gave you has 9 dragon heads on it. In ancient times, 9 represented the extreme of yang numbers, and it was also a homophone for long-lasting, implying longevity and good health. Therefore, I can be certain that Wanwan definitely didn't have any ulterior motives. At this point, Qinong paused. Why don't you return this bracelet to Wanwan tomorrow? This gift is too heavy. Lu Yu rolled her eyes at Qinong. That girl gave your son an 18th birthday present, and you want your son to return it? What were you thinking? She looked at Qin Song and continued. Just take what your dad said as a story, but it's better to believe it than not. It's better not to wear this bracelet anymore. Just put it in the box and in the drawer of your bedroom desk. Those 3 versions are mentioned in unorthodox history books, but your father and I are not Wanwan, so we don't know exactly what she meant. Maybe she just saw that this kind of gift-giving is popular online, right? Wanwan is such a studious girl. She probably doesn't have time to read those messy history books. P.S. A reader commented asking about the meaning of the bracelet, but I didn't reply to avoid spoilers. It's explained in this chapter. All explanations regarding the bracelet are for the sake of the plot. Any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. Reject superstition and believe in science. Chapter 70 won't get boring. Upon hearing this, Qin Song paused, recalling what Jiang Wanwan had told him before, that she usually read extracurricular books, including history books. Since it's an extracurricular book, it must be different from traditional official histories. It might even be a history book with metaphysical elements. He nodded slightly. She saw it. Qin Song believed that Jiang Wanwan would never harm him, so the idea of eternal destruction would never even cross Jiang Wanwan's mind. The meaning behind her making this bracelet is probably that she wanted to entrust her whole life to him, and also that it was meant to ward off disasters. I won't wear this bracelet anymore. It's fine to keep it in the drawer and take it out to look at every day, he said to Qinong. Qinong looked at him, nodded, and walked out of the study. A while after Qinong left the study, Lu Yu looked at Qin Song and questioned, to be honest, in the few days your father and I were away, what else did you do with Wanwan in her bedroom besides studying? Qin Song was taken aback by the question. Feeling a little guilty, he still stubbornly replied, besides studying, what else can I do? You and your dad kept it a secret. When Wanwan's father passed away, he specifically asked me to take a year off from school to be with Wanwan. I don't need to explain what that year meant to a young girl, do I? To be honest, were you already thinking about bringing Jiang Wanwan to our family back then? Lu Yu shook her head. At that time, I didn't really think that way. I just felt sorry for Wanwan. It just so happened that you two were getting along well at the time, so I thought I might as well have you take a year off from school to be with her. Speaking of which, your dad and I approve of your relationship with Wanwan, and your Aunt Sue also approves, but you two absolutely cannot start dating too early. Your main task right now is to focus on your studies. After you graduate from the college entrance examination, you can talk about whatever you want, but right now, absolutely not. Lu Yu said firmly. Qin Song nodded, then pursed his lips. Don't worry, Mom, I know that. Who in their family only starts dating in their senior year of high school? Lu Yu snorted and said, You know it. That's good. I won't say anything more, lest you find me annoying. By the way, Mom, was the story Dad just told true? Qin Song asked curiously. Lu Yu glanced at him helplessly. Of course it's true. Your dad and I wouldn't go so far as to make up a story to lie to you about this. Besides, where can you find such realistic temporary props? Then tell me what you thought after that happened. Qin Song's interest was piqued. For some reason, He became very interested in these kinds of mystical events happening around him. What are your thoughts? Since Qin Song had asked, Lu Yu was happy to share them with her son. After my appendectomy, I proposed to your dad. Huh? Qin Song looked shocked. Mom, you proposed to Dad? Shouldn't it be my dad proposing to you? Aren't you saying it backwards? No, it was me who proposed to your dad. Lu Yu's eyes curved into crescent shapes, as if she was recalling the details of the proposal. When we first got together, it was your dad who pursued me, and when we got married, it was me who proposed to your dad. Isn't that great? There's no law that says a woman can't propose to a man, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded silently. In a few years, the views on love held by some young people will become extremely distorted. Technology is advancing, human civilization is progressing, but morality is constantly declining. The older generation may have more traditional ideas, but their sincerity towards love is something that today's young people cannot match. After that incident, I only had one thought in my mind. I wanted to marry your father. A glimmer of happiness shone in Lu Yu's eyes. I want to wake up with him every morning, stay in bed a little longer, have breakfast, and then go about our own business. When we get home in the evening, I cook dinner, and he waits in the living room. After I finish cooking each dish, he brings it to us. After dinner, he washes the dishes, and then we snuggle on the sofa and watch our favorite TV shows. When it's time to sleep, we go back to the bedroom and cuddle together. A simple, ordinary day, year after year, you'll never get tired of it. I don't seek great wealth and status. If I have money, I'll spend more. If I don't, I'll spend less. I know how to spend money, and I know how to save money. It doesn't matter if the house is small. A complete family is only when two people are together. Love grows stronger through mutual compromise. Your dad is willing to indulge my little womanly tendencies, and I'm willing to let your dad spend money on those fishing rods that I won't use more than a few times every 2 or 3 months. When he drives, I watch him, and when I drive, he watches me. It's fine that way. Hearing this, Qin Song, who hadn't even heard himself mentioned, said resentfully, So, you and my dad are the real love, and I was just an accident, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu covered her mouth and laughed. You can't say that. You are the fruit of our love, and we still love you very much. If we had to choose one of the three of us to give up, your father and I would definitely choose to give up ourselves first. Whether in my eyes or your dad's eyes, you are someone we both love very, very much, and you will not be on the list. Although he felt it was unlucky to ask such a question, Qin Song couldn't help himself. Mom, what if one of you or my dad has an accident? Nobody likes to hear unlucky things, and Lu Yu is definitely one of them. Lu Yu glared at Qin Song, but after seeing the visible sadness in his eyes, she spoke softly. Then you must live a good life on your own. When Lu Yu said this, her eyes were smiling, and her voice was unusually gentle compared to usual. If that day really comes, you still have Wanwan, right? You're all grown up now. It's time for Mom to tell you some things. Pushing away someone you like is called growth, while keeping someone you like is called skill. Dating is actually a continuous cycle of 4 things: being affectionate, arguing, breaking up, and making up. The true meaning of love is that whoever is willing to cycle through it until old age, that's a lifetime. Your dad and I will keep this cycle going until we're old, and I hope you and your future partner will too. But Mom, what if Wanwan also? Qin Song was interrupted by Lu Yu before he could finish speaking. She gritted her teeth and said, You little brat, you think you can get away with anything just because I give you a little credit? Don't think I won't beat you up just because it's your birthday today. Go take a shower and go to bed right now. Tomorrow morning, you'd better go to Wanwan's place to study properly. You also need to start working on the 53-foot workbook that your Aunt Sue bought for you. If I find you playing games all night, I'll come to your room with a clothes hanger after midnight and show you what it means to still be as good as ever. Upon hearing this, Qin Song chuckled mischievously and dashed out of the study. Chapter 71 Past Events, Part 1. Chapters 71-78 are extras, which can be skipped without affecting the reading experience. After taking a shower, Qin Song casually posted 4,000 words of his draft online. Lying in bed, memories of his past life surfaced in his mind. He was 21 years old that year, in his junior year of college. Compared to the first and second years, The third year has quite a few courses, especially major courses. Qin Song clearly remembers that it was in the afternoon, and the class was on Mao Zedong thought. Most schools offer this course in the second semester of the sophomore year, but their school offers it in the first semester of the junior year. He was listening attentively when his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number calling. Without thinking, he immediately hung up the phone. People often go to great lengths to sign up for memberships just for those small discounts, and even foolishly leave their phone numbers behind. The downside is the constant barrage of harassing calls and telemarketing ads. What Qin Song found unbearable was that the number kept calling back after being hung up on. However, just as Qin Song was about to block the number, a text message from that number popped up. "Hello, I am a highway patrol officer. Your parents were in a car accident on the highway and both died at the scene. I found this number in the glove compartment of your parents' car. Please reply to me as soon as you see this message." Before this, Qinong and Lu Yu had played a joke on Qin Song, saying they had made him an acrylic business card with his phone number, name, and their relationship with him. That way, if an accident happens outside in the future, the rescue workers won't be unable to find a contact person. The two also mentioned that there was someone in their truck driver group who was in the same situation, and he didn't even get to see his loved ones one last time, although the cause of the accident was driving while fatigued. At the time, Qin Song thought they were joking, since the two of them had excellent driving habits, never speeding or violating traffic rules. Because they are a husband and wife team, they are less likely to drive while fatigued due to mutual supervision. Upon seeing this news, Qin Song felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he suddenly found it hard to breathe. His hands trembled as he raised them to signal to the teacher that he needed to use the restroom. After forcing himself to get to a stall, he dialed the number with a sliver of hope, thinking that maybe it was just a scam text message. "I dialed the number saved as Emperor Father, but it was switched off. I dialed the number saved as Empress Dowager, but it was already switched off." Because of their work, the two of them never turn off their phones when they are driving. In that instant, Qin Song's mood felt as heavy as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. He stared wide-eyed at the call that had automatically ended because it couldn't be connected, his heart filled with despair and helplessness. His initial hope and anticipation vanished instantly, leaving only a deathly silence and desolation, as if the whole world had abandoned him at that moment, plunging him into an unprecedented loneliness. He dialed the unfamiliar number back and asked in a trembling voice after the call connected, "Are you telling the truth? Why didn't you call me using my parents' phones? Why are their phones switched off?" The person on the other end of the phone seemed used to Qin Song's illogical statements. He patiently explained, "The car accident scene was quite horrific and chaotic. The windshield on the driver's side was completely shattered, and your parents' cell phones are nowhere to be found. Even if the phones weren't lost, I can't unlock them without the password. I know it's hard for you to accept right now, but it's better if you come as soon as possible. They've already been taken to the hospital morgue, and you need to come and identify the bodies. I'll send you the hospital address via text message." After saying that, the phone was hung up. Immediately afterwards, an address was sent to Qin Song's phone via text message, along with several photos. A photo of the front of a large truck shows the windshield completely shattered and detached, with the driver's and passenger's seats also in a mess, covered in large patches of blood. A good luck charm was hanging on the rearview mirror inside the car. Qin Song recognized it at a glance. He had gotten it from a temple when he went hiking with Jiang Wanwan during the summer vacation. It cost him a full 299 yuan, because monks don't talk about money, they only talk about fate. The license plate number, the color and style of the car were the same as the car Qin Song remembered from his family. The missing person notices pasted on the car body also proved to Qin Song that this car belonged to Qinong and Lu Yu. Nevertheless, he still shook his head, unable to believe that it was all real. "No way. That master clearly said that the amulet is very effective. This can't be true. Maybe I'm dreaming right now. How can we prove this isn't a dream?" "That's it," Qin Song muttered to himself, then suddenly slammed his head hard against the wooden partition of the cubicle. Thump! A loud crash echoed in the toilet, followed by the sounds of people cursing and swearing inside. Qin and Song had only one feeling, pain. A surge of heat flowed from his forehead. He could feel that his temple had been bruised and was bleeding, which was flowing down his cheek. He dared not wipe it away and endured the pain without making a sound. If Chin Song wipes his forehead, it proves that he acknowledges that his forehead is bleeding. If he cries out, it proves that the impact has caused him pain. If it hurts and you bleed, it means that it's all real, and this isn't a dream at all. But if this were true, he had no idea how to face it. Two perfectly healthy people. How could they just disappear like that? Just as he was wondering what to do, the text message notification sounded again, from that unfamiliar number once more. Please get to the hospital as soon as you receive this text message. My condolences. Upon seeing this message, Chin Song finally came to his senses. He slapped himself hard, then staggered out of the restroom and ran towards the counselor's office. Seeing the open office door, Chin Song was about to rush in, but he subconsciously knocked on the door. The teachers sitting in the office heard the knocking and looked up at the door. The teacher closest to the door quickly grabbed a few sheets of paper and went upstairs. Student, what happened to you? Half of your face is covered in blood. The female teacher raised her hand to wipe Chin Song's face, but after a pause, she handed him the tissue instead. She didn't know where the wound was, and it wouldn't be good if she accidentally scratched it open. The counselor, sitting not far away, looked at Chin Song, whose face was half covered in blood, and only after a while did he recognize that this was his student. He quickly stepped forward and helped Chin Song to sit down on a chair. Chin Song, what happened to you? Shall I take you to the infirmary now? Chin Song took the paper handed to him by the female teacher, opened his mouth as if to ask for leave, but didn't know how to say it. With his mouth babbling and his eyes glazed over in a daze, Chin Song's expression startled the counselor. Let's go. We're going to the medical center now. No, to the city's central hospital, the counselor said urgently, his face half covered in blood, looking truly terrifying. Chapter 72 Past Events, Part 2. Chin Song stood motionless, picked up a tissue to wipe the bloodstains that had congealed on his face, and said in a hoarse voice, Advisor, I need to ask for leave. My parents died in a car accident. This time, it was the counselor's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to comfort the student in front of him, but didn't know what to say. Do you want me to come with you? He asked softly. Chin Song shook his head. Thank you, counselor, but no need. I can manage on my own. The counselor nodded. Go ahead then. I'll give you 2 weeks off. You can complete the formalities when you come back. Half a month isn't enough. Okay, then a month's leave it is. The counselor agreed softly. Watching Chin Song's departing figure, he added, Go to the restroom first and wipe the blood off your forehead and face. Some things have already happened. Since we can't undo them, we should take care of ourselves first and not worry the deceased. Okay, I understand. Chin Song nodded in response. He went to the bathroom to clean the bloodstains off his face in front of the mirror before returning to his dormitory. It's not that I need to take anything. It's just that my ID card is in the drawer of my desk. I don't know if I'll need it, but it's better to have it with me. Chin Song also picked up his suitcase and packed some changes of clothes. The location in the text message was in another province. He was organizing very slowly, but that was just an excuse. His real intention was to avoid facing the issue. Carrying a 16-inch suitcase, I bought the earliest flight ticket to another province online and then took a taxi to the airport. He was in a daze the whole way. He didn't know what he was thinking or what he should be thinking. Looking at the large patches of blood on the driver's and passenger's seats in the photo, Chin Song could already imagine how horrific the situation must have been. I was so tired, but I didn't dare to sleep. I could only force myself to stay awake until I boarded the plane, until the flight landed, and until I arrived at the hospital. His eyes were bloodshot as he arrived at the hospital and dialed that number. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a traffic police uniform approached and asked, Are you a family member of the victim? To Chin Song, the term victim was so unfamiliar. He nodded and handed over his ID card. I am Chin Ong and Lu Yu's son. That couple. The traffic policeman took the ID card, checked it, and handed it back to him. Come with me. Chin Song followed him. Excuse me, are you the one who sent me the text message? The traffic policeman shook his head. No, the traffic policeman who sent the message came from the highway to help. Because the responsibility for determining liability in the accident has now been handed over to our traffic police brigade, we are the ones responsible for guiding the victim's family. The two took the elevator to the morgue on the basement floor. Once inside, the cold air made Chin Song shiver. These are the only two safes left. Would you like to take a look? The traffic policeman asked. We have already confirmed their identities. Their ID cards are in the car, and their appearances match. There is absolutely no mistake, but you should take a look just to be safe. He paused, then said after a moment, although I know I shouldn't say this, I still suggest you don't watch it. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that things were a bit. He stopped there. Chin Song nodded. Compared to the initial heartbreak upon hearing the news, he now seemed less distressed. If I had to describe my inner state with one idiom, it would be completely calm and undisturbed. Calm, unnaturally calm, abnormally calm. He didn't know if this was normal, and he couldn't control it. He wanted to cry, but not a single tear came out. Let's not look at it now. May I ask if you have any recommendations for funeral homes? We'll look at it after the mortician has prepared my parents' remains and documents. On his way here, Chin Song searched for related information online. Most people who die in car accidents have a grotesque or even terrifying appearance. A distorted face, broken bones piercing through the skin, limbs bent at an angle of 180 degrees, and so on. He wasn't afraid of any of that. He just wanted to keep the best aspects of his parents in his heart. If the two of them are watching from heaven, they probably wouldn't want him to see this. Upon hearing this, the traffic policeman nodded. He did know a few good funeral homes, both for the skills of the morticians and for the standardized procedures. Those of them in this line of work encounter this kind of thing many times, so it's normal for victims' families to ask about funeral homes. There are 3. I'll give you their contact numbers. You can contact them. Back on the first floor of the hospital, the traffic policeman borrowed paper and pen from the information desk, wrote down the 3 phone numbers, paused, and continued. By the way, they have a branch in Jiangxing City. You can have them transport the body to Jiangxing City first. That will make things easier for both the memorial service and the cremation. He had seen the couple's and Chin Song's ID cards and knew they were from Jiangxing City. Chin Song nodded in response and thanked him. By the way, remember to come to the traffic police brigade here again after you've finished the funeral arrangements. Because this traffic accident was quite serious and involved many people, we can only guarantee that the accident liability determination letter will be issued within 15 working days. But don't worry, the cause of this accident definitely has nothing to do with your parents. They are simply victims. In the blink of an eye, all the arrangements for the funeral were completed. During that time, Chin Song felt that he had suddenly grown up. He personally called each of his parents' relatives to inform them, and he also oversaw all the communication and arrangements with the funeral home. Chin Song didn't like those profit-driven relatives, but in order to let his parents rest in peace in heaven, he had no choice but to call them over one by one, and all the people who were supposed to attend the funeral were present. His grandparents and maternal grandparents had passed away long ago. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this sudden accident. After burying his parents in 2 adjacent plots in a cemetery with decent scenery, Chin Song, without even taking a break, rushed off to the traffic police station. The accident liability report has been released. The cause of the accident was a long section of cement stone that suddenly protruded from the highway, causing the car in front to lose control when it drove over the road, and several cars behind it suffered the same fate. This is how a horrific accident occurred, with vehicles repeatedly overturning and rolling backwards. The road administration and maintenance companies are fully responsible, and with the various compensations from the insurance company, the total amount is a staggering 3 million yuan. Because the incident needed to be resolved quickly, the money was transferred to the bank card with the pre-registered account number of Chin Song within 3 working days. Chapter 73 Past Events, Part 3. Having settled all matters, Chin Song finally returned home. After taking a quick shower, I collapsed onto the bed, wrapped myself in the blanket, and fell asleep. After a long time, he woke up at dusk and looked at the dark sky outside. He felt like he had been abandoned by the world. I didn't want to go out, so I got up, picked up my phone, and ordered takeout. After thinking about it, I found a decent Hunan restaurant nearby, ordered 2 or 3 snacks to go with my drinks, a bottle of Finjo liquor, and then sent a private message to the delivery guy, asking him to bring me 2 packs of Lacoon liquor and a cup of ice from a nearby milk tea shop. If he smokes, give him 1 pack of cigarettes. If he doesn't smoke, give him 20 yuan in cash as a delivery fee. The delivery driver readily agreed to this unexpected treat. Running an errand to buy cigarettes only takes a minute, and you can buy ice from Shui Wang. A bag of ice only costs 1 yuan. In the funerals Qin Song had attended before, the deceased relatives would wail and cry their hearts out after learning about the incident, and then use alcohol and cigarettes to numb themselves. He hasn't been drinking much lately because he has too many things to deal with, and he wouldn't be able to get things done if he got drunk. But after he went to the hospital to claim the body, he started smoking 2 packs a day, and he had become somewhat addicted. Qin Song didn't know why he couldn't cry or even feel sad, but he wanted to try and see if he could use alcohol and cigarettes to bring out his emotions. His sixth sense told him that he was acting very strangely and needed to vent, otherwise he would eventually cause trouble. When Qin Song received the food delivery, the delivery guy said he didn't smoke. Qin Song transferred 20 yuan to him via WeChat. After receiving the money, the delivery guy thanked him and left happily. After placing the items on the coffee table in the living room, Qin Song took a cup from the sterilizer, poured some ice into it, and then poured in some Finjo liquor. The liquor is too strong. He can't drink it without chilling it first. He originally wanted to order beer, but it made him feel too full, so he ordered a bottle of baijiu instead. After eating a few bites of rice and some vegetables to fill his stomach, Qin Song waited until the wine in his glass was almost chilled by the ice before picking up the glass and taking a sip. Chilled baijiu is not as harsh as baijiu at room temperature. If you taste it carefully, you can still feel the mellow aroma and aftertaste. It is not unpleasant to drink. He threw away his lighter before boarding the high-speed train and forgot to ask the delivery guy to bring one. So he had to go to the kitchen, turn on the gas stove, and light his cigarette with the flame before taking a puff. Perhaps he smoked too fast. The first puff went straight into his lungs, and he felt a stinging pain in his throat, along with some unpleasant smoky residue lingering there. For some reason, Qin Song felt strangely good, so he took another deep drag. It still stings my throat, I still cough, and I still feel a stinging sensation and a burning sensation. But it was still great. During this period, his emotions remained relatively stable. He felt like the sky had fallen after this happened, but he miraculously pulled through and didn't show any sadness in front of outsiders. Can pain really bring pleasure? After finishing his cigarette, Qin Song began to eat and drink, intending to test whether it was true after he finished eating. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door, and Qin Song, slightly drunk, subconsciously got up to open it. As soon as the door opened, 2 groups of relatives from my parents' side rushed in carrying gifts of varying sizes. While keeping an eye on Qin Song, he also took in the furnishings of the living room. After seeing the liquor on the table, Auntie looked at Qin Song with a pained expression and said, "Oh dear, look at you. Why are you hiding in the room drinking alone? If you want a drink, I'll have your third cousin come and keep you company. What kind of behavior is it for you to hide inside and drink all by yourself? There's no one to take care of you." Qin Song shook his head, took a deep breath to clear his head a little, and asked the relatives who had suddenly arrived, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Qin Song's uncle became somewhat displeased. "We are all your elders. We came to see what's wrong with you. Qin Ong and Xiaoya were good to us when they were alive, so isn't it only right that we care about you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the relatives chimed in agreement. Hearing this, Qin Song's expression softened slightly. He stood up and said, "Thank you, uncles and aunts, aunts and uncles. I don't have enough rooms for you all, and since you're so late, there's no bus back to the county. Why don't you find a hotel to stay in first, and I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. How about that?" Auntie Sen laughed and said, "All right then, why don't you open a hotel for us? I think that newly opened 3-star hotel is pretty good." Aunt rolled her eyes at her, then smiled at Qin Song and said, "Little Song, your uncle and I don't need to go to the hotel. We'll save you some money. Don't you have a guest room here? Your uncle and I can stay here." Auntie Sen panicked immediately upon hearing this. She knew better than anyone else why this group had come here, because she thought the same thing. If she were to be given the advantage of being in a good position, she would probably be furious. Oh dear, little Song, your third uncle passed away early, so I can stay here too. I can sleep on the sofa, which will save you money, she said with a forced smile. With these two people starting, others also began to argue. I'll sleep on the floor. I'm a very easygoing person. Hey, I'm your sister-in-law. You're trying to steal my territory, aren't you? Don't you know anything about manners? I'm still your younger brother. Why don't you give in to me a little? A group of people argued incessantly over who should sleep on the floor and almost came to blows. Seeing the scene before him, Chin Song felt the effects of the alcohol slowly kicking in, and he began to feel dizzy and have a headache. Hey, isn't there another room? I'll stay in this one. Auntie Sin didn't manage to get a sofa, and seeing that the door to Chin's parents' room was tightly closed, she headed over there. Stop! Don't go into that room. Chin Song shouted coldly. That's my parents' room. When a younger relative called out to her, the third aunt felt a little embarrassed. Your parents have both passed away, so what's wrong with letting me stay in your room? If I wanted to move in while they were here, they would have to agree. Is this how you talk to your elders? Seeing that he couldn't stop her, Chin Song quickly stepped forward to block her way, pointed at the open door, and said coldly, You! Get out of here! Hearing the noise, everyone looked at the two of them. The third aunt felt she had lost face and was so angry that she jumped up and down. I'm definitely going in today. I am your elder. How dare you speak to me like that? Your parents would call me sister-in-law even when they were alive. She pushed Chin Song aside and walked arrogantly into the room. Chapter 74 Past Events, Part 4. However, just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, a fruit knife flew over and stuck straight into the wooden ornament by the door. If you dare touch this doorknob, you're not going home today. Go downstairs and keep my parents company, Chin Song said expressionlessly. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a single sound. When Auntie San saw the fruit knife, which was only about 10 centimeters from her head, stuck in the wooden board and still wobbling slightly, she instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the silent crowd, she knew she had completely broken ties with Chin Song, so she simply flipped the table. You're all going to stay silent, aren't you? You're just watching a junior bully an elder and not saying a word. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just saw the news reports that this kid got a huge compensation and want to get a share of the money, right? We can only split the money if we cooperate. Otherwise, none of us can beat this kid. Upon hearing this, the relatives began to whisper among themselves again. Finally, someone spoke up. Xiao Song, logically speaking, we are all your parents' relatives, so we should also have a share of this money. How about this? We don't need the house your parents left us. Just give us the compensation. What do you think? Said the aunt in the crowd. Chin Song looked at his relatives, who had revealed their true colors, and laughed in exasperation. The first heirs to an estate are the spouse, children, and parents. As long as he's alive, this money will never have anything to do with those idiots. Okay, the compensation is 3 million, and the house is still worth 2 million. I'll give you all 5 million. How do you plan to divide it? Upon hearing this, everyone smiled with surprise and excitement. The aunt said with a smile, Give us the money, and we can divide it among ourselves. Chin Song counted the people in the room, smiled, and said, Well, there are 10 people in total. 500,000 for one life isn't too expensive. Wait here, I'll go to the kitchen and get you the money. Hearing Chin Song's eerie smile and tone, several smart people retreated slightly and stood near the gate, ready to evacuate immediately in case of any emergency. However, some people, blinded by money, are unaware of this. Their minds were only focused on the 5 million Chin Song mentioned. Everything else seemed to be automatically filtered out. Here comes the money. Who wants to go first? Chin Song held a kitchen knife in each hand, smiling as he looked at the group of people. Isn't it about money? A human life costs 500,000. I can afford it. Don't worry, after you die, the court will compensate your son and daughter with the assets under my name, but only if I don't donate this money before I'm caught, right? Chin Song reeked of alcohol, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was carrying 2 kitchen knives, looking extremely ferocious. Before 30 seconds had even passed, the group rushed out the door in a frenzy, not even having time to take the gifts they had brought. He's gone mad. This kid's gone mad. These were the words Auntie Sen blurted out before she rushed out in a panic. Looking at the door swaying due to the crowd, Chin Song grinned, put the cleaver on the coffee table, and continued drinking and eating. A moment later, footsteps came from the doorway, and Chin Song became somewhat impatient. He had no interest or mood to continue playing with this bunch of idiots. Without even looking up, he said in a cold voice, "What? You value money more than your life, huh?" "Chin Song, that is me." A clear and familiar voice came from inside. Chin Song looked up and saw a beautiful figure standing at the door, carrying a thermos in her hand. She stood tall and graceful, with a natural and poised demeanor. "Wan, it's been a long time." Looking at the girl in front of him, Chin Song finally managed to utter these words after a long while. He had just had dinner with her during the National Day holiday a while ago, but it felt like an eternity had passed. He had been planning when to confess his feelings to Jiang Wanwan, but now that this has happened, Chin Song doesn't know how to face this relationship. As far as he knew, there was a rich second-generation student who was pursuing Jiang Wanwan at her school. The rich second-generation student's family company had a monthly income of 5 million yuan, while the compensation for his parents' deaths was only 3 million yuan. The girl hummed in agreement, walked into the house, and casually closed the door behind her. Looking at the gifts scattered on the floor, the messy sofa, and the two gleaming kitchen knives on the coffee table, she didn't ask any questions and silently tidied up. He put the kitchen knife back in the kitchen, tidied up the sofa, arranged the gifts one by one, and finally his gaze fell on the bottle of white wine that had been opened. "Chin Song, can you stop drinking? Have some soup instead. My mom made it and asked me to bring it over," Jiang Wanwan said softly. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at school right now?" Chin Song asked. "After Uncle Chin and Aunt Lu's funeral, I went back to school and asked my counselor for a month-long leave." Chin Song nodded and was about to pick up the bottle to pour more wine when Jiang Wanwan confiscated the bottle along with the cap. "No alcohol, just soup." The girl showed an unusually firm attitude. "Drinking a little to drown one's sorrows is fine, but almost a quarter of the wine in the bottle has already been gone. Chin Song's alcohol tolerance is not good to begin with, and who knows what might happen if he drinks any more." Chin Song pursed his lips without refuting, took the soup Jiang Wanwan handed him, and sipped it slowly. After finishing the small bowl of liquor, while Jiang Wanwan went to the bathroom, he went to the kitchen, lit a cigarette, and smoked it silently in the living room. Jiang Wanwan wanted to snatch it, but she was afraid of burning Chin Song with the cigarette ash, so she imitated Chin Song and took out a cigarette from the cigarette box. "I searched and searched, but I couldn't find the lighter." She glared at Chin Song, picked up her keys, and walked out the door. A moment later, she returned with a lighter in her hand and started smoking, imitating him. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Wanwan coughed from the choking, but continued to inhale regardless. Helpless, Chin Song stubbed out his cigarette, and then stubbed out Jiang Wanwan's cigarette as well. "If you can't smoke, what are you smoking?" "It's a waste," Chin Song complained. "I'll smoke, what's it to you?" "I'll smoke. I'll smoke. I'll smoke. I'll make you angry." Jiang Wanwan glared at him fiercely, then softened her attitude. She said softly, "Please don't smoke or drink excessively, okay? It's bad for your health. If you want to vent, how about I buy you some AD calcium and you can drink it in rows?" Upon hearing this, Chin Song couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you trying to coax a child? Go back to school. Don't fail because you don't have enough credits. You're an outstanding college student who gets scholarships." "What do you mean, little kid? Didn't you comfort me like this when my grandma passed away when I was 17? Jiang Wanwan retorted, dissatisfied. "You're only 21 now. How old can you be?" Chapter 75 Past Events, Part 5. "Drink more soup. It's good for your stomach." Jiang Wanwan served him another small bowl of soup. "There's chicken in here. If you're hungry, eat some chicken first, or soak some rice in the soup. These dishes are cold. I'll heat them up for you." She took out several bowls from the sterilizer, poured the food from the takeout boxes into the bowls, and took them to the kitchen to heat them up. Chin Song tried to speak up to stop them, but found his head getting increasingly dizzy, and he felt particularly nauseous. "Damn, the after effects are kicking in. Sure enough, you shouldn't drink baijiu chilled. I drank it so fast. Vomit." Finally unable to hold it in any longer, he pulled over the trash can and started vomiting, throwing up everything he had just eaten. When Jiang Wanwan brought out the hot dishes, she saw Qin Song vomiting over the trash can. She quickly put down her bowl and gently patted his back. "Are you all right? I'll go get you some honey water." Qin Song was about to say something when his stomach spasmed again. "Vomit. You already have a low alcohol tolerance, and you still try to drink baijiu like others, and even drink it ice cold." The girl complained with heartache, but her hands didn't stop. He picked up a cup, added some honey, diluted it with warm water, and touched it with his lips to make sure it wasn't too hot before presenting it to Qin Song. "The honey water is here. Take small sips and drink it slowly. I'll go downstairs and buy you some hangover medicine." After saying that, the girl picked up the key and left the room. When he returned, his forehead was still covered in sweat. After helping Qin Song administer the hangover medicine, making him another cup of honey water, and replacing the trash can bag with a new one, Jiang Wanwan was finally able to sit on the sofa and rest for a while. "How about I stay tonight to take care of her?" The girl was interrupted by Qin Song halfway through her sentence. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest." Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow and said, "Qin Song, what do you mean? You're just using me and then throwing me away. Am I someone you can summon and dismiss at will?" Upon hearing this, Qin Song choked. "I didn't mean that. What I meant was that it's getting late, and besides, I didn't ask you to come. It's not that I don't welcome you, it's just, I. Qin Song didn't know what to say next, so he simply remained silent. He leaned back on the sofa, squinting, his tense mind suddenly relaxing. The alcohol numbed his brain, making him even more drowsy. "Hey, don't fall asleep yet. Drink some more soup. You threw up everything you just ate. Your stomach will feel uncomfortable if it's empty." Qin Song. Qin Song. This was the last thing Qin Song heard before he fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was the next morning. Thanks to the hangover medicine and honey water that Jiang Wanwan fed him, Qin Song did not have a severe headache when he woke up. He was only slightly dizzy and nauseous. Just as he was about to get up, he felt something pressing on his lower abdomen. Looking up, he saw Jiang Wanwan sitting on a chair by the bed, her upper body leaning over Qin Song, her breathing steady. Recalling what happened last night, Qin Song remembered that he was sleeping on the sofa. At 21, he had stopped growing. His frame wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. He is nearly 1.8 meters tall, regularly runs, and weighs a standard weight of nearly 75 kilograms. Jiang Wanwan is considered tall for a girl, standing at about 1.7 meters tall and weighing nearly 60 kilograms. Although they may appear to have similar weights, due to differences in hormones and body structure, girls and boys tend to have less muscle and more fat, resulting in less strength. Last night, Qin Song slept like a log. Jiang Wanwan had to carry him from the living room to the bedroom all by herself, which shows how much effort it took. He carefully got up, preparing to carry Jiang Wanwan to bed. As soon as she made some noise, Jiang Wanwan opened her eyes and woke up. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" she asked. Just as Qin Song was about to say he wasn't hungry, his stomach started growling. "I cooked some porridge last night. It's keeping warm in the rice cooker now. I'll go get some for you." After saying that, Jiang Wanwan got up and walked towards the kitchen, and a moment later brought in 2 bowls of millet porridge. "One bowl for you, 1 bowl for me. I put some sugar in it. If you think it's not sweet enough, I'll add some more. But don't add any pickled vegetables, so as not to irritate your stomach." The girl picked up a spoon to feed Qin Song, but Qin Song refused. He was just a little dizzy, not paralyzed, so he didn't need to be fed porridge. After the two finished their porridge, Qin Song said, "You should go to bed. I'll go wash these 2 bowls." Jiang Wanwan nodded gently, took off her slippers, climbed into bed, and snuggled into Qin Song's arms. "I'll get up and wash later. You can continue to nap for a while. Your eyes are still bloodshot. You didn't get a good night's rest last night." Feeling the warm, soft body in his arms, Qin Song froze and stammered. Then you can sleep here, I'll go to the guest room." He was just about to get up when the girl pulled him down. "Sleep here. I need to keep an eye on you. What if you go smoking and drinking again while I'm asleep?" After saying that, the girl snuggled into his arms and said, Song is the best girl. Let's go to sleep now. Let's go to sleep together." You. Why did you change your clothes? Nothing happened last night, right? Chin Song looked down at Jiang Wanwan and realized that her clothes were different from yesterday's. She nodded and said with her eyes closed, "Last night when I carried you to the bedroom, you threw up all over me. I went home, took a shower, changed my clothes, and then came back." Upon hearing this, Chin Song touched his nose sheepishly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. By the way, does Aunt Sue know you're staying here tonight?" I know. I told her, and she didn't object. You're so long-winded. Okay, time for bed. I'm so sleepy. The girl snuggled against his chest. If you want to repay me, come play with me after you wake up. I went through a lot of trouble to get this month-long vacation. I can't waste it. She shifted her body slightly. Don't put the air conditioner remote under the covers. It's uncomfortable. Chin Song hurriedly replied, "Okay," and shifted his body back. The girl's breathing gradually became steady, and after a while, Chin Song also felt sleepy and gradually fell asleep. When he woke up, he was alone in bed. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Wanwan was seen sitting on the sofa with a suitcase beside her. "You're awake. Quick, pack your things. We need to leave. You promised to go out with me, so you can't go back on your word." After saying that, she showed her WeChat balance. My mom agreed and even gave me 20,000 yuan for expenses. Chapter 76 Past Events, Part 6. Unlike Jiang Wanwan, Chin Song prefers to keep his money and bank cards in Alipay. He only has one bank card linked to his WeChat account, which is used to pay his tuition fees. The balance in his WeChat account comes from the living expenses sent by his parents. "Okay, I promise, I won't go back on my word. Let me pack my things first," Chin Song said with a smile. He wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that Jiang Wanwan was trying to distract him by taking him out to play. Without any hesitation, he packed his change of clothes and other belongings into his suitcase and set off with Jiang Wanwan. For the next week, Jiang Wanwan took Chin Song to another province for food, drink, and entertainment. The reason they didn't stay in the province was because they were worried that the Qin and Song dynasties would be reminded of the past. She had already prepared all the strategies and plans, so Chin Song didn't need to worry about anything. He just needed to follow her. To be honest, the results were quite significant. During his leisure time, Chin Song stopped trying to find the sadness hidden deep in his heart, and even his smoking addiction gradually disappeared. With such a lovely girl trying her best to make him happy, he almost forgot about the painful thing that had happened to him. On the last day of his trip, Chin Song woke up in the hotel and went out to knock on Jiang Wanwan's room door. They booked 2 rooms upon check-in, much to the surprise of the receptionist. "Wake up, you lazybones. Don't stay in bed. After checking out, let's have breakfast and buy some snacks. We need to catch the high-speed train." A moment later, the girl in her pajamas walked into the room, shuffling in her slippers, and opened the door, yawning. "Let's skip breakfast. I want to nap a little longer," the girl said, rubbing her eyes. Chin Song looked at her dark circles and asked, "How long did you go to sleep last night? Why are your dark circles getting worse every day since we started this trip?" "You can't skip breakfast, otherwise there won't be much good food for you on the high-speed train." "Oh dear, maybe it's because I'm not used to sleeping in this kind of bed. I don't want to get up so early to go downstairs. There are still several hours before the high-speed train departs." Jiang Wanwan said coquettishly, "How about this? You order some takeout. We can eat at the hotel and not buy any snacks. I can sleep a little longer." Chin Song thought about it and decided it wasn't a bad idea. Ordering takeout solved the breakfast problem, and snacks aren't essential to eat on the high-speed train. Although it takes several hours by car, it's a direct route and there's no need to transfer, which is very convenient. I watched 2 movies with my headphones on, and the time passed quickly. If you're really hungry, you can grab a bite in the dining car on the high-speed train. Good. Chin Song agreed and ordered 2 local breakfast items, but when he tried to pay with WeChat, it showed that he did not have enough funds. After glancing at the calendar, he showed Jiang Wanwan his WeChat balance and said helplessly, "It's already the 3rd of this month. My parents are going to starve to death." He suddenly froze halfway through his speech, standing motionless. Scrolling through my phone, I opened the chat interface with my parents. The last time we exchanged messages was before they passed away. My fingers trembled as I clicked on the video call button, but I couldn't get through. Chin Song pursed his lips, looked helplessly at Jiang Wanwan, and pleaded, Wan, did I make them angry? They won't answer my video calls or send me living expenses anymore. Could you contact them and apologize to them for me? They like you the most, so your words will definitely carry weight. Jiang Wanwan got off the bed, ran over barefoot, and wiped away the 2 lines of tears that had rolled down Qin Song's cheeks with a tissue. Qin Song, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu have already passed away. Cry. It'll make you feel better. You've been holding it in for so long. It must be really painful. The girl leaned forward gently, wrapped her arms around Qin Song's waist, and rubbed her face against his neck. She felt that Qin Song was about to shatter. Cry. Cry. I promise I won't secretly take photos or videos, okay? A moment later, Qin Song silently buried his head in the girl's shoulder and didn't lift it up for a long time, his whole body becoming limp. Sleeping asleep? Jiang Wanwan turned her head to the side, listening to Qin Song's steady breathing. Fortunately, he was a sound sleeper, and he wasn't woken up after Jiang Wanwan moved him to the bed. She looked at Qin Song's swollen eyes and tear stains on his face, and let out a long sigh of relief. After changing out of her pajamas, which were half wet, she sat down on the edge of the bed. She hasn't been sleeping well these past few days, not because she's not used to the bed, but because Qin Song hasn't cried. If you keep it bottled up like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. She wasn't afraid of Qin Song crying, making a scene, or smashing things, nor was she afraid of him smoking and drinking every day like a lump of mud. She feared that Qin Song would pretend everything was fine and then quietly end his life somewhere alone. This blow was simply too great. If Qin Song didn't vent it, he absolutely couldn't have withstood it alone. The two ultimately missed the high-speed train and had to rebook for the next one. Fortunately, the next high-speed train is just over 2 hours away, so I won't have to wait long. We had lunch at the high-speed rail station. Although the food was decent, it was too expensive. After changing their tickets, they arrived home smoothly today. After returning home, Qin Song washed up, ate a little something for dinner, and then went to sleep. Traveling is tiring, and so is crying. The next day, Qin Song got up very early and received a phone call right after finishing breakfast. Upon checking the number, he recognized it as the same unfamiliar number that had informed him of his parents' deaths. He pressed the answer button and spoke first. "Thank you for telling me about my parents." There was a pause on the other end of the phone before the reply came. "It's okay. I have something to tell you. Is it a convenient time for you?" "It's convenient, just tell me." "This matter concerns your parents. When I arrived at the scene of the car accident, your mother was still faintly conscious. I tried to communicate with her and keep her alert, but she did not cooperate with me. She even made her bleeding wounds bigger. Before she died, she asked me to tell you something." Hearing the words from the other end of the phone, Qin Song took a deep breath, his hands trembling involuntarily. He questioned, "Then why are you only telling me now?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before she continued. "This is what your mother asked me to do. She told me to tell you about this 20 days after the incident. She said that by then you must have handled everything properly before you can calm down and listen to what she has to say. She said that she was driving at the time, and if your father hadn't bent down to protect her, she would have been the one who died on the spot, not your father, and your father would have survived. She said she couldn't accept your father's death. She wanted to be selfish for once. She was afraid your father would be lonely on the way, so she went with him. In other words, your mother could have lived, but she wanted to be selfish just this once, so she committed suicide with your father. She told you not to be angry with her, and she also asked me to tell you." There was a pause on the other end of the phone. "She also told me to tell you that you should live well even if you're alone. I know I did wrong. I should have told you your mother's last words immediately, but she insisted that I tell you them 20 days after the incident. I'm a man of my word, so." Qin Song shook his head, his tone softening. "It's all right. I didn't mean to blame you. My tone was bad just now. Thank you for conveying my mother's last words to me." "You're welcome. Remember her words. Live well even if you're alone. Goodbye." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 77 Past Events, Part 7. Qin Song paused for a moment, listening to the dial tone on the phone. He understood his mother's actions and did not blame her. After quickly packing and taking what he needed, Qin Song hailed a taxi and headed to the notary office. Life is unpredictable, and he worried that if something happened to him, and there was no first heir, those beastly relatives would benefit. To be on the safe side, I might as well go to the notary office and make a will, so that no matter what, those BYDs won't get the benefit. Hello, I need my will notarized. Chin Song sat down in the service hall as guided by the staff. The staff member looked at the young man in front of him, rubbed his ears, and looked surprised. Excuse me, could you say that again? I want to have my will notarized and make a will. Chin Song replied, taking out all the necessary documents one by one. I searched online for all the documents the notary office needs, and I brought them all. By the way, this house was just transferred to me not long ago. Will that affect the notarization of the will? No problem. Please wait a moment. The process was very efficient. Chin Song signed a few words, recorded a video, and pressed a few fingerprints, and it was done. The notarized document will be issued within 15 working days, and Chin Song will have the notary office keep it permanently. The storage fee plus the will notarization fee cost a total of 5,000 yuan. The notary office also issued a receipt, which Chin Song casually put in his pocket. It was already noon when I came out after finishing my business. Winter was approaching, and the weather was getting colder. There weren't as many people on the street as in the cool autumn weather. Chin Song randomly chose a noodle shop, ordered the signature ramen, and added an extra portion of meat. Watching the man at the next table eat noodles and garlic at the same time, Chin Song peeled a clove of garlic and tried to eat it too. However, the first bite burned his throat, which made the man laugh. Young man, if it's your first time eating garlic like this, take small bites. Who puts a whole clove of garlic in their mouth and chews it the first time? You're reckless. The older brother got up, took a bottle of soy milk from the refrigerator, and handed it to Chin Song, saying, "Here, drink this. It's on me." Chin Song accepted it with a smile and thanked him. He doesn't plan to try again. Self-harm is not a good habit. He wants to live a good life, even if he's all alone. I wandered around for a bit, bought a lottery ticket, scratched it, didn't win, and put it in my pocket. I bought another ticket and won 10 yuan. I didn't claim the prize, I just put it in my pocket. Seeing someone weaving grasshoppers from bamboo leaves by the roadside, Chin Song bought a small one and put it in his pocket. After there was absolutely nothing left to see, I went home and emptied everything out of my pockets, placing it on the coffee table. After washing and drying the accumulated clothes in the washing machine, put them back in the closet. Then I did a thorough cleaning of the rest of the house, except for my parents' room. After thinking it over for a while, he finally opened the door to his parents' bedroom and cleaned the room. He didn't touch any of the furnishings, and he didn't plan to change the bedding either. Let them stay there. It's fine. He doesn't need this room anyway. If you miss your parents, go to that bedroom and sleep for a while. It will make you feel much better. After sweating profusely, Chin Song took another shower and sat in the living room playing on his phone while wearing fleece pajamas. He didn't know what he should do. Maybe he should go back to school, but he wanted to finish his vacation before going back. Suddenly, a loud pop came from the distant sky. Chin Song looked up and saw that someone was setting off fireworks in the city. TSK, 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 you've got guts. He clicked his tongue. Having not seen fireworks for so long, he suddenly became interested, picked up his phone and keys, went out, took the elevator to the rooftop, and started recording with his phone. The fireworks stopped shortly afterward, and then Chin Song received a phone call from Jiang Wanwan. "Hey, Chin Song, where are you?" Her tone was very anxious, as if she was worried about something. "Oh, I'm out having a late-night snack. What would you like to eat? I can bring some back for you." As Chin Song was speaking, he suddenly heard a police siren. Looking down the street, police cars were heading towards the spot where the fireworks had just been set off. Someone's going to get fined. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan, who was standing in the living room of Chin Song's house, holding the notary office receipt in her hand and feeling uneasy, heard the sound of police sirens from the other end of the phone. She hurried to the window and noticed a police car passing by the street in front of the residential area, its siren blaring. She suddenly realized, "Wait for me. I'm coming to find you now." He hung up the phone after saying that. Chin Song listened to the dial tone after the call ended, feeling somewhat bewildered. This girl doesn't know where I am, so why is she looking for me? He didn't plan to tell Jiang Wanwan that he was on the rooftop because he didn't want her to worry. If she thinks she's going to commit suicide, that would be hilarious. Sigh? Never mind. I'll just go downstairs and find a random late-night snack shop, then call her over. He put his phone in his pocket, took a few steps toward the stairwell, and was just about to go down when a figure darted out from the stairwell. Before Chin Song could react, the figure rushed into his arms. Chin Song, please don't do anything rash, okay? We can talk things over. Please don't do anything rash, okay? Jiang Wanwan hugged Chin Song and cried, looking at him with teary eyes. Can't figure it out? When did I become depressed? He was a little confused. Why are you crying? Come on, let's go get some late-night snacks. Then why did you lie to me? You were clearly on the rooftop. Why did you say you were out having a late-night snack? Jiang Wanwan asked. Just as Chin Song was about to explain, Jiang Wanwan took out the receipt again. If you're not really thinking about suicide, why would you go to the notary office to make a will? You lied to me, you big liar. Chin Song sighed. He really wanted to come up and watch the fireworks, but now the fireworks are over. So he had no choice but to take out his phone and show Jiang Wanwan the video of the fireworks he had recorded. I came up to watch the fireworks. I really didn't do anything rash. As for that receipt, well, when you came to take care of me that day, you probably guessed it too. Those relatives shamelessly came to divide the money. I thought that if something happened to me, I couldn't let those beasts benefit from it. So I went to the notary office and made a will, putting your name and Aunt Sue's name on it. Jiang Wanwan watched the fireworks video on her phone and listened to Chin Song's explanation, which eased most of her concerns. She paused for a moment, then ripped open Chin Song's clothes and bit his shoulder hard. Hiss, are you a dog? Chin Song rubbed his shoulder, which bore teeth marks, and glared at Jiang Wanwan. I'm telling you, you'd better take me to get a rabies vaccine. Otherwise I won't live much longer, even if I don't commit suicide. Seeing his comical appearance, the girl burst into laughter through her tears. I was born in the year of the dragon. Why would I need a rabies vaccine? Who says dragons can't bite people? I'm the little dragon girl. If you are little dragon girl, then I am. Yanghua. No, I am Injiping. The next moment, a soft fist appeared on Chin Song's chest. Cough, 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 little dragon girl. You didn't have to be so ruthless, did you? Jiang Wanwan snorted. Who told you to say you're Injiping? Chin Song. Chapter 78 Past Events, Part 8. Chin Song did not plan to return to school after this month-long break. Jiang Wanwan also took leave from work and stayed home. Like him, she had missed a lot of classes these days. Staying home alone would delay the learning progress of both of them, so Chin Song planned to return to school early. This girl's scholarship can't be ruined because of him. The high-speed rail tickets were for the afternoon, so the two of them had lunch at Jiang Wanwan's house. Chin Song, come eat at Aunt Sue's place whenever you come back from your holidays. It's just a matter of adding a couple more bowls and chopsticks, Su Qiaoling said with a smile. Okay, sure, Chin Song replied. He couldn't refuse a gift from his elders, and regardless of whether he would go or not, Su Qiaoling's kindness meant him the best thing to do. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, the two picked up their pre-packed suitcases and took a taxi to the high-speed rail station. On the way, Jiang Wanwan turned her head to look at Chin Song's phone screen and asked in confusion, Chin Song, did you buy the wrong ticket? Why are you on the same train as me? The two attended universities in different cities. Jiang Wanwan attends Jiangqing University. Although the university is named after Jiangqing City, its campus is not located in Jiangqing City, but in fucking City, the provincial capital. What? Before, you were always nagging me to take you to school, but now that it's a holiday, you don't want it anymore? Chin Song tilted his head and smiled. I'm willing. When did I ever say I wasn't willing? I thought you'd forgotten. Jiang Wanwan said, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons as she clung to his arm and swayed affectionately. Feeling the softness between his arms, Chin Song dared not make any rash moves and could only slightly hunch over. There are no air conditioning remotes in ride-hailing vehicles, and it would be embarrassing if someone found out. Seeing the two being so affectionate, the driver joked, You two are a couple, aren't you? You look so well matched. Jiang Wanwan didn't speak, but smiled and looked at Chin Song, hoping he would give her the perfect answer. Chin Song smiled and shook his head. No, I'm her buddy, her best friend, you know? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan looked disappointed, but forced a smile and said to the driver, Yes, my best buddy. However, she hugged the arms in her arms even tighter. The driver glanced at the two men's expressions in the rearview mirror and, being sensible, remained silent. These two look so well matched, they can't possibly not be a couple. They probably had a fight. He'd better not say anything to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Once on the high-speed train, the two of them bought second-class seats, DF seats, which were next to each other. As soon as she sat down, Jiang Wanwan tugged at Qin Song's shoulder and leaned her head against it. I'm so sleepy, let me sleep for a while. Upon hearing this, Qin Song silently pulled down the blackout curtain on the window next to him and changed his sitting position so that she could lean back more comfortably. The girl noticed his subtle movements, smiled happily, and rubbed her cheek against his shoulder. You're just saying one thing and meaning another, aren't you? I'll get you sooner or later, she thought. The high-speed train sped along, and the carriage was very quiet. The two of them tacitly enjoyed the peace and quiet that belonged to them. As Qin Song gazed at the receding scenery outside the window, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. After a while, Qin Song felt a movement on his shoulder and knew that Jiang Wanwan had woken up. Awake? Are you hungry? Upon hearing this, the girl shook her head. After a moment, she said very seriously, Qin Song, I will always be with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Song's heart, which had just calmed down, felt as if a small pebble had been thrown in. He said absent-mindedly, I'm really fine now. I can manage on my own. How long can you stay with me? In just a moment, Jiang Wanwan looked up and met his gaze, saying seriously, that depends on how long I can live. Living in this world is a grand adventure in itself, isn't it? Qin Song, seeing her sincere gaze, was the first to feel intimidated. He lowered his head, not daring to look the lovely person in front of him in the eye. Do you think it's possible for someone who meets someone truly amazing when they're young to fall in love with someone else? Jiang Wanwan suddenly asked Qin Song. Probably, after all, with the passage of time, many things will change. Qin Song replied after a moment of silence. After a long while, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. The high-speed train has arrived at the station. Qin Song, pulling their suitcases, got off the high-speed train with Jiang Wanwan. Let me take you to the subway station. I booked the train an hour from now, but I'm a bit pressed for time, so I won't take you all the way to the school gate. There's a subway station right below the high-speed rail station in fucking city, so the two of them don't need to transfer. They can just take the escalator down. Today is Saturday, so there are a lot of people around. The two of them were pulling two suitcases, which made it inconvenient to navigate through the crowds like other people. But fortunately, the high-speed rail station and subway station were large enough that it didn't take too much time. While waiting for the next subway train, Jiang Wanwan unexpectedly ran into her roommate. Seeing this, Qin Song handed the suitcase back to her, saying, I'll be going now. I need to catch the high-speed train, etc. Upon hearing this, Qin Song looked at her with a puzzled expression. Give me a kiss. The girl blushed and tapped her forehead. A moment later, looking at the silent man in front of her, Jiang Wanwan was both angry and annoyed. She stepped forward, grabbed Qin Song's collar, pulled him up, and kissed him on the cheek. In an instant, Qin Song's face turned bright red, and the people around him looked at him with envy. You idiot, you just wait. After the kiss, Jiang Wanwan glared at him fiercely. When did you learn to say such harsh things? Qin Song touched the spot where he had just been kissed, savoring the feeling. I mean, you wait for me. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, which were almost a confession, Qin Song didn't know how to respond. Just as he was about to speak, the subway arrived at high speed and the doors opened. He spoke under Jiang Wan's expectant gaze. No. You go ahead and get on the subway. I'm going back to catch the high-speed train. Although she only received a vague answer, Jiang Wanwan was already very satisfied. Carrying her suitcase, she boarded the subway with her roommate under Qin Song's watchful gaze. There were no seats left on the subway, so the two went to the connecting area between the carriages, where the roommate's gossipy nature finally got the better of him. Wanwan, is that your boyfriend? He looks pretty good, she exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. Not yet. I'm still thinking about how to pursue him. Huh. My roommate looked surprised. You're the school beauty, excellent in both character and academics. There must be a line of people who like you that could stretch from the first cafeteria to the second, right? Trust me, you don't need to think about anything. Just confess to him, and he will definitely say yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan thought for a moment and then shook her head. Let me wait a bit and think about it some more. Huh? What? Because I'm afraid that if I get rejected, I won't even be able to be friends with you. Chapter 79 The Plan. Only Love China 1-2. Time flies since Qin Song's 18th birthday, and in the blink of an eye, there are only 3 days left before school starts. Although he had only been studying and writing for the past few days, he didn't find it boring at all. On the contrary, he was looking forward to the next day. Today, no one else was home except for the two of them. Qinong and Lu Yu went out to deliver goods. Su Qiaoling had a relative who passed away in another city, and she needed to go to the funeral and stay there for a few days. Jiang Wanwan was originally going to go too, but with only 3 days left before school starts, she wasn't sure if she could make it back in time, so she didn't take her along. Qin Song had just gotten up and finished washing up when Jiang Wanwan knocked on his door. Without a doubt, Qin Song was urging him to go up and study. He opened the door, and the girl walked in after changing into slippers with practiced ease. Have you figured it out? I've already brought breakfast. Just go to my bedroom, eat it, and then you can start studying. How about we stop studying for the next few days and take a break? Qin Song suggested. Look, we've been studying these past few days, and now school is about to start. We need to relax and get ready to face our senior year in top form. A balance between work and rest is the right way to learn. We can't be bookworms, right? He bewitched Jiang Wanwan with one seductive sentence after another. Now, seeing her grades improve at a visible pace, the girl is in a state of excitement. It's like personally guiding a confused and aimless teenager onto the right path, watching him improve little by little and gradually get closer to his goal. The sense of accomplishment was indescribable. The boy-raising program, combined with a touch of maternal warmth, made Jiang Wanwan act like a learning-boosting machine, and Qin Song really couldn't keep up. If it weren't for Jiang Wanwan rewarding him every night after he finished studying, he would have quit. In the past few days, he has tried all the flavors: mango, strawberry, blueberry, apple, and grape. But because both sets of parents were home, the kiss could only last a short while. Qin Song also had to restrain his hand and force it not to automatically navigate to the correct location, which was really too agonizing. He's been studying a lot lately, and now that school is about to start again, he really wants to relax. For example, go out and have fun. Where they go to play is not important. What matters is that Jiang Wanwan is by his side, and that makes him feel good. Jiang Wanwan analyzed the situation and felt that Qin Song's words made sense, so she said, what you said makes sense. So what are we going to do? Seeing that he had received affirmation, Qin Song rubbed his hands together and said, I've thought it all out. We'll stay home today, and I'll cook for you. Tomorrow we'll go to the amusement park, and the day after tomorrow we'll go shopping at the newly opened commercial street. Did Qin Song cook for himself? That sounds pretty good. Jiang Wanwan thought to herself. The amusement park and shopping street look like a lot of fun. Of course, most importantly, Qin and Song were there to accompany him. She had actually wanted to suggest we relax a bit, but since Qin Song had already brought it up, she had no choice but to agree. Okay, then we'll stay home all day. Qin Song nodded. That's right. We'll go to your house first, have breakfast, and then go to the market to buy groceries. Tell me what you want to eat, and I can cook it for you. Great, the girl exclaimed excitedly. Thanks to his past life, he was quite good at cooking. Although it's limited to home-style dishes, it's enough. If Jiang Wanwan wants to eat something that's not typical home-style, he can learn how to make it. With a foundation, it's not too difficult to learn. As long as it doesn't particularly test knife skills and heat control, the results are generally similar, and the original flavor will still be there. After finishing their breakfast, the two walked side by side toward the market. He missed those soft, boneless little hands. Qin Song swore that he really wanted to hold Jiang Wanwan's little hand, squeeze it, and kiss it, but he didn't dare. The road from the residential area to the vegetable market is lined with neighbors. Although Qin and Song did not know them, they knew Qin and Song. Jiang Wanwan goes without saying. In this area, she has a common nickname, someone else's child. If he were to take Jiang Wanwan's hand in front of all these people, Jiang Wanwan would certainly not object. But within a day, the news would definitely spread throughout the entire vegetable market. The elderly folks buying groceries like to chat when they have nothing better to do, and if they add fuel to the fire, things will get really messed up. When Su Qiaoling was at home, she would go grocery shopping every day, and all the elderly people there knew her. If this happened, without a doubt, it would reach her ears. Senior year of high school, please let it pass by quickly. Qin Song prayed in his heart. Even holding hands or kissing has to be done secretly in Jiang Wanwan's room. It's really a bit. Wait a minute, why does this feel a little exciting? Cough cough. Qin Song suppressed his excitement. Go back and try it. Go back and try it. One dish and one kiss. Isn't that too much to ask? He thought to himself, chuckling to himself. By the way, Wanwan, do you want to be kissed? Oh no, how many dishes do you want to eat? Qin Song wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. We almost got exposed. Let me see what's there. As I approached the entrance to the market, an unidentified mixed smell entered my nostrils. Although it smelled a bit unpleasant, Qin Song thought it smelled much better than the disinfectant used in hospitals. Do you want me to buy you a mask? The smell here is a bit unpleasant, Qin Songqiao asked Jiang Wanwan with concern. Jiang Wanwan shook her head, her ponytail swaying gently. No need. I wasn't spoiled. So many people can smell it. Why can't I? All right, let's go inside and see what delicious ingredients we have. The two walked into the market. Although it doesn't involve loudspeakers like in rural markets, there are still plenty of vendors calling out their wares. To Qin Song's surprise, there were actually live animals for sale in this market. They have live chickens, live ducks, and even rabbits. How about it, want one? Qin Song pointed to the rabbit hopping around in the cage and joked. He thought Jiang Wanwan would shake her head and say something like, "The rabbit is so cute. How can you eat it?" Unexpectedly, she actually started to think about it seriously. Thank you to all the readers for the gifts. P.S. Don't blame me for the 8 chapters of past events. Wah, I'll add an extra chapter. Degree. Chapter 80. The bunny is so cute. Let's save half of it. Only love China too. Is rabbit meat delicious? The girl asked curiously. Well, some people say that rabbit meat has no flavor, but that's not true. Rabbit meat has a unique, gamey smell and little natural umami flavor. Compared to pork, beef, and mutton, it's more difficult to prepare. However, if you combine it with the cooking methods of the Sichuan and Chongqing regions, using braising or Sichuan spice, to make cold-served rabbit or spicy rabbit, the taste is still quite good. Qin Song recalled the hand-shredded rabbit meat and spicy rabbit head he had eaten in the Sichuan and Chongqing areas, and his saliva involuntarily secreted. Can you make it? Jiang Wanwan asked. If you can, then we'll save half of it, okay? It seems like the two of us can't finish one. Okay, I'll go ask the boss. They seem to do OEM manufacturing. I looked inside the Qin Song Dynasty shop and saw 2 pots in the back, with the aroma of spices wafting out. If you can have them process the rabbit meat, it's better to let them do it. Otherwise, if the rabbit meat they make doesn't taste good, it would be a waste of the ingredients. He asked the woman sitting at the shop in trance. Madam, can you process rabbit meat here? Spicy rabbit. Of course. The proprietress stood up and said with a smile, but you have to start with 1 rabbit. We'll weigh it for you after we remove the fur, internal organs, and head. It's 22 yuan per gene. The head is also included in the weight, but we won't give it to you. We'll just give you a spicy rabbit head instead. Let me tell you, my hometown is in Sichuan and Chongqing. The taste is absolutely authentic. It's really great. The proprietress's Sichuan accent confirmed to Qin Song that he hadn't come to the wrong restaurant. Pure rabbit meat at 22 yuan per gene, 500 g, freshly killed, isn't expensive. Fresh rabbit heads can be exchanged for spicy rabbit heads for free, so it's a good deal. Then let's have one. Make it into spicy rabbit flavor. Can we buy the rabbit head separately? Qin Song asked. He was craving it, but he didn't know how the food tasted at this restaurant. Although the proprietress is from Sichuan and Chongqing, everyone has their own taste, and the authentic flavors are not the same from one person to another. Rabbit heads, regardless of size, cost 10 yuan each. Rabbit meat processing fee is 5 yuan per gene, 500 g. If you don't buy it from me, The processing fee is 8 yuan per gene. Rabbit offal is sold separately here, also at 22 yuan per gene, but processing fees are included. Song nodded. Well, let's skip the rabbit for now. Give me a rabbit head first. I want to try it. The proprietress paused for a moment, nodded slightly, and went inside to pack the rabbit heads. She understood Song's meaning and wanted to try the rabbit head first to see if it tasted authentic. However, this was harmless, as she had confidence in her husband's cooking skills. I picked up a ladle, scooped a rabbit head out of a large bowl of chili oil, put it in a round plastic box, and poured another spoonful of chili oil on top. Then the proprietress took a few more disposable gloves and handed the box and gloves to Song. After Song scanned the code to pay, he took the package. As soon as he opened the lid, a fragrant aroma of red chili oil wafted out, making his mouth water. He put on gloves, lifted the rabbit's head slightly, and waved it in front of Jiang Wanwan. The grotesque rabbit head was dripping with red oil, and chili peppers covered the entire head, even inside the eye sockets, making it look quite frightening. However, Song caught all the spilled chili oil and red chili oil in a plastic box. These were good stuff, perfect for mixing with noodles. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wanwan was not frightened by the ferocious appearance. Instead, she swallowed hard. It smells so good. Can I have some? She stared intently at the rabbit head in Song's hand, licking her lips with her tongue. Huh? Okay. Song looked surprised. Not only did it fail to scare her, but it also cost half a rabbit head. What a loss. Song thought for a moment, then had Jiang Wanwan hold the plastic bowl. After putting gloves on her other hand, she pinched the rabbit's head at the top and bottom of its mouth with both hands and gently pried it in two. Place the upper half of the head into the box, hold the lower half with your left hand, and tear off the cheek meat on both sides with your right hand. Come on, try the flesh on your cheeks and see if you can get used to it. He dipped the cheek meat in the bowl, coated it with red oil and chili, and then offered it to Jiang Wanwan's mouth. Upon seeing the fragrant and tempting meat, the girl did not hesitate to bring her mouth to it. Along the way, her tongue accidentally touched Song's hand through her gloves, making him feel a tingling sensation. A soft tongue, it looks so delicious. No way, I have to have a feast when I get back. Song thought to himself. Delicious. Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling brightly. It was her first time eating rabbit head, and she was surprised at how delicious it was. Song also tore off a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. The taste is indeed good, with a perfect balance of spiciness, numbing sensation, and savory aroma. The meat is also firm, and you can tell it's made with fresh rabbit heads just by tasting it. Seeing the girl's eager eyes, wanting to take another bite, Song said, "Let's eat it at noon. It's still morning, and it's not good to eat too much spicy food." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, looking unwilling. "Then I want to eat 5 rabbit heads for lunch." "Okay," Song readily agreed. "Boss lady, I want a rabbit, a little big is fine. Half for spicy rabbit, half for pickled pepper rabbit, and 9 rabbit heads too." "Okay, when do you need it?" The proprietress replied with a smile. "It feels wonderful when your husband's cooking skills are recognized." Song took out his phone and checked the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. "It will be ready in half an hour. We'll come back to pick it up later." After saying that, Song took out his phone and scanned a 100 yuan deposit. "Boss lady, the deposit has been paid. I'll come to pick it up later." Seeing how decisive he was, the proprietress was also very happy. "Okay." Then she shouted into the main room. "Hey everyone, wake up, business is here. Killing a rabbit takes time. This young man is so straightforward and honest, and he's a new customer. I have to get the food out on time, in the right quantity and quality, so as not to leave him with a bad impression. Not many people in Jiangxing eat rabbit, especially rabbit heads. Their business mainly relies on regular customers, but they can't neglect new customers either. After all, every business's loyal customers are developed from new customers." As Song continued strolling through the market with Jiang Wanwan, he made some plans in his mind and spoke up. "A big rabbit, after being slaughtered, should weigh several pounds of meat. That should solve our lunch for 2 people. What's more, we also bought 9 rabbit heads. In addition to the rabbit we originally bought, that makes 10. Plus the one I'm carrying in my hand, that makes 11. That's about all for lunch. We can't finish anything more. We can just stir-fry some vegetables. See what you'd like for dinner. We'll buy the ingredients in advance so we don't have to come to the market this afternoon. Chapter 81 Calf Hee Hee. Although Jiang Wanwan said it was okay, he still noticed her delicate nose wrinkling slightly from time to time. This has nothing to do with being pampered. Anyone would hate the stench emanating from these chickens and ducks and the smell of their droppings. Okay, let's go check out the others. The girl smiled and walked briskly, looking quite pleased with herself. No one would be unhappy to be cared for so deeply by someone they care about. She trailed Qin Song by half a step, glancing at the rabbit head he was carrying from time to time, and then at his face, a longing smile on her face. If I marry Qin Song in the future, and we live a life like this every day, shopping for groceries and eating together, just thinking about it makes me feel satisfied and happy. The young girl thought to herself, revealing her pearly teeth with a gentle smile on her face. The two walked and arrived at the river seafood area. These small wet markets don't sell seafood. Freshwater fish are the most popular, and they're not as expensive as seafood, so every household can afford them. Qin Song, I want to eat that tonight. Jiang Wanwan pointed to the crayfish crawling around in the big basin and said, Crayfish? The crayfish in July are quite plump. Stir-frying crayfish and adding some cucumber, celery, and onion as side dishes would be quite nice. Okay, what flavor would you like to eat? Garlic, 13 spices, spicy, numbing spicy, braised in oil. 13 spices, please. The rabbit meat already comes in 2 flavors, spicy and pickled pepper. So, the lobster for dinner is more palatable if it's a bit milder. Okay, let's go to the vegetable market up ahead to buy some side dishes, and then we'll buy crayfish on the way back. When they arrived at the vegetable section, Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up as if she had seen some rare treasure. She pointed to the contents of a basket on the ground and said, I want to eat the cold salad. Qin Song followed the girl's gaze and said in a trembling voice, urgent. This stuff is so delicious, especially when it's served cold. It has a unique aroma that gets better the more you chew. Hautoinia cordata is also known as fish mint. Qin Song had accidentally tasted it once before, and the memory of that fishy smell made him shudder. The feeling was like having a very fishy-smelling fish jumping around in your mouth. He can accept adding sugar, salt, or even chili peppers to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The sweet tofu tasted good, and the savory tofu pudding was also quite good. He likes to eat both sweet and savory rice dumplings. Celery, cilantro, scallions, and garlic, all these foods with unique and pungent flavors were consumed during the Qin and Song dynasties. He also really likes preserved eggs. But there was one thing he simply couldn't accept. Hautoinia cordata. I'll buy it, but make this clear first, I don't want to eat it. Don't you like the food? The girl asked. Qin Song nodded frantically. Yeah, I can't get used to it. Oh, it's such a pity that you can't get used to such delicious food. After showing a regretful expression, Jiang Wanwan went to ask about the price of Hautoinia cordata. Qin Song was not idle either. He went to buy 2 bitter melons, 2 bunches of vegetables, and some celery, onions, cucumbers, and other side dishes. He planned to stir-fry the bitter melon simply because of its cooling properties. We had rabbit heads and spicy rabbit meat for lunch, and crayfish for dinner. You can't just care about what's above and ignore what's below. If you don't eat some vegetables to cleanse your digestive system, you'll suffer when you're in the bathroom. After buying what they needed, the two prepared to head home. Qin Song bought 5 jin of crayfish on his way back. It looks like a big bag full of meat, but there's hardly any meat in it. The main thing is the seasoning flavor. If you want to fill your stomach, you still have to rely on noodles in the end. Take the cooked noodles out of the water and put them on the plate after you've finished eating the crayfish, then mix them with the remaining sauce. Those who know. The taste is so good, you'll definitely want to eat it again after trying it once. The rabbit meat wasn't ready yet, but Qin Song wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, the market wasn't far from home, and he could just ride his electric bike there in a flash. Back home, Qin Song prepared the bitter melon and vegetables that needed to be stir-fried for lunch, and after rinsing the rice and cooking it, he saw that it was almost time, so he decided to go downstairs to get the rabbit meat. Chin Song planned to cook in Jiang Wanwan's kitchen. Because Chin's parents are often away driving, and Chin Song is too lazy to cook at home, the family doesn't have a full range of seasonings. Jiang Wanwan's kitchen was different. Except for special circumstances, Su Qiaoling cooked at home almost every day, and all kinds of spices such as bay leaves, cinnamon, star anise, and dried chili peppers were available. 13 spice powder, white pepper, and black pepper powder are also included. Besides the high-tech seasonings, such as Rib Flavor King, 3 Flowers evaporated milk, braising sauce, and flavor enhancer, all other seasonings are available. Its main selling point is that it is comprehensive. Chin Song stared blankly at the girl sitting beside him, who had changed into a floral nightgown. He thought Jiang Wanwan looked better in a dress. He liked seeing Jiang Wanwan in skirts simply because the style of the skirts suited his aesthetic, not because of her exposed fair legs. Absolutely not. Forcing himself to look away from the girl's calves, he asked, Wanwan, would you like a drink? I'll go down and bring up the rabbit meat and rabbit head now. The girl leaned back against the cushion, kicked off her slippers, and swung her feet back and forth. She put her fingers to her lips and stared blankly at Chin Song's question. Chin Song felt a surge of longing for those tiny, adorable feet. He wanted to hold them in his arms and give them a good rub. He took a few deep breaths and looked away. I can't keep staring at it. My XP is getting weirder and weirder, damn it. I want to drink orange juice, I also want to drink yogurt, and I also want to drink cola. The girl hesitated. Then buy them all. I'll drink Coke, Chin Song said decisively. Buy Huiyuan orange juice and bright dairy yogurt. As for cola, Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Is it delicious? Remember, it has to be sugar-free. And all of these should be served iced. Chin Song gave an okay sign, then took the keys and went out the door. The moment he left, Jiang Wanwan shuffled to the French windows of the balcony in her slippers and looked down. After watching Chin Song walk out of the stairwell, get on his electric bike, and leave the community, she reluctantly returned to the sofa. Sigh, Chin Song has only been gone for a short while, and I already miss him again. I should have changed my clothes and gone with him. I wonder if it hurts his hands to carry so many things at once. The girl sat on the sofa with her knees bent and legs drawn up, completely unaware that the view beneath her skirt had already revealed a hint of spring. When he comes back later, we need to check him carefully. If his hand is sore, we should blow on it to warm it up. The girl muttered to herself. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do, so I'll go and mix up the How to Inia chordata first. Chapter 82 Reward, A Kiss. 20 minutes later, Chin Song, carrying a drink in his left hand and rabbit meat and a rabbit head in his right, carefully placed them on the ground, shook his hands which were red from being tied up, and knocked on the door. He had his keys in his pocket, but he was too lazy to take them out. His pocket was too small, and he also had his phone inside. He was afraid of squeezing his hand and hurting it. He didn't have to be in such a sorry state, but since he didn't have to go to the market in the afternoon, he simply switched to a large bottle of beverage so he could drink it in the evening. He couldn't find any large bottles of bright dairy yogurt, so he simply bought 3 boxes. A 2-liter bottle of sugar-free cola, a 2-liter bottle of Huiyuan juice, and 3 458 milliliters cartons of yogurt were all crammed into one large bag. On his right was a large box of spicy rabbit meat, a large box of pickled rabbit meat, and 10 rabbit heads. Heavy. Too heavy. Wah. I'll definitely have to act cute and ask for some favors later. For example, licking your tongue, After knocking on the door, the sound of slippers slapping came from inside. Less than 10 seconds later, the door was opened. Jiang Wanwan looked at the beads of sweat on Chin Song's forehead, then at the large bottle of beverage and the 3 large disposable plastic containers on the ground. She reached out and grasped Chin Song's hand, opening his palm to reveal the deep red and purplish marks from the restraints. Does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you. The girl felt sorry for him, so she reached out her small hands and gently pulled his hands up, placed them in front of her mouth, pouted, and breathed softly. Seeing her nervous appearance, Chin Song immediately lost the urge to act cute. He laughed and said, "It's okay, it's just a bit hot. I'll bring the food inside first, then I'll stir-fry the bitter melon and vegetables, and then we can eat. Otherwise, the rabbit meat won't taste good when it gets cold. Although it can be cooked again, it won't be as tender. Not only the rabbit meat, but the rabbit head was also heated. However, Chin Song planned to save the rabbit head for last. If it got cold, he could just microwave it for a bit, and it would taste just as good. Let me carry it. Your hands are so red from being squeezed. Are you all right? Jiang Wanwan frowned and said with concern. Upon hearing this, Chin Song became angry, picked up what was under his feet, and quickly stood up to change his shoes and go inside. Wanwan, do you know what? You can never say no to a man. That's his bottom line, he muttered. The vegetables and bitter melon have been chopped, and the garlic has been crushed. With both stoves running simultaneously, both dishes were ready in less than 5 minutes. Jiang Wanwan had already set out the dishes and bowls, filled the bowls with rice, and poured drinks into the cups. She had yogurt in front of her, while Chin Song had cola. These 2 dishes are ready, let's eat, Chin Song said. After bringing out the 2 bowls of dishes, Jiang Wanwan went to the kitchen to untie Chin Song's apron. While Chin Song was washing his hands, Jiang Wanwan leaned closer and said, Chin Song, I'd like to eat something before we eat dinner. Upon hearing this, Chin Song did not turn around, but said while washing his hands, No, we have to eat rice first and then eat rabbit heads. You can save some room for rabbit heads, but you can't eat rabbit heads first, otherwise it will be bad for your stomach. It's not a rabbit head. Chin Song, who had just finished washing his hands, turned his head in confusion upon hearing this and asked, What is that, Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was sealed by something soft. The girl stood on tiptoe and pressed her whole body against Chin Song. Since Chin Song had no point of leverage, he had to lower his body slightly and shift his center of gravity downwards so that his back could rest against the edge of the sink and bear the weight of her body pressing down on him. Seeing Chin Song lower his body slightly, the girl unhesitatingly removed her arms from his waist, then wrapped them around Chin Song's neck, and with a light jump, her nimble legs wrapped around his waist. Chin Song was stunned. He was planning to give Jiang Wanwan a good kiss when he got back, but he didn't expect it to happen after she forcibly kissed him. What about the incident where I wanted to suck on a green plum's tongue, and then got sucked back? Not to be outdone, he immediately responded by holding the girl's waist with both hands to prevent her from sliding down. Faced with the softness that kept attacking his mouth, Chin Song switched from defense to offense, grabbing the softness that was about to retreat. The two engaged in a fierce verbal battle, exchanging blows back and forth. Without realizing it, Chin Song loosened his right hand from the girl's waist and began to climb the mountain. The moment he touched her, with a gentle grasp, the girl leaped off him like a startled fawn. You shameless. You big scoundrel. You have no shame. I only gave you a kiss as a reward for working so hard today, and you're taking advantage of it. A blush spread rapidly from the girl's cheeks, stopping only at her neck and ear tips. She vehemently criticized Chin Song's reckless mountain climbing behavior. I really didn't mean to. Chin Song smiled wryly. When we were kissing, my hand just wouldn't obey me. It was like it was on autopilot, completely out of my control. While kissing, he kept repeating to himself, form is emptiness, form is emptiness. But somehow, it turned into him being lewd whenever he had free time. Then, he couldn't resist and became a climber. That's just an excuse, the girl said, blushing and indignant. You just want to take advantage of me. I should have known better than to listen to Chen Sisi. Yesterday, she chatted with Chen Sisi, who told her that to foster friendship, one must take the initiative. What the heck? They took advantage of me so much that they got all the benefits. But why don't I feel disgusted? This is clearly a taboo area for girls. The girl was still unaware that she had fallen in love. Cough, cough. Eat. Eat. The food will get cold if you don't eat soon. Chin Song quickly changed the subject. There's no point in arguing. He was indeed in the wrong. After all, he took advantage of Jiang Wanwan. The girl glared at him, snorted, and then sat down at the table. Chin Song placed a piece of spicy rabbit meat into Jiang Wanwan's bowl and said casually, Try it. I thought this restaurant was quite authentic when I ate the rabbit head, so the spicy rabbit should taste pretty good too. Don't think you can get rid of me by putting food on my plate, Jiang Wanwan said angrily. Instead of eating the rabbit meat first, she handed the cup to Chin Song. Don't eat yet. Have some yogurt. Yogurt has a protective effect on the stomach lining, so you don't hurt your stomach from the spiciness. You're just trying to be tough. Your mouth may feel good, but your stomach is suffering, the girl said discontentedly. Okay. Chin Song paused, took the cup, took a sip with relish, and handed the cup back. This girl is all talk and no action. After Jiang Wanwan took the cup, she also took a sip of yogurt, making no attempt to avoid the spot where Chin Song had just kissed her. Compared to kissing, childhood sweethearts sharing the same cup is quite normal. At least that's how Jiang Wanwan sees it. Chapter 83 The Shawshank Drill. After putting down the cup, the girl picked up the rabbit meat from the bowl with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. As she chewed and tasted it carefully, she found that the rabbit meat was very flavorful. It's spicy with a hint of numbing sensation, and the more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes. The meat isn't dry at all. Then she picked up a piece of her own homemade cold-dressed hautuinia cordata and put it in her mouth to chew. The taste was indescribable. It was so delicious it was heavenly. Seeing Jiang Wanwan squinting her eyes with a look of enjoyment on her face, Chin Song also picked up a piece of spicy rabbit with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The taste is indeed good, with the authentic flavor. However, compared to the Sichuan and Chongqing region, it is less spicy and more fragrant and spicy, which is probably an adaptation to cater to the tastes of the locals in Wuhan. Pickled pepper rabbit is quite refreshing, with a sour and spicy flavor that is very appetizing, and the meat is also very tender. The only pity is that we don't have the facilities at home to make dry pot dishes. If you can heat it up while eating, it will be even more perfect if you can bring out the flavor of the pickled peppers along with it. While eating the two spicy dishes, Chin Song also made sure to occasionally eat a bite of vegetables and bitter melon and put them into Jiang Wanwan's bowl. The girl was somewhat reluctant. She hadn't finished the meat on the table yet, and she didn't want to eat vegetarian food. But seeing Chin Song's unquestionable gaze, she had no choice but to put the vegetables in her bowl into her mouth, chew them, and swallow them while making a humph sound at him. Not much rice was cooked, but Chin Song ate 3 small bowls by himself, and Jiang Wanwan ate 1 small bowl by herself. The rabbit meat and vegetables were evenly distributed among the two of them. When we paid the bill, the proprietress said there was about 5 pounds of rabbit meat, but it would inevitably shrink after cooking, so there wasn't much left to eat. Therefore, they could still save some of their stomachs to prepare for gnawing on rabbit heads later. Before devouring the rabbit head, Chin Song decided to take a break and watch a movie with Jiang Wanwan to give his stomach a rest. After hearing Jiang Wanwan say that she doesn't watch TV much and spends most of her leisure time reading extracurricular books, Chin Song had already started to plan to occasionally take Jiang Wanwan to watch movies together. Although Chin Song had already seen many of the movies, he found it to be a wonderful thing to share his favorite movies with someone he liked, and to see the person's lingering enjoyment after watching the movie and to actively discuss the touching scenes with him. It feels amazing to have your favorite movie appreciated by someone who also likes it. The Shawshank Redemption? Is that a good movie? Jiang Wanwan asked after seeing Chin Song take the remote control, open the playback software on the smart TV, and select this movie. Chin Song nodded. Of course it looks good. Don't be fooled by the fact that this movie is from 1994 and is relatively old. Its spiritual content is unmatched by many other films. For someone like Jiang Wanwan who has hardly ever watched movies, using The Shawshank Redemption to let her experience the charm of cinema is perfect. Watching high-quality, meaningful movies from the start elevates one's aesthetic appreciation of film. This makes it easier to leave the theater immediately when encountering terrible films like XX Fortress, without being offended by their visual jarring nature. In his view, spending money to go to the movies is meant to bring joy and relaxation, not to be an eyesore and an ordeal. The movie started, and the tickets were non-refundable. Some people, thinking they were already there and had paid money, decided to just watch it anyway. Little did they know that this movie was a waste of not only the ticket price, but also the time spent watching it and the anticipation of a good film. Cutting losses in time is the best way to deal with bad movies in theaters. Hearing Chin Song speak so highly of the movie, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but feel excited. Have you seen the movie? Or did you hear about it from someone else? She asked. Upon hearing this, Chin Song nodded and replied, I have seen it, and more than once. However, this doesn't stop us from watching it again. Every time I watch it, I gain new insights. As the movie began, the two tacitly remained silent, focusing intently on the plot. When the plot progressed to the point where the protagonist wanted to get a stone hammer from the prison know-it-all, Shin Song couldn't help but recall those parody clips from Douyin, TikTok, in his previous life. The stone hammer was replaced with an electric drill, and if the electric drill didn't work, it was replaced with a bomb. Some people even commented that a tunnel boring machine should be built. This series of parody clips has a collective name, The Shawshank Redemption. It's a pity that these aren't available on Douyin yet. Otherwise, he would definitely show them to Jiang Wanwan after she finishes watching the movie, so she can experience the unique and wonderful ideas of netizens. The movie lasted 142 minutes, and when it finished, Jiang Wanwan looked like she wanted more. Watching movies seems like a good hobby, she affirmed. Then after dinner tonight, I'll pick another movie for us to watch together? Shin Song asked. Okay, what should we watch tonight? Jiang Wanwan asked with anticipation. The movies Shin Song chose seemed to be quite good. Whether it was Bunny Bears, The New Year, or The Shawshank Redemption, she was deeply moved after watching them. It's a secret. I'll tell you tonight, Shin Song said with a mysterious smile. Jiang Wanwan's reaction after watching the movie was exactly what he expected. Unlike books, which tell stories through text, movies tell stories through audiovisual means. Words possess their own charm. They can give readers boundless imagination, allow them to delve into the inner world of characters, depict complex emotions and inner conflicts, and offer a great deal of imaginative space. Films can vividly showcase external conflicts and visual effects, conveying the emotions and meaning of a story through images, music, and dialogue. Their narrative style is usually more intuitive and immediate. While the two cannot be compared, for someone like Jiang Wanwan who reads books frequently but doesn't watch many movies, the narrative style of film is still very eye-catching, provided that it's not a bad movie. Seeing that Shin Song was unwilling to talk about it, Jiang Wanwan did not press him further. She's not picky. She enjoys both reading and watching movies, and no one says she can only like one of them. At the same time, she also trusted Shin Song's taste and believed he wouldn't show her those bad movies. Besides, maintaining a bit of mystery between childhood sweethearts can make them even more attracted to each other. If you can do both, why not? Then can we eat rabbit heads? She exclaimed excitedly. While watching the movie, she was focused on the plot. When the story ended and everything settled, she suddenly had a feeling. I'm hungry. I left some room for rabbit head during lunch, and I digested some of my lunch while watching the movie. Now it's afternoon tea time, so it's perfect to eat rabbit head. The bunny is so cute. Its head must smell really good, right? The girl thought, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 84. Its great uncle smells so good. Sure, Shin Song agreed. Not only was Jiang Wanwan hungry, but he was hungry too. The two divided the work. Jiang Wanwan was responsible for taking the drinks out of the refrigerator and pouring them, while Shin Song put the rabbit head in the microwave to heat it up. With a ding, Shin Song opened the microwave oven, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted out. He took the rabbit heads out of the container and placed them on the table. Under Jiang Wan's expectant gaze, Shin Song picked up a rabbit head and looked at her. Would you like me to teach you how to eat rabbit heads? Upon hearing this, the girl nodded slightly. She really didn't know how to eat it. She would feel it would be a pity if she couldn't eat all the meat inside because she didn't know how to eat it properly. Wait a minute. Have some yogurt first to line your stomach before the spiciness hurts. Hee hee. Okay. After taking a sip of yogurt from the cup, Shin Song began teaching. First, we pry the rabbit's head apart from the mouth area, and the top and bottom of the head will separate. The lower part is mainly the meat from the cheeks, the same piece of meat I fed you this morning. The girl nodded in response. Then, it has a tongue on its chin, which is also edible. Besides the meat in these two places, there is also a small amount of meat in other parts of the lower part. Just suck it all out. Then we started eating the top half. First, we tore off the heaven part and ate it. Looking at the wrinkled piece of meat, Jiang Wanwan asked in confusion, why is it called heaven? Does it have some kind of meaning? Shin Song was stunned by the question. I don't know either. It seems like that's what everyone calls it. All right. Shin Song paused for a moment, then continued. Next, the main event is coming. Didn't we just split the bone underneath it in two? Let's pick one up at random, and then use the sharp point of the bone to pry open the rabbit's eye, and the rabbit's eye meat will come out. Huh? Gouge out its eyes with its jawbone. Jiang Wanwan felt it was a bit cruel. Qin Song nodded. That's right. That's how you eat it all. You have to gouge out both eyes. Then it's simple. Just lift up its skull. There's brain inside, which is also edible. After eating the pig brain, you can pry and pull it along the bridge of your nose to remove the nasal cartilage. Then you can suck on the other bones and suck the meat off. Qin Song ate as he demonstrated, and soon a bright red rabbit head turned into a pile of white bones on the plate. After finishing his meal, he couldn't help but lick his 10 fingers. To be honest, the person who invented spicy genius is a real idiot. No typo. Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Song's satisfied expression and was eager to try it herself. By the way, wash your hands before eating rabbit head. Don't eat it with gloves on, because it loses its soul, since you can't suck your fingers. Suck your fingers? A hint of doubt arose in Jiang Wanwan's heart. Why is sucking your fingers considered the essence of life? Although she didn't understand, she did as instructed. After washing my hands in the kitchen, I picked up the rabbit head with my bare hands and ate it according to the method Qin Song had taught me. At first, she thought it was cruel to gouge out eyes with her jawbone, but now she just thinks, it looks so tempting. A moment later, she finished eating the rabbit head. Jiang Wanwan mimicked Qin Song by licking her fingers before picking up a second rabbit head and continuing to eat. Qin Song was somewhat stunned as he watched her eat the rabbit head. A sweet girl in a floral nightgown, with her bare hands, grabbed a hideous rabbit head and, with remarkable skill, turned it from a whole, bright red rabbit head into a pile of bones in less than 3 minutes. The contrast is so striking, wow. If she were to utter a few more words of Sichuan dialect, she would grab her ear and grumble fiercely. Labor and capital on the Shu Road. Qin Songwang gets excited just thinking about it. Hee hee. A sweet girl from Wuhan transforms into a hot girl from Sichuan and Chongqing in an instant. How is it? Is it delicious? Qin Song asked. Jiang Wanwan nodded, her little mouth slurping. Delicious, both numbing and spicy. The more you eat, the more addictive it becomes. I didn't expect this thing, which looks scary, to taste so good. The girl's satisfied expression as she enjoyed the food inspired Qin Song to play a prank. Wanwan, did you know? Rabbits have a very high reproductive rate. Female rabbits can give birth 6 times a year, with 6-10 offspring each time. Moreover, baby rabbits are capable of reproduction as early as 2 months after birth. Due to their special physical structure, they can give birth and become pregnant again all year round. Many animals begin their mating season in the spring, but they are different. They are in heat all year round. In other words, the rabbit head in your hand could be the mother of the rabbit head you just ate, or it could be its younger brother, or even its uncle, or its great-uncle, or its great-great-uncle. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up instantly. Does that mean we can eat it to extinction no matter how much we eat it? It gives birth while I eat, thus satisfying both its need to give birth and my need to eat. Isn't that wonderful? Huh. Qin Song was dumbfounded. His purpose in saying this was to make Jiang Wanwan feel cruel and surprised, not to excite her. Qin and Song dynasties. He was eating half of the rabbit head when Jiang Wanwan suddenly called out to him. Qin Song looked at her, his eyes filled with doubt. The girl pointed to the bones in the plate, then to the half-eaten rabbit head in her hand, and sighed with happiness. Its great-uncle smells so good. She looked at the rabbit heads on the plate. There were only 4 left. There were 11 rabbit heads in total. When Qin Song demonstrated how to eat them, he ate 1, leaving 10. Before she knew it, she had already eaten 6 rabbit heads. Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Song pitifully and said, Qin Song, can I have one more? Just 1. Qin Song moved the plate closer to himself and shook his head. No way. It's not that I'm reluctant to give you any. It's just that you ate too much today. Spicy rabbit heads are very oily and salty. Eating too many at once is bad for your stomach. If you still want to eat them, I'll buy you some more in a few days, but you can't eat them today. Okay, sigh. Hearing that she couldn't eat anymore, the girl sighed, lowered her head weakly, and silently sucked her fingers. Looking at her, Qin Song couldn't bear it and said, You don't need to eat the rabbit head, but you can eat more of the 5 caddies of crayfish tonight, okay? I'll save one of these 4 rabbit heads for you to eat tonight, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, the girl suddenly raised her head, and the look of disappointment she had just shown vanished without a trace. She exclaimed excitedly, "Yay! I knew it. Chin Song is the best to me, I'm so happy." Chapter 85. I'll be unhappy if you don't eat. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's happy expression, Chin Song smiled indulgently. It's true that delicious food can release dopamine, leading to a pleasant mood. This girl no longer hides her feelings from him, and has been taking the initiative to kiss him lately, which is a milestone in his plan to win over his childhood sweetheart. Chin Song ate 3 of the remaining 4 rabbit heads, and deliberately saved the largest one for Jiang Wanwan. He put it in the refrigerator, planning to take it out and reheat it in the microwave when it was time for dinner. The leftover chili oil and chili peppers in the plate are definitely not to be thrown away. They're the essence of the dish and would be a great choice for making both dry noodles and soup noodles. After finishing his drink and resting for a while, he decided to start preparing the crayfish. The crayfish had been soaking in a large basin beforehand, and Chin Song had even added some salt and white vinegar to the water to help them expel the mud and sand more quickly. I was already soaking the crayfish when I brought them back, and several hours have passed since then, so I guess I've thrown up most of them by now. After changing the water in the basin several times, Chin Song began to process the crayfish. The first thing to do is take a brush and scrub all the dirt off. Jiang Wanwan saw him scrubbing crayfish and ran over excitedly to help. However, she accidentally grabbed the wrong spot, and the crayfish pinched her meat with its pincers. Chin Song pulled her hand and put the crayfish back into the water before its pincers loosened. After that, she gave up the idea of helping, went back to her bedroom to change her clothes, went to the fruit shop downstairs in the community to buy some easy-to-eat fruit, washed it, and then fed the fruit to Chin Song while watching him in the kitchen. She wanted to help, but she didn't know how, afraid of making things worse. Chin Song asked her to sit in the living room and play on her phone, offering to pick out a good movie for her, but she refused. She didn't want Chin Song to be busy here while she played in the living room. So I opted for a compromise and stayed with him in the kitchen. While eating crayfish, Chin Song could still eat, but then he used the excuse that Jiang Wanwan needed to wear a mask to kick her out. After scrubbing the crayfish, the next step is to remove the internal organs, devein, and trim them. Anyone who has ever handled crayfish knows that if you don't wear a mask while doing this part, the fishy smell and the smell of the internal organs inside the crayfish will hit your brain directly. Even if you wear a mask, some of the fishy smell will inevitably enter your nasal cavity. It's fine if you process a small quantity, but if you process a large quantity, even if the crayfish smells delicious after being cooked, you won't be able to eat it all. Cut off the head, remove the shrimp's stomach and internal organs, then pull on the legs to remove the gills. After cleaning all the lobsters using the above method, Chin Song then pulled out their intestinal tracts one by one. Then rinse it several times, drain the water, and pour it directly into the pan where the oil has already been heated. The reason for leaving the shrimp veins to be removed at the last minute, and then frying them immediately in oil, is to ensure that the shrimp meat doesn't fall apart after the veins are removed. It took him more than an hour to process these 5 pounds of shrimp. The shrimp also needed to be cooked, and he also had to stir-fry bitter melon and vegetables in a separate pot. By this calculation, it will be almost dinner time by the time it's finished. The method for making 13-spice crayfish is relatively simple. When Chin Song was braising the crayfish in beer, he took the opportunity to stir-fry the bitter melon and vegetables. Then it was time for the crayfish to reduce the sauce over high heat. Add the prepared onions, cucumbers, and celery, stir-fry briefly, and then sprinkle in cilantro and scallions just before serving. Dinner is ready. 1 serving of 13-spice crayfish, 1 serving of stir-fried bitter melon, 1 serving of stir-fried vegetables, and 1 serving of leftover cold-dressed hautuinia chordata from lunch. Jiang Wanwan likes to eat hautuinia chordata, but Chin Song doesn't. He didn't cook. The broth from crayfish is a perfect match for noodles. Once we've eaten enough, we go to the kitchen to cook the noodles, scoop them out, mix them in, and our main meal is done. Go wash your hands. I'll take these dishes out. The dishes and chopsticks are washed, and I've prepared the drinks. Jiang Wanwan came closer, untied Qin Song's apron and hung it aside, then said to him. The crayfish from Qin Song wasn't deveined, but because the gills were removed and the heads were opened, it was still very flavorful. Neither of them were wearing gloves. Anyway, when eating crayfish, the oil will seep through the surface of the gloves, and sometimes the gloves will even tear because of the sharp shells. Whether you wear a mask or not, your hands will get oily, so it's better not to wear one, and you can enjoy eating more. Jiang Wanwan was very good at peeling crayfish, and she peeled a large pile in no time. The plate next to her with crayfish meat was already full. A rough estimate suggests there are around 15. Qin Song initially thought she wanted to stuff all the meat into her mouth at once and eat to her heart's content. But to Qin Song's surprise, Jiang Wanwan picked up the plate and placed it in front of him. You worked hard preparing dinner. Here you go. I've peeled it all for you. The girl smiled and pulled out a wet wipe to clean her oily hands. No relationship can last if it relies solely on one-sided effort. Only by working together and by both sides putting their hearts into it can we go further. Since she couldn't help Qin Song wash the shrimp, she stayed by his side, feeding him fruit and chatting with him. Since she couldn't help Qin Song with cooking, she peeled shrimp for him at the dinner table so he could more easily eat the meat inside. She wouldn't stand idly by while Qin Song was busy. If she could help, she would definitely do so. If she couldn't, she wouldn't force herself to make things worse. Although chatting, feeding fruit, and peeling shrimp are small things that cannot be compared with the things Qin and Song did, the emotional value they contain cannot be ignored. Qin Song pushed the plate back. You eat it. I can peel it myself. Jiang Wanwan pushed the plate back and said in a coquettish tone, You eat it. I peeled this especially for you. I'll be unhappy if you don't eat it. You cook the shrimp, I peel them, we divide the work. Isn't that great? She laughed. Upon hearing this, Qin Song didn't stand on ceremony and ate the shrimp meat in 3 bites. Then he peeled some shrimp meat and put it on the plate next to him, pushing the plate in front of Jiang Wanwan. I peeled it for you, so you should eat it too, otherwise I'll be unhappy. Okay. While she was eating crayfish, Qin Song didn't forget to put some vegetables and bitter melon on her plate. After a while, seeing that the lobsters were almost finished, Qin Song got up and cooked some noodles. After cooking, scoop them out and pour them into the bowl containing the lobster. After stirring it a few times with chopsticks, a fragrant aroma of carbohydrates and oils immediately wafted out. Chapter 86 Your Name. Qin Song felt it wasn't enough, so he poured some chili oil from the rabbit head bowl on top. Then pour the remaining shrimp on top. And so, a bowl of crayfish and chili oil noodles is successfully made. Qin Song took Jiang Wanwan's bowl, put some food in her bowl, and only stopped after she said she had enough. He then put a few more shrimp in her bowl. Of course, I also remembered to microwave the rabbit head I had left for her at noon and put it in her bowl. After the two finished their noodles, Qin Song went to the kitchen to wash the dishes from lunch and dinner, as well as scrub 2 pots, while Jiang Wanwan cleaned the dining table, washed some fruit to eat while watching the movie later, and took out the watermelon from the refrigerator, cut it in half, and gave each of them 1/2. What kind of movie should we watch tonight? Seeing Qin Song walk towards the sofa after washing the dishes, Jiang Wanwan moved aside to make room for him. The sofa is huge. The real reason for wanting Qin Song to sit next to her is not to create more space. Qin Song walked over, naturally sat down next to her, and picked up the remote control, pressing buttons rapidly. Tonight we're watching Your Name, he replied. Huh? The girl asked in confusion. My name? Qin Song explained. The movie is called Your Name, not Jiang Wanwan. Oh, the girl playfully stuck out her tongue. I misunderstood you. How embarrassing. Is this an animated movie? I thought it was a live-action film. As the movie began, Jiang Wanwan looked at the shooting star falling from the sky on the TV screen and asked a question. Yes, animated movies are great too. I really like this movie. So you've seen it many times? I really like it. You see, I promise you won't be disappointed. The girl nodded upon hearing Qin Song's reply. Putting everything else aside, she was already deeply captivated by the exquisite opening scene alone. Then, the opening theme song began to play. Upon hearing the long-lost singing voice, Qin Song's heart trembled instantly. He has watched this movie many times, and he likes it very much. Unfortunately, he didn't go to the cinema to see the domestic premiere in 2016, but he made up for it when it was re-released in China in 2024. Although the premise is somewhat old-fashioned, the visuals, details, use of color, and changes in light and shadow are all quite good. Moreover, the opening and closing themes and incidental music perfectly match the theme of the movie, and when they play during the movie, they don't feel out of place at all. The scene at the beginning where Takagami transmigrates into Mitsuha's body and climbs the mountain with his hands is a bit. Jiang Wanwan blushed and looked at him, puffing out her cheeks as she said, "Are you implying that I shouldn't have pushed you away when we kissed at noon?" Shin Song swore that he had no other intentions when choosing this movie. He simply wanted to share this excellent animated film with Jiang Wanwan. However, this scene in the movie can be combined with the scene where he was pushed away when he was climbing Jiang Wanwan at noon. He himself doesn't believe that he didn't imply anything about Jiang Wanwan through the film. But he really didn't mean that. No, really. More real than pearls. Really? The girl asked skeptically. Really? I swear if you don't believe me. After saying this, Shin Song made a gesture as if to raise his hand to swear an oath. Jiang Wanwan quickly pressed his raised hand down, grumbling. Okay, I believe you. Don't make oaths lightly. If you really lie to me, you'll be punished. Hearing her words, which showed she was thinking of him in every way, Shin Song couldn't help but ask, if I suffer retribution, wouldn't that mean I lied to you? Wouldn't you be angry? The girl scooped up a piece of watermelon and put it in her mouth, saying as she ate, I'm angry. You may have lied to me, but I don't want you to suffer the consequences. You must have had your reasons for lying to me, and I can understand that. If you really get your comeuppance, I'll feel bad for you. After saying that, Shin Song gave her a deep look, then stared at the television, remaining silent for a long time. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Wanwan asked. Wanwan, why are you so good to me? Shin Song didn't answer her question, but asked her instead. Because you're good to me, I'll be good to you too. If one day I stop being nice to you, will you still be nice to me? Upon hearing this, the girl stopped eating watermelon, frowned at him, and looked downcast. Please don't let that day come, okay? Okay, I'll send it. Shin Song immediately agreed, but Jiang Wanwan covered his mouth halfway through his sentence. I already told you, you're not allowed to swear an oath. Okay, then I won't swear, but I promise that day will never come. What if there is? Shin Song picked up the untouched half of the watermelon in front of him, scooped out the middle piece, and held it to the girl's mouth. After watching her gulp it down, he replied, There are no ifs. That day will never come, I promise. Yes, I believe you. The film is 106 minutes long. Jiang Wanwan didn't shed tears when she watched this movie for the first time. Her eyes were just red. She turned to Shin Song and asked, Shin Song, do you think time travel really exists in this world? I don't think so. That's obviously not scientifically sound, Shin Song replied dismissively. He knew the answer to this question very well. There definitely was, because he was the one who had been reborn through time. However, this matter is too unbelievable. The idea of someone being reborn at age 18 after death is something that only happens in novels, right? If he were to tell Jiang Wanwan now that he was a reincarnated person, Jiang Wanwan would probably think he was just making fun of her. It's not that he can't tell Jiang Wanwan about this. If things get out of hand, and he has no choice but to tell her, he will still tell her. He just needs to be careful about the timing. He absolutely has to report that damn landlord of the shady restaurant. In her past life, Jiang Wanwan discovered that the cause of her cancer was a rental apartment. She took the CMA test report showing excessive formaldehyde levels to the landlord to demand an explanation, but the landlord simply replied with one sentence. Who knows if your report is real or fake? You're just trying to scam me out of my money. I don't know anything about street vendor rooms, and I'm not going to refund a single penny of your deposit or rent. Go ahead and sue me if you dare. Put me in jail. I'm not exactly a pushover. Shin Song didn't argue with that idiot. Instead, he silently saved the video he had just recorded. Since she wants to go to jail, then I'll just let her go to jail. This is something that can be done with minimal effort. Chapter 87 Chinsisi. My body isn't feeling well. I'm going to sleep first. Shin Song first told Su Qiaoling about this matter. Su Qiaoling only has this one daughter, and she was naturally furious when she found out about this. She immediately used her connections to report the landlord. Meanwhile, the Qin and Song dynasties were not idle either. He edited a text and posted it along with the video on a short video platform, buying 200,000 views in one go. The child of a martyr, through his own hard work, was admitted to a prestigious university. After graduating and working for only a few years, he developed cancer due to renting a room in a traditional shady business. His legal recourse has been unsuccessful. The video contains footage of the landlord's arrogant demeanor, screenshots of a CMA certification report, proof that Jiang Wanwan's father was a martyr, and a diagnosis that confirmed Jiang Wanwan's cancer diagnosis. Anyway, all the solid evidence is in the video. The 200,000 yuan investment caused a sensation in Jiangxing City and even the entire Nanjiang province. The landlord's arrogant face, the cancer caused by renting out rooms, the children of martyrs, hard-working and diligent, and a graduate of a prestigious university. All sorts of keywords are included. So, the landlord and the person above her were all wiped out at once. The landlord got his wish and started operating the sewing machine, watching the news every day. The whole incident even alarmed the capital, leading to the removal of many inactive and corrupt officials in Jiangxing. Qin Song didn't care how much of an earthquake this event caused, nor did Su Qiaoling. No amount of severe punishment can bring Jiang Wanwan back to health. It's not difficult to prevent the incident of the parents' car accident. Qin Song remembered the time when the highway pavement was about to crack and deform. He just needed to call the hotline before the cement deformed to inform the road administration and maintenance department about the abnormality of the road surface, and at the same time, tell his parents not to drive there during that period. If the novel is profitable, Qin Song can directly send them money so they can stop driving around delivering goods and just travel instead. However, he will still call that hotline. He still wants to save those who died in the car accident. This has nothing to do with being a saint. There's no price to pay anyway. All you need to do is make a phone call. After watching the movie, it was almost 9 p.m. Since the two had made plans to go to the amusement park the next day, Qin Song went home to wash up. Go to bed early so you'll have the energy to play tomorrow. The amusement park I want to go to is in the city center, only about 10 kilometers away from my neighborhood. I can just take a taxi there. After washing up, Jiang Wanwan returned to her bedroom, picked up her phone, opened WeChat, found Chen Cici as a contact, and sent her a bunch of photos. These were all recorded and photographed by her during her time with Qin Song today. Ever since sharing a mango-flavored kiss with her last time, Jiang Wanwan has become increasingly willing to share the little things in her life with her. In real life, Chen Cici is an individual with social anxiety. When Jiang Wanwan shares with her, she responds happily and even offers suggestions. However, most of the ideas are not very reliable. Jiang Wanwan. Shopping at the market with Qin Song.jpg. Jiang Wanwan. Eating rabbit with Qin Song.jpg. Jiang Wanwan. Watching a movie with Qin Song.jpg. Jiang Wanwan. Eating crayfish cooked by Qin Song.jpg. Jiang Wanwan. A movie and fruit with Qin Song after dinner.jpg. Jiang Wanwan. How is it? Doesn't the crayfish my husband Qin Song made look delicious? A moment later, on Jiang Wanwan's phone, the nickname above the chat box changed to typing. It took her a while to receive a reply from Chen Cici. Chen Cici. Oh my, give me back my Qin Song. Are you two officially dating? Why are you calling each other so intimately? Chen Cici. You two had quite an eventful day. The crayfish looked pretty good. Chen Cici. Speaking of which, don't you usually not watch many movies? How come you watched two today? You have pretty good taste, both masterpieces. As a movie enthusiast, Chen Cici has her own insights into many films. In her opinion, both movies that Jiang Wanwan watched today were very good. Upon seeing Chen Cici's reply, Jiang Wanwan immediately typed back. Jiang Wanwan. Oh, don't dwell on these details. We definitely won't start dating until after the college entrance exam. Right now, we're just ordinary childhood friends. Jiang Wanwan. Qin Song chose the movies. I also thought both movies were good, but he said that you need to watch them several times to understand their meaning. Jiang Wanwan. Do you have any movie recommendations? Something Qin Song and I could watch. Chen Cici. Then you've come to the right person. I recommend you to watch Flipped. Shinsisi. A person is like a rainbow. You only know they exist when you encounter them. Shinsisi. It's still early. The movie is only 90 minutes long. You can watch it first, and then watch it with Chin Song. That way, if he asks you any questions, you can answer them. I just don't know if he's seen the movie yet. Jiang Wanwan was very tempted by Chun Sisi's suggestion. Jiang Wanwan, where can I watch it? Chun Sisi. You can watch XX video, but it requires VIP, which you probably don't have. I'll lend you mine. My XX video account is 186x times x times x, and the password is Jiang Wanwan. Okay, thanks. After thanking Chun Sisi, Jiang Wanwan opened her phone's app store, downloaded a video app, logged into her account, searched for the movie Flipped, and started watching. After 90 minutes, she finished watching the movie and felt that it wasn't anything special. It's not as beautiful as Chun Sisi described. She wondered if she had misread it. So she took a screenshot of the movie cover and sent it to Chun Sisi. Jiang Wanwan. Screenshot from the movie cover of Flipped.jpg. Jiang Wanwan. Sisi, is this the movie you're talking about? I just finished watching it. Chun Sisi, is this it? So fast. Looks like you're a woman of action. Tell me your thoughts after watching it. What did you think? Was it good? Chun Sisi. I think the novel portrays the first stirrings of love in young boys and girls exceptionally well. It's so realistic. Jiang Wanwan. Actually, I feel it's okay. It wasn't as fun as when Chin Song and I were kids. Jiang Wanwan. I feel that what they described in that film, besides the part about their argument, is something that Chin Song and I have also had similar experiences with. Chun Sisi. Are you here to brag about having a childhood sweetheart? Chun Sisi. Wah. My corpse isn't feeling well. I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye. Upon seeing the message from Chun Sisi, Jiang Wanwan burst out laughing. She was even more excited about her trip to the amusement park tomorrow. Chapter 88 Fever. It is said that every boy has these three fantasies. The first type, on the battlefield, in the trenches. Comrades, the situation is very unfavorable for us. No matter what the cost, we must persevere. For our ideals, for the millions of compatriots behind us, for our nation and country. What we have done today is of the highest honor. Charge with me. The second scenario, in the classroom. Monsters invade the city, and the students are in chaos, but you remain steadfast. However, just as danger was about to strike, you slowly walked to the door, took out the transformation device from your pocket, and said sternly, "You beast, weren't you scared enough by what happened in 1999? Then he muttered to himself, "Sigh. I have to sign another confidentiality agreement." In an instant, a beam of light shines from your body, and you transform into Ultraman, flying towards the monster, determined to deliver a fatal blow. The third type, in one's arms. You lie in bed, burying your head in the bosom of a gentle girl. The girl gently patted your back and said softly, "It's okay, you did a great job. There's no need to hide yourself anymore, just cry if you want to. You're a great boy, you're good enough. Come here, let me give you a hug." Now Chin Song feels like he's in the third kind of fantasy. Chin Song, wake up. What's wrong? Are you alright? A gentle girl's voice reached his ears. Chin Song opened his eyes, but felt somewhat weak all over. Turning his head in the direction the sound came from, he saw Jiang Wanwan looking at him anxiously. "You're finally awake. Did you know you had a fever?" The mercury thermometer reads 38.5 degrees Celsius. You fell asleep with the air conditioner on 18 degrees Celsius yesterday, without even covering yourself with a blanket, and you probably didn't even dry your hair after showering, right? Huh? Is that so? He said hoarsely, his throat so dry that it hurt to even speak. Chin Song felt his body and realized that he really did have a fever and a cold. "I have a stuffy nose, weak limbs, body aches, and dizziness." Upon hearing Chin Song's hoarse voice, Jiang Wanwan quickly picked up the water glass beside her. "Here, have some water first. It's warm, so you can moisten your throat." Upon hearing this, he tried to support himself with his hands, but he couldn't muster the strength, and his body, which had just risen a little, slumped back down. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan simply poured a mouthful of water into her mouth and then kissed him. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. After a moment, their lips parted, and the girl asked, "Want some more?" Qin Song nodded. Let's do it again. It's still a bit dry. And so, once again, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. After Qin Song quenched his thirst, Jiang Wanwan immediately said, Okay, you rest for a while, then we'll go to the hospital. Huh? Go to the hospital? Qin Song exclaimed in surprise. Can't we not go to the hospital? I just have a fever. I can just take some fever reducer and I'll be fine. He was genuinely afraid of hospitals. Seeing Qin Song's reaction, Jiang Wanwan said angrily, Do you know how soundly you sleep? I called you for 2 or 3 minutes before you slowly woke up. You're still sweating profusely. If I couldn't feel you were still breathing, I would have called 120. I called you but you didn't answer. If I hadn't had a key to your house and come to your house after I couldn't reach you, I wouldn't have known you had a fever. Qin Song thought back and realized that he had slept quite soundly. He felt as if he had a dream in which he was being chased by a demon in a sea of fire. Then, can we go to a small clinic? I don't want to go to the hospital. Jiang Wanwan shook her head firmly. No. The misuse of medication in small clinics is too serious. They can prescribe antibiotics even for a minor cold or fever. Over time, you will develop drug resistance. Don't try to bargain with me. Go change your clothes in your room first. I'll call Aunt Lu and let her know. Hurry up. After saying that, Jiang Wanwan left the room. After a while, he was no longer so weak that he couldn't even sit up to drink water. He sighed and had no choice but to find some loose and comfortable clothes to change into. She even brought up her own mother, so it seems like going to the hospital is out of the question. Qin Song's constitution was different from that of ordinary people. He rarely got sick throughout the year, and even rarely had a fever or a cold. The downside is that once you get sick, it's especially serious. Some people who catch colds and fevers from time to time don't even need to take medicine. They can recover by drinking more hot water and relying on their own immune system. However, during the Qin and Song dynasties, whenever someone caught a cold or had a fever, it was at least a moderate fever, and it was difficult to recover by taking medicine alone. They had to get intravenous fluids. After changing his clothes, Qin Song walked out of the room, and Jiang Wanwan quickly came up to support him, shining her phone screen at him. Aunt Lu has already asked me to make sure you go to the hospital. Qin Song glanced at his phone, where a message from Lu Yu to Jiang Wanwan was displayed. Wanwan, your Uncle Qin and I are out of town. We'll have to trouble you to take Qin Song to the hospital for an foredrip today. If he doesn't behave, just call me and see if I don't yell at him. She really is my mother, Qin Song thought to himself. Seeing Qin Song's worried expression, Jiang Wanwan was somewhat puzzled. She remembered that Qin Song shouldn't be afraid of going to the hospital or needles. Why is he so resistant to going to the hospital now? Also, after Grandma He's surgery last time, he was in a rather listless state when he returned from the hospital. Isn't it said that the older you get, the fewer things you fear? How come you seem to have more fears than fears from the Qin and Song dynasties? Let's go to the hospital. Qin Song took out 2 masks, put one on himself, and handed the other to Jiang Wanwan. Put on your mask so you don't get infected. You also need to drink a packet of the cold medicine I brought home after my injection. You may have come into contact with germs when you fed me water earlier. Okay, the girl replied and took the elevator downstairs with him. When they arrived at the entrance of the community, the ride-hailing car had already arrived. The hospital we chose was the same one where Grandma, he had her surgery last time. Firstly, it's close by, and secondly, the hospital is quite good. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Wanwan first had Qin Song sit in the lobby. She took Qin Song's ID card to register for a specialist appointment that cost several times more than a regular appointment. Only after receiving the medical record did she lead him to the entrance of the department. When it was Qin Song's turn, Jiang Wanwan followed him in. While Qin Song waited for the thermometer, she told the doctor about Qin Song's symptoms after they arrived at Qin Song's bedroom. The predicted onset of fever was described in detail, along with the temperatures measured several times by thermometers. After nodding, the doctor asked Qin Song a few more questions. For example, whether they have been in contact with patients with infectious diseases, or whether they have complications such as chills, cough, or night sweats. Chapter 89 Understanding and Respect. After a brief discussion, Jiang Wanwan was asked to go to the payment hall to pay for the skin test. Then, Qin Song was arranged to undergo a skin test. After confirming that he was not allergic, several bottles of medicine were prescribed for him. The doctor was originally planning to prescribe an intramuscular injection in his buttocks, also known as a buttock injection. But Chin Song firmly refused. He would rather spend more money and get 2 more 4 drips than get a shot in the buttock. He felt ashamed just thinking about having half of his white buttocks exposed while a nurse gave him an injection. Although doctors and nurses see patients as genderless, he still finds it hard to accept. He really didn't want to get a shot in the buttock unless absolutely necessary. After getting her prescription from the doctor, Jiang Wanwan went to the payment hall to pay, and then took the receipt to the pharmacy to pick up her medicine. After handing over the medication to the medication return area, the two went to the infusion hall to wait. In the registration hall, the department, and while undergoing the skin test, Chin Song didn't smell the disinfectant much because he was wearing a mask. But ever since I arrived at the infusion hall, that smell has been everywhere, penetrating straight into my nasal cavity. Jiang Wanwan noticed Chin Song's slightly furrowed brows and quickly half-pulled, half-supported him to a chair where the two of them could sit side by side. Not long after I sat down, a nurse pushed a trolley into the infusion hall. "Who is the patient?" Chin Song. Jiang Wanwan immediately raised her hand. "Nurse, over here." Upon hearing this, a nurse pushed a trolley over, and Jiang Wanwan immediately showed the nurse Chin Song's medical records to confirm his identity. While it's unlikely that someone will fraudulently claim intravenous medication, everything must be done according to procedure. Every rule in a hospital has a bloody lesson behind it. After confirming Chin Song's identity, the nurse began the prenatal cleaning process. However, after looking at Chin Song's thick and obvious veins, he turned to the intern nurse standing next to him, observing and learning. "Xiao Chan, this patient's veins are quite thick and prominent. Come over here and try your hand at it." Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, Chin Song tugged at her clothes and shook his head. Chin Song's hands were long and slender with prominent bones, and his veins were thick. After applying iodine and bandaging his wrists, the veins became even more noticeable. Every time he gets an injection, the nurse will call over a trainee nurse to try it out after seeing his vein. He's gotten used to it. Some people are quite averse to this, but Chin Song thinks it's all right. These intern nurses will eventually take over the responsibilities from the veteran nurses and carry the banner of the nursing profession. Anyway, the veins on the back of my hand are quite thick, so there's no harm in letting them try it out. The burdens that nurses bear in their jobs are actually disproportionate to their compensation. I often work overtime and night shifts. Patients who are being verbally abused cannot retaliate. They can only endure it. It's a thankless job with low pay, and working in a hospital means dealing with a lot of negative emotions every day. Because of his experiences in his previous life, Chin Song was quite able to understand them. This refers not only to female nurses, but also to male nurses. Because Chin Song's veins are relatively thick, even intern nurses rarely miss the mark and have to give a second injection, so Chin Song is not worried about this. A moment later, Chin Song looked at the red, swollen patch on the back of his left hand and fell into deep thought. He couldn't remember the last time he had an 4-drip inserted incorrectly. With a tourniquet applied and iodine tincture, this nurse still managed to misalign the vein, which was so thick and bulging. The case is solved. It must have been her first time touching a real person's hand. He comforted Xiao Chan, the intern nurse, saying, "It's okay, don't be nervous. If you miss, you can just give her another shot. Don't let your hand shake. I'm the one who got poked, and I'm not nervous." "Why are you nervous?" The elderly nurse stood beside her, encouraging her with her eyes, without saying a word. Trainee nurses do not have a nursing license and are not authorized to administer intravenous infusions or injections independently, so they need to be accompanied by an experienced nurse. Upon hearing this, Nurse Xiao Chan took a few deep breaths. Finally, under the watchful eye of the experienced nurse, I successfully received my first injection. Nurse Xiao Chan wiped away non-existent cold sweat from her forehead and said to Chin Song, "Thank you for your understanding." Chin Song shook his head. "It's all right. I understand your work." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Chan had a fleeting urge to cry, but she managed to hold it back. As an intern nurse, she felt very lucky to be understood and respected. She had previously asked those veteran nurses how they managed to endure the hardships and low wages of nursing, working day after day for over a decade or two. Their answer at the time was, because there are always some patients who have a respectful attitude towards nurses and who recognize, understand, and respect the nursing profession. She didn't understand then, but she does now. Thank you. By the way, don't adjust the 4-drip rate yourself. The flow rate is set according to the characteristics of the medication. Adjusting it too fast or too slow will have side effects. Okay. Thank you, I understand. Chin Song nodded. Nurse Xiao Chan pushed the trolley away, and the old nurse nodded and smiled at Chin Song, who returned the smile. After the little incident ended, Chin Song gradually relaxed. As his attention wandered, he felt the pervasive smell of disinfectant enter his nostrils again. He frowned, leaned on Jiang Wanwan's shoulder, closed his eyes to rest, and tried to relieve the throbbing pain in his mind. At that moment, not far from the two men sat another man who was also receiving in 4-drip. I don't know if she was jealous that Chin Song had a pretty girl like Jiang Wanwan accompanying him while he got his 4-drip, or if she thought his behavior towards the intern nurse just now seemed like he was showing off. The man curled his lip and said sarcastically, "Didn't you just say you were fine? Why are you so weak now? What are you pretending for?" Chin Song did not want to respond to him. He's just a clown. There are people like that everywhere. There's no need to let him ruin your mood. But Jiang Wanwan didn't think that way. She was already very worried about Chin Song's fever today. After arriving at the hospital, she noticed that Chin Song's brows were never relaxed and were always slightly furrowed. The intern nurse gave him an injection but misplaced it again. His left hand is still swollen. She was too heartbroken for Chin Song to even have time to respond with sarcastic remarks. Jiang Wanwan composed herself and glanced at the man with disgust. "Don't talk after you just ate shit. Don't you know it stinks? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." The man was struck by Jiang Wanwan's cold, sharp gaze and immediately fell silent, sullenly changing his position. This is the kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Chapter 90. Brother Chin Song is so brave. Don't be fooled by Jiang Wanwan's usual cheerful demeanor. That's a side she only shows to people she's familiar with. She would only express her feelings in front of Su Qiaoling, Chin Song, and Chin's parents. Oh right, now there's also Chin Sisi. But in front of others, she is definitely an ice queen. She's a sweet girl when she smiles, but a mature and sophisticated woman when she doesn't. The man spoke recklessly to someone Jiang Wanwan cared about, so Jiang Wanwan naturally wouldn't give him a friendly look. Chin Song tugged at her clothes. "It's okay. You're a girl. Don't stoop to the level of a stray dog. We can either have the dog-catching team catch it, or we can just ignore it. Even if you kick that dog to death, it's dead and that's it. It's dead. That doesn't matter, but your shoes will get dirty, understand? You have to wash the shoes if they get dirty. It's just a stray dog, not worth the trouble." The man blushed deeply upon hearing Chin Song's veiled insult. He pointed at Chin Song and said, "Who are you talking about?" Chin Song didn't even look at him directly. "What? I said there's a stray dog. Why are you standing up?" "Man, stray dog? I think you're the stray dog." "Chin Song, who are you referring to as a wild dog?" "Man, that stray dog is talking about you." "Okay, I know the wild dog is talking about me. Get out of here." Chin Song replied calmly, then leaned on Jiang Wanwan's shoulder and closed his eyes. As the man stood up to retaliate, he noticed that the security personnel standing in the infusion hall were subtly moving closer. The security personnel weren't just standing around doing nothing. They had witnessed Chin Song's leniency towards the intern nurse and also heard the man's rude remarks. Anyone with a fully developed cerebrum and cerebellum can distinguish right from wrong. Seeing this, the man sat down again, gave Chin Song a venomous look, and then moved to the corner. The 4-drip flow was neither fast nor slow, and after more than 2 hours, the third bottle of 4 fluid was finally almost empty. The man who had made the sarcastic remarks earlier had arrived before Chin Song and didn't have much medicine left, so his medicine was almost gone. "Hey, nurse, I'm done," he shouted toward the nurse's station. The young nurse sitting at the nurse's station was about to get up when the head nurse pressed her back down. "Go over there and get the 4-drip medication ready. I'll handle things here." The young nurse looked at the head nurse with a puzzled expression, then nodded and went to the pharmacy. The head nurse glanced at the man, but didn't get up. She continued writing with her pen. She had seen what happened, and she was quite unhappy with the man's behavior. But she is, after all, a medical professional and needs to treat every patient equally. Anyway, there was still some medicine left in the man's drip, so we just let him continue. As long as you don't lose health, it's not a big problem. It's okay to let that person be anxious for a while, since she hasn't broken any rules anyway. She can go after the drip is finished. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The man called out twice more, but still no one responded. Only after the medicine in the bottle was completely empty did the head nurse come over, remove the man's needle, and then press a cotton swab soaked in iodine onto it. A grown man like you, don't be in such a hurry. We just finished fighting. What if it's just a little bit less of the medicine's effect? The head nurse said with a forced smile. The man thought about it and realized that what the head nurse said made sense. Then he saw the head nurse come up to Chin Song and say in a very gentle and kind manner, "You've almost finished the injection. There's only a little bit left. Let me remove it for you first. After all, medicine has some side effects. I see that your complexion has improved a bit. After you get the injection, remember to eat something nutritious and light to replenish your body." Looking at your medical record, the doctor prescribed 2 days' worth of medication. Just come to the infusion hall at the same time tomorrow. You don't need to register. Chin Song smiled and replied, "Okay, thank you for your help. Man, #you and #@you and. After the head nurse removed the needle, Chin Song walked out of the infusion hall and then looked at Jiang Wanwan with a worried expression. "Why didn't you tell me I had to come tomorrow? I thought it would be fine as long as today's matches were over." Jiang Wanwan paid the bill and also picked up and delivered the medicine. Chin Song really didn't know he would have to come back for another drip tomorrow. Jiang Wanwan walked to Chin Song's right, gently shaking his arm and saying coquettishly, "Okay, it'll be fine after we finish fighting tomorrow. You were very good today. Brother Chin Song is so brave. You didn't even cry when you came to the hospital for your shot." As she spoke, she nuzzled Chin Song's face with her head. The unique fragrance of the girl's hair wafted into Chin Song's nose. That irresistible scent seemed to possess a kind of magic. It is like spring flowers in full bloom, fresh and natural. It's like a gentle summer night breeze, soft and pleasant. Chin Song felt that the headaches caused by the smell of disinfectant in the hospital had lessened considerably. He said helplessly, "You're talking like you're comforting a child. I'm not that fragile, okay?" Upon hearing this, the girl winked playfully. "So, Brother Chin Song, are you coming tomorrow?" I'll think about it." "Huh?" the girl asked, making a gesture as if to take out her phone and show the message Lu Yu had sent her. All right, come on, I'll do it, okay?" That's a good girl. Be a good girl. I'll take you to buy candy after your shot." Chin Song. Although Jiang Wanwan's tone sounds a bit strange, somehow, I quite like it. Chin Song thought to himself. "There's a small garden inside the hospital. Let's go sit there," he suggested. Anyway, it's almost noon now. There are restaurants near the hospital that sell nutritious soup and freshly cooked porridge. Let's go there and get 2 portions to go, eat in the garden, and then go home. Jiang Wanwan took out her phone and checked the time, only to find that it was almost noon. She had originally planned to buy some pork ribs to make soup for Chin Song in a pressure cooker. Although she's not a very good cook, she can still make simple dishes like stewed soup, noodles, and porridge. But there's no time to spare now, so this is the only option. Is that store reliable? Jiang Wanwan was a little worried about food safety. Chin Song nodded. It's reliable. I heard it's been open near the hospital for over 10 years. If it didn't have a good reputation, it would have gone out of business long ago. In terms of nutrition and ingredients, it certainly can't compare to homemade, but it's fresher and cleaner. Good. The two arrived at the small garden, and Chin Song could see 3 people sitting in the small pavilion in the garden from afar. 3 familiar people. Looking at the middle-aged man sitting in a wheelchair chatting and laughing with the boy next to him, he smiled from the bottom of his heart. It seems that this father has returned from his studies at the Shaolin Temple. Right now, he's probably sharing the secrets of learning Shaolin Kung Fu with his son. Chapter 91 Apology. I wonder how that little girl is doing. Chin Song suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan turned to look at him. Little girl? What little girl? At this moment, Shin Song realized that he had inadvertently spoken the words he had been silently reciting. So he briefly recounted his encounter with the little girl named Nan Nan during his last visit to the hospital. "Oh, can such a young child get acute leukemia?" the girl asked with a worried expression. Shin Song sighed. "Illness doesn't care about your age. Let's go find a place to rest first, and then we'll pack up. Look, the hospital has put up a notice here that you can eat inside, but you have to take your personal trash with you." Upon hearing this, the girl nodded gently and walked side by side with Shin Song into the garden. She comforted her, saying, "Good people are rewarded. Nan Nan will be all right." As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach started growling. "Sorry, let's just go get lunch. We won't pack any leftovers. I had an 4 of glucose and I feel okay. You must be starving," Shin Song said apologetically. The two of them simply ate 2 steamed buns on the way to breakfast. Shin Song wasn't very hungry because there was a small bottle of glucose in his 4 drip, but Jiang Wanwan's stomach was growling with hunger because she had been busy all morning. The girl gently shook her head. "It's nothing. Once you're better, just cook me a few more dishes. I really appreciate your cooking skills." "Okay," Shin Song replied. "Oh no, I forgot to bring my medicine," Jiang Wanwan suddenly exclaimed. The doctor prescribed Shin Song medication to take home. Jiang Wanwan had already paid the bill when she went to pay, but she forgot to take her medical record to the pharmacy. "It's okay, I'll get it tomorrow. I'll have to come back tomorrow anyway." They were almost at the hospital entrance. If they went back to get the medicine, it would take time to go back and forth, and they would have to walk a long way more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "No, you can't. You must get your injections on time and take your medicine on time. Besides, didn't you tell me this morning to drink a packet of cold medicine when you took your medicine? The medicine prescribed by the hospital includes cold medicine. Wait for me here. Sit down on the chair over there and rest for a bit. I'll be right back." Shin Song nodded. He had intended to get it himself, but his head was still a little sore and he was a bit dizzy, so he had to ask Jiang Wanwan to do it for him. So he obediently sat down next to the nearby basketball court and waited. After Jiang Wanwan returned with the medicine, the two had a simple lunch at a nutritious soup shop near the hospital before taking a taxi home. After taking separate showers at home, the two met up at Jiang Wanwan's house. "Wanwan, I'm so sorry. I was planning to take you to the amusement park today, but we can't go because you're sick. You have to go to the hospital for another 4 drip tomorrow morning, so we can't go shopping either. School starts the day after tomorrow, so it looks like there won't be a chance for me to go anytime soon." Shin Song felt guilty. He genuinely doesn't remember when he fell asleep last night. He only remembers going back to his room, turning on the air conditioner, taking a hot shower, then lying on the bed playing on his phone, and falling asleep without realizing it. If Jiang Wanwan hadn't woken him up, he doesn't know how long he would have remained drowsy. This incident also made Shin Song realize that sleeping alone is extremely dangerous. While in university, I need to find a way to live off campus, and then I can bring Jiang Wanwan over. That way, this dangerous situation won't happen. "It's all right," the girl said softly. "There will be plenty of other opportunities in the future. We can go after the college entrance exam. We can also go to fucking city then. I heard that the amusement park there is more fun than the one in Jiangxing City. Then we can also go to Window of the World, the aquarium, and the cinema. Summer vacation is almost 3 months long, so we can go to so many places together." At this point, Jiang Wanwan's face hardened. "But the premise is that you must work hard during your senior year of high school and follow the teacher's lead. Chen Cece told me that I can ask her if I don't understand anything in physics, chemistry, or biology, and I can ask her in Chinese, math, and English. Given your current study progress, as long as we work hard, we can definitely get into Jiangxing University together." Upon hearing this, Shin Song nodded and smiled. "Okay, I will definitely try my best. We'll go to fucking city for fun during the summer vacation after our senior year of high school. I'll take you to the aquarium, to the amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel, and to the cinema to watch a movie." "Do you know what these 3 places are collectively called?" he asked Jiang Wanwan. After seeing Jiang Wanwan shake her head, Shin Song revealed the answer. These 3 places are known as the 3 most popular dating spots. "Wanna go on a date?" Upon hearing those 2 words, Jiang Wanwan's face suddenly flushed red. This is a term used after a couple becomes a couple, right? After the college entrance exam? It seems like that's about it. Yes, right after the college entrance exam. She made up her mind that she would confess her feelings to Chin Song after the college entrance examination. She'd already hugged him, kissed him, and if Chin Song still didn't agree, then she would. She would. She went and complained. Then Uncle Chin and Aunt Lu will beat him up. Humph. Carrot. Because Chin Song had just received an injection and needed to take medication after dinner, Jiang Wanwan had to suppress her craving for spicy food and ordered a mild takeout meal with Chin Song, which had a good reputation. She knew that if the food she ate was spicy, Chin Song would definitely not be able to hold it in. For his health, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt that not eating spicy food wasn't so bad after all. Half an hour after finishing dinner, Chin Song took the medicine he got from the hospital on time and in the prescribed dosage. At the same time, Jiang Wanwan also made herself a cup of cold medicine and banlingen granules. It's better to be safe than sorry, especially since Chin Song had been given imported warm water this morning. If she catches a cold and fever because of this, she won't be able to take care of Chin Song. The next day, Chin Song's phone alarm rang on time. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, slowly got up, washed up, and got dressed. Just as I was about to go upstairs to find Jiang Wanwan, the door was opened. Jiang Wanwan came in carrying a bag of pork ribs, 2 yams, and a bag of corn. I got up early and went to the market to buy some pork ribs, yams, and corn. We'll eat at home for lunch and dinner today. I'll make you some soup. Then, she placed a bowl of packaged millet and pumpkin porridge and a boiled egg on the table. I've already had breakfast. This is your breakfast. Take your time and don't rush. I've already asked the vendor to chop the ribs and corn for me. I've peeled and cut the yam into sections and set them aside. Once we get our injections, we can just put them in the pressure cooker and cook them for half an hour to make soup. By then, the food will be ready, and we can eat. Chapter 92. No need to help me take off my pants. Jiang Wanwan meticulously arranged everything. Looking at the scene before him and listening to Jiang Wanwan's rambling words, Chin Song nodded gently and replied with a okay. He loved this feeling so much. It was full of the warmth of life and the comfort of a small family. These words contain not a single word for love or like, yet they are filled with genuine emotion. To have such a person in one's life is enough. After Chin Song finished breakfast, Jiang Wanwan also finished all the preparations needed to make the soup. Then I took a taxi to the hospital. The elderly nurse from yesterday came over immediately after seeing the two of them arrive at the infusion hall. The young man seems to have arrived a little earlier today than yesterday. Your girlfriend is so good to you. She hasn't missed a single day of accompanying you to get your injections these past 2 days. You've been leaning on her shoulder the whole time. Didn't you see the envious looks on the faces of those other people who came alone to get their 4 drips? This girl is beautiful and kind. She even spoke up for you yesterday. You should cherish her. She teased Jiang Wanwan, looking at her adorable appearance. Upon hearing this, Chin Song didn't know what to say, so he could only give a soft hmm. A blush rose on the girl's face, and she silently lowered her head without rebuttal. Seeing the two of them blushing, the old nurse smiled like an ant. This scene reminded her of that spring more than 10 years ago. At that time, she and her current husband had just graduated and were still young. The two were in perfect harmony, supporting each other through thick and thin, treating each other with utmost respect, and were utterly uninhibited. The experienced nurse was very skilled at giving injections. Before Chin Song even felt any pain, she had already applied the tape to secure the needle. Chin Song leaned on Jiang Wanwan's shoulder, his eyes closed, trying to reduce the headache caused by the smell of disinfectant by smelling the fragrance of the girl's hair. He slowly took off his mask and tried to bury his nose completely in the girl's hair to see if he could withstand the smell of hospital disinfectant without wearing a mask. But he overestimated himself. The moment he took off his mask, the smell of disinfectant seeped into his nasal cavity like a leech, and Chin Song's face turned pale instantly. He endured his headache and quickly put his mask back on, which finally relieved the pain. 4 bottles of fluid were administered. When the second bottle was being administered, Chin Song began to feel a slight discomfort in his bladder. He glanced at Jiang Wanwan beside him and swallowed back what he wanted to say. By the 3rd bottle, He finally couldn't resist anymore. Wanwan, I. Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Song with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Are you thirsty or hungry? Just tell me, and I'll go buy it for you. Nothing. It's that I need to go to the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's face flushed red instantly. Huh? You want me to help you take off your pants? I can't help you. No, you don't need to help me take off my pants. Just hold the 4-drip for me, and let's go to the toilet first. To make it easier for patients receiving intravenous infusions to use the restrooms, this hospital has individual stalls next to the infusion hall, with no distinction between men's and women's restrooms. Those who are on an 4-drip and have difficulty using the restroom can ask their accompanying relatives or friends for help. Jiang Wanwan took the medicine bottle off the hook and held it high before going with Qin Song into a private toilet stall. After hanging the medicine bottle on the hook in the toilet, Jiang Wanwan felt a little lost. Then what can I do to help you with next? She whispered. Qin Song used his left hand to get the injection yesterday, but today he used his right hand. He lifted the hem of his shirt with his left hand and was about to pull the elastic drawstring on his waistband with his right hand when his hand immediately went numb. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan quickly pressed his hand down gently. Let me do it. Is it this strap? She pointed to one of the two ends of the bow. Qin Song was a little embarrassed and nodded slightly. That's right. You just need to pull it a little. You don't need to use too much force. He was now very glad that he was wearing drawstring pants instead of a belted pants. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. Upon hearing this, the girl nodded gently, carefully reached out, pinched the end, and gently pulled, and the ribbon came loose. Is there anything else? Are you really not needed me to help you take your pants off? Your hand won't bleed again, will it? No need. No need. I can take off my pants myself. You can go out now. I'm going to close the door. Qin Song quickly refused. He wouldn't need Jiang Wanwan to help him take off his pants. It's not like he's lost both his hands. After Jiang Wanwan left, Qin Song turned around, closed the door, locked it, and then used his left hand to lift up the hem of his clothes that had just drooped down, holding it between his right armpit and the armpit. This is a very necessary step. The clothes worn during the Qin and Song dynasties were mostly loose and oversized, with the back of the short sleeves generally covering part of the buttocks. Correspondingly, the front of the clothes naturally covered the tool for opening the sluice gate. If we don't retrieve the clothes, the floodwaters will likely soak them completely. After completing this step, he used his left hand to grab the belts of both pants together, and then swayed them from side to side while pulling them down. Once they were in the right position, he finally unleashed his pent-up power. This outpouring lasted for more than a minute. He tried his best to hold the gun down so that the floodwater wouldn't splash onto the drain outlet. Otherwise, the hissing sound would be really embarrassing. Although Jiang Wanwan is standing at the door now and may not be able to hear, what if she is? After the flood discharge was completed, Qin Song shook himself off, pulled up his pants, and stepped on the flush valve. After turning around and locking the door, Qin Song picked up the 4-drip with his left hand. I hung it on the hook by the sink, washed my left hand that I had just used to press the gun, wiped it on my clothes, and then walked towards the door. You're out. Let me get the 4-drip for you. Jiang Wanwan raised her hand to take it, but Qin Song dodged it. No need. I'll carry it myself. It's just a short walk anyway. The reason he didn't want Jiang Wanwan to help him was because he had just finished firing the gun and there was no water to wash his hands in the toilet. So he had no choice but to use the hand that had touched the gun to grab the 4-drip. So it's best not to let her touch it. The girl said, oh, and then, noticing the 2 elastic cords hanging from the front of Qin Song's clothes, pointed to them and said, do you want me to help you tie them? No need, right? Qin Song replied after hesitating for a moment. The waistband was still quite tight. Although it wasn't tied with an elastic cord, it wouldn't slip down completely. Chapter 93: The Girl with Spicy Sauce. Should we still fasten it? What if it slips down later? The hospital is a public place. Okay, alright. Jiang Wanwan reminded him repeatedly, and Qin Song couldn't refuse her good intentions, so he had no choice but to agree. Well, you can just tie it like you normally tie your shoelaces, make a bow. But don't tie the knot too tightly the first time. Otherwise, my stomach will feel uncomfortable from being constricted. Okay, Jiang Wanwan responded and carefully picked up the end of the rope. After going through a series of basic steps of tying a bow, she finally finished tying the elastic cord on Qin Song's waistband. Then they carefully made sure both sides were the same length. After doing all this, I don't know what she was thinking, but she patted her hands lightly and said with great pride, "How is it? Not bad, right?" After the shoot, she realized that her behavior had been a bit too indecent. Although only the waist and abdomen were captured in the shot, this series of movements should not have occurred. "Oh, that's a good tie, let's go back." Qin Song blushed. Looking at Qin Song's face, which was flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized that this was actually quite fun. "I should try this more often in the future," the girl thought to herself. Back in the infusion hall, Qin Song sat back down in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. "I feel much better after the floodwaters were released. You shouldn't hold your urine, because it could lead to kidney stones, which would be a huge mistake." After getting their injections, the two took a taxi home, and Jiang Wanwan immediately went into the kitchen to start cooking. "I didn't make many dishes, a yam and pork rib soup, and a stir-fry of vegetables that I bought with the pork ribs that morning." She planned to save the corn to cook with the pork ribs that evening. Making soup is actually quite simple, because the pork ribs that Jiang Wanwan bought in the morning were fresh, so the blanching step was skipped. After washing the pork ribs and yam, put them in a pressure cooker. Then wash a piece of ginger, hold the knife to the side, smash the ginger, and then put the ginger in. Add an appropriate amount of water. Once the pressure cooker is steaming, you can turn off the heat after 15 minutes. After it deflates automatically, ladle out the soup, add an appropriate amount of salt and MSG, and sprinkle some chopped green onions on top if you like. A pot of yam and pork rib soup is ready. Jiang Wanwan's family uses a Shuangxi brand pressure cooker. It's the kind that says, "Made in the People's Republic of China," printed on it. Jiang Wanwan had once heard her mother mention that when Su Qiaoling was a child, this pressure cooker was a regular in the kitchen. It has been used for so many years, and apart from replacing a sealing gasket, nothing else has been changed. It is extremely durable. It's no exaggeration to say that this truly embodies the saying, "One pot is passed down for 3 generations. The person may be gone, but the pot remains." In China, the same applies to Shuangxi brand pressure cookers, Bat brand electric fans, and Chengfei brand washing machines. It may not look particularly impressive, but it's really durable. Jiang Wanwan served Qin Song a bowl of soup. Qin Song scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and then sipped it. "How is it? Is it good?" The girl looked at him expectantly. Qin Song nodded, squinting his eyes, and said, Delicious." There were no scenes where too much or too little salt was added to the soup. Jiang Wanwan's control over the amount of salt and MSG is quite good. The soup was not only perfectly salty, but also had a hint of sweetness. What Qin Song found regrettable was that, because he had just finished in 4 drip, his mouth tasted bitter and he couldn't taste the soup's freshness. He simply felt that drinking soup could relieve the bitterness in his mouth and make his stomach and belly feel warm and comfortable. As they drank, the bowl of soup was emptied. He then poured himself another bowl, and after drinking it until he was sweating, he immediately felt much better. "I feel that the coldness in my body has decreased a lot." Jiang Wanwan was very happy to see Qin Song drinking soup without stopping for a moment, and then she put a few more pieces of pork ribs on his plate. She went to the market that morning specifically to buy baby back ribs. While pork bones and pork ribs are more suitable for stewing soup, spare ribs are easier to eat and have more meat. With a gentle pull, a whole piece of meat can be easily torn off without any resistance. Just drinking the soup isn't enough. You also need to eat the meat. The main nutrients in the soup are in the meat. Seeing Qin Song enjoying his meal, Jiang Wanwan quietly got up, took her bowl, and went to the kitchen to get more food. She first scooped 2 spoonfuls of hubong chili sauce to the bottom of the bowl, then added a few spoonfuls of rice on top. She hadn't been able to eat spicy food yesterday, and she was really craving it. But she couldn't eat it in front of Qin Song, for fear of arousing his cravings. So Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to secretly hide the chili sauce at the bottom of the bowl, and, when Qin Song wasn't looking, put the chili sauce and rice into her mouth together. In fact, neither Qin nor Song noticed or smelled it. He still has a stuffy nose, and since he was enjoying his soup, he didn't notice anything unusual. Even when eating, Chin Song would scoop a few spoonfuls of soup into his rice. The two of them each ate half of the vegetables. The yam and pork ribs in the soup were also completely devoured by the two of them. After the two finished eating, Jiang Wanwan refused Chin Song's offer to wash the dishes in the kitchen and went to wash them herself. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem to have Chin Song wash the dishes. The two of them don't need to be so particular about who does the dishes. But Chin Song is currently a patient and should be taken care of. Are you feeling any better now? After finishing cleaning, Jiang Wanwan sat on the sofa and asked Chin Song. Yes, I'm feeling better. Chin Song is feeling much better now, especially when he's drinking soup. He's sweating a lot. He had felt a bit heavy before, but after sweating it out, he felt lighter. He had a feeling that his cold would be almost gone by tomorrow. Chin Song planned to go home first, take a hot shower, and then take a nap. Just as I got home, Lu Yu called me via video. Hey son, is your cold getting any better? Lu Yu, with her hair in a ponytail, was sitting in the car on the other end of the phone. Lu Yu had originally planned to make a video call to Chin Song last night, but it was already past 10 p.m. after she got off the highway. She was worried that it would affect Chin Song's rest, so she postponed it until this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Chin Song gestured with the medicine in his hand. I just got back from the hospital after getting an injection. I had 4 drips for 2 days, yesterday morning and this morning, and I'm feeling much better. Take another dose of medicine tonight, and you should be almost fully recovered by tomorrow morning. Hearing this news, Lu Yu finally felt relieved. Chin Song had a very regular cold pattern, catching only 1 cold a year, and it was the kind that required an injection. That's good. Your dad and I probably won't get home until the day after tomorrow. I'll send you the tuition and living expenses via WeChat. I heard from your Aunt Sue that she won't be home either. You and Wanwan can go to school together so you can look after each other. Before your Aunt Sue comes back, you can take her out to eat whatever she wants for 3 meals a day and every night, and Mom will pay for it. But the premise is to avoid eating junk food. It's okay to eat something a little more expensive. Chapter 94, I Just Want Love. Chin Song nodded in agreement. I understand, Mom. His parents are often away from home, and he has gotten used to handling all sorts of things on his own. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Chin Song took a shower, dried his hair, and went to the bedroom to sleep. When I woke up, it was almost 6 p.m. He picked up his phone and saw that Jiang Wanwan had sent him a message 10 minutes earlier, saying that the food was almost ready and that she would call him if he hadn't woken up in half an hour. But Chin Song is already awake, so Jiang Wanwan no longer needs to call him. He arrived at Jiang Wanwan's door in the elevator, wearing his summer pajamas, and knocked. Jiang Wanwan had mentioned giving Chin Song a key to the house, but he refused, because the Qin and Song dynasties felt it was unnecessary. Anyway, every time he went to Jiang Wanwan's house, he was either with Jiang Wanwan or Jiang Wanwan was waiting for him at home. So it doesn't matter whether you have a key or not. Wait a minute, I'll be right there, came the girl's melodious voice from inside the house. A moment later, the door was opened. The food is ready. Come in, wash your hands, and eat. Chin Song glanced at the living room clock. It was exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking out the living room window, the sunset on the horizon was truly beautiful. The girl, wearing an apron, took a pair of men's slippers off the shoe rack. Hurry up and change your shoes. The soup won't taste good if it gets cold, she urged. Chin Song suddenly laughed. Wanwan, at this time, do you feel like I'm a husband who has just come home from get off work after a long day? And you're like a wife who has cooked dinner at home and is waiting for me to come home from get off work? Jiang Wanwan glared at him. If that's really the case, you work hard all day and come home to find only a pot of soup, a bowl of vegetables, and a plate of cucumber salad on the table. Wouldn't you be furious? Besides, I don't want to be a full-time housewife. It would put a lot of pressure on you to earn money all by yourself, and it would be very hard for you. Upon hearing this, Chin Song continued, what if I earn enough money in the future to last us a lifetime? Then we can just stay home and be lovey-dovey every day. When you're tired of being alone, go on a trip and go to a place that other people are tired of being alone with to continue being alone. Chin Song was confident when he said these words. He was quite surprised that the book, 10 Days, The End, published on the platform has become a hit. The book, which is only a little over 100,000 words long, receives thousands of views a day, and the number is still increasing every day. Because of its high completion rate of 100,000 words, high rate of following updates, and high number of books on bookshelves, the platform is giving it a lot of traffic, and it is showing signs of becoming a bestseller. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it made sense. Although Tomato Novels is backed by the giant ByteDance and has attracted a large number of authors through its advertising push and free reading gimmick, most of the works on it are currently simplistic and easy-to-read novels. Things like The Dragon King with a Crooked Mouth, The King of Soldiers Returning, A Super Rich Man Showering Money, and a multitude of beautiful women. It's not that these novels are bad. On the contrary, they are particularly popular and have a large readership. After all, if you're already so subservient and humble in real life, and you can't even have a moment of pure enjoyment and fantasy while lying in bed reading a novel after get off work, then you might as well not read at all. Many people read novels simply for enjoyment, which is perfectly normal. However, if Tomato Novels wants to elevate a book to legendary status and make it comparable to the works of top authors on Qidian Chinese Network, these methods are definitely not feasible. On one side is meticulous logical thinking with countless mind-bending plot twists. On the other side are black stockings, white stockings, pantyhose, lowly, mature women, and long legs. It's absurd to even think about it. The appearance of 10 Days, The End gave Tomato Novels hope. The writing is excellent, the plot is novel, the data is good, and the reader feedback is positive. This book is truly a breath of fresh air among Tomato's novels. With the right timing, location, and people, all three factors combined, it's hard for this book not to become a hit. Of course, this is not meant to belittle those mindless, wish fulfillment novels. The two types of books are not even in the same league, so there's no point in comparing them. The girl rolled her eyes at him. I don't want that much money. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Song asked doubtfully, whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. Wouldn't that be better? Sports cars, villas, designer cosmetics and skincare products, bags, I can buy you anything you want. Jiang Wanwan nodded with a smile. Of course. Of course I'm happy that you're willing to spend money on me. But if you want to make that much money, you'll be so busy every day that I won't even have time to chat or watch movies with you all day long. I don't want that. I don't need those sports cars, villas, cosmetics, skincare products, and bags that you mentioned. I've never thought of them as necessities. Of all the things you have, I only need one. What do you want? Qin Song asked. All I want is love, unique love, and love that lasts forever. Even without a sports car, a regular car can take you all over the country. Even without a villa, a small house can keep you safe from the wind and rain. Without lobster, abalone, or other delicacies, a pork rib soup or a stir-fried pork dish every day is not bad. Cosmetics and skincare products are also available at low prices. Aren't bags worth hundreds of thousands and bags that cost $10, both used to carry things? Why distinguish between high and low prices? A family living together, going about a simple and ordinary life, is just fine. Spend more if you have money, spend less if you don't. As long as your loved ones are by your side, life is happy. As she spoke, happiness shone in the girl's eyes. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and when she smiled, she revealed two adorable little tiger teeth. After hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Qin Song stood there stunned. Only now has he belatedly realized that he too has been unintentionally brainwashed by that distorted view of love. When did money become the primary element of love? Is money important? Of course it is. Even a hero can be brought down by a penny. Money can buy 99.99% of everything in the world. But if the price of having money is losing someone important to him, then he would rather be poor. Seeing Qin Song still standing there in a daze after changing into slippers, Jiang Wanwan called out softly. All right, what are you standing there for? Come and eat. I didn't mean anything by saying this. If you want to start your own business in the future, of course I'll support you. But what if you become bad after you get rich? Humph. Then don't blame me for complaining to Aunt Lu. The girl flashed her two little tiger teeth and said fiercely. Chapter 95 School Opening. June 29, 2018. Before we could even mourn the 14 days of summer vacation that had flown by, what was about to be released was a large-scale epic disaster film. unique to the senior high school students of Jiangxing City, back to school. One more point in the total score means surpassing thousands of people. A red banner with this line of text was hung on the gate of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School. It serves as a reminder to returning senior high school students that the countdown to the college entrance examination has begun. Under the overall planning of class teacher He Hui, the registration procedures for all students in Senior 3, 2, were completed in just 1 hour. After registering, everyone sat upright in the classroom. There was no other reason, because the 3rd and 4th periods were Chinese language classes, taught by the homeroom teacher, He Hui. Seeing that all the students in the class were seated in their original seats from last semester, He Hui cleared his throat and said, "Classmates, I have 2 announcements to make. First, a citywide joint exam will be held in a week. Because we have already completed all our courses, the main task of the senior year is to consolidate the knowledge points that are required for the college entrance examination. Therefore, this exam will be conducted strictly in accordance with the standards of the college entrance examination. Currently, there are only senior high school students in the school, and there are enough classrooms, so each classroom will only accommodate 30 examinees. Furthermore, the exam rooms will be assigned based on the scores of the last monthly exam. That is to say, the person ranked 1st in the grade and the person ranked 30th in the grade will be in the same exam room, and so on. This method of allocating examination rooms is to eliminate the possibility of cheating. In addition, as an examination center for academic proficiency tests and the college entrance examination, our school has signal jammers and cameras. We will turn on all the jammers and cameras, which will also effectively prevent the possibility of cheating by using mobile phones. Although all the questions in this exam were set by the city's top teachers and cannot be found online, the Municipal Education Bureau still needs to prevent the possibility of cheating through information exchange. After saying all this, I'm sure you've guessed the purpose of this exam: to select students for guaranteed admission. After discussions among the leaders of various middle schools and the Education Bureau of Jiangxing City, it was unanimously decided that half of the guaranteed admission quotas for this year's Jiangxing City students, namely 1 guaranteed admission to Tsinghua and Peking universities and 5 guaranteed admission to some prestigious 985 universities, will be determined through a joint entrance examination ranking. Of course, it will definitely not be just this one exam. Several more exams will be held later. The number of students admitted through recommendation will be determined by the average score of these exams, as well as their usual performance, including but not limited to moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education. Students must know very well that the schools in our Jiangxing City are not far behind the 4 famous schools in fucking city in terms of strength. We can forget about getting a guaranteed admission through national competitions, but we can still try to get a guaranteed admission through the city's joint entrance exam. Even if we can only get a spot at a 985 university, that would be great. As long as you rank in the top 10 in the city for several consecutive joint exams and don't have any disciplinary problems, it's still easy to get a guaranteed admission spot. After saying all this in one breath, He Hui unscrewed the lid of the thermos and took a sip of strong tea. The classroom immediately erupted in a lively discussion. This is the first time Jiangxing City has used a joint entrance examination to determine a portion of the guaranteed admission quotas. If you can get a guaranteed admission, you'll really be proud. If I were to be admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University through the guaranteed admission program, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. The ancestral graves are not only emitting green smoke, they might even be blown up. After a short while, the discussion gradually subsided. Qin and Song did not have high hopes for these guaranteed admission slots. With his abilities, he should be able to get into Jiangxing University if he puts in the effort. Jiang Wanwan, needless to say, had already been admitted to Jiangxing University in her previous life, and she also had a 20-point bonus for being the child of a martyr. After the classroom quieted down, He Hui continued. The second thing is about the seating arrangement. The seating arrangement will remain the same as last semester. But now that we are in our final year of high school, if any high-achieving students feel that sitting with lower-achieving students will affect their studies, they can bring it up with me privately. In addition, I know about the situation of some students in my class. They may not have planned to take the college entrance examination or go to university. If you have such thoughts, you can bring them up. I will arrange for you to sit in the last row. As long as you don't affect other students' learning, arrive at the classroom on time every day, and ensure that you are not late, skip class, or leave early, I can accept it even if you sleep in class or read extracurricular books every day. You can use the rest of this class time for discussion. We'll start fine-tuning the seating arrangement next class. After saying that, Kiwi walked out of the classroom. At this moment, Zhao Chun, who was Qin Song and Shin's gaming partner, came over and asked him in a low voice. Qin Song, what do you say? Will you learn from him? Qin Song glanced at Jiang Wanwan and replied, of course I'll learn. I want to go to Jiangxing University. I'm afraid I won't be able to play games with you this senior year of high school. Oh, by the way, Shin is the same. He also plans to work hard. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun said disappointedly, oh, does that mean I'll be playing alone from now on? That's so boring. Qin Song joked, why don't you join us and give it a shot? There's a saying that goes, no pain, no gain, no struggle, no success, no senior year of high school. Zhao Chun shook his head abruptly. Then forget it. I'm only interested in English. In other classes, I feel sleepy as soon as the teacher starts teaching. My dad and I have already discussed it. I won't take the college entrance exam. Anyway, I've already passed the IELTS with a score of 7.5. I can just go to Australia to study. My dad has already arranged everything for me. He's already bought me a house there and negotiated with the school. I can just go there. I just didn't want to go so early, so I plan to play for another year during my senior year of high school. Upon hearing this, Qin Song couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the first watershed moment in life is amniotic fluid. Zhao Chen's family is one of the top gold and jewelry tycoons in Jiangxing City. Many of the gold shops on the street are owned by his family, whose assets are at least 1 or 2 billion yuan. This kid keeps a low profile in class, so not many people know the real situation of his family. Aside from Qin Song and Shin, who were usually close to him, and Zhao Chun, who learned about this after being invited to a birthday party at Zhao Chen's villa, it's estimated that only the class teacher, Hui, knew about it. Studying in Australia? That's so far away, it's not even in the same hemisphere as China. Don't you miss home? Qin Song asked. Chapter 96. Please be sure to borrow money from me. I want to. Zhao Chen sighed softly, but I really can't concentrate on studying. I feel sleepy as soon as I hear the teacher's voice lecturing. Given my family's financial situation, I can't possibly go to a junior college, can I? And even if I wanted to study there, my parents probably wouldn't agree. Why bother going to college when you can just spend a little money to get a diploma abroad and come back as a returnee? Anyway, my family isn't short of money for studying abroad. Oh, right? I understand that you want to focus on your studies, after all. He gestured with his eyes in the direction where Jiang Wanwan was. But why did Shin suddenly want to study? After much hesitation, Qin Song finally told the story about Grandma He. As expected, Zhao Chen's expression immediately changed after listening to Qin Song's account. Did neither of you consider me a friend at all? He asked. You all know my family's situation. To put it bluntly, tens of thousands of yuan wouldn't even be enough for my mom to buy a dress. If Shin asked me for it, I would definitely ask my parents for it without hesitation, since it's for the surgery money. He's even thinking of dropping out of school to work. What's he thinking? Is he really that embarrassed to ask me for money? Qin Song shook his head with a wry smile. Really? No, we just wanted to be friends with you. That's why we didn't ask you. Anyway, this matter is all resolved now. I promise I won't hide anything from you in the future, okay? Zhao Chen's expression softened after hearing Qin Song's explanation. Okay, you said it yourself. If you ever need money in the future, you must borrow it from me. Then he added, you absolutely must borrow money from me. To be honest, Qin Song had never seen such a simple and honest rich kid as Zhao Chun. The fact that Zhao Chun would so eagerly ask him and Shin to borrow money is something probably only Zhao Chun in this world would say. Zhao Chen's simplicity is largely due to his parents. His parents were very loving, and Zhao's father would take time to be with Zhao's mother every day in addition to his business. This applies even during critical periods of company development. Even though he missed a key development opportunity and failed to seize the chance to expand the gold shop, Mr. Zhao did not regret it. On the contrary, he enjoyed it. Once the company stabilized, Zhao's father spent his days with Zhao's mother, and Zhao Chun would see the two of them being affectionate every time he came home. Zhao's father did not commit the despicable act of having an affair or keeping a mistress, and Zhao's mother was also very gentle and kind. Both of them had very sound values. Under their tutelage, Zhao Chun naturally became different from other spoiled rich kids. He walked in shortly after the bell rang for the fourth period. Apart from Zhao Chun and a few others who weren't focused on the college entrance exam raising their hands to report to He Hui and having their seats moved to the very back, the other seats remained unchanged. After all, many of them have been sitting at the same table for 2 years, and those who had disagreements have already separated. In the classroom, those who were moved to the back of the classroom had their empty seats filled by the next person in line. Jiang Wanwan's deskmate was also one of those who were moved to the back. Chen Cixi originally sat behind Jiang Wanwan, but because the person in front of her was moved to the back, Chen Cixi took her place. The two were quite happy. Before, there was always someone between them, but now they sat at desks one in front of the other, which made it much more convenient to discuss study problems or share their experiences. At the same time, it also made it much easier for Qin and Song to ask the two of them questions about their studies. For Chinese, math, and English, asked Jiang Wanwan. For physics, chemistry, and biology, asked Chen Cixi. At lunchtime, Qin Song originally planned to eat out with Jiang Wanwan. Su Qiaoling hasn't returned yet. Although it's convenient to ride the electric bike back for lunch, it's only for eating. If you also need to cook, there won't be enough time. Currently, there is only one grade in the school, the senior year, and the cafeteria has a limited variety of food. So Qin Song wanted to take her to Huimin restaurant, but Chen Cixi intercepted the idea. Seeing the close relationship between Jiang Wanwan and Chen Cixi, Qin Song was a little confused. Before the holiday, their relationship was just that of ordinary classmates who asked each other questions. How did they suddenly become so close? Although Qin Song didn't quite understand what was going on, he was still very happy that Jiang Wanwan had made a good friend. Moreover, Chen Cixi had Jiang Wanwan relay a message that Qin Song could ask her if he had any questions about physics, chemistry, or biology. Qin and Song were very happy to accept this favor. Although his current level is higher than his level in his previous life, there is still a lot he needs to learn. Having one more teacher isn't a bad thing. When his plan fell through, Qin Song went to Huimin restaurant for a meal with He Shun and Zhao Chun. During lunch break, the electric fan overhead kept creaking and groaning. Unable to bear the heat, Qin Song simply skipped his nap and started working on his workbook. The idea that a calm mind brings coolness is false. Only the sun in the sky is real. Before we knew it, the day of the joint entrance examination arrived. Because the exam format and order are based on the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, there's no need to attend evening self-study sessions. So Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were quite relaxed during the 2 days of the exam. You don't need to get up at 6 a.m. You only need to enter the examination room 15 minutes before the exam starts. Su Qiaoling had already returned. After finishing their exams in the morning, the two of them rode their electric bikes home for lunch and took a nap. I arrived at the exam venue 15 minutes before the afternoon exam started, and after finishing the exam, I went home to rest for a while before it was time for dinner. After dinner, Qin Song went to Jiang Wanwan's bedroom, and the two studied together. When it was time to go to bed, Qin Song went back to his own bedroom to take a shower and go to sleep. After finishing the English exam, Qin Song even had the illusion that the college entrance examination was already over. Thanks to the convenience of machine grading and the tireless efforts of the senior high school teachers in Jiangqing City, the scores for the joint exam were released the day after the exam. He had just walked into the office carrying 2 steamed buns and a cup of strong tea when he was surrounded by the homeroom teachers of other senior high school classes. Old He, you've been hiding your true abilities. Tell me quickly, what kind of magic did you use? The class 3 homeroom teacher asked enviously. He looked at him suspiciously. What hidden talent? What kind of sorcery? Stop pretending. Do you know how many points He Shin from your class got in this joint exam? It's simply outrageous. He knew that the joint entrance exam results had been released, but the results could only be found on the school's computer system. He had just arrived at the office and hadn't had time to check them yet. He Shun? I remember this student. His grades have always been in the middle of the class. What happened? He got over 500 points? Or 550? You guys don't need to be so surprised, do you? Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher of class 1 became anxious. Average grades? Mr. He, this is too much like Versailles. If a score of 670 is only considered average in your class, then you can give him to my class. Anyway, losing someone of average ability won't have much of an impact on your class. Chapter 97 Exaggerated Progress. Upon hearing this, He picked at his ear, somewhat incredulous at what he was saying. 670 points? He only got a little over 400 points in the last monthly exam. How long has it been? Even a rocket couldn't have made him this fast. Are you guys kidding me? Upon hearing Huey's question, the homeroom teacher of class 3 slapped the joint exam results sheet of class 2 directly onto his desk. Old He, you really made us proud in this joint exam. The homeroom teacher of class 3 said with a resentful look. Not only He Shun, but this student named Chin Song also improved his grades dramatically. One student scored over 400 points and jumped to 670 points, while another student whose exam scores had never exceeded 300 points jumped to 600 points. The principal is going to hold a meeting for the senior high school faculty and staff at noon. You'd better just wait to be praised. Seeing the envious and jealous looks from his colleagues, He picked up the report card on the table and took a look. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Although the difficulty of this joint exam was not very high, it was still comparable to the actual college entrance examination questions, and it was designed for students who had just entered their senior year of high school. The vast majority of these students have not yet undergone systematic review. He Shun's score of 670 points undoubtedly secures him the top spot in Jiangxing City, a full 30 points higher than the second-place finisher. Then he looked at Chin Song's grades. Although a score of 600 might not rank in the top 50 in Jiangxing City, it is an excellent score in the class. He made it into the top 10 in his class, and also into the top 20 in the grade. Moreover, compared to Chin Song's previous score of less than 300 points, it's not even in the same league. If this exam hadn't been conducted according to the standards of the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, and if the exam rooms hadn't been assigned based on scores, He would have suspected that these two people were cheating. He's been a teacher for over 20 years, and this is the first time he's seen such outrageous progress. Based on He Shun's grades, as long as he maintains a steady upward trend, he won't need that guaranteed admission spot. He can directly take the college entrance examination and get into Tsinghua or Peking University. If Chin Song maintains his momentum and continues to rise, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University is not a dream. But He was somewhat bewildered when he saw the scores of the two students in each subject. He Shun scored full marks in math and over 270 points in science. In other words, he lost more than 50 points in Chinese and English. Chin Song, on the other hand, lost less than 30 points in total in Chinese and English combined. She scored over 120 in math, but her combined science score plummeted to around 200. At this moment, He had a bold idea. If He Shun were moved to sit behind Chin Song, wouldn't it be a good opportunity for them to learn from each other and make up for each other's weaknesses? If two students from his class were to be admitted to Tsinghua or Peking universities at the same time, it would be a significant milestone in his teaching career. Compared to He Shun and Chin Song, the other students have also made progress, but compared to the two of them, they seem somewhat less outstanding. He Shun jumped from the middle of the class to first place in the city, while Chin Song doubled his score. Just then, the morning reading bell rang. He quickly ate the bun in a few bites, drank some tea, and then picked up his report card and walked towards class 2 of senior 3. Huey's mood, which was initially quite good, instantly soured after he peeked out from the classroom door. There are 51 students in the class, and although everyone came, not many of them actually studied. Excluding the few people in the back row who had already stated they weren't planning to take the college entrance exam, most of them were either chatting or eating breakfast. He could accept memorizing classical Chinese poems or English words while eating breakfast, but most of the time he would chat while eating breakfast. He straightened up and walked into the classroom. After a very brief commotion, the sound of reading aloud immediately filled the room. Abandon, abandon, give up, give up. Alas, How perilous and high it is. The road to Shu is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. He stood on the podium with a stern face, scanning the students who had just started daydreaming. Among them are those from poor families who are unwilling to study hard. There are also some students who could have easily reached the undergraduate admission score in the college entrance examination with just a little more effort, but they are actually slacking off. We could understand the students' complaints, because the city-wide joint exam took up Sunday's time, so the Sunday that should have been a holiday was instead filled with exams, and the school still hadn't said anything about making up for it. But isn't this the normal treatment for senior high school students? Sundays are a full day of rest, and it's a good thing if I can sleep in every week. Like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge, if you don't put in the effort, you won't even have the chance to step onto the bridge. You are learning for yourselves, not for me, Hui said with a stern face. If you get tired of studying, you can rest and slow down, but you'll understand when you enter society. Students, life is unstoppable. You can only be swept along and move forward. You either keep up with the pace or you will be crushed by the wheels of progress. He knew in his heart that it was impossible to wake those people up with just a few simple words. Education is a long-term process with a time lag. The cycle is only truly complete when students suddenly realize something. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom gradually quieted down. There is a tacit understanding between the teachers and students of Class 2, Grade 12. The teacher usually does not stand on the podium to speak during the morning reading session. If the teacher does speak, it means that something is to be announced, and the students will immediately quiet down. The results and rankings for the joint entrance exam have been released and are now in my hands. I would like to say that I am very satisfied with the results of our class's exam this time, because some students have made breakthroughs and made great progress during the 14-day holiday. As for who it is, I think you'll never guess. Upon hearing this, everyone looked around, their gazes settling on Jiang Wanwan and several other students who usually ranked high in exams. Jiang Wanwan's gaze remained fixed on Qin Song. She was quite certain that Qin Song's name must be among them. All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I'm going to read out the names of the top 5 students in our class, and then I'll paste this grade sheet on the bulletin board at the back. After class, everyone can look at it and find their own shortcomings. The first place is He Shun, with 670 points. He is first in the class and also first in the city. Immediately, the classroom erupted in exclamations of, "Huh? How did someone who was usually unknown suddenly become the top student in their class and the top student in the city? And how did they score such a high score of 670? Chapter 98, Angry Lemon Loving. Second place, Jiang Wanwan, 620 points. Third place, Qin Song, 600 points. Fourth place, Chen Sisi, 594 points. Fifth place. After announcing the names and scores of the top 5, Hui took out glue sticks from his drawer and pasted the report card onto the bulletin board behind it, then addressed He Shun and Qin Song. He Shun, Qin Song, come to my office. I need to talk to you about something. After saying that, he walked out of the classroom. After hearing Hui's words, the two of them also walked out of the classroom. At that moment, everyone disregarded the fact that it was morning reading time and crowded to the back to look at the report cards. The meteoric rise in academic performance of He Shun and Qin Song was a thunderbolt to their young minds. Just then, a sour voice suddenly came from the crowd. He usually only scores around 400 points, but this time he scored 670. Could He Shun have cheated? Qin Song is the same. He used to be at the bottom of the class, but now he's suddenly third. I feel something's fishy. Maybe Laoi called him out just now to ask him if he had cheated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's face fell. After learning from Qin Song that He Shun had been hiding his true abilities, and now that Grandma He's illness has been cured, He Shun plans to unseal his power. He is genuinely happy for He Shun. With Grandma He's illness resolved, He Shun can now focus on preparing for the college entrance examination and strive for a bright future. He was genuinely happy to hear that He Shun had won first place in the Jiangxing City joint examination and that Qin Song's grades had also improved by leaps and bounds. Zhao Chun is extremely unhappy that someone is now slandering the two of them. Cheat? In that exam room, where everyone scored over 400, whose could He Shun have cheated on? Yours. If you say that He Shin's perfect score in math was copied from you, then I have nothing to say. Hey, you seem to be in the same exam room as He Shun, right? Did the teacher grade your paper wrong? How come you only got 89 in math? Out of 150, 89 is not even a passing grade, is it? Chin Song got 140 points in English. In an exam room full of students with the lowest scores, whose answers could he possibly copy? Could he possibly copy the proctors? Sometimes you have to think before you speak, otherwise people will really think you're a fool. Zhao Chen's series of questions left the sour grapes speechless, and he slunk back to his seat. If He Shun could successfully cheat under these conditions, that would be even more impressive than getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Security scanner, surveillance cameras, signal jammers, 2 proctors, and a group of people around who only scored around 400 points. Under these conditions, being able to cheat and score 670 points would truly make one a genius. The office of the senior high school class teacher. He Hui first pulled over 2 stools for Chin Song and He Shun to sit down, then went to the water dispenser to make 2 cups of tea and brought them over to the 2 of them. The 2 accepted the tea with a flattered expression, their eyes turning to He Hui, waiting for him to speak. The reason I called you 2 to my office is simple. I want you to share your study methods. If they work out, I'd like to promote them throughout the class and even the whole school. Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to suspect you 2 of cheating on the exam. If there's anything you'd rather not say, you don't have to. It's your privacy, and you have that right. Upon hearing this, He Shin spoke first. Teacher there's nothing I can't say. Actually, I've been controlling my scores in the previous exams. At this point, he looked at He Hui's wide-eyed eyes and scratched his head sheepishly. My grandma has always been in poor health, and we don't have much money at home. I wanted to ease her burden, but I didn't want her to feel guilty, so I've been trying to control my grades. I was thinking of going to work in Guangzhou or Shenzhen after I finished the high school academic proficiency test. But now that the economic problems have been resolved, I took advantage of the holiday to study intensively, and then I accidentally got first place in the exam. He Hui gave him a look of exasperation. What can I say about you? If you have any difficulties, just tell me. As your homeroom teacher, I certainly won't ignore them. Luckily the problem was solved. Otherwise not only would I feel regretful, but you would definitely feel regretful when you look back on it later. Are you still short of money? He Shin shook his head and said gratefully, I don't need anything. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Okay, that's good. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. If I can't solve them, I'll report it to the school. I know your family situation, so don't try to handle it all alone. After saying that, He Hui turned to look at Chin Song. And what about you? Don't tell me you're also hiding your strength. Chin Song chuckled and took over the conversation. No, it's just that I live close to Jiang Wanwan, and I study with her every day and ask her for advice. She's a great little teacher. As I learned from her, I found that I could spell words, memorize ancient poems, and even solve problems by applying formulas. And then, guess what? He scored over 600 points. He Hui. Are you trying to give me a stand-up comedy routine? He was still very happy to see that Chin Song had learned to make progress. But their learning methods are simply impossible to replicate. He Shin already possessed this ability. He was also a science genius. Chin and Song were not stupid. On the contrary, they were quite clever. Now that I'm willing to learn, and I have a top student tutoring me, it's hard not to improve. Moreover, He Hui discovered that this kid was actually a language genius. His scores in Chinese and English were much higher than average. If he can improve his combined science score by 60 points, his math score by 10 points or more, and his Chinese and English scores by a few more points, he has every chance of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. He Shun is even more of a threat. At this rate, he'll get all the guaranteed admission spots to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Even if he didn't want the guaranteed admission spot and wanted to get into Tsinghua University based on his own abilities, it would be a sure thing. By the way, I'm thinking of moving you to sit behind Chin Song, so that you 2 can study and exchange ideas. Your strengths and weaknesses in different subjects are quite different, so you can complement each other. What do you think? Upon hearing this, both of them nodded. It was indeed a good idea. Seeing that the 2 agreed, He Hui continued. All right, you 2 can go back to class now. Okay. After saying goodbye to their homeroom teacher, Hihui. The two returned to the classroom. As soon as Qin Song returned to his seat, Jiang Wanwan came up to him and asked curiously, Qin Song, what did your teacher say to you? It's nothing, he just asked me, and he's shown what our study methods are, to see if he can replicate them, and he wants to share them with other students. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan chuckled and asked curiously, after hearing about He Shun controlling the scores, was the teacher very angry? Chapter 99 is really meddling in other people's business. Qin Song nodded. Yes. He always has such a serious face. Later he asked me about my study methods and how my grades improved so quickly. Guess what I said? How so? He chuckled mischievously and teased. I'm telling you, we're childhood sweethearts and even betrothed. As my fiancé, of course you're responsible for helping me improve my grades. Finally, with your careful guidance and my diligent efforts, my score has finally caught up. No sooner had she finished speaking than Jiang Wanwan delivered a light punch to his face. The girl's cheeks flushed red. What nonsense are you talking about? That's our homeroom teacher. Do you want your parents called in? Qin Song feigned ignorance and said, Huh? Do homeroom teachers still interfere with childhood betrothals these days? That's really meddling. Don't you think so? I'm ignoring you. Okay, I was just kidding. I was just saying that you tutored me, nothing else. By the way, our scores are about the same now. Maybe I'll surpass you in the next exam. Jiang Wanwan chuckled and hummed. I couldn't be happier. The better Qin Song's grades were, the greater the chance he would get into the same university as her, which naturally made her happy. She had initially worried that Qin Song might become arrogant because of his improved grades, but now it seems she was overthinking it. Anyone who sees their exam scores rise again and again will experience a tremendous sense of accomplishment. It can be addictive. Qin and Song are no exception. It seems he's already addicted. During the fourth period in the morning, while senior high school students were studying in their classrooms, all the faculty and staff responsible for senior high school teaching and other related matters, as well as school leaders, gathered together in the large conference room. Guo Zhuai, the principal of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School, sat in the center of the podium, blew twice into the microphone, and after confirming that the microphone was working properly, announced the start of the meeting. His smile was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum as he spoke in his slightly accented Mandarin. The purpose of this meeting today is very simple, to summarize our school's performance in the city's joint examination. I believe that the homeroom teachers of each class have already seen the results of their classes. Here, I would like to give special praise to one class, which is Class 2 of Senior 3. He Shun, a student from Class 2 of Senior 3, won the first place in the first joint examination of Jiangxing City with a score of 670. Not only that, but also a student from Class 2 of Senior 3, who always ranked last in every exam, scored a total of 600 points in this joint exam. You should know that his score last time was less than 300 points. Teacher Hihui, you have truly mastered the art of teaching. Your two students have brought great honor to our school. Guo Zhuai's face was flushed, his excitement barely concealed, and spittle flew everywhere. Next, let's welcome Mr. Hihui to the stage to share his teaching experience with everyone. Please give him a round of applause. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. At this moment, Hihui's brain was working at high speed. Teaching insights? He doesn't have any teaching insights at all. These two students, one focused on grades and the other on crosstalk, are they something that can be shared? Forget it. Let's just use the universal formula. He walked up to the podium, smiled, and cleared his throat. Hello everyone. I am Hihui, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12. I am really honored to be able to share my teaching experience on stage today. First of all, I want to thank the leaders for their cultivation and trust. It is they. Then, Hihui steered the conversation toward the school leaders. It was the decision made by the principal and a group of leaders not to separate classes or treat students differently that allowed someone like Qin Song, whose grades were originally not ideal, to make a comeback and become a dark horse. Then, he briefly explained He Shun's control of the score. Here, I must deeply reflect on my own actions. Because of my negligence, I failed to notice the abnormalities in He Shun's family situation, which almost caused the school and the country to miss out on such a talented person. I am extremely afraid of what I have done. After rambling on and on about how he flattered the other homeroom teachers and other teachers, Huey finally finished speaking and returned to his original seat. Applause erupted from the audience on time, and the leaders sitting on the stage couldn't stop smiling. The principal, in particular, grinned broadly, looking as if he had a son late in life. After a moment, he stopped smiling and raised his hand to press his palm down. Cough, cough. All done. There's something I've been keeping from everyone. There was actually another person attending this meeting, and at his request, I didn't reveal him. He is Hao Jianguo, a well-known private entrepreneur, philanthropist, and social activist in Nanjing Province. He was one of the top 10 caring figures in the 2014 Huaxia Caring for the Next Generation charity campaign, and is also a representative of the Jiangxing Municipal People's Congress. He's sitting backstage right now. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then burst into thunderous applause. Huey's lips trembled as he murmured, "This time it seems. I've really made a name for myself." Hao Jianguo is the owner of a private enterprise with annual profits of up to 2 billion yuan and a net worth of tens of billions. Shortly after his son was abducted shortly after birth, he began searching for his son while starting a business, traversing the length and breadth of the country. He believed that good deeds would be rewarded, so he donated half of his annual income free of charge, in his personal capacity, without any intention of using charity to offset company taxes. His annual donations of hundreds of millions of yuan have made him a well-known philanthropist and prominent private entrepreneur in China. He is enthusiastic about public welfare and social activities, and has also been recognized as a social activist. After donating to build countless libraries and Hope primary schools, and providing free assistance to countless children who were forced to drop out of school due to family financial difficulties, he was recognized by the Chinese government in 2014 as one of the top 10 philanthropists in the Caring for the Next Generation campaign. He was elected as a representative to the People's Congress of Nanjing Province for 2 consecutive terms. These people are so deserving of the title Saviors of Out-of-School Children. Huey felt extremely honored to be able to appear in front of him. At the same time, Hao Jianguo, dressed casually, came out from behind the scenes, bowed slightly to the teachers present in front of the chair that had just been prepared, and then sat down. This action left all the teachers stunned. A Municipal People's Congress representative, a CEO worth billions, bows to someone who earns only a few thousand yuan a month? Several teachers with dark circles under their eyes even pinched their thighs hard to make sure they weren't dreaming. Chapter 100 is too similar. Hao Jianguo did not feel that his behavior was beneath him at all. Excellent teachers with professional ethics are gardeners who nurture the next generation of our country and are worthy of respect. Whether they are teachers or people's representatives, they all serve the people, and there is no distinction between high and low status. Hello, teachers. The reason I didn't show myself at first was that I didn't want to put pressure on the teachers who were speaking, so I listened from behind the scenes. The reason I came to your school is because I learned that your classrooms and teachers' offices do not yet have air conditioning, and I am here to donate air conditioners. I also happened to learn that one of your students went from being unknown to ranking first in the city's joint examination, and another student doubled his score in less than a month, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to come and see for myself. As Hao Jianguo said, he didn't say a word in the following meeting, but after the meeting, he asked Principal Guizhue to arrange a tea room for him. He wanted to ask the high school senior named He Shun about his family situation in detail. If help is needed, Hao Jianguo will offer to cover all of He Shun's expenses from now until he graduates from university. If his classmate Qin Song also needed it, he wouldn't hesitate to help. When Hui was invited to the tea room and saw Hao Jianguo sitting inside, he straightened up somewhat awkwardly and subconsciously patted the chalk dust stuck to his cuffs. "Hello, Mr. Hao. I am Hui, the class teacher of Class 2, Grade 12. I am here to explain the situation of those 2 students to you." Hao Jianguo stood up and extended his hand to him. Hui wiped the sweat from his palms on his trouser leg before shaking hands with him. "Teacher He, you don't need to be so reserved. I'm not a representative of the National People's Congress anymore. I'm just an entrepreneur who's here to do charity." Hui smiled and nodded in agreement, but his heart was still heavy with worry. Even if he's just a philanthropic entrepreneur, He's someone you can't afford to offend. That's what the leader said, but if you take it seriously, then you're in the wrong. Whether Hao Jianguo meant it sincerely or not, it's always good that he's a little reserved and respectful. Putting aside Hao Jianguo's status as a provincial People's Congress representative, his contributions to charity over the years are worthy of respect. The two sat down, and the male assistant, who was brewing tea, brought over the freshly brewed tea. He Hui carefully accepted the tea, thanked him, and then explained the specific situation of Hishun's family. It's true that Hishun was picked up by Grandma He from the roadside, but this was a very secretive matter. Only Qin Song and the three Qin siblings knew about it, and even Zhao Chun didn't know about it. On the roster filled out when registering for the first year of high school, Hishun only filled in his grandmother's name and phone number. When He Hui asked Hishun about his parents, Hishun said that his parents had died long ago and that only his grandmother lived at home. Hishun didn't know why his grandmother wanted him to say that, but to keep her from worrying, he obediently did as she said. So He Hui told Hao Jianguo in detail what he knew about Hishun's family situation and also told him about Qin Song's family situation. Upon hearing this, Hao Jianguo nodded, a thought forming in his mind. The Qin Song family doesn't need financial assistance, but Hishun desperately needs it. Teacher He, shall we go eat first? This afternoon, could you please take me to class? I'd like to see that student named Hishun. Is that all right? There aren't many students like him who are filial, ambitious, talented, and academically excellent. I'd like to talk to him about sponsoring him. As you know, I have a foundation called the Star and Moon Project, and I think Hishun is a perfect fit for the foundation's funding criteria. Hearing this, He Hui said happily, "Of course, no problem. I'll take you there during lunchtime reading later." As for the matter of dinner mentioned by Hao Jianguo, He Hui was somewhat embarrassed. Logically speaking, when a provincial People's Congress representative comes to the school, he should be received by the principal, vice principal, and other leaders. It shouldn't be his turn. As for dinner, Principal Guo has probably already made arrangements, so I won't. Before He Hui could finish speaking, Hao Jianguo interrupted him. Teacher He, I declined Principal Guo's invitation. My assistant has already gone to a restaurant near the school to prepare the meal. We'll just keep it simple and have lunch in the tea room. What do you think? No problem. Of course no problem, He Hui replied quickly. Representative Hao has already said all this. If he still doesn't agree, then he would be incredibly unreasonable. A while later, the male assistant came in with the food. The meal consisted of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, but the assistant did not eat with them. After the meal, the two drank tea for a while, and Hao Jianguo briefly asked He Hui about the confusion and problems he had encountered in his teaching position over the years. After chatting for a while, their lunch break was over. After lunch break, He Hui led Hao Jianguo to the classroom of Senior 3, 2. Because he was chatting with Hao Jianguo, he didn't have time to inform the students in his class to prepare. Now he can only hope that Principal Guo has notified the students in each class in advance so that they can be in their best condition to welcome Hao Jianguo's inspection. Fortunately, Principal Guo did indeed arrange for someone to notify them. When He Hui arrived at the classroom door, he was relieved to find that none of the students inside were sleeping. They were either doing exercises, reading, or quietly reciting ancient poems or English words. At this time, Hishun's seat had been moved to the seat behind Qin Song. He Hui pointed at the two men and said to Hao Jianguo, Representative Hao, the one sitting in front is Qin Song, and the one sitting in the back is Hishun. Because their grades in different subjects complement each other, I arranged for them to sit at desks in front of and behind each other so that these two students could communicate and study more easily. Upon seeing Hishun's face, Hao Jianguo's heart was in turmoil, so much so that he didn't hear what He Hui said afterward. So alike. They look so alike. Looking at Hishun's face, Hao Jianguo couldn't help but think of his wife. Hishun's face shape and eyebrows are so similar to his wife's. Could this be the son I've been searching for all these years? He wondered to himself. The striking resemblance between Hishun's eyebrows and face and that of his wife made Hao Jianguo unable to suppress his inner thoughts. But after recalling what He Hui had said, that Hishun had personally told him that his parents had passed away, his restless heart gradually calmed down. Even so, he still held on to a sliver of hope. With just a single hair from Hishun, How Jang-wo could tell whether He Shun was his son who had been abducted for many years. Chapter 101 Paternity Testing. Representative Hao? Representative Hao. He called out softly, looking at Hao Jang-wo, who was in a daze. Hao Jang-wo had also come to his senses by this time. As someone who has weathered countless storms, only news about his son can unsettle him. Teacher He, could you please invite He Shun and Qin Song to the tea room? I'd like to have a chat with them and ask for their thoughts on adding to the school's infrastructure. Is that all right? Hao Jang-wo asked. The conversation about adding infrastructure is just a pretext. What I really want to know is the specific situation of He Shinjia's family. Calling He Shin alone would seem impure, so Qin Song was also invited along. Hearing Hao Jang-wo use a respectful title for him, He Hui was momentarily flustered and quickly replied, "Of course, no problem. Representative Hao, please go to the tea room and wait. I'll go call them. What do you think?" "Okay, sure," Hao Jang-wo replied. He really needs to go back to the tea room to calm down. On the way back to the tea room, the assistant came over and said, "Mr. Hao, I feel that the student named He Shun has some similar features to your wife." Upon hearing this, Hao Jang-wo immediately said, "Xiao Fong, do you think so too?" Assistant Xiao Fong nodded. "Do you remember last time I recommended a traditional Chinese medicine doctor from my hometown to you, saying he had a folk remedy that could relieve your wife's headaches? At that time, I took the opportunity to visit your home, have a drink of water, and meet your wife. Although we only met briefly, I still have some impression of your wife's features. I'm pretty sure that the student named He Shun does have some resemblance to your wife in terms of his features." Hao Jang-wo nodded, silently suppressing his excitement. It's normal for a son to resemble his mother. All that's needed is to take a strand of He Shun's hair and do a paternity test with it, and everything will be clear. He tried his best not to think about the exciting scene of father and son recognizing each other after the successful identification. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. A moment later, the two arrived at the tea room after being notified by their troop leader, He Hui. The door opened as soon as I knocked. After observing He Shun's face up close, Hao Jang-wo felt even more confident. "Please sit down, both of you." Qin Song immediately recognized the person sitting in front of him as Hao Jang-wo. There's no other reason than that Hao Jang-wo is simply too famous. What puzzled him was that Hao Jang-wo had never been to Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School in his previous life. Could it be that the butterfly effect after my rebirth caused the future to change? Compared to Qin Song, He Shin didn't recognize who was in front of him, mainly because he didn't pay much attention to the news from the outside world. However, he still knew that the person sitting in front of him was a leader. "Good morning, leaders," the two shouted in unison. "Okay," Hao Jang-wo replied with a smile, showing no airs of a leader whatsoever. "The main reason I called you here is to see what the two dark horses of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School look like. Also, I would like to donate some air conditioners to the school. At the same time, I would also like to ask you, besides air conditioning, what other facilities do you think the school needs?" Upon hearing this, both of them shook their heads. No. It's fine for leaders like the principal and vice principal to bring this up, but if the two of them bring it up, it's considered nitpicking at the school. Hearing their casual and perfunctory words, Hao Jang-wo was not angry and continued speaking. "I heard that He Shin's family is facing some difficulties. I have a foundation called Star and Moon Project that can provide him with financial assistance. After he is admitted to university, we can provide him with tuition and living expenses until he graduates." Upon hearing this, the two became interested. Qin Song had heard of this foundation in his previous life, and what Hao Jang-wo said was indeed true. He Shun turned to look at Qin Song, as if he wanted to confirm the truth with him. Hao Jang-wo witnessed the entire scene. After Qin Song nodded to him, He Shun then asked, "Then may I ask how I need to apply?" "That's very simple." Seeing that He Shun agreed, Hao Jang-wo waved his hand, signaling his assistant to hand over the form. "You just need to fill in your personal information and family details. In addition, we need a strand of your hair to enter into the database." Upon hearing this, Qin Song frowned slightly. When did applying for a foundation require hair? But upon closer reflection, it seems that He Shin doesn't have anything of value to offer. The Hao Jang-wo in front of us couldn't possibly be an imposter. After all, the school leaders aren't stupid enough to let in a fake Hao Jang-wo. Seeing that Qin Song didn't say anything, He Shun obediently filled out the form and then plucked a strand of his own hair and handed it to Hao Jiangwo. The assistant immediately took the hair and, after confirming that it contained hair follicles, put it into a sealed bag. Hao Jiangwo, having received the hair, smiled slightly at the two of them. Then I won't disturb you two any longer during class. The Foundation's matter will have a result tomorrow, and I will come again then, bringing the grant with me. He made up his mind that if He Shun really was his child, he would bring his wife to meet him tomorrow to acknowledge him. If not, then just follow the normal procedure for funding. After Hao Jiangwo left, Qin Song and He Shun looked at each other in bewilderment. He Shun is doing well. At least he applied to a foundation and has a high probability of successfully obtaining funding. But Qin Song was somewhat bewildered. Was he called over just to ask about adding school facilities? Suddenly, Qin Song thought of the male assistant's slightly trembling hand when he took He Shun's hair, Hao Jiangwo's child being abducted, and He Shun being picked up by Grandma He from the roadside. Connecting these three events, a bold idea suddenly popped into Qin Song's mind. Could it be that He Shun is Hao Jiangwo's child who was abducted many years ago and has not been found yet? Wait a minute. If that's really the case, then why do these two people look so different? Back in the classroom, Qin Song stopped thinking about it and took out the joint exam paper to listen to the teacher explain the questions. If that's true, it would be a good thing for He Shun. If not, He Shun would still be able to receive funding. Regardless of whether He Shun is Hao Jiangwo's son or not, the outcome is a good thing, so there's no need to dwell on it. However, after leaving the school, Hao Jiangwo immediately instructed his driver to take the W12A8L to the hospital without stopping. On his way to the hospital, he had already called the hospital director. It was a private hospital he had invested in and built, located in Jiangxing City. After handing the hair from the sealed bag to the dean, he plucked a hair from his own head. Paternity test, father and son, quick. Seeing Hao Jiangwo's unusually anxious expression, the dean did not hesitate and immediately arranged for the appraisal. Chapter 102 Appraisal Results. 3 hours later, the test results came out. When Hao Jiangwo saw the 99.99% on the test results, he trembled all over. Sitting in the private lounge, Hao Jiangwo forced himself to suppress his excitement, but he couldn't help but share it with those around him. Xiaofang, my son, the son I've been searching for 18 years, I've found him. Hurrah! Only he knows the hardships he endured along the way. She was starting a business while searching for her son. He's worth billions, but he still hasn't found his son, and there's no news of him at all. He doesn't even know if he's dead or alive. If it weren't for the fact that my wife and I had another daughter through IVF, which helped soothe her constant grief, she probably would have committed suicide long ago. Mr. Hao, now that the result has been confirmed, shouldn't you go home and tell your wife so that she can accompany you to see the young master tomorrow? At this moment, Assistant Xiaofang was filled with emotion. Some people are indeed born to be protagonists. The hidden academic genius who controlled his grades had just begun to show his talent when his billionaire father came knocking on his door. This is totally the plot of a male protagonist in a novel. To live life like a novel script, that's something else. Yes, I'll go home right now and tell Miling about this. Hao Jiangwo gripped the test results tightly, so tightly that even his fingertips began to turn white. Upon arriving at the door, Xiaofang helped Hao Jiangwo, who was so excited that he was walking unsteadily, to the sofa in the living room of the villa, and then sensibly returned to the car parked in the yard. He didn't want to peek at the couple's sweet moments after receiving the good news and feel like he was being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Because he needs to travel frequently for charity work, Hao Jiangwo has purchased properties in various places so that he can bring his wife and daughter with him. He is already traumatized by the fact that his son was abducted. Moreover, my daughter is only 3 years old now, which is the age when she is very clingy. Miling. Hao Jiangwo sat in the living room and shouted upstairs. A moment later, a gentle-looking woman poked her head out from upstairs and glared at him. Why are you shouting so loudly? Our daughter just fell asleep. If the room wasn't well soundproofed, you would have woken her up. Huang Miling walked downstairs in her slippers and came to Hao Jiangwo's side, giving him a shoulder massage. Weren't you supposed to be at Jiangxing number 2 middle school today to discuss donating air conditioners? Why are you back so early? Hao Jiangwo waved his hand and said excitedly, "Don't talk about that yet. Look at what this is." He couldn't wait to show his wife the paternity test certificate. Huang Miling took the neatly folded A4 paper he handed her, opened it, glanced at it, and froze on the spot. Son, you found our son." Her hands trembled, tears streamed down her face, and she could barely stand. The next moment, she threw herself into Hao Jiangwo's arms. "Wah, my son, my son." After crying for a while, she finally came to her senses. "Why didn't our son come back with you? Does he still hate us? Does he hate us for not protecting him? Does he not want to acknowledge us as his irresponsible parents?" "It's all right. It doesn't matter if he doesn't acknowledge it. As long as I know he's alive and well, I'm relieved. Hao Jiangwo gently patted her back. "No, my son doesn't know yet." Then, he told Huang Miling about Hixin's situation. "Don't worry. I've already arranged to meet my son tomorrow. We'll invite his grandmother along too, and then everything will be clear. Can we wait one more day? Give us some time to adjust so we don't scare the child." Upon hearing this, Huang Miling finally managed to suppress her excitement and wiped away her tears. "It's only one day, why can't we wait? We've been waiting for this day for 18 years. Early the next morning, He arrived at the office with huge dark circles under his eyes, still looking dazed. He'd been in a daze all night, all because of a phone call. Yesterday afternoon, Representative Hao Jiangwo called me. Looking at the unfamiliar number with several 8s and 9s, he initially thought it was a scam or a harassing call. But when he answered the phone, it was Hao Jiangwo's voice that came through. During the phone call, Hao Jiangwo said he had something to discuss with him and wanted to invite him to dinner. When invited by his superiors, Hui naturally had no reason to refuse. After arranging his evening study session, he went to keep his appointment. Upon entering the private room, all the dishes had already been served. After telling Hui not to be polite, Hao Jiangwo began to explain in detail what he wanted to discuss with him that day. You won't know until you hear the story, and once you do, you'll be shocked. It turns out that Hixin is actually Hao Jiangwo's son who was abducted many years ago. The series of events that happened today left Hui feeling completely bewildered. First, Hixin won first place in the city's joint examination, and Qin Song's score doubled. Then, during a meeting, he was publicly praised by the principal, only to discover after his speech that a provincial People's Congress representative was actually behind the scenes. After having lunch with the provincial People's Congress representatives, I was invited to dinner. Finally, the provincial People's Congress representative told him that the dark horse student in his class who ranked first in the city's joint examination was his son who had been abducted for many years. He felt like all the big news of the year had come together on this day. Hao Jiangwo's request for help was quite simple: to invite Hixin's grandmother over the next morning so he could talk to her about Hixin's situation. If your biological son is found, you should naturally take him home to raise, but how and when to take him home are things that need to be discussed. This requires taking into account the emotions of both parties. The kindness of giving birth is great, but the kindness of raising is even greater. In addition, Hao Jiangwo actually had some doubts that needed Grandma He to answer. Your heart has a wall, but I found a window. Hui's phone rang. It was his grandmother calling to say she would be at school soon. He checked the time and realized it was morning reading time. After asking for Grandma He's location, he decided to drive to pick her up. Then he received a message from Hao Jiangwo, who said that he was already waiting in the tea room and told Hui not to rush and to take it one step at a time. How could he not be anxious? After picking up Grandma He, they immediately took her to the tea room. Upon entering the tea room and seeing Huang Miling sitting in a chair, Grandma He immediately understood why Hui had called her over. She sighed softly. This day has finally come. I've been waiting for you for so long. I'm so sorry about the children. Chapter 103. Back then. Upon hearing this, both Hao Jiangwo and Huang Miling were taken aback. They thought the old man wouldn't give the child to them so easily, but to their surprise, he took the initiative to ask. Hixin is indeed a child I picked up. More than 10 years ago, I found him in a trash can on the side of the road. At that time, he was wrapped in rags and was so hungry that even his cries were very weak. He was about to die. I have no children and am all alone in my life, so I didn't plan to report it to the police. After taking him home, I took care of him as my own grandson. Grandma, he paused for a moment before continuing. Later, I heard on the news that many newborn babies had gone missing from the city's maternal and child health hospital, and I guessed that this child was probably one of them. But for some reason, he wasn't taken away by those human traffickers. Instead, he was thrown into a trash can. I was too selfish. I liked Hishin too much, so I found a way to register him in my household and make him my grandson. My surname is He. At that time, the child was buried very deep in the garbage can, so I named him Hishun, meaning deep. Now that his biological parents have been found, it's time for me to return him to you. It was my selfishness that caused you to be separated from your child for 18 years. I am so sorry. As she spoke, Grandma He stood up and was about to kneel down in front of Hao Jiangwo and Huang Miling. Huang Miling reacted quickly and helped Grandma He up, tears streaming down her face. It's not your fault. It's really not your fault. I also want to thank you for saving Hishun. If Hishun had really been taken away by those human traffickers, he would have died long ago. Upon hearing this, Hao Jiangwo's eyes also reddened. Seeing Grandma He's puzzled look, he explained. When the traffickers were stealing the baby, they only destroyed the security camera hanging outside and didn't know that there was a hidden camera inside the room. Their seemingly foolproof plan was discovered in less than 3 hours. The police followed the surveillance footage along the roadside and dispatched dozens of police cars from all over the city to block the way. Those human traffickers were repeat offenders, some even murderers. They knew perfectly well that if they were caught, they would inevitably face death, so. At this point, Hao Jiangwo clenched his fist. Those beasts, knowing they couldn't escape, drove their car onto the bridge and threw the kidnapped babies into the river one by one. They even pulled out homemade guns and fought the police. After the shootout, the police learned from the surviving suspects that they had abducted a total of 17 babies. Because they didn't have enough anesthetic to put the babies to sleep, and they were afraid that the babies' cries would expose them, they just randomly threw one away on the roadside. When the police asked where the baby was thrown, the man said that only the female suspect knew, but the female suspect had already died from blood loss during the shootout. Even though some kind-hearted people jumped into the river to save the babies the instant they were thrown into it, the babies were wrapped in absorbent blankets, and the river was too wide. They were thrown from the bridge into the middle of the river, and the current was too strong. Before the rescue team arrived, they all sank to the bottom. All 16 babies who were thrown and drowned after being pulled out of the water. Hearing this, Grandma He's eyes welled up with tears, and she choked out, Those were beasts. What some people consider life itself, these beasts regard as worthless. Hao Jiangwo sobbed a few times, wiped his tears with the back of his hand, and said, That's why my wife and I want to thank you. If you hadn't rescued this child, he probably wouldn't have lived to see the police find him. I don't know if I'm unlucky or lucky. The child was abducted, but he was the one who was abandoned, not thrown into the river like the other children. After the incident, the police searched every corner of the city, but when they found no trace of the child, they assumed that he had been abducted by other traffickers, or that he had been thrown into a sewer or buried in a wasteland. Actually, we've been looking for this child for so many years, and we're still not sure if he's still alive. At first, we thought that as long as the child was alive, even if the child did not want to acknowledge us as his parents, we would accept it. As long as the child was alive, that was enough. But after finding the child, we became greedy and wanted to bring the child to us. Grandpa, if you'd like, please come and live with us from now on. My wife and I lost our parents early, so we will treat you as our mother from now on. You are also Hishin's grandmother. It doesn't matter whether he changes his name or not. As long as he's alive, that's all that matters. Upon hearing this, Grandma He gently shook her head. She could have easily called the police and said she had found a child, but she didn't. She did indeed save the child and raise him to adulthood. However, she knew about it, but did not report it, deliberately concealing Hishun's origins for her own selfish desires, which is indeed true. It was because of her selfishness that Hishun had not seen his biological parents for 18 years. How could she possibly have the face to live with Hishun's biological parents? No need, you can take Hishun home. He's your child too. Hearing Grandma He's resolute tone, Hao Jiangwo and his wife, who were still relatively unfamiliar with each other, didn't know how to persuade her for a moment. They were genuinely grateful to Grandma He and truly wanted to bring her to live with them. During their 18-year search for their son, they had already come to understand certain things. If they were to find their child one day, they thought that as long as their child was still alive, they would be content. What's more, He-shun's academic performance is still so good under Grandma He's guidance. At this moment, He-hui stepped forward and advised, "Well, we should also ask He-shun's opinion on this matter, right? The child is completely unaware of these things. It's better to respect his opinion. If He-shun can't handle the shock and does something unexpected, that's not what anyone wants to see. Grandpa, does He-shun want you to live with him? Right. Okay, I'll go and call He-shun over now, and you can talk to him in person. How about that?" A moment later, after Grandma He nodded, Hao Jiangwo also nodded slightly. That's fine too. Suddenly, he remembered that He-shun had only inquired about the foundation application after seeing Qin Song nod yesterday, so he added a sentence. Let's call that classmate named Qin Song over as well. From what I observed yesterday, Qin Song and He-shun have a good relationship. If He-shun can't accept it right away, Qin Song might be able to help comfort him. Okay. He-hui agreed and walked quickly towards the classroom after leaving the tea room. Chapter 1042 More People Who Love You. At this moment, the math teacher is explaining the joint exam paper in class. Qin Song and He-shun were called out by He-hui, who said someone was looking for them and they should wait in the tea room. He-shun was puzzled, but Qin Song noticed a hint of urgency in He-hui's eyes. Thinking back on his guesses from yesterday, he had a vague idea of what was going on. The tea room wasn't far, and the three of them arrived in no time. At He-hui's prompting, He-shun slowly pushed open the half-closed door. Upon seeing Huang Miling, a strange sense of closeness due to blood ties welled up in his heart. Upon seeing the eyebrows and eyes that were so similar to his own, he froze on the spot. Looking around, Grandma He and Hao Jiangwo were also sitting in the tea room. Seeing Grandma He's slightly red eyes, He-shun immediately stepped forward and asked, "Grandma, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Grandma He held his hand, looked at Hao Jiangwo and his wife, and said to He-shun, "He-shun, these are your biological parents. Go home with them." As soon as he finished speaking, He-shun stared blankly at the two of them. Although he had already guessed when he came in and saw that familiar face, he still couldn't quite believe it when he heard Grandma He say it herself. Have the figures that have often appeared in my dreams over the years finally come into reality? He found it hard to accept at first. Seeing He-shun standing there dumbfounded, Grandma He couldn't help but cry again. It's Grandma's fault. It's Grandma's fault. However, just as Grandma He was about to recount the truth, Huang Miling interrupted her. "Son, your father and I didn't abandon you on purpose. You were abducted. Your grandmother rescued you during your abduction, but she was still worried that the traffickers would come looking for you, so she told you not to tell anyone that you were found. Your father and I have been looking for you for so long, and we have finally found you." The truth is often cruel, but in the eyes of the couple, the truth was no longer that important. They understood Grandma He's actions and never blamed her. On the contrary, they felt grateful to Grandma He. Let everything go with time. Now that their child has been found safe and sound, and is so outstanding, the couple is already content. At this moment, Grandma He paused for a moment and then remained silent. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want He-shun to know that she was also one of the sinners who prevented their family from reuniting. He-hui remained silent. Seeing Grandma He's somewhat unnatural expression, Qin Song guessed what was going on, but remained silent. It's rare to be carefree in life. Everyone has their own secrets. Perhaps this is a white lie. At this moment, Huang Miling suddenly covered her head and frowned deeply. Upon seeing this, He-shun immediately felt tense. He didn't hate the two of them. On the contrary, he was looking forward to recognizing them. But for the time being, he didn't know how to accept it. Upon seeing this, Hao Jiangwo immediately took out the medicine from his pocket and put it in her mouth. After Huang Miling swallowed the medicine with water, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Then, seeing He-shun's worried expression, Hao Jiangwo explained to him, "After you went missing, your mother started having headaches from time to time. We went to many hospitals, but to no avail. The doctor said it was a psychological problem and could only prescribe some medication to relieve it. He-shun was relieved to hear that it wasn't a serious illness. Son, let's have lunch together. We'd like to talk to you about your future plans. What do you think? Huang Miling asked He-shun, her tone filled with anticipation. He-shun subconsciously turned to look at Qin Song, only to see Qin Song say, "Why are you looking at me? Your parents and grandma invited you to have lunch together. Are you going to bring me along?" "Auntie, I've agreed on behalf of He-shun. We'll go back to class now. I'll try to talk to him for you, and you can have a proper chat at noon." Amid Huang Miling's grateful smile, Qin Song pulled He-shun out of the tea room. Qin Song understood why he had been summoned, and he was quite happy to see He-shun's family reunited. Being a tool for them was no big deal for him. "Qin Song, I'm still in a daze. What should I do?" Qin Song glanced at him and joked, "Do you know who your father is?" "A provincial People's Congress representative, a well-known entrepreneur, with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan. If someone is eagerly calling you son, you should of course accept." Hearing Qin Song's teasing, He-shun couldn't help but punch him, which slightly eased his inner unease. "Don't joke around. I'm serious." Qin Song shrugged. "I'm serious. First, your parents didn't abandon you on purpose. You were abducted. That way, you and your parents won't have any conflicts, right? Secondly, you only have Grandma He, not any adoptive parents, so you don't have to choose between adoptive parents and biological parents. Third, since there are no conflicts, your biological parents have found you, and there are 2 more people who love you in your life. What's wrong with that? When the time comes, you only need to make one request, which is to bring Grandma He to live with us. Oh right, and Xiao Rong too. If Grandma He and Xiao Rong are both willing, then you can live together. If they are not willing, then you should ask your dad to find Grandma He a place to live closer to home, so that you can run between the 2 places every day and take care of both. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Don't be ungrateful. Do you know how many people want to call you dad?" After listening to Qin Song's words, He-shun nodded silently. Yes, since there's no conflict, why can't they acknowledge each other? He breathed a long sigh of relief. "Qin Song, why don't you come with me at noon? I'm still a little nervous." He-shun wasn't nervous because of his unfamiliar relationship with his biological parents, but because he didn't know how to respond to the love they were showing him. He had never experienced fatherly or motherly love, so he didn't know how to respond. Upon hearing this, Qin Song decisively refused. This lunch was originally He-shun's family dinner, so what's the point of me, an outsider, going there? Who knows, everyone will be crying and wailing by then, so it's not good for me to be the only one eating all the vegetables. I won't go at noon. You and Grandma He, and your parents, have a good talk and clear everything up." Seeing He-shun stammering, Qin Song patted him on the shoulder. "All right, what's with all the nervousness and fussing of a grown man? All right, I'm craving Indian roti from that restaurant. Bring me a banana flavor." This statement undoubtedly blocked He-shun's path of not attending the banquet at noon. He-shun said with a bitter face, "Okay, I understand." Chapter 105 Requirements. "I had lunch there, so I'll definitely have dinner there too." He-shun made a decision to drag Qin Song and Zhang Wanwan into the mess that night as well. As long as he mentions that Qin Song lent him money to treat Grandma He's illness, Hao Jiangwo and Huang Miling will definitely invite Qin Song, Zhang Wanwan, and their parents over for a meal to express their gratitude. Then someone will help him draw the fire. Hee. So clever of him. Before they knew it, it was noon. Seeing Qin Song dragging Zhao Chun towards Huimin restaurant outside the school, He-shun had no choice but to walk to the school gate alone. Before the 4th period ended, the class teacher, He Hui, came to the class and told He-shun that he could go directly to the school gate after school, where someone would be waiting for him. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the school gate, someone got out of a car next to him and walked towards He-shun. This person was none other than his assistant, Xiaofang. "He-shun, Mr. Hao is already waiting for you in the hotel's private room. He asked me to take you there." Xiaofang tried her best to make her tone less respectful. Hao Jiangwo still cares about He-shun. To avoid making him nervous or uncomfortable, they didn't come to pick him up in person, but waited for him in a private room at the hotel. The car that picked up He-shun was just an ordinary car, so that he could maintain a basic sense of familiarity and reality in the unfamiliar environment. That is indeed the case. If He Shun were presented with a luxury car that looked very expensive, he wouldn't dare to get in. Because all of this is so unrealistic compared to his previous life. Not long ago, a poor boy who was worried about the tens of thousands of yuan needed for surgery and decided to drop out of school to work has suddenly become the son of a billionaire boss. It's simply too magical. Upon arriving at the hotel, He Shun was led to a private room by his assistant, Xiaofeng. After knocking on the door, he pushed it open and went inside. Inside, besides Grandma He, Hao Jiangwo, and Huang Miling, there was also a cute little girl with delicate features. Upon seeing He Shun, the little girl ran up to him with small, quick steps, took his hand, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Brother, are you my brother? Mom and Dad say you're Xuan's brother." He Shun glanced at his parents in surprise. He could understand why his parents had another child after he was abducted, but what he couldn't understand was why this little sister was so young. Does she look like she's not in kindergarten yet? He Shun looked at the little girl Xuan, who was holding his hand and shaking it back and forth. Her big, blinking eyes were staring straight at him, full of dependence and affection. He laughed from the bottom of his heart and picked her up in his arms. "That's right, I am Xuan's brother." Upon hearing this, Xuan raised her hand and shouted, "Yay, brother's back. Dad said that my brother had been away because of something, so he hadn't come home. Now that he's finally back, Xuan can sleep with him like the other kids." After He Shun arrived, the dishes were immediately served one by one, and soon everything was ready. Throughout the meal, Huang Miling kept putting food on his plate with her chopsticks. Seeing her son's helpless expression as he ate, she felt heartbroken to the core. After a while of being noisy, children want to sleep, and Xuan was no exception. After Xuan fell asleep, Huang Miling explained to He Shun, "This is your younger sister. She is 3 years old this year. Her name is Hao Sun, which means to search. Your father and I have been looking for you for 15 years and still haven't found you. Your father is thinking of having another child to distract me. I had Xuan relatively late. She was conceived through IVF, so she's only 3 years old now." As soon as he finished speaking, He Shun opened his mouth as if to ask something, but was interrupted by Huang Miling. "It's not what you think. Xuan is no substitute for anyone. I love her just as much as I love you. She is my only daughter, and you are my only son. Xuan is also your only sister." Upon hearing this, He Shun nodded silently. Even though he longs to reconnect with his family, he doesn't want his return to affect others. Silence fell over the private room for a moment. After a long while, He Shun finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Dad, Mom, I can go back with you, but I have a few requests, is that all right?" As Qin Song said, He Shun had no dramatic conflicts with his biological parents. After mentally preparing himself, he finally shouted out those 2 words. Upon hearing the word Mom, Huang Miling burst into tears, murmuring, "Son, my son." Hao Jiangwo wasn't much better off, but because he was a man and the pillar of his family, he held back his tears, though his eyes were still red. He Shun's cry of "Dad" was so powerful it not only cleared up Hao Jiangwo's meridians, but it also completely blew him away. "Son, just tell us what you want, and Mom and Dad will definitely fulfill it." Even if He Shun asked him for 1 billion yuan now, he would transfer it to him without hesitation. Let alone a few requirements. What if there are dozens or hundreds? He has the ability to meet these requirements. He Shun paused for a moment and then said, "First, I want to study. I want to go to university in China. I don't want to study business administration abroad and then come back to inherit the family business." Hao Jiangwo immediately replied, "Of course, that's no problem. It's your freedom to do whatever you want, and your parents have no right to interfere. But in any case, you will have half of the family property, half for you and half for your sister. Secondly, I don't want to make this public now. I think it would have a bad influence. I'm still living at my grandma's house during this period before the college entrance exam, just like before, which is fine. I'm already a senior in high school, and my grades have just jumped from the middle to first place in the city's joint exam. If this is made public, it might affect my studies. It could also affect other students, and it might even damage your reputation, Dad. I'm afraid some unscrupulous media outlets might say that my grades were achieved because you cheated." Hao Jiangwo snorted coldly. "They dare. Those unscrupulous media outlets only dare to act out and act crazy in front of ordinary people. If anyone dared to fabricate something out of thin air that didn't exist, he only needed to say one word, and all those media companies' fire safety and tax departments would be investigated. Check it once a week. He didn't believe that media companies that couldn't even meet the 3 essential elements of news would purchase fire safety equipment in accordance with quality and quantity, or pay taxes on time. However, Hao Jianguo felt that He Shun's words also made sense. A dark horse who turned the tables as soon as he entered his senior year of high school, ranking first in the city's joint examination, a top student with a bright future. The man who was a role model for many high school seniors was suddenly revealed to be the long-lost biological son of a billionaire. With this news coming out, I'm afraid many senior high school students in Jiangxing City will have their moral compass shattered. Chapter 106 Holiday. If those unscrupulous media outlets were to publish false reports, dealing with them would be a simple matter, but completely eliminating the impact would be more difficult. In this age of information overload, there are always some mindless people who believe everything they hear. Hao Jianguo didn't want this incident to have a negative impact on He Shun. That's certainly no problem, he added. Dad promises that he will not make this public before the college entrance examination. He Shun nodded. As long as Hao Jianguo doesn't tell anyone, he believes Qin Song won't let it slip either. Thirdly, I hope Grandma He can live with us. He Shun looked at Grandma He with hopeful eyes. At the same time, Hao Jianguo and Huang Miling also looked at her. But Grandma He shook her head and refused. In the end, she still couldn't forgive herself and wanted to take a break. But when she saw He Shun's sorrowful eyes, her heart softened. He Shun, after you finish the college entrance exam, Xiaorong will be in her senior year of high school. If I come over, what will happen to Xiaorong? I will definitely have to take care of her during her senior year. If we suddenly change her environment or hire a nanny to take care of her, she definitely won't adapt. How about this? I'll move in after Xiaorong finishes her college entrance exam and goes to university. After listening, He Shun nodded happily. Grandma He's words made sense. As long as Grandma He is willing to move in, it doesn't matter if it's a little later, since he will still be living with Grandma He during his senior year of high school anyway. After graduating from high school, Grandma He only needs to wait 1 more year before she can move in. Fourth, Dad, I want to borrow some money from you, He Shun said softly. He hadn't forgotten that he still owed Qin Song 50,000 yuan, which Qin Song had borrowed from Jiang Wanwan. Sure, no problem. How much do you want? Hao Jianguo asked excitedly. It's a good thing when a child asks for money. It proves that he doesn't consider himself an outsider. Upon hearing this, He Shun raised one hand and spread all his fingers. 5 million? No problem. Dad will transfer it to your bank card in a bit. Seeing Hao Jianguo's generous manner, He Shun was stunned on the spot. Seeing that He Shun didn't speak, Hao Jianguo thought he had given too little and quickly added, That's right. 5 million is too little. It's not even enough to buy a villa. 50 million. Dad will transfer 50 million to you in a bit. Or 500 million is fine too. But Dad has to go to the bank first. This is a huge transfer. Although I have a lot of authority at the bank, I still need to go through some procedures for these kinds of transfers. At this moment, He Shun spoke weakly. No, Dad. 50,000 will suffice. My grandma was sick, and we didn't have money for surgery. I was planning to drop out of school and go to Guangzhou or Shenzhen to work. It was Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan who lent me 50,000 yuan in an emergency, so I was able to continue my studies. Then, He Shun recounted the whole story to Hao Jianguo. After listening, Hao Jianguo finally understood. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan deserve much credit for enabling me to recognize He Shun. If the two of them hadn't lent He Shun money, He Shun would have gone to work in Guangzhou or Shenzhen. If you go to work in Guangzhou or Shenzhen, you naturally won't be able to get first place in the city's joint entrance exam. If I hadn't gotten first place in the city's joint exam, I wouldn't have thought of coming to Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School to donate air conditioners to see this dark horse. He Shun will not be seen again. Oh, 50,000, son, wait a minute. As he spoke, he called his assistant, Xiao Fong, and asked him to take 50,000 yuan from the glove compartment in the car. The loose change he had casually left in the car came in handy. saving him the trouble of having to go to the bank to withdraw it. Hao Jiangwo's gratitude to Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan certainly doesn't stop there. He plans to give each of them 100 million yuan as a token of his gratitude. The official websites of all the companies under Hao Jiangwo's name have posted missing person notices, offering a reward of 1 million yuan for providing real information, 10 million yuan for indirectly helping to find the child, and 100 million yuan for directly helping to find the child. Although Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan did not provide direct assistance, their contributions were still enormous. It's only 100 million. He can afford it. It's just that I can't give it to these two children. He planned to invite Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan's parents out for a meal and give them the money. A moment later, Xiao Feng knocked on the door of the private room with 50,000 yuan in cash and placed it in He Shun's hand as instructed by Hao Jiangwo. Looking at the thick stack of brand new banknotes in his hand, He Shun was filled with mixed emotions. It's so unfair between people. With just a change of identity, the money he couldn't even scrape together before was now delivered to him in less than 5 minutes after he said just one sentence. Son, I'm planning to invite Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, and their parents to dinner tonight, so I can thank them in person. What do you think? Hao Jiangwo asked. He Shun nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Qin Song helped him, so he naturally had to repay the favor. Although he doesn't have that ability now, his dad does. And importantly, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan can also help him draw attention away from the enemy. Although He Shun has already started calling them mom and dad, he still finds it hard to resist the constant goodwill they show him. Just like now. He was already very full, but his bowl was still full of food. The shrimp that Huang Miling had peeled were already piled up on top of each other. Won't that be a bit rushed? He Shun asked. Hao Jiangwo shook his head. No, you'll have the afternoon off, no classes. At this moment, in the principal's office of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School, Principal Guozhue, who was taking a lunch break, was woken up by a phone call. He picked up his phone and looked at it. His previously impatient expression instantly turned into a docile one. He can be called a national-level master of face-changing. Hey, Representative Hao, what are your instructions? What? You're arranging for an air conditioning installer to come this afternoon? You're covering all the electricity costs for the air conditioning and lunch and dinner for this year's graduating class. Each student's meal allowance is 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. You'll also arrange for someone to deliver the meals to the classrooms and collect the trash in a unified manner. Don't worry, our cafeteria chefs are absolutely top-notch, guaranteeing that our senior students will have a balanced diet while satisfying their taste buds. Yes. We didn't have a day off last Sunday because we had the joint entrance exam. We'll start our holiday this afternoon and resume classes the day after tomorrow morning. This way, we can make up for the lost time and get the air conditioning installed. Representative Hao's suggestion has really helped our school a lot. Okay. I'll make an announcement over the loudspeaker after the students' lunch break. Don't worry. At this moment, He Shun walked into the classroom carrying a box of banana-flavored Indian roti that Qin Song had ordered. He still couldn't figure out why they had a day off in the afternoon. Could the school really be that kind? It's good enough that we don't have to attend many classes. Chapter 107. The whole school was in an uproar. Here you go, your roti. Seeing that Qin Song was doing his homework, He Shun greeted him and placed the lunchbox containing roti on his desk. Qin Song felt the temperature of the roti through the box and patted his stomach. Having just finished a mental workout, he was feeling a bit hungry. It's not hunger, it's craving. I just want to stuff some flavorful food into my mouth and chew it. It's too sunny at noon now, so he and Jiang Wanwan don't always ride their bikes back for lunch. Sometimes they eat at the school cafeteria or a small restaurant nearby. But if they weren't going home, Jiang Wanwan and Chen Sisi would usually go out to eat together, while Qin Song would go with Zhao Chun and He Shun. Just then, the bell rang for the afternoon break. Qin Song saw that Jiang Wanwan had just been woken up by the ringing of the alarm and was rubbing her sleepy eyes. He opened the box, put on disposable gloves, picked up a piece of roti, and put it to the girl's mouth. A banana and biscuit aroma wafted into her nostrils at just the right moment, stimulating her taste buds. Huh? It's banana-flavored. How did you know I like banana-flavored Indian roti? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed to Qin Song in surprise. Without any hesitation, She took the roti with her mouth, put on the disposable gloves Chin Song handed her, and began to eat it in small bites. A mixture of oil and carbohydrates, along with the unique aroma of bananas, immediately filled the classroom. At this moment, many people in the classroom who had just woken up couldn't help but swallow hard. Not everyone can afford to eat at small restaurants outside the school every day. A meal at a small restaurant for one person would cost at least 10 yuan, and that's only for one dish. A meal with one meat dish and one vegetable dish in the cafeteria costs only 5 yuan, and 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish cost only 7 yuan. If the cafeteria food doesn't suit their taste, some people will choose to eat at small restaurants outside, but most people will still choose to eat at the cafeteria. After all, as long as the food in the cafeteria isn't so bad that it's hard to swallow, most high school seniors can still accept it. Being able to fill your stomach is one thing, but enjoying the taste is another. After leaving a few pieces for Jiang Wanwan, Chin Song generously shared the rest of the roti with the classmates around him. Hishin brought back some roti. "Would you like a piece?" he asked. Aside from not getting along with a few individuals, Chin Song was generally well liked in his class. Seeing this, the surrounding classmates also gathered around, and each of them took a small piece from the box. When Chin Song raised his hand to gesture for Hishun to try a piece, Hishun decisively shook his head. "My mom put too much food on my plate at noon, and I didn't want to refuse her kindness. I was so full that I couldn't eat anymore." A moment later, the afternoon reading bell did not ring on the broadcast as usual. Instead, real human voices were used. A notice is hereby issued. Mr. Hao, a caring person, well-known entrepreneur, philanthropist, and social activist, has donated more than 1,000 air conditioners to our school for installation in various classrooms, dormitories, and offices. In order for the air conditioning installation to proceed as planned, the school will give students a day off this afternoon, and they will return to school, as usual, the day after tomorrow to make up for the day off that was missed last Sunday due to the joint exam. To take into account the feelings of boarding students, the dormitory air conditioners will be installed first this afternoon, and it is expected that the installation will be completed before 7 p.m. After the homeroom teacher finishes explaining the important points to the class, the holiday will begin. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a brief silence, followed by a deafening roar that echoed throughout the school. Wah wah. Holy crap. Am I still half asleep? Is the school going to install air conditioning? A boy suddenly punched himself. Ouch. That hurts. This isn't a dream. They're installing air conditioning in the dorm? Finally, I won't be so hot I can't sleep. Woohoo. After hearing the news on the radio, Hishin realized what was happening and muttered to himself. With this reason, I doubt any school would object to giving us a holiday. If each wall-mounted air conditioner costs 2,000 yuan, then 1,000 units would cost 2 million yuan. By the way, Chin Song, my dad found out that you and Jiang Wanwan lent me money for my grandma's surgery. He said he wants to treat you and your parents to dinner tonight to express his gratitude. Do you think it's convenient for your uncle and aunt? Oh. Two voices, filled with surprise and doubt, rang out simultaneously. Chin Song was surprised by how quickly Hishun's relationship with his parents progressed. Jiang Wanwan was puzzled. Didn't Hishun only have a grandmother? When did his parents appear? I'll explain when we get home. Chin Song whispered to Jiang Wanwan. Then he turned to Hishun and said, Of course, no problem. My parents just got home yesterday afternoon. Seeing that Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan had agreed, Hishun nodded happily. After a while, the class teacher, He Hui, walked into the classroom. The students who were still discussing air conditioning gradually quieted down. It's true that there's air conditioning. Students, there's no need to discuss it anymore. You can turn it on when you come back to class the day after tomorrow. We senior students don't need to pay for the air conditioning electricity. Mr. Hao, who donated the air conditioners, will cover the electricity bill. In addition, he will also cover the lunch and dinner expenses for our school's senior students. The meal standard is 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup. Someone will deliver the meals to the classrooms, so we don't have to squeeze into the cafeteria. Now, please raise your hand if you don't need lunch or dinner. I need to register the number of students in our class who will be eating and submit it to the cafeteria. As soon as he finished speaking, no one raised their hand. free lunch and dinner, with 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. There's no reason not to accept it. Sitting in the classroom, eating with the air conditioning on, and then taking a nap with the air conditioning on after lunch, just thinking about it makes them feel wonderful. Suddenly, I realized that senior year of high school wasn't so tiring anymore. Seeing that no one raised their hand, he continued. All right, since no one is raising their hand, we'll have a holiday after I finish speaking. There's not much to do, just one thing. Let me ask you all, when you learned that air conditioning would be installed in the classrooms and dormitories, and that not only would you not have to pay for electricity, but lunch and dinner would also be provided, were you happy? Happy, everyone shouted. I hope you're happy, but I also hope you won't let Mr. Howe down. Study hard and prepare for the college entrance examination. This is not for me, nor for the school, but for yourselves. All right, there's no point in saying more. If someone is willing to listen, one explanation is enough. If someone isn't willing to listen, it won't matter how many times you explain it. No homework will be assigned for this day off. Dismissed. After saying that, he left the classroom. The day students were packing their things to go home. Boarding students can also take advantage of this afternoon to buy some snacks and daily necessities. Chapter 108, I need your help with something. Please accept the money. After packing their things, Chin Song-jiang and Wanwan rode their electric scooter home. During the journey, Chin Song recounted to Jiang Wanwan the whole story of He Shun recognizing his father. Jiang Wanwan didn't marvel at He Shun's father's wealth and status, but rather felt that fate was a truly wondrous thing. He Shun found his long-lost biological parents, and all the students in the school benefited from it. Parked the car downstairs in the residential area. After learning that Su Qiaoling was chatting with Lu Yu at his home, Chin Song took Jiang Wanwan directly back to his own home. This is a good opportunity to discuss this matter together. Chin Song felt that Hao Jiangwo would not only treat him to a meal tonight as a token of his gratitude, but would also definitely give him money as a thank you. Given his status and how much he values his son, the amount of money should be at least $1 million. Chin Song was very curious about how his parents and Aunt Sue would react when they found out about this, and were faced with a bank card with a balance of at least 7 figures. 10 minutes later, Chin Song recounted in detail what he had told Jiang Wanwan about He Shun on the way to Qinong, Lu Yu, and Su Qiaoling. After listening to Chin Song's words, Lu Yu stepped forward and touched Chin Song's forehead. It's not hot at all. Then she waved her hand in front of Chin Song's eyes. Seeing Chin Song blink, she continued. I'm not asleep either. Why are you talking nonsense and dreaming? Chin Song glanced helplessly at Lu Yu. Mom, I'm really not joking. You can ask Wanwan if you don't believe me. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan, who had just witnessed everything, was covering her mouth and laughing, but after Lu Yu cast an inquiring look at her, she stopped laughing and nodded slightly. Auntie, what Chin Song said is true. Instantly, the 3 people sitting on the sofa were stunned. A billionaire and a representative of the Provincial People's Congress. They know all too well the weight of these titles. By the way, Mom and Dad, Aunt Sue, He Shin's father might give you money later, so you should be prepared. How many? It should start at least at $1 million, maybe even 10 million. How many? Evening. Qinong drove the group to the hotel located at the address sent by He Shun. As soon as I got out of the car, the doorman standing at the hotel entrance greeted me. Are you Mr. Qin and his family and Ms. Su and her family? Just give me the car keys, and I'll help you park. Our lobby manager will take you to the private room. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit with a round belly walked over with a big smile on his face, adopting a very humble posture. After greeting them, I led them to a private room on the top floor. When the elevator doors opened, Chin Song discovered that Hao Jiangwo, Huang Miling, and He Shun were actually standing outside the private room waiting for him. Upon seeing Chin Song and the others arrive, they immediately came to greet them. Hao Jiangwo extended his hand to Qinong, and the two shook hands. Huang Miling was in charge of greeting Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling, while He Shun walked with Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan. The group entered the private room and took their seats. After introducing himself, Hao Jiangwo expressed his gratitude. Mr. Qin, Ms. Lu, Ms. Su, I apologize for disturbing you, but the purpose of inviting you to this meal is to express my sincere gratitude for raising such an outstanding child. If it weren't for them, I don't know if I would ever be able to reunite with my son in this lifetime. Seeing how Jiang Wo's approachable expression, Qinong and the others gradually relaxed. It's understandable that they were a little nervous meeting someone of such high status for the first time. However, thanks to how Jiang Wo's deliberate efforts to ease the atmosphere, the five parents chatted quite happily. How Jiang Wo and Huang Miling humbly sought advice from the three of them, discussing how to best educate their child. When Qinong said that we should let things take their natural course and not use our parental authority to pressure our children, How Jiang Wo nodded in strong agreement. The drawbacks of the current Chinese-style education system are indeed partly due to this. The dishes are served individually, and the order in which they are served is also very particular, so that the food doesn't get cold while everyone is eating and chatting. As a result, the table was divided into two small groups. Qinong, Lu Yu, Su Qiaoling, Hao Jiang Wo, and Huang Miling shared their experiences in educating children. Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, and He Shun were quietly eating their meal, occasionally chatting about issues related to their studies. He Shun took out 50,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Qin Song. Qin Song accepted the money without hesitation and put it into Jiang Wanwan's bag. The money was given to her by this girl, so naturally we have to return it to her. On the other side, my son Qin Song's academic performance is a bit behind, but his character is still very good, Qinong said to Hao Jiang Wo. Upon hearing this, Hao Jiang Wo asked in confusion, "Brother Qin, aren't your expectations a bit too high? Is a score of 600 considered lagging behind?" "Huh? 600 points?" "Yes, Qin Song scored 600 points in the city-wide joint exam. Didn't he tell you?" In fact, Qin and Song really forgot about it. Qin Song's parents only came back yesterday afternoon. After finishing his evening self-study, he didn't want to disturb their rest, so he hadn't had a chance to tell them yet. After the topic of grades came up, the adults then dragged the three children into the conversation. The discussion was nothing more than about the children's future prospects after university. However, it was mainly the five adults who were talking, while Qin and Song only occasionally chimed in and responded. After all, the first semester of senior year isn't even over yet, so it feels a bit early to be talking about these things. However, what's coming will come. After they had almost finished eating, Hao Jiang Wo took out 2 bank cards from his shirt pocket and placed them in front of Qinong and Su Qiaoling respectively. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it," Hao Jiang Wo said sincerely. "Brother Hao, Qin Song and Wanwan just wanted to help their classmate. They didn't mean anything by it. There's really no need for them to spend money." "Hey, I know. Brother Hao, if I may ask, how much money is in here?" "There is 100 million in each card." "Ah, no, this is too much. Brother Hao, you should take it back." Seeing that Qinong, Lu Yu, and Su Qiaoling were unwilling to accept the money, Huang Miling persuaded them. "Hey, you're being too polite. This is for Qin Song and Wanwan's 2 children. They'll need money for their weddings, cars, and houses, right? And when they have children, they'll need money for their weddings, cars, and houses, right? Won't our children's children need money to buy cars and houses when they get married? Right. This is my request as the older sister. Please accept this money, otherwise my husband and I will feel uncomfortable." At this moment, Hao Jiang Wo also said, "Yes, please accept this money as a gesture of respect for me, the eldest brother." The 3 of them. After returning home from dinner, the 3 of them were still in a daze. I had a meal, and suddenly 100 million yuan was stuffed into my pocket. The person who slipped the money was a billionaire and a National People's Congress representative, and he was begging me to accept it. What's wrong with this world? Chapter 109. The wind is gentle. Although Hao Jiang Wo arranged for someone to transfer the money from those 2 bank cards to cards under the names of Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling a few days later. But they still didn't want to be idle. They continued to drive their cars or work at the store. The huge sum of money in the bank was as good as gone. Nothing happened. Qin and Song advised them to rest at home or go on a trip, either domestically or internationally. This amount of money wouldn't even be enough to travel to all the worthwhile countries and cities. But they just laughed it off, saying, "We'll finish this period of work. Qin Song knew that Qinong, Lu Yu, and Su Qiaoling were all somewhat hesitant to believe that this was true. They need to slow down. Once they've recovered, they won't be thinking about getting busy anymore. Qin Song did not see anything wrong with accepting the money. The story of Zheng Yu, a disciple of Confucius in ancient times, saving a person and taking back an ox has already made the principle very clear. Moreover, he felt that if he didn't accept the money, Hao Jiangwo and his wife would probably come to him again to express their gratitude in various ways, so it was better to just do it directly. Why not do something that benefits everyone? Time flies. Perhaps due to the installation of air conditioning and the delivery of lunch and dinner, the overall performance of senior high school students at Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School improved significantly during the second city-wide joint examination. He Shun continued to hold the top spot with a score of 715. Qin Song's score also surpassed Jiang Wanwan's, reaching 650 points, while Jiang Wanwan's score was 640 points. Chen Sisi followed with 635 points. Although not as outstanding as He Shun's monstrous grades, they were still among the top in the joint entrance examination. Principal Guozhue was highly praised by the leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau for this. As a result, he always has a beaming smile at school, walks with a swaying belly and a wiggling bottom, and exudes confidence and high spirits. He would occasionally visit Qin Song and the other three in Class 2 of Senior 3, and his attitude was always kind and gentle. They hold it in their hands for fear of dropping it, and keep it in their mouths for fear of spoiling it. His reasons for doing this were twofold. Firstly, the 4 students had excellent grades, and secondly, he had heard rumors that other schools were trying to poach them. It's normal for schools to poach students from each graduating class of high school. Especially in the first semester of senior year, some schools poach students at an insane rate. But anyone with eyes can see it now, whether it's He Shun, Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, or Chen Sisi. To achieve this level in the city-wide joint examination so soon after starting senior year of high school. If these 4 students perform at their normal level during the college entrance examination, they will definitely be able to enter the top 50 in the province. He Shun has a very high probability of becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and at least at the provincial level. It's not impossible for him to become the top science student in the country. Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, and Chen Sisi are undeniably talented and diligent in their studies. Putting everything else aside, if this trend continues, all 4 of them will definitely be able to get into Tsinghua and Peking universities based on their scores. If he were really poached, Guozhue wouldn't even know where to turn to cry. He had made inquiries privately and found that not only public schools were trying to poach his students, but private schools were as well. Moreover, the schools are not limited to Jiangxing City. The 4 prestigious schools in fucking city all have this idea. Guozhue also learned about the conditions those schools use to recruit people from an old classmate. The public school provides a scholarship of tens of thousands of yuan, a single dormitory room, classrooms, and a cafeteria, and tuition is waived. He wasn't worried about these things, since all 4 of them were day students who lived close to home, and it wasn't worth it for them to go to another city to study just for this little bit of money. Now, thanks to Hao Jiangwo's donation, the meals for senior high school students at Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School are very good, with meals delivered to their homes, and the classrooms are also air-conditioned. But private schools are more generous. In order to build their reputation, some private schools, especially the more generous ones, will offer a substantial transfer fee, and some will even sign a performance-based agreement. The performance-based agreement stipulated that if a student successfully obtained titles such as city champion, provincial champion, or national science champion by affiliating with the school, they would be given a house and a car as a reward. This will both enhance the school's reputation and help build relationships with future industry elites. Those who can achieve top scores at the city, provincial, and national levels will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future, provided they continue to develop normally. This can be considered a good connection. Guozhue had reviewed the files of these 4 individuals. He Shun only has a grandmother, and his family is relatively poor. He is afraid that He Shun will be tempted. Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, and Chen Sisi all come from middle-class families, but Guozhue cannot guarantee that they will not transfer schools. Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School is a public school and certainly can't afford to spend as much money as private schools, so they can only play the emotional card. Thinking of this, Guozhue secretly decided that he would find an opportunity after some time to give these 4 people a scholarship and have a heart-to-heart talk with them. As long as we can keep them here, their achievements after passing the college entrance examination will be a significant part of our resumes. His future career path will be much smoother. In Class 2 of Senior 3, the seats from 1st to 4th place form a square. They complement each other in their studies and consult each other. This scene also inspired the other students in the class, and the usual study atmosphere gradually became stronger. After the 3rd evening self-study session ended, Qin Song drove Jiang Wanwan towards home. The girl was fiddling with the phone she had just taken out of the storage space under the seat of her electric scooter. When you open Douyin, the first video is explaining why Natsume Soseki translated like, as the moon is beautiful tonight. In Japanese, the word for moon is pronounced suki, and the word for like is suki. These 2 words sound very similar in Japanese. Thus, the phrase the moon is beautiful tonight became a subtle way of expressing affection. If someone tells you, the moon is beautiful tonight, it means they like you a lot. If you feel the same way, you can reply, the wind is gentle too. So, that's what Qin Song meant when he said that to me back then. The girl pondered, her heart filled with sweetness. She put her phone back in her pocket, slowly wrapped her arms around Qin Song's waist, brought her mouth close to his ear, and whispered, Qin Song, even the wind is gentle. Upon hearing this, Qin Song smiled gently. It seems this girl has already seen the video explaining the hidden meaning behind the phrase, the moon is beautiful tonight. By the way, Qin and Song, I searched online and found that this theory has only recently become popular. Have you read Natsume Soseki's books before? Jiang Wanwan asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Song revealed a mysterious smile. Guess? Chapter 110 Editor Hong Yue comes to the door. After the 3rd evening self-study session, if the 2 of them were a little hungry, they would choose to go to the night market stalls near the school or their neighborhood to buy some snacks. If I'm not hungry, I usually go straight home, wash up, play on my phone for a while, and then go to sleep. After school, it's impossible to study. After a long day of studying at school, you need to relax after taking a shower at home, otherwise you'll really become a study machine. Not only did he refuse to study Qin and Song, but he also demanded that Jiang Wanwan not study them either. Ever since the results of the 2nd city-wide joint exam came out, and Qin Song's score surpassed Jiang Wanwan's, Jiang Wanwan would secretly study until midnight or early morning from time to time. At first, Qin Song didn't know, but when she asked her about it, he found out. He asked Jiang Wanwan why she still had to study after getting home from evening self-study, since it was already very late after she had taken a shower. Jiang Wanwan said that she was worried that if she didn't perform well in the college entrance examination, she wouldn't be able to get into Jiangxing University with Qin Song. So I want to work hard and do more practice questions to get more points in the college entrance examination, so that even if I don't perform well, I can still get into Jiangxing University. Qin Song was unsure how to broach the subject. He couldn't very well tell Jiang Wanwan, "You're sure to get in, because your grades in your previous life weren't as good as they are in this life. You still got into Jiangxing University and chose your favorite major, fashion design, right?" Therefore, Qin and Song had no choice but to resort to another method, filing a complaint. Although Su Qiaoling had high expectations for Jiang Wanwan's academic performance, she hoped even more that her daughter could grow up healthy and happy. It was precisely because Qin Song knew Su Qiaoling's attitude towards this matter that he chose the method of reporting her. In fact, Jiang Wanwan was overthinking things. Based on her current grades and abilities, as long as she plays steadily, Jiangxing University is practically guaranteed to be hers. Even if you don't pass the exam, what's wrong with retaking it for another year? After being persuaded by the 2, Jiang Wanwan finally stopped studying for an extra 1 or 2 hours every day after evening self-study. When it comes to learning, a balance between work and rest is often much better than burying yourself in work. In science learning, quality is more important than quantity. Even if you don't know how to start writing the essay questions in the humanities section, you can still get some sympathy points by just glancing at the question stem and making up a couple of random sentences. When it comes to big science problems, if you don't know the answer, you simply don't know it. After writing down the word solution, and a colon, you can only stare blankly at the question stem. Back home, Chin Song took a shower, lay in bed, turned on his computer, and went to the author's back office, which he hadn't visited in a long time. After reviewing my recent writing earnings and withdrawing last month's earnings, I checked my remaining drafts, which could last me a while longer. He rarely logs into the author backend these days, usually just publishing his drafts on a schedule, which saves him time and effort. After typing 4,000 words, I habitually clicked on all the boxes with red notification dots. Whether it's a mobile phone or a computer, Chin Song has some obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Those red dots with numbers on them must be clicked off, otherwise I'll feel really uncomfortable. Why is there a red that won't go away? He looked at the red notification dot in the upper right corner. The number on it was already 99 plus. Upon clicking, I discovered it was a message from an editor at Tomato Novels. After Chin Song clicked to locate the latest unread message, a line of text immediately came into view. Red Moon. Big butt, this is your editor, Red Moon. Chin Song's pen name is the butt that burns when it eats chili peppers. He didn't understand why the editor didn't call himself Big Chili Pepper, but Big Butt. I briefly browsed through the 99 plus messages. The editor, named Red Moon, was simply asking if they could sign someone. Publishing novels on online novel platforms generally falls into two categories: signing books or signing authors. Signing a book means exactly what it says. Once a book is signed, it can only be published on the signing platform. Tomato Novel Network is where you sign books. Signing a contract with the author means signing a contract with the author themselves, and within the term of the contract, all of the author's novels can only be published on the contracted platform. Simply put, it's like signing a contract of servitude. It seems that Tomato Novels wants to take this opportunity to keep Chin and Song here. He opened his QQ account, which he hadn't logged into for a long time. Sure enough, a person named Hong Yue, who was nicknamed Tomato Editor, had sent him a friend request a month ago and had been sending it repeatedly since then. After confirming his identity, Chin Song clicked the Agree to Application box, and a message immediately popped up. Red Moon. Big butt. I finally got in touch with you. Wah. Red Moon. The phone number you provided on the platform is not working. I sent you a text message, but you didn't reply. Upon seeing this message, Chin Song slapped his forehead. He forgot that he had turned on the anti-harassment mode on his Chrysanthemum brand phone. This mode automatically blocks calls and text messages from unknown numbers. As for QQ accounts, he hadn't logged in for a very, very long time, so much so that he had to try and enter the wrong password several times. Chin Song. Hi editor, could you please stop calling me Big Butt? It feels weird. Red Moon. Great butt. Red Moon retracted a message. Red Moon. Okay, trashy author. Red Moon retracted a message. Red Moon. Okay, Chili Master. I'm so sorry. This input method isn't working well. I'll uninstall it now and use a different one. Chin Song. Chin Song. Signing people is no problem. What conditions can we offer? Less than 10 seconds after Chin Song sent that message, Hong Yu sent him a Word document titled Benefits and Treatment for Signing People by Buttocks. He silently ignored the word buttocks and opened the document to examine it carefully. The benefits and compensation are exceptionally good. After signing the contract, the book, 10 days, the end, will change from an exclusive contract to a guaranteed contract. There is a guaranteed minimum of 1,000 yuan per 1,000 words. If the amount exceeds the guaranteed minimum, you will receive the actual payment for the manuscript. If the amount does not exceed the guaranteed minimum, you will receive the guaranteed minimum payment. There are no preconditions. Subsequent new novels published on Tomato Novel will be guaranteed a minimum of 600 yuan per 1,000 words. Furthermore, the gift distribution changed from 70-30 to 80-20. Author 8, Platform 2. However, the IP of the novel, that is, the intellectual property rights, belong to the platform as usual. All revenue from copyright is split 50-50. Whether it's royalties or copyright income, the platform will deposit the money into the author's account after paying the taxes on their behalf. In other words, if Chin Song writes 4,000 words of fluff every day after signing the contract, he can still earn 4,000 yuan per day even if he loses readers. However, Given the current success and reputation of the novel 10 Days, The End, Chin Song would be out of his mind to write something like this. If you consistently write 4,000 words a day and maintain your current level, earning $1 million a month is just around the corner. Chapter 111 Jiang Wanwan's 18th birthday. The conditions offered by Tomato were quite good, especially considering that Chin Song was a newcomer with no achievements other than 10 Days, The End. The novel 10 Days, The End is currently less than 400,000 words long. If the later plot falls apart, its reputation will decline. There are certain risks involved in signing people in this way. Tomato is taking a gamble, betting that this book can make Chin Song, an unknown author, a legend overnight. Chin Song, what are the conditions? Red Moon. We need you to send us the outline for the next 300,000 words. We will give you an accurate answer in 10 minutes. Red Moon. If you're not ready, don't worry, just send it to me within a week. Chin Song. The outline is ready. We can release it now. He had already written the outline to the finale long ago. Now you just need to write it in the order of the outline. There's no question of it being left unfinished. After Chin Song sent the outline of the next 300,000 words of the book, 10 Days, The End, to Hong Yu via a Word document, Chin Song sent the outline to Hong Yu. Hong Yu immediately opened WeChat for Business and sent the document to the editorial supervisor group and opened a poll to see if it was approved. The outline is not a detailed outline. It mainly explains the direction of the story, so it is not very long. In less than 6 minutes, the outline had been approved by all the editors in the group. Red Moon. Chili, it's been approved on our end. When are you free? How about we meet in person to sign the contract? Chin Song. Can I sign the contract online? I'm not very free these days. Chin Song didn't see anything wrong with meeting, but he really hadn't had time lately, because he had classes. Manhwa. Okay, no problem. I'll send you the contract tomorrow at work. After you confirm it's okay, just send it back to me electronically. Red Moon. Group chat link. Chili, this is our Tomato Novel Network's author group. You can join. If you have time, you can share your writing experience with other authors in the group. Chin Song looked at the invitation from the Tomato Writers group displayed on the screen and clicked Agree to join, which authors discuss writing techniques in writers' groups. If you're wondering what to eat for 3 meals a day, a whole bunch of people will come up and recommend their local delicacies to you. Examples include duck blood vermicelli soup, beef vermicelli, mutton stew with bread, and fermented bean curd with fried dough rings. If you want to talk about which keyboard switches are comfortable for typing, or which chairs are comfortable to sit in, many people will give you recommendations. If you post a lewd picture, hooligans will immediately appear in the group. But if you start talking about writing, hundreds or thousands of people will instantly lose their ability to express themselves, and their phones will all run out of battery. After joining the group chat, Chin Song wisely remained silent, ignoring the messages welcoming newbies, and quietly changed his group nickname to Little Transparent. It's only a little past 10 p.m. now. The group chat was going very well. The conversation started with which brand of sausage was the best, and went all the way to which restaurant made the best burgers. Some say it's Kaifeng cuisine, others say it's McDonald's. Suddenly, a new person joined the group. The newcomer had only been in the group for a short while when he posted a screenshot of his work's daily data, with the book title blurred out, to the group. Little Thief. Hey everyone, could you please take a look at my recent stats? As soon as the message was sent, dozens of replies were received. Broad Bean. Let's take off without saying anything else. Tomato. A man of imperial might. Eagle. Get ready to become a legend with this book. A newbie. Looking forward to experts sharing writing techniques. Chin Song silently followed the rhythm of the group, watching the person leading the reply and quietly clicking into their profile. Goodness, I was shocked when I saw it. These 3 are all top figures in the online literature world, and I never expected them to come to Tomato. It seems they're preparing to test the waters with a new book on Tomato. After all, Tomato is still giving out a lot of traffic. And so, a dramatic scene unfolded. 3 top authors in the online literature world and a plagiarist who traveled back in time chased after a newbie author who had just entered the online literature world and achieved some small success, praising him endlessly. The newbie was so embarrassed by the compliments that after he posted a screenshot showing that he had received more than 2,000 yuan in royalties last month. The four of them even tricked him into sending two 20 yuan lucky draw red envelopes. Qin and Song both received red envelopes, and one of them was even considered lucky. Little nobody. Thank you so much for the red envelope, little thief. May you soon become a legend. Thank you. Broad beans, +1. Eagle, +1. Tomato, +1. 2 days later, on Saturday, it was Jiang Wanwan's 18th birthday. As we all know, most top students have one thing in common. They have a biological clock. If they fall asleep on time the night before, they will naturally wake up 10 minutes before the alarm clock rings in the morning. Jiang Wanwan, who had just woken up, sat up in bed, checked the time on her phone, stretched, and prepared to start her day of studying at school. However, the ping-pong sounds coming from the kitchen caught her attention. Based on past experience, Su Qiaoling should be waiting for her and Qin Song to come downstairs to get breakfast at the breakfast shop. So why is she in the kitchen? Although today is her birthday, it's not Sunday, so school isn't closed, and she still has to go to class. After quickly washing up in the bathroom, she changed her clothes and opened the door. There she saw Qin Song and Qin Ong sitting in the living room, and the kitchen door was open not far away, where Su Qiaoling and Lu Yu were busy working. The midday sun has been too strong lately. Since the school started providing meals, these two kids haven't been coming home for lunch much. The kitchen knife is even getting a bit dull. Su Qiaoling picked up the kitchen knife, sharpened it on the whetstone, and then cut the pork on the cutting board into strips. Lu Yu, who was standing nearby, was cutting a preserved egg with a sewing thread. On the kitchen stove, a small saucepan was simmering porridge, while the pressure cooker next to it was releasing pressure. After the two of them cut the shredded pork and preserved eggs separately, Lu Yu took over the task of making preserved egg and lean pork congee. Su Qiaoling poured the chicken broth from the pressure cooker into another pot and started cooking noodles in the broth. Fried eggs and boiled eggs were already prepared and placed on a plate to the side. Uncle Qin, why are you back? Didn't you just go to deliver goods with Aunt Lu a couple of days ago? Jiang Wanwan asked in confusion. Qin Ong smiled and said, the orders I've been taking recently are all within the province, so they won't take long. Besides, today is your 18th birthday. How could your Uncle Qin not come back? At this moment, Su Qiaoling and Lu Yu each brought their cooked noodles and preserved egg and lean pork congee to the table. Come and eat, Lu Yu called out. Chapter 112 Sour. Upon hearing this, the three of them moved from the living room sofa to the dining room. Everyone took their seats. Wanwan, Mama's called in sick for you today, and Qin Song's mom has also called in sick for you. You two don't need to go to school today, and our two families will celebrate your birthday together. Huh? Did you take leave? But aren't we in our final year of high school? Su Qiaoling explained with a smile. It is indeed the senior year of high school, but we won't miss this day. Those who can pass the exam will pass even if they don't study for a day. Those who can't pass will still fail even if they study for a day longer. Besides, no matter how important the college entrance exam is, you can always retake it. But if you don't celebrate your 18th birthday properly and miss this important milestone, the regret will be irreparable. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, is very important, there is no doubt about that. But there are many things in life more important than the college entrance exam. If every child's goal is to get into a prestigious school and become a successful person, wouldn't this world be far too boring? At this moment, Qin Song also said, by the way, Wanwan, He-shun and Chen Sisi also know that today is your birthday. They are planning to ask for leave from evening self-study. We'll eat at home for lunch and then go out for a get-together with them tonight. Hearing that so many people valued her birthday, Jiang Wanwan felt a warm glow in her heart. Good. Breakfast included congee with preserved egg and lean pork, chicken noodle soup, fried egg, boiled egg, and fried dough sticks with soy milk. It seems like a lot, but it's actually not too bad if divided among 5 people. In front of Jiang Wanwan was a bowl of chicken noodle soup with a boiled egg and a fried egg inside, and a small fried dough stick on top of the bowl. Su Qiaoling first took out her phone to take a picture of Jiang Wanwan to record their life before she spoke. Wanwan, the reason Mom puts a fried dough stick and 2 eggs on the table is not to tell you to get perfect scores in every subject, nor is it to urge you to study. What your mother means is that she hopes that in all the major choices you make in your life, You will always choose the option that satisfies you. If you were to rate this journey called life, Mom would hope that you would sincerely give yourself 100 points. Life is a wilderness, not a track. Mom values the college entrance exam because you value it, and Mom hopes you get good grades because you also hope you get good grades. So you don't need to feel pressured. Whatever decision you make, as long as you have your own reasons, Mom will support you unconditionally. Jiang Wanwan looked at Su Xiaoling with tear-filled eyes, nodded, and whispered, "Daughter understands. Thank you, Mom." Lu Yu, who was standing nearby, took out a few tissues and wiped the girl's tears. "It's your birthday today? Why are you crying, little girl? Come on, have some breakfast. It'll get cold if you don't eat now." After everyone finished breakfast and cleaned up the mess, they rested for a while, and it was almost 8 o'clock in the morning. Qinong, Su Qiaoling, and Lu Yu went out to buy groceries. "I had to make breakfast at home this morning, so I didn't have time. Because we ate lunch at home, and it was also Jiang Wanwan's 18th birthday, some ingredients that were hard to buy had to be driven to a market a bit further away." Seeing that all the adults had left, Qin Song unceremoniously took Jiang Wanwan's hand. "Come on, follow me." "Huh? Where are we going?" "Let's go see your birthday present." Qin Song took the girl's hand and took the elevator back home. He first had the girl sit on the sofa and wait, then went back to the bedroom and drew the curtains. After making sure the room was completely dark, he took out the remote control and pressed a button. After confirming that everything was in order, he returned to the living room and took out an eye mask for Jiang Wanwan to put on. "Put on your blindfold first, and don't peek." Jiang Wanwan obediently put it on, eagerly anticipating what gift Qin Song would give her. Qin Song took her hand, and the two walked side by side from the living room to the bedroom. After opening the bedroom door and letting the two of them in, Qin Song closed the door again to prevent the light from the living room from shining into the bedroom. "Okay, take it off now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan took off her blindfold, and everything went black. However, just as she was wondering, Qin Song reached into his pocket and pressed a button on the remote control, and starlight was projected onto the ceiling of the room. The dynamic starry sky and shooting star effects on the ceiling instantly caught the girl's eye. At this moment, Qin Song seized the opportunity to press a button on another remote control, and a warm yellow light instantly illuminated the originally dark desk. Jiang Wanwan walked closer to take a look. Inside the transparent glass dome on the desk, there was a pastoral scene built from building blocks. The small yellow light hanging from the glass dome perfectly serves as the sun. A single-story house, a stream, and a field. The single-story house is the largest building inside. Through the transparent glass window in the kitchen wall, you can see two women preparing lunch inside. Shifting my gaze to the stream, I saw two people, one big and one small. Adults wearing vests and shorts are standing in the stream, which is just above their calves, catching fish. Standing on the shore, a little girl with two pigtails was clapping and laughing happily. By this time, Jiang Wanwan had already realized that the model made of building blocks was based on her maternal grandmother's house. The bungalow is her maternal grandmother's house, and the stream is the one where Jiang Wanwan and her father often played when she was a child. The two women preparing lunch in the kitchen were naturally Su Qiaoling and Jiang's maternal grandmother. The one standing in the stream catching fish is Jiang's father, and the one standing to the side smiling and clapping is Jiang Wanwan. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Wanwan also discovered that both the bungalows and the stream were very similar to the real-life scene. "Qin Song, how did you do that?" she asked. "How is it? Do you like it?" Qin Song came to the girl's side with a gentle smile on his lips. "Yes, I like it. It must have taken a long time to make this, right?" Qin Song smiled and shook his head. "No, it's just that preparing the materials took a little longer. I've been preparing this gift for a while now. I bought a lot of building blocks, and every day after I get home from evening self-study and take a shower, I spend some time choosing the building blocks I need. After selecting the right materials, all you need to do is assemble the blocks one by one from memory." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. "Qin Song, thank you for the gift, I love it. I'll take it to your bedroom now. There's a space on your desk where you can put it," Qin Song said. "Oh, and the starry sky projector is also a gift. Why aren't you wearing the bracelet I gave you?" the girl suddenly asked. Qin Song rolled his eyes at her. How could I dare to wear it? Then, he took out the box containing the bracelet from the drawer under his desk. Upon opening the box, the bracelet lay quietly inside. Here, I think it's fine to put it here. It's safe, and you're safe too. You found out. Okay, I understand. Qin Song nodded. You idiot. Who would think of taking the blame for someone else? You're not just anyone. Jiang Wanwan retorted, pouting. I don't wear it on just anyone. I just leave it there and I feel at ease. Let's go. Let's move the gifts to your bedroom now. Wait, we'll move it later. I want to charge my phone. As soon as the girl finished speaking, she stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips to hers. Don't touch the pig's trotters. You scoundrel Qin Song. I told you not to touch me like that. All you do is grope me. It navigated automatically. I really didn't mean to. Chapter 113 Longevity Noodles. Anyone who has been in a relationship and kissed should know this. During your first kiss, you might be so nervous that your hands hang straight down, unsure of what to do. But after a few times, you'll become bolder. At first, they would only stay on the mountainside, but later they would gradually open up and start to bravely climb the mountain peak. This kind of thing is really out of control. That's how it was during the Qin and Song dynasties. Somehow, their hands would unconsciously and slowly creep up. After moving the building block model and projector to Jiang Wanwan's room, he rubbed his hands, which were red from being hit, while climbing the mountain. While rubbing, he grimaced and said, Wanwan, you're too rough. The backs of both my hands are red from your slaps, and they hurt so much. Jiang Wanwan glanced at Qin Song's hand, blushed, and spat lightly. Serves him right. Who told you to keep your hands to yourself, always touching me like that? Even so, she still took Qin Song's hands in turn, gently breathed on them a few times, and rubbed them. How about I get you something cold from the fridge to put on your face? No need. It'll be ready in a bit, Qin Song said with a smile. After a while, the three people who went out to buy groceries returned. The division of labor was clear, washing ingredients, chopping vegetables, and meat. Qin and Song were also preparing to get involved. He planned to knead some dough and make a bowl of longevity noodles. It's the kind where there's only one noodle in the whole bowl. Jiang Wanwan ate regular noodles for breakfast, not longevity noodles. Seeing that the four of them had gone to work, Jiang Wanwan felt embarrassed to sit idly on the living room sofa. However, she was kicked out as soon as she stepped into the kitchen. Wanwan, listen to Aunt Lu. You can sit on the sofa and play on your phone or watch TV. Today is your birthday. How can you ask the birthday person to help in the kitchen? Just wait to eat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to obediently nod. Back in the living room, not knowing what to look at, she pulled out a movie that Qin Song had recommended to her during their previous chat. What should I watch? Looking at the list of recommended movies, Jiang Wanwan felt conflicted. A silent voice, I choose you. Inside the kitchen, Qin Song was trying to knead the flour that he had just stirred into flocculent form with chopsticks into a dough. After a short while, knead it into a smooth dough, and then brush a thin layer of cooking oil on the surface. Cover with plastic wrap and let it rest for half an hour. After rolling the dough into a circle, make a hole in the middle. Next, after stretching it into a thick rope along the small hole, it was broken at a random spot. Then came the long, drawn-out rubbing and rubbing. After kneading it to the desired consistency, I found a plate and started to knead it from the middle, forming a vortex-like circle, and then brushed a layer of oil on top. After covering with plastic wrap and letting it rest for an hour, the next step is to carefully stretch the noodles by hand. Qin Song didn't have much experience with white-themed work. He usually did more red-themed work. Red work refers to meat and vegetables, which are then served in bowls. White work refers to pastries and noodles. However, after searching for tutorials online, he managed to recreate it quite well. After he finished, he put the whole long noodle in a bowl, covered it with plastic wrap, and set it aside. He had to wait until Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling finished cooking before he could start making the noodles. Otherwise, the noodles would clump together before all the dishes were served. Lunch was plentiful. Both families enjoy spicy food, although their preferred flavors differ. Both prefer spicy dishes. The Qin family prefers spicy food, while the Jiang family prefers sour and spicy food. Therefore, The lunch menu includes both sour and spicy dishes as well as fragrant and spicy dishes. Pickled fish, stir-fried beef, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, spicy and sour tripe, and wasabi prawns. In addition, I also bought a pound of braised beef shank from the braised meat shop downstairs. Finally, we steamed a grouper and stir-fried 2 kinds of vegetables. Because Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan planned to have dinner with their classmates that evening, Su Qiaoling and Lu Yu didn't cook a large portion. Although there were many kinds of dishes, the portions were just average. If 5 people eat together, finishing the plate is definitely not a problem. As for the evening, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan went out to meet up with their classmates, and the 3 adults naturally had their own entertainment activities as well. Su Qiaoling had already made up her mind. She planned to take Lu Yu and Qin Ong to the newly opened bathhouse in the city center. Of course, the formal kind. After paying the entrance fee, there is a free buffet, hot spring bath, and sauna. For an extra fee, you can also enjoy foot massage, and ear cleaning. Seeing that all the dishes were on the table, Qin Song took out the chicken soup left over from cooking noodles in the morning from the refrigerator. After pouring the soup into the pot in the kitchen, wait for the soup to boil before adding a whole noodle. Jiang Wanwan, who was sitting at the dinner table, was a little puzzled as she didn't see Qin Song. It wasn't until Qin Song came out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles that she realized he had been busy with this. Tada! How about it? Longevity noodles. Qin Song placed the bowl in front of Jiang Wanwan and handed her the chopsticks. There's a whole noodle inside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan looked at the bowl with surprise, picked up her chopsticks, found one end of the noodles, picked up some, and discovered that it really was a whole strand. There weren't many noodles. It would only take a few bites. Jiang Wanwan finished eating in no time. Still not full, she got another bowl of rice. The others also enjoyed their meal very much. The dishes were plentiful, the ingredients were fresh, and the taste was excellent. This heartwarming scene showed the 2 families acting like one big family. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly became somewhat tempted by Qin Song's earlier suggestion. Since I already have enough money, why bother delivering goods? Even if you do nothing, don't go out to play, just stay at home. Isn't it nice to eat and chat together as a family every day? She planned to find some time to talk to Qinong about this. I'm also planning to talk to Su Qiaoling. It would be nice to travel together sometime. After finishing lunch and cleaning up the dishes, the group drove to the Shimmy Commercial Building. Led by Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling, the 5 of them began to stroll around the mall. Jiang Wanwan is the only main character today. She naturally received the best treatment. Lu Yu was very generous and went directly to the jewelry store to choose a 3D hard gold necklace pendant for Jiang Wanwan. This type of gold is not priced by the gram, but by the piece. The one Lu Yu chose alone costs nearly 10,000 yuan. In addition, small gold and jade beads were strung onto the rope when it was being woven. In total, it cost almost 13,000 yuan. Then they went to a clothing store to make a purchase. I bought 3 little dresses and 3 pairs of high heels. I also bought a lot of other types of skirts, clothes, pants, and shoes. Qin Song realized that his mother and Aunt Su had started playing a Barbie doll dress-up game. Jiang Wanwan was already tall and well-proportioned, and she exuded youthful energy. The different colors and styles of dresses and high heels looked perfectly natural on her. On the contrary, it accentuated a unique charm. Chapter 114 isn't difficult either, is it? After buying clothes and shoes and storing them at the mall's service desk, the 2 planned to take Jiang Wanwan to look at bags. After all, since I've already bought the clothes and shoes, I have to buy a matching bag too. Jiang Wanwan was quite interested in dresses and high heels, but she was rather indifferent to bags. She couldn't understand why, when both were used to store things, the prices were worlds apart. Even if that bag is made of calfskin, it's not worth tens of thousands, is it? She even thought that the ridiculously expensive bag wasn't as nice as the canvas bag she bought for a little over 20 yuan. If your canvas bag gets dirty, you can just throw it in the washing machine. But if your other bag gets dirty, you'll need to use a professional cleaning agent. It can't get wet in the rain, and it can't be exposed to direct sunlight. It's like bringing home a little emperor. Jiang Wanwan felt that spending money on this ridiculously expensive bag was not as worthwhile as buying gold, since gold could appreciate in value in the future. So when Jiang Wanwan heard that Su Qiaoling and Luyu wanted to take her to buy a bag. She quickly refused. She bought enough today. She tried on more than 10 outfits and was exhausted. Mom, Aunt Lu, Uncle Chin, I want to go to the arcade on the third floor with Chin's song. While looking at the road signs, Jiang Wanwan noticed an arcade on the third floor with claw machines. She wanted to try it out and play the claw machine. The three of them naturally agreed to Jiang Wanwan's request. Okay, then you and Chin Song can go out and have fun tonight. When you're done, find a cold drink shop to sit for a while. Your mother, Aunt Lu, and Uncle Chin will go shopping again. We'll call you when we leave, Su Chaoling said with a smile. Chin Song, as a boy, you need to take good care of Wanwan, understand? Lu Yu instructed. Okay. So, Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan, one freed from the nightmare of trying on clothes and the other freed from the nightmare of shopping, left happily. Chinong, looking exhausted, was left to follow behind the two shopping queens, continuing to play the role of a tool. The two took the elevator to the arcade on the third floor of the mall. Chin Song looked at the colorful array of equipment in front of him and asked, Wanwan, what do you want to play? Racing simulator, basketball shooting game, or dance machine? Jiang Wanwan shook her head, pointed to a small room decorated in pink and filled with claw machines, and said excitedly, I want to play claw machines. I've never played a claw machine before. There was a wall in the room covered with cute pink dolls, separated by glass, which was quite eye-catching. Because it's inside a shopping mall, the prices are a bit expensive. All the machines cost 2 coins per use. 10 yuan gets you 4 coins, 20 yuan gets you 10 coins, 50 yuan gets you 25 coins, and 100 yuan gets you 60 coins. On average, it costs about 3 to 4 yuan to catch one. Although it's expensive, the quality of the dolls inside is quite good. Those popular IP dolls all have officially licensed labels. Seeing the girl's expectant expression, Chin Song naturally couldn't refuse. Then you see what you want to catch first, and I'll go by the coins. Good. Chin Song went to the front desk, and, while Jiang Wanwan was still looking at the dolls, quietly discussed with the boss. Boss, today is my girlfriend's birthday, and I want to make her happy. How about we discuss this? Give me the remote control for the claw machine. I won't pay for the tokens. I'll pay you an extra 30 yuan for every plush toy we win. Upon hearing this, the owner glanced at the other customers playing the claw machine. After realizing that no one had heard Chin Song's words, he said with a serious expression, This customer, our store absolutely does not have a remote control to adjust the machine's intensity. Everything is random. 40 yuan per doll, that's the most I can offer. I searched for these dolls online. Although they're all authentic, the wholesale cost is only 10 or 20 yuan. Chin Song said leisurely. If that doesn't work, then I'll have to go to another store. The mall is so big, it's impossible that there's only one claw machine shop. No sooner had he finished speaking than a remote control was shoved into Chin Song's hand. The shopkeeper smiled and said, This remote control is all-powerful. Whichever machine you're closest to, just press the first button and the claw's strength will be adjusted to the maximum. Pressing the second button will return it to its original state. Remember to press the restore button after your girlfriend catches you. Otherwise, any other customers who are caught will also be counted against you. Also, please pay a deposit of 1,000 first. Thank you. Chin Song nodded, and after signaling the boss to turn off the payment notification sound, he scanned the QR code with WeChat to send 1,000 yuan. After asking the boss for 100 coins, Chin Song took the coins and went to Jiang Wanwan's side. Have you decided which one to arrest first? Jiang Wanwan nodded and pointed to a machine containing white sheep plush toys, saying, I want to grab this one first. Okay, shall I give it a try first? Good. Chin Song inserted 6 coins into the box and tried to grab them 3 times in a row, but failed each time. He feigned a bitter expression and said, Sigh. It seems I don't have this talent. This is so difficult. I'll do it, the girl said eagerly. Upon hearing this, Chin Song handed the coins to Jiang Wanwan. Just as she was inserting the coins, Chin Song quietly approached the machine and pressed the first button. The girl carefully manipulated the claws. She was actually a little nervous after seeing Chin Song fail 3 times in a row. Finally, after aiming at the easiest plush toy to grab, she pressed the grab button. This time, unlike the previous 3 times, the claws didn't weaken after reaching the top, causing the doll to fall. Instead, it firmly grasped the doll, and the moment its claws loosened, it fell accurately into the frame. It's not difficult at all. Jiang Wanwan took out the doll and showed it off to Qin Song. Qin Song looked on with envy. Wanwan, lying is wrong. You said you'd never played a claw machine before? Your technique is so skillful. Jiang Wanwan explained with delight. This is really my first time playing. At this moment, Qin Song said with a look of dissatisfaction, No, I'll try again. Qin Song, a graduate of the Drama Academy, perfectly portrayed the word unconvinced. As he inserted the coin, he reached into his pocket and pressed the button to restore the power. As expected, this attempt at the claw machine also ended in failure. Then, Qin Song looked at the girl with admiration. Teacher Wanwan, can you catch one for me? Jiang Wanwan felt a little shy under his gaze. I can give it a try, but I'm not sure if I can catch it this time. Then she put in 2 more coins. Qin Song also pressed the button to increase the intensity. At the same time, she inserted the coin. As expected, it was another one-shot kill. Here you are, your doll. The girl happily handed one of the sheep dolls to Qin Song. She never expected that she would be able to successfully win the claw machine twice in a row on her first try. I heard online that claw machines are really hard to win, but it doesn't seem that way. Chapter 115, I hope you will always be my little boy. Then, she tried several different machines. In order to avoid arousing Jiang Wanwan's suspicion, under Qin Song's secret manipulation, the girl won at least once out of 3 times in the subsequent claw machine games, although it wasn't as outrageous as the first time. Qin and Song were not bad either, but it took 7 or 8 tries to win once. Jiang Wanwan's doll stroller was already crammed full of dolls. Qin Song only had 3 dolls in total, one of which was given to him by Jiang Wanwan at the beginning. Seeing Qin Song's worried face, Jiang Wanwan said softly, Okay, don't be unhappy. I'll give you this whole cart. Just give me those 3 you have. I have a full 12 dolls in this car. Aren't you tempted? If you just smile, I'll switch with you. How about it? Upon hearing this, Qin Song chuckled. I'm not a child. Why are you trying to coax me like this? The girl smiled gently. But I hope you'll always be my little boy. Puff, puff, puff. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a health bar being emptied rang in Qin Song's mind. Despite the fact that Qin and Song had made preparations in advance, this game was a contest of strength. He bribed the boss to get the remote control to adjust the claw's strength, deliberately making himself miss, and ensuring that Jiang Wanwan won on her first try at the claw machine. But the girl only needed 1 strike, 1 sentence, and Qin Song was defeated without warning. A simple, heartfelt statement delivered a devastating blow. It took Qin Song a while to come to his senses. He took the opportunity of going to the cashier to buy a bag for his doll to settle the bill with the shop owner. The shopkeeper calculated that 100 coins would cost 150 yuan for the Qin and Song dynasties, and 15 dolls would cost 40 yuan each, which would amount to 600 yuan. 2 transparent drawstring bags for holding dolls, 5 yuan each, 10 yuan in total. After scanning the 240 Qin Song coins, the shop owner smiled very attentively and said, Thank you for your patronage, and welcome to visit again next time. If there were more people like Qin Song who were willing to spend money to make their girlfriends happy, then his days of achieving financial freedom would be just around the corner. The boss thought it was worth it, and Qin Song also thought it was a good deal. Spending a little money is no big deal. Money is meant to be spent. He earns over 100,000 yuan a month in royalties now, so he doesn't need to worry about a little money. As long as I can see Jiang Wanwan happy, it's all worth it. Since we're already here, we can't just grab a plush toy. Qin Song then took Jiang Wanwan to try some other activities. Examples include arcade games, racing games, and basketball shooting machines. But Jiang Wanwan didn't seem interested in any of these things. Instead, she enjoyed watching Qin Song play. Especially when Qin Song achieved his goal of playing the basketball machine for free 5 times in a row, her eyes almost popped out with excitement, and she kept cheering him on. In the end, on the 7th attempt, they were defeated. If 2 people who can both shoot hoops play together, they might be able to go even further. Seeing that the girl wasn't interested in any of this, Qin Song decided not to continue playing. His purpose in coming here was to keep Jiang Wanwan company and make her happy. Jiang Wanwan was unhappy. No matter how well he played or how much fun he had, it was all meaningless. Qin Song, how about we play this? The girl asked, pointing to a small room surrounded by glass. A small sign hung above the small room, with the words Changba printed on it in large characters. To put it simply, this thing is a device that can sing placed inside a small, portable room. There are curtains all around, so the privacy is pretty good. Qin Song approached a karaoke booth that was in use nearby and found that the soundproofing of the glass was acceptable. Although some sound may leak out, there is already a lot of noise in the arcade. The sounds of a dance machine, racing cars, and basketball shooting machines. Unless you get extremely close, or so extreme as to press your ear against the glass, it's still very difficult to hear. The two opened an empty karaoke room and went inside. The space inside wasn't very large, but with two tall chairs, there was still some room left after two people sat down. It has all the basics, such as two microphones, two earphones, a touchscreen for selecting songs, and a large secondary screen for displaying lyrics. Unlike other attractions in arcades, Changba allows you to pay with either coins or by scanning a QR code. 2 hours for 32 yuan is a reasonable price. It's not cheap, but it's not expensive either. After entering and closing the door, Jiang Wanwan took out her phone and scanned the QR code to pay for 2 hours. After discovering that she could also save her singing audio recordings on her phone, she immediately took out her phone and connected it via Bluetooth. Fortunately, the song library is quite comprehensive, including popular songs from KTVs and songs by popular singers. Next, Jiang Wanwan clicked on the screen and selected a few songs she wanted to sing. April Encounter, Sunny Day, 7 Mile Fragrance, Rain on Qingming Festival, What's Wrong, and so on. Qin Song, can you sing all of these? Jiang Wanwan asked expectantly. Upon seeing these familiar song titles, Qin Song exclaimed excitedly, "Of course I know them. I'm a huge Jay Chou fan and a longtime fan of Song Jian. He loved music very much. In his previous life, he taught himself guitar while in college and even joined the university's student art troupe, where he learned singing techniques from the senior students who were very skilled. One reason was so that he could sing and play these songs on his guitar by himself, and the other, of course, was to express his feelings to Jiang Wanwan through playing and singing on the guitar. It's a pity I didn't get to use it. Let's sing together," the girl said happily. "You can request any songs you know. If I know them, I'll sing along with you. If I don't, I'll just listen quietly, okay?" Upon hearing this, Qin Song pondered for a moment and then selected 3 songs. One of them is Spark, Seppukaru, an interlude from the movie Your Name. One of them is Walking Horse by singer Chun-Li. Another song is HHW's Sending. These 3 songs are all songs that Qin Song really likes. After selecting the song, Qin Song clicked the play button. The songs then proceeded in order, starting with the first one, April Encounter. After clicking the duet button, the lyrics immediately changed to 2 colors, pink and blue. Jiang Wanwan was in charge of the pink part, while Qin Song was in charge of the blue part. The same applies to the following songs. Since most of the songs performed by Jiang Wanwan are popular and widely sung, Qin Song can sing them all. The song, April Encounter, wasn't popular in 2018, but it became a hit after being featured in the TV series When I Run Towards You. The same is true of the other lesser-known songs that Jiang Wanwan chose. They all became quite popular in later generations. Chapter 116 Number 1 Little Fangirl. Therefore, Qin Song could sing all of the nearly 10 songs that Jiang Wanwan selected, and he sang them all very well. This made Jiang Wanwan extremely happy. There's a saying that goes something like that. If 2 people share similar tastes in music and movies, then they are unlikely to have major issues with each other's values. Because songs and movies reflect the inner spiritual world, only 2 people with similar spiritual worlds can have a deeper level of communication. True friendship often begins with heartfelt communication. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan had only one feeling, which was, a single encounter in the golden autumn breeze and jade dew surpasses countless encounters in the mortal world. Back when she was at her grandmother's house, Jiang Wanwan thought it was just a coincidence that Qin Song liked the song, April Encounter, as much as she did. It seems that's not the case. I and Qin Song are clearly a match made in heaven. Qin Song recommends movies that I like, And he also likes the songs that I like to listen to, and I can even sing them. And she sings exceptionally well. I've never heard you sing before. I didn't expect you to sing so well. The girl looked at Chin's song with admiration. I hereby declare that I, Jiang Wanwan, will henceforth be your #1 fangirl, Chin's song. If you learn a new song in the future, you must sing it for me right away. No boy can stand the way his crush looks at him with adoring, starry eyes, and Chin's song was no exception. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. No, it's just so-so. Okay, stop being modest. I don't know how to sing the next 3 songs you requested, so you'll sing them solo. I'll be your audience. Jiang Wanwan said. Chin's song nodded, clicked the play button, and silently listened to the intro of the song. The song Spark is sung entirely in Japanese. Although the lyrics were not displayed on the secondary screen, it did not affect Chin's song's performance at all. Chin's song had already memorized this 8-minute and 54-second song. He only needed to sing along to the rhythm. Mada kanashirja. Looking at this world. Serva no fidi narashite taimitai da. It seems they still want to tame me. Hope mi tonridaro. Shikumogakuyo. Then so be it. I will struggle beautifully to the very end. As soon as the intro started, Jiang Wanwan realized that this song was an interlude from the movie Your Name. At first, she was a little confused. Wasn't this song entirely in Japanese? How could Chin's song sing it? Does this song have a Chinese translation? But the moment Chin's song's voice rang out, Jiang Wanwan was immediately captivated. A youthful, slightly magnetic voice rang out, accompanied by a familiar accompaniment. While listening to the song, scenes from the movie immediately and automatically came to mind. At first, Jiang Wanwan thought the sound quality of the karaoke app was pretty good, but now she's starting to dislike it. If the sound quality were better, Chin's song's singing voice would probably sound even better, right? The girl thought to herself. She took out her phone, turned on video recording mode, and secretly pointed the camera at Chin's song. Upon discovering this scene, Chin's song did not dodge. Instead, he abandoned looking at the lyrics on the secondary screen and turned to meet the girl's gaze. The girl met his gaze back defiantly, but as she listened to the song and watched Chin's song's tender and loving eyes, her face slowly flushed, and she gradually succumbed to his charm. What should I do? I can't hold on much longer, she thought anxiously. Since we can't hold on any longer, let's just stop. So, taking advantage of the song's interlude, Jiang Wanwan went straight up. She reached out and pushed aside the microphone that was blocking Chin's song's lips, then leaned her head in directly. Their soft, moist lips touched, and their brains released a frenzy of dopamine and endorphins. Chin's song was stunned. He discovered a problem. Why do I keep getting kissed by this girl lately? Shouldn't he be the big bad wolf and she be the little white rabbit? Why were the identities reversed? Therefore, in order to restore his husbandly authority, he voluntarily stuck out his tongue. After the sizzling sound finished, the prelude to Walking Horse began. After Chin's song finished singing the song, Jiang Wanwan promptly added it to her playlist. When the intro to the song, Sending, started, Jiang Wanwan wasn't particularly impressed, thinking it was just an ordinary folk song with guitar playing. However, she changed her mind when the first line of lyrics played. I suddenly thought of something. I want to enjoy the sunshine all summer long. I'll send it to you in winter. Just by listening to these 3 lines of lyrics, she was already convinced that the lyricist must be a very gentle person. When the African drum beats started at 32 seconds, Jiang Wanwan felt that the song had been elevated to a higher level. She listened to Chin's song sing the song while searching for it, and found that not many people had saved or commented on it. But she believes the song will definitely become a hit. It's like a pot of fine wine with a lingering aftertaste. The more you drink, the more flavorful it becomes. In the following time, Jiang Wanwan found some songs that they both knew and sang duets for a while longer before the 2 hours ended. After Jiang Wanwan saved all the audio recordings of her singing on her phone, the phone call to tell her to go home hadn't come yet. The two were a bit thirsty after finishing their song, so they decided to find a cold drink shop to sit for a while. It wasn't very convenient to look for the dolls while carrying 2 bags, so they decided to go to the store's lockers first. After storing the 2 bags of dolls, I went to a cold drink shop and sat down. Upon arriving at the front desk, Chin Song ordered a kumquat lemon drink for himself and a peach oolong drink for Jiang Wanwan. When the staff finished making the cold drinks and Qin Song brought them to Jiang Wanwan's seat, he found her in a daze. "What are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed." Qin Song inserted the straw and pushed the cold drink in front of Jiang Wanwan. The girl took the cold drink, said, "Thank you," and took a sip. "I was thinking, if you fail in your business in the future, we'll go to a claw machine shop and try our luck. I'm so good at claw machines. We can sell the plush toys we win and make money. However, we can't just focus on cracking down on one store, or the owner will go bankrupt." Upon hearing this, Qin Song broke out in a cold sweat. "Don't worry, that day will never come. Last time, Hishin's father gave each of our two families 100 million yuan, which is more than we could spend normally. If that day ever comes, Qin Song doesn't know if the boss will go bankrupt, but he will definitely be the first to go bankrupt." That seems to be true. Jiang Wanwan only had one memory of that sum of money. That means that after Qin and Song, marrying her would no longer require worrying about the bride price. Her family had enough money to provide a dowry. Everything went smoothly. Looking forward to the end of the college entrance exam, Jiang Wanwan made a decision. On the day the college entrance examination ended, she would confess her feelings to Qin Song. She didn't care about those bizarre opinions. There is no law stipulating that it must be the boy who confesses his feelings to the girl. When a girl meets a boy she likes, she should bravely go for it. Otherwise, what if you miss out? Wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life? Two stubborn people will only miss out. Two people who both want to win are not suited for dating. They are only suited for sitting across from each other playing cards. The mouth is not for arguing, but for explaining misunderstandings. This is Jiang Wanwan's understanding of relationships. Chapter 117 Birthday at Hadaleo. After sitting in the ice cream shop for a while, the two received a call from Lu Yu telling them to go home. After collecting all the items stored in the mall, the group went home to rest for a while. Since Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were going out to have dinner with their classmates that evening, Su Qiaoling, Lu Yu, and Qinong took their things home, rested for a while, said goodbye to the two of them, and then headed to the bathhouse. They planned to get a massage and a bath first, and then have dinner ready. After the three left, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan began to discuss their plans for the evening. "Wanwan, what do you want to eat tonight?" Qin Song asked. "Once we've made the reservations, we can go to the school gate to wait for He-shun and Chen Sisi. After they come out, we'll take a taxi. Because it's the weekend, I have to book a table in advance, otherwise I'm afraid there won't be any seats left if I'm late." After thinking for a moment, Jiang Wanwan said, "How about hot pot?" Upon hearing this, Qin Song pondered for a moment. Hot pot is a good choice, and you don't have to worry about different tastes. There were 4 people in total, and each person chose a pot base, which was very fair. "Make a reservation first, and then we can order together when we arrive." "How's Hadaleo?" "The taste is so-so, but the service is pretty good," Qin Song asked. "Okay, sure," Jiang Wanwan replied. After receiving Jiang Wanwan's affirmative reply, Qin Song found the Hadaleo restaurant closest to the school and dialed its service number. After confirming that there were still private rooms available, I reserved a small one. Then, under the guise of going to the restroom, I quietly made another service call, saying it was my birthday party and asking Hadaleo staff to decorate the private room. The cake had already been ordered from a cake shop, so Qin Song simply asked the cake shop to send the cake to Hadaleo first, since Hadaleo offers refrigerated cake service anyway. Generally, Hadaleo doesn't charge for decorating birthday scenes, but Qin Song wanted it to be more elaborate and have some fresh flowers added. In addition, when serving the cake, a bouquet of flowers should also be given to Jiang Wanwan. Therefore, it is no longer free. After discussing with the store manager and confirming with Qin Song that the extra charge of 300 was not a problem, everything was arranged. After checking the time, they realized it was almost time for school to end, so the two took a bus to the school gate. The school bell rang, and after a while, Qin Song saw 2 people walking towards the school gate from afar. He waved to them. "Here." After meeting, seeing Jiang Wanwan's happy face, Chen Sisi said enviously, "Wanwan, your mother is so kind. She actually asked for leave for you on your birthday, which is a special time for senior year of high school. My parents are different. On my birthday, they only gave me a day off from evening self-study." Jiang Wanwan smiled and replied, "It's all right. After witnessing the suffocating parenting styles of her classmates' parents, Jiang Wanwan felt incredibly fortunate to have a kind and understanding mother who respected her child. At this moment, Hishin took out the birthday gift he had given to Jiang Wanwan. Happy birthday. Seeing this, Chen Sisi also took out a small box from her school bag. Happy birthday, Wanwan. After thanking them one by one, the girl happily accepted the gifts they offered and gently placed them into the canvas bag hanging on her shoulder. It feels so good to be valued by my friends. At the same time, the Didi car that Qin Song had called arrived. After a drive of about 10 minutes, the group arrived at the entrance of Haidaleo. Just as I was about to go in, a waiter standing at the door came to greet me. Hello, welcome to Haidaleo. Do you have a reservation? Qin Song nodded. Yes, his surname is Qin, and he reserved a private room. The number is 188XXXXXXXX. Okay, please wait a moment. After verifying their identities, the waiter led the group to the door of the private room. Jiang Wanwan pushed open the door to the private room, and what came into view was a silver aluminum foil balloon with the letter Happy Birthday on it, with glowing fairy lights hanging on it. In addition, there were some colorful balloons scattered on the ground, and a small flower basket full of fresh flowers on the table in the private room. Seeing the scene before her, Jiang Wanwan immediately realized that it was Qin Song's doing, and she felt a little touched. After we were seated, the staff in the private service room immediately handed us a tablet for ordering. The 4 people sat together, and each of them ordered a different hot pot base. Beef tallow hot pot, tomato hot pot, clear oil spicy hot pot, and mushroom soup hot pot. Then we ordered some other essential ingredients for hot pot. Shrimp paste, crispy pork, tripe, honeycomb tripe, fatty beef, fatty mutton, duck intestines, beef aorta, etc. After finishing the meat dishes, we ordered some vegetarian dishes and desserts, and for drinks, we chose plum juice that offered free refills. Although Haidaleo's plum juice is made with plum paste, the price is still what it is. It costs 6 yuan per person, and you can get free refills. Plus, the taste is pretty good. Because I wanted to try many different kinds of food, but was afraid I wouldn't be able to finish them, I only ordered half portions of each dish. For our main dish, we ordered a bowl of lao pai lao mian, a type of noodle soup. We asked the waiter to prepare several different dipping sauces for the hot pot. Although the Haidaleo restaurant was crowded tonight, the food was served very quickly. After all, most of them are raw. All you need to do is take them out and plate them. Seeing that Chen Sisi was a little reserved because there were waiters in the private room, Jiang Wanwan politely told the waiter that this table did not need separate service and that he would call him if needed. After confirming the details and stating that he would wait at the door of the private room, the waiter left the room. After the waiter left, Chen Sisi felt less reserved. Although Chen Sisi has become less socially anxious recently due to her interactions with Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, Hishun, and others, she is still ultimately a person. I only feel more relaxed when I'm around these 3 familiar people. She still gets a little nervous when classmates she doesn't know very well strike up a conversation with her, let alone strangers. As everyone ate and chatted, Jiang Wanwan noticed a problem. When discussing other topics, Chen Sisi would actively share her views and observations on the matter, but she became less enthusiastic whenever the topic turned to Hishun. It wasn't like this before. When Hishin first moved in and sat next to Chen Sisi was indeed somewhat socially awkward around him. However, during their recent interactions, because of Hishun's excellent academic performance, Chen Sisi inevitably asked him questions about his studies from time to time. In addition, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan acted as mediators. Chen Sisi and Hishun are already considered friends, so she naturally doesn't feel as socially awkward around him. We used to get along quite well. What's wrong with us today? Jiang Wanwan was puzzled and planned to ask Hishin on WeChat when she got home that night to see if something unpleasant had happened between them. Chapter 118 Toy Cars. Halfway through the meal, Qin Song excused himself to go to the restroom, but actually found a Haidaleo employee and told them it was time to come. So, shortly after Qin Song returned from the restroom, 3 waiters walked in, holding up LED signs that read, Haidaleo wishes you a happy birthday, followed by another waiter pushing a trolley. On the small cart were the cake Qin Song had previously ordered from the bakery and a bouquet of flowers included in the 300 extra fee. After closing the door to the private room and lighting the candles on the cake, the lights in the room were also turned off. After a waitress put the birthday hat on Jiang Wanwan's head, she handed her the bouquet of flowers from the trolley. Then came the classic scene. A waiter pressed the play button on the stereo, and the familiar intro began to play. It's your birthday today, so I'm sending you my best wishes. Special days are marked by radiant smiles. Several Haidaleo waiters sang while waving LED light boards in their hands. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's surprised, yet somewhat embarrassed expression, Qin Song tried his best to suppress his laughter and sang along. When the climax came, he sang even louder. Say goodbye to all your troubles. Say hi to all happiness. Happy birthday, my dearest. He-shin didn't know how to sing this song, so he clapped along to the rhythm. Chen Sisi lowered her head and covered her face. She was starting to feel embarrassed for Jiang Wanwan. Thankfully, this isn't a private room. If it were in the lobby, the company would be dead, right? She alone, just sitting there, could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. If she is the main character, and she is in the hall, and the hall is packed, she couldn't even imagine what would happen. After the song ended and Jiang Wanwan blew out the candles, the lights in the private room came on. A waitress handed her a bag. Little sister, there's a notebook inside. It seems you're still in school. I wish you all the best in your studies and that you achieve great success. There's also a can of Want milk inside. Wishing you a prosperous future. Thank you, Jiang Wanwan said, taking the bag and happily squinting her eyes. She is very happy now. Although it was a bit awkward, at least it was inside a private room. Moreover, this was a unique experience. On her 18th birthday, she received blessings from her family, friends, strangers, and Qin Song's thoughtful arrangements and blessings. She is already very content. It's still early after dinner, and tomorrow is Sunday, so there are no classes. The 4 of them found a cold drink shop to sit for a while to digest their food, and then strolled around the nearby park and shopping street. They didn't go home until almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Song hailed a taxi, and the 4 of them got in together. First, they took Chen Sisi to her apartment building, and after confirming that she had arrived home safely, they took He-shin home. Finally, we returned to the happiness community. Jiang Wanwan returned home laden with birthday gifts from Chen Sisi, He-shun, and Haidaleo. After returning to her room and taking a shower, she first put the flowers Qin Song had given her in a glass bottle filled with water before opening the 2 gifts. He-shun gave her a fountain pen, while Chen Sisi gave her a silver hairpin. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Chen Sisi. Jiang Wanwan. Sisi, thank you for the hairpin, I really like it. A few minutes later, Chen Sisi replied. Chen Sisi, if you like it, that's fine. In ancient times, when a girl turned 15, it was considered her coming of age, also known as the age of hairpinning. Giving her a hairpin was a coming of age ceremony for her. Chen Sisi, in modern society, 18 is the legal age of adulthood, so it's not too late for me to give you a hairpin. After chatting for a while, Jiang Wanwan successfully steered the conversation towards He-shun. Jiang Wanwan. Sisi, why were you acting strangely tonight when we were talking about He-shun? You weren't like this before. Did you and He-shun have some kind of conflict? Chen Sisi. No, it's just that He-shun told me he found his parents. Chen Sisi. I actually have a bit of a crush on He-shun, but after learning about his background, Ugh, let's not talk about that. I'm really fine now. Upon seeing Chen Sisi's words, and considering He-shun's family situation, Jiang Wanwan felt some understanding. Jiang Wanwan, don't be so pessimistic. You 2 get along really well as friends, don't you? Let's talk about the future later. Let's finish the college entrance exam first, and take it one step at a time. Chen Sisi. Okay, I understand. Chen Sisi, by the way, what did you guys do this afternoon? You looked so happy when I left the school gate. Jiang Wanwan. We had so much fun. My mom, Qin Song's family, and I first bought little dresses and high heels, then we bought necklaces. The latest chrysanthemum brand phone I have is a birthday present from my mom. It's even a matching pair with Qin Song's. Jiang Wanwan. Then Qin Song took me to play the claw machine, and we sang songs and drank cold drinks together. Jiang Wanwan. A big bag of dolls. JPG. Jiang Wanwan. Duet with Chinsong.mp3. Jiang How was it? Chinsong sang well, right? Chen Sisi replied after listening. Chen Sisi, it sounds so nice. Your voice is so nice too. Even your voices are a perfect match. Chen Sisi, I'm so envious of your childhood sweetheart relationship with Chinsong. Why don't I have a childhood sweetheart? Wah. Chen Sisi, by the way, Wan, can I ask you something a bit gossipy? When did you start liking Chinsong? Upon seeing this sentence, Jiang Wanwan recalled the bits and pieces of her time with Chinsong over the past 18 years. When did I start liking Chinsong? In an instant, Jiang Wanwan found the answer in her memory. When I was 5 years old, I forgot to bring my toys when I went to kindergarten. After searching through her school bag for a long time without finding it, she assumed she had lost it and started crying incessantly. Her cries were heartbreaking. No matter how the teachers tried to coax him, they couldn't soothe him. Just as the teachers were at their wits' end and were about to call Su Qiaoling, Chinsong handed the toy fire truck in his hand to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, I'm giving you my favorite toy car. You're not allowed to cry anymore, okay? Otherwise, the toy car will think you don't like it, and it will be unhappy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan stared blankly at the toy car that Chinsong had shoved into her hands and slowly stopped crying. Looking at the little boy in front of him, who was half a head taller than him, smiling and looking at him, and even reaching out to rub his hair. Her heart was filled with a strange emotion. This emotion is wonderful. It's different from friendship and family affection. It's an emotion that can make people happy, satisfied, blissful, and even addictive. This emotion is liking. Jiang Wanwan sat up and took out the toy car that Chinsong had given her when she was 5 years old from the drawer of the bedside table on the left. After editing the story into a short message and sending it to Chen Sisi, I took a picture of the toy car and sent that picture to Chen Sisi as well. Chen Sisi, so Chinsong used this little toy car to lure you, a beautiful and academically gifted girl, away? Winking. Chapter 119 Family. Sunday is a day of rest for many working-class people, and it is also a day of rest for senior high school students in Jiangxing City. Although Hao Jiangwo and He Shun agreed that He Shun's background would be revealed after the college entrance examination. However, necessary emotional communication between parents and children is still essential. Hao Jiangwo and Huang Miling had already missed the first 18 years of He Shun's life, so they cherished every minute and second they spent with He Shun in the days to come. They agreed that He Shun would stay at his grandmother's house from Monday to Saturday when he was at school, and return to his parents' house on Sunday to spend a day with his parents and sister to strengthen their bond. After having breakfast at home, He Shun took a taxi to his parents' house. He arrived at the villa with practiced ease, opened the door, changed into slippers, and sat down on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. When He Shun first arrived at the villa, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. The luxurious decor is such that the combined area of the first-floor living room and tea room is as big as Grandma He's house. Add to that the expensive-looking furniture and decorations, and He Shun inevitably felt a bit constrained, afraid of getting them dirty or damaged. But after visiting a few times and feeling the warmth of home, he became familiar with the place. It was only then that He Shun realized that this was his home. He Shun sat on the sofa, picked up a piece of fruit from the fruit bowl on the coffee table with a fruit fork, put it in his mouth, and thought about what happened last night. He Shun also noticed Chen Sisi's unusual behavior last night. He just didn't understand why Chen Sisi had changed like this. I haven't had any conflicts with her recently, have I? Just then, a series of clattering sounds came from behind. Hao Sun, the little girl who had just been led down from the second floor by Huang Miling, broke free from her mother's hand and ran quickly toward He Shun. He ran while shouting, "Brother! Brother!" As she ran up to He Shun, she stretched out both hands and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Brother, hug me." No boy could resist a cute little girl running towards him, calling out in a sweet, childish voice for a hug. He Shun was no exception. He picked Hao Sun up and kissed her chubby little face. He Shun really likes this younger sister. She's well-behaved, cute, and sensible. Unlike those unruly kids who wet their pants for no reason and throw tantrums on the ground if they aren't given toys, they're nothing like living devils. Huang Miling walked over and asked He Shun, "Son, tell Mom what you want to eat for lunch." Mom will ask the nanny to buy groceries and cook for you for lunch. Your dad is on the phone in his study upstairs. He'll be down in a bit. Normally, the family meals are prepared by the nanny, but every Sunday, Huang Meiling will cook for herself. Hao Jianguo would also turn down all work he could on Sundays to spend time with his family at the villa. Mom, I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky about food. Upon hearing this, Huang Meiling smiled and nodded. After thinking for a moment about what to eat in this season, she made arrangements for buying groceries. A moment later, Hao Jianguo also came downstairs. He went to the sofa and asked He Shun with concern, "Son, have you been studying hard lately?" He Shun shook his head. "It's all right. The questions are all quite simple, and they're not difficult to do. Once my score stabilizes above 730, I plan to start learning some university-level material in advance. I am particularly interested in physics and chemistry, and I intend to focus on these subjects after entering university." Hao Jianguo nodded slightly and advised, "That's good. You should study in moderation and balance work and rest. Don't overwork yourself. If you want to learn, then learn. If you don't want to learn, then don't learn. Anyway, Dad has money, and I can guarantee you a life of luxury." Upon hearing this, He Shun smiled wryly. "Dad, you are a Provincial People's Congress representative. You must be careful with your words and not say things that do not conform to the core socialist values." Hao Jianguo was very happy to hear He Shun joking about his identity. This proves that the emotional barriers between them are getting weaker and weaker. In fact, Hao Jianguo had indeed had this idea in his mind before. This era is not like the past. In the past, there were many opportunities. In such a favorable environment, even a pig could fly. There are many opportunities now, but many of them are not accessible to ordinary people. No matter how good your grades are, if you don't have a background, a benefactor, or opportunities, you'll still have to work for others your whole life. Every year, out of so many outstanding graduates, how many can become as wealthy as Hao Jianguo, worth billions? Of course, what he thought about most was how much he cared for He Shun and wanted to give him the best. Haha, isn't this just a joke? Of course your father will be happy if you are successful. If you get good grades, you can serve the country. If you don't get good grades, you can stay with your parents. Of course I hope you can achieve something in your favorite field, but your mother might prefer that you spend more time with your family." He Shun glanced at Huang Meiling, who was sitting to the side, looking at him with tender and loving eyes, and a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. "Dad, Mom, I'm not planning to go to university in the capital. I'm going to apply to the National University of Defense Technology so that I can be closer to home." Although his family is not short of money, even if he goes to study in Beijing, the whole family can buy a house and settle down there. But He Shun knew that Hao Jianguo's career focus was still in Nanjiang province. If they do move to the capital, they will inevitably have to travel back and forth between the two places. He also didn't want Hao Jianguo to be so tired because of his personal reasons. Moreover, he doesn't actually like Tsinghua and Peking universities very much. He prefers the National University of Defense Technology and Harbin Institute of Technology to Tsinghua and Peking universities. However, Harbin Institute of Technology was too far from home, so he decided to apply to the National University of Defense Technology. "I don't plan to take that guaranteed admission spot. I'll get the top score in the national science exam when I take the college entrance exam, and that will make you proud. The highest honor for a scholar is the top scholar, Dong." At first, Hao Jianguo hadn't thought about this. He just thought that He Shun could learn if he wanted to, and play if he didn't. As long as he doesn't start a business recklessly, his family's money is enough for him to live on for several lifetimes. After all, he was already very satisfied to have found his son and bring him back healthy. But now that I think about it carefully, it seems that He Shun really could bring back a top scholar. Even if he wasn't the top scorer in the country, he was at least the top scorer in the province. At this moment, Hao Jianguo couldn't help but imagine the scene after He Shun won the national science champion. "Mr. Hao, your company couldn't beat mine in this bidding," said a business rival. Hao Jianguo smiled faintly. "Oh, my son was the top science student in the country in 2019. Old Hao, look at the fish I caught. It weighs 8 pounds and 6 ounces, the angler boasted. Hao Jianguo smiled faintly. "Oh, my son was the top science student in the country in 2019. Mr. Hao, Our company's annual revenue this year is much higher than yours, said the CEO of the listed company, who is both a rival and a friend. Hao Jianguo smiled faintly. Oh, my son was the top science student in the country in 2019. The three of them said in unison, It wasn't you, you son of a bitch. Chapter 120 Idea. Just thinking about it made Hao Jianguo's lips curl into a smile. My son was found, and he's doing so well. So what if your business is worse than mine? Your son is still not as good as mine. Isn't all he does is indulge in debauchery? Isn't the only option to spend money to study abroad at university? Unlike my son, who is just an ordinary top scorer in the 2019 National College Entrance Examination for Science, he never squanders money or causes trouble outside. Oh dear, this is so frustrating. Thinking about this, Hao Jianguo became more and more excited. Son, you're almost 18. It's time to buy a car. This afternoon we'll go to the dealership and buy you a car, whatever you want. Any kind of sports car, like a Lamborghini or Ferrari, is fine. Young people should be a little more individualistic. Before He Shun could refuse, Huang Miling chimed in. Yes, son, your dad is right. All you do these days is read books and do exercises. You have no energy at all. I see my friends' sons all driving sports cars on the street, revving their engines. You young people should all like that. I'll buy you two so you can switch between them and not get tired of them. Hearing this, He Shin said helplessly, But Mom, I don't even have a driver's license yet. If you don't have one, then go take the test. When registration opens, Mom will register you. You can take the automatic transmission test. It'll be quick. Don't listen to those people on the internet who say that automatic transmissions are inferior. Besides, even if you get a manual transmission license, your family won't have a manual transmission car for you to drive. If someone laughs at you for taking an automatic driving test, just show them the car in your underground garage. Your dad owns cars ranging from a little over $1 million to over $10 million, but none of them are manual transmission. Taking that test is completely useless. Besides, the people who drive in the family usually have a driver, so it's not your turn to drive. Those more expensive sports cars are rarely in stock. They all need to be pre-ordered. Once you get your driver's license, the car will be arriving soon. At this point, He Shun had no further reason to refute. He couldn't bear to refuse his parents' kindness. However, he wasn't really interested in those so-called sports cars. He felt that no matter how cool a sports car was, it couldn't compare to the coolness of mathematical equations and physics formulas. Lunch was cooked by Huang Miling herself, consisting of simple home-style dishes. She had previously tried cooking with some more expensive ingredients, such as M9 grade steak, Australian lobster imported by air, and king crab. But after realizing that He Shun wasn't very interested in it, they switched to some dishes that ordinary families often eat. For example, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, braised pork ribs, cola chicken wings, dry-fried green beans, stir-fried vegetables, etc. She noticed that after switching to these home-style dishes, not only did He Shun eat more, but even Hao Sun, the little girl, had a bigger appetite after seeing He Shun eating happily. While eating, looking at the stir-fried pork with chili peppers on the table, He Shun suddenly thought of something. He turned to Hao Jianguo and asked, Dad, can I ask you something? As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Jianguo swallowed the rice in his mouth, put down his chopsticks, and looked at him. What is it? After considering for a moment, He Shun asked, Where do you buy the ingredients for the meals delivered to the classroom every day? Upon hearing this, Hao Jianguo replied, To ensure freshness, the meat is delivered directly from the slaughterhouse to the canteen every morning, while the vegetables and fruits are delivered directly to the school by suppliers in the suburbs. What's wrong? Do you have any classmates whose families are in this kind of business? If they need me to look after their business, I can have my people talk to them. He Shun shook his head. No, I just heard that recently some students have been eating pork lymph nodes in their meat dishes. At first I thought it was just an isolated case, until a few days ago our class also found some lymph node meat in the boxed lunches we received, so I asked about it. Upon hearing He Shun's words, Hao Jianguo frowned slightly, his expression serious. He repeatedly emphasized this point when arranging the selection of ingredients. The ingredients must be fresh, and the use of inferior meats such as lymph node meat, minced meat, or zombie meat is absolutely prohibited. The fact that lymph nodes have now appeared proves that someone is definitely up to no good and trying to profit from this. This matter is not only about his reputation, but also about the food safety of all senior students at Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School and must be thoroughly investigated. Hao Jingwo nodded. I understand. I'll have someone investigate. After the family finished eating, Huang Miling asked the nanny to cut some fruit and place it in front of Hishun. Son, have some fruit to help with your digestion. Your dad and I will take you to buy a car later. Our family has never gone shopping together before. At this moment, Hishun suddenly wanted to talk to Qin Song to see if they could come up with a way to make Hao Jingwo and Huang Miling give up the idea of buying him a car. Buying a car and then not driving it will result in a loss of money once it's put into use. It's completely unnecessary. So he made a phone call to Qin Song. At this moment, Qin Song had just discussed something with his parents. That means Qinong and Lu Yu have figured it out. Since they have so much money, there's no need to deliver goods anymore. They might as well enjoy life. They had also discussed with Su Qiaoling about going on a trip together and would set off after Su Qiaoling had settled the breakfast shop. Su Qiaoling had developed a deep affection for the breakfast shop over the years, so she couldn't just close it down. She plans to hire a manager to continue running the breakfast shop so that it will be more convenient for Qin Song and Jiang Wan to have breakfast while they go to school in the evening. Hey Qin Song, my parents insist on giving me 2 sports cars. I don't want them, but I can't bear to refuse their kindness. What should I do? As soon as the call connected, Hishun complained. Qin Song, who was initially quite happy, instantly became upset after hearing these words. I'm practically offering you sports cars, 2 of them, and you still don't want them? Listen to this. Can't you even hear what people say? Qin Song said irritably. I'm offering you a sports car, and you don't want it? What do you want then? A tank or an aircraft carrier? Hishun said with a bitter expression, I really don't want it. What's so good about that thing? It's noisy when you drive it on the street, it gathers dust when you leave it in the underground parking lot, and it's expensive too. They said they'd take me to buy one this afternoon, but I'm not even an adult yet. I don't even have a driver's license. What kind of car can I buy? Upon hearing this, Qin Song thought for a moment and replied, Then you should change your car. You don't have to buy a sports car. You can buy 2 other cars as long as they feel that you've shown your sincerity. After thinking for a while, Hishun continued to ask, Do you have any suggestions? After pondering for a moment, Qin Song suddenly thought of something. Yes, there is. My idea will not only prevent your parents from buying you a sports car, but it will also move them to tears. It just depends on whether you dare to use it. What idea? Tell me quickly. Chapter 121, Unconventional Ideas. Over the next 5 minutes, Hishun was somewhat moved after listening to Qin Song's suggestion. Hishun, this is also a good opportunity for you to strengthen your relationship with your aunt and uncle, so don't miss it, Qin Song joked. Qin Song believed that if Hishun really did as he said, then his relationship with his parents would definitely reach a new level. The consequences are quite serious. If that were to actually happen, it wouldn't be something that could be solved with just 2 supercars. At that time, Hao Jingwo might force Hishun to accept 100 renminbi notes, which would weigh as much as 2 supercars. After hanging up the phone, Hishun pondered the idea Qin Song had given him. To outsiders, this idea might seem like a cliché, but Hishun didn't see it that way. The idea he mentioned was exactly what he had longed for all these years. Half an hour later, Hishun and his family sat in an MPV and headed towards a nearby shopping mall. Hao Sun sat obediently in the child's safety seat, his little hands playing with Hishun's fingers, reluctant to let go. This was her first time going out with her brother. Because today is a rare day for the family to go shopping together, Hao Jingwo did not have the driver drive, but instead drove himself. He looked at the navigation on the car's screen with some confusion. You should buy a car at a 4S store or a dealership, not a shopping mall. Is there a car show at this mall today? After glancing at Hishun's expectant yet somewhat nervous expression in the rearview mirror, Hao Jingwo ultimately decided against asking any further questions. Where you buy it doesn't matter. What matters is that the whole family is together. Just like traveling, what matters is not the scenery, but the people who accompany you to see it. When people are arguing, even the most beautiful scenery won't please them. After parking his car in the mall's underground parking garage, Hishun followed the mall's signs, turning left and right to reach the 4th floor. At that time, Huang Miling was also a little confused. I didn't see any cars for sale on the fourth floor. They were all baby and maternity products. If we really have to categorize it, would a stroller count as a vehicle? Just as this thought popped into her mind, Shen actually walked towards the stroller displayed in the maternity and baby products store next door. Hao Jiangwo was a little confused by Shen's actions, but Huang Miling was excited. At this moment, some unrealistic ideas inevitably surfaced in her mind. Could it be that my son got another girl pregnant, and I'm going to be a grandmother? Wait a minute, my son doesn't seem like that kind of person. Could it be that he has a girlfriend? Is he trying to remind us that he wants to get married? If Shen knew what his mother was thinking, he would probably vomit blood and then exclaim, "Are women's imaginations really that strong?" As soon as I entered the maternity and baby store, a salesperson came up to me. Looking at Shen's youthful face, despite some doubts in her heart, she maintained her professional demeanor and asked with a smile, "Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a stroller for your child?" Shen was taken aback, unsure how to answer her question, so he simply remained silent. "Do you have any strollers with strong load-bearing capacity? Preferably with more space." Upon hearing Shen's words, Huang Miling began to imagine things again. Could it be that my son really got another girl pregnant? And twins at that? Upon hearing this, the salesperson nodded. Yes, yes. She then led Shen to a large, spacious stroller with 4 big wheels. Shen roughly measured the space inside, and, finding it to be about right, asked Huang Miling to buy it for him. Next, he went to a bicycle shop and bought a mountain bike with a back seat. This series of bizarre actions left Hao Jiangwo and his wife completely baffled. "I took you out to buy 2 sports cars, but you bought a stroller and a bicycle?" At this point, Huang Miling also stopped imagining things. No matter how outrageous Shen is, even if he really got someone pregnant, the child couldn't possibly be old enough to learn to ride a bicycle, right? He couldn't possibly have found a divorced woman with a child and then raised someone else's child. Could he? That's just absurd. Isn't this just plain brain dead? Huang Miling didn't think Shen could handle something that even Dorgan couldn't. So she tentatively asked, "Son, why did you buy a stroller and a bicycle? We don't need them at home." Seeing his parents' bewildered expressions, Shen smiled and explained, "I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll find out when we get home." Hearing Shen's ambiguous explanation and mysterious smile, Huang Miling's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, "It's over. They've come knocking on our door. We've bought everything I wanted. Shall we look at some other things?" Shen asked. Upon hearing this, Huang Miling shook her head repeatedly, tugging at Hao Jiangwo's clothes and giving him meaningful glances. "Let's stop shopping. Let's go home. Mom wants to know what you're up to." Shen nodded, took Hao Sun's hand, and walked ahead. Huang Miling pulled Hao Jiangwo's sleeve and deliberately lagged behind the 2 children for a distance before telling Hao Jiangwo her guess. Hao Jiangwo rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly. "What are you thinking about? Besides studying, what else does our son know these days? Maybe he's still like most boys, and hasn't even held a girl's hand yet. You're just too worried. Maybe our son has his own reasons for buying the stroller and bicycle. We'll find out when we get home." Upon hearing this, Huang Miling abandoned her wild ideas and, after returning to her rational mind, thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was indeed the case. Thinking of this, she became a little anxious again. "Honey, why does our son only know how to study all day and never try to meet any girls? When are we going to be able to hold our grandchildren?" One second she was worried that Shen would become Dorgan's Huang Miling, and the next second she was worried about Shen's marriage. This sudden and unexpected change caught even Hao Jiangwo off guard. "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings," he comforted them. After much persuasion, Huang Miling's worries were finally calmed down. So Huang Miling changed her mind again. "Since there's nothing to worry about, we can't just rush back home after the whole family has finally managed to get out shopping together. Son, let's go back later. Your dad and I will buy you and your sister some summer clothes." Upon hearing this, Shen turned to look at Huang Miling, a hint of doubt in his mind. Although he didn't know why she changed her mind, Shen still nodded in agreement. Chapter 122: Strollers, Bicycles, and Noodles with Sauce. Next, under Huang Miling's guidance, Shen bought some summer clothes, pants, socks, and shoes, mainly focusing on comfort. She didn't take Hishun to buy those big-name luxury goods, so they didn't have those eye-catching logos and gorgeous patterns. However, the fabric of the clothes is very good, so the price is not cheap. As for Hao Sun, he mainly bought some dresses. It's perfectly normal for a little girl her age to like pretty and glamorous clothes like princess dresses. While shopping at the mall, besides buying clothes and shoes, Hao Sun also dragged Hishun around everywhere. One minute she wants ice cream. The next she wants yogurt and small cakes. One minute she wants to go to the children's playground. The next she wants her brother to go fishing with her. Children seem to have inexhaustible energy. If they can run, they will never walk. Even Hishun, a young and strong man who is almost an adult, was exhausted. Fortunately, Hao Sun gradually got tired as the game progressed. In the end, she refused to walk on her own and whined for her brother to carry her. What can we do? He only has one younger sister, so of course we'll spoil her. However, she fell asleep shortly after Hishun held her in his arms. Having finished shopping, the family prepared to drive home. After returning home, Hishun first carried his younger sister back to her princess bedroom and let her sleep and rest on the bed before he was able to go downstairs to play with the stroller and bicycle. This child, could he have some kind of unusual fetish? This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of both Hao Jiangwo and Huang Meiling. At that moment, Hishun also happened to lie down inside the stroller. "Mom, come here and give me a push." Upon hearing this, Huang Meiling's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, "Could it be that I guessed right?" Then Hishun's voice choked with sobs. "To be honest, I'm actually quite envious of those babies lying in strollers. I envy them for being able to lie in a stroller when they can't walk yet, with their parents pushing them from behind, and the two of them talking about the child's future." After saying that, he turned to Hao Jiangwo and said, "Dad, could you ride your bicycle and give me a ride around the garden for a while later? When I was in kindergarten, I often saw my classmates and their fathers in the park. The fathers would ride bicycles, and the classmates would sit on the back. I would like to experience the fatherly love I felt on the bicycle when I was a child. Is that okay?" Before Hishun could finish speaking, Huang Meiling was already sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry, son, I'm so sorry. It's all your fault, Mom and Dad. You've suffered so much all these years." While Hao Jiangwo stood beside her, gently patting her back, his eyes red-rimmed. "Of course, no problem. You can have Dad drive you for as long as you want." Hishun never experienced fatherly or motherly love from birth until he was reunited with his family. Therefore, he did not expect that just a few words could have such a devastating impact on the two of them. The current situation was completely unexpected, but the outcome is good. Hishun lay in the stroller as he wished, and Huang Meiling pushed him for a distance in the back garden of the villa. Although it may seem strange and perverse, Hishun and his parents are enjoying it. Next, Hao Jiangwo rode his bicycle with Hishun on the back, slowly walking along the garden path. Huang Meiling followed behind, and the three of them chatted as they walked. Later, Hishun even pretended that he couldn't ride a bicycle and asked Hao Jiangwo to teach him. After teaching him for a while, Hishun got the hang of it and deliberately rode it wobbly, making Hao Jiangwo and Huang Meiling nervous. Finally, he deliberately and playfully fell onto the soft grass beside him. Upon seeing this, Hao Jiangwo and Huang Meiling rushed forward to pull Hishun, who was about to fall to the ground. As a result, due to their unstable center of gravity, the three of them fell to the ground on the soft grass, landing on their backs. They looked at each other and then burst into laughter, creating a heartwarming scene. After they finished arguing, they each went back to their bedrooms to take a shower. Hao Sun woke up at that moment, just in time for dinner. "Son, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you," Huang Meiling asked Hishun. "The fresh ingredients I bought this morning weren't used up for lunch, so they're currently in the refrigerator's crisper drawer and don't need to be taken out to thaw beforehand. The ingredients weren't just what we made at noon. It also contains meats such as beef, mutton, and fish, and has a wide variety of vegetarian dishes." Huang Meiling can cook any home-style dish that Hishun wants to eat. "Mom, can I have noodles? I was just chatting with Dad, and he said your braised noodles are really delicious. I haven't tried them yet." Hearing this, Huang Meiling glared at Hao Jiangwo and said, "I think it's not that our son wants to eat it, it's that you're craving it." Hao Jiangwo said somewhat aggrievedly, "If my dear wife is so kind, It's fine if you don't make my portion. Anyway, it's only been almost 10 years since I've had your braised noodles. Sigh. I've forgotten my husband since I had a son. It's so painful. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Miling was slightly taken aback. Has it been that long since I last made braised noodles? Since He Shun was abducted and disappeared, and his fate is unknown, Huang Miling has been unable to cheer up. At first, I was hopeful and searched in the city, but when I didn't find it there, I expanded my search. In the year-after-year search, Hao Jiangwo had to take care of Huang Miling's feelings while also keeping up with his career. The cost of searching for their child is too high. Without sufficient financial support, they might not be able to survive even before finding their child. At the beginning of her search for her son and her entrepreneurial journey, Huang Miling would encourage herself every now and then to cheer up and force herself to make Hao Jiangwo a bowl of delicious braised noodles after he returned from a busy day. But ever since his condition worsened and he was diagnosed by a psychologist as having suicidal tendencies, Hao Jiangwo has never mentioned braised noodles again. She simply fulfilled her duties as a husband and father day after day, year after year, without ever mentioning the hardships. Fortunately, Huang Miling's mood improved due to the effects of estrogen after the couple decided to have another child through IVF. But immediately after that, she became pregnant with Hao's son. She felt nauseous at the smell of cooking oil and couldn't get close to the kitchen at all. After giving birth to Hao's son, Huang Miling devoted herself entirely to her daughter. For various reasons, she hasn't made braised noodles for almost 10 years. In Hao Jiangwo's eyes, the bowl of fragrant and hot braised noodles that was served to him after he returned home late at night was more delicious than any delicacy in the world. Huang Miling looked at Hao Jiangwo, her expression filled with deep guilt and apology. She was far too irresponsible as a wife. When Hao Jiangwo met his gaze, he simply smiled and shook his head, raised his left hand, touched the wedding ring on the ring finger of his left hand with his right hand, and opened his mouth slightly. You can vaguely tell from his lip movements that he said, "I love you." Seeing this, Huang Miling gave him a coquettish look. "Son, ignore your dad. Tonight we're having braised noodles with pickled cabbage and pork sauce." Upon hearing this, Hao Jiangwo smiled knowingly. Pickled cabbage and pork gravy noodles are his favorite. Some people. She has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Chapter 123, Jiang Wanwan cried. Thanks to Hao Jiangwo's donation, lunch and dinner are delivered to the door of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School. Therefore, senior high school students no longer need to rush to the cafeteria with freshmen and sophomores, saving a lot of time. The lunch boxes were delivered to the classroom shortly after school, let out at noon. After a series of smacking sounds, the empty lunchbox was covered again and thrown into a large basket to the side. Someone would come and clean it up after a while. No need to squeeze into the cafeteria, saving not only the time spent queuing for food, but also the round trip. The whole class had just finished eating, and as usual, they opened all the doors and windows to let the smell of food dissipate in the classroom. After the smell has mostly dissipated, we will close the doors and windows again, turn on the air conditioner, and start our afternoon nap. The students would also take advantage of the time while the smell dissipated to chat and gossip. Although it is already the final year of high school, the most important moment after 12 years of hard study, and also the moment that will determine one's fate. But it's still inevitable that some hormonal monsters will start to hormonally awaken. Along the corridor, Qin Song, He Shun, and a group of boys from the class found a corner where the sun wouldn't shine, enjoying the breeze and chatting. When the classroom air conditioning isn't on, the corridor is cooler. "Hey, what do you guys think girls can't stand being called by guys?" a boy suddenly asked. As soon as the question was posed, some boys immediately responded. I know. It's definitely calling her baby." "Nonsense, it's clearly called goddess." "No, you should call her wife." "Nonsense, it's called baby." "It's called baby." "Call me sister." The crowd argued endlessly, and some even went so far as to call him little ancestor. Until someone said something. "She should call me mom." I remember when she was 1 year old, I tried calling her mom for the first time, and she was happy all day. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. After that instant, no other voices were heard. Then someone shouted, "Dude, I admit you're more handsome than me after I've taken a shower." Perhaps the discussion was a bit too loud, because a burly girl with a fat head and big ears stepped out of the class and said in a disgusted tone, "People like you who talk loudly in public places, you think you can be liked by us girls? You bunch of losers, dream on." The sound produced by the fat pressing on his vocal cords made Chin Song extremely uncomfortable. Before Chin Song could speak, Zhao Chun said in a disdainful tone, "Hey Bo Gang, it doesn't seem like lunch break is over yet, right? Besides, the voice you were speaking in the classroom wasn't any quieter than ours, so why are you saying it's noisy here? Let me think. Could it be because no one has ever called you goddess or baby that you're getting impatient?" After saying that, he made a gesture as if Jerry was getting anxious. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. In less than 3 seconds, Pogan evolved into braised Pogan. Hey, I'm getting anxious. You're the ones who are getting anxious. Boys should always give way to us girls. Even if I'm loud, shouldn't you all be quieter? Putting aside the facts, aren't you all at fault? You bunch of lowlifes, you're really lowlifes. Suddenly, another boy named Bo Gang walked out of the classroom and chimed in. Yeah, can't you guys be a little more generous and give way to the girls? Why are you grown men arguing with women? Upon seeing this, Chin Song was so angry he laughed. How come I never noticed before that there was a natural beauty blogger and an amazing comedian in my high school class? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun, the master of witty comebacks, immediately unleashed his full firepower. He looked at Nan Bagong and said in a disdainful tone, "Whose pet is this that was let out? Oh, that explains why I didn't see you earlier. Why aren't you lying in the sewer? What are you doing out here, disgusting people? You're all talk and no action, aren't you? Can't you tell who's right and who's wrong?" Nan Bogang's face turned a deep liver color from anger. The woman standing nearby immediately spoke up for the man, Bogang, saying, "I think you're just envious of him because he's a warm-hearted guy, aren't you?" As soon as Envy Bo finished speaking, Zhao Chun changed the subject. "What? I didn't scold you just now, did I? It's not even the new year yet. Why have you been let out of the country, you pig from the bottom of Longjiang? Do you know why we guys never say we're misogynistic? Because we have mothers. You don't have a father, do you?" This series of fatal blows directly broke through the defenses of these two waves. I wanted to retort, but because my vocabulary was too poor, I couldn't even utter a single word after trying for a long time. Just then, the lunch break bell rang again, and the class leaders immediately organized the students to take a nap. Those who were still talking immediately quieted down. All students entered the classroom and sat down, and the doors and windows were closed. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. After a few silent curses, the two groups had no choice but to swallow their anger and let the matter drop. To be honest, Chin Song hadn't realized that Zhao Chun possessed such a talent for cursing without using a single swear word. After a morning of classes and a satisfying meal, most of the students in the classroom soon drifted off to sleep. Only a very small number of people do not have the habit of taking a midday nap or cannot fall asleep. They were either doing exercises or reciting vocabulary or classical poems from memory. After a long while, the bell rang signaling the afternoon break. At this point, unless they really can't hold it in any longer, no one will want to go to the toilet. They will all choose to continue sleeping for a while and go after reading in the afternoon. When Hui pushed open the classroom door and walked in just before afternoon reading time, everyone knew that he had something to announce. He walked to the podium with a notebook in his hand, and the classroom immediately fell silent. There's something to announce. The list of students eligible for bonus points in the college entrance examination has been released by the Education Bureau. As required by higher authorities, we are now making the list public. Students with questions can raise them. According to policy, those eligible for bonus points in the college entrance examination include ethnic minorities, children of martyrs, returned overseas Chinese, children of overseas Chinese, children of returned overseas Chinese, and students from Taiwan province. Ding-a-ling. When the bell rang for the afternoon reading session, Hui sped up and read out the bonus point policies one by one. The next class is a self-study period. Students with the above situations can come to my office. If we report it to the Education Bureau within this semester, it can be approved for additional points. 10 students in our class receive bonus points because they are from ethnic minorities, and one student received bonus points because they are the child of a martyr. I won't read out their names here, but I will post the list on the bulletin board at the back later. Students who need it can check it themselves. After He Hui finished speaking and left the classroom, a group of people who were desperate to urinate immediately rushed to the toilet. Zhao Chun, who was in a hurry to urinate, didn't want to go to the toilet alone, so he pulled Qin Song and He Shun, who weren't in a hurry, along with him. After Qin Song finished using the restroom, he had just entered the classroom when Qin Sisi immediately came over and said anxiously, "Qin Song, come here quickly. Wan Wan is crying on her desk, and no matter how I try to comfort her, she won't talk to me." Chapter 124. Upon hearing this, Qin Song immediately looked towards Jiang Wanwan's seat, where he saw her slumped over the table, her shoulders twitching. "What happened?" he asked Qin Sisi anxiously. "When he left, didn't he look like he had just had a good sleep and looked very content? Why did you cry as soon as you got back?" He posted the list of people who got extra points on the back. When someone saw that Wanwan also got extra points, they muttered, "What does her father being a martyr have to do with her? She gets extra points for that." I was furious when I heard that, so I went to make that person apologize to Wanwan. I didn't expect that the person would not only not apologize, but also make sarcastic remarks, saying that it was good that Wanwan's father died, and that I could get an extra 20 points for her, which was worth it. When I turned around, I saw Wanwan lying on the table crying, and I couldn't comfort her no matter what I did. Qin Sisi was clearly angry, and even her speaking speed was much faster than usual. Upon hearing this, Qin Song's expression darkened. "Who said that?" Qin Sisi pointed to the third boy in the first row sitting by the window, Zhou Hongyu. "So it was this brat." Qin Song walked in the direction she pointed, stood in front of Zhou Hongyu, and said sternly, "Apologize." The school bell had already rung, and everyone in the classroom turned to look at the apology. Whether out of stubbornness or simply to save face, Zhou Hongyu continued in a sarcastic tone, "Did I say something wrong?" The next second, before he could speak again, Qin Song punched him in the stomach. Zhou Hongyu, who had been punched in the stomach, curled up like a boiled shrimp. He uncontrollably vomited up the food he had eaten for lunch. Qin Song controlled his strength so well that it only made him vomit. If you really go for a medical examination, you won't find anything. I've been studying in peace for a while now, and you've actually forgotten what I used to do. Seeing this, Zhao Qin stood there dumbfounded and muttered to himself, "I thought I had been cursing hard enough, but I didn't expect Qin Song to start fighting directly. Whose general is this?" After Zhou Hongyu shakily stood up and wiped the vomit from his mouth, Qin Song spoke again in a stern voice. "I'll say it one last time. I apologize. Zhou Hongyu is not only a bad person, but also petty. He wasn't good-looking either, with shifty eyes and a sneaky appearance. A high school senior boy who was almost 18 years old was not even 1.6 meters tall and was very thin. 2 large dark circles under her eyes. It's obvious she uses her fingers excessively." Zhou Hongyu looked at Qin Song, who was almost 30 centimeters taller than him, still with his neck stiff and glaring at him with resentment. "You hit me in the classroom? Don't you know there are security cameras in the classroom? Just you wait. I'm going to tell on the teacher. I'm going to tell on the head of student affairs. The head of student affairs is my uncle. You'll be expelled." Zhao Qin finally understood. This guy wasn't just stubborn in the head, he was stubborn in the stomach. Enraged, Qin Song raised his leg, intending to kick him a few more times. "You cherish your precious child every moment, wanting to give her the best of everything, and yet you made her cry with just a few words?" But at this moment, Jiang Wanwan had already come to Qin Song's side and tugged at his sleeve. "Qin Song, you can't hit people, that's wrong. Shall we go back to our seats?" At this moment, Qin Song was exuding a fierce aura, but when he saw the girl beside him tugging at his sleeve and speaking cautiously with red eyes, he finally put his raised leg down. Just as Qin Song moved aside and stopped blocking Zhou Hongyu, the person who looked like a monkey dashed out of the classroom. It's obvious they went to complain. He Shun went to the sanitation corner and used tools to clean up the vomit on the ground. To make the crime scene less gruesome, and to make it easier to explain when the teacher arrives. Qin and Song were not intimidated at all. The moment he threw his fist, he already knew that Zhou Hongyu would complain. At the same time, a solution has been devised. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, He came to the classroom with a serious expression. Chin Song, come to my office. After saying that, he turned and left the classroom. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan looked at Chin Song with a worried expression. Chin Song patted her on the shoulder. Relax. I hit an animal, not a person. At this moment, He Shun, sitting behind Chin Song, silently manipulated the smartwatch on his wrist and sent a text message to the person whose contact name was Dad. He Shun, Dad, can you come to the school? I've gotten into trouble. Inside the office, Dean of Students Xiong Funian and class teacher He Hui sat in their seats, while Zhou Hongyu stood behind Xiong Funian, his eyes filled with smugness and resentment. Chin Song, do you know you're wrong? Xiong Funian said with a stern face. Wrong? What did I do wrong? Chin Song said nonchalantly, pulling over a chair and sitting down. Upon hearing this, Xiong Funian slammed his hand on the table in front of him, making a loud noise. You beat up your classmate, and you're not wrong. Chin Song looked completely innocent. Director Xiong, when did I hit him? Seeing that Chin and Song wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, Xiong Funian immediately pulled up the surveillance video of what had just happened in the classroom. The surveillance cameras have recorded it all, and you're still trying to deny it. Chin Song looked at the high-definition screen on the computer, where even the sound of Zhou Hongyu being hit was recorded with perfect clarity. He smiled and said, So the surveillance cameras weren't broken after all? That's good. It saves us from having any trouble later. Director Xiong, don't you know why I hit him? Seeing that Chin Song was still acting nonchalantly, Xiong Funian was very displeased. In all the years he's been the dean of students, no student has ever dared to joke around in front of him. Does it matter? You hit your classmate, that's a fact. As long as you hit him, then you're in the wrong. Oh, it seems Director Xiong really didn't ask? If you had asked, you wouldn't have said something like that, Chin Song said lazily. Is Director Xiong going to protect your little nephew to the very end? Seeing Chin Song's nonchalant attitude, Xiong Funian immediately shouted, It takes two to tango. He might be wrong, but are you not wrong either? Upon hearing this, Chin Song suddenly realized, Oh, I understand what Director Xiong means. Xiong Funian, I'll fuck your mother. What? Upon hearing these four words, national essence, Xiong Funian rubbed his ears in disbelief. Is the student in front of me insulting me? He Hui, who was standing to the side, almost couldn't help but laugh. He had never intended to get involved in this matter in the first place. After learning about He Shun's father's identity and Chin Song's kindness to Hao Jiangwo, he understood. No matter how things develop, it's beyond his control as the homeroom teacher. So all he has to do is watch the show and enjoy the spectacle. Besides, even if he wanted to get involved, he would first need to understand the whole story. All we know right now is that Chin Song beat Zhou Hongyu, but we haven't even figured out the cause and effect, so there's really no way to judge right or wrong. Director Xiong, is your hearing not good? I said I'll fuck you. Did you hear me clearly this time? It takes two to tango. If I insult you, does that mean you're not wrong? Putting aside the facts, if I criticize you, is Zhou Hongyu completely innocent? Is Trump completely innocent? Chapter 125 Flipping the Table. Looking at Xiong Funian's bald head, which was so red it looked like it was about to steam, Chin Song said leisurely. Director Xiong, I'm just speaking according to your logic. Why are you angry? I insulted you. Shouldn't you admit your mistake? Furthermore, I advise you to find out exactly why your precious nephew was beaten. After saying that, Chin Song looked at Zhou Hongyu as if he were an idiot. You're really stupid. I remember your mother was a housewife and your father worked for a state-owned enterprise, right? You insulted the martyrs and made sarcastic remarks about their children. What good will it do you if this gets out of hand? I thought you were just an idiot, but I didn't expect you to be completely brainless. Upon hearing Chin Song say that Zhou Hongyu was beaten for insulting martyrs and their children, Xiong Funian paused for a moment, then coldly asked, Where's the evidence? Evidence? What? The surveillance footage only shows me hitting someone, but not him swearing in the classroom. The cameras in the classroom are pretty high-tech. They can even distinguish between students, right? Xiong Funian did not turn on the surveillance video. Instead, he turned to Zhou Hongyu to confirm whether things were as Chin Song had said. Seeing his nephew's timid and hesitant manner, Xiong Funian understood. This is almost certainly true. At this moment, Xiong funny and changed his expression and smiled. How about this, Qin Song? As long as you apologize to Zhou Hongyu here, this matter will be dropped, okay? Hearing this, Zhou Hongyu was displeased. Qin Song beat me up in front of the whole class. If I don't retaliate, how can I face the class? Uncle, he hit me in front of the whole class. Shouldn't he be expelled according to school rules? Xiong funny and frowned and glanced at Zhou Hongyu. How come he didn't realize his nephew was so stupid before? Expel Qin Song? Now it's the crucial senior year of high school, and Qin Song's grades are still skyrocketing. I wonder how many leaders are waiting for Qin Song to get into Tsinghua or Peking University so they can claim credit for their achievements. If there weren't outsiders present, he would have loved to slap his nephew across the face. Zhou Hongyu felt a little uneasy under that gaze, so he compromised and said, "No, I don't want him to be expelled, but I want him to apologize to me in front of the whole school." However, neither Qin nor Song gave him a second glance. He Hui, who was sitting to the side, finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. Zhou Hongyu was dissatisfied because Jiang Wanwan's status as the child of a martyr would earn her 20 extra points, so he insulted Jiang's father and made sarcastic remarks about Jiang Wanwan. It seemed that Zhou Hongyu was unwilling to apologize, so Qin Song beat him up. Although it's not appropriate for him, as a teacher, to say such things, he still wanted to say, "Well done." Seeing that Xiong funny and tacitly agreed, He Hui said, "Director Xiong, isn't this ultimately Zhou Hongyu's fault? Why should Qin Song apologize to him?" Xiong funny and glanced at him and said, "As the homeroom teacher, you also bear some responsibility for Qin Song's beating of his classmate. You don't need to get involved in this matter. I will handle it." Upon hearing this, He Hui was speechless. That's not wrong. If any problems arise among the students in the class, the homeroom teacher will always have to take some of the blame. So, Director Xiong still thinks I should apologize? Qin Song questioned. If you're not going to reason with anyone, what's the point of talking? Might as well just flip the table. When the water cannot be poured out fairly, only by sacrificing the kindest person can peace be restored. Once the kindest person is no longer willing to sacrifice, they will be labeled as a disruptor of harmony. The ugliness of human nature lies in the fact that we, with our own selfish motives, demand that others be generous. Some lies kill without shedding blood, and some typhoid fevers are enough to destroy the soul. He looked at He Hui and said, "Old He, although I'm very reluctant to part with you, since number 2 middle school is being unreasonable, Jiang Wanwan and I will transfer schools. It just so happens that a teacher from number 1 middle school came to talk to us before, and I still have their contact information." After saying that, Qin Song got up and left the office. Xiong Funian was taken aback for a moment, then asked He Hui, "What does this have to do with Jiang Wanwan?" He Hui looked at Xiong Funian as if he were mentally challenged. As the director of the teaching affairs office, how could he not even know the family situation of the top-ranked students in the senior year? I guess he's just busy making money behind the scenes. Director Xiong, the martyr your nephew insulted was Jiang Wanwan's father. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were childhood sweethearts, so it's perfectly normal for him to stand up for Jiang Wanwan. In addition, Jiang Wanwan's father was in the newspaper when he sacrificed his life, and the former party secretary of Jiangxing City also visited Jiang Wanwan's family to offer his condolences. I have another piece of news for you. The municipal party secretary who went to Jiang Wanwan's house to offer his condolences is now the vice governor of Nanjiang province. Upon hearing this, Xiong Funian began to panic. After explaining, He Hui got up and left. He could tell that Qin Song was just saying it in anger when he said he wanted to transfer schools, but the teachers at number 1 high school had actually contacted him and Jiang Wanwan. If those two are really poached by number 1 high school, then he, as their homeroom teacher, will be suffering an undeserved misfortune. With that thought in mind, he immediately quickened his pace and chased after Qin Song after leaving the office. The classroom of Class 2, Grade 12 is on the 5th floor, while the office is on the 2nd floor. He Hui quickened his pace, and just as he reached the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor and was about to go upstairs, he saw Qin Song standing there, smiling at him. He strode forward and teased, "Not bad. You've even learned to talk tough now." Qin Song helplessly shrugged. "Old He, you should know the whole story. All I want is justice. I admit that it was wrong of me to hit him, But if a young man doesn't even have this much backbone, is he still a young man? I hit him, and I deserve to be punished, but what he said in the classroom was also true. Since he said those things, he has to bear the consequences. At first, I thought an apology would be enough, but looking at the current situation, an apology alone won't solve the problem. He looked at him, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. He wasn't a victim, so he can't empathize. As a homeroom teacher, and, more importantly, as a teacher with professional ethics, he couldn't simply dismiss it with a casual remark. It's just a minor squabble between classmates. Let's just let it go. Such words, which show no regard for the victims, and such attempts to smooth things over, can be described as peacemaking at best, and as meddling in other people's business with a compassionate heart at worst. To resolve issues, they constantly tell you to be more tolerant and forgiving, saying that adults shouldn't hold grudges against petty people. You should stay away from these kinds of people. Otherwise, you never know when a bolt of lightning might strike him and drag you down with it. By the way, Lao He, Jiang Wanwan isn't in a good mood. Would it be convenient for us to ask for a day off? Given her current mood, she probably won't be able to concentrate on the lesson anyway, so I might as well take her out for a walk to clear her head. After a moment of silence, Hui nodded. Go ahead. I've approved your leave for this afternoon and evening self-study. Remember to come to morning reading on time tomorrow. Then he added, remember to delete the contact information of the teachers from number 1 middle school. Upon hearing this, Qin Song raised an eyebrow at him. Don't worry, Lao He, there was nothing left. If you really have to transfer schools, I'll miss you. Hui revealed an indescribable smile and said with a laugh, You little rascal. He walked towards the Qin and Song dynasty classroom. After thinking for a while, Hui decided to go to the principal's office to explain the cause and effect of the matter. Zhou Hongyu is someone that Class 2 of Senior 3 can't keep. Even if Xiong Funian comes, he can't save him. I'm telling you. Hui thought to himself. Chapter 126, Skipping Class. As soon as Qin Song returned to the classroom, all eyes turned to him. He went straight to his seat and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Wanwan nudged his shoulder. What did the teacher say? Qin Song shook his head. It's nothing. We weren't at fault. What are we afraid of? If the school won't help, we can just transfer to another school. With our grades, plenty of schools will want us. At this moment, He Shun, who was sitting in the back seat, said to Qin Song, Old Qin, my dad will be here soon. I've already told him about your situation. Don't worry, I will definitely get justice for you this time. He Shun initially claimed that he was the one who caused the trouble so that Hao Jiangwo would see the message and respond as soon as possible. After Hao Jiangwo replied to the message, He Shun told him the whole story. The next message we received was, they are on their way. Huh? Qin Song exclaimed in surprise. A conflict between students necessitates calling in a provincial People's Congress representative? Isn't this like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito? When Chen Cece heard Qin Song say that he and Jiang Wanwan were going to transfer schools, she was initially worried. But when He Shun said his father was coming, his worries vanished instantly. It seems this matter can be resolved perfectly. Now Qin Song felt a little embarrassed to sneak away with Jiang Wanwan. Hao Jiangwo was going to seek justice for him, but the person involved took leave to go out and have fun. This doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. Seeing the slightly regretful expression on Qin Song's face, He Shin asked in confusion, What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Qin Song said with a bitter expression, I finally managed to ask the teacher for a leave of absence to take Jiang Wanwan out for a change of scenery, but now we can't go. No sooner had he finished speaking than He Shin declared, You two should go have fun. It's fine. But isn't your dad coming later? It wouldn't be appropriate if Wanwan and I, the two people involved, weren't there? He Shin explained in a low voice. Remember how we've been getting lymph node meat in our lunchboxes lately? My dad just messaged me saying he found out that the person who used lymph node meat to pass off as high-quality meat was the cafeteria owner. And that owner is the younger brother of Xiong Funian, the director of the academic affairs office. They have the same mother. The two of them have done a lot of dirty tricks in the cafeteria over the years. It is said that they even did some underhanded things when they were bidding for the cafeteria. My dad has already notified the discipline inspection and supervision authorities to come to the school to investigate. Your matter is just a side issue now. Once Xiong Funian is off his horse and in jail, Zhou Hongyu will naturally behave himself. After hearing He Shun's words, Qin Song felt relieved. Since I don't need to use myself, I can't waste this leave. Let's go out and have some fun, he said to Jiang Wanwan. After hesitating for a moment, the girl said, Huh? Everyone's studying. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Without saying a word, Qin Song grabbed her hand and headed towards the classroom door, saying in a voice only she could hear as they walked. What's wrong with that? We get permission to take leave. It's not like we're skipping class. Besides, even if they had an afternoon and an evening to test them, they still wouldn't be able to beat us. Then, the two of them added in unison. Except for that pervert He Shun. After leaving the classroom, the two let go of each other's hands. This is happening in a school, and it's never a good thing if this gets seen. Upon arriving at the school gate, Qin Song didn't even need to show a leave slip. The security guards at the school gate let the two of them through. As soon as you enter the school gate, on the honor roll on the right, there are photos of Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan posted above the second and third place winners. When the security guards in the security room have nothing to do, they will wander around and look around. The images of these two men were already etched into the memories of the security guards. For at least this year, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan will be the focus of attention for the older men. As Qin Song walked out of the school gate, he took the key to the electric scooter from Jiang Wanwan and pressed the unlock button. Beep, beep. After unlocking the electric scooter, Qin Song inserted the key into the key fob, turned the key to the left to open the seat, and took out his and Jiang Wanwan's phones from inside. The girl took the phone, fiddled with the screen a few times, and then asked, Qin Song, shall we go home? Qin Song shook his head. I'm not going home. Since this matter will be resolved soon, I don't want my parents and Aunt Sue to know about it. They're going on a trip in a few days, and I'm worried they'll change their minds and not go after they find out about this. Then our time together as a couple will be gone. Jiang Wanwan blushed and lightly spat. Even though she couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to spend time alone with Qin Song, she still kept talking. Humph, who wants to spend time alone with you? Our goal right now is to study hard, okay? Upon hearing this, Qin Song blinked and looked at the girl with an innocent, yet slightly dazed expression. I'm talking about studying. We'll study together and explore our own world of learning together. Are there any others? Or are you trying to seduce me? Hey Jiang Wanwan, you can't do that. As a high school student, you're actually thinking dirty thoughts. After Qin Song's teasing and pranks, the girl's mood gradually improved. Well, Qin Song, how dare you make fun of me? Behold my Pegasus meteor fist. After saying that, she punched Qin Song straight in the chest with her little pink fist. The force was light, but it struck the boy's heart. Qin Song first helped Jiang Wanwan put on her helmet, and then put on his own helmet. After backing the car out of the roadside parking space, drive onto the main road. It's only 3 o'clock now, and school doesn't let out for evening self-study until after 9. Where are we going? The girl asked. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan was still a little excited. This was the first time she had gone out to play while all her other classmates were in class. Even though I had taken leave, the thrill still lingered in my mind and couldn't be shaken off for a long time. She knew very well that the source of this thrill was not this skipping class adventure itself, but the boy sitting in front of her on a small electric scooter, carrying her. Adventure itself has no meaning. Meaning is given by people. Upon hearing this, Qin Song shook his head and shouted back into the wind. Who cares? As long as I don't go back to school or go home, it's fine. Let's go? Let's go have some fun. Woohoo. Chapter 127. Is this something I can listen to? Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan went out for a walk to relax. But Xiong Funian couldn't sit still. After hearing what He Hui said, he began to regret it. If you only feel that the matter was handled unfairly, then an apology would be sufficient. But Xiong Funian knew in his heart that his background was not clean. Over the years, he has been involved in embezzlement and bribery, and he and his younger brother made money in the school cafeteria by selling meat that had been frozen in cold storage for a long time as fresh meat to students. This series of events may seem to have been done very discreetly, but once the government intervenes in the investigation, it will definitely not be able to be kept secret. Xiong Funian turned to look at Zhou Hongyu, who was still standing there dumbfounded, staring at him without moving. and felt a surge of anger. It's all that idiot's fault for causing this mess. What does it have to do with you if other people's children of martyrs get extra points? It's like you could get into Tsinghua or Peking University just by adding those 20 points. Go back to the classroom. We'll talk about this later, he said to Zhou Hongyu, frowning. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the principal's office. Xiong Funian planned to ask the principal to act as a go-between and see if they could turn hostility into friendship. What he didn't know was that regardless of whether Zhou Hongyu's incident happened or not, he couldn't escape it. At the same time, as soon as I arrived at the principal's office, I heard a reprimanding voice coming from inside. Principal Gua, to be honest, number 2 middle school has disappointed me greatly. Of all the schools I've donated to, number 2 middle school is the first one that dared to tamper with the students' food. Hearing that familiar, authoritative voice, Hui silently lowered his hand, which was about to knock on the door. But after thinking it over, he realized that standing at the door would be suspected of eavesdropping. So he raised his hand again and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Principal Gua, I am Hui, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12. I have something I would like to tell you. At this moment, Gua Zhui, who was being reprimanded in the office, heard Hui's voice and immediately spoke up as if he had seen a savior. Please come in. When Hao Jiangwo, who had been looking serious, learned that the person coming in was He Shun's homeroom teacher, his furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He had learned about Hui, the homeroom teacher, from He Shun, and found him to be rather unsatisfactory. Representative Hao is here too. Since the two leaders have something to discuss, shall I come back later? Although Hui had already heard Hao Jiangwo's voice at the door, he pretended not to know. At that moment, Hao Jiangwo spoke up. It's nothing serious. Teacher He, you can tell me what's wrong now. Maybe I can offer some advice. Hao Jiangwo had a general idea of Hui's purpose for coming. It was nothing more than what He Shun told him in a text message about Qin Song having a conflict with another classmate. However, he still pretended not to know, wanting to hear whether Hui would tell the truth or embellish it. Gua Zhui, who was standing to the side, breathed a sigh of relief after Hui came in. Yes, Hui, just say what's on your mind. It's no trouble. He was handling business in his office when Hao Jiangwo came to his door and presented him with the complete chain of evidence of Xiong Funian's embezzlement and his illegal collusion with the canteen owner to make money. Gua Zhui racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out how those two dared to do it. These ingredients were bought with money donated by Provincial People's Congress representatives, and they still dare to use inferior ingredients? Despite the strict national regulations on school canteens, they still dare to use various additives and substandard ingredients to cook for students. He's really fucking awesome. However, Xiong Funian, a parasite, was produced in number 2 middle school, and I was completely kept in the dark. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Fortunately, Hui came to the rescue and stopped what was about to happen. Whatever Hui wants to tell me, it probably can't be as serious as Xiong Funian's embezzlement, right? Gua Zhuixin thought to himself. However, his smile soon faded. After hearing what Hao Jiangwo and Gua Zhui said, Hui didn't think much of it and told them everything that had happened in Qin Song that day. It goes into great detail about Xiong Funian's protection of Zhou Hongyu. After hearing this, Gua Zhui had only one thought in his mind. It's over. Barbie Q is dead. He finally understood that anyone associated with Xiong Funian was bound to do something bad. Xiong Funian himself embezzled funds. His younger brother substituted inferior ingredients donated by NPC deputies and tried every means to make money in the canteen. His nephew insulted martyrs and verbally abused their children. Principal Gua really knows how to manage his subordinates. Hao Jiangwo said coldly. I know Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. Such kind and intelligent children. How come they are being targeted at number 2 middle school? After 3.141596 seconds, Gua Zhui immediately said righteously and solemnly, Representative Hao, rest assured, our school will definitely investigate Xiong Funian and his younger brother's actions thoroughly and will not tolerate them. After this incident, our school cafeteria will no longer be outsourced. Instead, the school will hire people to run it itself, and we will never allow such a heinous incident to happen again. After Gua Zhui's assurances, How Jiang Wo's expression finally improved. Principal Gua, you don't need to bother with investigating corruption and bribery. I've already invited the discipline inspection and supervision personnel to the school, and they should be here soon. In addition, I also learned from another source that Xiong Funyan's younger brother, who is also the canteen owner, has committed serious tax evasion. I have also called the tax bureau officials, and they will be here soon. Guozhue was taken aback after hearing this, but immediately replied, Okay. Since Representative Hao has made all the arrangements, I will take care of handling the trivial matters in the cafeteria. We will never allow the cafeteria to experience any problems with food supply due to the owner being arrested. Upon hearing this, Hao Jingwo nodded, walked to a chair to the side, sat down, and remained silent. He Hui, who was standing at the door, was stunned. What's going on? What's going on here? How could a mere homeroom teacher like me possibly listen to these words? Will I be silenced? Teacher He Hui, I'll handle things here. You can go back to your class now. Guozhue said. Okay. He Hui quickly agreed and ran off in a flash. The office suddenly became quiet. Guozhue carefully moved his body and sat on a stool to the side, waiting for the arrival of the disciplinary inspection and supervision personnel and the tax bureau staff. However, before the comrades arrived, the criminals came first. With his protruding beer belly, Xiong Funyan hurriedly ran to the principal's office door, paused for a moment, and then gently knocked. Principal Gua, is Principal Gua here? This is Xiong Funyan from the Academic Affairs Office. As soon as the words were spoken outside the door, Hao Jingwo looked at Guozhue with a meaningful gaze. It seems to be asking, did he know he was in deep trouble and came to you for help? At this moment, Guozhue felt utterly wronged. What the hell is this? Chapter 128 Fierce Confrontation. Come in. As soon as Xiong Funyan pushed open the door after hearing Guozhue's reply, he was met with a barrage of insults and accusations from Guozhue. Xiong Funyan, what am I supposed to say about you? The school trusted you so much, yet you embezzled and accepted bribes, even colluding with your own younger brother to make money in the cafeteria. Now you're even taking advantage of the ingredients that Representative Hao donated to the school, using lymph node meat instead of good meat to serve the students with inferior food. Heaven is watching what people do. How dare you? And your own nephew, how dare he openly insult martyrs and their children in the classroom? We at number 2 middle school cannot tolerate a student of this character. I will apply to the Education Bureau later to have Zhou Hongyu expelled. If you're here to plead for him, then forget about it. As soon as Guozhue finished speaking, Xiong Funyan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It's all over. It's all over. The truth has come out. He collapsed to the ground. Xiong Funyan knew, of course, that the ingredients Hao Jingwo had sent were not to be touched, and he had repeatedly reminded his younger brother of this. But he never expected his own brother to be so bold. Now, not only has the act of selling inferior goods as superior ones been discovered, but the corruption and bribery that has been committed over the years has also been uncovered. As for Zhou Hongyu's impending dismissal, he can no longer care or concern himself with it. Before Xiong Funyan could even open his mouth to defend himself, the discipline inspection and supervision personnel arrived after receiving a message from Hao Jingwo, pushed open the door, and took him away. Hao Jingwo not only showed the chain of evidence to Guozhue at the school, but also sent a copy to the Discipline Inspection and Supervision Department. Although the Discipline Inspection and Supervision authorities need some time to determine the truth of the matter, it is not a problem to take the person away and keep him under custody first. The Tax Bureau, together with the police, had sent people to the classroom. Only Zhou Hongyu remained in the classroom, secretly pleased as he looked at the 2 empty seats occupied by Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. These 2 must have already been sent home by their uncle to reflect on their actions, right? Ha ha, he thought to himself. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were completely unaware of the commotion happening at school. At this moment, they were in a private box in the billiards hall, where Qin Song was teaching Jiang Wanwan how to play billiards. Wanwan, playing pool is actually very simple. You just need to set up your cue and hit the cue ball so that it knocks the ball you need to put into the hole. Jiang Wanwan looked at Qin Song, who was demonstrating with a golf club, and nodded slightly. And then? After you've familiarized yourself with the rules of billiards, you can go and participate in professional competitions, Song replied. Huh. The girl looked puzzled. She had never played billiards before, didn't know there were many ways to play it, and didn't realize Song was joking. I just think, is the barrier to entry for professional billiards really that low? Haha, okay, just kidding. Today we don't need to play the game the proper way. Let's just have fun. Do you see there are 15 balls on the table besides the white ball? Balls numbered 1-7 are small balls, solid colors. Balls numbered 9-15 are large balls, patterned. Ball number 8 is black and not included in either of these two ranges. Therefore, it is a shared ball. The balls are already set up. Now take your tee shot. It's about using a cue stick to hit the white ball and make it crash into that pile of balls. The first ball to go in is the one you're responsible for hitting into that pile. If you don't score when you kick off, then it's my turn. If I score with the solid color ball, then I'll be responsible for the solid color ball, and you'll be responsible for the striped color ball. Otherwise, it's the other way around. After you've finished playing the balls you're responsible for, if you can then sink the black 8 ball, you win. Song didn't mention other slightly more complex rules, such as the white ball going into a pocket, accidentally touching the opponent's ball, and then putting the black ball into the pocket, and the ball and white ball going into a pocket together, etc. So, after briefly understanding the rules Song had mentioned, Jiang Wanwan rubbed her hands together in anticipation, took off her sun protective clothing, and tried playing for a while after being freed from the constraints, doing some pre-competition warm-up work. After that, the two began an intense game of table tennis. Wanwan, would you like to go first? No, you go first. I don't have much experience. This is my first time, so please be gentle. Okay, don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Snap. After the kickoff, Song successfully scored a large ball. During the intense competition after the kickoff, he deliberately concealed his true strength. Each stroke of the cue not only controlled the force but also the accuracy, so that Jiang Wanwan wouldn't be completely overwhelmed during the attack. A man and a woman were playing pool, going back and forth, one move after the other, their competition thrilling and exciting, quite a lively scene. Song had several chances to score, but he didn't. Instead, he deliberately passed the ball around, placing the smaller ball near the pocket, making it very comfortable for Jiang Wanwan to play. Song will only score another goal after Jiang Wanwan scores. Therefore, the score was very close between the two. For the sake of the show's effect, Song deliberately knocked the white ball off the table several times. Jiang Wanwan, on the other hand, doesn't need to do it intentionally. She often uses too much force and frequently hits the wrong spot. After the cue ball was struck, it flew off the table and hit the floor with a thud. Fortunately, this was a private booth, so only the two of them could hear the sound of the white ball hitting the ground. If other people who come to play billiards saw them, they would think that Song and Jiang Wanwan were playing ping-pong instead of billiards. Finally, after a close contest between the two, Song successfully pocketed Jiang Wanwan's small ball with his white ball. Not only did they pot Jiang Wanwan's last ball, excluding the black ball, they also moved the white ball to the front of the black ball. The other side of the black ball is directly opposite the pocket. Smack, smack, smack. One sound of the cue stick striking the white ball, one sound of the white ball striking the black ball, one sound of the black ball hitting another ball after being pocketed. After 3 voices, Jiang Wanwan successfully won the match. Damn it, I was mistaken. I thought that ball was mine. I won. Because it was her first time playing billiards, and the atmosphere during the match was very intense, the girl was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The Qin and Song dynasties weren't particularly popular. In fact, there was a sense of lingering interest. I can't take it anymore. I'm not playing Qin Song anymore. I'm so tired. I need to sit down for a while. Let's play again later, Jiang Wanwan said, panting. Qin Song felt something was off about what he was hearing. Jiang Wanwan and I were clearly doing legitimate exercise in a proper place. So why does this sound so improper? Okay, what would you like to drink? I'll go to the front desk to buy it, Qin Song asked. Electrolyte water, you should drink this too. It's better to drink this after exercising, Jiang Wanwan replied. Good. After resting for a while, the two played 3 more rounds. The three games were evenly matched, with Qin Song winning two and Jiang Wanwan winning the other. Including the very first game, the two are now evenly matched. P.S. I'm taking a day off on the 29th to sort out the upcoming plot and my thoughts. Chapter 129 Emotional Value. Jiang Wanwan wasn't stupid. She could tell that Qin Song was deliberately letting her win. It's easy to see from the fact that his movements are so precise when demonstrating, but become crooked and awkward when he actually fights with someone. She played billiards for the first time today and had a lot of fun. Girls, compared to boys, don't have as strong a competitive spirit. Compared to the outcome of winning or losing, they actually care more about the process, except for those scheming, manipulative girls who are just trying to climb the ranks. They hope that the boys will be caring and considerate in every way during the process. Whether it's sports or games, when boys and girls play together, the most important thing isn't actually skill. Compared to the male players carrying the team to victory every time, the female players have no sense of participation at all, and even if they go AFK, it doesn't affect the outcome of the game. What they enjoy and care about most is that when boys are playing with them, they can keep an eye on them. It's a competitive game where the boy will deliberately show weakness and hold back when he realizes the girl is no match for him. It's a cooperative relationship. The boys will protect and take care of the girls. Even if the boy's desire to avenge the girl turns into a desperate attempt to save his grandfather because the opponent is too strong, the girl will still be very happy, because the boy provided her with emotional support. What games are all about is emotion. Together we drag our teammates down, together we torment each other, and together we carry the whole game. As long as they're together, the girl will be happy regardless of whether she wins or loses. When a girl loses, she'll encourage the boy. It's okay, you were really good. Let's play another round and get back at him. When a boy wins, the girl will praise him. Wow, you're so amazing. I'm in awe of you. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the girl likes you. Even if they don't like you, they should at least have a good impression of you. Even if they don't like you, they should at least not dislike you. Otherwise, he would truly become a clown. Don't bother looking for ID cards and photocopies and playing cards. It's not worth it. After paying at the front desk, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan went to the sink to wash the chalk off their hands. Wanwan, it's almost dinner time. What would you like to eat? Qin Song asked. Let's go for a stroll around the streets and see if any new shops have opened nearby, the girl replied. The two arrived at a nearby commercial street. Today is a work day, and although there aren't as many pedestrians on the street as on weekends and holidays, there are still quite a few people around since it's rush hour. In the evening, pedestrians on the street were not as hurried as they were on their way to work in the morning. Instead, they leisurely enjoyed the sunset hanging in the sky and the crescent moon that had already risen before the sun had completely set. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were not wearing school uniforms, but just ordinary summer casual clothes. Coupled with their taller stature than the average high school student, many office workers who had just finished get off work and were on their way home couldn't help but sigh when they saw the two of them looking so energetic. Shouldn't going to work drain your energy? How come these two look so radiant? Although it was already evening, the temperature was still very high. The two bought 2 cups of freshly squeezed watermelon juice from a roadside milk tea shop and strolled around while drinking them. This commercial street is relatively old. Although it doesn't cover as much area as the new commercial street 5 kilometers away, it has a much higher foot traffic due to its good location. Because of the high foot traffic and good location, the rent for shops is much higher. This has led to many people who had saved up to start a business and make a big splash having to close down and go bankrupt within a year of renting a shop because they couldn't make ends meet. Only a few large chain brands and established brands with over 10 years of reputation can stand firm on this commercial street. Qin Song naturally took Jiang Wanwan's hand, and after a short while, they came across a barbecue restaurant that had just opened a few days ago. Barbecue, hee hee. There's no other reason why I say it's only been open for a few days. Because the flower basket and the couplets with blessings are still displayed at the store entrance. It was called a flower basket, but there were no flowers inside. It was filled with wheat. Wheat is also called barley, which means big sales. In addition, there is a sign placed at the entrance. The above content is quite simple, meaning that our store offers group deals on a certain app. allowing you to enjoy more dishes at a more favorable price. Eat this. Chin Song pointed to the barbecue restaurant. He wasn't attracted by the group buying deal, but by the live eels in the fish tank displayed in the store. Seeing Chin Song's longing look as he gazed at the eel, Jiang Wanwan asked with great interest, Chin Song, is the eel delicious? Upon hearing this, Chin Song nodded decisively. Delicious. Live eels, as long as the chef isn't too bad, will taste delicious no matter how they're cooked. If it's delicious, then let's eat at this place. Jiang Wanwan said excitedly. She looked into the store. Although this store has only been open for a short time, it is still very busy because of the group buying deals and the attractive live eels on display. Let's go in quickly, or there won't be any seats left. Good. As soon as the two entered, a waiter immediately came to greet them. Hello, are you two? Chin Song nodded, and the waiter led the two to a booth for two. It's worth mentioning that this restaurant is different from other barbecue restaurants. Other barbecue restaurants usually serve the marinated meat at the table and let customers cook it themselves. It seems that each table at this restaurant has a server to grill the meat for the customers. Of course, the prices are also higher than in other stores. However, if you buy through group buying, the price will be about the same. Chin Song didn't think there was anything shameful about buying things through group buying. If the same thing is cheaper through group buying, why not use it? After much deliberation, he and Jiang Wanwan agreed to order a meal for 2-3 people, and then added a live eel and a serving of wasabi mud snails. When the eel was served, Chin Song could clearly see that its body, cut into pieces, was still wriggling. Jiang Wanwan seems to have a different thought process from other girls. Most other girls would react as follows upon first seeing this scene. First, it's still moving, how cruel. Secondly, it's still moving, how horrible. Thirdly, it's still moving, I feel so guilty. Jiang Wanwan's reaction was, wow, Chin Song, this eel is still moving even after being cut into pieces. It must have been just killed, it's so fresh. After hearing what the girl said, the waitresses who were in charge of grilling the meat silently gave her a thumbs up. That's what a proper foodie should be like. Except for a stone pot rice dish that hasn't been served yet, all the other ingredients have been brought out, and the charcoal fire has also been brought out and placed in the special barbecue grill. May I ask what you two would like to eat first? The waitress asked. As soon as they finished speaking, the two pointed at the eel in unison, then exchanged a knowing smile. What do you want to eat? Of course, it's freshly killed eel. We have to roast and eat it while it's still fresh, otherwise it would be pointless for it to die so young. Chapter 130 Without Us. After the eel pieces are grilled to a charcoal brown color, they are brushed with a layer of sauce, grilled for a few more seconds, and then removed from the mesh charcoal rack. After it cools down slightly, sprinkle a little wasabi on top to cut through the richness, then wrap it in seaweed and put it in your mouth. Perhaps due to the waiter's technique and skill level, the eel meat wasn't as tender as I had imagined, but the taste was still quite good. For this price, having a dedicated server to grill the food is already quite good. What more could you ask for? This eel, according to Chin Song, weighs between 350 and 450 grams. Chin Song considered the touch of wasabi to be the finishing touch, as it both cut through the richness and added a unique flavor. Therefore, the grilled eel was soon inside their stomachs. After finishing the eel, the next meat dishes included a whole piece of pork shoulder, a piece of 5-layered pork belly, a piece of beef diaphragm, a piece of matsusaka pork, and a plate of fatty beef. The vegetarian version didn't come with much. There were only 2 servings of fresh lettuce to wrap around the grilled meat. It was already past 6 p.m., which is the peak dinner time for barbecue restaurants. It seems this store has done a lot of online promotion, and being newly opened, it offers great discounts. The decor is also quite eye-catching, and the staff inside are already overwhelmed with work. The waitress who previously served Chin Songjiang's table of grilled eel is now simultaneously handling 2 grills, serving 2 tables of guests. In addition, the charcoal fire is quite large, so it's easy to burn the food if you're not careful. Miss, we can bake the rest, so you don't need to bother, Jiang Wanwan said considerately. Upon hearing this, the waitress smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you for your understanding." Having only recently started the job, she seemed unfamiliar with the fast-paced service resulting in her being flustered and disorganized. After the waitress was persuaded to leave by the girl, she did not do anything herself, but instead looked at Chin Song pitifully. Brother Chin Song, you wouldn't want hot oil to splatter on my fair and tender arms, would you? The moment Chin Song met Jiang Wanwan's gaze, he immediately raised his hands in surrender. Those big, watery eyes, that pitiful expression. Chin Song didn't know who could withstand this round of bombardment, but he certainly couldn't. It's just grilling some meat, right? Just hold it by the handle and pinch it, okay? He does have some experience in grilling meat. Halfway through the meal, the customers at the tables in front of us finished eating and left, freeing up the waiters. The same waitress continued grilling meat for the two of them. When I went to pay, the cashier handed me 2 mugs and a gift box. Hello, you are the 520th customer to pay the bill since our restaurant opened. This is a gift for you. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. And quite a coincidence. Thank you. Chin Song took the cup. These 2 mugs are solid colors, one white and one black. They're a matching set for couples. After dinner, it was past 7 o'clock in the evening. The sunset was gradually fading, replaced by darkness. It was getting dark, but not completely dark yet. The two rode their electric scooter to a park near the river, planning to sit there for a while, take a walk, and then head back. There were quite a few people strolling and relaxing in the park. Wanwan, what are you thinking about? Seeing the girl lost in thought, Chin Song asked. Chin Song, don't you think what we're seeing before us is a lot like a person's life? Upon hearing this, he followed the girl's gaze. Children playing and frolicking in the square, young couples chatting hand in hand on chairs, couples strolling with strollers, and an elderly couple walking side by side, leaning on each other. After thinking for a while, Chin Song pursed his lips and said, It looks quite similar, but I always feel like something is missing. Children, lovers, couples, and elderly partners. These correspond to the 4 stages of life. Childhood, youth, middle age, old age. However, if we compare it to the development of emotions, Chin Song always felt that something was missing. Seeing the glint in the girl's eyes, he realized that Jiang Wanwan already had the answer in her heart and was testing him. Seeing that Chin Song hadn't given an answer yet, Jiang Wanwan said, You're usually so smart. Why are you acting so dumb today? The answer couldn't be clearer. We're missing. You idiots. What if we're not there? Chin Song reacted instantly. Is it because we've lost that youthful, innocent understanding of relationships between men and women? But we both have clear goals, don't we? We haven't been clueless for very long, have we? He took out his phone and captured the heartwarming scene before him. After walking along the riverbank for a while, the two stepped onto the bridge and arrived at the island in the river. There were more people strolling on the island in the river than on the riverbank, and there were also more stalls. For example, there are stalls selling things like darts to pop balloons, ring toss, basketball toss cans, and card games. There are even fortune tellers. Chin Song took out his phone, looked at the message He Shun had just sent him, and then said to Jiang Wanwan. Xiong Funian was dismissed from his post and investigated, and Zhou Hongyu transferred schools. The girl turned to look at him, her expression one of surprise. Is it that serious? Yeah, I bet this family has done a lot of illegal and disorderly things, and they've all been caught in the investigation. Now, in the eyes of outsiders, we're practically family. I had a fight with Zhou Hongyu this afternoon, and he transferred schools before the next day. His uncle, who is also the director of the Teaching Affairs Office, was also arrested. When we go to school tomorrow, I reckon a lot of people will look at us with prejudice. The conflict between students even brought down the director of the Teaching Affairs Office. That's quite something. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan didn't seem to care much. If Xiong Funian didn't do anything wrong, then He Shun's father wouldn't be able to find any fault with him. As for those classmates, I don't have much contact with them anyway. I just need to do my own thing. If you're upright, you have nothing to fear. After taking another walk around the island in the river, the two decided to go home. Although it was windy by the river, it was still a bit hot compared to an air-conditioned room. It's only the end of the second evening self-study session. How about we study it again after we get home? Jiang Wanwan suggested. Chin Song saw through her thoughts. These 20 points are what you deserve. This is your right. It's stipulated by law. It's understandable that some people might complain about the extra 20 points for ethnic minorities, but no one can say anything about these 20 points. Jiang Wanwan lowered her eyes and said, "Many people say that I can get an extra 20 points in the college entrance examination, giving me a head start over others." Qin Song, "But I don't want these 20 points at all. I want my dad." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Song grabbed her hand and pointed to the bright, twinkling stars in the sky. "Uncle Jiang is watching you from up there. You can think of these 20 points as when you're answering questions on the college entrance exam. It's like when someone teaches you to write as a child, holding your hand and helping you hold the pen firmly." Chapter 131. The end of the year is approaching. As expected, when Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan walked into the classroom together the next day, all the other students immediately turned to look at the two of them. Zhou Hongyu's seat has been taken by the student sitting behind him, and his desk and chair have been moved to the back and left empty. Few people in the school knew that Xiong Funian had been dismissed and investigated. However, the senior high school students suddenly discovered that the food was much more delicious than before, and there was no more lymph node meat. The students in Class 2 of Senior 3 discovered that Zhou Hongyu had not appeared at school since then. Life went on as usual, eating, drinking, and studying as usual. There is no difference from before the incident. Because of Zhou Hongyu's personality, not many people in the class could get along with him, so when he left, nothing happened. Senior year of high school is agonizing and arduous. It is day after day, greeting the dawn at 5 or 6 o'clock and accompanied by the moonlight at 10 o'clock. It's about endless test papers to write and countless practice problems to review every day. All of this effort was aimed at getting my name on the acceptance letter of my desired university. Some people wish this time would pass more slowly, while others wish it would pass more quickly. But it is not affected by human will, it will be as it is. Spring and autumn in Jiangcheng are short-lived. It's not long after you take off your short sleeves, you have to put on a cotton padded coat. Compared to the nearly 6-month-long summer and the nearly 3-month-long winter, spring and autumn together only take up 3 months. Before we know it, the end of the year is approaching. According to the usual practice of senior high school students at number 2 high school, they have a holiday on the day before the Lunar New Year and start school on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. The little New Year has passed, and it's already the 27th of the Lunar Year. New Year's Eve is just around the corner. Whether you have money or not, you should go home for the Chinese New Year. This is a common saying among the older generation. But nowadays young people always say, if you don't have money to pay back, what's the point of celebrating the New Year? That's what they say, but who doesn't want to go home and see their parents? How to disappoint a girl in one sentence. Mom, I'm not coming home for Chinese New Year this year. The streets and alleys of Jiangxing City are decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, creating a strong festive atmosphere for the Chinese New Year. As in previous years, the gold shops along the roadside tirelessly played Good Luck and Wishing You Prosperity through their loudspeakers, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Song's house was also very lively and noisy. Dad, Mom, let me make this clear beforehand. You can go back to your hometown for the new year, but I won't go. I feel disgusted when I see those hypocritical people. If it weren't for the scene in his previous life where relatives came to demand the inheritance, Qin Song could have barely managed to put on a show with those respectable relatives. After returning to his hometown, he settled down to be a fake smiling boy, sitting by the stove playing on his phone and ignoring everyone. But now he really can't do it. Just thinking about the faces of those people made him feel disgusted. Son, these are relatives after all. We still need to save face, Lu Yu advised. Besides, your dad and I are going back to our hometown for the new year. If you don't come with us, where will you spend the new year? Upon hearing this, Qin Song replied without hesitation, I'll go to Wanwan's house. I asked Aunt Sue, and she said she won't be going back to her hometown for the spring festival this year. She will bring Grandma Jiang over, and they will spend the holiday at home. Anyway, having one more person just means having one more pair of chopsticks, so you guys go ahead and do yours. Just as Lu Yu was about to continue persuading him, Qin Song added, Dad, Mom, I advise you not to associate with those relatives anymore. If they find out that our family has some money, they'll come to borrow money every day, and they'll never pay it back. They'll come up with all sorts of excuses, son getting married, daughter-in-law being seriously ill, grandson going to school, tumors, cancer. You all know how snobbish those relatives are. To put it nicely, they're relatives. To put it bluntly, they're not even as good as strangers. At least strangers won't kick you when you're down. Anyway, there's nothing in our family that we need to ask them for help from, so it'll be quieter if we cut off all contact. After saying that, Chin Song walked into the bedroom somewhat irritably, closed the door, and left Chinong and Lu Yu looking at each other in bewilderment. They were somewhat puzzled as to why their usually obedient and sensible son would react so strongly to this matter. Everything was fine last year, wasn't it? Honey, do you think we were wrong? Lu Yu sighed. Our son is right. Those relatives are really hard to get along with. They're a bunch of stingy and snobs. But they're relatives after all. If we fall out, we'll lose face. Chinong looked towards Chin Song's bedroom, silently making plans in his mind. How about we don't go back anymore? He said after hesitating for a moment. Huh? Lu Yu's eyes and tone were filled with confusion. In previous years, Chinong was the most enthusiastic about returning to his hometown as the spring festival approached. What's wrong with you today? Just because of a few words from your son, you're not going back? You're never going back again. After getting married, the man actually values going back to his hometown for the Chinese New Year more than the woman. In recent years, when people go back to their hometown, they usually mean Chinang's hometown. Lu Yu's family home is only visited once a year, on the second day of the Lunar New Year. They have lunch and dinner there, and stay overnight before returning home. You're not going back anymore? Lu Yu asked tentatively. Chinong nodded, his tone firm and resolute, as if he had made up his mind. Yes, I'm not going back. He gave a bitter laugh. It's not just my son who can't stand it, I can't stand it either. On the surface, they say that the most important thing is for the whole family to live well, but behind the scenes, they grit their teeth and resent others for making a little money. These two-faced people are the most disgusting. I went back before, because I was thinking that if something went wrong at home, those relatives would be blood relatives after all. Even if it's just one or two people who can lend a helping hand, that would be great. But the situation at home is different now. We can handle things if something goes wrong, so there's no need to go back to our hometown to maintain that false family bond. My parents have passed away long ago, as have yours. We have fulfilled our filial duties. There's no need to join them when we sweep the tombs during Qingming festival. We can just go to our own. After saying that, Chinong glanced at the tightly closed door of Chin Song's room. Honey, why isn't Wanwan's mom going back this year? She always goes back for the new year in previous years. Lu Yu looked at her husband and immediately understood what he meant. Then I'll go to Chaoling's house and ask. And while I'm at it, I'll call Wanwan over and tell Chin Song that we're not going back for the new year. Haha, my wife is so thoughtful. Hearing Chin Ang's blatant flattery, Lu Yu glared at him and scolded. What a jerk. Chapter 132. The more I read, the more I like it. Inside the room, Chin Song sat in front of the computer, typing away rapidly on the keyboard. He'll write whenever he has free time, and when he's in a good mood he'll share some sweet moments, and when he's in a bad mood he'll share some angst, as long as he doesn't let his readers go hungry. I will continue updating as usual during the Chinese New Year holiday, since I still have some drafts saved up. He's in a bad mood right now. This should be written out of the book. Following the timeline is about right. Let him die a gruesome death, then I can at least fool the reader's comments. Knock knock knock. A knock came at the door. Chin Song, may I come in? Jiang Wanwan's voice came from outside the door. This left Chin and Song somewhat bewildered. Could Jiang Wanwan be an intermediary sent by her parents? Surely not. This girl has always been on her own side. Surely her parents know that? Come in. Upon hearing this, the girl pushed open the door and entered. As soon as she came in, she excitedly said to Chin Song, Chin Song, Aunt Lu said that you two aren't going back to your hometown this year? Does that mean our two families can celebrate together? Wanwan, tell my mom I absolutely won't, huh? Chin Song realized something was wrong only halfway through his conversation. Not a lobbyist? You absolutely don't know anything? Jiang Wanwan asked Yi Hua to Wendao. It's nothing. I mean, it's really good. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Didn't Aunt Sue always take you back to her hometown for the new year every year? Why aren't you going back this year? Chin Song knew that Su Chaoling wouldn't be going home for the new year, but he didn't know the specific reason. Do you remember the time my mother went back to her hometown for a funeral before the start of my senior year of high school? Chin Song nodded slightly. Of course I remember. He had a fever at that time, and Zhang Wanwan even took him to the hospital for an 4 drip. My mother said that the last person to pass away was my third grandfather. He had no children and was very good to the younger generation. The reason why the younger generation goes back to celebrate the new year every year is because of him. You could say that he is the hub that keeps the whole family together for the new year. After my third grandfather passed away, many people stopped coming back for the Spring Festival. My mother thought about it and realized that this generation had lost all kinship ties, so she decided that they would not come back to their hometown for the Spring Festival anymore. From now on, we'll just need to bring Grandma over for the new year, and the whole family can celebrate the new year in Jiangxing. Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded. It's better to sever ties sooner rather than later. When Zhang Wanwan passed away in her previous life, there weren't many good people among her relatives. Since it's all optional anyway, it's better to cut ties cleanly sooner rather than later. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, our two families will probably be celebrating the Lunar New Year together this year. When Grandma comes over, I'll have to show her my grades, Qin Song said with a hint of pride. His score has now reached around 670. Although she can't compare to Hishan, that abnormal academic genius, she can still be considered an outstanding individual. Zhang Wanwan is not bad either, but she just can't seem to break through the 660-point mark. It seems I've reached a bottleneck and need the help of elixirs. Hearing Qin Song mention his grades and his grandmother, Zhang Wanwan said leisurely. Ever since we got Grandma a new phone, I often video chat with her. I've told her about our progress in grades. Oh, what did Grandma say? Qin Song cared especially about Zhang's maternal grandmother's attitude. Grandma said, I don't quite remember what she said, but it was something like praising you. Zhang Wanwan certainly remembered. Grandma Zhang's original words were, wow, our Wanwan is so charming that she can turn Qin Song from a poor student into a top student in just 1 semester. She couldn't possibly repeat these words to Qin Song, so she simply brushed them off. The two entered the living room. Qin Song looked at his parents' somewhat unnatural, apologetic, and ingratiating smiles, and felt a pang of regret for his earlier words and actions. I don't know why, but sometimes I just can't help having a bad temper with people I'm close to. Qin Song knew in his heart that a large part of the reason his parents kept in touch with those relatives was for his sake. They hoped that when they need a helping hand, a relative will stand up for them. But now, it's clearly not necessary. Even without the bank card given to him by Hishin's father, Qin Song could live a very comfortable life based on the outlines of the novels on his computer and the currently serialized book, 10 Days, The End. According to Hong Yue's editor, the IP for the book, 10 Days, The End, is already under development, and once it's finalized, it will bring in another huge sum of money. Dad, Mom, Alright, it's okay. Your dad and I have thought it through. We won't be going back to our hometown for Chinese New Year anymore. We'll be spending it with Wanwan's family instead. Lu Yu interrupted him. Then she turned to Zhang Wanwan and said, Wanwan, your mother has gone to pick up your grandmother. You'll have lunch at Aunt Lu's place today. After your mother comes back this afternoon, our two families will go shopping for New Year's goods together. Yes, Aunt Lu, Zhang Wanwan replied obediently. It said online that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are enemies from a past life, and they just can't stand each other. But Lu Yu didn't think so. She's completely satisfied with Zhang Wanwan now. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also kind-hearted. She took Qin Song to the hospital when he was sick and also took care of him. He has good grades, and I've known him since he was a child. I know him well, and there are no strange elders in his family. Thinking about this, Lu Yu felt more and more that her decision to let Qin Song take a year off from school was absolutely correct. She really didn't think that much about it at the time. She just saw this little girl's father pass away at such a young age. He stays home alone every day and doesn't go out to play with other children. The little girl who used to run around in the neighborhood park every day and sweetly call out to the elders suddenly disappeared. Thinking that her son usually played with her, Lu Yu and Qinong discussed it and decided to let Qin Song take a year off from school to spend time with Zhang Wanwan and see if they could make the little girl lively and cheerful again. After learning of their idea, Su Qiaoling happily agreed. Peers often provide more effective guidance than elders. And it turned out just as they expected. In less than 3 months, Jiang Wanwan, who had been cooped up at home, was driven crazy by Qin Song. He runs around in the neighborhood park every day. The two people, who were clean and tidy before leaving home, had their clothes dirty after only a few hours when they returned home for lunch. 2 people, for little hands, all covered in dust. Looking back now, if Wanwan could still fall for other boys after having that experience with Qin Song, then without a doubt, Qin Song was the one who made the mistake. Lu Yu didn't know what others thought, but this was how she thought. Qinong noticed that Lu Yu was staring intently at Jiang Wanwan, as if she were looking at her daughter-in-law. Hey, this is way too blatant. The 2 kids are still in high school. He coughed once, ahem. Well, what would Wanwan like to eat? Just tell me. Coming to her senses, Lu Yu quickly added, Yes, what would Wanwan like to eat? Mom. No, Aunt Lu will go and prepare it for you. Oh no, I almost let it slip. Upon hearing this, the girl tucked the hair beside her cheek behind her ear. Aunt Lu, I'm fine with anything. I like to eat whatever Qin Song likes. Chapter 133, Buying New Year's Goods. Look at this. How sensible this girl is. Lu Yu gave Qin Song a disgruntled look before going to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After lunch, some fruit was cut up and served. Before long, Su Qiaoling had also brought Grandma Jiang over, and the 2 families went to the street together to buy New Year's goods. New Year's goods are nothing more than nuts, fruits, spring festival couplets, pastries, candies, red envelopes, various meats and vegetables, etc. These things are for the adults to worry about. Qin Song walked side by side with Jiang Wanwan, tasting this flavor of melon seeds and eating that flavor of peanuts. Small shops selling nuts and other New Year's goods like these are places where you can try some. Although neither family planned to go back to their hometown for the Spring Festival, they still needed to eat while watching the Spring Festival Gala, so they bought some food for each family. It's uncertain whether distant relatives will come to pay their respects for the new year, but some of the close relatives from the trucking group that Qin Song's parents worked with, especially those who lived in Jiangxing, will still come to visit. Needless to say, Jiang Wanwan's family receives New Year's greetings and well wishes from city leaders every year, as do Jiang's father's comrades in arms. Therefore, neither family was stingy when it came to preparing for the new year. In addition to various nuts, I also bought many kinds of fruits from a fruit specialty store. In his previous life, Qin Song never had a good new year after his parents passed away. Although after that, I spent every Chinese New Year at Jiang Wanwan's house, and the level of relaxation was no different from that at home. But every year during the Lunar New Year, when doing things like spring cleaning, putting up couplets, making dumplings, and paying New Year's visits, Qin Song would always unconsciously think of his parents. The death of a loved one is not a sudden downpour, but a lifetime of dampness. Several times he even hallucinated, seeing his parents sitting safely at the New Year's Eve dinner table, serving him food. Of course, he would keep these feelings to himself most of the time, and he would work very hard to prepare for the new year and do a thorough cleaning, so as to put Su Qiaoling and Jiang Wanwan at ease. Therefore, Qin and Song were really looking forward to this new year. This is not only the long-awaited reunion of the Qin and Song families to celebrate the new year together, but also the reunion with Jiang Wanwan's family. This is the first time in my lifetime. After buying nuts at the nut shop, I went to the fruit shop and bought all kinds of fruits. Next, I naturally went to the supermarket to prepare other New Year's goods besides vegetables and meat. In the South, markets remain open on the morning of Lunar New Year's Eve, and there are still quite a few vendors. To ensure the freshness of the ingredients, many people choose to prepare the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner on the morning of Lunar New Year's Eve. The adults went to pick out New Year's goods, while the 2 of them went to the snack area to choose snacks. Although his parents were relatively open-minded, Qin Song's childhood was no different from that of other ordinary children. The Want gift pack can't be opened, and you have to ask if you want a case of milk. I've never tried Kinder Surprise eggs or Kinder chocolate before. It wasn't that Qinong and Lu Yu were reluctant to part with them, but rather that they felt these things were unhealthy. The fried and puffed snacks in Want gift packs, such as Kinder Surprise eggs and Kinder chocolate, contain unhealthy cocoa butter substitutes listed in their ingredient list. The milk is drinkable, But the couple prefers to buy 1-liter bottles of DEA milk for Song rather than milk that meets their own international standards. To be honest, Song really had to thank his parents. If his parents hadn't strictly controlled his diet and made him drink milk every day, he wouldn't have grown this tall. After all, he had never seen someone who ate puffed food and spicy strips every day, didn't drink milk, and didn't eat proper meals grow to 1.8 meters tall. It's good enough that I don't have leukemia. A high school student who is 1.8 meters tall is a rare sight in the South. In the supermarket, Jiang Wanwan walked ahead, while Song followed behind, dragging a wheeled basket. The girl was wearing a long, pale yellow down jacket that reached almost to her knees. Under the cover of the clothes, her originally slender figure appeared somewhat bulky. The supermarket was crowded, and I walked with tiny steps, looking just like a little penguin. It was so cute. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Hearing the sound of food packaging bags clattering behind her, Jiang Wanwan turned around in confusion and saw Song throw 2 packs of Want gift packs into the basket and then toss in 2 bags of snail rice noodles. Kinder Surprise eggs, Kinder chocolate, and potato chips must be sold in bags because bags contain whole-cut potato chips, while tubs contain pressed composite potato chips. Spicy strips are a must-buy, and oh right, all sorts of drinks too, though Coca-Cola, orange juice with pulp, and yogurt are the main choices. To avoid attracting attention, he also bought some snacks that weren't considered junk food and placed them on top of the basket to conceal his presence. Buying so much junk food, aren't you afraid Aunt Lou will scold you? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the various snacks that were almost overflowing from the basket. Jiang Wanwan was well aware of how strictly Lu Yu controlled Song's diet when they were children. Most of the time, Song could only get to eat spicy snacks and fried skewers by using Jiang Wanwan as a shield. After the two were caught eating junk food, Qin and Song always had only one sentence to say. I bought it because Wanwan wanted to eat it. I just ate some with her as well. Whenever Song said this, Lu Yu, who was on the verge of getting angry, would immediately put on a smile and gently say to Jiang Wanwan beside her, Wanwan wants to eat this. You can make these fried skewers and spicy snacks at home. Just tell Aunt Lou if you want some, and she'll make them for you. A lot of the ones you buy outside are made with gutter oil, which is unhealthy. At this point, Jiang Wanwan would usually reply sweetly, I know, Aunt Lou, I'll tell you next time. I was so stupid back then. I didn't even know to wipe the oil off my hands and mouth before lying. Every time Lu Yu saw Song's mouth and hands covered in grease, and even chili pepper skin stuck between his teeth, she felt a pang of sadness. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Wanwan's clean little mouth and hands, and he was furious. Using a young girl as a shield without even buying her a lollipop, how could she have given birth to a son with such low emotional intelligence? If Song knew what his mother was thinking, he would definitely protest his innocence. It's not that she doesn't want to buy it. It's that she doesn't want it. Every time she wanted to buy something, Jiang Wanwan would say, I don't want lollipops anymore. You should buy some other delicious food instead. That's all the money we have. It wasn't until her allowance increased a bit that Jiang Wanwan would use the lollipop Song bought for her as a shield. It's okay, it's Chinese New Year, let's just buy it. Mom wouldn't scold me for such a small thing. I'm a grown man. Song said confidently. This is a really useful excuse during the Chinese New Year. That's what they said, but when it came time to pay, Song, citing the need to save time, didn't queue with the adults. After paying, they put the junk food that adults consider to be at the bottom of the bag and covered it with snacks like jelly, yogurt, and waha. Luckily, the supermarket bags were red, not as transparent as the white ones, otherwise the truth would have been revealed. Chapter 134 My wife, I was wrong. With the year-end approaching, there was heavy traffic on the road, and since the nut shop and supermarket were relatively close to the residential area, the group did not drive out. All the New Year's goods are ready, and there's only one thing left to deal with, couplets. The division of labor was very clear. The adults carried the New Year's goods they had bought home, while Song and Jiang Wanwan went to the entrance of Xinhua bookstore, found the small table for handwritten couplets, and bought 2 sets of handwritten couplets to take home. After receiving the order, Song handed the bag of snacks to Qinong, then winked at him. receiving a knowing look in return before feeling relieved. The Xinhua bookstore is not far from the supermarket where the group bought New Year's goods. Just walk to the intersection ahead and cross one traffic light. Every Chinese New Year, small tables are set up at the entrance of the bookstore for writing couplets, usually staffed by retired elderly men who love calligraphy. My calligraphy is certainly not as good as those masters in the industry, but after all, most people don't understand calligraphy. They just think it looks good, and that's about right. Compared to couplets printed on factory assembly lines, these couplets written in black ink on a red background have a more festive feel. There were many people in line, but most of them were middle-aged or elderly people, and young people were still in the minority. Therefore, as soon as the two approached the end of the line, they immediately attracted the attention of some elderly people. The elderly people were mostly discussing the identities of the two individuals. These two young people look quite alike. They must be siblings, right? No, real siblings should look more alike than this. I think they should be cousins or paternal cousins. Maybe they're a young couple, so don't make wild guesses. The elderly people weren't talking loudly, but because the group was quite close together, the two of them still managed to overhear some of their conversation. Jiang Wanwan felt embarrassed when she heard an older woman say that she and Qin Song were a young couple. What? She and Qin Song are still high school students. They're not some young couple at all. What? You mean they kiss every few days? Here she wants to clarify that those kisses are not kisses between lovers, but rather pure and innocent lip-to-lip friendships between childhood sweethearts. I just wanted to charge it when it ran out of power, and I just wanted to try out the lipstick. That's all. And they haven't even graduated high school yet. They haven't even confessed their feelings. How can they be considered a couple? Seeing the girl's shy expression, Qin Song suddenly felt playful. He looked around, coughed, and said, "Honey, it's almost Chinese New Year. Could you give me a little more pocket money?" As soon as he finished speaking, the elderly people around him suddenly realized what he meant. "Oh, so you're a married couple. No wonder you look alike. You must have a couple's resemblance. These two young people are really in love. They don't look very old. They probably got married as soon as they reached the legal age to get a marriage certificate. This young man is not bad either. He knows to let his wife keep an eye on him, so he doesn't spend money recklessly. They say that those who love their wives will have abundant wealth. This man will definitely make a lot of money in the future." Hearing the chatter of the elderly people around her, Jiang Wanwan wished she could dig a hole and disappear right then and there. To say something like this in broad daylight, and even call someone else's wife, aren't you ashamed? If you're going to say something, you should say it secretly. It's not like she won't agree. Feeling ashamed and indignant, she stretched out her nimble little hand and slipped it under the hem of Qin Song's down jacket to his waist, pinching the soft flesh and giving it a gentle twist. "Ouch, that hurts. My dear wife, I was wrong. I don't want an increase in my allowance. Please don't pinch me." This immediately drew even more attention from those who had initially scattered. "What? I didn't use much force at all, especially since there was an undershirt between us." Seeing the sly glint in Qin Song's feigned aggrieved eyes, how could she not understand that she had been teased again? The surrounding gazes made the girl's already rosy cheeks turn even redder. She felt like a steam engine, with steam rising from her head, a steam that symbolized shyness. At this moment, an older woman came over and earnestly offered some advice. "Girl, it's fine to discipline your man however you want at home, but you have to give him face in public. When a man is henpecked and entrusts you with his money, it's not because he's afraid of you, but because he respects you. You have to cherish your own man, otherwise if he gets snatched away by some vixen, you'll have nowhere to cry." The older woman spoke very seriously, leaving Jiang Wanwan momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of man is this? What kind of henpecked husband is this? What kind of vixen is this? Qin Song and I were childhood sweethearts with a completely innocent relationship. The next moment, Qin Song came over and smiled at the old lady. "Don't worry, my wife always gives me face, and we are very loving." I was just joking with her. Upon hearing this, the woman was speechless for a moment. So these two were just flirting. Did I just interrupt their good time? Oh, that's good, that's good. After saying that, the woman sighed inwardly. Young people these days are really interesting. After queuing for a while, there were only two people left in front of Jiang Wanwan. But the occasional glances from those around her made her feel that the less than 10-minute wait in line was incredibly long. It was finally their turn. Jiang Wanwan took out the note that her grandmother had prepared in advance and handed it over. "Grandpa, we need to write these 2 couplets." The old man who was in charge of writing the couplets took the slip of paper, read it once, and began to write. The brushstrokes flowed like dragons and snakes, completed in one go. First line, "Plum blossoms and bamboo symbolize peace and the fullness of spring." Second line, "Parents and children prosper and enjoy longevity." Horizontal inscription, "A happy family." First line, "Phoenix brings auspiciousness, dragon presents good fortune." Second line, "Red peach celebrates the new year, apricot welcomes spring." Horizontal scroll, "Blessings fill the world." "Grandpa, I want to write another one," Qin Song suddenly said. The first line is, "Meow, meow, 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 wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." The second line is, "Woof, woof, 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 woof." And the horizontal scroll is, "Ha ha." To help the old man figure out exactly which characters they were, Qin Song took out his phone, opened the Notes app, typed the characters in, and showed them to him. The old man looked at the words on his phone with a puzzled expression. It seems his son was right. The generation gap between him and the younger generation is indeed very deep. Meow meow woof woof ha ha? What kind of couplet is this? But to be honest, it's actually quite easy to pronounce. Therefore, he specially wrote the couplet in a more rounded font. Qin Song wrote this couplet for no other purpose than because he found it interesting on a whim. The old man used quick drying ink, so after letting it dry for a while, he could roll up the couplets without worrying about the ink stain spreading. A couplet costs 30 yuan, so 3 couplets would cost 90 yuan. Although it's a bit expensive, the red paper used for writing the couplets is quite thick, and the handwriting is also quite good. Prices rise for everything during the Chinese New Year, so 30 yuan a pair is considered good value for money. Chapter 135, Dust Sweeping Day. Back in his bedroom, Qin Song carefully put the meowing and barking couplet into the cabinet. On his way home, he had already figured out how to use the couplet. Once the college entrance exam is over and university starts, it will come in handy. Su Qiaoling, Jiang Wanwan, and Zhang's grandmother returned to their own home. When Qin Song entered the living room, he saw the familiar packaging bags on the coffee table and the couple sitting on the sofa. He knew then that there was a traitor in the father-son alliance. "Dad, you actually betrayed the alliance," Qin Song said, heartbroken. "The army of junk food has been exposed, and the culprit is none other than the chief of the general staff. How can we launch a night raid and seize the key territory of the stomach?" As a great general, he was truly heartbroken. "Son, Dad is doing this for your own good. Your mother and I are not growing, so it's okay for us to eat junk food, but you shouldn't eat it. It will affect your development. So, your mom and I are confiscating these." The two originally formed an alliance because one was attracted to junk food and the other to his secret stash of money. Unexpectedly, the old man with the secret stash of money actually tore up the cooperation agreement without authorization. Well then, don't blame his junk food son for leaking top-secret information. "Mom, I'm going to tell on you. Dad's hiding money," Qin Songzi said sternly. However, Liu simply nodded slightly. "I know. Qin and Song have finally figured it out. Well, it turns out Dad has already revealed his secret stash of money. Then don't blame him for pulling out his trump card. Mom, you said I could use the scholarship money as I pleased, and I used the scholarship money to buy these things." A month after the Zhouhongyu incident, No. 2 Middle School organized a scholarship selection, and some top students such as He Shun, Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, and Shin Sisi were naturally among them. 20,000 per person. Although it's not much compared to the transfer fees that schools often charge tens of thousands of yuan to poach students, it's of great significance. Qin Song hadn't told his family about the royalties, and even Jiang Wanwan didn't know. He planned to talk about it after the college entrance examination, so as not to worry his family that writing novels would affect his studies. Therefore, Qin and Song did not have much money available for public disposal, and scholarships were one of those funds. And this money also comes with a get-out-of-jail-free card. Liu rolled her eyes at him. "All right, your dad was just joking. Do you think we'd really steal all your snacks? You can eat, but you have to control the amount each time, and remember to bring one along." Don't eat alone, understand? Hee hee, don't worry. I bought two of everything. One for me and one for Wanwan. Unlike other families who designate the 24th day of the 12th lunar month as the day for sweeping dust, the Qin and Song families, as well as the Jiang Wanwan family, do not set a specific day for sweeping dust. As long as the sanitation is cleaned up before the 27th of the 12th lunar month, it will be fine. To save time, both families usually clean their homes thoroughly on the 27th. Since the new year was just 2 days away after cleaning, there was no need to wipe, mop, and sweep the areas that easily get dusty again. In previous years, after cleaning their own home, the Qin and Song family would go upstairs to help Jiang Wanwan's family clean, and this year was no exception. Cleaning is a meticulous task, but sometimes it still requires some physical strength. After the two families thoroughly cleaned both houses, it was time for dinner. Looking at the spotless room that had just been cleaned, I wiped all the yellow grease off the range hood, and I don't even want to turn it on. I'm so tired, I don't want to cook. The two women, who were sighing with regret, exchanged a glance and immediately agreed to go out for dinner at a restaurant. Both families are good at eating spicy food, and they plan to have a hot pot with a spicy beef tallow broth to warm themselves up in the dead of winter. However, because Grandma Jiang was getting old and needed to pay attention to her diet and stomach, the adults discussed it for a while and decided to go for congee hot pot. They're both hot pot. The only difference is that one is spicy and the other isn't. Qin Song couldn't understand why anyone would open a congee hot pot restaurant in Jiangcheng, a city where spicy food is common, and why the business was actually doing so well. Of course, this misunderstanding disappeared after he tried it once. Fresh ingredients such as beef, crab, oysters, shrimp, and scallops are cooked in the broth. According to the tastes of the Qin and Song dynasties, these dishes must be eaten with a sour and spicy dipping sauce. Here's the key point. After eating these, sprinkle a handful of green vegetables into the piping hot porridge, and you can enjoy a bowl of incredibly sweet and delicious porridge. Although this way of eating is relatively light, it is definitely not good to eat it often. Seafood is a high-purine food, and eating too much can easily lead to gout. Jiang Wanwan also enjoyed the meal. She somehow managed to get some Houtuinia chordata and added it to the base sauce. Whenever I eat beef or seafood with dipping sauce, I'll pick up a few small, cylindrical pieces of Houtuinia chordata and savor them. This dipping sauce is really delicious. Do you want to try some? Jiang Wanwan showed Qin Song the freshly cooked beef, put it in her mouth and chewed it, her eyes crinkling with delight at how delicious it was. Qin Song looked at the Houtuinia chordata in her bowl with some skepticism, but he tried it again out of sheer belief, and the result was vomit. He still couldn't get used to the food. Even though there was no Houtuinia chordata in the beef, the fishy smell in the dipping sauce was still unacceptable to him. At this moment, Qin Song suddenly understood those who didn't like cilantro. At first, he thought, cilantro is clearly the best tasting vegetable in the world, so why would anyone not like to eat it? I can't even stand the smell of cilantro. It wasn't until Qin Song discovered that what he found completely unpalatable Houtuinia chordata was considered a supreme delicacy by Jiang Wanwan that he understood something. It's impossible to please everyone. Just like Jiang Wanwan likes to eat Houtuinia chordata, he doesn't need to force himself to eat it to cater to her taste. He just needs to respect it. After dinner, since it was still early, the group went to the commercial building for a while. At everyone's suggestion, Grandma Jiang, who had repeatedly refused, finally went to the hair salon to dye her hair black. The hair dye used is plant-based. Although it has a short duration and fades easily, it has far fewer side effects compared to chemical hair dyes. After dyeing her hair, Grandma Jiang looked at herself in the mirror and saw that she looked almost 10 years younger, and she smiled happily. Su Qiaoling took advantage of the situation and dragged Grandma Jiang to buy some new clothes. New year, new look. Of course, everything from head to toe should be brand new. Clothes, pants, socks, shoes. Everything is arranged in one go. We've bought everything we need. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan's new outfits for the first day of the Lunar New Year were bought a long time ago and are currently hanging in the closet. The couple's new clothes, from head to toe, clearly conveyed the message of being matching outfits. If you ask them, they'll just say, "What matching outfits? I don't know. We just happen to be wearing the same thing." Chapter 136 Pasting Couplets. In the blink of an eye, Lunar New Year's Eve has arrived. Noisy festivals only make happy people happier and lonely people lonelier. Fortunately, Shin Song and his group were among the lucky ones. When Shin Song was woken up around 6 a.m., Shin Ong and Lu Yu were already dressed and ready to go. As for why they got up so early, it was obviously to go to the market to buy the ingredients needed for their New Year's Eve dinner. Wake up. Your dad, Wanwan's mom, and grandma are going to the market to buy groceries. After you get up and wash up, put up the couplets for our family and Wanwan's family. Breakfast is at Wanwan's house. You can go and have breakfast there while you're at it. After saying that, Liu didn't care whether Shin Song had heard her clearly or not, and she pulled Shin Ong along as they set off. We need to get to the market early, otherwise all the good stuff might be bought by someone else later. Shin and Song naturally heard it clearly. With the air conditioning on in the room, you won't feel like you're stepping into an icebox when you get out of bed in winter. After dawdling for a while and lingering in bed, Shin Song got up, quickly washed up, and got dressed. Then, carrying the couplet with the horizontal inscription, "Blessings fill the world," he arrived at Jiang Wanwan's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened shortly after the knocking. Shin Song, Happy New Year. A cute little head peeked out from the crack in the door, followed by the whole body. The girl's hairstyle today was different from her usual high ponytail. Instead, it was a double-braided ponytail adorned with red bows, giving it a festive look. She was wearing a winter hanfu, which was also red. I'm not sure exactly how to describe Shin and Song, but they were absolutely adorable. Sweet girl, Happy New Year, Wanwan. Wanwan looks so cute today. So he couldn't resist giving the girl a quick kiss on the cheek, making her blush shyly. Oh dear, the door isn't closed yet. Then kiss after closing the door? After saying that, Shin Song added, the kind of kissing between childhood sweethearts. Do you want to charge again? Well, it's not impossible. Actually, she didn't want to kiss him, but Shin Song's words were just too sweet. Oh well, forget it. After entering the house and closing the door, the two engaged in a 5-minute exchange of saliva, which ultimately ended due to someone's groping hands. My hand is red again, but it's worth it, Shin Song skillfully changed into his own slippers and rubbed his stomach. Having your own pair of slippers at the home of someone you like is such a blissful experience. I'm starving. Where's breakfast? Where's breakfast? Although I just ate a lot of sweet saliva, saliva doesn't fill me up. Jiang Wanwan took the lead and went into the kitchen, bringing out the steamed buns and breakfast that were kept warm. My mom said breakfast can be just something quick and easy. The important thing is the New Year's Eve dinner. The time for the New Year's Eve dinner varies from region to region. Some eat it in the morning, some at noon, some in the evening, and some in the early morning. According to local custom in Jiangqing, the New Year's Eve dinner is usually eaten in the evening. Shin Song, who got up the latest, is currently the only one who hasn't eaten breakfast. After quickly finishing their breakfast, the two began their morning task putting up couplets. Urban commercial housing differs from self-built houses in villages and towns. The doors of commercial housing are relatively small, and in some units, the door is against the wall, leaving no space to paste couplets. Fortunately, there were empty spaces on both sides of the doors of Jiang Wanwan's and Shin Song's houses, and the size of the couplets matched the blank spaces, so they could be pasted neatly inside. Ladders and such are naturally unnecessary. Just remember to take the key before closing the door and bring out a small stool. Given Shin Song's height, adding a small stool made pasting up couplets much easier. While the two were putting up the couplets, people from the same floor would occasionally go out to buy groceries. Similarly, compared to villages and towns, neighborly relations in cities are not very good either. Being able to nod to someone is considered good. Many people have lived in the community for over 10 years without ever seeing their neighbors. Regardless of whether they usually interact, neighbors who go out to buy groceries will generally greet the two people who are putting up couplets with a smile and say Happy New Year. Upon hearing this, the two would reply in unison, Happy New Year. Although they were just polite words, something is better than nothing. You idiot Shin Song. You didn't name properly. It's all crooked. The girl stepped back a few paces and examined the couplet. Then come over here quickly and help me up. Pull the bottom of the couplets up, fix them with paste first, align them, and then fill in the parts that are not stuck on properly with paste. Having not done this kind of thing for so long, Qin Song's technique was inevitably a bit rusty. A little to the left, a little more to the left. Oops, that's too far. Come back a little. And now, is it correct? Yes, the left side is straight, but the right side needs to be moved a little more to the left. The girl gave the order, and Qin Song complied. You idiot, Qin Song, can't you be a little gentler? You're using so much force, you're going to break it. The paper of the couplets can't withstand such force. It's going to tear in a bit. Don't put the banner above the door. We'll be putting the Fu, good fortune, character in the middle of the door later. The Fu character should be pasted upside down. Finally, with the combined efforts of Commander Jiang and Laborer Qin, the two couplets were pasted in their proper places. After completing their mission, the two sat in the living room of Qin Song's house, waiting for the adults to return from their hunting. Because of the different decorating styles and layouts, Qin Song's house is more suitable for large gatherings than Jiang Wanwan's house, and Qin Song's round table comes with a turntable. So the two families decided to have lunch and New Year's Eve dinner at Qin Song's house. Before long, the adults returned with their prey. In addition to the usual pork, beef, mutton, fish, shrimp, and crab, there is also a live chicken and a live duck. According to Grandma Jiang, these chickens and ducks are not from a farm, but are raised at home. She sighed as she spoke, saying that if it weren't so inconvenient, she could have gotten the chickens and ducks from her hometown, which would have been free and the meat would have been of better quality. As mentioned earlier, the New Year's Eve dinner is the main event, so we just cooked a few simple stir-fries for lunch. After lunch, everyone rested briefly before getting busy, including Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. There were many things to prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner, and Grandma Jiang took on the task of killing chickens and ducks. The other adults were busy with their own things, while Qin Song, Jiang, and Wanwan were doing simple tasks, such as peeling garlic, washing vegetables, and grinding meat in a food processor. Preparing the New Year's Eve dinner is something that the whole family should do together. Even if you're just helping out, you can feel a warm feeling welling up from the bottom of your heart and filling your whole body. Chapter 137, Making Dumplings. After all the preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner were completed, the next thing everyone was looking forward to was the event. Let's make dumplings. Jiang Wanwan was very happy. This was the first time she had ever made dumplings with Qin Song. She decided to secretly memorize the dumpling designs Qin Song made later, so she could eat a few more when she ate dumplings. In addition, Grandma Jiang prepared 5 new 1-cent coins, which she would randomly wrap into the dumplings. Finding a coin in a dumpling is considered very lucky, as it signifies good fortune and prosperity in the new year. Sometimes Qin Song felt that his family and Jiang Wanwan's family were more like one family. He felt very comfortable getting along with Jiang Wanwan and her elders. Even if there is a generation gap with the elders, we will respect and understand each other. They won't ask strange questions, nor will they deliberately leave their car keys on the table, and they certainly won't use being drunk as an excuse to be sarcastic and then start arguing. While making dumplings, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan sat facing each other. A large table was placed in front of them, covered with a clean white tablecloth. The filling is made of corn and pork, and the dumpling wrappers were bought at the market this morning. Because the air conditioning was on in the living room, everyone took off their coats. Qin Song was wearing a simple beige turtleneck sweater, with the sleeves pulled up to reveal his muscular forearms. He also plays basketball in his spare time, so he's in good physical condition. He's excellent in terms of both strength and endurance. Perhaps due to his talent for making dumplings, Qin Song was quite fast at wrapping them, managing to wrap a dumpling in the shape of a gold ingot every 5 seconds. The amount of meat is also well controlled. It won't burst open if there's too much meat, nor will it look shriveled if there's too little. The sounds of adults chatting, television programs, and the faint aroma of flour and a warm atmosphere filled the room. In short, this is the flavor of the new year and also the flavor of home. I wish there were more of these kinds of everyday moments, the girl thought. The feeling right now is really strange. A sense of peace and comfort lingers in her heart. Gradually, Jiang Wanwan slowly stopped making dumplings and just looked at Qin Song Bao. The thought of spending every Chinese New Year with Qin Song filled her mind with pink bubbles. Putting up couplets together, making dumplings together, eating New Year's Eve dinner together, staying up late on New Year's Eve together, sleeping together, waking up together, the girl thought to herself, and a smile kept spreading across her face. Wait a minute, something terrible seems to have gotten mixed in. Who cares? We're all in the same boat anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if Chin Song wasn't around in the future. When she was sad, Chin Song would no longer try to cheer her up. When she was craving snacks, he would no longer take her to buy them. When she had her period, he would no longer massage her tummy. From now on, everything in her life would be without him. No, we can't let this happen. This is such a horrible thing. Just thinking about it makes me sad. We need to find a way to keep Chin Song by our side for the rest of our lives. For example, a baby? No, that's not right. Why am I even a little excited? Shouldn't girls be shy? It's all Chin Song's fault. Who told him to be so good that I couldn't help but think that way? She glanced warily at the adults around her who were making dumplings, resisting the urge to grab Chin Song's face and rub it. She took off her cotton slippers, hooked her little feet, clad in white socks, around his ankles, and then ran them down his calves to his knees. Normally, they would do those intimate things secretly, hiding them from the adults. This time, it was done in secret right under the adults' noses, which was strangely exciting. Just as her little feet tried to go further in, they were trapped between Chin Song's legs. The tips of his ears turned red. The adults are still here, and this girl dares to do this? She's getting bolder and bolder. Couldn't you have done it secretly? Seeing Chin Song's shy expression, Jiang Wanwan felt a strong urge to tease him. The shy Chin Song seems even more charming. She moved her toes, which were trapped in the foot. A soft, tender foot, through pure white cotton socks, trousers, and thermal underwear, gently tickled the inside of Chin Song's thigh, making him feel itchy inside. Seeing the girl's amused expression, Chin Song realized what was going on. This is just mocking yourself. Since the little feet had come to him, Chin Song naturally wouldn't be polite. After firmly clamping the foot, he slowly rubbed the ticklish spot on the sole of the foot with the soft flesh of his inner thigh. Gently, slowly, carefully. Knead and knead. Rub and rub. At that moment, the girl felt as if a sensitive nerve had been touched, and her whole body went limp, without any strength, like a lump of soft mud. If she could, she would want to collapse into Chin Song's arms right now. The tingling, slightly itchy sensation in my toes traveled down my calves, thighs, and all the way to my lower abdomen, heart, and neck. The strange sensation spread throughout my body in less than 30 seconds. Her face turned bright red in an instant, and even her expression became languid. The next moment, the girl, unable to bear it any longer, quickly pulled her foot back. The speed and force were so great that the chair sitting under her made a loud thud. The adults all turned to look at them. It's hot, a bit hot. Let me find the remote and turn on the air conditioner, the girl said, blushing. Lu Yu glanced at the standing air conditioner in the corner of the living room. The air vent was indeed pointing in Jiang Wanwan's direction. The girl in the voile skirt was indeed dressed more warmly than the others who had taken off their coats. She didn't think much of it. The remote is on the coffee table. If you feel stuffy, go to the balcony for some fresh air. Anyway, we've almost finished making the dumplings. Good. Upon receiving the instruction, Jiang Wanwan immediately stuffed her feet back into her cotton slippers and ran to the balcony. A gust of cold air made her feel much better instantly, and the romantic atmosphere from before gradually dissipated. The girl looked up at the tall buildings in the distance and the mountains further away. After her mood calmed down, she pursed her lips, as if savoring the feeling she had just experienced. When she returned to her seat, she had almost finished making the dumplings. I don't know if it was planned in advance, but the dumplings made by the 5 people were all different. It looks like there are many different kinds and flavors, but they are all corn and pork filling. However, she secretly thought that dumplings shaped like ingots would taste better. Even though the filling and dumpling wrappers are the same, her subconscious keeps reminding her of this. The dumplings shaped like gold ingots taste even better, because they've been enchanted. In the kitchen, fresh meat was poured into a hot oil pan, making a sizzling sound. The New Year's Eve dinner was quite lavish, with a wide variety of dishes, and the 2 stoves in the Chin and Song families certainly wouldn't be enough. So the four adults divided the work, with Su Qiaoling and Grandma Jiang using the stove in the house to cook the dishes that needed to be stewed. 2 kitchens, 4 stoves, plus 2 electric pressure cookers, one for cooking rice and the other for making soup. Each dish must be placed in an upside-down bowl after cooking, and with the air conditioning on in the living room, the food will cool down very slowly, so it will still be hot when we eat the New Year's Eve dinner. The background music must be the Spring Festival Gala. Whether you watch it or not is not important. Just listening to the sound is enough to create a festive atmosphere. Chicken soup, stewed pork ribs, braised mutton, stir-fried beef, steamed turbot, salt and pepper shrimp, spicy crab, braised duck, and stir-fried vegetables. The dishes were unbelievably lavish. Chapter 138 Warm Moments. There's a saying that goes, when chicken legs are no longer yours, it means you've grown up. But Jiang Wanwan didn't notice, even though she is already 18 years old and an adult. But whenever she eats at home, there will always be a portion of chicken, duck, or goose legs on the table for her. Now, in addition to her home, Qin Song's home has also been added to this location. Come on, have some chicken leg for dinner. This chicken was still clucking 3 hours ago. It's so fresh. Lu Yu picked up a chicken leg from the chicken soup pot and put it into Jiang Wanwan's bowl. Thank you, Auntie, she smiled sweetly, and then snorted at Qin Song as if showing off. Taking a bite of a chicken leg, your tongue, mouth, and even your heart are filled with sweetness. Qin Song was displeased. TCH. Who cares? I don't like it anyway. It's just a chicken. Hee thank you, Aunt Sue, for the chicken leg. I love chicken legs. Oh, the duck leg Grandma made smells so good. No wonder it's made by Grandma herself. Jiang Wanwan was now very unhappy. Her mouth was so sullen it could hold an oil bottle. I know, Grandma doesn't love Wanwan anymore, boo-hoo. Jiang Wanwan's dramatic behavior only stopped when her maternal grandmother also put a duck leg on her plate. Watching the two children bickering, the adults couldn't help but laugh. Although it was the first time the two families had celebrated the Lunar New Year together, there was no awkwardness between them. It was as if they were born to be a family, and their way of getting along was very comfortable. We always talk about going home, but the home we're going home to isn't a place, it's the people. A place where your closest and dearest family members can be called home. No matter how big or luxurious a house is, without these people inside, it can only be called a house, not a home. The conversations among the group of people always revolved around the two children. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan have no memory of some of the interesting things that happened when they were young, but the adults can always bring them up and talk about them with great interest. They talked about how much they weighed at birth and what they each grabbed during their first birthday celebration. There are also stories about Qin Song wetting the bed and Jiang Wanwan wetting her pants when they were little, Qin Song picking up rat droppings to play with, and Jiang Wanwan pulling up foxtail grass to eat, etc. It's shameful that two 18-year-olds are being dragged into their childhood by adults and whipped like corpses. However, when it came to their results, the two of them immediately straightened up. Especially during the Qin and Song dynasties, they quickly evolved into summer camp kings, full of pride and high spirits. He also has the ability to do so. In just one semester, he went from being a poor student to a top student. With a score of 670, based on the past college entrance examination scores of Nanjiang province, one can practically choose any university in the country. Which university do Qin Song and Wanwan want to go to? Su Qiaoling asked. Qin Song scored 670 points, and Wanwan scored 655 points. If they work hard for another semester, they can definitely get into Tsinghua or Peking University. At this moment, Grandma Jiang also expressed her opinion. Yes, Tsinghua and Peking University are excellent as the top universities in China, but they are too far from home. It would be great if I really got in, but I could only come back during winter and summer vacations. Elders are always like this. They both hope their children will grow up and worry about them growing up. Because when you grow up, you have to face the adult world, which is full of scheming and backstabbing. How can children stand that? Thinking that their two children might go to university in the capital, so far from home, the adults suddenly felt a little reluctant to part with them. Sometimes I selfishly think, if I had done a little worse on the exam, would I have been able to stay in the province and go to university? Sigh, being a parent is really tough. Wanwan and I have already discussed it. Even if we can get into Tsinghua or Peking University, we won't go. We'll only apply to Jiangxing University, Qin Song said. Yes, that's right. We'll go to Jiangxing University, and we won't go anywhere else. Jiangxing University is certainly good, but it still falls short compared to Tsinghua and Peking Universities, the two most prestigious universities in China. If your score is high enough, you can try for Tsinghua or Peking University. These are top universities that represent the highest level of education in China. Grandma Jiang started saying one thing, but meaning another. She really wanted the two of them to live closer to home, but she couldn't bear to ruin their future. So the adults started discussing which school would be better for the two children. After discussing for more than 10 minutes, they unanimously decided to wait until the college entrance examination was over and the scores were released before making any further decisions. Qin Song said that school starts on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. If you have time on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Aunt Lu will take you and Qin Song to the driving school to register. You can take the C2 automatic driving test. You're both adults now. Go to driving school and register first. Take some time to pass the theory test, so you won't have to wait 30 days for the summer vacation after the college entrance exam. Lu Yu suggested. After completing the theory test 1, you need to wait 10 days before you can apply for the practical driving test 2, and 30 days before you can apply for the practical driving test 3. If I pass the theory test early, I won't have to squeeze into the crowds with other college students during the summer vacation. Getting your driver's license sooner means you can start driving sooner. When I go to a university close to home, I can drive there myself. Wanwan, your Aunt Lu is right. It will be easier to pass the first part of the driving test as soon as possible. After you get your driver's license, Mom will buy you a car to drive. At this point, Lu Yu added, it's okay if Wanwan doesn't want to take the driving test. Qin Song will be your personal driver from now on. Driving is something that doesn't matter whether you learn it or not. Besides, with such advanced public transportation these days, taking a plane or high-speed rail is also a good option. Are you taking the driving test with Qin Song? That sounds pretty good. Lu Yu said she wanted Qin Song to be her personal driver, but she refused. Although she was very tempted, she couldn't bear to let Qin Song get tired. If we go out together in the future and Qin Song gets tired of driving, won't there be no one to take his place? She doesn't want to. Okay, then Qin Song and I will sign up together, and we can learn to drive together during the summer vacation. Lu Yu nodded. Then I'll talk to the coach first. Remember to come to Aunt Lu's on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Aunt Lu will take you and Qin Song to register together. Okay. Chapter 139 The Corner Shop of My Childhood. The dishes were not only plentiful, but also plentiful, filling the table to the brim. So much so that after the New Year's Eve dinner, apart from dishes like fish, shrimp, and crab that couldn't be stored and were almost completely cleared out, the rest of the dishes still looked almost as good as before. Although Jiangxing City doesn't place much emphasis on the festive atmosphere of the Lunar New Year, it still specially designated some squares for it. During the Spring Festival, people can freely set off fireworks and firecrackers in these places. Right now, colorful fireworks are flashing outside the window. After helping the adults clean up the dishes, the two of them, unlike the adults, were not able to sit quietly on the sofa to watch the Spring Festival Gala. How could young people possibly watch the Spring Festival Gala? At most, it's just background music during meals. Jiang Wanwan's gaze had already been drawn to the spectacular fireworks display outside the window. Qin Song, how about we go buy some fireworks and set them off? Perhaps feeling it was inappropriate to go out on New Year's Eve, she suggested quietly. Sure, I'll talk to them. Qin Song readily agreed. He also really wanted to go out for a stroll. Watching the Spring Festival Gala at home was really boring. If the adults weren't around, he and Jiang Wanwan could still keep each other company and relieve their boredom, but with the adults around, it wasn't so easy. Dad, Mom, Aunt Sue, Grandma, Wanwan and I are going out to buy fireworks to play with. We'll be back in a bit. Okay, you two be careful, and remember to be back before midnight. We still need to eat dumplings. Grandma Jiang instructed. Children have their own ways of having fun, and adults have theirs. There's no need to force anyone to. Okay, we won't stay out that late. It's only a little past 8 now, and we'll be back by 10 at the latest. Having received permission, Jiang Wanwan immediately put on her coat and went to the entrance to put on her shoes. She couldn't wait any longer. On New Year's Eve, dumplings are usually made in advance and eaten at midnight, which is between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. In the ancient Chinese sexagenary cycle system, the hour of Z, 11 p.m. 1 a.m., marks the beginning of a day. Therefore, the midnight hour on New Year's Eve is not only the transition between the old and new days, but also the transition between the old and new year, which is called Jiaozi. This is the beginning of the first day of the Lunar New Year. Eating dumplings at this time signifies the transition to the new year. Z refers to the midnight hour, and the word jiao, dumpling, is a homophone for jiaozi, dumpling, thus conveying the meaning of joyful reunion and good fortune. From a modern perspective, these are all feudal superstitions. But people are very willing to do things that bring good luck without paying any price. Just like how students know that the college entrance examination can only be based on their own abilities and cannot be achieved through shortcuts, it still doesn't stop them from visiting the statue of Confucius before the exam. It's not for any other reason than to hope for good luck, so that I can guess more multiple-choice questions correctly when I don't know the answer. The nearest plaza where fireworks are permitted is very close to Xingfu Community, and there are fireworks stores nearby, so the two of them don't have to ride their electric scooter in the cold wind. They can just walk there. They walked into the alley with practiced ease. It was a path leading to the square. Compared to the main road, it takes less time and the cold wind is also less. While passing by a small shop that the two of them used to frequent when they were children, Qin Song was surprised to find that the shop was still open on New Year's Eve. Jiang Wanwan looked at the coin-operated children's rocking machine by the door, and memories flooded back. She smiled unconsciously, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. She poked Qin Song with her gloved little finger, then pointed to the rocking machine. Qin Song, do you remember this? Of course, Qin and Song remembered it. During the year they took a break from school, they came here almost every day to buy snacks. Spicy snacks and carbonated drinks are out of the question. My parents had already spoken to the shop owner, Mr. Wong, and could only buy things like milk tablets, QQ candies, want little buns, and AD calcium milk. They can't stand the rocking machine's call to action, handsome boys and beautiful girls, come and play. Then he took the money and went to find Grandpa Wong to exchange it for 2 1 yuan coins. He forcefully threw them into the coin slot, straddled the coin slot, and swayed back and forth while throwing want little buns into his mouth. Of course, all these rude behaviors were done by Qin Song alone. A well-behaved girl like Jiang Wanwan would sit very politely on it, drinking AD calcium milk and eating milk tablets while gently swaying to the rhythm of the rocking machine. Qin Song carefully examined the 2 rocking machines for a while. Although there wasn't much paint damage and it was well maintained, it still looks really ugly, and the 2 boiling sheep have different skin tones. One is yellow, and the other is pink. How come I never noticed how ugly it was when I played with it as a kid? Normally, he wouldn't want to play on an ugly rocking machine, but he really had to try this one. How about we go back to Grandpa Wong and exchange a couple more coins, then ride it for a bit? After saying that, Qin Song was about to take out his money to exchange for coins. Jiang Wanwan quickly grabbed him. What? We're all grown up. Why are we still playing this? If our classmates or teachers found out that we're both over 18 and still playing on the rocking horse, they'd laugh their heads off. Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, Qin Song tentatively asked, then, if we don't get discovered, will that be fine? Looking at the girl's hesitant expression, it was clear that she wanted to play, but was just too shy to ask. While Jiang Wanwan was thinking, Qin Song took out his phone and searched for the maximum weight capacity of this brand of rocking machine. Although this brand's rocking machine is of better quality and has a larger weight capacity than ordinary rocking machines, it only reaches 75 kilograms. But considering the wear and tear over the years, his weight of 65 kilograms probably means he can't sit on it. However, Jiang Wanwan's weight is still below 55 kilograms, so there's no problem. So, while the girl was considering, he prepared to go into the convenience store to exchange for 2 coins. Jiang Wanwan, who was still debating whether to play, saw that Qin Song had already pushed open the glass door and entered the convenience store, so she had no choice but to go along with him. Since Qin and Song want me to play, Then I'll play. Let me make this clear first. It's not me who's childish. It's Qin Song who's childish. Qin Song is a childish devil. The girl muttered to herself. Happy New Year, Grandpa Wong. I'm here to exchange for 2 coins. Inside the convenience store, Qin Song took out 2 yuan in change from his pocket and handed it to him. Grandpa Wong, who was sitting alone next to the small heater and drinking a little wine, looked at Qin Song, rubbed his eyes, and spoke after a while. You are Qin Song, right? You look almost the same as when you were a child. You've grown so much in the blink of an eye. I guess I really am getting old. Qin Song never expected that Grandpa Wong would still remember him. Although he stopped coming to the convenience store after starting junior high school, because a snack shop opened near his neighborhood, and he became increasingly busy with his studies. Chapter 140, The Rocking Machine. Grandpa Wong pushed the 2 yuan he was offered back, and then took out 2 1 yuan coins from a small tin box next to him and handed them to him. It's the Lunar New Year. If you want to have fun, just do it. Why do you need to pay me? What? Is that your sister outside? Grandpa Wong was separated from Jiang Wanwan by glass and could only see her profile, so he didn't recognize her. No. That's the little girl who used to come with me to buy snacks when we were little. Do you remember her? Grandpa Wong laughed heartily. I remember. Of course I remember. It's Wanwan. I remember once that girl wanted to buy a Barbie doll in the store, but you didn't have any money. At that time, I happened to need cicada shells, a traditional Chinese medicine, so you discussed with me whether we could barter. You little rascal, you didn't even find a cicada shell, but you brought over a glass jar full of cockroaches and insisted that it contained cicadas. I've lived for so many years, how could I not recognize a cicada? Qin Song. Uncle Wong, I really didn't know it was a cockroach back then. I thought it was a cicada. I figured if I couldn't find cicada shells, catching some cicadas would be the same. But I never expected. I also want to thank the old man. He not only didn't hold it against me back then, but he also gave me that Barbie doll. Grandpa Wong took a sip of his wine and sighed deeply. Why thank me? I should be thanking you all. That year my wife passed away. If it weren't for you 2 little ones coming to play with me every day, calling me Grandpa in your sweet little voices, who knows what I would be like now? After a moment's pause, Qin Song asked, Grandpa, can Jiang Wanwan ride that rocking horse by the door? Won't it break? Hearing this, Grandpa Wong waved his hand. Sit down. It won't break. The quality is great. I sat down, and it didn't even cough. It doesn't matter if it breaks. I was just planning to call the scrap collector to take it anyway. Good or bad, it'll sell for scrap price. It's all the same. Huh? You're selling it as scrap? It looks pretty good to me, and it's not broken at all. Why are you selling it? Nobody plays this anymore. Grandpa Wong sighed. Kids these days don't play this anymore. The younger ones watch cartoons at home, and the older ones play games on their phones, like playing Honor of Kings or PUBG Mobile. I wipe it with a rag every day and use engine oil to maintain it from time to time. I'm busy with all this, but at the end of the day, not a single person comes to visit, and it's just taking up space. After thinking it over, I might as well just sell it and be done with it, so I won't have to worry about it anymore. Hey, these game names are weird. Who plays with pesticides? What if you get poisoned? Besides, I've never seen a drink from the PUBG brand before. Me? I'm getting old. I can't keep up with the times. Grandpa, why are you home alone? Where's Uncle Wong? Qin Song asked. The Uncle Wong, mentioned by Qin Song, was the son of Grandpa Wong. Oh, he went to his wife's house for the New Year, Grandpa Wong replied. He spent the Chinese New Year with me last year. I'm not a rigid person, and I didn't insist that my son spend the New Year at home. It's fine for us to take turns. They asked me to go with them, but I didn't go. I didn't want to cause trouble for the children. As he spoke, he drank the liquor in his small cup in one gulp, then took out a small cup with a capacity of 1 qian, approximately 3 grams, filled it with liquor, and handed it to Qin Song. You're a freshman in college this year, right? Want to grab a drink with this old man? Qin Song smiled and took the wine glass, explaining, I'm taking the college entrance exam this June, and I'm still a senior in high school. Upon hearing that Qin Song was still in his final year of high school, Grandpa Wong immediately exclaimed, Wow, look at my memory. I was thinking you should be a freshman in college at 18, but I completely forgot you took a year off from school. As he spoke, he prepared to take the wine glass back from Qin Song's hand, saying, You're still in your final year of high school, You can't drink alcohol. Drinking will lead to trouble. Chin Song dodged Grandpa Wong's hand and laughed. It's all right, Grandpa. I'm an adult now. A sip won't hurt me. He held the glass in his right hand and gently supported the bottom of the glass with his left fingers. When clinking glasses with Grandpa Wong, he would lower the rim of his glass slightly as a sign of respect. When they were little, Grandpa Wong gave Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan lots of good food. They got to eat a lot of chicken legs and wings here. A qian, a unit of weight, of wine is about 5 milliliters in volume. Although it is a bit spicy, it is still not too bad. Perhaps because he hadn't drunk strong liquor in a long time. Chin Song's face turned bright red in an instant. Seeing Chin Song's hearty manner, Old Man Wong, being an old drunkard himself, naturally couldn't be left behind and downed his own wine cup, which also held a qian, a unit of weight, in one gulp. Seeing Chin Song's flushed face, it was clear that he had drunk too quickly. Grandpa Wong took out 2 more tissues, wrapped the base of the roasted duck leg that he had been reluctant to eat, and handed it over. Come on, have something to eat. You drank too fast, but you're quite generous, which suits my taste. Ha! Take this and have one try it. This roast duck is homemade, not bought from a store. It tastes completely different. The enthusiastic Grandpa Wong didn't give Chin Song a chance to refuse and handed him the duck leg in one go. All right, didn't Wanwan want to ride the rocking horse? Take the coins and go, don't keep the girl waiting. As he spoke, Grandpa Wong picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound. Upon hearing this, Chin Song took his leave and walked out of the convenience store, where Jiang Wanwan immediately came to greet him. She wrinkled her delicate little nose, sniffed, and asked, Chin Song, were you drinking in there just now? It smells awful. Chin Song smiled and nodded. Yes, I just had a drink with Grandpa Wong. Just a small cup, about 5 milliliters. Then, he told Jiang Wanwan about how Grandpa Wong still remembered the two of them. Grandpa Wong still remembers us? The girl was very surprised and looked into the glass door. Just then, Grandpa Wong was also looking at her, so the two greeted each other through the glass. Yes, he remembers. He even remembers the time I traded a cockroach for a Barbie doll with you. It's been so long, and he still remembers it. How embarrassing, Chin Song said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan gently waved her small hands, which were tucked into her sleeves, looking quite pleased with herself. It's not shameful at all. I think it's cool. She looked at the duck leg in Chin Song's hand, smelled it, and exclaimed, It smells so good. Did Uncle Wong give it to you? I didn't even get one. Grandpa Wong gave it to the two of us so we could eat it together. Chin Song handed her the 2 coins he was holding in his left hand. These coins were also given to me by Grandpa Wong. You can play with them. Seeing Chin Song hand her both coins, Jiang Wanwan asked, What about you? Aren't you going to play? Chin Song shook his head. This probably can't support my weight. You play, I'll protect you from the side and feed you duck legs while I'm at it. Chapter 141 Suspension Bridge Effect. Jiang Wanwan felt a little disappointed when she heard that Chin Song wouldn't play with her. But when she heard that Chin Song would protect her and feed her duck legs, she cheered up again. Good. Jiang Wanwan carefully sat down on the rocking machine, holding onto the rocking machine with one hand and Chin Song's arm with the other. She chose the pink one. Luckily, her skirt and thermal underwear were thick enough today, otherwise her bottom would have been freezing. After you've settled in, insert a coin, and the rocking machine will immediately start shaking, accompanied by music. What is Daddy's dad called? My father's father is called Grandpa. What are Daddy's and Mommy's names? Dad's mom's name is Okay, Chin Song admits it's time for this rocking machine to retire. Although the exterior and internal mechanical components performed well thanks to Grandpa Wong's meticulous care, the sound system was rather unreliable, starting to produce electrical currents and static. More than 10 years ago, rocking machines didn't have displays. There was just a sticker behind the steering wheel, and the paint had already faded. Hearing the crackling sound of electricity, Jiang Wanwan immediately felt nervous, and her heart raced. She felt as if the rocking machine would collapse under her little bottom at any moment. Her 2 little hands were tense, one gripping the steering wheel and the other holding Chin Song's forearm. She didn't even bother to eat the duck leg that Chin Song was feeding her. 2 little feet, wearing shoes and socks, also adopted a defensive posture, with toes curled up and gripping the soles of their shoes tightly. Chin Song, do you think this rocking machine won't break down any second now? Or like the ejection seat in a fighter jet, it just suddenly sends me flying into the sky. After Chin Song finished the rest of the duck leg, he took out a wet wipe he carried with him to wipe his hands, and then gave her an incredibly gentle flick on the forehead. Idiot, you're a science student, and you're talking about ejection seats? Where does this rocking machine get so much energy? So you mean it will be fine? Chin Song shook his head. No, I think it's still possible for it to collapse. As he spoke, he stretched out his foot, and, out of Jiang Wanwan's sight, stepped on one corner of the rocking machine and gently rocked it. As the force and amplitude of the shaking slightly increase, the rocking machine slowly begins to shake. It's not really going to collapse, is it? The girl's white toes curled up even more inside the shoe. The little hand gripping the steering wheel, like the other little hand, was holding onto Chin Song's arm. When she tried to stand up, Chin Song immediately stopped her, saying, "Don't stand up. The moment you stand up quickly, the downward force will increase. Just sit still. It's not swaying anymore. It might have been a mechanical malfunction." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan immediately sat back down in her seat, but her little hands were still gripping Chin Song's arm. She was still a little nervous. After sitting down, she carefully felt around and exclaimed, "Hey, it really doesn't wobble anymore." Of course it stopped wobbling, because my feet weren't putting any weight on it anymore. So, wouldn't this be considered cheating by using the suspension bridge effect? Of course, the remaining coin shouldn't be wasted. The pink one was rejected by Jiang Wanwan because it shook too much at a certain moment. The next coin was dropped into the yellow one. Unexpectedly, the yellow car started shaking even more violently. Not only was it shaking, but there was also a creaking and groaning sound coming from below. This time it really wasn't Chin Song who did it. The rocking machine just really wasn't working properly anymore. Saying goodbye to their childhood memories, the two walked straight along the alley for a distance before making two left turns. Stepping out of the alley, the square comes into view. Even though it was past 9 p.m., the square was still crowded. There are all kinds of fireworks. Examples include sparklers, jellyfish fireworks, peacocks displaying their plumage, roosters laying eggs, handheld rockets, and small spinning tops. However, what amazed Jiang Wanwan the most was the jellyfish fireworks. Just 4 or 5 of them together, slowly rising into the dark night, is already a beautiful sight. What would it look like if you put a dozen or even dozens of them together? She simply couldn't bear to think about it. Come on, let's go buy fireworks. Chin Song naturally took her hand and led her to a shop near the square that specializes in fireworks. There are many kinds of fireworks here, including the ones that were just set off in the square. The price was okay, although it was a bit more expensive than usual, but it was still within an acceptable range since it was Chinese New Year. A pack of 10 jellyfish fireworks costs 25 yuan, and sparklers come in various shapes, costing 2 yuan each. Chin Song had noticed the look in Jiang Wanwan's eyes when she looked at the jellyfish fireworks in the square, so he waved his hand and bought 10 boards, 100 in total. I bought 10 sparklers for 20 yuan. In addition, I also bought a box of fireworks. Because of its vibrant colors and diverse patterns, the price is relatively high, at 280 yuan per box, which contains 108 rounds. It's 550 yuan in total. After quoting the price, the shopkeeper looked at the two of them and said, "If you buy this much at once, I'll give you a discount. It'll only cost 520 yuan. Oh, and I'll also give you 2 windproof lighters." "Thank you, boss." After Chin and Song paid via WeChat, the shop owner very enthusiastically placed the fireworks they had purchased in the cargo bed of a tricycle outside the shop. "You're planning to set them off in the square next door, right? I'll deliver them to you. These fireworks are quite heavy." After delivering the fireworks to the square, the owner kindly explained the precautions for setting them off to the two of them before leaving. Looking at the fireworks laid out on the ground, Jiang Wanwan asked eagerly, "What should we play first?" After thinking for a moment, she pointed with her little finger, "Fairy wand. I choose you." Setting off fireworks is like completing a task. You have to start with something simple and make sure the foreplay is right. Otherwise, if they start with something very exciting and skip the tutorial, they won't be able to handle it. The sparklers I bought came in 5 shapes: heart, star, butterfly, flower, and cube. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan held a heart-shaped sparkler in each of her hands, which was burning. The delicate and beautiful light shone on the girl's face, making her look absolutely stunning. Coupled with that red winter hanfu and the 2 ponytails tied with bows on her head, she looked exactly like the little daughter of a noble family from ancient times. "How is it? Is it pretty?" the girl asked Qin Song, waving her fairy wands in both hands. "Yes, it looks good." Chapter 142: White Hair. After the sparklers, the next thing to appear is the jellyfish fireworks. After discussing it, the two decided to set off 100 jellyfish fireworks at once. Because the jellyfish fireworks are bought in packs, you only need to light 1 fuse to ignite all 10 fireworks at once. In other words, it only takes 10 lighting sessions, which means each person lights 5 times, and 100 jellyfish fireworks will rise into the sky one by one. Fortunately, the lighter the shop owner gave me was windproof and had a strong flame, so I didn't have to worry about the flame going out when I moved it. Otherwise, lighting the 5th fuse before the first one burns out is a bit of a time crunch. They specifically chose a spot far from the streetlights and in dim light, so they could better appreciate the view. Jiang Wanwan couldn't wait to take out her phone and quickly switch the screen to the recording interface. She wants to record the entire process of these 100 firework jellyfish taking off. This was the first time she had ever set off fireworks with Qin Song. Of course, I'll keep a good record of it. 3, 2, 1, go. As the countdown ended, the two set off simultaneously and quickly lit all the fuses that needed to be lit. The fuse burned slower than I expected, but that's fine. The two of them would then have enough time to run to a safe distance and secure their phones. "I'll do it." Qin Song volunteered to take the phone from Jiang Wanwan's hand, saying, "My hand is steady, so the recording will be clearer." "Okay." The girl happily accepted his kindness. Instead of holding up her phone to record, she simply found a step, dusted it off, and sat down, waiting for the jellyfish fireworks to go off. 3 seconds later, after the first jellyfish firework went up, the rest of the jellyfish fireworks went up one after another. They sometimes fire in unison, sometimes they cross over, making them stand out brightly and beautifully in the pitch-black environment. The girl, who had been eagerly anticipating the event, stared wide-eyed at the jellyfish-shaped fireworks rising into the sky. In the nearby square, many people were also drawn to the magnificent scene. The sight of dozens of jellyfish-shaped fireworks rising into the sky together is truly rare in Jiangqing, a city where fireworks and firecrackers can only be set off during the Spring Festival. Everyone in the square was watching the jellyfish fireworks slowly rise, except for Qin Song. Because he discovered something even more beautiful than the jellyfish fireworks, a person watching the jellyfish fireworks launch, whose name was Jiang Wanwan. Setting off fireworks is faster than burning money. In less than 30 seconds, the jellyfish fireworks worth 250 yuan were all gone. This was even with the fireworks shop offering reasonable prices. If it gets even more expensive, rising to 30 yuan per board, that would be 300 yuan for 30 seconds. But after seeing the girl's sparkling eyes, he felt it was all worth it. After the fireworks faded, Jiang Wanwan stood up, dusted herself off, took the phone Qin Song handed her, opened her photo album, found the video she had just recorded, and clicked play. "Hey Qin Song, no wonder these fireworks are called jellyfish fireworks. They really do look like jellyfish when they go up into the sky. So cute." I didn't notice it when I was watching it just now, but I realized it now while watching the video. Seeing that Qin Song didn't respond, she nudged him. "Qin Song, are you even listening to me? I'm asking you. Isn't she cute?" Qin Song nodded. "Yes, cute." "What's cute?" "You're cute." She blushed and said angrily, "I told you you weren't listening to me. I was asking you if jellyfish fireworks are cute, not if I am cute." He said seriously, "That's right. I was saying you're cute, not jellyfish fireworks. But I heard online that guys only compliment a girl as cute when they think she's not pretty, not sexy, and they can't find any other words to describe her." Qin Song shook his head. "That's not how it is. Sometimes cuteness is more than just cuteness. In my eyes, cuteness is equivalent to the combination of all positive words in the world. When I want to compliment you but don't know what words to use, I'll say you're cute." Jiang Wanwan stared intently at him. Really? Qin Song nodded. Really? But I suddenly feel that I shouldn't use cute to describe you. Then what should I use to describe it? She asked. I think you should be used to describe cuteness, he replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Qin Song's intense gaze was revealed without reservation, as dazzling and brilliant as fireworks blooming in the night sky, firmly locking onto her. That naked, undisguised gaze was simply too intense. In the girl's words, it's like the sun. So the girl decided to embrace the sun and kiss it. However, the sun seemed to become even redder and hotter when it was embraced and kissed, perhaps out of shyness. What is this? Why is it so warm and hard? Oh, I forgot to turn off my phone screen. It's getting hot. The claim that he was burning up was a lie. Qin Song, look, these fireworks are so beautiful. A total of 108 fireworks, worth 280 yuan, were lit, blooming into flowers in the sky. Yes, I'm watching. Nonsense, you're clearly looking at me. Hey, stop looking at me. Look at the fireworks. I bought this for 280 yuan, and it'll be gone soon if I don't check it now. What a pity. Who said I didn't watch it? Wanwan, has no one told you that when you watch fireworks, you also see fireworks in your eyes? So you were looking at fireworks through my eyes just now? No, I'm looking at you. So, you just lied to me? The girl pouted. Yes, because you're prettier than fireworks. Okay, after hearing this, the girl decided to stop pouting. After the fireworks ended, the two held hands and strolled slowly home. Qin Song, you know what? I always felt that every year's Chinese New Year was the same. Eat, set off firecrackers, watch the Spring Festival Gala, and then go to sleep. Aside from being happy for a short while when I receive lucky money and New Year's red envelopes, I don't feel particularly happy most of the time. Back then, I didn't understand why everyone looked forward to the new year. But things are different now. Oh, what's different? Qin Song asked knowingly. Because of you, she smiled. Just thinking about being able to spend every Chinese New Year with you, and witnessing each other spend another year in each other's worlds, makes me incredibly happy. Qin Song, do you think that when we're both old and gray, we'll still be able to set off fireworks together on New Year's Eve like this? Qin Song suddenly stopped, stretched out his hand, opened his palm, and a snowflake landed in his palm and then melted. Wanwan, it's snowing. Jiang Wanwan looked at the snowflakes falling on her shoulders and exclaimed happily, it really is. It hasn't snowed in Jiangxing for many years. I never expected that it would snow on our first spring festival here instead of going back to our hometown. We are so lucky. She took his hand. We have to hurry, or we'll get soaked when the snow gets heavier. Let's walk slowly. Huh? What? Walk slowly. If the snow gets too heavy, we'll be old and gray. Chapter 143, Depressing Films. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan stopped in her tracks, clasped her hands together, and lowered her head slightly. What are you doing? Qin Song asked. After a moment, the girl muttered something to herself before looking up and saying, I heard that wishes made on the first snow are the most effective, so of course I was making a wish just now. Oh, what did you wish for? Wishes won't come true if you say them out loud. The young girl unusually kept her thoughts hidden from Qin Song. She didn't tell him that her wish was to grow old with Qin Song, a true and meaningful old age, not just the kind of old age where it snows. The two walked slowly side by side, hand in hand. Even through gloves, her little hands are very soft and easy to pet. Jiang Wanwan is nearly 1.7 meters tall, but her hands are very small. Qin Song held her hand, sometimes pinching her fingertips, sometimes pinching the base of her thumb. You don't even need to smell their soft little hands to know they must smell like milk. Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever sucked Wanwan's fingers before. I need to find a chance to try. He could no longer suppress the strange thoughts in his mind. XP also became increasingly strange. Qin Song, tell me, are the fireworks that rise into the sky round or flat? Jiang Wanwan asked. This question comes from the animated film Fireworks Rising. Should we see them from below or from the side? Which Qin Song recommended to Jiang Wanwan. If a girl suddenly asks you this question, and you happen to like her, this is how you can answer her. Whether it's round, flat, or strangely shaped, as long as we're together, I don't care about anything else. If you don't like her, You can give her a more formal answer. The shape of fireworks depends on the viewing angle and the design of the fireworks. Generally speaking, small fireworks are mostly spherical after they explode because they contain spherical ammunition. They are round no matter which angle you look at them from. Large fireworks, on the other hand, are arranged and combined by hand to create specific shapes or patterns. They may appear as a long and flat shape when viewed from the side. Chin and Song's answer was, of course, the former. By the way, have you been watching any of the movies I recommended to you lately? Chin Song asked. Jiang Wanwan nodded. Yes, sometimes after evening self-study, after I get home and take a shower, I'll choose a movie to watch when I want to. If the movie is long, I'll watch it over 2 days. But Chin Song, you're not being honest. You actually put a silent voice on your list of recommended healing films? That's outrageous. Chin Song, you wrote the wrong character. I originally intended to write a depressing film, the kind that causes depression, but somehow it turned into a healing film. To make up for it, I'll recommend a healing film to you instead, not the kind that makes you depressed. However, it is not a movie, but a TV anime, and its name is Natsum's Book of Friends. The content is roughly about the various things that happen between the protagonist and the monsters. A monster anime? That sounds pretty good. Plus, TV anime is shorter, which is perfect for watching after evening study sessions. Any other TV anime recommendations? Yes. What's your name? Anohana, the flower we saw that day. Okay, I've written it all down. When Chin Song uttered the words, I have never heard of the flower's name, he knew that a calamity awaited him in the near future. Even knowing in advance that this would be the outcome, he still couldn't suppress the little devil inside him. Fine, if she can't sleep because she's too sad about watching Anohana, then I'll just have to suffer the loss, coax her to sleep, and stay with her while she sleeps. After all, suffering a loss is a blessing. Who can blame me for being so kind-hearted, right? Compared to winter in the north, winter in the south, although the temperature is not as low and there is no snow accumulation, the wind is like it is equipped with several armor-piercing bows, chilling people to the bone. No matter how many layers you wear, it won't keep you warm, and it's even colder inside than outside. If it were to have a cold, rainy day, a northerly wind, and slightly higher humidity, it could truly transform into Frostmourne, the weapon in the hands of the Lich King Arthas. The literal meaning is it's so cold it's unbearable. However, compared to Frostmourne, Chin Song prefers its half-brother, Joy of Fire. He still prefers summer. Actually, the cold in the north is just as bad. If you're not careful, your pants will stand straight up if you hang them out to dry. People can really freeze to death on the street, and you don't even need to prepare an ice coffin, as there's a completely natural cold air system. Fortunately, there is heating in the north, so we can enjoy ice cream indoors while wearing short sleeves. But whether in the south or the north, winter is always cold. Chin and Song could not stand winter. Not only Chin Song, but Jiang Wanwan couldn't stand it either. Like Chin Song, she prefers summer. So, before the snow fell heavier and heavier, and before the cold air, carrying magical damage, slowly seeped into our bones, they still felt it was better to save the chance to grow old together for later, so they quickened their pace and walked home. Since I didn't get much snow, I didn't need to take a shower right away. I just needed to sit by the fire table, cover my legs with the thick tablecloth, and it would be fine in a while. The Spring Festival Gala was still going on, and the adults were watching the program on TV with great interest. As young people who had signed the Young People Don't Watch the Spring Festival Gala Pact, the two of them made a decision that betrayed the organization to watch the Spring Festival Gala. However, less than 5 minutes after their betrayal, they repented, decided to rejoin the organization, and then started playing on their phones. The Spring Festival Gala is boring, really boring. However, the adults seemed to enjoy watching it. Soon after, it was midnight, which is from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., the time for eating dumplings on New Year's Eve. 5 different types of dumplings were poured into boiling water. There aren't many rules. Everyone mixes the base ingredients according to their own preferences. Unlike in the north, dumplings in the south must be served with soup. Eating dumplings and drinking soup at the same time, what a wonderful thing that would be. Because only 5 coins were put in, and there were 6 people at the table, even if each person got one person would still not get a coin. And this person happened to be Chin Song. Although Chin Song didn't really believe in this stuff, he was still a little annoyed. 6 people, 5 coins, and you can eat repeatedly. But he was the only one who didn't get a coin. The probability of that happening was so low, yet he still managed to get one. Jiang Wanwan, standing beside Chin Song, secretly noted his expression. Chin Song must be really upset that he didn't get the coin. I should comfort and make it up to him later. However, with all the adults present, Jiang Wanwan never found an opportunity. As dawn approached, according to custom, it was time to give out lucky money. There were only 2 children, and each of the 4 adults prepared 2 red envelopes. One for Chin Song, and one for Jiang Wanwan. Oh dear, Aunt Sue, Grandma. I don't want to. I'm such a grown-up. Why would I need to give out red envelopes? Oh dear. What are you doing? Oh dear. While saying no, Chin Song pulled his pockets wider as if afraid the red envelope wouldn't fit. Compared to Chin Song, Jiang Wanwan seemed much more obedient. Chin Ong and Lu Yu handed over the red envelopes. She first said some words of blessing, then accepted the red envelopes with both hands and obediently took them. These red envelopes are really generous. You don't even need to touch it. You can tell just by looking at the bulging shape of the red envelope. Chapter 144 Benefits? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 Happy New Year. With the countdown over, the new year has finally arrived. Happy New Year, 1-1. Happy New Year, Song Song. The adults were also wishing each other a Happy New Year. Fireworks outside the window rose one after another, lasting for a full half hour. Finally, the Spring Festival Gala is over, and it's time to wash up and go to bed. Chin Song, you're staying up all night to welcome the new year this year too, right? Lu Yu asked Chin Song. In previous years, when Chin Song returned to his hometown for the Spring Festival, he would always choose to stay up all night on New Year's Eve. It wasn't because he valued staying up all night on New Year's Eve so much, but simply because he wasn't used to staying at his relative's house. Because they only returned to their hometown during the Lunar New Year and Qingming Festival, the Chin Song family did not build a house there. Usually, when I go home for the Chinese New Year, I stay at a relative's house for a few nights and then return home on the 3rd or 4th day of the Lunar New Year. So, not wanting to sleep in an unfamiliar environment, Chin Song used the excuse of staying up all night to play on his phone by the fire table. He usually prepares some energizing foods and drinks in advance, so he doesn't feel sleepy the next day even if he stays up all night occasionally. But this year, since he'll be spending the Lunar New Year at home, he can sleep in his own room, so he doesn't plan to stay up all night to celebrate. Before he could even deny it, Jiang Wanwan raised her hand and said, "Does staying up all night mean staying up all night? I want one too. I'm with Chin Song." The young woman was worried about not having time to comfort and make amends to him, and staying up all night on New Year's Eve was a good opportunity. The 2 of them stayed up late in the living room to celebrate the new year, while the adults all went to sleep. That meant they could do whatever they wanted. Hee. Just thinking about it made her excited. Yes, I'll stay up all night this year too, Chin Song said. With someone to keep me company, and that person being Jiang Wanwan, staying up all night isn't so bad. Seeing her daughter so excited about staying up all night on New Year's Eve, Su Qiaoling had some doubts, but she could understand when she thought of Chin Song beside her. As someone who's been through it all, she knows that as long as you're with someone you like, you won't feel bored no matter what you're doing, even if it's staying up all night to celebrate the new year. Mom, I'd like to stay up all night with Chin Song this year. Is that okay? Su Qiaoling was quite open-minded. Then you have to go home and take a shower first, and then come down to keep vigil with Chin Song on New Year's Eve. Good. Since they stopped driving cars, Chin Ong and Lu Yu haven't stayed up until the early hours of the morning for quite some time. So after a quick wash, they both fell asleep very soon. After taking a shower, Chin Song picked up his phone and sent a message to Jiang Wanwan. Chin Song, are you done washing? Do you have your keys? Do you need me to open the door for you? He received a reply more than 10 minutes later. Jiang Wanwan, I just finished washing my hair, haven't dried it yet, and I forgot my keys. Jiang Wanwan, do you want to come up and help me blow dry my hair? Jiang Wanwan, my mom and grandma are asleep. If you come up, there's a perk. Upon seeing the message, Chin Song did not hesitate at all. He put on his coat, grabbed his keys, and went to Jiang Wanwan's door. Whether it's a welfare benefit or not is not important. What matters is that he enjoys working and likes to help Jiang Wanwan blow dry her hair. Qin Song, I'm at the door, open it. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan, with a dry towel wrapped around her head, immediately rushed to the door in her slippers after seeing the message, opened the door, and pulled Qin Song inside. Come in quickly, it's freezing outside. He arrived at the girl's room with practiced ease. As soon as he entered, a delicate fragrance immediately filled his nostrils, making Qin Song unable to resist taking a few more breaths. The girl handed him the hairdryer and whispered, Qin Song, dry your hair. Won't blowing it in the bedroom disturb Auntie and Grandma's sleep? Anyway, your room has a bathroom. Why don't you blow it in the bathroom? The soundproofing will be better. After thinking for a while, Jiang Wanwan felt that Qin Song's words made sense, so she nodded. Seeing that she agreed, Qin Song took the hairdryer and pushed open the bathroom door. The bathroom in the bedroom is quite small, without a separate wet and dry area or a bathtub. It's all one piece. As soon as he stepped inside, the first thing he saw was a pair of sky blue striped panties hanging on a hook. In addition, there was a light blue jacket hanging on the hook. Could this be what welfare is? He muttered to himself. Belatedly realizing what was happening, Jiang Wanwan rushed into the bathroom 5 seconds after Qin Song entered, grabbed 2 cute little clothes from the hook, and hid them behind her back. Her face flushed. Qin Song, you didn't see anything, did you? Qin Song scratched his head, his mind suddenly going blank. Isn't this a perk? Why are you hiding it? No way. Who would treat this as a welfare benefit? Jiang Wanwan kicked Qin Song out of the bathroom. Only after she had hand-washed his underwear, hung it out to dry on the balcony, and drawn the curtains did her blush slowly subside. She took the small chair next to the desk to the bathroom, sat down, and took off the hair-drying cap. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down, carrying the floral scent of shampoo. I just finished showering, and there's still some moisture left in the bathroom. The air conditioning is on in the room, so it's not cold. Helping a girl blow dry her hair is a very intimate thing. To avoid burning her, Qin Song specially adjusted the temperature to a moderate level. This way it won't be cold or hot. It just takes a little longer to blow. He spread his fingers, letting the hair pass through them to ensure even heating. The young woman closed her eyes contentedly, enjoying Tony Qin's service. A large part of the reason why girls don't want to wash their hair is because they're too lazy to blow dry it. Now that Qin Song is drying her hair, she can just sit in the chair and enjoy it. This wasn't the first time Qin Song had helped her blow dry her hair. Their techniques became more and more skillful, and their actions became more and more intimate. Every now and then he would gently pinch her little cheek and give her a kiss. It's a pity it's winter now, and the pajamas are quite thick. Otherwise he could control the hairdryer and occasionally peek at the beautiful scenery inside the collar, even though that would make Xiao Qin Song protest. Hair is harder to dry in winter than in summer, so it takes longer. As her hair dried and the hairdryer stopped whirring, Jiang Wanwan was about to stand up when Qin Song's fingers landed on her scalp, gently massaging it. Those warm fingers had perfect control over the pressure, and Jiang Wanwan felt all the fatigue that had accumulated throughout the day vanish in that instant. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan of pleasure. How is it? Is the pressure okay? Qin Song asked while massaging. So comfortable. Jiang Wanwan closed her eyes and enjoyed the love that Qin Song was sending through her fingertips. Chapter 145 Backstepping. After the massage, Qin Song stretched and walked out of the bathroom, where he lay down on the girl's bed to rest. I'm exhausted. There's nowhere to sit. I should have gone to the bed first so we could sit together and I could have given you a massage. First, I blow-dried my hair for more than 10 minutes, and then I bent over and massaged my scalp for more than 10 minutes. All he wants to do right now is lie on the bed and not move at all. After putting the bathroom chair back in its original position, Jiang Wanwan also lay down. After lying down for a while, she sat up and lifted her bare feet out of the air. I intended to step on Qin Song's thigh or back to massage him and relieve his discomfort, but I accidentally stepped on his butt instead. What are you doing? Qin Song asked in a muffled voice. I wanted to give you a back massage. Do you want it? Seeing that he didn't notice anything amiss, the girl increased the pressure. Sure, but why are you stepping on my butt while I'm stepping on your back? Qin Song directly called her out. Enraged, the girl slapped his buttocks. I don't just stomp, I hit. She hit the door several more times before realizing that it wasn't locked. So, she ran over in her slippers, pattered on the door, locked it from the inside, and then banged on it a few more times. Ah, how does it feel? Does it hurt a lot? No, it doesn't hurt. If it doesn't hurt, then why are you groaning? So comfortable. Jiang Wanwan's face darkened, and she no longer held back, slapping him hard. Snap. The pained Qin Song jumped out of bed and looked at her with a resentful expression. You called me over to help you blow dry your hair, saying there were perks. Now they're not giving me the benefits, fine, but they've also stopped the promised back massage, and they even hit me. Wah. I know, there's no love left. Qin Song's acting was too obvious. But Jiang Wanwan knew she was in the wrong, so she had no choice but to go along with him and say, Okay, close your eyes. Here's a treat for you. Okay. Qin Song obediently sat cross-legged. The next second, a soft, strawberry ice cream-like substance was pressed against me. The girl's lips were very soft as a freshly made cotton candy, as if they would melt in her mouth with just a gentle touch. Qin Song, who was forcibly kissed, was naturally unwilling to be subservient, so he used his tongue to take the initiative. Then suddenly something resembling a piece of metal appeared in my mouth. Qin Song spat the thing into his palm. A coin? Why are you hiding a coin in your mouth? Jiang Wanwan shook her head cutely. This isn't an ordinary coin. It's a coin I found in my dumpling dinner tonight. And I even found it inside one of the ingot-shaped dumplings you made. Weren't you sad tonight because you didn't find a coin in your food? Here, you can have the coin I did find. Upon hearing this, Qin Song chuckled mischievously. Then why don't you just give it to me directly, instead of stuffing it into my mouth? Because, unable to explain herself at first, Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized that she had been teased. And then, smack. The girl failed. She had intended to spank his butt, but ended up only hitting his back. Qin Song smiled smugly and sat up straight so that Jiang Wanwan couldn't hit his butt. But to his utter surprise, the girl used a cheating technique, scratching. When the soft little hands landed on the ticklish spot and gently rubbed it, Qin Song's originally upright body immediately bent over. The buttocks that were underneath were also exposed. Smack, smack, smack. The girl slapped the glass 3 times before she felt better. The noise was a bit loud, so she glanced warily at the locked door. Only after confirming that the noise hadn't woken her mother and grandmother did she feel relieved. Okay, how about a back massage? Want? Qin Song naturally wouldn't refuse a massage that was offered to him. Jiang Wanwan wasn't wearing socks because she had just taken a shower. Qin Song took off his shirt and laid down on the bed. Why? Why are you taking off your clothes? Isn't this a back massage? Of course you have to take your clothes off for a back massage. I don't want to take my clothes off. You don't need to take off your clothes. I'll take them off. You just need to take off your socks. Oh, you don't seem to be wearing socks. You don't even need to take them off. Humph. Jiang Wanwan hummed softly, her left hand supporting her against the wall, her right foot gently lifted, and then she stepped onto Qin Song's bare back. The moment my bare feet gently touched the ground, a warm sensation spread from the soles of my feet. Is Qin Song's body that hot? If we sleep together in winter, we won't even need to turn on the air conditioner. The thought crossed her mind, but she dismissed it the next second. Sleeping while cuddling is just too embarrassing. If you're going to cuddle and sleep with someone now, does that mean you'll have a baby after you start dating? No, this is too fast. After clearing her mind of distractions, she focused on massaging her back. Her 2 jade-like feet took turns stepping on the ground, and each step seemed to create a connection with the Qin and Song dynasties, causing ripples to stir in the girl's heart. I wish I could lie on that bare back exposed to the air the next second and press myself against it tightly. Even though she was standing on Qin Song's back, Jiang Wanwan found that her body was becoming weaker and weaker, and she could hardly stand up anymore. Okay, all done stepping. Jiang Wanwan picked up the clothes Qin Song had just taken off and threw them on his bare back. Put on some clothes, don't catch a cold. If she kept staring at Qin Song's back like that, she really wouldn't be able to resist going up and touching him. She lay in bed fiddling with her phone, trying to calm herself down by distracting herself. Funny videos keep popping up, but they don't seem to be very effective. The images on her phone would automatically be replaced by Chin Song's back in her brain, and then the idea of sticking together would resurface. I can't think about it anymore. If I keep thinking about it, my brain will really break down. She stretched, revealing her tall figure, and the glimpse of her waist was exposed as the hem of her clothes rose. A height of nearly 1.7 meters is considered tall for a girl. But Jiang Wanwan's hands and feet were even smaller and cuter than those of girls who were 1.65 meters or even 1.6 meters tall. Compared to the average woman's height, those extra 10 centimeters seemed to have all gone into her legs. Slender calves and plump thighs. The closer to the groin, the more fleshy it is. When the legs are together, the flesh between the two thighs fits so tightly that even water cannot leak through. She is not thin. She is 1.7 meters tall and weighs 55 kilograms. But the flesh seemed to have grown in the right places. It made Chin and Song want to slurp it up. Chapter 146, Adam's Apple. Some people may appear to be playing on their phones, but they are actually thinking about lewd things. Jiang Wanwan is like this, and so is Chin Song. Although they are adults, their definition of sex is not like that of adults, who insist on being completely honest and intimate. They simply think that sticking it on is fine, at least that's what they think right now. They rarely have the chance to touch hands or kiss. Now that they finally have a chance, Chin and Song must seize it. Only proactive birds catch worms. He held up his index and middle fingers, upside down on the bed, like two legs, and walked toward the scenery around Jiang Wanwan's waist. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Upon reaching the finish line, he grabbed her and pulled her close, and with a gentle pull, a soft, jade-like body lay in Chin Song's arms. What are you doing? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in surprise. Although she was looking forward to it and enjoyed being close to Chin Song, she still maintained the proper ladylike reserve. Do it, he said succinctly. Jiang Wanwan was stunned for a moment, then blushed and threw a punch at him. Why is your mind filled with such astringent thoughts? Nonsense, there's nothing sexy in my head, it's all about you. He hugged her even tighter. As expected, after a while, Xiao Chin Song raised a flag in protest. Chin Song silently released her, pulled a corner of the blanket over her abdomen and hips to cover her, preventing the small tent from being visible. Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief as she was finally freed from the warm embrace. If she kept touching him, she wouldn't be able to resist reaching her hand inside Chin Song's clothes to touch his abs. I was just saying that the Chin and Song dynasties were a bit slutty, but I didn't expect that I would be even more slutty. Thinking of this, she wriggled on the bed like a maggot, moaning as she did so. As a result, the next second he lost his grip on the phone and it hit him on the forehead. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts. Jiang Wanwan covered her forehead, which had just been hit, and started whimpering. Seeing this, Chin Song did a somersault and bent over. He gently removed those delicate, fair hands that looked particularly tender. Honey, let me see where you hit yourself. Are you hurt? After the small hand that was covering her face was removed, the spot on the girl's originally smooth and fair forehead where the phone had hit her was now broken. Bright red blood was visibly seeping out. How is it? Is it broken? Yes, it's broken and bleeding. Don't move it. I remember you had iodine swabs in your room. Where did you put them? The phone case is full of bacteria, so it needs to be disinfected first. Ouch, that hurts. It seems to be in the cabinet under the desk. Look for it. Chin Song got out of bed barefoot and went to the desk. After opening the cabinet, there was indeed a small medicine box inside. Open the medicine box, take out the iodine swabs, and gently fold them so that the iodine in the transparent stick soaks into one side of the swab. Iodine solution doesn't sting like alcohol, but I need to press it lightly on the wound to ensure thorough disinfection. Please bear with it. After saying that, Chin Song gently pressed the tip of a cotton swab soaked in iodine onto it. Ouch, it hurts. It'll be fine in a bit. We need to wipe and disinfect the surrounding area again. I told you to get a new phone case before, but you didn't listen. Those fancy phone cases are not only heavy, but they also affect heat dissipation, and they hurt when they get hit. Anyway, we have the same phone model. I have a clear case in my room, so you can use that for now and don't use this case anymore. Hey, are you even listening to me? Okay, I'll compromise. You don't have to use a clear case, but you can't use those cases covered in ice cream and donuts anymore. They're too damaging. The girl lay on the bed, looking at the boy in front of her who was concentrating on treating her wounds while nagging incessantly. She couldn't help but complain. Chin Song, why do I feel like you're even more nagging than my mother? Chin Song rolled his eyes at her and said irritably, if you weren't injured, would I be nagging like this? I've become so talkative, and that's all your fault. You have to take responsibility, you know? After disinfecting, Chin Song took out a Band-Aid and applied it to the wound. Seeing his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he spoke, the girl couldn't resist kissing it. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked it. A jolt, like an electric shock, made Chin Song tremble. Before he knew it, he had fallen onto Jiang Wanwan. Even the softness of her breasts was deformed by the pressure. As we all know, when it comes to a man's Adam's apple, pressing too hard will make him look like he has one less person, while pressing too lightly will make him look like he has one more person. If you lick it with your tongue, the consequences will be even more serious. Xiao Chin Song protested. Don't put your phone in your pocket. You forgot to turn it off again. Wait. If you have a cell phone in your pocket, what's that thing with the flash on in your hand? Ah. The girl shoved the person who was on top of her away. You. What are you thinking? Chin Song was displeased. Big brother, you were the one who licked my Adam's apple first, weren't you? How could I, a strong and healthy 18-year-old, possibly withstand this? The clever and intelligent girl knew perfectly well that the overheated phone the previous times was just his excuse. Thinking that such embarrassing things had happened several times before, and that the previous times were all without her knowledge, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but let out a shy whimper. 10 minutes later, seeing that Chin Song was still covered by the blanket, she frowned and asked shyly, why haven't you gone down yet? Well, seeing that Chin Song was hesitant and unwilling to talk, Jiang Wanwan snorted and continued playing on her phone. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Chin Song breathed a sigh of relief and then removed the blanket. Xiao Qin and Song finally gave up and stopped standing at attention. The two were then able to continue lying in bed playing on their phones, but Jiang Wanwan refused to be close to him any longer. This is extremely dangerous. After a while, Jiang Wanwan suddenly thought of something. After getting out of bed, she took out a well-preserved wooden box from under the bed. Under Chin Song's questioning gaze, she opened the box and took out a Barbie doll wearing a white tulle dress. Tada! Do you remember what this is? This is the Barbie doll I traded with Grandpa Wong for that glass jar of cicadas. No, that glass jar of cockroaches? I didn't expect you to still have it. Jiang Wanwan held the old, faded Barbie doll in her arms with great care. Of course I'll keep it. After all, it was the first gift you ever gave me. And it's the first gift in my life that was truly given to me through my own labor, without asking my parents for money. Chapter 147 is a dream. Chin Song picked up the slightly worn-out Barbie doll, which no longer met modern aesthetic standards, fiddled with its hair, and then complained. I didn't think much of it when I was a kid, but now I find it really ugly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan snatched the doll back and snorted, It's not ugly. After saying that, she took out a tissue and wiped the doll's hair, saying, You're not allowed to touch it. It's all dirty. Hey, I just took a shower, okay? Where am I dirty? It's filthy. Jiang Wanwan leaned closer to smell it, and a fresh and pleasant scent wafted towards her, but she said against her will, Ugh, it stinks. Is there? Chin Song was so convinced by her realistic acting that he pulled up his pajamas and smelled them. No, there's only the scent of shower gel, okay? I said it exists, and it stinks terribly. Oh, you dare to make fun of me? You were tickling me just now. Now I'll tickle you back. As they continued commotion, Jiang Wanwan gradually fell silent. Chin Song looked down and realized that she had actually fallen asleep in his arms. He said he'd stay up with me to welcome the new year, but he secretly fell asleep himself. Chin Song carefully and slowly pulled his arm out of Jiang Wanwan's embrace. Although he longed to sleep with her, the time was not yet right. If I do that tonight, I'll be dead the next morning. If this were at home, I could make excuses, but this is Jiang Wanwan's house. Su Qiaoling and Zhang's maternal grandmother slept under the same roof. At the age of 18, a lone man and a lone woman, their passion ignited, found themselves alone in a room. Whether or not something happened is no longer important. Even without a home run, they would assume that Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan had already reached third base. But in all honesty, Qin Song and she had only reached second base. As soon as her arm was pulled out, her fair little hands started grabbing wildly until Qin Song stuffed the big bear plush toy by the bed into Jiang Wanwan's arms, and then she calmed down. "One day, I'll devour you completely," Qin Song secretly vowed as he looked at the sleeping girl, then tiptoed back to his room. Back in his room, Qin Song, feeling a bit hot in his lower abdomen, tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. "It wasn't until I couldn't bear it any longer that I took out my phone and used a method to cool down that everyone knows, and then I finally fell into a deep sleep." Compared to the Qin and Song dynasties, Jiang Wanwan lived a very comfortable life. The air conditioner was on in the girl's bedroom, so she wouldn't feel cold even if she wasn't properly covered by the blanket. She wrapped her arms around the neck of the teddy bear, while her legs were tightly wrapped around its waist. In her dream, the giant bear doll transformed into Qin Song, not only kissing her, but also roaming her around with its groping feet. Unfortunately, she couldn't muster any strength, and her light, flirtatious shoving seemed more like a playful refusal or a flirtatious banter. Qin Song grew impatient and said to her fiercely, "Woman, you're playing with fire." The next second, it tore the little pudding's outer packaging to shreds, and then pounced on it like a hungry tiger, devouring it clean. "No," she exclaimed. However, Qin Song did not respond and remained silent. Finally, Jiang Wanwan suddenly pushed hard, and then she woke up from her dream. The girl sat blankly on the bed, staring at the teddy bear she had just kicked off the bed. Is this a dream? It feels so real. Ugh, how embarrassing. How could I have such a strange dream? It's so erotic." Initially feeling ashamed and angry, she belatedly realized it was all a dream and punched the teddy bear's face a few more times. Girls are strange like that. They get angry whether the story is true or false. Whether the reasons for their anger were the same remains to be seen. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. "Wanwan, get up and go to Qin Song's house for breakfast. Don't sleep in." "Good." Jiang Wanwan responded and got up to wash. The two families had already discussed it last night, and during the spring festival, they would eat all 3 meals at Qin Song's house. First, the Qin family's dining room is quite spacious and can accommodate everyone. Secondly, there's still so much food left, we can't waste it. After putting on her new clothes, which were matching outfits with Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan followed Su Qiaoling and her grandmother to Qin Song's house. Seeing Qin Song's energetic appearance made her angry. "This guy slept well, but I didn't get any sleep at all because he kept me up. No, that's not fair. She has to get her revenge too." Breakfast is simple, a bowl of noodles and an egg. Leftovers from the refrigerator can be used as toppings. You can choose any toppings you like. However, since the broth for the noodles was made from leftover chicken soup from the New Year's Eve dinner, it was already very delicious. So no one chose to add more sauce. They simply sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, and those who liked cilantro added some more. Pickled vegetables are, of course, indispensable. Pickled radish, pickled cowpea, pickled young ginger. A bowl of steaming hot chicken noodle soup, accompanied by appetizing pickled vegetables and a fragrant fried egg, is eaten. Jiang Wanwan's fatigue from not sleeping well after waking up was instantly eliminated the moment she finished the soup, and she felt full of energy. In some places, there is a custom of abstaining from meat and eating vegetarian food on the first day of the Lunar New Year, but neither the Qin family nor the Jiang family has this custom. If you keep so much meat and vegetables in the refrigerator and don't eat them, and instead eat vegetarian food, won't they all go bad? But even though it's leftovers, we still need to prepare fresh vegetables. Sure enough, while Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were still fast asleep, the adults had already bought fresh meat and vegetables from the market. In some places, it's customary not to visit relatives on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Although Jiangxing City doesn't have this custom, the two families don't have many relatives to visit, and even if they did, they're too lazy to go. So they plan to stay home today. After lunch, the 4 adults were able to make a mahjong table. Since Jiang Wanwan's family had a mahjong machine, they went upstairs to play mahjong, leaving Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan to play by themselves at Chin Song's house. Hey Chin Song, I searched online for the Natsum's Book of Friends and Anohana that you recommended to me last time. Compared to Natsum's Book of Friends, Anohana only has 11 episodes, with each episode averaging about 23 minutes. We can finish watching it in one afternoon. Upon hearing this, Chin Song suddenly had a bad feeling. How about we watch it together this afternoon? Even though you've already seen it, it won't stop you from watching it with me, Jiang Wanwan suggested. Chin Song said somewhat guiltily, how about we go study today? The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and we haven't been studying much lately. No way. Who does homework on the first day of the Lunar New Year? As Jiang Wanwan spoke, she suddenly realized the key point. Chin Song, something's not right with you. Before the new year, I asked you to study together, and you clearly said, I finally have a few days off, of course I should relax. It's not too late to study after school starts. But today, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, you say you're going to study. Tell me quickly, is there something you're hiding from me? After saying that, Chin Song touched his nose and said, No way. Anohana is really just a very ordinary heartwarming film. Chapter 148 Almost Discovered. Perhaps even Chin Song didn't know that whenever he felt guilty, he would touch his nose. He didn't know it, but Jiang Wanwan did. Moreover, she hadn't mentioned at all that Anohana, the flower we saw that day, was a healing film, but Chin Song brought it up on his own initiative. Something's not right. Something's very wrong. There must be a secret hidden here. Jiang Wanwan stood up from the sofa, looked at Chin Song, and said, Wait here for me. I'm going back to my room to get something. Don't move around. She went to the entrance, grabbed her keys, and clicked her way out the door. When he returned, he had 2 pairs of toy handcuffs made of plastic in his hands. Wait, handcuffs? Where did you get these handcuffs? Chin Song asked. Could this girl already know she's lying to her, and is preparing to execute herself on the spot? These are toys I used to play role-playing games with when I was little. I've kept them all this time, and I just took them out of my room. As Jiang Wanwan spoke, she sat down next to Chin Song. First, they handcuffed his left hand to the sofa, and then they handcuffed his right hand to her left hand. Finally, I used my right hand to operate the remote control and brought up Anohana, the flower we saw that day, to play. Watch together, but you're not allowed to sneak away. The girl then pulled the blanket from the sofa over herself, curled up, and snuggled into Chin Song's arms. Okay, let's watch it together. Feeling the warmth of the delicate body in his arms, Chin Song gritted his teeth and agreed. Since I'm already handcuffed, I might as well just agree, so I can still feel the softness of the person in my arms. After this movie finishes airing, I'll just die. At worst, I'll just have to coax her a little longer. By the way, will my parents suddenly come down? Chin Song asked. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. No way. I just asked them and calculated the time. It will be another half hour before they come down after we finish watching Anohana. That's good. Without worrying about being ambushed by the adults, Chin Song was able to hold the little girl in his arms with complete peace of mind, and occasionally squeeze her little hand. At first, Chin Song was treated very well. He could pinch her hand and touch her face. Until the first stab in the film, his hands and face were both cut off. Later on, I couldn't even hug her anymore, and she would occasionally get punched. Then, Jiang Wanwan, still sobbing, shrank back into Chin Song's arms. Chin Song patted her back while gently coaxing her. Okay, don't be sad. It's all fake. It's just anime. You have the nerve to say that? Didn't you tell me this was a healing film? How did it turn into a depressing one? After watching the entire film, not only Jiang Wanwan, but also Chin Song, who rewatched it, felt a sense of melancholy. Then, he was bitten hard. Jiang Wanwan pulled his hand, rolled up her sleeve, and bit his forearm, leaving 2 shallow teeth marks. Hiss, are you a dog? I belong to you. Who told you to keep recommending these tear-jerking movies to me? As the saying goes, those who do evil will not live long. When Chin Song described Anohana, the flower we saw that day, as a healing film, he foresaw this day would come. However, this day came earlier than he had expected. Having been bitten by Jiang Wanwan, Chin Song naturally had to bite back. However, both of his hands were handcuffed, and the girl's small hands were very nimble, so he couldn't catch her no matter how he twisted and turned. Chin Song didn't dare to use too much force, afraid of hurting her. Having no other choice, he pretended to be very discouraged and lay motionless on the sofa. High-level hunters often appear as the prey. Just as Jiang Wanwan was poking around and letting her guard down, Chin Song immediately grabbed the little feet clad in white socks. After taking off her socks, I started tickling the soles of her feet. Chin Song seemed to feel that just scratching wasn't enough. While she wasn't paying attention, omitted. The girl's face turned red instantly. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Wanwan pulled back immediately. She was angry, but not because of Chin Song, omitted. Instead, at least say something beforehand. Then go and rinse yourself with hot water, okay? Otherwise, what if it has a smell? Wait, no? Shouldn't I have refused to give it to them? Why should we be considerate of him and want to rinse him with water first? Oh no. She felt more and more astringent thoughts creeping into her head. Just as the two were playfully fighting, a phone call came into Jiang Wanwan's cell phone. "Hey, Wanwan, what would you and Chin Song like to drink? We just finished playing cards and are taking a walk in the park to get some fresh air. If you want anything, we can bring it back with us on our way home." Oh, anything is fine. We can drink whatever we want." After exchanging a few words, Jiang Wanwan hung up the phone and then reached into her pocket to look for her keys. She clearly remembered putting the keys to the 2 handcuffs in her right trouser pocket. So where did they go? "Chin Song, please help me find it. I can't find the key to my handcuffs. My mom just called me. She said they finished playing cards and are now taking a walk in the park to get some fresh air. They'll be home soon." Huh? The keys are gone. Chin Song's brain completely shut down. The key is missing. When the adults come back and see these 2 handcuffs, he's doomed. Even if Jiang Wanwan brought these handcuffs over and put them on herself, who would believe it if they told the truth? A young woman handcuffed a man so he would watch TV with her. A lewd man handcuffed a young woman, and then he. Between the two, the latter is clearly more convincing. Whether Chin Song's parents see it, or Jiang Wanwan's mother or grandmother sees it, it will be the end for them. Quickly check if you can find it in any of the other pockets. I looked, but it wasn't in my clothes or pants pockets. Wait, did I forget my keys? But I'm sure I put them in my pocket. The two searched again and finally found the key in the gap of the sofa. Jiang Wanwan reached inside with her small, unhandcuffed hand and took out the 2 keys. As the first handcuff was being unlocked, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock could already be heard in the living room. It was a close call, but they managed to unlock the handcuffs before the adults went home. Looking at Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan, who were sitting upright on the sofa with obedient expressions, Lu Yu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" It's nothing, just preparing for university military training." They each had a handcuff under their buttocks. They couldn't let it slip. Adults. Chapter 149, The Cold and Aloof Female Academic Prodigy. Early the next morning, Chin Song was awakened by the sound of chatting in the living room. After he got up, washed up, and opened the door, he saw He Shun and his parents were sitting in the living room, with the gifts they had brought placed in the entryway. Chin Ong, Lu Yu, and Su Qiaoling also entertained them in the living room and chatted with them. Jiang Wanwan was on a cushion next to the sofa, playing with toys with He Shun's younger sister, Hao Sun. Hao Jiangwo probably did it for convenience, so both families paid their respects together. Since Su Qiaoling came to Chin Song's house, he no longer needed to go up there. In fact, he had already figured it out. The Chin and Song families and the Zhang family were like one big family, even closer than brothers. To Chin Song's surprise, the first family to come to his home to offer New Year's greetings was He Shun's family. But after thinking about it carefully, I can understand it. After all, this was their first New Year with their own son, so it was normal for them to come and pay their respects to their benefactor. What can 2 people with children talk about that will make them hit it off immediately? Of course, it's the child. Parents love it when others praise how outstanding their children are, and Hao Jiangwo is no exception. So, as they chatted, they started complimenting each other. Seeing that He Shun seemed to have something to say to him, Chin Song pulled He Shun into the room and closed the door. Adults talk about adult things, we'll talk about ours. Chin Song, have the big and small armies told you what they're doing? Chin Song scratched his head. No. Seeing He Shun's hesitant expression, Chin Song asked again. They didn't do anything illegal, did they? He-shin said. No. They didn't come back for the Chinese New Year this year. When I asked them why, they said business was too good and they were too busy. So what are they doing? The funeral director said that he took good care of them, and he was too busy, so he didn't come back for the New Year. He should come back next year. I also heard from Dajuan that Xiaojun was in a relationship and then got scammed. Huh? Qin Song looked bewildered. Isn't Xiaojun a man? How could he be scammed? Is it a money scam? He-shin shook his head. No, it was seduction. I heard that the woman was taken to a hotel by Xiaojun, and when she left the next morning, she left him 500 yuan as a tip. Qin Song. The second semester of senior year flew by. The teacher is also very strict. It's only been 1 day since school started, and they've already announced that there will be a placement test in 3 days. This simple sentence instantly pulled those who were still immersed in their holiday time out of their reverie. The cycle of the second semester of senior year. Exams, teachers explaining questions, students reviewing, and more exams. Even the number of times slogans were shouted increased significantly. Banners were still hanging on every floor of the senior high school building. Study until you drop, or you'll die trying. 1 point of progress can eliminate 1,000. After decades of diligent study, the day has come when your name shines on the honor roll. Zhao Qin did not come to school in the second semester of his senior year. Instead, after school had been in session for a while, he treated Qin Song, He-shun, and others to a meal before flying off to Australia to study. The classroom was less fun without him in the back row. Those who, like Zhao Chun, didn't plan to study, would play some small games that wouldn't disturb others' studies when Zhao Chun was still in class. But ever since Zhao Chun left, all they do in class is read novels and sleep. He-shun has stopped looking at high school problems and is now engrossed in reading a university calculus textbook. The teachers couldn't say anything, nor could they say anything. Because he knows everything the teacher knows, and he also knows some things the teacher doesn't know. He rejected the offers from Tsinghua and Peking universities without even thinking about it. As he said before, his goal is the National University of Defense Technology, and he wants to get in through the National College Entrance Examination. Because he has another goal, which is to become the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, the kind that ranks first in the whole country. 100-day countdown rally. He-shun spoke as a representative, and no one questioned him. I don't know how his brain works, but his math and science scores are like this. If you don't get a perfect score, then you did poorly on the test. Listen, can you hear what people are saying? Sitting next to Chen Cece in the audience, Jiang Wanwan poked her flabby arms. Cece, I heard that He-shun won't go to the National University of Defense Technology unless he gets in. Your grades are good enough for the National University of Defense Technology. Do you want to go with him? Upon hearing this, Chen Cece shook her head. Forget it. I'm planning to go to Jiangxing University like you. Huh? Didn't you say you had feelings for He-shun? Before Jiang Wanwan could finish speaking, Chen Cece interrupted her and changed the subject. Don't let my choice of science as my major fool you. My combined science score is pretty good. I really love history, and I plan to apply to Jiangxing University for a history major. My parents also said this major is good, and it will give me an advantage when I take the civil service exam in Jiangxing. Actually, there are better schools to choose from, but I just want one that's closer to home. I'm my parents' only precious daughter. Wanwan, what about you? What major are you planning to apply for? I'm planning to apply for fashion design, but I've heard that it requires a certain level of drawing skills, which I haven't studied, so I'm a little worried. Hey, wait a minute. Were you just changing the subject? The clever Jiang Wanwan noticed something was wrong. Chen Cece was taken aback by the question, then confessed. Okay, you said it yourself, it's just a good feeling, not even love. Besides, you know He-shun's family situation, they're a wealthy family. There's a saying that goes, marrying into a wealthy family is like entering a deep sea. If you really manage to get married, who knows how much suffering you'll have to endure? Jiang Wanwan shook her head and retorted, no, I've met He-shun's parents, and they are very easy to get along with. They are not at all like the aggressive people in TV dramas and novels. It's up to you to decide. As long as you don't feel regretful, that's fine. Chen Cece nodded. I really envy you. I'm not as bold as you. Huh? Me? How dare you? Jiang Wanwan asked in confusion. Yeah, Do you know your nickname in your senior year of high school? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan shook her head. She doesn't pay much attention to these things, to be precise. Aside from Qin and Song dynasty matters, she didn't pay much attention to anything else, let alone the entire senior year of high school. Everyone calls you the aloof female academic genius. You're currently the girl with the best grades in your senior year of high school. What does that have to do with being aloof? I don't think I'm aloof at all. You certainly don't have that kind of attitude towards us friends, but in the eyes of those who want to get to know you, especially the opposite sex, you completely ignore them. Isn't that just being aloof? However, you are quite enthusiastic about Qin and Song. Oh really? Jiang Wanwan blushed with embarrassment. Chapter 150. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Chen Sisi nodded. Of course. Anyone can tell. Given the current pace of your relationship, you'll confess your feelings after the college entrance exam, get engaged in college, and get married after graduation. From school uniform to wedding dress. How wonderful. When you and Qin Song get married, I'll be your bridesmaid. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan said shyly, then there's definitely no problem. Then she became a little troubled. Hey Sisi, when do you think is the best time for me to confess my feelings to Qin Song? Chen Sisi whispered. Oh, and then leaned close to Jiang Wanwan's ear to whisper. So our Wanwan can't wait any longer. But Qin Song is worth it too. Apart from you, he doesn't even give a second glance to other girls. What? Jiang Wanwan blushed. What do you mean by can't wait? Saying it like that makes her sound like she's desperately thirsty. However, Qin Song maintained a good distance from other girls, which she was quite satisfied with. Logically speaking, shouldn't the guy take the initiative in this kind of thing? Chen Si thought for a moment. You don't need to be in such a hurry. Maybe Qin Song thinks the same way you do. He might be holding back, wanting to give you a surprise. As she spoke, Chen Sisi looked into Jiang Wanwan's determined eyes and asked, So, do you want everyone to know, or do you want to keep it a secret? Everyone knows that, right? Jiang Wanwan plans to confess her feelings to Qin Song after the college entrance examination, because that would no longer be considered puppy love. Since it's not considered puppy love, there's no need to be secretive, and kissing won't need to be disguised as childhood sweethearts or recharging anymore. She gradually began to hate the feeling of being secretive and wished the whole world knew that she liked Qin Song, and that Qin Song liked her too. It's like declaring sovereignty. When she wants a kiss, she can simply say, Little Qin, come here and give me a kiss. Then, standing on tiptoe and grabbing Qin Song's collar, he showered him with kisses on the face and lips. Not only that, she also applied lipstick all over Qin Song's face, leaving her mark on his face. Just like a puppy urinating. Wait, no, that metaphor seems a bit strange. Everyone knows. Well then, I have a good idea. Tell me quickly. Chen Sisi took down the draft notebook that was holding up her head to block the sun, and then took out a pen from her pocket and started writing and drawing on it. 1 minute later, the artistic letters JC appeared on the draft paper. This logo is the logo of Jiangxing City TV station. After the college entrance examination, at 5 p.m. on June 8th, there will be TV reporters stationed at each examination site to conduct interviews. You and Qin Song are both so good at English. You can make an agreement to hand in your papers a few minutes early and then wait at the exam hall door, trying to be the first to rush out of the exam hall. Then reporters will definitely come to interview you, and you can just confess your feelings to him right in front of the camera. So, isn't it widely known now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan hesitated. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Don't those reporters usually ask questions like how difficult the subject is and what the target university is? Will my actions affect their upcoming interviews? Chen Sisi shook her head without hesitation. Of course not. If both you and Qin Song have poor grades, then it's possible, since dating in high school is taboo. But you two are top students. You almost always score over 650 on every exam. Actually, puppy love isn't the original sin. Poor grades are, you understand. Those reporters would love for more examples like you and Qin Song, so they'd have more news to sell. She really adores this couple. A student who was at the bottom of his class scored 700 points in a year for the person he liked, and in the end, the two of them were admitted to the same university. Help! What kind of teen romance novel is this? Seeing that Jiang Wanwan was still hesitant, Chen Sisi added, well, anyway, those reporters will have to go back and edit the footage, so it's not certain whether you and Qin Song will even get published. Give it a try. There's no harm in trying. Chen Sisi continued to tempt Jiang Wanwan like a little devil. Just think about it. If you confess your feelings to Qin Song in front of so many people, he'll be so moved. He'll be head over heels in love with you, won't he? Okay, Jiang Wanwan admits. She's a little tempted. Then shall I give it a try? It's not just a try, it's a certainty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so you have to make the most of it. Of course, we can't slack off on the college entrance examination. It's still the most important thing right now. At this moment, the strategist Chun was unaware that Jiangqing TV had launched an unprecedented live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Although there is only one live broadcast camera in each examination room, sometimes fate just happens to bring us together. As the two chatted, the 100-day countdown rally gradually came to an end. Teenage craziness can happen anywhere, especially in high school. As the leader of the 100-day countdown rally, he was the epitome of a top student. Buzz cut, mustache, black-rimmed glasses, school uniform, black sneakers. The leader's performance isn't very important, as long as they rank high. The important thing is the sound, the momentum. Raise your right fist and swear with me. Set sail with determination. Study and practice diligently. Avoid arrogance and impatience. Persevere until the end. Surpass yourself. Unleash your full potential. You. This guy just shouted so hard that he yelled himself to death. This scene left Qin Song completely stunned. Dude, this oath isn't to your liking, is it? Also, the guy who's calling for a buff to Yasuo, did you wander into the wrong movie? It must be said that the 100-day countdown rally not only attracted good students who love learning, but also all sorts of strange and eccentric individuals. Next up is the much-anticipated segment of shouting messages from afar. Those who are energized by the pep rally will rush onto the stage with the encouragement or instigation of their classmates and teachers and shout out the university they want to attend. The first person to go on stage was a boy with a mushroom haircut. He held the microphone with an air of confidence, but just a minute later, his face turned red with embarrassment. I must go to Ningbo University. I'm going to burn down Ningbo University. I'm definitely going to Ningbo to rob someone. I must sweep the streets of Ningbo. I absolutely must make lemon duck blood. Although his pronunciation became increasingly unclear, his inner aspirations and unwavering will were evident to everyone. Gradually, other students who were a little shy also started to shout, and their voices grew louder and louder. 100 days is still enough. As the saying goes, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, the second best time is now. Chapter 151 on the eve of the college entrance examination. On the evening of June 6, 2019. Before the two students taking the college entrance exam even started to feel nervous, their parents were the ones who became anxious first. The living room of the Qin and Song families. The three parents are confirming with each other what they need to bring for the college entrance examination. Black 0.5 mm ballpoint pen, 2B mechanical pencil, a ruler set, eraser, admission ticket, ID card, writing board. Lu Yu was taking inventory of the items inside Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan's transparent pencil cases. Old Qin, is there anything else you need to bring? As Qinong was thinking, Su Qiaoling added, let each of the children take an umbrella, just in case it rains. Yes, we need to bring umbrellas too, and we need to tear off the stickers on the bottled water packaging as well. Qin Song, don't wear your watch to the exam tomorrow. Okay. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan sat on the sofa, watching the three adults busy at work. Mom, Aunt Lu, why do you seem even more nervous than us who are taking the exam? We call this taking it seriously, Su Qiaoling replied to Jiang Wanwan, then looked at Lu Yu and said, Sister Lu, remember to put in plenty of pen refills, just in case the ink runs out while the child is writing. That would be a problem. Don't worry, I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu brought over the black bag from the entryway. Each pencil case contained a handful of black 0.5 mm pencil leads and a small box of 2B pencil refills. Both families were fully prepared for this college entrance examination. They started preparing a month ago. Chinong sold his old car and bought a decent MPV. The purpose was to make the two of them more comfortable on their way to the exam, even if it was just a little bit. Students may be assigned to various examination centers in Jiangxing City for the college entrance examination, and some of these centers are quite far away. However, Qin Song and Zhang Wanwan were very lucky and were directly assigned to Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School, which is their own school. Playing on home turf in a familiar environment is more conducive to performing well in exams. In addition, their combat uniforms are also very elaborate. The shoes and pants were the most comfortable kind I usually wear, but the clothes were different. Both of them were wearing Nike Perfect t-shirts, one black and one white. Qin Song wore black, while Jiang Wanwan wore white. The tag on the back of the collar has been cut off, and the clothes have been washed several times. Although it's new, it's very comfortable to wear. After confirming that everything was ready, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were ushered back to their room by their parents. If you feel nervous, review some material. If you're not nervous, rest early. Anyway, we're not letting them stay in the living room anymore. In fact, Qin Song was not nervous at all. This was his second time taking the college entrance examination, and he was much better prepared than the first time in every aspect. Back in his room, he even turned on his computer, and QQ, which logged in automatically, popped up a message from his editor. Red Moon. Big brother, you've secured the IP rights for your book, 10 Days. The End. When are you free? It's better to discuss this in person, as it concerns revenue. Hey, didn't I already tell you not to call me Big Butt? Can't you just call me Chili Master? Qin Song. I should be free in about a week. I'll contact you then. Qin Song. Also, my butt is really not that big. Qin Song received a reply almost instantly after sending the message. Red Moon. Sorry, Chili Pepper. Red Moon. Also, since the IP deal is almost finalized, only the price remains to be agreed upon. Would it be convenient for you to release a large number of new chapters so the platform can boost the popularity? This would be beneficial for negotiating the price. Qin Song thought about it carefully. Is this a sudden update? Instead of releasing chapters in bursts, he has a method that can generate even more buzz. It's even more explosive than the kind that explodes if you get any closer. It might even melt. Qin Song. I have a way to generate even more buzz without needing to update excessively. Red Moon. What method? Looking forward to it. JPG. Qin Song. No updates. Red Moon, huh? Qin Song smiled faintly, opened the author's backend, canceled all the previously scheduled chapters, and then found the comment with the most likes at the end of the latest chapter. I'm the best at restoring the Han Dynasty. Author, as a genius of suspense and mystery, I think there are serious problems with what you've been writing lately. If you keep going, this book will probably be ruined. How about this? Send me 10 or 20 chapters of the remaining content so I can give you some feedback and guidance. Even just one chapter will do. I can't take it anymore, bro. Crying emoji. As an author who had been lurking for a long time, he surprisingly liked this comment, marking his first interaction with readers in the past 3 months. Then, he published an author's note. My butt burns when I eat chili peppers. Dear readers, I'm taking a 2-day break. I have my college entrance exams coming up. Mwah. After causing trouble, Qin Song turned off his computer, lay on his bed, and started playing the card game, 3 Kingdoms Kill. As a loyal subject, he immediately chose Huang Gai. However, before he could even finish his move, the online novel author community and the 10 Days, The End book community exploded. Online novel authors circle. The person who has been beating me since the book started is actually a high school student. Following the 19-year-old broad bean, an 18-year-old chili pepper has suddenly appeared. Dude, are you really not afraid I'll jump off a building? Book circle. With hundreds of thousands in royalties every month, what are you even studying for? Hurry up and update. I've followed this book for so long, and now you're telling me the author is still in high school. People are indeed different. Some people worry about not having enough money at the end of the month, while others are already financially independent in high school. The next morning at 7:30, after breakfast, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan sat on the sofa, waiting for Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling, who had just come into the room to change clothes. 5 minutes later, the two women, dressed in purple cheongsams, came out. Both the color and style of their cheongsams were very eye-catching. A successful start means victory for Zeding. After everyone was ready, Chinong drove the two national treasure-level candidates and the two ladies in cheongsams, who were considered auspicious, to the entrance of the examination hall. Do you want to go into the examination room first? Chinong asked the two national treasures behind him after parking his car in a parking space not far from the school gate. Chin Song checked the time. It was only 7:50. Let's wait a bit. Going in now will just mean sitting inside and waiting. I can review some classical poems then. It wasn't until 8:10 that Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan got off the car together and arrived at the entrance of the examination hall. Chapter 152, Let's Cheer Each Other On. As soon as I arrived at the entrance, I saw the security guard speaking anxiously to one of the test takers. Student, you've gone to the wrong exam room. This is the exam room for Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School, but the exam room on your admission ticket is for Jiangxing No. 2 Experimental Middle School. The school is 20 kilometers away from here. I don't know if we'll make it in time. As he spoke, he shouted to the traffic police officer on duty not far away. Officer, there's a student who went to the wrong exam room. Upon hearing this, the traffic police officer immediately jogged over. After briefly clarifying the situation, checking the candidate's admission ticket, and then looking at the time, he immediately spoke. Get on, I'll take you there on my motorcycle, there's still time. The student, who was on the verge of tears, immediately said, Thank you, police officer. Put your helmet on, hug your waist, and don't sit so stiffly. Okay. After saying that, the traffic police officer turned on the police lights on his motorcycle and made a whoosh 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 sound. To ensure the candidate could be safely transported to the examination venue, another motorcycle was specially arranged to lead the way. Doesn't this guy even check the schedule? Chin Song complained. There will be a few days off before the college entrance examination, and most schools will also organize site visits. This person not only doesn't look at the admission ticket carefully, but also doesn't follow the timetable. Even after being cured, he still drools. The parents are incredibly carefree. Upon witnessing what had just happened, Jiang Wanwan immediately took out her own and Chin Song's admission tickets to check them. Only after confirming that they were from Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School did she feel relieved. Phew, thank goodness. I thought we'd gone to the wrong exam room too. Chin Song chuckled and ruffled her hair. This is our home turf. If we still manage to get lost, what's the point of taking the exam? We might as well just go straight to the factory. Don't worry, everything is ready, and we've prepared everything. We just need to perform normally. After entering the school gate, Chin Song needs to turn left, while Jiang Wanwan turns right. As they parted, she leaned closer, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Chin Song on the cheek in front of the many examinees, parents, and teachers outside the door. When they parted, some wet saliva was still stuck to Chin Song's face. Fortunately, everyone was busy with their own things, and not many people saw it. Keep it up, Jiang Wanwan said softly and gently. Yes, let's do our best. Let's cheer each other on. The first subject was Chinese. After being checked by the proctor with a security scanner, Chin Song found his seat and sat down comfortably. It's definitely different now. Although he also took the college entrance examination at Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School in his previous life, it was not in this examination room, nor was it in this examination number. It seems the butterfly effect has indeed arrived. I just wonder if the college entrance exam questions will be different from those in my previous life. After a period of time, following a series of standardized procedures by the invigilator to display the sealing strip, the sealed bag was torn open with a ripping sound. Then came the distribution of the exam papers. You cannot start answering the questions immediately after the test papers are handed out. You must wait for the bell to ring. After writing his name and examination number on the answer sheet, Chin Song began to review the exam papers. After scanning through all the questions, he discovered that although the questions were not exactly the same as those in his previous life's college entrance examination, some of them were still the same. For example, classical Chinese poems, classical Chinese prose, and essays are all the same as in my previous life, unchanged. Diligence is the foundation of people's livelihood, and diligence ensures abundance. Labor is the source of wealth and happiness. Rising early and retiring late, sweeping and cleaning the courtyard, A love of labor is an excellent tradition of the Chinese nation, continuing to this day. Upon seeing this passage on the exam paper, Qin Song immediately recalled the analysis of this essay topic that he had seen while scrolling through Douyin in his previous life. Because Chinese is always the first subject tested in the National College Entrance Examination, NCE, every year, and the essay score carries a significant weight, the essay topic usually becomes the first hot topic of discussion during the NCE period. Some students will search online for essay topic analyses after the exam to check if they have gone off topic. In a previous life, the Qin and Song dynasties were also among them. This is a task-driven essay prompt that embodies the idea of cultivating morality and fostering talent, and also reflects the socialist core values advocacy of dedication. He silently recited the essay analysis from his memory. In terms of theme, pay attention to highlighting the theme of labor. In terms of writing style, candidates should pay attention to highlighting the textual characteristics of a speech, namely, relevance, talkability, and persuasiveness. As one of the people of the land of China, Qin Song, like everyone else, had a strange interest in farming. When people heard that vegetables couldn't be grown on the moon, countless Chinese people felt a sense of emptiness. He is 5,000 years old, by Chinese reckoning, fears violence, loves peace, and enjoys farming. The moon belongs to the earth, and China belongs to the earth. Therefore, the moon belongs to China. What? You're asking me if my logic doesn't make sense? Do you even understand the value of the DF-41? Hee, just kidding, we Chinese aren't that violent. Wait, is this your land? Can I farm your land? If you don't farm for me, don't blame me for farming you. That said, why is my land deed in your name? You have already chosen the path to your death. These words kept replaying in Qin Song's mind. Combining this with the essay analysis I saw in my previous life, you can connect labor with the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, which is both relevant to the topic and elevates the writing's theme. Adding typical examples from your own life will prevent the speech from being dry and uninteresting and will naturally enhance its persuasiveness. I have an idea. At that moment, the bell rang to signal the start of the quiz. Since the entire writing process had been streamlined, and it was the perfect time for inspiration to strike, Qin Song decided to start by writing the essay. He picked up his pen and wrote down the title of his essay. Life lies in diligence. Without effort, what can one gain? First, use a classical allusion to introduce the importance of diligence and labor. Next, I will write about what diligence means for the family, the country, and society. Then, using the method of seeing the big picture from small details, it describes the significance of diligence for small families, the big family, and the revival of the entire Chinese nation. Of course, violent things cannot be written about, and the DF-41 is even more out of the question. This adorable nuclear-armed gadget made its first appearance on October 1, 2019, at the military parade commemorating the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Today is June 7, 2019. If Qin Song had mentioned this thing in his college entrance exam essay, it wouldn't have been as simple as just inviting him for tea. Qin Song finished writing the essay in less than half an hour. After finishing the recitation of classical poems, the next step is to write them out in order. Their strength is undeniable, and they also have some familiar questions. With 50 minutes left in the exam, Qin Song had already finished writing all the questions. Of course, we can't just sit around daydreaming during the remaining time. After checking everything again and again to ensure that nothing went wrong, Qin Song packed up his things ahead of time and rested half lying on the table. There are 15 minutes left in the exam. Please be mindful of your time. A 15-minute reminder sounded. At this moment, students who had finished all the questions in the examination room were checking their work again and again, while those who had not finished were speeding up their writing. 15 minutes later, the bell rang, and all candidates stopped answering questions, stood up, and left the examination room. At the school gate, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan successfully met up and headed towards where Qin Ong had parked his car that morning. Chapter 153: The Pleasant Respite Between Exams. The car door was opened as soon as the two arrived nearby. Qin Song, Wanwan, the food is all brought from home. You two can eat in the car and get some rest afterward. After Lu Yu removed the small table from the back seat, placed the insulated lunchbox on it, and opened it. A fragrant aroma wafted out. Lunch was freshly prepared at home and brought over. It consisted of light, home-style dishes, just to avoid getting an upset stomach. We had agreed beforehand that we would have lunch in the car during the exam period. Initially, Liu actually planned to take the two of them home for a meal. But I'm also worried about traffic jams on the way home and to the exam venue, which would waste time. Although the exam venue is not far from home and the chances of traffic jams due to traffic control are very small, they are still worried. It's not that I'm worried about being late, but rather that the two kids won't have enough time for their afternoon nap. Later, I thought that since the car had a lot of space in the back, I would cook the food at home and bring it to the car so that the two of them could eat in the car. After they finished eating, I could adjust the seats so they could lie down and sleep in the car. Furthermore, the car seats have a massage function, which can help relieve fatigue. It's not just Lu Yu and her friends. Some parents with free time also choose this method, letting their children eat in the car so they can rest afterward. Those whose parents are too busy to deliver meals and whose exam venues are far from home can only eat at restaurants near the school. The two had a nutritionally balanced lunch. Stir-fried shrimp, braised pork ribs, loofah and egg soup, stir-fried bitter melon with meat, stir-fried vegetables. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan sat in the back seat, eating their lunch obediently like elementary school students at school. I don't dare to eat too much. 7 or 8/10 full is about right, so as not to feel uncomfortable from being too full. During the meal, the three parents tacitly refrained from asking the two students how they did on the exam. This is something you should absolutely never ask unless the candidate brings it up themselves. It's a major taboo. The college entrance exam is something you should forget about once you've taken one subject. If you do well on the test, that's great. If you don't do well, you should forget about it to avoid affecting your mood and state of mind for the next few exams. Seeing how enthusiastically the two children were eating, it seemed like they hadn't done poorly on the test, so the parents were relieved. Compared to the parents, Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan did not have this concern. Qin Song: I feel like the Chinese exam questions are easier than the 3 mock exams, Jiang Wanwan said while chewing her rice. Qin Song nodded. Yes, I think so too. But it's a pity, they should have made it a bit more difficult. For top science students, Chinese and English are actually the easiest subjects to improve their scores. As long as math and science subjects aren't too difficult, even if top students make careless mistakes, they'll only lose some points for certain steps. Wanwan: did you hear the bullfrogs croaking over there while you were taking the exam? I heard a bullfrog croaking halfway through my exam, and then a fellow student reported it to the invigilator. The bullfrog was caught within 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's eyes crinkled into a smile. Is that so? I didn't hear anything in my exam room. If the test taker brings up the topic of the exam, then the adults can chime in with a few words, though they'll mostly offer words of encouragement. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan both did very well in the 3 mock exams. Since they said the questions were easier than in the mock exams, there's nothing to worry about. After finishing your meal, clean up the dishes and put the small table back, and then you can start your afternoon nap. Qin Song: Wanwan, you two rest in the car. The 3 of us will go down so as not to disturb you, Lu Yu said. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's so hot outside the car. Jiang Wanwan felt a little guilty. Qin Song patted her hand and said to Lu Yu, I know, Mom. After the 3 adults got out of the car, Qin Song said, You underestimate my parents and your mother. How could they possibly mistreat themselves? Just now when my dad got out of the car, I saw him take a deck of cards out of the glove box. Just you wait. They'll definitely head to the nearest bubble tea shop, go in, and play cards while drinking bubble tea and enjoying the air conditioning. Jiang Wanwan followed the 3 of them. Just as Qin Song had said, they entered a milk tea shop that also sold salt-baked chicken wings and chicken feet. All right, let's go to sleep together, Qin Song said after stretching. The massage chair is quite comfortable, the pressure is just right. Uh-huh. Qin Song reached out and took her hand, then squeezed it. What's wrong? I want to hold your hand while we sleep. Then, how about giving me a kiss before we go to sleep? Huh. Such a good thing. Why didn't you say so sooner? Yes, can I kiss you anywhere? No lewdness allowed. No, you're clearly thinking the wrong thing. I just wanted to kiss you. Then I won't kiss you. Okay, okay, it's me who's astringent. After saying that, Chin Song leaned over and kissed Jiang Wanwan on the forehead. Good afternoon. Take a break. You have an exam this afternoon. Okay, I got it. The car was off, but the key was inside, and the ignition was on. Because the car is a hybrid and has a large battery capacity, it's not a problem to turn off the engine and run the air conditioning for several hours. The MPV had excellent sound insulation, and the quiet environment inside the car quickly made the two of them sleepy. At 2 p.m., an hour before the exam started, Su Qiaoling's phone alarm went off. After having their fill of milk tea at the shop, the three got up and went to the car to wake the other two up. Just as Qinong was about to open the door, Liu stopped him. What's wrong? Qinong asked. Liu pointed through the window to Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan holding hands, and gestured for Su Qiaoling to look over as well. Look how close these two children are. They even hold hands while taking their afternoon nap. At this moment, Su Qiaoling also had a big ant smile on her face. If you can't even forget to hold hands while taking a nap during the college entrance examination, then you'll have to confess your love after graduation, get married in college, and get pregnant before graduating from college. If Wanwan is preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, wouldn't the prenatal education for her child be at a professor level? Hey, that's really good. Even Liu Yu, who knew Su Qiaoling so well, was somewhat taken aback. No, Wanwan is your daughter. Qin Song is my son. How can you give something away for free like this? Qinong was also stunned. Hearing these words, he suddenly felt as if Qin Song had transformed into a daughter and Jiang Wanwan into a son. Have the roles been switched? Well, Wanwan is a girl, and Qin Song is a boy. Su Qiaoling nodded. I know. But I think if we have to compare, Qin Song would be better than Wanwan. Although he was a bit mischievous before, he has changed now. He is not only responsible, but also very patient and considerate towards Wanwan. Good things are worth fighting for. So of course I want to hold on to Qin and Song as soon as possible, and ideally get married as soon as we reach the legal age. Hearing Su Qiaoling praise Qin Song like that, the elderly mother Liu Yu was beaming with joy. No way, Wanwan is clearly better than Qin Song. Wanwan is so gentle, understanding, and good at dealing with people. I'm scared when I see some women making comments about boxing on short video platforms. I'm afraid that one day Qin Song will meet a woman like this and be manipulated by her. If that kid really falls for her and becomes obsessed, then he's doomed. Wanwan is not like that. We know her inside and out. Isn't that great? Su Qiaoling laughed and said, No way. Qin and Song are clearly better. Good evening. The Qin and Song dynasties were good. Good evening. Qin Ong. They're all old acquaintances, yet they still engage in mutual flattery. Don't they get tired of it? If he comes to see them, both children will be fine. One has a nose and eyes, and the other has hands and feet. How wonderful. Well, the exam starts in 50 minutes. After saying that, Qinong took out another spare key besides the one in the car, pressed the unlock button, and the car beeped, waking up the two people sleeping inside. After seeing that the parents were all outside, they quietly let go of each other's hands. Although the two are often shy in private, they have never kissed, hugged, or been affectionate in front of their parents, and they rarely even hold hands. Chapter 154 this summer. Summer is special for children in China. Middle school entrance exam, college entrance exam, graduation. In the hottest time of year, in the most restless season, make life-changing decisions and write the trajectory of your destiny. Blue sky, white clouds, rice paddies, short sleeves, sunset, cicadas chirping, evening breeze, watermelon, ice cream, barbecue. What's beautiful might not be that summer itself, but rather the people you played and laughed with that summer. When Qin Song finished writing the last letter of his English essay, he felt a sense of melancholy. As someone who has been through it all, he knows very well that once the college entrance examination is over, youth is already coming to an end. For some, youth can even be said to be over. High school teachers often say, if you work hard for 3 years of high school, getting into university will be easy. But Qin Song knew that it was not easy in reality. Of course, if you're just going to coast through university, it's pretty easy, except when you're writing papers, final exams, or taking the CET-4 and CET-6. Conversely, if you just coast through university, the anxiety will only intensify as graduation approaches. I finished university but learned nothing, and now I'm about to graduate. If you graduate from a non-elite university and don't pursue postgraduate studies, it's very difficult to find even a slightly better job in your field, let alone a job with ideal salary and benefits. But if I choose to take the postgraduate entrance exam, it's too competitive now. There are countless people taking the postgraduate entrance exam. If rushing out of the exam hall after the college entrance exam is likened to riding a horse in the spring breeze, then leaving the exam hall for the postgraduate entrance exam is like drawing a sword and looking around in bewilderment. After entering university, the living expenses provided by an average family are only enough for daily expenses. If you want a date, it's completely insufficient, let alone. As Chin Song pondered this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute, something's not right. I'm not one of them. So why should I be anxious? I am now a top student with an average score of 700 in mock college entrance exams, a second-generation heir with a family fortune of over 100 million, the author of a wildly popular novel, and a successful person who achieved financial freedom before even graduating from high school. Not to mention, I also have a sweet and sophisticated childhood sweetheart, the school beauty, who likes me too. After checking the exam paper several times, there were 30 minutes left before the exam ended. At this point, it was time to hand in the exam early. After confirming that his name and examination number were correct, Chin Song raised his hand to signal to the invigilator that he wanted to hand in his exam early. Jiang Wanwan suggested it before the English exam, saying she wanted to experience the feeling of two people holding hands and being the first to run out of the exam room. Chin and Song had no reason not to agree to this proposal. Both of them have very stable English scores, usually between 140 and 145. To put it bluntly, their target university is Jiangxing University. Given the current situation, it's almost certain that I'll pass the exam, and more than enough. So even if the two of them carelessly missed a few points because they left the exam room early, there's no need to worry. The two top students never even considered that there was that freakish academic genius He-shin around. He has to take all the top science students in Jiangxing City, Nanjiang Province, and even the whole country. Unfortunately, according to the exam rules, even if you hand in your paper early, you cannot leave the exam room and must wait at the designated rest area. There are teachers guarding the rest areas, and you can't play with electronic devices. Even if you were allowed to play with them, there would be no signal. However, what's more user-friendly is that you can chat quietly inside. Although you can't leave the exam room early, you'll still be faster than those who are still taking the exam. To Chin Song's surprise, because his examination room was some distance from the rest area, Jiang Wanwan was already sitting inside when he arrived. Not only Jiang Wanwan, but also other students. From their hushed conversation, Chin Song learned that some of them were students admitted through special admission programs and wanted to see the difficulty of the exam. Another group consists of top students. As for the remaining group, they were thinking of being the first to run out of the exam room and then giving an interview to talk about buffing Yasuo and Aurelia. Chin Song sat down next to Jiang Wanwan and then naturally took her hand. This scene instantly sparked a murmur of discussion within the rest area. Even the teacher glanced at us. The person involved showed no fear, continuing to hold hands without blushing or skipping a beat. That look seemed to say, the college entrance exam is over. I can talk however I want. I'm happy to. The female teacher sitting not far away whispered to the male teacher next to her. Teacher Wang, those two people holding hands look kind of familiar to me. I have some face blindness. Can you help me see if they look familiar? I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Teacher Wang pushed up his glasses and squinted. Those two people, they seem to be Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan. Yes, those two, the ones who scored 700 points in all 3 mock exams. The female teacher suddenly realized, oh, I remember now, it's that childhood sweetheart couple, right? It's understandable for academic high achievers to be a couple. After all, it's good to date in your spare time. It's good for cultivating one's character. The test takers resting at the rest area nearby. Timmy's double standards are really something. At this moment, Teacher Wang corrected, hey, you can't say that. They were childhood sweethearts, admired and liked each other, and encouraged each other to improve, which is how they became top students. Look, they got together right after the exam. Listening to Teacher Wang's series of correct statements, the female teacher nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, no wonder you're a special education teacher. Teacher Wang, you speak with such expertise. The power of love is truly great. Back in the day, when the still charming female teacher got to this point, the students all perked up their ears. Hey, there's a story behind this. However, just as the story was reaching its most exciting point, the exam bell rang. Chapter 155. The target appears. The moment the bell rang, some of the test takers in the rest area were already poised and ready to start. The next moment, it shot off with a whoosh. Qin Song strongly suspected that there were physical education students among them. No, there's no doubt that there are definitely athletes among these people. Breathable short-sleeved shirt, 5-point basketball shorts, brightly colored basketball and running shoes, and a healthy tan. They're running way too fast. There's no way to catch them. Wan, it looks like we won't be the first to rush out of the exam hall. Qin Song was a little discouraged. I need to take my physical fitness seriously and start exercising. Explosiveness isn't important, since I'm not participating in any competitions anyway. Endurance and stamina are key, and physical strength is also important. Putting everything else aside, if Xiao Qin Song is looked down upon because of these reasons, he will be very upset. The immature ones are calling for their older sister, while the sensible ones are already telling their older sister too. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan squeezed Qin Song's hand that was holding hers and said softly, "It's okay. As long as we're among the first to leave the exam hall, it's fine. We don't have to compete for first or second place." She didn't care whether she was the first to leave the exam room. It was just an excuse she made up to confess her feelings. The main task now is to get some exposure in front of reporters from Jiangxing TV. If that doesn't work, I'll just have to go up to them and practically ask for an interview. She had memorized the logo of Jiangxing TV station. What she needs to do now is find the reporter holding the microphone with this logo, and then confess her feelings to Qin Song in front of the camera. At this moment, Qin Song, who was fantasizing about getting in shape and then bullying Jiang Wanwan during their college cohabitation, was completely unaware of what was happening. His plan to confess his feelings is about to be thwarted by the girl. Jiang Wanwan was unaware that the logo she had been looking forward to, the reporter she had been looking forward to, and the camera she had been looking forward to had changed from an interview recording to a live broadcast. At this very moment, outside the college entrance examination venue of Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School, Shenjia, the reporter standing next to the live interview camera, was observing the activity at the entrance of the examination hall. When she saw several candidates rushing out of the exam hall together, she was about to walk over to interview them, but after seeing their faces, she immediately changed her mind, and then other reporters beat her to it. Shenjia's reason for not wanting to go on the interview is simple. To put it bluntly, he's not good-looking, doesn't photograph well, and doesn't have the face of a top student. He looks like someone who's just trying to get a buff to a certain game character. As we all know, this world is a giant game of deception. Of course, outside the college entrance examination hall, there is a type of face that will never be considered unattractive. A buzz cut, a small mustache, a confident smile, and black mesh breathable sneakers. This is the standard equipment exclusively for top science students. But those who just came out were clearly not. As a graduate student from the journalism department of Jiangxing University, Shenjia has a good understanding of current hot news trends and has done thorough research on them. It's no longer the era where catching the first student to leave the exam hall would make the news go viral. What's needed now is uniqueness. Good looks and good grades. Even a man and a woman holding hands as they walk out of the exam room is acceptable. Moreover, since this is a live stream, she needs to constantly check the chat messages and also pay attention to the opinions of the viewers. As this is the first time we've broadcast the college entrance examination live from the exam venue, we're aiming for a completely new and exciting program experience. Those pronouncements about buffing a certain game character are outdated. Shenjia's father, the station director, also confided in her that as long as she didn't cross the line, having even a little bit of early romance wouldn't have much of an impact. Recently, due to some events, The learning atmosphere in Jiangxing City and even Nanjing Province has been quite oppressive, which has led to a record high in the rate of zixia, purple clay, production among students at all levels. So we need to come up with something to ease the tension. Xinjia thought that the best match would be someone who is good-looking, academically excellent, and someone she could enjoy dating early in life, and who would also be good for the show. But she knew very well that finding someone like that was extremely difficult. Even before the live broadcast, she had already memorized the appearances of all the top-ranked students in the Jiangxing City College entrance examination mock exam. Such people do exist, but whether you can meet them is another matter entirely. Then, she saw Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan running out of the school gate hand in hand. Warning! Warning! Target detected. Lock on. Lock on. Lock it. Lock it tightly. The moment I saw Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan, it felt like seeing two fair and tender domestic pigs among a herd of wild boars with tusks. No, that metaphor sounds like an insult. Let's try another one. It's like seeing two Leicas among a group of Nikon and Canon cameras. Yes, that's right. That's exactly it. At this point, the live chat exploded. Netizen number 1. Streamer, the target has appeared, hurry. Netizen number 2. Why are these two so good-looking? Netizen number 3. Running out hand in hand. Is this the shyness and flutter of youth? Without hesitation, Xinjia immediately called to the young man carrying the camera and ran towards the two of them. Although she was already very fast, she was still a step behind a male reporter. Immediately afterwards, other reporters and some self-media authors gathered around. Even someone with terrible taste can tell that Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan are walking headlines as long as they're not blind. This is what youth is all about. There's a saying that goes something like this. Only good-looking people have a youth. Those who aren't good-looking are usually just the backdrop for other people's youth. Although this statement is somewhat blunt, it is indeed the truth. This is reality. Your crush is being incredibly proactive with someone else. As a result, the two, who had just run out of the school gate, were surrounded by a group of reporters and self-media people. Hello everyone, I'm Triple X from Douyin. This is my profile. May I interview you? Excuse me, I'm from XXTV station. May I interview you? Would you mind being interviewed? I'm Triple X, the content creator on Bilibili. This is my profile page. Qin Song looked left and right, then pointed to himself and Jiang Wanwan. Are you talking about us? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After receiving a reply, Qin Song pointed to those who had run out of the examination hall earlier than him. Why don't you go and interview them? They seem to be leaving the exam room before us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at the people Qin Song was pointing to, and then turned to look at Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan. Then they shook their heads in perfect unison and pushed the microphone forward a little more. Giving an interview was no problem, and he happened to have a few words to say, since he had promised the editor to generate some buzz. However, he didn't know who to choose, so he passed the question on to Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, who do you think we should choose? Jiang Wanwan glanced around and, after spotting the familiar logo, said to Xinjia, Ms. Reporter, we are willing to be interviewed by you. Chapter 156, Estimated High Score. After she finished speaking, everyone except Xinjia looked disappointed. The trending news just disappeared like that. However, being professional, they didn't pester them. Instead, they left cleanly and efficiently. Xinjia was very happy to get this opportunity. She first led Qin Songjiang and Wanwan to the eaves next door before she began asking questions. Of course, the show's entertainment value needs to be enhanced, but basic issues cannot be overlooked. Although Xinjia knew about the two of them, she still had to pretend not to know in order to achieve a better effect. Thank you both for accepting our interview with Jiangxing TV. As students who have just finished the college entrance examination, how did you two feel about the difficulty of this exam? Qin Song. It's much simpler than the first and second mock exams, but a bit more difficult than the third. Overall, it's okay. Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement. Have you estimated your scores yet? Xinjia asked again. This is a very insightful question. If you do well on the test, you can say you made a prediction. If you don't do well, you can say you didn't make a prediction. Whether or not the interviewee wants to reveal their estimated score is entirely up to them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan thought for a moment and said, I estimate it should be similar to the score of the third mock exam. Xinjia asked excitedly, oh? So what were your scores in the third mock exam? Jiang Wanwan glanced at Qin Song shyly. She's quite nice, but not as tall as him. Only 710 points. At that moment, the comments in the live stream disappeared instantly. What followed was a screen full of question marks. A student who happened to be passing by was initially excited to see the interview taking place and wanted to hear what was going on. But after hearing what Jiang Wanwan said, he said something very resentful. No, you academic genius. What you said is really hurtful. Then only a lonely figure remained. Netizen 1. Since when did there become a score requirement for accepting interviews? Netizen 2. Okay, now it's not just about looks, it's about points too, right? Netizen 3. Sometimes I suddenly feel like life isn't very meaningful. I'm not as good looking as others, and my grades are low. Netizen 4. Don't be discouraged, upstairs. Even though you're not good looking and your score isn't high, nobody likes you either. Doesn't that make you feel better? Netizen 5. You're good at comforting people. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, even Xinjia, who already knew about the two's results, couldn't help but be surprised. 710 points. And that's all. If she scores 710 on the college entrance exam, I'd love to burn down a house to celebrate. What? Burning down a house is illegal? Then let's smash the walnuts that Grandpa has been playing with for 10 years and eat the kernels, and scrub the teapot that Grandpa has been using for 10 years clean. Even if I did something so outrageous, as long as I have 710 points to protect me, then everything is fine. Xinjia was surprised that this pretty young woman actually knew how to create a good show effect. Oh, so, you mean, pretty girl, the handsome boy next to you will get a higher score? Yeah, he should get around 720 points. Xinjia continued her act. So tall? Doesn't that mean he has a good chance of becoming the top scholar? Upon hearing this, Qin Song shook his head. I have a classmate named Hishan. He should be able to score around 740 points. He is the top scorer. Seeing that Qin Song responded without any hesitation, Xinjia continued. So, are you and this pretty girl next to you in the same class? Yes, we're in the same class. Xinjia exclaimed in surprise. Wow, your teacher is amazing. One class, 3 students scored over 700 points. After she said that, the viewers in the live stream realized what was going on. What kind of monstrous class is this? If a class produces 3 students with scores above 700, and the top student has a high score of 740, wouldn't that be a surefire champion? Moreover, there is a very high probability that he will be the top scorer in the country. Hearing her words, Qin Song nodded very seriously. That's right, I want to thank my teachers here. Qin Song said this from the bottom of his heart, without any element of performance for the show. First of all, I want to thank my Chinese teacher, who is also my class teacher, He Hui. He is very dedicated to every student. Several times, his voice became hoarse during class, and he would eat throat lozenges and drink Pangdahai tea while teaching. Math teacher Pu Qian is both frustrated and patient, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. English teacher Jiang Fong, a young and beautiful female teacher, tries her best to make English interesting. Chemistry teacher Zhao Xi's classes are lively. Biology teacher Sun Fushu is very kind, and physics teacher Hu Ji is very meticulous when he teaches. I still remember what my chemistry teacher said during my first class. Sodium, Na, said, I explode as soon as I come into contact with water. Chlorine, Cl, said, during World War I killed tens of thousands of people. They both said together, our child will definitely grow up to be the most terrible villain. Hearing this, Xinjia, who chose liberal arts in the college entrance examination, was a little confused. So their child became a big bad guy? Qin Song laughed and said, their child is NaCl, which is salt. It can make food more flavorful. Haha. Although it's a bit of a lame joke, it's very vivid and interesting for us who are just getting into chemistry. Upon hearing this, Xinjia nodded, seemingly impressed but not quite understanding. The live stream comments were also very interesting. Netizen 1. I'm a high school student. I understood. Netizen 2. I'm a college student. Ba ba. After praising the teacher, how can we not praise the leader? Here I would also like to thank Mr. Hao Jiangwo for donating air conditioners and meals to our school, which allows us to study in a better environment and have a more balanced diet. At the same time, I would also like to thank the school leaders. Unlike other schools, number 2 middle school does not have a class division system. That's why I was able to learn from my mentor and transform myself from a bottom-of-the-class student into who I am today. But the Qin Song Dynasty camera raised his hand, which was clasped with Jiang Wanwan's. However, this master-disciple relationship seems to have changed. Chapter 157 Fishing, Murong Jiang, who likes water lilies, 1-2. Hearing this, Shen Jia chuckled inwardly. Everything has been laid out in advance. A top student, shy and innocent love during adolescence, striving for the one they like, and a two-way journey. Now it's time to unleash our trump card. Oh, may I ask, what is your relationship now? The cameraman was already sweating profusely when she posed the question. Shen Jia's father, the station director, talked to her about the bottom line, but the cameraman was unaware of it. The cameraman only knew that the reporter next to him was the station director's beloved daughter. The content of this live stream was clearly somewhat inappropriate and not conducive to guiding high school students' views on love correctly. In China, puppy love is strictly prohibited openly. Of course, top students have special privileges. If two top students fall in love, as long as it doesn't affect their studies, the school will even support them, for fear that after they break up, their mood will affect their studies, or they will transfer to different schools because they don't want to stay in the same school as their exes. But this is something that can't be discussed openly. If this happens, he will definitely be the one to suffer, not the station director's daughter. At this moment, Shen Jia patted the man on the shoulder and gave him a look that said, "I'll take care of everything." Jiang Wanwan was certain that she did not know the reporter in front of her. But why does it feel like every sentence she says is an attempt to create an atmosphere of confession for herself? With favorable timing, location, and people, the girl decided to take the initiative right at this moment. "Miss Reporter, is it considered puppy love if I start dating right after the college entrance exam?" the girl asked. Shen Jia paused for a moment, then replied, "I don't think so." Worried that Jiang Wanwan might misunderstand her meaning, she added, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious about your relationship with this boy. I didn't mean to question you about dating too early." Is that so?" The girl whispered something, then tiptoed and kissed the boy's lips. Their lips parted, the girl tilted her head and smiled sweetly. "Qin Song, would you like to be my boyfriend?" At that moment, the viewers watching the live stream went wild. The next moment, the boy returned the kiss without backing down. After a restrained kiss that lasted only a second, Qin Song moved his lips away. "What classmate? You should call me boyfriend." Shen Jia's inner monologue. "I'm totally shipping them. I'm totally shipping them." At that moment, two women in cheongsams and a man in casual clothes were watching the two of them with smiles on their faces. Inside the live stream room, Netizen 1 help? What kind of TV show or novel plot is this? Is this some kind of innocent romance between two top students? Netizen 2. As a giant goblin, I feel so warm. Someone's shining a bathroom heater on my coffin. Netizen 3. Upstairs, that will only make the coffin stink more. Stop pretending to be dead. The leader wants you back in the cave. Such a brave girl is rare indeed. To confess her feelings to you on the official TV broadcast, boys should cherish her. Shen Jia said to Qin Song. Tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream are sending their blessings to you. Jiang Wanwan grasped the key point in that sentence. Sister, you just said, live stream? Aren't these kinds of interviews usually pre-recorded and edited? Shen Jia explained with a smile. Live streaming is a new idea this year. You two are very lucky. You are the first pair of people interviewed by Jiangxing City TV to witness the college entrance examination closing ceremony live. Jiang Wanwan looked somewhat bewildered. Didn't Chen Sisi say it was a pre-recorded broadcast? How did it suddenly become a live broadcast? Although live streaming can make things more widely known, but, she wasn't prepared at all. And I just heard from the reporter that there are tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. Wouldn't his confession and kiss with Qin Song be broadcast live in front of thousands of people? She looked left and right, wishing she could bury her head in the sand like an ostrich. Then she saw the three parents with ant-like smiles. Jiang Wanwan felt completely dead. That scene was witnessed not only by tens of thousands of spectators, but also by the parents of both sides. She clutched her pencil case in her small hands, twisting and turning her body, wanting to run away but not knowing where to go. The next moment, she was embraced by a pair of arms, and her head was buried in his chest. After realizing it was the Qin and Song dynasties, she simply buried her head in the sand like an ostrich. Sorry, my girlfriend is a bit shy. Qin Song also saw the smiles of the three parents and their aunts. However, compared to Jiang Wanwan, he was still more shameless. Miss Reporter, my parents and my girlfriend's mother are over there, and their car is parked over there too. If you want to continue the interview, shall we go somewhere else? Upon hearing this, Xinjia turned to look in the direction Qin Song was pointing. Two still attractive middle-aged women and a capable and neat middle-aged man came into view. The combination of a good-looking, academically gifted couple and their parents, both good-looking and academically gifted, creates an absolutely explosive show. Without even thinking, of course we had to continue the interviews. She still has so many questions she hasn't asked yet. Of course, it wasn't just her. Qin Song also had his own ulterior motives. Sure, I have no problem with that, as long as your parents don't mind. Qin Song looked over at the three parents. Mind? How could I possibly mind? They heard the conversation just now, and now they're laughing so hard they're practically venomous. So, the group, who had agreed beforehand, got into the MPV together. The live broadcast of the college entrance examination closing ceremony also became an exclusive interview for the Qin, Song, and Jiang families. Thankfully, it's a 7-seater, otherwise it wouldn't be able to fit so many people. Qin Song's parents, Jiang Wanwan's mother, Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, reporter Xinjia, and cameraman. There were exactly 7 people. Everything was ready, and the interview continued. Boys, since you both predict such good grades, which of these 2 universities, Tsinghua or Peking University, do you want to attend? Tsinghua and Peking University? Neither Jiang Wanwan had ever considered that. But of course, I can't say that out loud. I still need to fish for information. We are of course considering Tsinghua and Peking University, but the capital is too far from home. We both want to live closer to home. To be honest, when our grades weren't so good at first, we were thinking of applying to Jiangxing University. Xinjia's eyes lit up. I also graduated from Jiangxing University. That's my alma mater. Although it can't compare to Tsinghua and Peking universities, it can be considered one of the top comprehensive universities in Nanjiang province. Qin Song nodded. Yes, we've also considered it. Jiangxing University admissions office. Did you hear that? We've both considered your school. Remember to keep an eye on us. We'll send someone to offer the terms as soon as the results are out. Examples include scholarships, tuition waivers, exemption from military training, and admission to master's and doctoral programs without entrance exams. Hurry up. Chapter 158, Will Puppy Love Affect Studies? Seeing this, Xinjia joked, Then can I call you juniors now? Even though I've already graduated, haha. Qin Song gestured for Qin Song to stop. Ahem. It's still early, still early. It can't be obtained so easily, otherwise the conditions will be gone. A true master always has a heart that seeks to gain an advantage. Qin Song didn't care about scholarships or tuition fees, and he didn't care whether he was exempt from military training or not. He didn't plan to join the army, but the military training was a way for him to experience a different kind of military life. However, he still cares a lot about things like being able to pursue a master's and doctoral degree without taking the entrance exam, or being able to directly pursue a doctoral degree. It wasn't about the academic qualifications. After all, given their current circumstances and thoughts, it was impossible for them to find a class outside of school. It's highly likely that he will start his own business. Qin and Song will definitely continue to continue writing books. As for Jiang Wanwan, she will likely open a clothing store that only sells clothes she designs. After all, anyone scoring above 700 can get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Although Jiangxing University is a 985 university, it still lags behind Tsinghua and Peking universities by a considerable margin. Those 2 universities are, after all, the top 1 and top 2 universities in China. Jiangxing University didn't even make it into the top 10. As a true god with a score of 700 or higher, it's normal for him to ask for some conditions, right? Xinjia looked at Qin Song's expression and understood what he meant. Waiting for the right price to sell is perfectly normal. Why not fight for the benefits that can be fought for? So, after asking the two a few questions about the schools they were applying to and the majors they were interested in, the conversation turned to the three parents. The two fully made-up beauties were quite calm at first, but when the camera was pointed at them, they became timid and somewhat nervous. After all, as I just mentioned, this is a live broadcast. I just heard from Qin Song that you two are Qin Song's parents, and this lady is Jiang Wanwan's mother. I would especially like to interview the three of you now. What kind of educational methods are used to cultivate such outstanding children? As soon as she finished speaking, Xinjia regretted it. This question is too official and too generic. The answers you'll likely get are similar to things like providing dedicated tutoring, focusing on education from a young age, and the child working hard. There's absolutely nothing to see here. Actually, neither of our two families has helped the child with his studies at all, Qinong said. Yes, to be honest, we even went on a trip for a few months during the first semester of their senior year of high school, Liu added. Xinjia turned her head blankly to look at Su Qiaoling, who said weakly, "Well, me too." Okay, she was wrong. Both of these families are quite entertaining to watch. After analyzing the conversation, it seems that the two students who scored over 700 points on the college entrance exam were completely left to their own devices. These words truly made those parents who specifically rented apartments to accompany their children to school start to question their life choices. It can only be said that sometimes the difference between people is greater than the difference between people and pigs. Haha, the three parents are too modest. It seems the two families have a very good relationship. Xinjia asked. Our two families have been friends for a long time, and our two children are childhood sweethearts, Su Qiaoling said. When Qin Song was in his second year of high school, his grades weren't very good, but in order to get into the same university as Wanwan, it was like he suddenly unlocked his full potential, and his grades improved dramatically. Since we parents can't help, we shouldn't force ourselves to, lest we make things worse. If the children need us, they will say so themselves. If they don't say it, then we can just support them silently from behind. Both children are quite self-disciplined, which makes things much easier for us parents. From this passage, Xinjia gleaned another key phrase, childhood sweethearts. Well, the popularity of this word will rise again. That. Xinjia glanced at the comments in the live stream, then looked left and right, appearing as if she wanted to ask a question but didn't dare to. Her acting was spot on. It's all right, reporter. Please feel free to ask us any questions. We will answer them as soon as it's convenient for us. So, Xinjia asked a question that the viewers in the live stream were very curious about. These two kids are such a good-looking boy and girl. Aren't you worried that they'll fall in love too early and it will affect their studies? Su Qiaoling was stunned. She hadn't expected that a local television station would ask such a taboo topic in Chinese high schools, especially live. But since she asked, I will answer. If reporters aren't afraid, and leaders aren't afraid, then what is there for an ordinary citizen like her to be afraid of? No matter what, you can't shift the blame onto yourself. I don't think there's a causal relationship between early romantic relationships and affecting studies, right? Students who lack self-control and self-discipline, even if they don't have early romantic relationships, will still have things like games, basketball, comics, TV shows, and movies that will affect their studies. Students with strong self-control and self-awareness will understand that even if they fall in love early, their future will be easier if they attend the same university as their partner. Many people who can't find a partner after entering the workforce and choose to go on blind dates will first think of their high school classmates. Because most of my high school classmates are locals, we have similar lifestyles, know each other well, share a common social circle, and understand each other's true nature very well. Moreover, high school is also a crucial stage for the formation of one's values. What parents are afraid of is not early romance, but that their children will meet immature and unreliable people at an immature age. If a young, socially conscious man with dyed blonde hair rode up to my building on a noisy, modified electric scooter and wanted to date my daughter, my first reaction would definitely be to break them up. But if it's someone like Chin Song, I'd love for them to start dating soon. Good girls are rare, but good boys are also scarce in the market. If you're even a little slow, they'll be snatched up. These words seem very amicable and demonstrate a dialectical approach to the issue, but in some respects they are quite sharp. The central argument is simple. Outstanding children will continue to be outstanding even if they fall in love early. If a child's grades plummet because of early romantic relationships, it proves that the child is not good enough. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached tens of thousands, and the vast majority of them were this year's college entrance examination candidates and their parents, as well as education professionals. Some people want to refute this view, but they can't provide any concrete examples. There are 2 examples of people scoring 700 points, and although the college entrance examination results haven't been released yet, the scores from the 3 mock exams are available. In the education field, it's all about winning and achieving results. If you have bad grades, everything you do is wrong. If you have good grades, skipping class can be called a good balance between work and rest. Xinjia joked, "Are you afraid your good son-in-law will run away?" Did Wanwan's father have no objections after he learned that his little darling had been abducted? The question caused a moment of silence to fall inside the car. Xinjia immediately realized she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, did I say something wrong? I'm really sorry." Chapter 159, Calling her mom. Su Qiaoling shook her head and said softly, "Wanwan's father sacrificed his life." Upon hearing the word sacrifice, Xinjia felt a deep sense of respect and wished she could slap herself twice. "I'm so damn bad. In such a pleasant atmosphere, why did you have to be so clumsy and ask that question?" At this moment, guilt grew wildly and spread in her heart. "Looks like I won't be getting a good night's sleep tonight. I'm so sorry. Xinjia apologized repeatedly. "It's okay. What's done is done. There's nothing that can't be said," Su Qiaoling said. "That concludes our interview for today. Thank you for your cooperation," Xinjia said. She felt too embarrassed to stay any longer, so after ending the live stream and thanking the cameraman, she left. Chin Song felt somewhat helpless. His next plan hadn't even been implemented yet. He originally planned to reveal his identity as an author in front of the camera to boost his popularity in traffic, but the reporter asked an awkward question and then left. "It seems we'll have to find another way." "Chin Song, do you and Wanwan have a class graduation party today?" Sitting next to Jiang Wanwan, Su Qiaoling asked. "If not, let's go to a restaurant for dinner. Your father has already booked a private room. It's a celebration banquet to celebrate your and Wanwan's successful completion of the exams and to celebrate you being together." Upon hearing this, Chin Song's face flushed slightly. Although it all happened naturally, he still kissed the woman in front of her mother. "Well, okay. Since everyone's family might have a dinner party today, the class has decided to hold the graduation party tomorrow night." "Okay, that's good." After saying that, Su Qiaoling didn't say anything more, but just smiled at Chin Song. Unfortunately, Qinong and Lu Yu were in the driver's seat and passenger seat, respectively, and they seemed to be watching the show without saying a word. The seats in the second row are, in order, Su Qiaoling, Jiang Wanwan, and Chin Song. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan also fell silent, her face flushed. In front of tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room, and in front of both sets of parents, he kissed Chin Song on the lips. She no longer knew how to begin. She had originally planned to confess her feelings and then reveal her relationship with Chin Song in the car, but after this whole incident, she didn't know what to say anymore. As a result, the atmosphere inside the car became quite subtle. Qinong, in the driver's seat, and Lu Yu, in the passenger seat, wore smiles, watching with amusement. Su Qiaoling also looked at Chin Song with a smile on her face, without saying a word. Jiang Wanwan buried her head in Su Qiaoling's arms, acting like an ostrich. Being looked at by Su Qiaoling with a smile made Chin Song feel really uneasy. After fiddling with his phone for a while, he stammered, Aunt Su. I'm with Wanwan now." You still call her Aunt Su?" Su Qiaoling said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chin Song steeled his resolve, adopting a "who else but me will go to hell" mentality, and said, "Then, Mom." As soon as he finished speaking, a coughing sound came from the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Chinong gave Luyu a look. "Did you teach him?" Luyu handed it back. "I didn't." Jiang Wanwan stared at him with wide eyes, her expression one of astonishment. "Oh, what a good son-in-law." Su Qiaoling smiled happily. "Then let's find an auspicious day for our two families to get engaged." At this moment, Jiang Wanwan, who had been silent, could no longer remain silent. She hugged Su Qiaoling's arm and shook it, saying coquettishly, "Oh, Mom, we've only just started dating." "Oh, so Wanwan means she doesn't want to get engaged." "No, I just think it's too early." "Oh, so Wanwan means you don't have confidence in Qin's song." Su Qiaoling teased. Su Qiaoling's series of moves completely shut Jiang Wanwan up. "Mom, you're always making fun of me." "Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore," Jiang Wanwan said angrily. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoling sighed, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, on the verge of sobbing, "Okay, Mom understands. My daughter has grown up, has a boyfriend, and doesn't need her mother anymore. Her mother is now a burden." "Oh, Mom, that's not what I meant at all." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qiaoling immediately changed her expression and teased, Okay. Mom just wanted to lighten the mood because you and Qin's song seemed too tense. You two think you can hide your little schemes from us adults? We saw through your little flirtation a long time ago. We've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice." Jiang Wanwan said helplessly, "Mom, that's because you ate too much salt. We've crossed more bridges than you've walked roads. That's because I'm too lazy to move." While the two were joking around, Qin's song, the master of brainstorming, started to let his mind wander. "Aunt Sue just said it was to liven up the atmosphere, so wouldn't my calling her Mom make me seem like I have ulterior motives?" Although both Jiang Wanwan and I are adults and have finished our college entrance exams, dating doesn't count as puppy love. I really want to hug and cuddle every day, and kissing is also very necessary. I want to wake up together even more. But you have to sneak in, quietly enter the village, and don't fire a shot. No wonder my parents, who were sitting in front of me, were coughing. Ugh, this is tough. Qin's song. I just heard Wanwan say that she estimated her score to be around 710, and you estimated it to be around 720. Is that true? Although the two had just mentioned their estimated scores in an interview with reporters, Su Qiaoling still found it hard to believe. Not only her, but Lu Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also turned her head after hearing Su Qiaoling's question. Even Chinong, who was driving, couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror a few times, eager to know the answer. What does it mean to score over 700 points on the college entrance exam? As long as there are no problems with the political background check, you can choose any university in the country. It's to the point where a separate family tree can be created. Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded. It should be about right. At our level, we can estimate our scores for each subject. I think my location is between 718 and 727. Wanwan and I talked, and she thinks her location is between 703 and 714. However, Wanwan's final score should be higher than mine because she got 20 bonus points. But regardless of who is superior or inferior, domestic universities should be able to send students wherever they want, and they can even negotiate terms. Are you two really planning to go to Jiangxing University? Lu Yu asked. It wasn't that she thought Jiangxing University was bad. If this had happened before Qin Song studied seriously, getting into Jiangxing University would have been incredibly lucky. But with their current grades, it would be a real waste for them to go to Jiangxing University. The only advantage of Jiangxing University compared to Tsinghua and Peking universities is that it is closer to home. Yes, it should be. Don't be fooled by the fact that Jiangxing University's cutoff score is only around 630. That's just the minimum. Its top-tier programs require a score of 650 or higher. Wanwan wants to study fashion design. Jiangxing University's fashion design program is among the best in the country. As for me, I also really like Jiangxing University. When my grades were bad before, I thought I would work hard and go to the same university as Jiang Wanwan. I just didn't expect to work too hard and suddenly get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Moreover, with our grades, we can negotiate more terms with Jiangxing University. Chinong nodded. All right, you two can decide for yourselves. We, as parents, support you. Chapter 160, The Coming in Private Time. Murong Jiang, who likes water sunflower tutu. Upon arriving at the restaurant and parking the car, the group was led to a private room by a waiter after giving the reservation number and phone number. The dishes were served quickly, and a bottle of low-alcohol sparkling fruit wine was also opened. After pouring the wine, Qin Ong raised his glass first. Qin Song, Wanwan, I wish you both a smooth journey and a bright future as you embark on this new chapter in your lives after the college entrance examination. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Uncle. Then, Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling also offered their blessings. During the meal, Qin Song checked his phone several times, and after mentally preparing himself, he spoke. Dad, Mom, Aunt Su, I have something to tell you. Lu Yu smiled and waved her hand. All right. We've already talked about you and Wanwan being together, so don't bring it up again. Upon hearing this, Qin Song blushed, and Jiang Wanwan also lowered her head in embarrassment, but she was all smiles. That's not it. Besides being with Wanwan, I have something else to say, and it's very important. Oh, what is it? Hearing Qin Song's serious words, the three adults were intrigued, as was Jiang Wanwan. Su Qiaoling, in particular, kept glancing at Jiang Wanwan's stomach until she was sure there was nothing wrong, and only then did she feel relieved. You can't do that right after the college entrance exam. Otherwise you'll be going to school with a big belly. What kind of talk is that? I should wait until my junior year of college when I can get my marriage certificate. The group pulled up chairs and sat together. Qin Song took out his phone and turned on the screen. A wallpaper featuring Jiang Wanwan appears on the unlocked desktop. Hey son, when did you and Wanwan take this photo? It looks pretty good. Send me a copy. I want to post it on WeChat Moments and show it to my friends. My son is not only good at studying, but his girlfriend is also beautiful. Lu Yu looked excited. The woman lowered her head silently, poked Qin Song's thigh shyly, and gestured for him to unlock it quickly. Ahem. Mom, I'll send it to you in a bit. Wait a minute. I haven't told you what I need to say yet. Qin Song quickly pressed his thumb to unlock the screen with his fingerprint. Then, the browser app's search history appeared prominently on the screen. How to build a good relationship with your mother-in-law. How to please your mother-in-law. What should I do if I kissed my girlfriend in front of her mother? Which part of the body gets hit, causing a loud thud but not much pain? The moment she saw those words, Jiang Wanwan held her forehead, lowered her head, and lay motionless on the table, transforming from a silent person into a slumbering one. Ha, I didn't search for this. A friend of mine asked me to search for it for him because his phone is out of gas and has no internet. Qin Song gave an awkward laugh and explained, Well, Aunt Su, I really didn't think you were fierce. It really is, even more real than pearls. At this moment, Qin Ong gave Qin Song a look of utter disdain. It's as if it's saying, how could my son make such a big mistake in front of his mother-in-law? What a waste of my genes. Su Qiaoling smiled faintly. It's okay. Doing this shows that you care about Wanwan. I'm not angry. Upon hearing this, Qin Song patted his chest and said, That's good. He thought it was going to be mailed. Next, he quickly closed the browser in the background, then opened the author assistant's backend and clicked on the royalty details. Dad, Mom, Aunt Su. Actually, I've been writing novels before, not the published kind of essays, but online novels. Then, some achievements. This is my monthly royalties. Lu Yu stared at the densely packed numbers on her phone screen. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. More than $1 million a month. Son, you haven't been scammed, have you? How can someone earn $1 million a month just by writing online novels? Jiang Wanwan, who was asleep, also raised her head and looked curiously at Qin Song's phone screen. Even she had never heard Qin Song mention this matter. It seems the secrecy has been handled quite well. Qin Song had already guessed that his mother would react this way. It's normal for older generations to be unaware of new and unusual things. So he deliberately kept the cash balance from last month until now. So he went to the withdrawal center and clicked the withdrawal button under everyone's watchful eyes. After waiting a while, a notification popped up on my bank card. Over 1 million yuan had been deposited into my account. However, the three parents were still somewhat skeptical, fiddling with Qin Song's phone for a while, fearing that he had been scammed. Finally, after opening the bank app and seeing the balance of several million yuan that had been deposited in over the past few months, I felt relieved. This tax is too high. I just checked, and in the last few months, the taxes alone have amounted to hundreds of thousands, Lu Yu said with some heartache. Qin Song laughed and said, paying taxes is normal. It doesn't matter if it's a little higher. After all, we can have such a stable life because of the hard work of those people. I didn't tell you before, because I was afraid you would worry that writing a novel would affect your college entrance exam. So I wanted to wait until after the exam to tell you. Then he looked at Su Qiaoling and said, Aunt Su, the reason I'm showing you this is very simple. As a man, I want to prove to you that I have the strength and ability to take good care of Wanwan. I have it both spiritually and materially. So you can entrust Wanwan to me with peace of mind. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was also staring intently at her mother, waiting for her to give an answer. Qin Song, Annie wants you to know that even if you don't have the means, as long as you like Wanwan and love Wanwan, I'm willing. Su Qiaoling said softly, of course, it's even better now. You two are both grown up now, and you have your own ideas. I will definitely support your relationship. So, she dragged out the last syllable, then gave Lu Yu a look. Lu Yu picked up the conversation, saying so. The three of us can then go on our trip without worry. Huh? Tourism. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan both looked puzzled. Qinong nodded slightly. Your mom, your Aunt Su, and I, along with some fellow travelers we met on our previous trips, joined a tour group organized by the National Geographic Expedition Team. We would love to visit Arctic glaciers, African deserts, and tropical rainforests. Because there are limited spots, we signed up early and will set off tomorrow at noon. You two have just gotten together, so the first thing you need to learn is how couples get along and how to be tolerant of each other. We were a little worried at first and wanted to stay and act as a middleman, but after hearing what you just said, we are relieved and can go on our trip without worry. Qin Song, Dad, your map of the Yin Kingdom is really short. Chapter 161 we'll see. It is common knowledge that college entrance examination candidates hold the most prestigious status only during the 2 periods before and during the exam. As for after the college entrance examination, if you need to use a few words to describe it vividly. So, before the college entrance exam, protect animals, VIP, God. During the college entrance examination, National Protected Animals, SVP, God Pro Max. After the college entrance exam, for pests, dog. Of course, this is not meant to insult puppies, but rather to use puppies to describe the differences in family status among college entrance examination candidates during these 3 periods. Although the map of the Yin state presented by the benevolent Father Qinong was short, Qin Song was very happy. It's wonderful that my parents and Aunt Su are willing to travel and enjoy life. Some older people, even if they are very wealthy and have everything they need, still can't stay idle and always want to find something to do. For example, returning to one's hometown to cultivate a small plot of land, or working as a cleaner at one of one's son's companies. These are all ways to kill time by engaging in production. Rather than production, Qin and Song preferred that people choose consumption to pass the time within their means. After all, this world and this society are already complicated enough. When you get old, you can play mahjong, drink tea, play chess, walk the dog, pamper your granddaughter, and play with your grandson. Just stay home and enjoy your retirement. Don't rush to try and capitalize on the silver economy. Don't compete with young people for business. The choices made by people like Qinong, Lu Yu, and Su Qiaoling are quite good. They travel around, avoid competing with young people for jobs, and can even boost consumption. It can improve physical fitness and broaden horizons. Of course, on the other hand, Qin Song's thinking was definitely not for the sake of having a shameless time alone with Jiang Wanwan. He just wanted to be a filial son, to be dutiful to his parents, and to make them happy. As for the sourness, it was just something that happened easily and not worth mentioning. After finishing their meal, a light rain suddenly started to fall, so the group, who had originally planned to go shopping together, simply went home. As soon as he got home, Qin Song went straight to the bathroom in his room to take a shower. To ensure fairness and security in the college entrance examination, Air conditioning cannot be turned on even if the examination room has it. During the final English listening test, even the fan was turned off. If it weren't for the buckets of ice in each of the four corners of the examination room, he felt he would have suffered heat stroke. Although the air conditioning was on in the car and in the hotel room after the exam, I still felt sticky all over, and it was really uncomfortable not to take a shower. Because there was no rush, and it was right after the college entrance exam, Shin-song took a long time to take a bath. They didn't stop until all the hot water in the water heater was used up. In the summer, boys don't need to blow-dry their hair after taking a shower. It dries on its own. Wearing shorts and a vest, I came to the living room and saw Chin-ong packing his things, with 2 suitcases next to him. Dad, is the suitcase under 20 inches? I remember that the trips you signed up for involved flying, and some even involved going abroad, right? It's best not to check in your luggage if possible, and the weight should not exceed 5 kilograms. In addition, my mother's cosmetics and skincare products, the single liquid package cannot exceed 100 milliliters, and the total amount cannot exceed 1 L. Upon hearing this, Chin-ong looked up at him and said, "You seem to be very familiar with the regulations for flying?" Shin-song touched his nose and said, "I just searched online. After you guys go on your trip, Wanwan and I are also planning to go out and have fun, so I did some research. We plan to take the driver's license test when we come back to apply for college after the scores are released." Chin-ong nodded and called out to the bedroom, "Wife, remember to search online for what items are prohibited on airplanes." The couple had never been on a plane before, and they had always traveled by high-speed rail. In China, as long as you don't go too far, high-speed rail is sufficient and much more convenient than airplanes. A moment later, a ya sound came from the bedroom. Wearing an animal-themed face mask and holding her phone, Ms. Liu ran out in her slippers. So many things can't be brought in, and a single liquid package can't exceed 100 milliliters. Flying is too much trouble. I'm worried I won't be able to get used to the local food, so I'm planning to bring a few jars of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce with me. Now it seems that bringing Lao Gan Ma, a popular chili sauce brand, will require checking it in as luggage, which is too much trouble. Shin-song, Mom, you don't need to worry about that. Anyway, going with the research team is quite reliable. Just eat whatever they eat. And local supermarkets should also sell Lao Gan Ma. It's just a bit more expensive. You can use the money He-shun's father gave our family before without worry. I also have more than 1,000,000 yuan coming in every month now, so spend it as you see fit and don't be stingy. Just bring some clothes and necessities. If you need anything, you can buy it on the way. If you don't know what to buy, just ask the professors who are traveling with you. The biggest advantage of traveling with a scientific expedition team is that you don't have to worry about safety issues, and you can hear analysis and explanations from professionals during the journey. Liu thought about it, and felt that Shin-song's words made sense. Well, then we'll listen to our son. After all, you'll soon be the most educated person in our family. Oh right, I need to go upstairs and talk to Chaoling about this, so she doesn't bring in any prohibited items. Old Shin, you pack your things, I'm going upstairs. Good. Liu Yu, wearing a nightgown and slippers, was about to leave when Chin-ong called her back. Hey, do you think it's okay for you to go out dressed like that? Put on a sun protective shirt first. Liu Yu glanced at her exposed shoulders and collarbone, rolled her eyes at him, but then curled the corners of her lips and said, I know. We've been married for so long. Are you afraid I'll run off with someone else? You're such a jealous person. Chin-ong said helplessly, Wife, our son is still here. Can you give me some face? Upon hearing this, Shin-song immediately stood up and walked towards his bedroom, coughing. I didn't hear anything. You two continue. I'm going back to my room. After saying that, Shin-song went into the room and closed the door. Liu Yu returned to her bedroom, took out a sun protective shirt, and draped it over her shoulders. She walked up to Chin-ong, bent down, and deliberately revealed a beautiful glimpse of herself. She hooked his chin with her index finger and said in a very charming voice, What? Are you jealous? Chin-ong coughed, glanced at Shin-song's room, and only spoke after confirming that the door was closed and that Shin-song was not eavesdropping. My son is home now, but when we're on our trip, I'm going to show you what I'm capable of. Oh, then don't tell me you need to rest for a while. Chin-ong glanced at the suitcase out of the corner of his eye, There were in one kidney tonifying herbal tea bags that he had specially prepared. And recalling the exercise and nourishment I've been taking without interruption recently. Just you wait. Chapter 162, The Free-Giving Girl and Her Stupid Boyfriend. Back in his room, Song first turned on the air conditioner, set it to a comfortable temperature, and then laid down on the bed. After taking a break, I turned on my computer, went to the author assistant backend, and started working on something. During the 2 days of hiatus, the discussion in the book community never stopped. In order to maintain his exam focus during these 2 days of the college entrance examination, Song didn't even check the messages from the editor, Manhwa. Only now has he had the time to take a look. In reality, editors don't usually communicate with authors much. They only contact authors when they need their cooperation or when there are problems with the review or writing of a new chapter. Red Moon. Chili, you really stopped updating? Red Moon. Big brother, are you still a high school student? Red Moon, hello? You didn't actually go to take the college entrance exam, did you? Song. Yeah, just finished the exam and had dinner with my family. Red Moon. No way? You're really a senior in high school. Bond's jaw drops to the ground. JPG. Red Moon. Author, your book is really gaining popularity now. Updating a lot now would be even more effective. Do you have any chapters saved up? A draft? He does have this thing, but he needs it for the next few days. After his parents went on vacation, he and Jiang Wanwan would also go on vacation. After a day of fun, you can't possibly be sitting at your computer typing away when you get back to the hotel, can you? He preferred holding Jiang Wanwan's face and rubbing it, and squishing her feet, to the computer. Huh, why is my XP, computer interface, becoming more and more like a foot fetish? Damn it, who cares? Song, I don't have any drafts saved up, but I'll be updating a steady 4,000 words every day for the next period of time. You guys can use my status as a college entrance exam candidate to generate some buzz. That should be enough, right? Red Moon. It's enough, but if we want to negotiate a higher price, it might not be enough. Song, I have a way of doing this. You said you wanted me to discuss the IP address in person. Where's the address? Let's schedule a time to meet with them directly. Red Moon. Okay, I'll go ask and let you know when I have the results. Song. Okay. After dealing with the IP issue, Song went to his drafts and sent out 5 chapters at once, totaling 10,000 words. Then I typed 2 lines in the author's notes section of the last chapter. The college entrance exam is over. I did pretty well. I'll continue my usual 4,000-word daily update during summer vacation, but today I'm going all out with 10,000 words. Enjoy. You're all drooling. Also, since the author just finished the college entrance exam and has been working so hard to write, could you please give me a small free gift? Ovo. After doing all this, he turned off the computer and lay comfortably on the bed. Picking up my phone, I realized I'd forgotten to change Jiang Wanwan's contact name. To avoid suspicion, he had always saved Jiang Wanwan's contact as her real name. So, Song spent half a minute changing Jiang Wanwan's nickname in his contacts and then sent her a WeChat message. On the other side, Jiang Wanwan was lying in bed, having just changed Song's nickname in her phone when she received a message on WeChat. Silly boyfriend. Honey, after our class graduation party tomorrow, would you be interested in going on a trip with your handsome boyfriend? Upon seeing the message, the girl immediately replied quickly. Girl who's giving away freebies. Okay, where shall we go? Silly boyfriend. How about fucking city? We can also visit Jiangxing University there. Plus, fucking city's amusement park and aquarium are better than Jiangxing's. We can also go to the movies together, and then we'll have checked off all 3 must-visit date spots. Jiang Wanwan considered the feasibility of the trip, but found it a bit too mentally taxing, so she decided to stop thinking about it and pass the question on to Song. Freebie girl. Sure, you can take care of the itinerary, tickets, and hotels. I'll just go alone, Girl giving away freebies. I remember your 12306 account is linked to my ID card. Song, of course, readily agreed to this request. However, after carefully considering the message Jiang Wanwan sent, he sensed something was amiss. If I booked the hotel myself, wouldn't that be? My silly boyfriend. Hotel review from XX Travel. River view double room. Floor-to-ceiling windows. Bathtub. Wi-Fi. Silly boyfriend. This hotel has pretty good ratings. What do you think? Several minutes after sending the message, Chin Song still hadn't received a reply from Jiang Wanwan, and he became somewhat annoyed. I shouldn't be in such a hurry. It makes me seem like I'm really into eroticism. Okay, no need to pretend. I really am passionate about erotica. But I didn't really think too much about booking the double room. I just wanted to wake up with Jiang Wanwan. Of course, it would be wonderful to be able to hold someone while sleeping. At that time, inside Jiang Wanwan's room, she lay on the bed looking at the messages on her phone, her little face flushed, her toes dangling, her index fingers tapping lightly together, looking conflicted. A king-size bedroom? That sounds pretty good. She had been in Chin Song's arms several times, especially on the way back from her grandmother's house, when she had a fever and her period. That feeling was really comfortable, both reassuring and warm. Ever since that time, she has especially loved snuggling in Chin Song's arms. She couldn't even imagine how comfortable it would be to snuggle in Chin Song's arms at night and be coaxed to sleep by him. But Jiang Wanwan was worried that if she agreed to book a double room, would Chin Song think she was not reserved enough and too casual? So she's really conflicted right now. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Chin Song sent a message. Silly boyfriend. Well, actually I think a twin room is pretty good too. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wanwan became anxious. A twin room? How are we supposed to cuddle and sleep in each other's arms? She could almost see the duck that was about to be caught flying away. Girl giving it away for free. No way. Seeing this, Chin Song looked disappointed. Even a twin room isn't acceptable? Looks like my plan to sleep with my baby in bed is going to fall through. Silly boyfriend. Okay, then I'll book 2 standard double rooms. Girl giving it away for free. No way. She became even more anxious. Silly boyfriend. Huh? Nothing works? Don't you like this hotel? Freebie girl. No, that's not what I meant. I just think it's a waste not to book 2 rooms. As Chin Song's girlfriend, she just wanted to save money. She had absolutely no other intentions. Silly boyfriend. Well, a twin room would be nice. Girl giving away freebies. But I want floor-to-ceiling windows. Silly boyfriend. But only the double room has floor-to-ceiling windows. So how about we book a double room? Chin and Song cautiously tested the waters. Girl giving away freebies. I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky. Chapter 163 Baby Eliminator. By now, Chin Song could easily see through Jiang Wanwan's little scheme. She was both shy and reserved, yet also looking forward to it. Silly boyfriend. Then let's get a double room. I've booked it. Girl who gives away freebies. Yeah, actually I mainly wanted to save money. Silly boyfriend. Yeah, me too. Thrift is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. After sending that message, even someone as thick-skinned as Chin Song blushed. Traditional virtues? Traditional virtues, my foot. He doesn't need the money for the room. He just wants to have some fun. Just like studying in the senior year of high school. Chin Song was diligent and hardworking, but he didn't love studying. He wasn't as obsessed with studying as he Shun was. Humans are naturally lazy, and isn't the advancement of technology meant to free up our hands? With electric lights, there's no need to light candles anymore. With a car, you don't have to walk to get somewhere. With a fan, you don't need to use a traditional fan to feel the breeze. Chin Song was the same. He studied hard simply because he wanted to attend the same university as Jiang Wanwan, nothing more. If Jiang Wanwan suddenly said halfway through her studies that she didn't want to go to university and wanted to sell roasted sweet potatoes on the roadside, Chin Song would gladly accept it. As I said before, when going on a spring outing, is the outing itself the most important thing? It's the person sitting next to you. Chin Song lay in bed, chatting with Jiang Wanwan about this and that. As they were chatting, there was no further response from the other end. Gradually, Chin Song also fell asleep without realizing it. The two slept for a very long time, from 10 p.m. until almost noon. It directly entered a deep sleep, an ultra-long standby state. This is a unique state for students after the college entrance examination. After waking up, they will clear all the knowledge cache they used in high school and reinstall the system. From a high school student who knows everything about astronomy and geography, he transforms into a clear-headed, foolish, and incredibly hard-working college-bound student. It's inevitable that students will have to return their knowledge to their teachers. Otherwise, how will the teachers teach the next class? One should not be too greedy. Having had something is already good enough. Having just woken up, Shin Song looked at the sunlight outside the window and felt a little uncomfortable. This is the first time in recent days that he has gotten up this late. I haven't slept this well in a long time. When Shin Song checked his phone and didn't see Jiang Wanwan's good morning message, he knew she was probably still asleep. Jiang Wanwan worked harder than Shin Song during her senior year of high school. Because Shin Song was reborn, his learning ability was enhanced, so he didn't find learning so difficult. Jiang Wanwan, on the other hand, truly achieved her 700 points purely through hard work and talent. Therefore, it's normal that her cache clearing and system reinstallation took longer than Shin Song's. After getting up and washing up briefly, Shin Song pushed open the door and went into the living room. I sniffed, but couldn't smell any food. It's already noon. Haven't you cooked yet? Shin Song heard voices coming from his parents' bedroom. He went over and asked, Dad, Mom, haven't you cooked yet? Food? What food? Lu Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression. As she spoke, she suddenly realized. Old Shin, did we forget our son's takeout? At that moment, Shinong, who was sitting on his bed in the bedroom arranging a ride-hailing service, looked up and frowned. It seems so. Then he looked at Shin Song and said, I forgot to order your portion. You'll have to order takeout for yourself. Your mom, your Aunt Sue, and I will be leaving soon. Anyway, you've finished your college entrance exam, so just have fun. If anything happens, just call us. If there's nothing urgent, don't make phone calls, just send WeChat messages. If you live in a remote area, there might not be a signal all the time. Shin Song. No, Mom and Dad, it's only the first day after the college entrance exam. The treatment is already so different. Before, we had at least 3 dishes and a soup at every meal, but now we can't even get rice. I didn't do badly on the test, did I? Upon hearing this, Shinong analyzed very seriously. Son, look, since you didn't do badly on the test, does that mean you don't need comfort from your family? If you didn't do badly on the test, it proves that you are very smart and can definitely live independently, so you don't need your mother and me anymore. Since you don't need comforting, are smart, and can live independently, can your mother and I go on our trip with peace of mind? So, your mother and I have our reasons for doing this. Shin Song nodded. That seems to make sense. Wait, are you sure this isn't just psychological manipulation? As soon as he finished speaking, Shinong handed him a bank card. There's 3 million in there. I promised to buy you a car after you finish your college entrance exam. I know you have your own money, but this is money we're giving you. It's different. You can spend it however you want, just don't break the law. Upon hearing this, Shin Song took the bank card from his hand, and his expression immediately changed. Have fun, you guys. Don't worry about me. Do you need me to give you a ride? Shinong shook his head, then pulled 2 small suitcases and looked at Lu Yu. Honey, the ride-hailing car is almost here. Su Qiaoling is already waiting downstairs. I'll go down and wait first. Hurry up and come down after you've finished packing your things. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, and Shinong then left. Shin Song helped Lu Yu tidy up and finished in no time. Then, Lu Yu took a red envelope out of her pocket and handed it to Shin Song. Mom, Dad has already given me money. It's not right for you to give it to me again, is it? Shin Song said it wasn't good, but his hands betrayed him by accepting the red envelope. He squeezed it. It didn't feel like a bank card. It makes a rubbing sound when you squeeze it, and there's also a ring-shaped, elastic thing. Shin Song, who had a premonition, opened the red envelope. Sure enough, inside were several baby sterilizers, and they were from Dudu. Hey, no, Mom, how could you think of me like that? Wanwan and I are truly innocent. Lu Yu gave him a complicated look and said, We're both adults. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. We've even kissed. How can you say we're innocent? You can't even fool Wanwan with what you're saying. No, you can't even fool Wanwan. I've been through this myself, and I know that these kinds of things are hard to control. I can't control myself, but I have to be moderate and take precautions. I don't want your dad, your Aunt Sue, and I to be traveling and you suddenly send us a message saying that Wanwan is pregnant. We want to play a little longer. We don't want to have to take care of your kids so soon. Shin Song nodded and pursed his lips. I understand, Mom. What do you know? Repeat it to me, Lu Yu said. She was still a little worried. Both children are wonderful, but she still needs to remind them several times about this matter. Wanwan is shy, so Lu Yu and Su Qiaoling discussed it and only told Qin Song to tell her. Anyway, Qin Song is thick-skinned, so they didn't tell Wanwan. As for Qin Song, Su Qiaoling definitely couldn't give any instructions, since their identities were incompatible, and Qinong was also inconvenient to handle the matter, so the task was handed over to Lu Yu. Oh my god, I really understand now. I will definitely take precautions and be more careful. I will buy more when I run out of this stuff. Seriously, our family's atmosphere is too open. Other families would keep these things to themselves and dare not speak up. But you, on the other hand, openly tell me about them, which makes me feel quite embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu glanced at him and said, "How could someone as open-minded as me give birth to such a closed-door son like you? Logically speaking, this is something you should have learned in school. Instead of taking those useless extracurricular classes, we should take a proper course on sex, love, and death. If these 3 lessons are taught well, there won't be so many wayward girls in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital. All right, I'm leaving. Remember to call me and your dad if anything happens. Take good care of Wanwan at home, understand?" After being scolded, Qin Song weakly said, "Okay, Mom." Chapter 164, Buying a Nightgown. After Lu Yu left, Qin Song took the bank card and the baby sterilizer and returned to his room. Looking at the doo-doo in his hand, Qin Song fell into deep thought. Should I figure out how to use this thing first? He squeezed the ring inside the packaging, and driven by curiosity, he opened the outer packaging. It doesn't have any pungent smell, it's just oily. He held up one finger. Hey, isn't this backwards? Finally, after fiddling with it for a minute, Qin Song figured out how to wear it. He pulled out a few sheets of toilet paper, wrapped the thing up, threw it in the trash can, and then covered it with some other trash. Then I went to the restroom and scrubbed my hands vigorously with hand sanitizer several times before I felt relieved. After placing the remaining doo-doo under his pillow, Qin Song took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Wanwan. He's still hungry. Even if you don't have food at home, surely Jiang Wanwan's family will have food? Silly boyfriend. Good morning, Wanwan. My parents didn't even leave me any food before they left. Do you have any food at home? At this moment, Jiang Wanwan, who had just woken up, looked at the note and bank card left on the coffee table in the living room, and then looked at the message sent by Qin Song, and silently replied, "Girl giving it away for free. I don't have any at home either." Fortunately, Qin Song was also one of those who were forgotten, which made her feel a little better. The living room of the Qin and Song families. "So, you didn't get any of Aunt Sue's takeout either?" Qin Song asked. Jiang Wanwan nodded. "Yeah, my mom said you didn't have lunch either, so she wants me to eat with you. Should we order takeout at home, or go out to eat?" Qin Song asked. The girl thought for a moment and replied, "Let's eat out. There's a class graduation party tonight. After we eat out, we can walk around for a while, put our things back, and then head to the hotel where the party is. We'll prepare some travel supplies while we're shopping." Good. The two had already washed up and dressed casually, as they were all high school classmates and teachers attending the party. Qin Song changed into a clean and refreshing outfit, while Jiang Wanwan changed into a floral long dress. The two rode their electric scooter, turning left and right, and finally decided to eat crossing the bridge rice noodles. After finishing the rice noodles, we went to a nearby department store to buy travel supplies. The two of them had suitcases. Since their destination, fucking city, was very close, and they chose to travel by high-speed rail, they didn't need to pay special attention to the size and weight of their suitcases. Qin and Song didn't have much to prepare. The hotel had everything they needed. But for convenience, he still bought some disposable underwear and disposable socks. That way, I won't have to wash these things at the hotel. Although the hotel he chose had a separate laundry room with a washing machine and dryer, it was still better to hand-wash clothes like underwear and socks. Qin Song was too lazy to wash, so he prepared some disposable ones. Jiang Wanwan, on the other hand, thought things through more thoroughly. I bought disposable toilet seat covers, large disposable compressed towels, and several small folding clothes hangers. Because the hotel had a bathtub, she also bought disposable bathtub covers. Wanwan, the hotel should have coat hangers. You don't need to buy any, Qin Song said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's expression became somewhat unnatural. She didn't know how to explain it to Qin Song. Unlike Qin Song, I'm a girl who can buy disposable underwear so I don't have to wash them. Because her skin is quite delicate, she doesn't like wearing disposable clothes. They chafe her skin. In the summer, she changes her personal clothes every day and washes them by hand. Many people had used the hotel's clothes hangers, and she didn't know if they had been disinfected, so she bought a few small folding hangers. I'm used to using my own clothes hanger. Okay. Qin Song didn't think much of it. Jiang Wanwan doesn't wear makeup, so she doesn't need to bring makeup remover, cotton pads, or other cosmetics. All you need to bring are some skincare products and sunscreen. If it weren't for her mother saying that the earlier a girl starts skincare, the better, otherwise she'll age faster, she wouldn't even want to use these products, finding them too troublesome. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan thought of something. I usually don't wear a bra to bed, but this time I'm staying with Qin Song on this trip. If I don't wear a bra, my few pajamas and unpadded nightgowns simply can't support that weight. Therefore, she had to buy a padded nightgown so that she wouldn't feel awkward about that when she was lying in the same bed with Qin Song. She usually buys her nightgowns at lingerie stores, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to go to a lingerie store with Qin Song. But it's not really appropriate to leave Qin Song at the milk tea shop and go there alone. After all, Qin Song was her boyfriend, and Jiang Wanwan was worried that he would be angry about it. There shouldn't be such a distant and formal relationship between boyfriends and girlfriends. Taking Qin Song to a lingerie store is so embarrassing. She can now imagine the looks in the eyes of those sales assistants when they see her and Qin Song. 3 parts teasing, 3 parts scrutinizing, and 4 parts ambiguity. After much deliberation, she decided to ask Qin Song for his opinion. If Qin Song is willing to go with her, then since Qin Song doesn't feel awkward, she has nothing to feel awkward about. But if Qin Song is too shy to go along, then you can't blame her for being a stranger. Okay, let's do it this way. Qin Song, I'm going to buy a nightgown. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Wanwan asked. Sure, I can give you some advice. We need to give this a good talking to. Those who are all wrapped up tightly should all be banished to the cold palace. Sleeping in so much fabric in the middle of summer, aren't you afraid of getting heat stroke? He wasn't lustful. He was just worried about Jiang Wanwan's health and afraid she would get heat stroke from sleeping in too many clothes. But girls' pajamas are usually sold in lingerie stores. If you go with me, then you'll get strange looks from the sales assistants. Upon hearing this, Qin Song patted his chest and said, It's all right. I may not have much else to offer, but I'm thick-skinned. Then he added, Don't worry, I will only look at you and won't look at anyone else. Oh dear, that's not what I meant. Since you're coming with me, let's go. Etc. What's wrong? Let's store these things away first. They're a bit hard to carry. Chapter 165, I'm only wearing this for you to see. Store your newly purchased items in the shopping mall's storage area. Qin Song volunteered and went to the LED electronic signboard in the mall, where he found a shop selling women's personal clothing on the 4th floor. As soon as he arrived at the door, before he even went inside, he was dazzled by the various bras displayed on the outside, and his cheeks flushed red instantly. Qin Song, you're really useless, he cursed himself inwardly. Qin Song originally thought that these things should be placed at the very back, and at most, some safety shorts, nightgowns and pajamas would be placed on the outside. Unexpectedly, these little clothes and pants were displayed so openly on the outside. Moreover, the designs are bold and the colors are vibrant, making it look quite. Shaw, who even watched that? He didn't look at it. He just glanced at it by accident. Seeing that the two were about to enter the store, the sales assistant immediately came to greet them. After entering the store, Qin Song unconsciously lowered his head and held Jiang Wanwan's hand tightly, afraid that the other female customers who were picking out clothes inside would think he was a pervert. He held Jiang Wanwan's hand to show that he was there with his girlfriend, not some weirdo wandering around a women's clothing store alone. Fortunately, besides Qin Song, there were also some female customers with their partners, which made Qin Song less embarrassed. Jiang Wanwan and the sales assistant got along quite well. After learning that Jiang Wanwan was there to buy a nightgown, the sales assistant immediately recommended several different types of nightgowns. As soon as Jiang Wanwan picked up the nightgown and held it up against herself, the the sales assistant would immediately praise how beautiful it looked. Wow, this black nightgown suits you perfectly. This off-white one is too. You can ask your boyfriend if you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan turned to look at Qin Song and saw that he had his head down and his face was red. After noticing Qin Song's shyness, she couldn't help but want to tease him. Qin Song, what do you think? Do you think I look good in this? Qin Song certainly knew how to answer this potentially disastrous question. Before he even raised his head, he said, "You look good. You look good in anything, white or black, long or short." Jiang Wanwan was still very happy to hear his survival-oriented answer, even though it was somewhat perfunctory. She picked up a few nightgowns that the sales assistant had recommended to her, waved them in front of Qin Song, and joked, "You can only choose one. Tell me which one looks best on me, and I'll try it on for you in the fitting room, okay? This is only for you." Qin Song's eyes lit up immediately. Really? He looked at the nightgown that Jiang Wanwan was holding up with a clothes hanger in her hand. The open back design is nice, the black silk one is also nice, and the white lace one would also be good. Wait, this burgundy deep V-neck dress seems even better. Seeing Qin Song's furtive glances and slightly excited, slightly embarrassed expression, Jiang Wanwan said irritably, "Of course it's fake." She noticed Qin Song's gaze, which was fixed on those sexy and elegant nightgowns. It was the first time I'd shared a room with Qin Song. How could I possibly wear such a revealing nightgown? Upon hearing this, Qin Song scratched his head. "Wanwan, how about? I wait for you at the milk tea shop next door?" Ever since he looked up, Qin Song couldn't control his gaze, which kept unconsciously wandering to the clothes hanging on the hangers. He wanted to control it, but he simply couldn't. At first, he was fine with his head down, but ever since Jiang Wanwan jokingly said she was going to the fitting room to try on a nightgown and only show it to him, he couldn't calm down. Seeing Qin Song's embarrassed expression, Jiang Wanwan became excited again. Unexpectedly, Qin Song, who usually gets shy and awkward during kisses, has such a shy side. But since they were outside, she couldn't tease Qin Song, so she just smiled and said, "Okay then, go wait for me at the milk tea shop next door. I'll come find you after I buy it." After receiving Jiang Wanwan's reply, Qin Song immediately slipped out and went to the milk tea shop next door to order an extra iced kumquat lemon drink to calm his temper. Qin Song fled as if fleeing a famine, and Jiang Wanwan continued to choose, eventually selecting 3 nightgowns with cushions. She's been feeling tightness in her chest lately, which is probably due to puberty. So she asked the saleswoman for a soft measuring tape to measure herself in the fitting room. "Excuse me, miss, could you please bring me a measuring tape?" The experienced sales assistant immediately realized that the customer had probably grown too big and wanted to get a new size. It's good that she's older. She'll have to buy new bras, and then she'll get a commission. "Okay, here you go." Jiang Wanwan took the measuring tape handed to her by the sales assistant, went to the fitting room, took off all her clothes, and measured herself. Sure enough, the amount was larger than last time, so I need to add another size. She was a little annoyed. Besides wanting to buy pajamas, she also came to the store to find out whether she had gained weight or was going through puberty again. During the second semester of their senior year, Qin Song's parents and Jiang Wanwan's mother did not go on a trip. Instead, they stayed at home and devoted themselves to providing logistical support for Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan's college entrance examination. If the two people say they want to eat something, and that thing is available, it will definitely appear on the table on Sundays or holidays. They only eat at home on Sundays and public holidays. In order to make the most of the rest of the time, I ate the meals delivered from the school cafeteria in the classroom. Fruit is an essential part of getting home after evening self-study every day. The meals delivered from the cafeteria were also plentiful. This has led to most of the senior high school students who don't exercise much and spend their days sitting in the classroom doing problems becoming overweight. Qin Song didn't gain much weight because he would take time to play ball on the playground every afternoon after school and before evening self-study. Jiang Wanwan had always thought she had gained weight, so she made up her mind to lose weight after the college entrance examination. But she recently discovered that she was probably not fat, but rather going through a second puberty. At first, she still held on to a sliver of hope. She hopes to be fat, not to go through a second growth spurt. Because being fat can be reduced, but she can't exactly have surgery to remove it for secondary puberty, can she? But after taking my measurements in the fitting room today, that last sliver of hope vanished completely. Looking down, all I could see were my toes. I'm afraid that in a few more months, you won't even be able to see their toes anymore. Then she discovered that, in addition to her upper body developing, she also had more flesh on her thighs, but her calves were very slender. It's annoying, but there are some advantages too. At least Chin Song and their baby won't go hungry in the future. Wait, what does it matter to me whether Chin and Song are hungry or not? She's still so annoying. Jiang Wanwan always felt that she would give herself away for nothing without even realizing it. However, after realizing that the person she was giving it away to was Chin Song, she found that she not only didn't resist, but actually seemed to enjoy it. Is this what liking someone is? Chapter 166 My Own Boy, My Own Pampering. After she got dressed and estimated her size, the saleswoman handed her a bra in her estimated size. I tried it on through my short-sleeved shirt, and it fit perfectly. That means there will be a little bit of extra room when wearing it normally, which is just right. Hello, sales assistant, could you please get me one of each of these bras in this size? Jiang Wanwan pointed to several light-colored, conservative bras hanging on the clothes rack, and then whispered the size to the sales assistant. Okay, is there anything else you need? After preparing the bra Jiang Wanwan needed, the sales assistant asked. The girl thought for a moment, then bit her lip. She remembered that when Chin Song was in the store before, his eyes had fallen on a black lace bra and a white floral openwork bra. Miss, could you please carry those two items for me as well? They're the same size. The sales assistant looked at the two items Jiang Wanwan was pointing to, and then at Jiang Wanwan's shy expression. Then, after comparing the previous bras with these two, it immediately dawned on me why this pretty girl bought these two bras. Recalling the size of that pretty girl, even as a woman, she couldn't help but envy Chin Song. Okay. By the way, these two bras come with matching panties. Would you like them wrapped up together? The sales assistant asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan thought for a moment and nodded silently. Anyway, she was planning to buy 2 more pairs of panties, so she figured she might as well buy a matching set. Afterwards, she browsed around the store for a while, and after much hesitation, she put the black backless nightgown and the white lace nightgown into her shopping basket. Sai, what can I do? Even though these 2 pieces don't have cushions, Chin Song just likes them. However, that burgundy deep V-neck dress is absolutely out of the question. There was no padding, and the neckline was too low. She was worried that it might pop out if she wasn't careful. When it was time to pay, Jiang Wanwan's gaze fell on the stockings next to her. No way, this is too much of a waste. Chin and Song haven't done anything yet, and you've already given it away for free. Wouldn't that be letting them get away with it? You must not buy it. Absolutely not. But once she thought about how happy she would be to wear this Chin Song costume, she couldn't help herself. This is too difficult, sob sob sob. She made up her mind. She would spoil her own boy. If he wears it himself, he won't look at other people wearing it. If Chin Song takes advantage of her and then doesn't take responsibility, then she'll go and complain. Humph. Carrot. Why you? Hello, please. Wrap these stockings up for me again. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, the sales assistant generously packed 6 pairs of stockings, black and white calf stockings, over-the-knee stockings, and bodysuit stockings into a bag and handed them to her. These are free gifts, no need to pay for them. As a top sales associate in the store, she still has the authority to give away a few pairs of stockings. Moreover, Jiang Wanwan spent over 2,000 yuan here in one go, so it's perfectly reasonable for her to give her some gifts. Jiang Wanwan took the bag, thanked them quietly, and then walked out of the store with the things she had just bought. Just as I stepped out of the store, I saw Chin Song standing not far away, holding a cup of my favorite fruit tea and waiting for me. Seeing Chin Song running towards her with milk tea, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt that she wasn't so easily fooled. At least Chin and Song still pampered themselves. It wouldn't hurt to pamper him a little. Let me take it. Chin Song naturally reached out his hand, intending to take the bag from Jiang Wanwan's hand. No, no need. I can take it myself. Jiang Wanwan couldn't let Chin Song find out that she had bought those clothes. I was embarrassed, but I also wanted to give him a surprise. Since I've already bought it, I'm definitely going to wear it. Otherwise, Why would I buy it if it looks good? But if it gets discovered beforehand, the surprise will be gone, and she'll feel it's not worth it. There are still many things in the locker, just take those. Okay. He didn't think much of it. The two took all the items they bought at the mall with them. It's still early. After putting the things back, we can sit at home for a while before heading to the hotel where the party is. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan first went to her own home. Those newly bought nightgowns, bras, and panties need to be washed before wearing. She was unsure whether to wash her stockings, so she searched online and found that they did need to be washed. Apart from the stockings, Jiang Wanwan washes all her other clothes with special laundry detergent. The stockings only need to be rinsed with water once. The high-speed train ticket is for tomorrow afternoon. The weather is great now, so if I wash these things and hang them on the balcony, they'll be dry by tomorrow morning. Then she can pack them into her suitcase and take them with her on her trip. Luckily, my mom wasn't home. Otherwise, she would never have dared to openly hang that style of nightgown and bra on the balcony. That's so embarrassing. After finishing all that, she was sweating a bit on her back, so she took a shower and changed into the white dress that Lu Yu had given her at the mall. When Jiang Wanwan arrived at Qin Song's house, she knocked on the door but received no response. She unlocked the door with her key and went inside, only to find that Qin Song was taking a shower in the bathroom in the living room. The faint sound of water stirred up a turmoil within the girl. At this moment, Qin Song, who had just finished showering, walked out wearing only underwear and shorts, his upper body bare. He wasn't surprised to see Jiang Wanwan sitting on the living room sofa, because he had heard the door open while he was taking a shower. He said while drying his hair, "It'll be ready soon. I'll change my clothes." Looking at Qin Song's refined and streamlined upper body, the girl said, "Wait." Qin Song looked at her with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" "Ahem. As your girlfriend, shouldn't you give me some perks?" She recalled Qin Song's appearance in the lingerie store, and a surge of lust welled up within her. "Sure, no problem. What kind of benefits do you want?" Qin Song readily agreed. "Feel my abs." "Good." Qin Song walked over, took Jiang Wanwan's hand, and pressed it against his abs. With his deliberately strained movements, the outline of his abdominal muscles was clearly visible. "How does it feel?" he asked. Hard. Jiang Wanwan poked and pinched her abs. Qin Song raised an eyebrow and said, "As your boyfriend, shouldn't you give me some benefits too?" "Okay." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan tiptoed and kissed Qin Song on the cheek. "All right, this is the perk." "That's it." Qin Song's tone was somewhat disappointed. The girl kissed him a few more times, then gave him a few more kisses on the lips. "All right, hurry up and change your clothes. It's almost 5:30, and the party starts at 6 o'clock. She knew exactly what Qin Song was thinking, but now was not the time for awkwardness, or she would be late for the party. Chapter 167, The Eye-Catching Electric Bike. The two rode their electric scooter to the agreed meeting place. They had been to this hotel once before. It was the same place where He Shun's father, Hao Jiangwo, had treated their two families to dinner last time. Although the distance wasn't very close, there was no need to take a taxi, so I simply rode an electric scooter here. As one of the city's top luxury hotels, this hotel is owned by Hao Jiangwo's company, so it's normal for He Shun's class graduation party to be held here. When Qin Song drove the electric car to the vicinity of the hotel entrance, he realized that there were no parking spaces nearby. To be precise, there are no parking spaces for electric vehicles. The parking spaces in front of high-end hotels are considered a symbol of the hotel, and people without a certain status or position are generally not allowed to park there. Qin Song Chao glanced around a few times and noticed that there were electric vehicle parking spaces on both sides of the street. Just as he was about to drive over and park his car there, he was stopped by a waiter at the hotel entrance. "Hello, sir. Just give me the keys, and I'll park your car for you," the waiter said with a smile and a bow. Qin Song looked down at his electric scooter, then at him. "But, this is an electric scooter. Do you offer parking services for that?" The waiter smiled and patiently explained. "You two have been here before, and our hotel manager specifically showed your photos to our hotel staff. You are a VIP, and everything will be done to meet your needs." He doesn't care what kind of car Qin Song drives. Now that the higher-ups have given the order, all that's needed is for the lower-level staff to make the necessary arrangements. After listening, Qin Song understood. Jiang Wanwan and I were given special treatment. However, It's good that someone is parking their car, so he doesn't have to drive to that side of the street and then walk over. So he first took off his and Jiang Wanwan's helmets and put them in the trunk of the car, and then gave the key to the waiter. Qin Song thought he would park the car on a nearby street, or at least in an underground parking garage. To his surprise, the waiter actually parked his OYA brand electric scooter in the parking space at the hotel entrance. "Hey bro, look at the car next to me. A Mercedes-Benz G63 and a Porsche Panamera. Is it appropriate to park an electric scooter in the space between the two of them?" Although this electric scooter is a brand name product, there are still differences between brands. "Or I'd better park the car on the street over there. It's too much trouble here." An electric scooter is parked in a car parking space, Qin Song said somewhat embarrassedly. The waiter bowed and smiled, saying, "It's all right, sir. The manager instructed me to make sure you both enjoy a home-like experience." The parking spaces in front of the hotel are within the hotel's land use rights area and belong to the hotel. You can stop whenever you want. It can park not only electric cars, but also strollers. The manager repeatedly emphasized that as long as it wasn't illegal, whatever these two guests wanted, they would get it for them. "It's just a parking space, nothing to brag about." "Well, okay, thank you so much." Qin Song stopped hesitating. He was afraid that this person might suddenly blurt out, "Sir, you don't want to see me get scolded by my boss, do you? That would be awkward." "You're welcome, it's my duty," the waiter replied with a smile. And so, an electric scooter was parked in the car parking space in front of the hotel. Ironically, small retractable barriers with the hotel logo were also strung around the electric scooter. This can be seen as the hotel's statement that the electric vehicle was not parked haphazardly, but rather that the hotel permitted its use. As a result, this electric car, which cost less than 4,000 yuan, suddenly became more eye-catching than the G63 and Panamera next to it. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan followed the waiter and took the elevator to the floor where their class graduation party was being held. As soon as I stepped off the elevator, I heard familiar chatter. The sound, apart from the volume changing due to the different environment, was practically identical to that in the classroom. Most of the students had already arrived. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan were relatively late, but they weren't late. "Class monitor, how much class fund do we have left? I don't see anyone else on this floor besides our classmates. Will we run out?" "What do you mean it won't be enough? It's definitely not enough. Don't secretly pay for it yourself. My dad gave me some money after the college entrance exam, so I can contribute some as well." Apart from a very few bad apples, the rest of the students in Class 2 of Senior 3 are very friendly and united. "Yeah, squad leader, don't try to be strong. I just searched online and found that a dish of stir-fried vegetables at this hotel costs 48 yuan. Do we have enough for our squad funds? I still have 300 yuan here, so I can cover some of it if we don't have enough." The squad leader waved his hand and laughed. "This wasn't ordered by me, it was ordered by the leaders. We just need to make sure we eat and drink well." "Leader? We're just having a class reunion. Where would we get a leader?" Upon hearing this, the squad leader looked towards the entrance of the hall and replied, "Look, the leader is here." Looking around, one could see that besides the class teacher He Hui, Principal Guo and Representative Hao Jiangwo had also arrived. "Holy crap, Principal Guo is here again. Isn't that Representative Hao next to Principal Guo the one who donated air conditioners and meals? Why is he here too?" They weren't upset about Guo and Hao Jiangwo's arrival. They were simply very surprised. A simple graduation reunion, and the principal, a provincial People's Congress representative, and a billionaire businessman all showed up. What a VIP. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but after He Hui raised his hand to quiet them down, they quickly fell silent. A pre-meal speech is essential. At this moment, Guo had already walked onto the stage and stood in front of the microphone. Based on their respective positions, Hao Jiangwo should have spoken first. But Hao Jiangwo had no intention of stealing the limelight, especially since he was neither a homeroom teacher nor a school leader. After he declined several times, Guo finally went on stage and became the first person to speak, while He Hui was the second. There were no fixed opening remarks, nor any polite official jargon. Guo opened champagne ahead of time, and his speech implied, both openly and subtly, that He Shun was the undisputed champion in the national science exam this year. Hixin scored above 740 points in all 3 mock exams, while the second-place student scored at least 20 points less than him in each exam, resulting in a significant gap in their rankings. Therefore, even if the second-place player has 20 bonus points, they still can't catch up with him. After the college entrance examination, Guozhue sent the answers to Hixin so that he could check them. Except for the English and Chinese essays, which Hixin couldn't score, all the others received full marks. Based on his past exam scores for Chinese and English essays, Hixin's college entrance exam score this time should be at least 745. That's right, at least 745 points. Unprecedented and unparalleled, he scored 745 points on the exam without any extra points. Besides Hixin, Qin Song and Zhang Wanwan are also very likely to take second and third place in the National College Entrance Examination. What does it mean that one class swept the top 3 spots in the National Science Exam, Paper 1? Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School went from being an unknown school to standing shoulder to shoulder with the 4 most prestigious schools. He Hui, the homeroom teacher, became the youngest special grade teacher in Nanjing Province. Even if No. 2 Middle School has no more spots left, the higher authorities will still allocate one. Chapter 168 has little effect. Apart from the 3 exceptional students in Class 2 of Senior 3, the scores of the other Senior 3 students improved considerably this year due to the support of air conditioning and classroom takeout. Although the undergraduate admission rate is not as high as that of the top 4 universities, it has improved significantly compared to the undergraduate admission rate of the last college entrance examination. Guozhue recounted all of these matters in very concise language. The scores haven't been released yet, so he can't be too obvious. In his speech, he summed it up in just 2 words: happy. After he finished speaking, the hall erupted in cheers. In this year's college entrance examination, Class 2 of Senior 3 can be said to be the class that made the most progress in No. 2 Middle School. With the dark horse Qin and Song as inspiration and 3 top students in charge, the team is thriving. If any classmates have questions they don't understand, they can come and ask them, and the teachers will patiently answer them. However, some people still did poorly on the test. Not everyone has strong self-discipline. Some students with weak foundations, even with strong self-discipline, still struggle to keep up, resulting in unsatisfactory grades. Next up is He Hui. After he took office, he didn't say much nonsense. I won't repeat what Principal Guo just said, lest the students think I'm being long-winded. Some students had very high predicted scores for this year's college entrance examination, but some students did not perform to their full potential for various reasons, or were not satisfied with their scores. Students who consistently perform well in regular exams can determine their score range for the National College Entrance Examination, NC, by referring to the answers and their scores from 3 mock exams, once the exam is over and the answers are released. So there's a saying that goes, some people know they've passed the exam the moment the answers are revealed. Just now, when Principal Guo was speaking, I specifically asked Hixin, Qin Song, and Zhang Wanwan, 3 students who usually score above 700 on exams. They were willing to donate their study notes from their senior year of high school for free. You know, these notes could fetch a good price on the second-hand market. After the college entrance exam scores are released, students who want to retake the exam can come to me, and I will make a copy of the 3 of their notes for you. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students looked toward the seats of Qin Song, Zhang Wanwan, and Hixin. Thank you so much, sir. Some students who planned to repeat a year shouted loudly. I don't know if you've seen the replay of the live broadcast of the college entrance examination on Jiangxing TV. Qin Song and Zhang Wanwan, those 2 big shots, showed their affection in front of the live camera. I don't know which student shouted that, but the other students started to cheer again. Oh, the 2 parties involved were quite embarrassed. Next up was Hao Jiangwo, whose speech was also very simple. The first step was to clarify her relationship with Hixin. Upon hearing the news, most of the people present were envious. They not only envied Hixin for having such a wealthy father, but also for his excellent academic performance. Jealous people exist, and petty people will always be there. However, anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't show their jealousy. After all, Hixin would be one of their future connections. Although most people weren't close to Hixin, They were all high school classmates, no matter how shallow the relationship was. Although they knew that, based on their college entrance examination scores and social status, they would have almost no interaction with Hee-shun in the future. But what if, right? What you do anything to get done, even if it kills you, is just a matter of a few words in some people's eyes. Principal Guizhue sat in the audience. When he learned that Hee-shun was Hao Jiangwo's long-lost son, he appeared very surprised, but in fact, he had expected it. After the Zhou incident, Guizhue had been keeping a close eye on Hao Jiangwo's news. Shortly after this incident, the missing child notice posted on Hao Jiangwo's company website disappeared. Through this incident, Guizhue connected it with Hao Jiangwo's unusual behavior at school, and after some deduction, he concluded that Hee-shun was Hao Jiangwo's long-lost son. But after learning about this, he didn't tell anyone, instead quietly giving Hee-shun special care, both overtly and covertly. All I can say is that he really wants to improve. Everyone, as my son Hee-shun's high school classmates, please enjoy your meal. Consider this meal payment as my gratitude as his father for taking care of my son during his senior year of high school. I won't accept a single penny. Your class monitor will return the remaining class funds to you on an equal basis. In addition, I will give each of you here a red envelope containing 500 yuan. In addition, the hotel's KTV is also open to everyone free of charge, as are the hotel rooms. If you're tired from playing and want to rest here for the night before going home, you can go to the hotel front desk and ask the staff to book a room for you. I've already made arrangements in advance. Of course, staying overnight is contingent on parental consent. Alcohol is allowed, but only in moderation. Finally, I wish you all a happy graduation. No sooner had he finished speaking than cheers erupted again. He gets to eat, drink, play, and stay for free, and even gets paid. This isn't just Hee-shun's biological father. He's practically everyone's biological father here. After delivering his speech, to avoid making the students feel awkward, Hao Jiangwo had his secretary distribute red envelopes before leaving the hall with He Hui and Guizhue. He hosted a banquet in another private room for the 6 subject teachers of Hee-shun's class, as well as the school's principal and vice principal. The students were having fun, chatting away. After the 3 left, only the students from Class 2 of Senior 3 and a few waiters remained in the lobby on this floor. At this moment, Hee-shun took out a large plastic bottle from under his feet, which contained a semi-transparent white liquid. Upon opening the lid, a fragrant aroma of grain liquor wafts out. Qin-song, this is wine that Grandma specially asked me to bring over. It's homemade. Shall we have a drink? Hee-shun said. Okay, Qin-song readily agreed. He took the glass of wine that Hee-shun handed him and took a sip. Hey, this liquor isn't spicy at all. It's even sweet. What's its alcohol content? Hee-shun also took a sip, then shook his head. I don't know. I didn't ask about the prescription. But this wine is sweet, probably similar to fermented rice wine. It probably doesn't have much alcohol, so you can drink it without worry. The claim that there was no prescription was a lie he made. At first, the 2 of them drank it and didn't feel anything. It was just like drinking sweet water. Because of the hot weather, they even asked the waiter to bring some ice to chill their drinks. But the more I drank, the more something felt wrong. This thing seems to have a strong after effect. Chapter 169, Thinking About Dirty Things. I'm not drinking anymore. I'm going to sleep if I drink anymore. Qin-song burped and waved his hand repeatedly at Hee-shun. A plastic bottle, 1.25 L of liquor, was almost empty between the 2 of them, who took turns sipping it. It's sweet, just like drinking a beverage. At first, you don't feel anything, but now the kick is kicking in. What happened to the promise of having no prescription? He can almost see Hee-shun's shadow clone now. My head is spinning, and if I drink any more, I'm afraid I'll go into standby mode. Hee-shun glanced at the last bit of liquid left in the bottle, and without saying a word, he downed it in one gulp from the bottle mouth. Then he burped, and soon fell asleep on the table, snoring. Being young is great. You can fall asleep anywhere, no matter where you are. Wanwan, why don't you call Hee-shun's mom and ask her to come pick him up? Otherwise, he might catch a cold if he keeps sleeping like this. The air conditioning in the lobby works quite well. Okay, I'll call now. Are you alright? Do you want to sleep? Jiang Wanwan asked as she took out her phone. Qin-song shook his head. It's nothing, I'm fine. Because he ate a lot of food, plus the 1.25 L of wine. At least 800 milliliters of it went into He-shin's stomach. So he's only slightly tipsy right now. Although I was a little confused, I was still conscious and knew what I was doing. But if you ask him to stand up and walk in a straight line, he probably can't. Chin-song, let's go sing together, the class monitor said. Everyone has finished eating and is now, under the leadership of their class monitor, preparing to go to the KTV in the hotel to have some fun. Chin-song shook his head. No, you guys go ahead. I've had a bit to drink, and I want to sleep. All right then, you guys get some rest. Seeing this, the class monitor didn't insist. He-shin fell asleep right there on the table, and Chin-song's face was flushed. If Chin-song doesn't go, Jiang Wanwan can't possibly go either. Everyone in the class knows that, apart from Chin-song, this aloof academic genius almost never talks to other boys. As for Chin Sisi, she definitely wouldn't go. She's socially awkward. After exchanging greetings, the rest of the group headed upstairs to the KTV. 5 minutes later, only Chin-song, Jiang Wanwan, He-shun, and Chin Sisi remained in the hall. A short while later, Huang Miling arrived. She was puzzled when she heard Jiang Wanwan say that He-shun was drunk while she was on the phone. Most young people these days don't like the taste of baijiu, Chinese liquor. At high school graduation reunions, they usually just drink beer. How could they get drunk so quickly? But when she saw the plastic bottle on the table and smelled the aroma of alcohol in the air, she immediately understood how her son had gotten drunk. Even those who drink baijiu regularly might not be able to handle this, let alone students who don't drink much. Auntie, He-shin drank himself to sleep. Is that all right? Didn't he say the wine had little alcohol content? Chin-song said. Huang Miling laughed and said, don't listen to his nonsense. Although this kind of wine is not spicy and easy to drink, it is actually very easy to get drunk, and the alcohol content is not low. Huh? It smells sweet to me. I thought it was a cocktail. Jiang Wanwan said in surprise. Huang Miling waved her hand. It's okay. This is pure grain liquor. It won't give you a headache. Just sleep it off, and you'll be fine tomorrow. As she spoke, she looked at Chin-song and the other two and asked, is Chin-song all right? Would you like Annie to take you three home? There are rooms available in the hotel. You can rest here for the night before going home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan glanced at the dazed Chin-song, thought for a moment, and said, then Chin-song and I will rest here for the night. Since I have nothing to do at home anyway, I might as well just rest at the hotel for the night. The high-speed train is tomorrow afternoon. I'll rest at the hotel for the night, have breakfast in the morning, drive my electric scooter home, take a shower, pack my luggage, and catch the high-speed train. Huang Miling nodded, turned to look at Chin Sisi, and smiled. This must be Sisi, right? He-shin often mentions you at home. Would you like to rest here for the night? If you're planning to go home, Annie can take you back. Chin Sisi smiled sweetly. Thank you, Auntie. I'll stay here for the night. I can also chat with Wanwan about college applications and choosing a major. Okay, have fun then. If you need anything, just call the front desk using the landline in your room. Your Uncle Hao has already arranged everything. Okay, thank you, Auntie. After saying goodbye, Huang Miling called 2 waiters over and helped He-shin leave. Jiang Wanwan helped Chin-song and Chin Sisi down to the first floor. She first helped Chin-song to the sofa at the hotel reception desk so he could sit and rest, and then she and Chin Sisi went to the front desk to get the room key. Hello, I'm on the floor where the graduation party is held. Could you please give me 3 room keys? Jiang Wanwan said to the receptionist. As soon as she finished speaking, Chin Sisi looked at Jiang Wanwan with a puzzled expression. 3 rooms? Shouldn't it be 2 rooms? My best friend is so bad at seizing opportunities, I should give her a hand. 2 rooms are enough. Although they don't cost any money, we shouldn't waste them, Chin Sisi said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan turned to look at Chin Sisi, assuming that she wanted to sleep with her. After all, Chin Sisi had just mentioned to He-shin's mother that she wanted to talk to him about college applications and choosing a major. Okay, then 2 rooms will do. Okay, please wait a moment. After getting the room key, Jiang Wanwan went to her floor and helped Chin-song to his room. After settling him in, she went to the room next door where Chin Sisi was and rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened slightly, and Chin Sisi's little head peeked out. What? I'm getting ready to take a shower. Jiang Wanwan looked at her in confusion. Aren't we supposed to live together? Chin Cece rolled her eyes at her. You're Chin Song's girlfriend, not mine. Who wants to sleep with you? Just listen to me and go to Chin Song's room. He's drunk and definitely needs your help. No way. Jiang Wanwan blushed as she squeezed into the room, closed the door behind her, and continued. I'm not ready yet. Huh? Prepare what? I only asked you to take care of Chin Song, not to. Oh, so you were thinking about something lewd. Chin Cece teased. I didn't. Really not. No, there really isn't. Chapter 170. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Fine. Chin Cece shrugged helplessly. You really aren't going to Chin Song's room. Before Jiang Wanwan could answer, Chin Cece continued. Don't blame me for not warning you. If some girl goes to Chin Song later and knocks on his door, then your Chin Song will be snatched away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan retorted. Chin Song would never be that kind of person. Chin Cece nodded thoughtfully. Normally, he wouldn't, but Chin Song is drunk now. What if he's seeing things and mistakes another girl for you, then opens the door and kisses her right away? Wouldn't your boyfriend be taken advantage of by someone else? Seeing that Jiang Wanwan remained unmoved, she continued to ask, Wanwan, do you know that several girls in our class like Chin Song? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan started to get a little nervous. Who likes Chin Song? In class, besides studying, all she cared about was Chin Song, and she really didn't know anything about these gossips. Chin Cece stroked her chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, I won't talk about the people in our own class, since it's a bit like gossiping behind people's backs. However, I can talk to you about the girls in other classes who like Chin Song. There are other classes too? The girl was getting anxious, and her rationality was gradually fading. They can't like Chin Song. Chin Song is mine. It's hard to imagine that a top student who can score over 700 points on the college entrance exam would be obsessed with romance. Chin Cece feigned surprise. Huh? You didn't know that some girls in other classes like Chin Song? I thought you knew. She then continued to probe. However, you say Chin Song is yours. How can you prove it? I kissed him, hugged him, and even touched his abs, the girl exclaimed, completely unaware that she had been tricked into revealing information. What you said makes some sense, but you two aren't married yet. Chin Cece said with a serious expression. Wanwan, you need to know that in this world, there are not only bad men, but also bad women. Think about it. Chin Song is so outstanding. Even if he has no interest in any other girls besides you, it still won't stop some girls from liking him. If the girl who likes him happens to be a bad woman, then that bad woman will definitely try every means to seduce Chin Song. For example, there's a girl in our grade named Huang Mingling. She's just like that. I saw someone at the front desk just now whose back looked a lot like hers, but I don't know if it's her. I heard she also likes Chin Song. Chin Cece muttered softly. No, Jiang Wanwan shouted. How could she do this? Chin Song is clearly my boyfriend, and she actually tried to seduce him. It's just too much. Seeing that Jiang Wanwan had already fallen for the trick, Chin Cece's lips curled up slightly. The name Huang Mingling was something she just made up, and the fact that she liked Chin Song was also something she fabricated out of thin air. She was certain that Jiang Wanwan didn't know much about what was going on in the grade, so she wanted to fabricate something to provoke her. But you're just Chin Song's girlfriend. Even if you're married, what she's doing is only immoral, not illegal. If you ask me, you should pounce on Chin Song like a hungry tiger and devour him completely. That's the only way to keep him firmly under control. Kiss him hard. Kiss him until he can hardly breathe. Make him unable to stop. Who says only boys can take advantage of girls? Girls can clearly take advantage of boys too. That's what gender equality is all about. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan realized that Chin Cece's words made a lot of sense. Cece, you're so amazing. You know everything. Chin Cece coughed a few times and said smugly, Of course. This is a secret that one of my distant cousins taught me. I don't usually tell just anyone this. So, are you planning to go? The past is the past. Of course it should be the past. Jiang Wanwan stood up and walked towards the door, resolutely, without looking back. At this moment, Chin Song, who had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a bathrobe, came out of the bathroom. He was about to take a sip of water when he heard the doorbell ring. I didn't order room service. Chin Song muttered. Does this fancy hotel have those little cards they hand out? Upon reaching the door, Chin Song looked through the peephole and saw Jiang Wanwan. He then opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, Jiang Wanwan said angrily, Chin Song, you're so unchaste. How could you open the door without even asking who it was? What if someone wanted to do something to you? After saying that, she glanced at Chin Song's deep V-neck bathrobe, then pushed him into the room and closed the door behind her. You opened the door wearing a bathrobe? What if someone saw you? Huh? Chin Song looked confused, then explained, but I only opened the door after I saw it was you through the peephole. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan was speechless for a moment. But, I don't care. I'm jealous. Chin and Song were dumbfounded. He just took a shower. What exactly happened? But adhering to the principle of appeasing first and then reasoning, he asked softly, then how can I prevent my lovely girlfriend from getting jealous? The girl thought for a moment, then immediately said, first, you are not allowed to have any contact with Huang Mingling, and you must delete any contact information you have. Although he didn't know who Huang Mingling was, Chin Song nodded. Okay, I won't contact Huang Mingling, and I don't have her contact information either. Do you have any more? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan's expression softened, and she no longer looked like a jealous little woman. And, you're not allowed to be interested in other bad women. You want to touch it? I'll let you touch it. After saying that, Jiang Wanwan grabbed Chin Song's left hand and pressed it against her chest. Chin Song didn't know what had happened. All he knew was that happiness had come too suddenly. It felt soft and fluffy, like pressing a ball of cotton wool. Before he could make any further moves, the girl kissed him, pushing him away as she did so, until she pushed Chin Song down onto the bed. That wasn't all. After Chin Song collapsed onto the bed, Jiang Wanwan kicked off her shoes, sat on Chin Song in a lowly sitting position, and started kissing him all over the place. Her hands kept roaming over her abs, making her look exactly like a female pervert. As they were kissing, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt something warm and uncomfortable against her inner thigh. In just a moment, she realized what this thing was. She immediately got up from Chin Song, her face flushed, and said, You're thinking about something lewd again, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Chin Song swallowed hard. You can't blame me for this. You were the one who made the first move. This is just a normal reaction for a man. Jiang Wanwan, it's wrong to only start a fire and not put it out. The girl blinked, looking at Chin Song's burning gaze, and thought to herself, it seems I've gone too far. She didn't even have time to put on her shoes before dashing into the bathroom. As she ran, she said, I'll go take a shower first. Chapter 171 like this, and then like that. After running into the bathroom, Jiang Wanwan clutched her pounding heart. Wah, I really want to be with Chin Songsa, she whispered. She now finally understood what Chen Sisi meant by unable to stop. Not only did Chin Song want to have sex with her, she also really wanted to have sex with Chin Song. She wanted to keep kissing Chin Song, and wanted to strip Chin Song naked, groping him all over. Then, I want to become a big pervert and ruthlessly seduce Chin Song. But she still felt somewhat unprepared. She was a little scared because she heard that the first time would be very painful. It's not that I'm afraid of pain, it's that I'm afraid of the unknown. Moreover, she felt that today was not a suitable day for such an important event. Jiang Wanwan went to the sink, turned on the tap, scooped up water, and rubbed it on her flushed face to calm herself down. A while later, as she was getting ready to take a shower, she realized that she hadn't brought her bathrobe in. The bathroom is separated into wet and dry areas. Her dress and other clothes could be hung on hooks next to the sink. There were also bath towels and hand towels in the bathroom. But she can't exactly go out in a skirt after taking a shower, can she? So she put on the slippers in the bathroom, quietly opened the bathroom door, and was about to rush to the closet to get her bathrobe when she found a small stool at the bathroom door, and on the stool was the bathrobe that was originally in the closet. The girl, delighted by the thoughtful attention, grabbed her bathrobe and took it into the bathroom before starting her shower. But after washing, she started to worry again. When sleeping, you should wear underwear, but not underwear. This bathrobe has a deep V-neck, so if you don't wear underwear, there will be a long line, but if you do wear underwear, part of it will be showing. After much deliberation, Jiang Wanwan decided not to wear it. Anyway, I won't wear it when I go on vacation and sleep with Chin Song at night, so it won't make a difference if I wear it for one more day. But she was still a little embarrassed, so she had to cover her chest with one hand as she walked. She peeked out and looked in the direction of the bed, where she found Chin Song lying motionless. All that could be seen was the blanket covering him, slightly raised, then slowly falling back down. Is he asleep? Jiang Wanwan thought to herself, then tiptoed toward the bedside. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Chin Song narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan had entered his hunting range. But he wasn't in a hurry. A patient hunter is a good hunter. He was certain that Jiang Wanwan would act like a silly deer, coming closer to carefully observe whether he was pretending to be asleep. Sure enough, Jiang Wanwan got closer and closer. Just as she was carefully observing Chin Song's sleeping face, Chin Song suddenly opened his eyes and pulled the girl onto the bed. The hem of the bathrobe was turned up, revealing her slender calves and plump thighs, along with a touch of sky blue. After Jiang Wanwan let out a soft cry, Chin Song flipped over and pinned her down. Then he stared straight into the girl's eyes, making no attempt to hide his desire to devour her. Chin Song lowered his head and leaned closer and closer to his face. Their eyes met until their lips touched and pressed tightly together, leaving no gap. When Chin Song is dressed neatly and kissing Jiang Wanwan, his hands are not so well behaved. And since they were in bed, and both of them were wearing bathrobes, his hands became even more restless. It's uncomfortable to wear it to bed, so I didn't wear it. There's another reason, and that's, you like. The girl spoke softly, her face flushed. She did not deliver the heavy blow she usually did when Chin Song was climbing the mountain. Instead, she adopted a submissive demeanor, her expression shy, yet her gaze remained fixed on Chin Song without yielding an inch. Then, Chin Song kissed her again. Hands and lips gently caressed the perfect work of art from top to bottom. Gradually, their breathing became heavier and heavier, and the outer packaging was completely removed. The two bodies were tightly embraced, as if they would become one in the next instant. That won't do, but anything else is fine, okay? Jiang Wanwan looked at him with a tender expression and said in a pleading tone, There are definitely other students staying here tonight, and Cece lives next door. I'll be very embarrassed if she finds out when we meet tomorrow morning. Wait until we go on a trip together. Anything is fine, okay? His hands became increasingly bold, and the girl had no choice but to keep begging. She was like a little rabbit being pounced on by a lion. Her mild and ineffective counterattack was more like a tease and a source of fun. Jiang Wanwan looked up at him, her hair scattered on the white sheets, her rosy cheeks like tomatoes, making one want to take a bite. The originally fair and tender little ears have turned pink. The charm in her eyes was revealed without reservation. Chin Song knew that today was indeed not a good day, so he slowed down his movements, which gave the girl a chance to catch her breath. The Smurfs weren't prepared. The environment was nice, but the opportunity wasn't right. Although everyone has graduated from high school and is an adult, even if someone does see through it, it's legally justifiable. But this kind of thing is very private, so it's better not to let others know. Omitted 10,000 words. It still doesn't work. Well, that's just how it is. What? The girl asked, puzzled. Chin Song leaned close to her ear and whispered something. That's it. The girl's face flushed red instantly, redder than ever before. Chapter 172, just one home run away. Omitted 10,000 words. Okay, let's hug each other and sleep, he said. Where's your bathrobe? Oh, forget about the bathrobes. Let's go to sleep. It's already very late. All right. The salted pig's trotter covered the white rice, and although Jiang Wanwan was shy, she didn't move it away. Let's take this as a reward for Chin and Song's restraint in controlling their desires. 10 minutes later, feeling that familiar sensation in her abdomen, Jiang Wanwan said aggrievedly, Why is it happening again? It's never going to end. Jiang Wanwan didn't even dare to think about it. If it was already like this during rehearsals, she doubted whether her small body could withstand it in actual combat. It'll break, won't it? Chin Song said helplessly. There's nothing I can do about it. It's beyond my control. Could you help me put out the fire again? No way, don't even think about it. Sigh, we agreed that anything was fine today. Then this is the last time. I'll go to sleep after I'm done, Otherwise, I'm really going to die from exhaustion. Good. Practice makes perfect. The second time was much better than the first. After rushing to the bathroom to wash up, Jiang Wanwan lay exhausted on the bed, her desire to sleep reaching its peak. Even so, she didn't forget to hold Qin Song tightly, shrinking herself directly into his arms. She fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. As Qin Song felt the warm, soft flesh in his arms, his initially restless heart gradually calmed down. His relationship with Jiang Wanwan has taken another big step forward. They've done everything they could except for the last step. All that's left is to hit a home run. Still feeling slightly tipsy, Qin Song lowered his head and kissed Jiang Wanwan on the cheek. After getting a little tipsy, I kissed the person I liked and then lay down next to her to sleep. It felt so wonderful. A short while later, Qin Song picked up his phone, set an alarm, and fell into a deep sleep. At 8:30 a.m., the alarm clock rang. Qin Song woke up and immediately turned it off. After making sure that he hadn't woken Jiang Wanwan, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan hugged Qin Song tightly, just like a koala. Qin Song carefully and gently pried her hands and feet apart. As soon as she was freed from his embrace, Jiang Wanwan wriggled her body and made a whimpering sound of dissatisfaction. It twists and turns to the left, chirps to the right, as if it's about to wake up any second. Seeing this, Qin Song quickly stuffed his pillow into Jiang Wanwan's arms, and the wriggling stopped. He tiptoed out of bed, silently put on the underwear that was under the pillow, and then picked up the 2 bathrobes that had fallen to the floor. He wore one piece of clothing and placed the other on Jiang Wanwan's bedside table. Qin Song took the sky blue panties to the bathroom. There is a special laundry detergent for underwear on the sink. After washing the panties by hand, he used a hairdryer on a low speed and high heat to dry them. Then, he took Jiang Wanwan's dress, underwear, and panties out of the bathroom and placed them on the chair next to the bed. After taking a quick shower, I realized that Jiang Wanwan was still asleep. My train ticket is for 2 p.m., and it's already almost 9:30. After breakfast, I need to go home to pack my luggage. If this continues, I definitely won't make it. So he decided to change his train ticket to 5 p.m. Picking up my phone, besides the useless junk messages pushed by various apps, I also received a few WeChat messages. He-shun, Lao Qin, haven't I been a good brother to you guys? I sacrificed myself for your sake. He-shun, I don't want anything else. At your wedding, I just need a table to myself. He-shun, still not awake? Take care of yourself. Winking. Qin Song smiled faintly and casually replied with an emoji. Qin Song, raising the middle finger, .jpg. After changing his train ticket, Qin Song planned to change his clothes, get some breakfast, and go back to his room. With my back to the bed, I had just put on my pants when I heard a yawn behind me. Looking back, I saw Jiang Wanwan sitting blankly on the bed, her hands outstretched, the blanket covering her chest slipping down, but she didn't seem to care. She said in her childish voice, Qin Song, I want a hug. Having just woken up, how could a young and strong man resist such temptation? Half an hour later, Jiang Wanwan rushed into the bathroom, then came out blushing, staring intently at Qin Song, and said, word by word, Qin Song, if you don't marry me, I'll beat you to death. The girl with a tuft of hair on her head spoke words that should have been intimidating, but when she said them, they turned from threats into coquetry. The next moment, Qin Song pounced on him again. No, stop it. If you keep making a fuss, I won't even have the energy to get out of bed. Stop it, Wah. Qin Song has absolutely no sense of chivalry. Her arms and legs are still sore. After Qin Song got up and stopped pressing down on her, Jiang Wanwan picked up her phone and checked the time. Oh no, it's already past 10 o'clock. Are we going to miss our high-speed train? The girl exclaimed, her lingering sleepiness instantly vanishing. It's okay. I changed my ticket to 5 p.m. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Qin Song explained. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. I'm not going to sleep anymore. Her sleepiness had just been dispelled. All she wanted to do now was take a shower and then have breakfast. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Sisi, asking if she was awake yet. The message had barely been sent when Chen Sisi called. Hey, Sisi, are you up yet? Shall we go upstairs for breakfast later? As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone joked. Okay, can you still walk? Do you want me to come over and help you? Go to hell. Chin Song and I are completely innocent. We didn't do anything. Oh, still so innocent. You're only fooling yourself with that. Oomph. I'm going to take a shower first. Then I'll come to your room later. Okay, you two can shower together. That will save water. Cece, you're so dirty-minded. I'm hanging up now. I'm going to take a shower. Chapter 173, What does it feel like? Have you washed it? Jiang Wanwan asked. Okay, I washed it with the lingerie detergent on the sink and then dried it with a hairdryer. You can wear it for now and change into it after you take a shower when you get home. Chin Song said while tidying up the room. Go take a shower. After you're done, we can go find Chin Cece and then have breakfast together. Okay, the girl replied, blushing. Although she was a little embarrassed that Chin Song washed her panties, after thinking about the incredibly shameful things they had done the night before, she felt that Chin Song washing her panties was nothing. Jiang Wanwan wanted to wash her hair, but it wasn't convenient at the hotel, and she felt it wouldn't be good to keep Chin Cece waiting too long, so she just took a quick shower. After taking a shower and putting on the little dress from yesterday, the two went to the door of the next room and knocked. A few seconds later, the door opened, and as soon as Chin Cece stepped out, Jiang Wanwan went up and took her arm, saying sweetly, Let's go upstairs for breakfast. The buffet breakfast upstairs is free for all hotel guests. The girl who was just clamoring for a hug is now not even glancing at Chin Song, and is walking towards the elevator with Chin Cece in her arms. She was clearly feeling guilty and shy. Last night, the two of them did something indecent together in the room. Jiang Wanwan felt guilty in front of Chin Cece, so she deliberately distanced herself from Chin Song, not wanting Chin Cece to find out that the two of them had done something indecent last night. They attempted to achieve this goal by maintaining distance from the Chin and Song dynasties. But this is clearly a case of protesting too much. The quick-witted Chin Cece had already figured it out. She looked at Jiang Wanwan and teased in a low voice, Won't your boyfriend be jealous if you hug me like this? After saying that, she leaned close to Jiang Wanwan's ear and whispered, Did you two sleep like this last night? Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan hummed softly, then added, But we just cuddled while sleeping. We didn't do anything else. Really? You have to believe me. The next moment, Chin Cece teased, Wanwan, I don't think I said you two did anything, did I? Is this considered an admission of guilt? The girl, having regained her senses, was about to make excuses, but worried about letting something slip, so she decided to reveal a small part of it first to test the waters. When lies are mixed with truth, it becomes difficult to distinguish between them. Okay, I kissed him, touched his abs, and even gave him a hickey. Hearing this, Chin Cece nodded in satisfaction. There has to be some progress. Otherwise, all her hard work last night would have been for nothing. What about Chin Song? Did he? Before Chin Cece could finish speaking, after entering the elevator, she took advantage of Jiang Wanwan's inattention and Chin Song's absence, reaching out and grabbing Jiang Wanwan's chest. Has he treated you like that? Jiang Wanwan slapped Chin Cece's hand away and said coquettishly, No way. My Chin Song is very well behaved and obedient. If I tell him to go east, he won't dare. Halfway through the conversation, Chin Song stepped into the elevator and saw the two of them cuddling together. Curious, he asked, What are you two talking about? It's nothing. Jiang Wanwan laughed it off. We were just talking about you. Wanwan said you listened to her a lot. Before Chin Cece could finish speaking, Jiang Wanwan covered her mouth. The three arrived at the self-service breakfast restaurant, where various kinds of pastries and breakfasts were displayed in insulated boxes, and in the central area, several chefs were preparing breakfast ingredients that needed to be cooked on the spot. Apart from the students of Class 2 of Senior 3, there was no one else in the dining area. It was already 10:30, and the hotel's buffet breakfast should have ended by then. But Hao Zhengwo probably thought that everyone had a lot of fun last night, and those staying overnight would get up later this morning. So he let the breakfast restaurant stay open for a while longer. Stepping out of the elevator, Chin Cece's inner gossip was already burning brightly. She was certain that Jiang Wanwan's behavior in the elevator just now was suspicious. Chin Cece, holding Jiang Wanwan's hand, said to Chin Song, Chin Song, lend me your girlfriend for a while, okay? I'll return her to you later. After saying that, Chen Sisi took Jiang Wanwan's hand and went to get breakfast. Chen Sisi is a girl, and there's nothing wrong with her holding Jiang Wanwan's hand. But Qin Song thought these words sounded arrogant and conceited. A minotaur, right? I'm a pure love warrior. Don't try to act tough. Couples need their own personal space in intimate relationships. Everyone is an independent individual, and giving each other adequate space is more conducive to deepening the relationship. Although Qin Song didn't know what had happened, he understood. There's a saying that goes like this: a man's innocence is revealed in his browser, while a woman's innocence is revealed in her chat history with her best friend. I can use this time while I'm having breakfast to book tickets for the amusement park and aquarium online, and then I can look up some travel tips. Qin Song picked up the plate, casually picked up a few steamed buns with tongs, sat down in the seat next to him, and fiddled with his phone while eating breakfast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Sisi ordered a wonton, while Jiang Wanwan ordered a bowl of beef rice noodles. With their bowls in hand, Chen Sisi pulled Jiang Wanwan to a corner seat for a better and more private chat. She had barely sat down and hadn't even taken a bite of her wontons when she said in a sad and distressed tone, "Wanwan, I've been helping you all this time, trying every possible way to create opportunities for you, and I never expected you to lie to me like this." Sob sob. What did I lie to you about? Jiang Wanwan was stunned. You were clearly touched and pinched by Qin Song, but you still won't admit it, Wah. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan quickly looked around. After confirming that no one had heard their conversation, she blushed and said, "Sisi, are you trying to get yourself killed? This is a public place. Can we please not talk about this kind of thing? What if someone overhears us?" Looking back on what happened last night, Jiang Wanwan still finds it somewhat unbelievable. I and Qin Song actually had that kind of thing happen. She felt that doing that kind of thing was even more shameful than doing that with Qin Song. "Oh, so you mean you admit that Qin Song touched you?" Chen Sisi's tone was full of excitement. "Tell me quickly, how does it feel?" Chapter 174, The Temptation of the Secret. Jiang Wanwan looked at her helplessly. "Why are you so excited? I feel like you're even more horny than I am." "No way," Chen Sisi retorted. "I just wanted to learn from you. I'm also planning to find a boyfriend in the future." In today's society, relationships between men and women develop too rapidly. Some people can sleep together after knowing each other for less than a day. I'm worried that if I get a boyfriend in the future, I won't know how to deal with his requests, so I wanted to ask you how you feel. Don't worry, I won't ask for nothing. I still have a secret that my distant cousin gave me. As long as you tell me how you felt at that time, I can tell you for free. Is it the secret from my cousin who lives far away? Jiang Wanwan was somewhat tempted. The secret that Chen Sisi gave me last night was quite useful. After doing it himself, he took away many firsts from Qin and Song, and gained a great advantage. What will be the secret this time? All right, Jiang Wanwan said shyly. Actually, I can't really describe how I feel. I just really like to stick to him and hug him. At that time, I felt a tingling and numb sensation, which was very comfortable. Aren't you embarrassed? Chen Sisi, eager to learn, asked proactively. As your best friend, you blush so much when I touch you through your clothes. But Qin Song didn't touch you at all, skin to skin. Wouldn't you be steaming with embarrassment? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan carefully recalled what had happened last night, and her face unconsciously turned red again. Of course I was shy. I was very embarrassed at first too. But when I think about all the things Qin Song and I have been through, if nothing unexpected happens, then he will definitely be one of the most important figures in my life going forward. Thinking about it this way, I don't seem so shy anymore. In fact, I feel that if it were Qin Song, going a little further wouldn't be a problem. Wow. Chen Sisi looked at Jiang Wanwan with a scrutinizing and amused gaze. As expected, you like eroticism. Jiang Wanwan boldly admitted. That's right, I do like sexy, but to be precise, I should say I like being sexy with Qin Song. This premise is essential. If it weren't for Qin Song, I wouldn't like say at all. Besides, didn't your cousin say in her secret tips that it's not only guys who can take advantage of girls? Girls can take advantage of guys too. To be honest, last night it wasn't Qin Song who took advantage of me, but rather I who took advantage of Qin Song, he. The girl slurped her noodles and giggled, her words gradually becoming bolder. I want to continue tonight. That feeling is really amazing. Seeing Jiang Wanwan, the academic goddess who is so aloof in other people's eyes, suddenly smile like a lovesick girl, Chen Cici's heart also fluttered. Wanwan, how long do you think it would be better for me to date my boyfriend before we kiss? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan shook her head. I don't know about that. This involves areas where her knowledge is lacking. I've liked the Qin and Song dynasties since kindergarten, and it's been 13 years now. I've thought about what I would do if Qin Song had tried to kiss me when we were in elementary or middle school. Would I reject him because he's too young, or would I tell him that he should focus on his studies? But no matter how I think about it, it always comes back to this, but he's Qin Song. He's different from others. He wants to kiss me. How can I refuse him? Then I will willingly let him kiss me. At that time, I realized that I might be doomed to be tied to Qin and Song for the rest of my life. But thinking about it, it's actually quite fun, hee. A lovesick smile reappeared on Jiang Wanwan's face. Chen Cici rolled her eyes at her and said sarcastically, wow, childhood sweethearts willingly for life. I just asked a question, and I got bombarded with PDA. That's too much. So what if they're childhood sweethearts? What's so great about that? When I grow up, I'll find a childhood sweetheart too. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan looked at her in confusion. Huh? You'll grow smaller from now on. What? You're allowed to grow up, but I'm not allowed to grow up. Chen Cici was furious and decided to channel her anger into her appetite. Jiang Wanwan glanced silently at Chen Cici's chest. It's better not to make it too small, otherwise you won't be able to tell the front from the back. Huh? What do you mean by front and back? Chen Cici put the wontons in her mouth and looked up to see Jiang Wanwan staring at her bare chest with a mocking look. She immediately understood what Jiang Wanwan meant. This is blatant mockery and blatant provocation. She puffed out her chest, making it as large as possible. So what if I'm big? I can still grow. I can still develop. Chen Cici lowered her head and ate her wontons, then took advantage of Jiang Wanwan's inattention and grabbed her with a dragon claw. Hey Cici, stop touching me. The soup in the bowl has spilled all over the table. Jiang Wanwan clutched her chest and pulled out a few tissues to wipe up the few drops of soup that had spilled on the table. The texture is really good. Qin Song is lucky, Chen Cici exclaimed. After finishing the last wonton in her bowl, she wiped her mouth with a tissue and got up to get a drink. Wanwan, I'm going to get a drink. What would you like to drink? Milk, room temperature is fine. After giving an okay sign, Chen Cici turned and walked towards the drinks area. A moment later, she returned with a bottle of room temperature milk and a bottle of iced cola. Jiang Wanwan looked at the iced cola in her hand and advised, it's better to drink less carbonated drinks in the morning, as it can affect your development. Upon hearing this, Chen Cici lowered her head, looked at her own chest, and then at Jiang Wanwan's chest. One looks like an apple, and the other looks like a watermelon. So, after handing the milk to Jiang Wanwan, she quietly went to the beverage section and exchanged her cola for milk. Wanwan, is your secret to getting a bigger cup size just drinking milk? Chen Cici sat back down and asked softly. Jiang Wanwan shook her head and said, I don't know if drinking milk will increase my cup size, but I know that drinking cola definitely won't help. Okay, Chen Cici said, biting on the straw and sipping her milk. Cici, didn't you say you had feelings for Hishin before? Now that you've graduated, you can tell me what you want to do, and I can give you some advice. Upon hearing this, Chen Cici bit down on the straw even harder. It's fine if I don't mention him, but just mentioning him makes me angry. What's wrong? Jiang Wanwan asked. Did he make you angry? Or has he already rejected you? Chapter 175 The Secret. Chen Cici shook her head. Neither. The first day of the college entrance examination is the Dragon Boat Festival, and the school will also have a holiday a few days before the exam because of the exam room setup. Back then, my parents and I were making zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, at home. Zongzi symbolizes passing the imperial examination with flying colors. I made a few zongzi myself, and after they were steamed, I even took pictures and sent them to him. Guess what he said? What do you mean? Jiang Wanwan asked curiously, seeing Chen Cici's furious expression. Because I took the picture on my desk, and the background is the math test I just finished. I told him I made these myself, and asked if he wanted some. If he had just said yes, I probably would have delivered them to his house. But instead, he said, "You made a mistake in the second sub-question of the last big question on your math test." It really made me so angry. How can someone be so clueless about romance? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan burst out laughing. Fortunately, Qin Song wasn't so oblivious to romance. Otherwise, she would have been anxious to death. No, Qin Song was like that in his first and second years of high school. When asked to go out, go shopping, or eat, he always says he's too busy to go, but then he turns around and goes to the internet cafe with Hee-shun to play games. She was genuinely puzzled. Were games really that fun? Fortunately, things changed after the Qin and Song dynasties. Otherwise, who knows what it would be like now. Hee-shun is just a bit of a straight man. He didn't do it on purpose, Jiang Wanwan explained on Hee-shun's behalf. Chen Sisi snorted. Who knows? Maybe he knows what I mean and is deliberately distancing himself from me. Initially, her fondness for Hee-shun stemmed from his academic performance and his meticulous patience and composure when explaining problems to her. But ever since she accidentally learned from Qin Song that Hee-shun had planned to drop out of school to work in order to save money for her grandmother's surgery, her feelings for him changed. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's just let things take their course. No way. I've already shared my story with Qin Song with you. So why don't you tell me about your story with Hee-shun too? Jiang Wanwan said. I heard about your relationship with Qin Song, but it came at a price. However, if you don't want my cousin's secrets, I can tell you about my relationship with Hee-shun. Chen Sisi raised an eyebrow. As Chen Sisi expected, after she finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan quickly said, Then forget it. Why don't you tell me the secret? She still wanted to further develop her relationship with Qin Song. Compared to Chen Sisi's gossip, the secret was more appealing to her. Before I tell you the secret, I need to ask you a question. How do you usually deal with Qin Song when you make him angry? Chen Sisi asked. Jiang Wanwan thought for a moment and replied, Apologize, then act cute. What's wrong with that? What if even acting cute doesn't solve the problem? The girl shook her head. That's never happened before. Usually, I just act cute, and then Qin Song stops being angry with me, hee. Chen Sisi remained silent, feeling like she had been fed another mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Looks like there's no need to share the secret. You wouldn't need it anyway. No way. What if we need it someday? Jiang Wanwan always believed that having more skills was never a bad thing, and the more skills one had to master to deal with Qin and Song, the better. As the saying goes, one is never too old to learn. Okay, then I'll tell you about it. If one day you can't coax him even with your sweet talk, this trick will definitely work. First, you need to look at him with red eyes, almost as if you're sobbing. The purpose of this is to disrupt Qin Song's thoughts and make him momentarily stunned, Chen Sisi said. Can you hold back your tears? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan nodded. I'm familiar with this. Then, in front of Chen Sisi, she forcefully rolled her tongue into her throat, her eyes quickly turning red and tears streaming down her face. Chen Sisi nodded in satisfaction and continued. Then you just look at him, watch him cry, without saying a word. And then you hug your knees and curl up in a ball, burying your head and continuing to cry. The purpose of this move is to keep him confused and then make him restless. Jiang Wanwan nodded slightly to indicate that she understood. Qin Song always liked to touch his own legs, and when he hugged them and cried with his head down like that, the impact would be even greater than normal crying. You can wear stockings then. Wait a minute. This seems a bit deliberate. Then I'd better not wear it. The last trick, the most crucial one, is that he will definitely sit next to you and comfort you, asking what happened. He wanted to hug you, but because you were curled up, he couldn't. At this moment, he's like an ant on a hot pan, wanting to comfort you but not knowing where to start, so he can only sit aside and ask what's wrong. When you feel the time is right, you can slowly raise your head, look at him, and then say one word in a childish voice, hug. Believe me, Qin and Song will definitely not be able to withstand it. Jiang Wanwan nodded blankly. Based on her understanding of Qin and Song, it was inevitable that she wouldn't be able to withstand it, but the matter wasn't resolved yet. If couples resolve every conflict using this method, the immediate situation may be resolved, but if the underlying resentment isn't removed, It can easily lead to a breakup if these resentments accumulate. What Jiang Wanwan had thought of, Chen Cici's distant cousin naturally thought of as well. Before Jiang Wanwan could speak, Chen Cici added, "Of course, the matter is not over yet. When couples have a conflict, the most important thing to resolve is to figure out who is wrong and why. Wanwan, don't listen to those toxic motivational quotes online that say a boy's reasoning with you is just an excuse not to comfort you. That's not true at all. A boy will only try to reason with you if he wants to marry you and spend his life with you. Compared to unconditionally and mindlessly coaxing someone, reasoning with them is obviously more difficult and thankless." Chen Cici went to great lengths to make Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song's relationship a success. After listening to Chen Cici's words, Jiang Wanwan nodded thoughtfully. This statement coincides with her thoughts. It is not enough to just address the surface of the problem. The key is to address the root cause. Although she and Qin Song had never argued, she was aware of these things. She would prevent the situation from happening again where Qin Song tried to reason with her, but she didn't appreciate it. "Cici, your cousin from afar knows so much," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. "He, of course," Chen Cici said proudly, as if the distant cousin Jiang Wanwan was talking about was herself. She took a few big sips of milk through the straw, making a hissing sound from inside the carton. After finishing one carton of milk, Chen Cici looked down at her chest and decided to get another one. "Wanwan, I need to get a carton of milk. Do you want some?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "No need. I haven't even started drinking this box yet." She had just finished eating the rice noodles and beef in her bowl and was planning to drink a few sips of soup before drinking milk. One carton of milk is enough for her. Any more, and she'll feel full. "All right." Chen Cici got up to get the milk, and a moment later she came back and sat down, inserted the straw, and continued to drink it happily. Chapter 176. It's okay to let him take advantage of you occasionally. Looking at Chen Cici, who was sipping milk with her eyes half closed, Jiang Wanwan suddenly asked, "Cici, why do I feel like the distant cousin you're talking about is actually yourself?" "No, that's not it." Chen Cici waved her hand, her face showing no embarrassment at being exposed. "Although I only see her a few times during the Chinese New Year, we often keep in touch via WeChat." Her story is also very simple. She met a very nice boy when she was young, but she didn't know how to cherish him. Every time they argued and had a conflict, the boy would try to reason with her, but she wouldn't listen and thought he was being long-winded. "My distant cousin's family owns a small company. She is their only child, and they spoil her. They never let her suffer financially. Once, the two of them had another fight, and the boy tried to reason with her. My cousin got annoyed, so she went out to drink at the house of one of her best friends. Cough cough, female best friend, not male best friend. As a result, they both got drunk. Her boyfriend was worried about her and called her many times, but no one answered. When my cousin woke up the next day and called back, she found that she had been blocked. She was very angry. When she returned to the rented room, she found that the boy had already moved out and left her a letter. The letter was basically telling her to live a good life from now on. At first, my cousin didn't think much of it. She thought that if the boy left, he left, and she could meet someone better. About 6 months later, she was ready to start a new relationship, but she discovered that the guys who hit on her were either after her body or her money. I tried dating a boyfriend, and after only a few days, I wanted to trick her into sleeping with me. Over time, my cousin suddenly realized how considerate and gentle that boy was. 2 years after breaking up with that guy, she was determined to win him back. She tried every means to find his new contact information, only to find that he had returned to his hometown and, with the help of his parents, married a blind date. Since then, she hasn't dated anyone. When I asked her why, she said she didn't want to date and felt that being alone was fine. But I could tell that she was waiting. She subconsciously felt that the guy's marriage partner would be like her, impatient with the guy's attempts to reason with her, and then they would get divorced. Then my cousin would have a chance. As it turns out, that guy has been married for 3 years now, and during that time he and his wife had a lovely baby. My cousin is still single, but since she's her only daughter, her parents aren't pressuring her to get married. After hearing the story, Jiang Wanwan remained silent for a moment before saying, "So she told you her secret so that you wouldn't repeat her mistakes?" Chen Cici nodded. "That's right. After all, I'm not young anymore. Girls are generally more mature than boys and know more things. Wanwan, who do you think is at fault in this situation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan fell into thought. Whose fault is it? From her perspective, it was obvious that it was her cousin Chen Cici's fault. Those who don't know how to cherish what they have will regret it later. But Jiang Wanwan couldn't say it directly, even though Chen Cici had brought it up herself. Who's right and who's wrong doesn't matter anymore, does it? She said. Yes. Who's right and who's wrong doesn't matter anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, that boy will never have my cousin's place in his life again, Chen Cici said with emotion. And my cousin will eventually come to terms with it as time goes by, find a suitable match through a blind date, and then get married. Qin Song, and I wouldn't do that, Jiang Wanwan said, her tone very serious. Chen Cici first affirmed her words, then said, so you need to get Qin Song under your thumb as soon as possible. If he likes being a little frivolous, it's okay for him to take advantage of you occasionally, since he's only frivolous with you, right? As she spoke, Chen Cici made a dragon claw gesture, like this. It's not like you'll lose a piece of your flesh, right? If you can accept going a little further, it's not impossible. The naive Chen Cici still thought that the intimate relationship between Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan was limited to sleeping in each other's arms and climbing mountains. In fact, they did everything they were supposed to do except for the last step. I understand. Jiang Wanwan nodded, trying her best to appear normal. Seeing that Jiang Wanwan listened attentively to her advice, Chen Cici gave her a thumbs up. This child is teachable. She decided to pass on another cousin's secret to Jiang Wanwan. After thinking for a moment, she said, Wanwan, do you know that a boy's life is generally divided into 4 stages? Don't distinguish between liking someone, liking someone, liking someone, liking someone. Jiang Wanwan was stunned. 4 stages? To her, aren't all 4 stages the same thing? Didn't you understand? Let me explain it to you again, and pay attention to my tone. Chen Cici then repeated it again. The first sentence was spoken with a joyful tone, the second sentence emphasized the word up, the third sentence emphasized the phrase, the previous person, and the fourth sentence was spoken in a nonchalant manner. So, did you understand? Jiang Wanwan shook her head. I still don't understand. Chen Cici scratched her head, took out her phone, opened the Notes app, typed 4 lines of English, and then showed it to Jiang Wanwan. Like someone. Like to FK someone. Like the last one. Like to be alone. Do you understand? Chen Cici asked. I understand. Jiang Wanwan nodded slightly, her face flushed. This was the first time she had experienced the wonderful use of English in her daily life. Is learning English just so I can be more promiscuous? This thought inexplicably popped into her mind. Okay, good. I'll continue. Chen Cici put away her phone. Not all boys will go to the 4th stage. What you need to do is keep the Qin and Song dynasties in the 1st or 2nd stage. These 2 stages can coexist. I'm sure you can feel it too. When you like someone, you can't help but want to be intimate with them. Rather than saying Qin Song wants to have sex with you, it's more accurate to say that you both want to have sex. Chen Cici hit the nail on the head. It's not just guys who are horny. Girls are horny too. Sometimes, girls are more sexually aroused than boys. Chapter 177 Preparing to Go Home. Jiang Wanwan nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. She felt that Chen Cici was right, but there was something wrong with her statement. I do like the erotic Qin and Song styles, but I only want to kiss, hug, and touch them. Besides kissing, hugging, and touching, Qin Song also wanted to make some pee-peeing noises at her. She searched online and found that it hurts a lot when a girl has sex for the first time. So she was a little scared of this unknown thing, but Qin Song was looking forward to it. That's the problem. Doesn't a boy feel pain the first time? Isn't he scared? This question popped into Jiang Wanwan's head. She considered searching on Baidu, but then gave up the idea because she was about to experience something like that herself. It's better to have more anticipation. Wanwan, what are your plans for this summer vacation? Do you want to go take the driving test together? Chen Cici asked. My mom signed me up. I'm going for a physical exam tomorrow, and I'll take the theory test in a couple of days. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. Qin Song and I are planning a trip. We have high-speed rail tickets for 5 p.m. today to fucking city. We both turned 18 a year ago, So we took some time to enroll in driving school and pass the first part of the test. We plan to go on a trip, have fun until the scores come out, and then take the driving test, both parts 2 and 3, together when we go home to fill out college applications. Once 20 days have passed, C2 license holders can directly book their driving test, both Part 2 and Part 3. Lu Yu enrolled Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song in a one-on-one VIP class. They could talk to the instructor to have him teach both of them at the same time. This would make the driving school happy because it would save them manpower and resources, and Jiang Wanwan and Qin Song would also be happy because they could practice driving together. Win-win. Upon hearing this, Chen Sisi hesitated for a moment before asking, Wanwan, did you register for C1 or C2? C2. That's automatic transmission. What's wrong with that? What about the Qin and Song dynasties? He's just like me. Upon hearing that Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan had both applied for C2, Chen Sisi patted her youthful chest and said, It's good that you both applied for C2. My mom also applied for C2 for me. I was worried about being laughed at. When I was searching for tips on answering the theory test, C1, online recently, I always saw comments looking down on C2, saying things like Bruce only takes the C1 test, and there are still people taking the C2 test. There are also things like all C2 drivers can drive. Applying for C1 gets you C2, and those who apply for C2 are all disabled. Jiang Wanwan comforted them. Don't pay attention to them. When it comes to getting a driver's license, you should choose according to your own needs. Automatic transmissions save time compared to manual transmissions, and manual transmissions have lower registration fees than automatic transmissions. If time is more important than money, choose automatic. If money is more important than time, choose manual. The vast majority of people have never driven a manual transmission car after getting their driver's license, except when they were driving a manual transmission car in driving school. I saw in the news that electric cars will gradually replace gasoline cars in the mid to low-end car market. Electric cars don't need manual transmissions. Automatic transmissions are enough. Those who make sarcastic remarks are just bored. They'll behave themselves if they work overtime or take the CET4 or CET6 exams. Chen Sisi looked at him with admiration. Wanwan, you're absolutely right. The two chatted for a while longer to digest their food before parting ways. It was almost noon, and the sun was shining brightly outside. Chen Sisi was too lazy to wait for the bus, so she called a Didi, ride-hailing service. The car was still 1.9 kilometers away from her, so she simply sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby on the first floor, enjoying the air conditioning while waiting, and went out when the car arrived. Jiang Wanwan and Qin Songchao walked to the front desk of the hotel. The waiter didn't return the keys after parking their electric scooter last time, so they had to go to the front desk to get them. The girl looked at the sun-baked earth and vehicles outside through the glass, feeling somewhat worried. In this blazing sun, the electric scooter seat must be burning hot. I'll have to buy a bottle of water and pour it on to cool it down. Hello, I'm here to get my keys, Qin Song said. Upon hearing this, the receptionist looked up and asked, Hello, what brand of car key is it? Oh my God, Qin Song whispered. This is so embarrassing. Everyone else drives Mercedes, BMW, Audi, and Porsche. Ferraris and Lamborghinis are occasionally seen parked in front of the hotel. But I'm fine with this. It's a brand name electric scooter. Excuse me, sir, I didn't hear you clearly. Could you please repeat it? The waitress said. Qin Song's voice was so soft that she could only vaguely make out that it was a sign with four characters. Lamborghini? Or Rolls-Royce? Or perhaps a Cadillac? A Maserati? Oh my God, an electric car. Qin Song's voice was louder this time than last time. As soon as he finished speaking, several other guests who were also getting their keys turned to look at him. When did this hotel become so attentive to service? They even have parking for electric vehicles. Upon hearing Qin Song mention that it was an electric vehicle, the receptionist immediately became even more enthusiastic and respectful than before. The higher-ups have said that the owner of this electric scooter is a vivip of the hotel and must be well taken care of. Mr. Qin, is that right? Please wait a moment. I'll get you the key right now. A waiter who was responsible for driving the car out of the parking space also came over. After the receptionist found the key, she handed it to him. The parking attendant took the keys and said to Qin Song, Hello, Mr. Qin. I'll drive your car to the hotel entrance now. Please wait a moment. The other guests who had received their car keys first looked at their own BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi keys, and then at the electric scooter keys in the valet attendant's hand. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Or are there already electric scooters on the market worth millions? No need, thank you. I can drive it out myself. Chin Song said, sensing the strange looks around him. Could you please get me a bottle of water? I need to cool down the seat cushion with water, otherwise it'll be too hot for my bottom. Upon hearing this, the waiter was taken aback. He first went to the freezer next to him to get 2 bottles of water for Chin Song before explaining, "You don't need to worry about that. Our hotel has put up a canopy over your electric vehicle and also covered your car with a sunshade." Chin Song. All right, then please drive it to the hotel entrance for me. After listening to the waiter's explanation, Chin Song decided to go through the entire process. There are railings, sheds, and sunshades. Even if he drove the car to the hotel entrance himself, he would still have to wait for them to remove these things. Instead of going out to sunbathe, it's better to wait for your car in the air-conditioned lobby. Chapter 178, Absolute Territory. Finally, after getting the car, the two drove home. The train leaves at 5 p.m., so it's still early and there's no rush. Since they hadn't changed their clothes while staying at the hotel the day before, the two planned to take a shower as soon as they got home. I'm planning to go home and wash my hair. Jiang Wanwan sat in the back seat, her arm around Chin Song's waist, and suddenly said. She wanted Chin Song to blow dry her hair. She felt it would be especially comfortable. Chin Song thought for a moment and said, "How about we shower at the hotel tonight? The high-speed train is at 5 o'clock, so I'll arrive at the hotel around 7 o'clock. We just had breakfast, so we definitely can't eat lunch. We'll have dinner after we get to the hotel, and if we want to go out for a walk, we can. Then we'll come back, take a shower and wash our hair, and then go to sleep. You can wash your hair now, but given your habits, you've taken a ride-hailing car and then a high-speed train, and you've been traveling a lot. Your scalp will be sweaty, so you'll definitely need to wash your hair tonight. Isn't washing your hair twice a day bad for your scalp? It's up to you. If you want to wash your hair when you get home, I'll come up and blow dry it for you." Jiang Wanwan considered it for a moment and expressed her concern, but the hair dryers in the hotel aren't very good. This problem is easy to solve. Then we can just bring our own hairdryer. Okay, then I'll bring my hairdryer with me. I won't wash my hair when I get home. I'll just take a shower. Remember not to wear a skirt. It's more convenient to wear pants when you're traveling. Once we get to the hotel, we can wear skirts when we go out the next day. I'll take a picture of you with my phone as a souvenir. Good. Back home, the two went their separate ways and went about their own business. Chin Song didn't have much to do, so he first packed up all the things that needed to be put in his suitcase and brought them with him. This trip isn't limited to just fucking city. We'll be traveling for at least 10 days until the college entrance exam results are released. The two of us can only stay in fucking city for a maximum of 3 days, so we still need to go to another place. However, the two did not plan to fly, so they did not need to pay special attention to the size and weight of their suitcases. Chin Song didn't need to bring much. Besides normal summer clothes and pants, he only needed disposable underwear and disposable socks. Oh right, there's also the baby sterilizer under the pillow and the camera detector that Chin Song bought online in advance. Needless to say, ID card chargers, power banks, and the like are all necessities. There's no need to bring cash. Just bring your phone and a bank card, and you can handle anything that requires spending money. He counted the number of sterilizers. There were 10 in total. Not enough. I need to buy some more. Without hesitation, Chin Song immediately took out his phone, found my Yijia on Matewan, and spent more than 100 yuan to buy a lot of different kinds of baby sterilizers. After filling in the address, I waited for the delivery guy to bring it to my door. Oh, and I should also add a note. Just put it at the door and take a picture. Despite his awkward demeanor towards Jiang Wanwan, he would still try his best to avoid any embarrassing situations. The weapons are the same, but the enchantments are different, so the experience is naturally different as well. He didn't know the difference between those baby sterilizers and could only judge them by their literal meaning. Ultra Thin 001, Ultra Lubricated, Long-Lasting, Granular. The literal meaning is enough. Chin Song planned to take a shower after receiving the takeout to avoid any unforeseen complications. On the other side, at Jiang Wanwan's home, like Chin Song, she chose to tidy up her things before taking a bath. Otherwise, you'll sweat again after showering and cleaning up, even if the living room has the air conditioning on. The first things to tidy up are the nightgowns, bras, panties, and stockings hanging on the balcony. Adhering to the principle that since I've already bought them, these things will definitely be packed in my suitcase and taken with me on my trip. She wanted to give Chin Song a surprise. Today is June 10th, 2019, the 8th day of the 5th month in the lunar calendar. Chin Song's birthday is the 10th day of the 5th lunar month. 2 more days. She planned to save her one and only first time for that day, Chin Song's birthday. If Chin Song wanted it earlier, she would have to find a reason to refuse. That white lace nightgown was a short style, the kind that showed off her thighs. Jiang Wanwan planned to wear this nightgown that night, and then put on white over-the-knee socks. She searched online and found that white over-the-knee socks would suit someone with her straight legs, slender calves, and fleshy thighs. Not only can it reveal the absolute territory, but it can also accentuate a little bit of flesh on the thighs. I heard that boys like this the most, but I don't know if Chin Song likes it. Jiang Wanwan thought that if Chin Song didn't like it, she could just change it again, since she had already bought so many sets. Sigh, I'm getting more and more useless, she thought to herself. I've never seen a dessert delivered to my door so well packaged. She shook her head to clear her mind of the jumbled thoughts, then placed her personal clothes at the bottom of the suitcase before putting the clothes, pants, skirts, and other essentials into it. Oh right, and a hairdryer too. In addition to herself, Jiang Wanwan also prepared an electric shaver as a birthday gift for Chin Song, which she also packed in his suitcase. After finishing all that, Jiang Wanwan rushed to the bathroom to take a shower. By this time, Chin Song had finished taking a bath and had packed everything up. It's 2:30 p.m. now, and there's still an hour before the high-speed train departs. Following the principle that people wait for the train, not the other way around, he planned to go directly to the high-speed rail station after Jiang Wanwan finished getting ready. Anyway, there's air conditioning in the high-speed rail station, so arriving early makes me feel more at ease. Since he had nothing better to do, Chin Song decided to test whether the camera detector was broken. He first took out his phone stand, and then turned on the phone's recording mode. Next, take out the camera detector and bring it close to the phone. Sure enough, an alarm beeped. It seems like it's a good thing. Then I turned on the infrared scanning mode and looked through the round, transparent glass. Sure enough, there was a small red dot lit up near the phone's camera. Etc. Why is there a little red dot? Chin Song took the detector and approached the small hanging ornament above the living room, and the alarm actually went off. Has a camera been installed in my home? His scalp tingled. The thief can definitely be ruled out. What thief would come in and not steal anything, just to install a camera, especially in the living room? There are only 3 people in my family, so I can exclude myself. My dad simply doesn't have the guts. Okay, case solved. Mom was faking it. Perhaps he was worried about his safety while driving outside, or perhaps he wanted to find out where Chin Song hid his secret stash of money. Chin and Song decided that no matter what, they would just pretend they didn't see it. He was a little scared. Luckily, he found out. Otherwise, if he brought Jiang Wanwan home one day and his lustful thoughts arose, and he started to grope her in the living room, wouldn't Liu Yu have seen the whole thing? Thinking of this, Chin Song immediately went to his room and even the whole house to take another look. He was relieved after confirming that there was only one camera in the living room. Chapter 179. The atomizing glass wasn't broken? Even after arriving at the high-speed rail station with Jiang Wanwan, he was still shaken. On the way here in a ride-hailing car, he kept thinking about whether he had done anything out of line in the living room recently or in the past. After confirming several times that he and Jiang Wanwan had only kissed and hugged in their respective rooms under the guise of studying and doing problems together, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as I arrived at the waiting hall, bad news came. The large screen displayed the train schedule, indicating that the high-speed train they were on was more than an hour late due to equipment malfunction. High-speed rail delays are considered force majeure. You either have to transfer to another train or wait. There are no other options and no compensation. Compared to Chin Song, who was frowning as he stared at the big screen. Jiang Wanwan seemed quite relaxed. Sitting on the chair, her little feet in white shoes dangled around, looking very happy. If you're late, you'll have to wait a while longer in the waiting hall, and you'll arrive at the hotel later, and you'll be more tired. That way, Qin and Song wouldn't keep arguing about wanting to pft. If we can just get through tonight, and then procrastinate until the early hours of tomorrow night, it will be Qin Song's birthday. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. This is exactly what Qin Song is troubled by right now. He had originally planned to make his move tonight, but after this incident, he had to postpone it. For the first time doing something like this, you definitely need to be in a state of peak energy and spirit. Otherwise, if they underperform, they'll lose face big time. And the first time at the hotel, I don't even want to talk about it. You finished in 3 minutes. The thought of Jiang Wanwan occasionally uttering those words sent a chill down Qin Song's spine. Damn, that sentence is incredibly damaging to men. He turned to look at the girl next to him. TSK, something's not right. Why is she so happy that the high-speed train is delayed? The little feet were still dangling, as if trying to suck on something. Cough, cough. XP is getting weirder and weirder. At first it's the legs and chest, then the little hands and feet, and eventually even the buttocks. Damn, I should just admit I'm a pervert, at least then I won't be seen as a weirdo. Seeing that Qin Song's gaze was fixed on her shoes, the girl slowly stopped dangling them. She was incredibly embarrassed when she thought about how Qin Song had sucked on her toes last night. To prevent things from taking an odd turn, she suddenly said, Qin Song, don't even think about licking my shoes. Qin Song. Summer vacation, graduation season, peak tourist season. Students who have finished the middle school and college entrance exams, kindergarten, primary and junior high school teachers are on long holidays, and some companies have also set their annual leave period from June to August. There were many people, and the two of them finally reached their destination and got off the high-speed train. Open the ride-hailing app, select your destination hotel, click Start Booking, and take a look. I even have to wait in line to hail a Didi ride-hailing service. Fortunately, they only had to wait for about 10 minutes before it was their turn. After several twists and turns, we finally arrived at the hotel. After registering at the front desk, paying the deposit, getting the room key, taking the elevator to the room, turning on the air conditioner, and casually pushing their suitcases aside, the two of them laid down on the bed, not wanting to move an inch. Let's go shopping tomorrow. I don't want to do anything today. Good. How about we order takeout and have dinner a little later? I second that. And so, the two of them overturned their previous plans one by one, intending to conserve their energy and have a good time the next day. I'm going to take a shower now. The air conditioner in the room gradually took effect, and the indoor temperature was well controlled at around 24 degrees Celsius, Jiang Wanwan said after resting. Regardless of the season, girls will always wear an extra layer of clothing compared to boys, unless they have an empty bag. Wearing a padded tank top won't make you look like you're wearing an extra layer of clothing, but the fabric in front of your chest will be thicker. It's naturally hotter in the summer. She sat up, just about to reach into her suitcase for her nightgown, when she froze upon seeing the bathroom. Why is the glass in this bathroom completely transparent? Also, why is the bathtub next to the floor-to-ceiling window? Shouldn't a bathtub be in the bathroom? It should be next to a toilet, not a floor-to-ceiling window and a bed. If she had known this would happen, she should have looked at the hotel photos that Qin Song shared back then. At that time, I was only thinking about how to be reserved while sleeping in the same bed with Qin Song, and I didn't pay much attention to the layout and environment of the hotel room. She was very satisfied with the environment, considering the price, but the layout was a bit erotic. But it's understandable, since it's a double room for couples. Jiang Wanwan, who had gotten up, stood still. Qin Song looked up and saw the transparent glass of the bathroom. Wanwan, there should be a fogging button in the bathroom. Press it and the glass will fog up, Qin Song said. As for the bathtub, you don't necessarily have to take a bath. Jiang Wanwan nodded and said, to indicate that she understood. Then he took the things he needed for the shower into the bathroom, and after some fumbling, pressed the misting button. Qin Song lay on the bed. The person who was clearly visible through the glass bathroom in his field of vision suddenly became just a blurry black shadow. However, the lines of the body can be vaguely seen. The glass, about 20 centimeters above the ground, was not fogged up, and you could clearly see the girl's feet, which were pink, small, cute, and adorable, having just taken off her white socks. Damn it, this hotel has absolutely no sense of propriety. You broke all the fogging functions in the double room, and the rating would have jumped from 4.8 to 4.9 and then 5.0. We've already booked a double room for couples. Do we really need to be so formal? Chin and Song answered for them no need. Damn it. I was originally going to give it a 5-star review, but since the atomizing glass wasn't broken, I'm not giving it one. A while later, steam rose in the bathroom, making even my little toes blurry, and the blurry shadows were completely invisible. It was so boring. With nothing to watch, Chin Song jumped up, opened his suitcase, and started taking out the vest and shorts he needed to change into for the shower. An hour later, Jiang Wanwan came out wearing a long nightgown. She had just taken a hot bath and her face was pink and delicate, with pink hues extending from her ear tips to her toes, making her look like a strawberry pudding. But the pattern printed on that nightgown was strawberries. Cute, No, I can't think about that. I'm not in the right state of mind today. I need to conserve my energy. The girl took off her hair drying cap, and her long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Paired with her pink ear tips and small nose, she looked incredibly gentle and charming, a true sweet girl. It smells like milk. We boys are all sweet and gentle. How can a girl who smells of smoke get close to us? Wah. No, we've gone off topic. Chapter 180, feeling bittersweet and unhappy. Not feeling bittersweet and unhappy too. Jiang Wanwan sat in the chair and placed the hairdryer on it. Do you want to take a shower first or have me blow dry my hair? She asked. Let's blow dry our hair first. The air conditioner is on in the room, and it's easy to get a headache if your hair is wet and you're exposed to it. Chin Song picked up the hairdryer and started drying Jiang Wanwan's hair. Summer is great, and so are nightgowns. When I blow dry my hair, I occasionally blow it onto the neckline of my nightgown, and a patch of my fair skin is immediately revealed. Unfortunately, there was a mat, so I couldn't see the whole thing. The mat is broken. Hit the mat. So, Chin and Song fought. What are you doing? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed sweetly. This guy is so lewd. He was blow drying his hair, and then he started blowing it towards his collar. It's one thing to want to take advantage of someone, but he even touched them through their clothes while he was blow drying their hair. I'm not doing it today, Chin Song said succinctly, and then received a light punch. He can't even behave himself while getting his hair blow dried, she complained as she enjoyed Tony Chin's one-stop service. Blow dry your hair, massage your scalp, and apply hair oil to the ends. The price is that you'll be attacked by a hairdryer from time to time, and then a patch of white clouds will appear in the northern hemisphere. It wasn't that she wouldn't show it to Chin Song. After all, aside from that, they'd done everything else. I've not only watched it, I've even eaten it. She's just a little shy. However, upon reflection, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's only right to pay a price while enjoying one-stop service. For example, being taken advantage of. Hey, stop fooling around. Before Jiang Wanwan knew it, Chin Song's hand was about to slip inside her collar. It wasn't that I wanted it all. It meant that I had already put it inside, grabbed a handful, and then immediately pulled it out. My hands are covered in essential oil. It's all over my clothes, the girl said angrily. I just washed my hands with hand sanitizer before I put them in. Chin Song defended himself. After drying his hair, Chin Song grabbed a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. 15 minutes later, he came out wearing shorts. I'm too lazy to wear a vest. I'll put it on when I get cold, since there's no one else in the room anyway. Looking at Chin Song's upper body, which was neither too thin nor too fat, and had just the right amount of muscle, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but swallow. I want to stick it on, because I've always kept my hair short, somewhere between a buzz cut and a pompadour. Therefore, Chin and Song dynasty people did not need to use a hairdryer to blow dry their hair. I dried myself with a bath towel in the air-conditioned room, and it dried in no time. Chin Song casually tossed the towel he used to dry his hair onto the cabinet in the entryway, went to the bedside, unplugged the charger, and picked up his phone. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout now, he asked. I'm fine with anything, she replied. I'll eat anything, as long as it's not hard to swallow. How about I find a highly rated restaurant and order some of their signature dishes. Okay, another serving of crayfish, please. Chin Song gave an okay sign, opened the food delivery app on his phone, found a restaurant with good ratings and reviews, quickly ordered 3 dishes, and then added a spicy crayfish dish. Would you like something to drink? It's for cooling down, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Chin Song added 4 cans of herbal tea to his shopping cart. After repeatedly confirming that the address and room number were correct, he placed the order and made the payment. In fucking city, delivery drivers disregard traffic lights, weaving left and right on their electric scooters, and deliver their orders in less than half an hour after picking them up. The restaurant was a Hunan cuisine restaurant. Chin Song ordered stir-fried pork with chili peppers, stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, dong chicken, and crayfish. Both of them like spicy food, and this Hunan restaurant was pretty good. The dishes were authentic and suited their tastes. After eating and drinking to our heart's content and resting for a while, it was almost 10 o'clock, time to go to sleep. The hotel has a smart speaker. You can turn off the lights and close the curtains without getting out of bed. Just wake it up and say what you want to do, and it will do it. All the lights are off, and there's an automatic sensor night light under the bed, so I don't have to worry about bumping into things when I go to the bathroom in the dark. The curtains were drawn, and the entire room suddenly became pitch black. Jiang Wanwan huddled under the covers, pondering how she should refuse if Chin Song wanted to pee on her later. As she was thinking, a pair of large hands reached out and pulled her into their arms. Jiang Wanwan's bare arm was pressed tightly against Chin Song's chest, warm and very comfortable. I thought Chin Song would immediately take the next step, lift her nightgown, and then climb the mountain. But unexpectedly, Chin Song didn't do that. Instead, he simply held her close. Jiang Wanwan buried her cheek in his neck and rubbed against his chin. His beard was a little prickly. After kissing the girl's forehead, Chin Song whispered, "Good girl, go to sleep." Well, there really isn't any next step. She was a little unhappy. That's just how strange it is. When Chin Song was aloof towards her, she felt shy. When he wasn't aloof, she felt a little disappointed. So the girl took the initiative to lift her nightgown up to her thighs, grabbed Chin Song's hand, and placed it on her thigh. That feels much better. Chin Song looked surprised. They say you can taste the flavor after eating the marrow, but this person hasn't even tasted the marrow yet, and is already starting to appreciate the flavor? Since they've come to him of their own accord, he certainly can't be polite. If we can't do that, what else can we do? He buried his head in the blanket and started doing that. An hour later, the two washed up and took turns coming out of the bathroom. Okay, go to sleep now. Chin Song hugged her. His burning desire had been extinguished, and his hands became still. Okay. The girl's languid voice rang out, and she snuggled closer to Chin Song's arms like a little baby. She was very satisfied with the result. Chin Song was a little averse to her, but not completely averse, so she could save that for Chin Song's birthday. After all the commotion, Jiang Wanwan was exhausted and fell asleep in Chin Song's arms shortly afterward. Chin Song felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he held the person in his arms. After his rebirth, he didn't think about creating a business empire by exploiting information asymmetry. Even when writing novels, he was only thinking about achieving financial freedom so he could live a better life. That's enough. Just living a simple, ordinary life together, eating together during the day, sleeping together at night, and waking up together the next day. After summer vacation comes university life. I'll have to talk to the admissions office at Jiangxing University about the terms and see if I can be exempted from the entrance exams for master's and doctoral programs. He doesn't want to take the exam, but he would be willing to continue his postgraduate studies without having to take one. Jiang Wanwan is interested in fashion design. After graduation, she can open her own clothing store, where all the clothes she sells will be designed and made by herself. I don't seek to make money. I only seek spiritual satisfaction. Then Chin Song can go to the shop with her. Jiang Wanwan will be minding the shop while he sits next to her and writes. Oh right, I almost forgot. We'll need to have a child then. You can have just one child, just for fun, and when you get tired of it, you can leave it with your parents. Chapter 181 Aquarium. The next day, Chin Song didn't set an alarm last night. The curtains were drawn, and there was only a motion sensor light, making the whole room pitch black. The soundproofing was also pretty good, There were no loud noises coming from the next room. The combination of these factors resulted in the room being the same during the day and at night. The same quiet, the same darkness. So much so that the two of them didn't wake up until almost 11 a.m. the next morning. Jiang Wanwan woke up a little earlier than Qin Song. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found that her nightgown had been lifted up to her waist because of, this resulted in her lower body being completely naked with nothing on her. Meanwhile, Qin Song's hands were also quite restless as he climbed the mountain. Even when they're asleep, they still seem so aroused. Snap! Qin Song was hit on the hand while climbing the mountain, and he woke up immediately. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Looking up, he saw Jiang Wanwan picking up her underwear and putting it on with her back to him, then using the smart speaker to open the curtains. Wow, what a big moon! Qin Song exclaimed, rubbing his eyes. Moon my foot. This is the sun. Get up. It's already 11 a.m. Time to get up and have breakfast. No lunch. The girl rolled her eyes at him. This guy said he was going on a trip, but he didn't even set an alarm in the morning, wasting the whole morning. She increasingly felt that Qin Song's so-called tourism was just about going to a different place for a bit of fun. But she didn't want that. Not for any other reason than that the hotel cost several hundred yuan a night, which was extremely expensive. Since we're here on vacation, we should go out and explore. We can't just stay in the hotel all the time. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and staying at home? The two got up and washed up. Qin Song had just changed his clothes when he turned around and saw that Jiang Wanwan was still wearing her nightgown and hadn't taken any further action. I thought I could finally see a real-life Barbie dress up. However, the reality is that he was overthinking it. Before he could even open his eyes wide to observe carefully, Jiang Wanwan kicked him out of the room. Remember to remove your room card when you leave, he reminded him before closing the door. Okay, the girl replied, then slammed the door shut. We've already eaten, and now we can't even watch. Qin Song muttered under his breath, expressing his dissatisfaction. A moment later, the door was opened. As usual, she wore a floral maxi dress that reached mid-calf, white socks, and a white camera. A high ponytail, a simple black hair tie, and only a touch of lipstick on her lips. The rest of her face was untouched, giving her a completely natural look. A youthful and beautiful aura wafted over, reminding Qin Song of a song called Bare Face. No need to wear eyeliner to look mature, no need to apply foundation. Even in a downpour, I still go shopping and secretly laugh at others whose faces are ruined. For a moment, Qin Song was stunned. Hey, stop staring. Why are you staring blankly? The girl stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. Qin Song grabbed her hand, asserting his dominance. Isn't this girl pretty? My girlfriend. I licked her. Qin Song was always very satisfied with Jiang Wanwan's outfits. She has beautiful legs, but I can only admire them. No one else can have them. That being said, if Jiang Wanwan wanted to wear a short skirt, Qin Song wouldn't restrict her freedom of dress, but she would have to wear safety shorts. The hotel has a lunch restaurant. The two of them ordered 2 or 3 dishes and had lunch. After that, they called a ride-hailing service to fucking City Aquarium. After the ride-hailing car arrived at the hotel entrance, the two of them walked out of the lobby and sat together in the back seat. Excuse me, are you the passenger whose license plate ends in XXXX? The driver in front asked. Qin Song nodded. That's right, master. From out of town? Yes, master. How did you know? Qin Song asked in confusion. He doesn't have an accent when he speaks Mandarin. The driver raised his head. According to regulations in fucking city, if rear seat passengers are not wearing seat belts and are caught by traffic police, the first offense will result in a warning, and the second offense will result in a fine of 200 yuan. Upon hearing this, the two quickly fastened their seat belts. They usually do this, but they suddenly forgot today. After fastening her seat belt, Jiang Wanwan focused her attention on the storage bag in the passenger seat. A cardboard sign hung above, with a message written in cute children's handwriting. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for riding in my dad's car. If you like it, please give it a 5-star review. Feel free to enjoy the candy next to you. Below this line of text is a family portrait drawn with colored pencils, showing a family of 3 holding hands. All 3 characters have big eyes and big heads, making them look incredibly cute and adorable. The art style is very pleasing. Next to the cardboard sign was a small basket filled with fruit candies of various flavors. Master, is this a painting by your daughter? It's so beautiful, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. Qin Song nodded in agreement. Hearing the two praising their daughter, the driver's expression visibly brightened with joy. Yes, it was drawn by my daughter. She's 6 years old this year and will be starting first grade next year. His tone was full of doting affection, clearly indicating that he was a doting father to his daughter. Once the conversation started, Qin Song asked him about some must-see attractions in fucking city. You should refer to online guides, and also listen to what the locals say. As for attractions, Qingshan Lake is worth a visit. It's the perfect season now, with lotus flowers blooming all over the lake and lots of koi carp, the driver suggested. Besides that, there's Shanlu. The scenery in other places is pretty much the same, and there are a lot of people. You can come during the off-season, but during the peak season you have to queue, so it's not worth it. Qingshan Lake is a naturally formed small lake surrounded by antique buildings. The lotus flowers inside are artificially cultivated, and the koi carp are also artificially raised, all for the purpose of making them beautiful. As the name suggests, Shanlu is a building built against a mountain. The entire building is like ivy climbing up a mountain. It looks scary, but it's actually not safe at all. Every now and then, news reports will surface about loose steel bars in some place. Although the official statement from the attraction indicated that only the surface steel bars were loose, the steel bars responsible for securing the building were actually very strong. But Qin and Song did not intend to take this risk. No matter how small the probability, when it happens to you, it's a 100% disaster. Judging from your destination, you're going to the aquarium. Now is the perfect time. These days, there are not only more penguins, but also polar bears, the driver said. I took my daughter there yesterday. Apart from the polar bears being a bit thin, everything else was quite nice. Really? I've never seen penguins and polar bears before, the girl said with anticipation. Qin Song took out his phone and looked at the latest video posted on the aquarium's official Douyin account, and found that it was indeed true. Yesterday, he was so busy booking tickets and searching for travel guides online that most of the guides he found were published a month ago. If the driver hadn't mentioned it, the two of them probably wouldn't have known until they reached the aquarium entrance and saw the sign placed at the door. Chapter 182, Taking Photos and Group Photos. Upon arriving at their destination, the two got out of the car, and Qin Song casually gave a 5-star review. A huge crowd was queuing to buy tickets, so it seems the polar bears and penguins are still very attractive. I don't understand why so many people still buy tickets offline when there are online ticketing options available. What? It turns out it's not the weekend today. Most of the customers are middle-aged and elderly people who brought their grandchildren. That's all right then. They scanned a QR code on their phones and entered through the gate. We bought a deluxe ticket for 2 people, which allows 2 people to enter once and go to all areas of the aquarium, including the sea lion show and playing with dolphins. As soon as I stepped inside, the heat on my body was swept away by a cool breeze. There's some truth to the online claim that aquariums are more crowded in the afternoon than in the morning during the summer. It's not as hot in the morning as it is in the afternoon, making it a better time to visit the zoo. As evening approaches, the animals in the zoo and aquarium need to rest, and the temperature cools down, making it a good time to visit amusement parks. The amusement park at night has a unique light show, and if you're lucky, there might even be a fireworks display. The aquarium's theme these days is penguins and polar bears, and the large fish tank, which is a regular feature, hardly attracts any visitors. There are many kinds of fish in the large fish tank. Nurse sharks, manta rays, clownfish, and so on. The most numerous are the various common sea fish that are brightly colored and reasonably priced. Below the large fish tank, at short intervals, there are acrylic panels displaying information about various types of fish. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan nudged Qin Song and whispered, "Qin Song, look at that manta ray. It actually has a small fish in its mouth." Qin Song looked in the direction she pointed. In less than 3 seconds, the manta ray swallowed the fish whole, body and tail. This is blatant workplace bullying, the kind that preys on colleagues mercilessly. It's so scary, I don't want to watch anymore. I'm not scared. Qin Song deliberately reached out to cover Jiang Wanwan's eyes, but she pushed the hand away. After looking around to make sure no one had seen what had just happened, he said angrily, "We're outside." "Oh, I see. It's okay to do this when we're not outside, right? Is it possible that he is in trouble?" The girl rolled her eyes at him. "Take a picture of me quickly. This is my first time traveling with Chin Song, so of course I want to document it properly." Chin Song gave an okay sign, took out his chrysanthemum brand phone, and opened the camera. Tap the screen the moment the fish huddle together and get close. A freshly taken photo of a girl posing with a fish has been created. Then, while the manta rays and nurse sharks were getting close, I snapped a few more photos. "That's great." Chin Song showed Jiang Wanwan his masterpiece on his phone. As expected, the girl was very satisfied. "Come on, let's take a picture together," Jiang Wanwan suggested. The two first discussed their poses for the photo, and after agreeing on them, they turned on the camera's delay mode and set the timer to 5 seconds. Chin Song held his phone in his right hand and placed his left hand on Jiang Wanwan's left shoulder, pinching the flesh of her left cheek with his index finger and thumb. Jiang Wanwan pouted and puffed out her cheeks, frowning slightly. She placed her right hand on Chin Song's left wrist, making a gesture as if she was about to pull his hand away. Her left hand was placed on his chin, pinching his face out of shape, and his mouth was also pinched into a pout. The background is a large fish tank. And just like that, a couple's photo that looks like they're playfully bickering is actually full of intimacy. The girl was very satisfied with the photo on her phone and set it as her lock screen wallpaper and desktop wallpaper without hesitation. After setting it up, she realized it was Chin Song's phone, so she opened WeChat to send the photos to her own phone. Jiang Wanwan was a little unhappy to see that Chin Song had saved her contact as Free Girl. Even though she's really generous, you can't give her a nickname like that. So, she spent 10 seconds changing the nickname to "My Most Beloved, Super Beautiful and Cute Girlfriend," then selected the original photo and sent it to herself before returning Chin Song's phone. She took out her phone from the side pocket of her skirt, set the photo as her phone's lock screen wallpaper and desktop wallpaper, and then happily headed to the next location. Sea Lion Show Venue. These performances are usually held at intervals, lasting from 1 hour to 2 hours. The two arrived at just the right time. The performance had just begun. Some people can't tell the difference between seals, sea lions, and walruses. It's actually very simple. Seals are called seals, and they are called seals not only by their common name, but also by their other name. Okay, I'll stop being cheeky. Seals have no ears, only auricles. Their forelimbs are short. They have no hind limbs, making them clumsy when moving on land. Sea lions have small ears, relatively long forelimbs, and a wide range of motion in their hind limbs, making them quite agile on land. Walruses have long tusks. Because sea lions are gentle in nature and have strong land mobility, it is sea lion shows, not seal shows, that are performed. A dark brown sea lion, following the keeper's hand gestures, emerged from the pool and then plunged back in, repeating this process. After getting ashore, I went to the shelf, clapped my hands, and received a small fish as a reward. Roll, head the ball, play in circles, go through hoops, and then get a small fish reward. The performance ended a little over 10 minutes later. Next up are the adorable penguins. Of course, cuteness comes with conditions. The premise is that it doesn't open its mouth wide. Feeding the penguins yourself costs extra. A small bucket of fish costs 40 yuan. However, there are still quite a few people willing to spend this 40 yuan. They lined up and took turns going in, each person's bucket containing only 10 small fish, each slightly larger than a thumb. There are plenty of penguins, so you don't have to worry about them not having enough to eat by the time it's your turn. They could take photos and videos, and the two of them took some photos and videos of each other feeding the penguins. After feeding the polar bears and moving on to their enclosure, Chin Song thought he had come to the wrong place. This bear wasn't actually that thin. It just had a yellowish-brown fur with a hint of black, making it look nothing like the white-furred polar bears in documentaries. Is this definitely not an albino brown bear? Jiang Wanwan was equally bewildered. After being explained by staff at the nearby aquarium, the two learned that polar bear fur is not white, but transparent. Its skin is black, which allows it to better absorb heat in the cold Arctic. You can also feed polar bears, but it's cheaper than feeding penguins, at 20 yuan. However, unlike feeding penguins, You can't feed them at close range and pet them a few times. Try petting a polar bear. If it gets angry, it'll swat your neck with its paw, making you look like Louis XVI. Chapter 183 Sex Dolphin. Chin Song had originally planned to queue up to interact with the dolphins, but after seeing the situation of the couple in front of him, he immediately changed his mind. He suspects that this dolphin was a teddy bear in its past life. It kept pouncing on the girl of the couple in front of it, and even rubbing its beak against her thigh, occasionally biting her. Chin Song clearly saw that a small thing on the dolphin's belly had become erect. Interact? What kind of interaction is this? He pulled Jiang Wanwan away. This dolphin is a pervert. We can't let it take advantage of us. Arriving at the underwater tunnel built of acrylic, the 180 degrees underwater tunnel allows you to clearly see great sharks, sea turtles, and swarms of jellyfish inside. This is a great place to take photos and create memorable moments. Many people stop here to take pictures and check in. Whether you enjoy the shopping experience or not is not important. What matters is letting your friends on social media know that you've been there. There are almost no single people in this area, because single people come to this kind of place just to torture themselves, like the girl in front of Jiang Wanwan. Hi, miss, could you take a picture of me and my boyfriend? Jiang Wanwan asked the young lady in front of her. The underwater tunnel serves as a backdrop, making it a perfect spot for full-body photos. The two of them didn't bring a selfie stick or a tripod, so the best solution was to ask a kind person for help. Couples were all whispering sweet nothings to each other or taking photos where only their heads or upper bodies were visible, so it was really inconvenient to disturb them. The underwater tunnel is most suitable for people who are traveling alone or with friends. At first, Jiang Wanwan actually wanted Chin Song to go and ask, because she was a little embarrassed. But after seeing the two girls, one showing off her white thighs and the other showing off her slender waist, she decided to be brave for once. The young lady readily agreed after hearing Jiang Wanwan's request. Aside from those who are immoral and have no bottom line, normal people, when they see a couple who seem very well matched, will generally want to know how they got together and who pursued whom, rather than trying to steal someone else's partner. But we didn't really know each other. I just wanted them to take a picture for me and said hello. Even if you're a socialite, it's not appropriate to start with gossip-related questions, so you have to give up on that idea. After taking photos of Chin and Song, the young lady also asked them to take a few photos of her and her friends. After separating, the two continued walking along the tunnel. There's something really strange about the aquarium. In the beluga whale viewing area, there's always a child who gets scared by the beluga whales and cries. Chin Song saw it when he passed through the beluga whale area. It was a little boy who was crying because he was frightened. He pressed his face against the acrylic panel, wanting to interact closely with the beluga whale, but the beluga whale ignored him and turned its head to swim away. Just as the child was feeling disappointed, the beluga whale suddenly turned its head and opened its mouth wide. The child was so frightened that snot bubbles came out of his nose, and he cried loudly, calling for his mother to hug him. After exploring the underwater tunnel, they had pretty much seen the entire aquarium. Most of the other exhibits were things that neither of them were particularly interested in. After discussing it, the two decided to retreat. Actually, Chin Song was quite interested in the mermaid performance, but he was only interested in how similar the costume was to the mermaid in the movie, not in the actress playing the mermaid. But to avoid unnecessary conflict, he chose to remain silent. When they arrived at the souvenir section of the aquarium, they each chose one. Chin Song chose a newly released polar bear plush toy, and Jiang Wanwan chose a penguin plush toy. Both were small sizes. Then, they saw penguin-shaped ice cream in the freezer at the entrance of the souvenir shop. They're not exactly cheap, but they're not expensive either, 12 yuan each. Chin Song happened to run into the two young ladies who had helped him take photos in the underwater tunnel. He simply bought 4 of them and asked Jiang Wanwan to deliver 2 to the 2 ladies as a way of thanking them for helping him take photos while they were eating dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. The ice cream has a chocolate outer layer and a hazelnut and milky filling inside, and the taste is surprisingly good. The chocolate is not made with cocoa butter substitute, and you can taste a slight bitterness. Thus, the first stop on our 3 must-visit date spots, the aquarium. What would you like to eat for dinner? Chin Song asked. They had only eaten one meal, breakfast and lunch combined, and then spent almost the entire afternoon shopping, so they were both very hungry. Although it's only around 5 p.m., that doesn't stop them from having dinner. After dinner, they still have to go to the amusement park. Pickled cabbage fish. Jiang Wanwan replied immediately, without hesitation. Why do you suddenly want to eat pickled fish? Qin Song asked curiously. The girl, who usually hesitates from time to time when deciding what to eat, was surprisingly decisive today. Because all the fish in the aquarium looked so fat. I could tell at a glance that these kinds of plump fish are perfect for making sauerkraut fish, because the sourness of the sauerkraut can neutralize the greasiness of the plump fish meat, she replied. Qin Song, no wonder. I was curious why you were swallowing your saliva while staring at the fish in the tank. At first, I thought you were thirsty, but you didn't drink much water even when I bought you some. It wasn't thirst, it was hunger. How terrifying. Is this the mindset of a foodie? You have to be careful when eating pickled cabbage, otherwise you can easily turn it into phlegm-inducing pickled cabbage. Qin Song specifically chose a nationwide chain of sauerkraut fish hot pot restaurants. Although it might not be useful, at least it would give him some peace of mind. Wanwan, please choose the type of fish for the sauerkraut fish. The fish at this restaurant are caught fresh from the fish tank in the kitchen, weighed in front of the customers, and then killed on the spot. The price is calculated by weight, and the processing fee is included in the pot base. No need to worry about eating zombie fish meat that has been frozen for a long time and then added with Hextech technology. There are quite a few varieties, such as grass carp, black carp, sole, bassa fish, and sturgeon. Qin Song, is the sturgeon mentioned here the same kind we see in aquariums? Can we only buy them one at a time? The ones in the aquarium are huge, over 1 meter long. The two of us can't possibly finish one. Jiang Wanwan noticed the Chinese sturgeon at the aquarium. A Class 1 protected wild animal in China, it looks very handsome and cool. For such a large fish to become a national champion, it must taste really good. At that time, she was wondering if there were any farmed fish that were edible, and to her surprise, there really were. Upon hearing this, Qin Song explained with a complicated expression, although the ones on the menu and those in the aquarium both belong to the sturgeon family, they are different species. The fish in the aquarium are Chinese sturgeon, while the fish on the menu are usually farmed sturgeon, such as the Amur sturgeon. The sturgeon on the menu shouldn't weigh much, maybe 3-5 pounds at most. Okay, then we'll eat Chinese sturgeon. Oh no, I mean sturgeon. Chapter 184 Family Brotherhood. It must be said that although Jiang Wanwan's initial idea was a bit naive, the type of fish she chose was still quite good. Sturgeon only has one cartilage, which is edible and perfect for making sauerkraut fish. You don't have to worry about getting a bone stuck in your throat. On the way to the restaurant, Jiang Wanwan curiously searched for information about sturgeon and said with some worry, Qin Song, will the boss kill a Chinese sturgeon and send it to us? Qin Song shook his head and laughed. No, don't worry, sturgeon is good for your skin. Don't assume that just because a restaurant's menu says Chinese sturgeon, it actually contains Chinese sturgeon. The Chinese sturgeon is a Class 1 protected wild animal in China, including farmed ones, and is protected at the same level as the giant panda. In other words, why don't you try eating a farmed giant panda? He'll be locked up in jail for at least 5 years. However, Qin Song never had any psychological burden when it came to farmed animals that were edible, such as farmed sika deer or farmed geese. Public service announcements on TV tell us not to eat shark fin or buy ivory, but he had never even seen either of these things in real life. The greenhouse effect, melting glaciers, and the lack of habitat for polar bears have prompted calls for energy conservation and emission reduction. This statement should be made more of a statement to those who own walk-in refrigerators and never turn off the tap. Go talk to the golf club. If blessings are not shared, but sins are to be spread equally, where do all the good things come from? Qin Song would never touch wild animals, but if he encountered legally farmed animals, he would certainly not be polite. He'd heard that sturgeon is good for the kidneys, so he'd asked the waiter to pick out a big one so he could eat more. Although I haven't used it yet, I will soon. There's a Chinese idiom that goes something like this. Be prepared for any eventuality. Upon arriving at the restaurant, we asked the waiter to select a sturgeon weighing about 5 pounds, and also ordered a cold dish of preserved egg and a cold dish of cucumber as side dishes. Jiang Wanwan looked at the photos she and Qin Song took at the aquarium that afternoon while eating. After deleting some highly repetitive photos, the rest of the photos hardly need any editing. The original images already look great. The girl combined the photos on the two phones to make sure that the photos from this afternoon were identical on both phones, with no missing ones. Qin Song, why don't you post these photos in the group chat? Jiang Wanwan said after taking a sip of her pickled fish soup. Qin's father, Qin's mother, Qin Song, Jiang Wanwan, and Zhang's mother created a WeChat group for daily chatting. This morning, Lu Yu posted some scenic photos from her travels in the group chat, which made Jiang Wanwan extremely envious. So after organizing the photos, she couldn't wait to send them to the group chat. But in order to appear reserved, she decided to have Qin Song do it for her. Anyway, the photos of the two are the same. Okay, Qin Song replied. After selecting the original images, he chose to send them out in sets of 10 to avoid a series of red exclamation marks due to network issues. However, just as Qin Song finished sending all the pictures, Liu called. Hello mom, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Qin Song put his phone on the table and put it on speakerphone so that Jiang Wanwan could hear him. The person on the other end of the phone said irritably, Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? What kind of son are you? You've forgotten your mother now that you have a wife, haven't you? What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk is that? Am I really the kind of person who values romance over motherhood? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan, who had just been peeking over to listen to the hands-free call, immediately shrank back. She blinked her big eyes at Qin Song, and then silently ate the fish in the pot. What wife? She's not a wife yet, just a girlfriend. She thought to herself and fiddled with her fingers a few times. 3 years later, Qin Song will be 22 years old, which should be the time. But I was still in college then. Wasn't it a bit too early to get married? The girl started brainstorming again, letting her mind wander. Qin Song glanced at Jiang Wanwan, who was staring blankly at her fingers, and said helplessly into the phone, Mom, I'm on speakerphone. Wanwan is next to me. We're having dinner right now. Lu Yu gave an awkward laugh on the other end of the phone and said, Wanwan, answer the phone and turn off the speakerphone. Let's chat. That brat Qin Song. All he knows is how to sow discord between my daughter and me. Upon hearing this, Qin Song looked utterly bewildered. When did Jiang Wanwan become your daughter? Wait a minute, if you do the math, it doesn't seem wrong. Never mind. Let's keep eating fish. Oh no, let's keep eating fish. Lu Yu had been childhood sweethearts with Jiang Wanwan since they were little, and she knew all his embarrassing stories. After thinking it over, Lu Yu realized she had nothing to reveal. Jiang Wanwan took the phone, turned off the speakerphone, and brought the receiver close to her ear. Qin Song strained his ears, but could only faintly hear sounds inside. He couldn't make out any of the details. He wanted to figure out what the two were talking about by reading the girl's answers. But Jiang Wanwan just kept saying, and didn't say anything else besides that word. Damn it, I'm so itchy to try it. 5 minutes later, the encrypted communication stopped, and Jiang Wanwan's face visibly turned red. After returning the phone to Qin Song, she continued eating the fish and drinking the soup, occasionally picking up a piece of cucumber. She remained silent. The two had almost finished eating, so they filled their bowls with rice and ladled soup into them with a ladle, and a delicious bowl of pickled fish soup with rice was ready. Wanwan, what did my mom say to you? Qin Song couldn't resist asking any longer. Jiang Wanwan ate her food in small bites with a spoon and replied softly. Auntie said that from now on I am her precious daughter, and you are her unworthy son. She told me that if you bully me, I must remember to tell her. No matter how far away she is, she will fly back to deal with you, her unworthy son. Qin and Song were speechless with emotion. That really sounds like something my mom would say. Jiang Wanwan already had a high status in the family before she became his girlfriend, and her status became even higher after she became his girlfriend. Unlike ordinary families, where the person at the bottom of the social hierarchy is usually a middle-aged man. But his family is different. When children are all adults and about to go to college, the way middle-aged couples address each other usually gradually evolves into old man, plus their surname, or simply using their first names. For example, Qinong, Lao Qin, etc. But Lu Yu was different. The more she called him that, the more intimate it became. Terms like husband, head of the household are all mild. Sometimes Qin Song would overhear his mother calling his father a dead devil. Occasionally, she would also use the ancient terms, such as husband, sir, or gentleman. The couple's relationship was getting better and better, but their son's status was getting lower and lower. He discovered it. His parents truly loved him. He was truly an accident. Chapter 185 Bumper Cars. Wait, that's not right. That's completely wrong. If her mother had only said these things to Jiang Wanwan, why would she blush like a teapot? But none of that matters. He's confident he'll win tonight. After finishing their meal, the two took a taxi to the amusement park. It was summer, and although it was already 7 p.m. when we arrived at the amusement park, the sky was only slightly dark, the sun had not yet completely set, and most of the park's lights were not yet turned on. Getting on the Ferris wheel now is obviously not a good choice. We should wait until nightfall, when both the amusement park's night view and the city's night view will be much better than they are now. Take out your phone and scan the code at the gate to pass. Adult tickets are 228 yuan, which is discounted when purchased on Douyin. Children's tickets are 99 yuan. Qin Song thought of a joke and suddenly wanted to be cheeky. Wanwan, I have a question for you, he asked. The girl was looking at the amusement facilities in the park when she heard this and turned to look at Qin Song, asking in confusion. At this amusement park, the adult ticket is 240 yuan when purchased offline, and the ticket for minors is half price. If a pregnant woman comes to an amusement park, how much would she need to pay for a ticket in person? Jiang Wanwan was somewhat puzzled. Why would a pregnant woman come to an amusement park? If we can't play any of the many attractions, isn't coming here a waste of money? However, problems are problems, just like there's always someone in a math workbook who's both filling and draining the water at the same time. It's not good to be too serious about it. She confidently stated, the unborn fetus in the pregnant woman's womb is not included in the ticket price, so it's 240 yuan. He chuckled. Wrong answer. How can you be so sure that pregnant woman wasn't an unborn child? The girl's face darkened. Snap. Qin Song received a slap on the back. Hee. No hee. After the incident, the two arrived at the park and began to choose facilities to visit. Jiang Wanwan is wearing a skirt today, so rides that are thrilling and exciting, but also prone to revealing too much skin, like drop towers and swing rides, can be ruled out first. After some deliberation, the two decided to start with a thrilling bumper car game. A bumper car can seat two people. By this time, the bumper car area was already crowded with people, and there weren't many cars left available. The two of them rushed over immediately and luckily managed to get the right to use a bumper car before it became full. There are 12 bumper cars in total, and each car is a different color. Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan's car was orange. I glanced at the people in the other 11 cars, and they were all couples, with the boys on the steering wheels. Okay, so this is a boyfriend strength competition, huh? Upon closer observation, Qin Song concluded that all 11 couples were high school graduates. You can tell from their clear eyes and youthful faces. It has neither the foolishness of a college student nor the world weariness of a working adult. At this point, Qin and Song were no longer under any pressure. He was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would have it under control. Before his rebirth, he had a driver's license and had driven for several years. Compared to these people who have just graduated from high school, and most of them have never even touched a steering wheel, Qin Song clearly has an advantage in controlling bumper cars. After the administrator gave the order to turn on the power, the little green car in front of him hadn't even had time to accelerate before Qin Song slammed on the gas and lurched backward. The bumper cars at this amusement park only have one forward pedal. To reverse, you need to turn the steering wheel 180 degrees, and then turn it back to move forward. Because of this operating mechanism, several bumper cars either didn't know how to reverse because they were facing the wall in contemplation, or their reversing maneuvers were rather ugly. It can only continue driving towards the center of the field after another vehicle hits it and corrects its direction. In less than 3 minutes, only 3 cars remained running around in the center of the field, while the other bumper cars were struggling at the edge of the field. Some have given up, while others are still trying. But after the operator finally manages to align the front of the car with the center of the field, it will be hit again after only a few meters. So the 9 cars simply gave up and parked at the edge of the field, with the people in them turning their heads to look at the 3 cars performing in the center of the field. The orange car controlled by Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan attracted a lot of hatred from the beginning, so the remaining 2 bumper cars, one pink and one black, worked together to attack the orange car. Little Orange had no choice but to keep running and turning to avoid their collisions. They have the same horsepower and the same configuration, so a 1v2 collision is simply not an option. At this moment, Little Orange was being chased by Little Pink and Little Black. A typical bumper car ride lasts about 10 minutes. Only 6 minutes have passed so far, and Chin and Song certainly cannot sit idly by and wait for their doom in the remaining 4 minutes. He planned to put on a good show. Little Orange kept moving around the field randomly. Although Little Pink and Little Black had a tacit understanding and both targeted Little Orange, their coordination was not very good, so the double-teaming tactic never succeeded. Wanwan, do you remember the movie Pegasus? Chin Song asked quickly. As a New Year's film in 2019, the 2 families went to see Pegasus together in the cinema during the Chinese New Year period. Yes, I remember, the girl exclaimed excitedly. She felt that she and Chin Song were like the righteous sects of the immortals who were outnumbered, while the Little Pink and Little Black ones were like the villains of the demonic path who bullied the few by taking advantage of their numbers. This inexplicable sense of immersion excited her greatly. She, who usually doesn't speak loudly in public, would occasionally exclaim in surprise at this moment. Now, I'm the driver, and you're my observer. You're in charge of keeping an eye on the positions of the 2 cars, pink and black. When they're on the left and right respectively, and close to the edge preparing to turn, tell me how I can make them collide. When Chin Song was making the plans, he deliberately increased the car's speed so that the drivers of Xiao Fun and Xiao He wouldn't hear him. Okay, Jiang Wanwan replied. So, for the next 3 minutes or so, Chin Song deliberately made several mistakes while maneuvering the bumper cars, getting bumped by Xiao Fun and Xiao He once or twice each, just to make them think that he was exhausted. Finally, when Jiang Wanwan observed that Xiao Fun and Xiao He were in the same positions as Chin Song had described earlier, she immediately said, Chin Song, they're now pressed against the wall, on either side. Upon hearing this, Chin Song deliberately manipulated the car, causing it to crash straight into the wall. Then, like the other 9 bumper cars, it got stuck against the wall and didn't move. He then deliberately whirred at the steering wheel and kept pressing the accelerator with his foot, but the bumper car remained motionless against the wall. To outsiders, it seemed like he made a mistake due to panic, but in reality, it was a trap he set to lure his prey into. Sure enough, when Little Pink and Little Black saw Little Orange stuck against the wall, they immediately turned the car around and slammed the accelerator all the way down, crashing straight into it. However, just as Little Pink and Little Black were about to collide, Little Orange reversed and moved away from the wall. Seeing this, Little Pink and Little Black immediately decided to turn the car around. Bumper cars only have an accelerator pedal, not a brake pedal. There was a wall on the right, so they could only turn the steering wheel to the left. However, due to excessive speed, even with the car turned fully to the left, the 2 vehicles inevitably collided. Chapter 186 Haunted House. Thus, Chin and Song's plan was a complete success. Pink and Black fight each other. Even though she was safe and sound, Jiang Wanwan's heart was still pounding wildly. She genuinely thought Chin Song had mishandled the car and that her Little Orange car was about to be hit. Little did we know that this was part of Chin Song's plan. A few seconds later, 10 minutes were up, and the bumper car game ended. Chin Song won first place without any controversy and received a small medal from the bumper car park staff, which had a bumper car drawn in simple lines on it. How about that? Isn't your boyfriend amazing? Chin Song boasted as he hung the medal around Jiang Wanwan's neck. Seeing the envious look on the faces of the girls among the 11 couples who had just played games together, the girl tiptoed and, in front of everyone, gave Chin Song a kiss on the corner of his mouth. My husband is the best. As soon as she finished speaking, all the boys around her shed tears of envy. The 11 boys, completely oblivious to their surroundings, glanced at their respective girlfriends and received an eye roll in return. His girlfriend called him husband and sweetly added, "My husband is the best." Who the hell could withstand this? "What did you call me? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again." Chin Song rubbed his ears and took out his phone, regretting that he hadn't recorded what he had just said. TCH. Dream on. The girl slapped away Chin Song's hand, which was about to pinch her cheek, and ran towards the carousel not far away. "Hurry up. I want to go play that." The carousel is one of the must-do attractions for couples visiting amusement parks. This amusement park has two carousels. One is small and designed for children, while the other is large and can seat 2 people at the same time, making it a perfect choice for couples. The horses on the large carousel are very big, and there is no hump like barriers separating the 2 riders. Therefore, when young couples sit together on the carousel, their bodies are pressed tightly together. In the summer, you can even feel the other person's body temperature. Chin Song wouldn't want to do this alone, but he'd be more than happy to do it with Jiang Wanwan, who wouldn't love snuggling up to their sweet and soft girlfriend. Sigh. I feel sorry for those who have never had the chance to snuggle up with a sweet and soft girlfriend. After the first round, Chin Song was reluctant to get off the wooden horse. It was really pleasant to be close to the girl's back and smell the fragrance of her hair. "How about we play another round?" Chin Song asked. Then let's play one more round," the girl said softly. 20 minutes later. "Wanwan, let's play one more round." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan decisively refused. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore." The carousel runs every 5 minutes, and we had agreed to ride it one more time, but now the 4th round is over and the 2 of us are still on it. Other couples would play for a maximum of 2 rounds before quitting, but they wanted to play even after finishing the 4th round. She was worried that if she continued playing, she would be kicked out by the staff. "Let's go to a haunted house." Chin Song reached into his pocket to straighten the trajectory of the ball before getting off the rocking horse. He then helped Jiang Wanwan, who was wearing a skirt, off as well, and pointed to the haunted house not far ahead. When visiting an amusement park with a girl, besides the Ferris wheel and carousel being must-do attractions, the haunted house is also an absolute must-see. The suspension bridge effect has already proven that haunted houses are one of the best places to enhance your relationship with a girl. The 2 stared at the promotional image in front of them, an image that was enough to send chills down their spines. Long hair, long tongue, red embroidered shoes, wooden doll, red sedan chair, head rotated 180 degrees. Well, this is Chinese-style horror. This thing is almost harmless to people who don't understand Chinese culture, but to those who do, it is far more terrifying than face-to-face kills, corner kills, or bloodstained kills. Hey handsome beautiful lady, this is our amusement park's latest Chinese-style horror-themed haunted house. There is only 1 entrance, but 3 exits. A, B, and C. Exit A is the shortest route, but it is also the most difficult to find. If you successfully escape through exit A, you can receive our exclusive reward. After saying that, the staff at the entrance of the haunted house took out a bamboo basket. The bamboo basket contained peachwood hairpins, all with a very classic and beautiful design. The girl held Chin Song's hand tightly and asked the staff, "Can we go in together?" Jiang Wanwan enjoys reading history books, including both official and unofficial histories. That's why she's much more afraid of Chinese-style horror than others. If only one person can go in, then she won't play. But if she could go in with Chin Song, then when she was scared, she could hug Chin Song and bury her head in his arms. That way, she won't be afraid if she can't see. Burying your head in the sand like an ostrich is the most effective method. 2 people can go in together, but after passing through exit A, you can only get 1 peachwood hairpin, the staff explained. However, whether you are alone or in a group, you cannot bring your mobile phone in. Jiang Wanwan nodded. 1 hairpin is enough. The Qin and Song dynasties didn't need them. As for whether she could get the hairpin, she was very confident in Chin Song. "Then let's go in together." Unlike Jiang Wanwan's nervousness, Chin Song remained calm and composed, because he had already checked the guide beforehand. Not being allowed to bring a mobile phone didn't matter. He had already memorized the customs clearance guide for Exit A. Whether it's Chinese-style horror or Western-style horror, the greatest terror lies in the unknown. This amusement park is quite famous, and its Chinese-style horror-themed haunted house has been open for some time now. There are already walkthrough guides available online. However, most people don't bother to check travel guides in order to enhance their experience. The point of going to a haunted house is the thrill. But Qin Song was different. He took Jiang Wanwan to the haunted house purely to eat beans. No, to foster their relationship. Let's begin. Qin Song readily handed his and Jiang Wanwan's phones to the staff, then took Jiang Wanwan's hand and walked inside. Chapter 187. I did this to take advantage of you. As soon as you step inside, you are greeted by a dark red double wooden door that looks very old and covered with cobwebs. A government notice was posted by the door, which roughly stated that the head of this merchant family had 5 daughters and no sons. Just when it seemed the family's incense offerings were about to run out, a wandering Taoist priest appeared at the crucial moment, claiming that all his wife needed to do was eat 3 fresh placentas over 3 consecutive days, and the placentas had to be from male infants. In this way, the next baby will not only be a boy, but also be able to take on 3 opponents at once, both in terms of intelligence and physical strength. The Taoist priest called it this star-making technique, and what he created were the Wenxiu star and the Wuxiu star. Desperate and with nowhere else to turn, the head of the household sought any remedy and believed the Taoist priest's words. Unexpectedly, after his wife ate 3 fresh purple rice noodles in 3 consecutive days, she actually became pregnant and gave birth to a baby boy 10 months later. But to everyone's surprise, the Taoist's talk of fighting 3 against 1 was presented in an unusual way. The baby boy had 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 legs. His wife died during childbirth, leaving the head of the family with no choice but to order a cesarean section to remove the baby. However, upon seeing the infant, he was so frightened that he died instantly. 4 of the daughters, as if possessed, threw themselves into the well one after another. The only one who did not throw herself into the well, and whose eldest daughter was to be married in a few days, hanged herself in her room. Upon seeing this, the servants immediately packed up all the valuables in the mansion and ran away. From then on, the mansion was abandoned. Most people would assume that the main terrifying elements in the story are a baby with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 6 legs, a woman in difficult childbirth, and the head of the household who is frightened to death. They had long since forgotten the contents of the posters at the entrance. Actually, the truly frightening ones are the 5 daughters. In ancient times, men were valued more than women. Because the head of the family could not produce a son, he often lost his temper with his 5 daughters. The Taoist priest offered the patriarch a suggestion, but the price was that his eldest daughter, who was about to be married, would spend the night with him. The head of the family agreed without a second thought, but the Taoist priest went back on his word and took all 5 of the family's daughters as his own. The main purpose of this Chinese-style haunted house is to seek justice for these 5 women who have suffered unfair treatment because of their gender. If you follow this approach, you can clear the level quickly and exit from Exit A. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, the light inside was very dim. A coffin was placed at the entrance of the hall. The coffin, which should have had the character Dan, meaning offering, written on it in white ink, was instead decorated with the character sheep, meaning double happiness, written in red cinnabar. As you get closer, you can hear the sound of fingernails scraping against wooden boards from time to time. The guide states that the person lying in the coffin is actually a real NPC, and the sound of fingernails scratching the wooden planks is the actual sound of the NPC wearing fingernail props scratching the planks. When Jiang Wanwan first saw the government notice at the entrance, she had already immersed herself in the story. Now, hearing the scraping sound, her hair stood on end. She held Qin Song's hand tightly and walked forward step by step. The next second, she felt her toes touch something. Looking down, I saw that it was a red embroidered shoe. The style of these embroidered shoes doesn't look like something a bride would wear at all. It looks like something a dead person would wear in a ghost marriage. It turns out that even after the eldest daughter hanged herself, her body wasn't spared. The next second, Jiang Wanwan jumped onto Qin Song, wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Helpless, Qin Song had no choice but to hold up her skirt and thighs with his hands to prevent her from being exposed, while quickly searching for various clues through the strategy guide in his memory. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Song led Jiang Wanwan, the koala, out of exit A. He had originally intended to scare the girl, but his plans turned out to be completely useless. You can't exactly pull her off you and then deliberately scare her, can you? If we really did that, it would be too reckless. It's to the point where they don't even eat fried dough sticks anymore. After they exited, Qin Song patted the girl on the back. Come down, we're out of the haunted house. Why are you still burying your head in the sand like an ostrich? Jiang Wanwan, who had buried her head in Qin Song's chest, raised her head after hearing these words. After slightly opening her eyes to confirm that she had indeed come out, she hurriedly jumped off him and smoothed the wrinkles on her skirt. After regaining her balance, she raised her head slightly, and the flush on her face slowly faded. That flush was partly from the fear in the haunted house, and partly from the fluttering feeling of burying my head in Qin Song's chest. When she buried her head in Qin Song's chest in the haunted house, she felt all the sounds around her disappear in an instant. All she could hear was the pounding of Qin Song's heart. Thump, thump, thump. While listening to her heartbeat, she also smelled the fresh scent of laundry detergent on Qin Song's clothes. It's so reassuring. I wasn't scared. I was just trying to take advantage of you. Well, Jiang Wanwan even used this excuse to cover up her fear. However, he likes it. Hee. Okay, you're not scared, Qin Song echoed. The two took a small electric car in the park back to the entrance and successfully obtained the reward from exit A, a peachwood hairpin. Although this little gadget is worthless, it holds great significance for the two of them. Then, they went to play some less thrilling but very fun activities until night fell completely. All the lights in the amusement park have been turned on, and the neon lights complement the joyful atmosphere of the park. The park closes at 9 p.m., and it's already past 8:10 p.m., which is a perfect time to go to the Ferris wheel. Couples going to an amusement park can skip the carousel and the haunted house, but they absolutely must go on the Ferris wheel. Ferris wheels are a symbol of love and happiness. At the same time, the Ferris wheel is also the most suitable place to confess your feelings. No one can disturb you, and the girl can't escape. In 10 minutes, a talkative boy could move a sea turtle to tears. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the girl has feelings for you. However, logically speaking, it seems impossible for a girl to not have any feelings for you if she's willing to ride a Ferris wheel with you, unless she is your older or younger sister. However, Qin Song did not recommend confessing his feelings to either of them. Because if you confess your feelings and fail, you'll be heartbroken. If you confess successfully, you'll end up going to Germany for orthopedic treatment. Chapter 188, A Carefully Dressed Gift. The two walked hand in hand towards the Ferris wheel area. Before we even got close, we could hear a loudspeaker on a nearby table repeatedly saying the same thing. Attention couples riding the Ferris wheel. Attention couples riding the Ferris wheel. To prevent panic caused by the Ferris wheel tilting while in the air, please sit facing each other and not on the same side. Thank you for your cooperation. At the same time, when riding the Ferris wheel, please do not unfasten your seatbelt, and do not stand, walk, or shake inside the cabin to avoid accidents. This is a real recording, and the resentment of a single person is very obvious in the tone. The staff member in charge of organizing the event also had a fake smile on his face. When no one is around, he wears a long face, clearly very unhappy that the company assigned him, a single guy, to this position. Hearing the announcement from the loudspeaker, Jiang Wanwan was somewhat disappointed. She had originally planned to sit close to Qin Song on the same side. Sure enough, those scenes of couples hugging and cuddling on Ferris wheels in TV dramas and movies are all lies. However, after observing for a while, she realized that holding hands and kissing Qin Song was acceptable. The cabins on this Ferris wheel are small, only accommodating a maximum of 2 people at a time, and the space inside is quite cramped. In other words, you can sit and kiss face to face. Finally, it was Qin Song Jiang and Wanwan's turn. With the assistance of the staff, the cockpit door was opened, and the 2 people entered the cockpit. The door was then closed securely, and their seat belts were properly fastened. Safety is a serious matter and must be taken seriously. As time passed, the Ferris wheel slowly lifted off the ground and moved upwards into the sky. The scenery on the ground gets smaller and smaller, while the field of vision gets bigger and bigger. The ground was lit by lights of various colors, some of which remained constantly lit, while others flickered. In a daze, Jiang Wanwan had the illusion of entering a modern-day Shangri-La. Her gaze, unwavering, fell upon the boy sitting before her. His high, straight nose, healthy colored lips, and clearly defined Adam's apple were all alluring to her. Gradually, the altitude of their cabin increased and increased. Qin Song, my mouth is very sweet. Would you like to try it? The girl suddenly said. She whispered, legend has it that if you kiss the person you love at the highest point of the Ferris wheel, you can be together forever. Qin Song did not answer, but instead proved it with his actions. He wanted to taste the sweet lips. Leaning slightly forward, their lips pressed tightly together. After 10 seconds, stop after a small taste. The girl smiled sweetly, exchanged a glance with Qin Song, and then looked out the window. She didn't believe in legends, but she hoped this one was true. After reaching the highest point, the Ferris wheel gradually descended, and the crowd that had previously looked like ants gradually magnified in their eyes. The city lights in the distance gradually disappeared from view. The cockpit door opened, and the two quickly unbuckled their seatbelts and got up to get out. Wait a little longer, then it'll be time for the second round. The park is about to close, I have to leave. Are you hungry? Do you want to grab a late-night snack before heading back? Qin Song took Jiang Wanwan's hand, and the two walked towards the amusement park exit. He checked and found that there was a night market nearby, which was most lively at night. Okay, Jiang Wanwan replied with a smile. I want to eat takoyaki and roasted pig's trotters. It's still early. If we go back to the hotel right away, it won't be past midnight by the time we finish showering, and our plans will be disrupted. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the night market. Rows of covered pushcarts were neatly arranged in the night market square, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The aromas of various foods wafted through the air, whetting one's appetite. However, since they are all street vendors and do not require a business license, some of the food should be avoided. Stinky tofu soaked in chemicals, large squid soaked in alkali, and the like. It's best not to eat this. After some selection, the two bought 2 sticky rice balls, one for each of them. Qin Song's version specifically removed the how to any core data, while Jiang Wanwan's version was filled with it. In addition, the two also bought 2 cups of freshly squeezed mango juice, a serving of takoyaki, a serving of sausage wrapped in scallions, and a serving of roasted braised pig's trotters. The night market is very thoughtfully equipped with small stools and folding tables for diners to sit down and eat. The food tasted pretty good. The large intestine didn't retain its original flavor, but instead, it didn't have any unpleasant odor at all. But Qin Song felt that without any strange smell, it had no soul. The roasted pig's trotters are braised before roasting, so the whole trotter is crispy and tender, very flavorful, but the portion is quite small, and it's gone in a few bites. These foods are not cheap. Sticky rice balls are 10 yuan each. Mango juice is 25 yuan a cup. Takoyaki, octopus balls, are 20 yuan a serving of 8. Sausage wrapped with scallions is 35 yuan a serving, and roasted pig's trotters are 30 yuan each. Although it's expensive, Qin and Song could accept it as long as the price was clearly marked. What he hates most are those small stalls that don't clearly mark prices and sell at exorbitant prices, treating people like pigs to be slaughtered. Anyway, this night market isn't just for ripping off out-of-towners. When it comes to pricing, locals and tourists are treated the same, and they're all ripped off. Thinking of this, Qin Song felt much better. After having a quick bite to eat, the two continued strolling around for a while longer. Besides food, the night market also has stalls selling handmade trinkets. After walking around for a while, neither of them found anything they liked. Apart from Jiang Wanwan buying 2 bunny hair ties, they didn't buy anything else. The time was gradually approaching 11 o'clock. At 11 a.m. sharp, the two arrived at the hotel safely and returned to their room. Should you wash first or should I? Qin Song asked. He lay in bed, enjoying the coolness brought by the air conditioner. The person who invented air conditioning was a genius. In the South, summers without air conditioning and summers with air conditioning are like 2 completely different worlds. Although the Japanese soldiers remained silent in the scorching heat of over 6,000 degrees Celsius, He was not a Japanese soldier. He was a human being. It's already unbearably hot at around 30 degrees Celsius. Without air conditioning and a refrigerator, this summer is simply unbearable. I'll shower first. The girl, clutching her prepared nightgown, scurried into the bathroom in her slippers. A few seconds later, the bathroom door opened, and a small head peeked out. Chin-song, I want to wash my hair. Dry it for me. Okay. Chin-song got up, gave her an okay sign, and then lay back down. He wanted to make the most of every minute and second of rest, all in preparation for the tough battle to come. 40 minutes later, a girl wearing a nightgown and with her hair covered by a hair-drying cap came out. She sat on the chair, her 2 feet dangling in the air and swinging back and forth. Chin-song walked over, picked up the hairdryer with practiced ease, and dried the girl's hair. Looking at her long nightgown, Chin-song felt a little sorry. I wish I had bought those 2 short nightgowns. Paired with stockings, wow. He couldn't even imagine how tempting it was. After drying his hair, Chin-song took his change of clothes and went to take a bath. After the sound of the shower running came from the bathroom, Jiang Wanwan quietly opened her suitcase and took out the most treasured item. She wore a white lace nightgown and white over-the-knee stockings, the stockings highlighting the soft, white flesh of her thighs. After doing all this, she took out the electric shaver she had prepared to give to Chin-song and placed it on the table to the side. After thinking for a moment, I picked up the 2 bunny hair ties I had just bought at the night market and tied them into pigtails. She went to the full-length mirror in the entryway, looked at herself in the mirror, and after confirming that everything was ready, she ran to the bed and snuggled under the covers. Chapter 189 Reaching Base. Chin-song came out of the bathroom after taking a bath. After wiping the excess water from my hair with a towel, I looked around the room. Where are they? Then, his gaze settled on the bulge in the blanket. Did you hide because you were shy? He took off his shoes and walked barefoot on the ground, trying not to make a sound. As he approached the bed, he lifted a corner of the blanket and peeked his head inside. Everything was pitch black. I couldn't see anything at all. As he prepared to lift the blanket, he heard a girl's shy voice coming from inside. Turn off the light, and then pull back the covers. Upon hearing this, Chin-song controlled the smart speaker to turn off all the lights in the room except for the corridor light, and then drew the curtains. Slowly lift the blanket. There was a tiny, adorable little bundle lying on the bed. White lace nightgown, white knee-high socks, pigtails. Holy crap, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse at Disneyland. It's absolutely awful. The thing I was just thinking about actually came true, and I even got twin tails. The girl sat up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a kiss. Happy birthday, Song. The next moment, Chin-song was stunned and calculated the date. It seems today really is his birthday, but he completely forgot. He kissed her back, his bare upper body pressed tightly against the girl's body, and asked softly, Is this outfit your birthday present for me? No. Jiang Wanwan was so nervous that she stammered. The electric shaver on the table next to you is my birthday present to you. Do you want to see it? Electric shaver? At this crucial moment, you're telling me to go look at that thing? Is it the lace nightgown that's unattractive, or the white knee-high stockings? Or is it the absolute territory, thigh-striped area? That's unattractive. We'll see about that tomorrow. Tonight is enough for me to see you. Chin-song's breathing became more and more rapid. Are you ready for that? Which one? Avoid the Smurfs. Ready. Then I'll allow you to not. The girl's voice grew softer and softer, and her face became increasingly red. Piada. This statement, much like the Sarajevo incident, caused Chin-song to gradually lose his rationality. After a moment, he shook his head vigorously. No, we have to use this. Taking medicine can harm your health. After regaining some of his composure, Chin-song immediately spoke. This is something you shouldn't even think about. Chin-song, etc. I have a white towel in my box. Could you take it out for me and put it on the bed? Okay, is there any more? Chin-song quickly took out a towel and placed it on the bed. Also, we both need to turn off our phones, and the security chains on the door need to be fastened. Yes, I need to turn it off. I can't afford to be disturbed at this crucial moment. The hotspot chain must also be fastened. After doing all this, Chin-song suddenly threw off the covers, pressed his body tightly against Jiang Wanwan, hugged her, and his hands were also moving around quite restlessly. This time, the girl neither resisted nor refused. Instead, she cooperated with him. I'm not wearing any panties. Yes, I just found out. Should I take off my nightgown? No need. It's fine as is, and don't take off your calf socks. The two embraced tightly, their body temperatures rising and their breathing becoming increasingly heavy. Qin and Song dynasties. Be gentle. Good. I love you. I love you too. Wan, could you call me husband one more time? Husband. The color trembled as the belt was loosened, and the heart grew busier with each touch. Beneath that silken skirt, a captivating and unique fragrance lingered. At 2 a.m, Qin Song held the person in his arms, preparing to drift off to sleep. But the person in his arms was not well behaved at all, always twisting and turning. Qin Song, I want to eat iced watermelon, Jiang Wanwan suddenly said. After such an experience, girls may feel a strong sense of happiness, but also a touch of fear. This fear usually stems from their overthinking. They worry that the other person might lose love once they get what they want, and then abandon them after starting something. At this time, some girls may make unreasonable demands. No matter how unreasonable it is, you just need to agree. Whether it can be done or not, as long as you try to do it. Even if she wants watermelon, she'll be happy if you bring her spicy hot pot. Because it's a matter of attitude. Let alone something as simple as eating iced watermelon. Even if Jiang Wanwan wanted to eat roasted watermelon right now, Qin Song could make it happen. Upon hearing this, Qin Song did not hesitate and immediately stood up, saying, Okay, I'll go out and buy it now. The next moment, Jiang Wanwan pulled him away. Oh, I was just kidding. Where are we supposed to buy an iced watermelon this late at night? This is just asking the impossible. She just wanted Qin Song to give her an answer. She didn't actually want him to buy it. It's okay. I want to eat some iced watermelon too, Qin Song said. You can still buy it. KTVs and bars are open all night, and they sell fruit platters inside. If you want to buy chilled watermelon, just go there, but it will be many times more expensive than at the market. How about I pack some more barbecue to take home? After a fierce battle, he was a little hungry. Okay, I want to eat beef and chicken wings, chicken legs, shrimp, and scallops. Jiang Wanwan covered herself with the blanket, revealing her white, lotus root-like arms, and counted them one by one with her fingers. At that moment, she had only one feeling: happiness. It feels so good to have your casual remarks taken seriously. Would you like some alcohol? Beer? Qin Song asked again. Okay. Beer, 1 bottle each. A little wine can be enjoyable. For convenience, Qin Song simply hired a motorcycle taxi when he went out. First, I went to the KTV and bought 3 kilograms of iced watermelon and some other fruits, which cost 188 yuan, based on the price of the fruit platter. Then we went to a barbecue restaurant and got some barbecue to go. Besides what Jiang Wanwan wanted to eat, he also bought some other things, including 2 skewers of lamb kidneys, a dozen oysters, a small turtle, chicken, and beef tendon stew, and 2 cans of beer, totaling 400 yuan. After buying these things, I took a motorcycle taxi back to the hotel. The price was 80 yuan. The total distance was less than 5 kilometers, but because it was a chartered car, which lasted for an hour, it cost 80 yuan. If it weren't for convenience, Qin Song would have simply called a ride-hailing service. These motorcycle taxis are really expensive. Chapter 190, A Sleepless Night. Arriving at the room door, I rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door was opened a crack. Just as Qin Song was about to hand the things over to Jiang Wanwan, she saw her dash to the bed and shrink under the covers. Only then did he realize that Jiang Wanwan was only wearing a short nightgown and a pair of white stockings that went past her knees. The best choice is to slip into bed right away. Time for a midnight snack. Qin Song moved the table in the hotel room to the bedside, and then placed the fruit and barbecue snacks he had just bought on the table. This way you can eat while sitting on the bed. Come sit over here. What are you doing still huddled in the blankets? Okay. Jiang Wanwan replied timidly, slowly crawling out from under the covers. The original white lace nightgown was transformed into a short black nightgown with a cutout back. The white over-the-knee socks were changed to black over-the-knee socks. Wanwan you. Qin Song didn't expect that she would actually buy the black nightgown as well. He thought Jiang Wanwan had only bought a white nightgown. I just didn't want to get oil stains on my white nightgown when I was eating barbecue. That's why I didn't change my clothes specifically to show you," the girl said, blushing as she tried to explain. She looked down at her legs. Black stockings are more slimming than white ones, making legs look longer. The same goes for this black nightgown. The cinched waist and the openwork design at the chest add an extra touch of allure. Slightly disheveled, her long, flowing black hair and all-black attire transformed her from a cute, white-clad woman into a sexy, black-clad one. There's a saying, isn't there? Cuteness is worthless compared to sexiness. But I never said you wore this for me, did I? Qin Song said with a smile, staring intently at him. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes at him, clearly displeased with his behavior of taking advantage of her while pretending to be innocent. She picked up the white stockings she had just taken off and was about to throw them at him, but then she thought about it and realized that it seemed like a reward for him, so she put them down. The aroma of barbecue filled the entire room, and by then she was starving. Her stomach was already rumbling in protest. "All right, enough joking around. Come on over and eat some barbecue, or it'll get cold," Qin Song said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the girl wiggled her little bottom over, leaned closer to smell the aroma of barbecue, and her appetite was whetted. "Hey, you even bought oysters." Jiang Wanwan picked up her chopsticks, ate an oyster, turned her head to look at the two big, black things, and poked them with her chopsticks. "What is this? It smells so good. Oh, these are lamb kidneys. And this?" She pointed to a clay pot wrapped in tin foil. "This is a stew of soft-shelled turtle, chicken eggs, and ox penis." Jiang Wanwan glanced at the ingredients on the table. Besides the fruit, the food she specifically requested, and beer, there were also extra items: chives, oysters, lamb kidneys, and stewed turtle, chicken, and ox penis. And all of these extras share a well-known characteristic, which is, Qin Song, I think you don't need any more treatment. You're fine as you are," she said, still shaken. When she was having sex with Qin Song, she could clearly feel that Qin Song was deliberately restraining himself so that she would have a good experience during her first time. If Qin Song were to consume these again, given that she had already passed away once, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I probably won't be able to sleep tonight." "Wanwan, you misunderstood. I just bought these because I thought they tasted good. It has nothing to do with whether they are nutritious or not." Qin Song offered his own excuses. Supplementation is definitely necessary, and the earlier the better. You can't act recklessly just because you're young. You can start taking care of your health right after the college entrance examination. Then, he took a bite of the lamb kidney and almost spat it out the next second. "His breasts are so swollen. Are they really that sexy? Is this pleasant goat's kidney?" After forcing himself to swallow with a blank expression, he took a big gulp of beer, then picked up a piece of chives with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth to get rid of the taste. "Really? You seem to be struggling to swallow it." Jiang Wanwan was skeptical. "Aren't lamb kidneys not tasty?" "Of course it's true." Qin Song continued to argue, then continued to eat the kidneys in large bites. "It's so delicious, so flavorful." Lamb kidneys initially taste a bit gamey, but after a few bites, the flavor fades and they become easier to eat. But it's only convenient to eat. The taste is definitely not delicious. Compared to lamb kidneys, the stew with chives, oysters, turtle, chicken eggs, and ox penis is simply divine. It doesn't have a fishy or unpleasant smell. On the contrary, it smells especially good. Wanwan, would you like to try some? Qin Song ladled a bowl of soup made with turtle, chicken, and ox penis into a small plastic bowl given to him by the shop owner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan decisively shook her head. "No way. The ingredients for this stuff, besides turtle, are all weird and strange things." She doesn't want to drink it. She had finished the food she was responsible for, and she had also finished the can of beer. At this moment, there were two very obvious blushes on her cheeks. The girl was holding a disposable fruit fork and taking small bites of the fruit in the fruit plate. Besides watermelon, it also contains cantaloupe, dragon fruit, and cherry tomatoes. It has a sweet and sour taste, making it perfect for eating after a greasy barbecue. It can not only cut through the greasiness, but also aid digestion. "I left you half. I'm going to take another shower. I feel sticky and uncomfortable." After tidying up the remaining half of the fruit in the fruit bowl, Jiang Wanwan took a bath towel and went into the bathroom. She turned on the misting switch, and the sound of the shower head began to play. The ravenous Qin Song not only devoured all the ingredients and soup in the small-sized turtle, chicken, and ox penis stew, but also finished off the half of the fruit that Jiang Wanwan had left behind. After gulping down the last mouthful of beer, he let out a long, satisfying burp. As he listened to the sound of the shower in the bathroom, his lower abdomen slowly began to feel warm. He was sweating from eating so much that he wanted to take a shower. Looking at the tightly closed bathroom door, Qin Song gave up the idea of taking a shower together. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist while washing. The ground there is slippery. It would be bad if you fell. Qin Song turned his gaze to the bathtub by the floor-to-ceiling window and decided to take a quick shower there. But why does it get hotter the more I get soaked? Is the outlet stuffed with aphrodisiac powder? After washing off the sweat, he first lowered the air conditioner temperature by 2 degrees, then lay naked on the bed in a starfish position, wearing only shorts, which relieved him somewhat. A moment later, Jiang Wanwan, wearing a black nightgown, came out of the bathroom. Her face was rosy, and her long, fair neck was also rosy. Qin Song swallowed hard and sighed softly. It looks like tonight will be a sleepless night. Before the girl even reached the bedside, he sprang up in a flash, got off the bed, picked her up, and threw her onto the bed. Qin Song, turn off the lights first. Why turn off the lights? It's pitch black and I can't see anything. Chapter 191. Modern people are too conservative. At 5 in the morning, when it was almost dawn, the two of them took a bath together before getting ready for bed. Jiang Wanwan lay on her side in Qin Song's arms. She felt that her current state was very strange. It was both comfortable and tiring. My whole body felt tingly and numb, as if I had been struck by a weak electric current. Looking up, she saw Qin Song grinning mischievously at her, his hands starting to wander again. Hey, what are you doing? Stop fooling around. The girl tried to slap his greasy trotter away, but found she didn't even have the strength to lift her hand. You said you bought those foods not to nourish yourself, but you clearly did, Jiang Wanwan said, feeling ashamed and indignant. I've already told you there's no need to replenish it, but Qin Songfei stubbornly insists that he bought it to enjoy the taste, not to replenish it. After eating those foods, the effects kicked in, and he started eating her. In just over an hour, Qin Song had taken advantage of her several times. Thinking of this, Qin Song received another light punch to the chest, as if it hadn't happened at all. Although it hurt a bit the first time, it felt quite good later on. But you can't be this unrestrained. This has happened several times already. We can't let it happen again. Okay, I won't make a fuss anymore. Let's go to sleep. A wise person knows when to yield. Jiang Wanwan is visibly sleepy now. Her upper and lower eyelids are drooping. We can't bother her anymore now. Besides, I also need to rest. An 18-year-old's body is in good shape, but they should still control their desires. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Wanwan nestled in Qin Song's arms and fell asleep, even snoring softly. She seemed to be really tired. Looking down at the kitten-like figure in his arms, Qin Song's heart was suddenly touched. To lie in the same bed with someone you like, to sleep together, and to wake up together. This may seem like a very ordinary thing, but it is actually something that many people pursue their whole lives without ever achieving. There's a saying that goes like this. Sex is a cheating act in love. It takes a shortcut to intimacy. However, Qin Song believed that sex and love are inseparable. Platonic love, which seeks only spiritual resonance, is too far removed from ordinary people, so far removed that it is somewhat unrealistic. A lasting relationship should satisfy both the mind and the body. Neither belittles sex nor glorifies love. Both are beautiful. If both parties are willing to accept it, there's no need to be afraid to talk about sex. In a broad sense, love does not need to be defined by any behavior. Love is love, and it does not need to be mixed with anything else. But love, when applied to an individual, needs to be defined. Otherwise, how can we determine whether it is love for someone? This definition does not need to be understood by anyone other than the two main characters. As long as the two can be immersed in their own definition of love and live happily ever after, then that definition is correct for them. After all, only you know whether life is good or bad, and whether your shoes are rubbing your feet. Just like wetting your pants, even though others don't see it, the warmth is real. If you keep urinating, then you'll stay warm. He strongly agrees with a sentence in the book, The Heart of Broken Stories. Some people think love is sex, marriage, a kiss at 6 in the morning, and a bunch of kids. Maybe that's true, Miss Lights. But you know what I think? I think love is a hand that wants to touch, but then pulls back. Chin Song held the person in his arms and turned off both cell phone alarms and other alarms. He wouldn't allow his rest to be disturbed by alarms today. Afterwards, Chin Song reached out and turned off all the lights, and then fell into a deep sleep. Fucking City, known for its unpredictable weather, experienced a heavy rain at 6 a.m., but the rain stopped abruptly at 7 a.m., much to the delight of the locals. Office workers are relieved because they don't have to get up earlier than usual due to the weather, nor do they have to rush between bus stops and subway stations with umbrellas in the rain. At 11 a.m., the sun suddenly became very strong. The originally damp ground evaporated under the sunlight, turning the entire city into a steamer. Outdoor workers and those who can't work in air-conditioned rooms have a lot of unspeakable suffering. This kind of weather is even more unbearable than being under the scorching sun. The morning rain and the midday sun both foreshadowed that it was not a good day to go out. At 1:30 p.m., most of the workers had already started their afternoon work, and Chin Song squinted and struggled to wake up. He pinched the nose of the person in his arms, and the response he received was a soft hum. Then, unable to resist, she pinched the cherry and received a soft moan in response. "I'm so sleepy, stop it. I'm going to sleep a little longer," the person in my arms said, her voice languid and tinged with weariness. "Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. I want to sleep. Stop bothering me." "Then give me a kiss, and I won't bother you anymore," Chin Song joked. "No, I haven't brushed my teeth. Your breath smells so good, even without brushing your teeth. Give me a kiss, or I'll keep teasing you." The girl snorted in dissatisfaction, looked up and smacked her lips at Chin Song, then lay back down to sleep. In that instant, Chin Song suddenly felt an urge to get married. But the thought that he was only 19 and not yet of legal marriage age made him a little irritable. We have to wait another 3 years. People say that people in ancient times were conservative, but most of them got married at the age of 13 or 14 and had children immediately after marriage. In ancient times, when a man was 19 years old, his children were already 4 or 5 years old, able to run, jump, and urinate on their own. It's said that modern people are open-minded, and men can only get married at 22 and women at 20. That's too conservative, absolutely too conservative. They're a bunch of old fogies. Although people in ancient times would save their first time for their wedding night, that was all they could do. She got married at the age of 13 or 14, and that was her wedding night. Before that, he was only 11 or 12 years old. What can I do? What do I want to do? If it were now, he wouldn't even have graduated from elementary school. This is real torture. It can be used as both a prison and an incarceration. Although we can't get married and register our marriage, proposing can definitely be on the agenda. Some couples worry about whether to get engaged or propose first when their wedding is approaching. If you get engaged first, then the surprise of the proposal will be lost. However, if you propose first, and the two families disagree on wedding arrangements, such as dowry, car, and house, and the marriage falls through, then the proposal will be pointless. Chin and Song were fortunate enough not to have to worry about this matter. The probability that both sets of parents will agree to this marriage is absolutely 100%. Therefore, the order is quite clear. Proposal, engagement, marriage. The wedding will have to wait 3 years, but the proposal and engagement will not. However, this is a serious matter and requires careful consideration. It is unlikely to happen within the next year. The key to a marriage proposal is to be unexpected, romantic, and surprising. Therefore, everything from entering the venue to taking out the ring and kneeling on one knee requires planning. Chin and Song gave themselves at least a year. He plans to propose to Jiang Wanwan when he is between 20 and 21 years old. Before proposing, he had many things he wanted to do with Jiang Wanwan. As boyfriend and girlfriend, not as engaged couple. Chapter 192 Mistaken Mother. The joy of being in love, eating, drinking coffee, watching movies, traveling is something that can be bought, not something that two people create together. In this process, neither of them can see the other's deepest, most authentic side. When you're in a relationship, you should always find something challenging to do together. Only in this way can we see the most realistic side of how the other person handles things. Chin Song touched his stomach and found that he wasn't very hungry, so he decided to take a nap. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a noisy ringing sound rang out. A cell phone ringing in my dream? Chin Song didn't think much of it, pulled the blanket up a bit, and went back to sleep. The girl nestled in his arms had slept soundly, but was woken up by the ringing of a cell phone on the bedside table. The two have the same phone model, have changed their phone cases to matching couple designs, and have the same lock screen wallpaper and theme wallpaper. In this pitch-black environment, you can't tell the difference between the two phones without looking closely. Seeing the mommy contact name displayed on the phone screen, and knowing that Jiang Wanwan had also saved her mother's contact name as Mommy, she mistakenly thought the phone was hers and quickly woke Chin Song up. Chin Song, wake up. My mom's calling. Chin Song was still a little dazed after being shoved a few times, but after Jiang Wanwan repeated what she had just said, he immediately woke up from his drowsiness. Jiang Wanwan's mother called, and he was currently holding Jiang Wanwan in bed, sleeping. The fabric of their clothes combined wasn't even enough to make a long-sleeved shirt. How could he not panic? Your mother's phone call? Aunt Sue. Yes, she made a phone call, not a WeChat video call, so you don't need to hide, but don't say anything yet. Upon hearing this, Chin Song gave an okay sign and then made a zipping motion near his mouth. After confirming that she would not be exposed, Jiang Wanwan pressed the answer button. The next second, before Jiang Wanwan could even say hello, Lu Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Son, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Were you out playing with Wanwan? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened. It turns out this wasn't his own phone, but Chin Song's. She looked at Chin Song, handed him the phone, and gestured for him to take it. Chin Song reacted quickly, grabbing the phone and replying, Yes, Mom, I was just playing with Wanwan. I wasn't lying. I was indeed playing around just now. Happy birthday, son. There's money in your bank card. Buy whatever gift you want. Your dad and I didn't prepare a birthday present for you. Okay, Mom. Why is it so quiet over there? Oh, it's so sunny outside. Wanwan and I just got back to the hotel. We're going to take a nap and wait for the sun to set before going out to play. Chin Song glanced at Jiang Wanwan, who was huddled to the side, and with a smirk, continued, Mom, Wanwan is right here. Do you want to say something to her? As soon as she finished speaking, the girl's eyes widened immediately. What is this idiot Chin Song talking about? You can't just blurt this out. She immediately placed her hand on Chin Song's waist, pinching the soft flesh between her thumb and forefinger as a threat. What? Wanwan is next to you. You didn't turn on speakerphone, did you? Lu Yu exclaimed in surprise on the other end of the phone. Chin Song glanced at the speakerphone button lit up on his phone and lied. No, I didn't turn on speakerphone. Then you better watch your step, kid. Got it. Ouch. What's safety precautions? Mom, Wanwan is in the room next to mine. What are you thinking about? Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Anyway, just be careful. Whether it's your personal safety or the safety of strangers, you have to be careful. Understand? Okay, Mom, I know. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I'm so sleepy. I need to take a nap. After exchanging a few more casual words, the two hung up the phone. As soon as he hung up, Jiang Wanwan pounced on him and bit Chin Song's arm fiercely. Chin and Song dynasties. She was clearly very unhappy with Chin Song's reckless behavior earlier. If Aunt Lu knew we'd slept together after only a few days of dating, she'd definitely think I'm a promiscuous girl, boo-hoo. Oh no, my mom knows you too well. Can't we even let Annie know? Okay, don't let her know. Chin Song, who was pinned down by the little one, quickly begged for mercy. That's more like it. Jiang Wanwan snorted. You're just relying on your mother's phone number. If my mother calls, let's see if you still dare to say that. Dare? Of course I dare. Chin Song retorted stubbornly. However, the same phone rang again the next second. Jiang Wanwan turned on the light and, after confirming that it was her phone, handed it to Qin Song. Here, my phone, my mom's phone number. If you dare, say what you just said again. Answer it. Why aren't you answering? Answer? Qin Song dared not answer. He was immediately drenched in sweat. He slept with someone else's daughter several times and felt incredibly guilty. I need to pee. I'm going to the toilet. Urine escape technique activated, Qin Song said, grabbing his phone and running straight into the bathroom. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan smiled smugly before pressing the answer button. The two parents were traveling together, so they naturally needed to agree on a story. So Jiang Wanwan roughly repeated what Qin Song had just said to Lu Yu, and the two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Don't hide in the bathroom. The call is over, she shouted towards the bathroom. A moment later, Qin Song tiptoed out and asked in a low voice, What did Aunt Sue ask you? You've asked so many questions, Jiang Wanwan said seriously. You've asked if you've bullied me, if you've taken advantage of me, if you've dragged me into bed to look at your glow-in-the-dark watch, and... As she was talking, she suddenly burst out laughing and couldn't continue the story. All right, you dare to scare me? Watch my ultimate move. Qin Song pounced on him. The two started fighting again, their back-and-forth exchanges quite lively. Chapter 193, I'll buy you a car. After the fight, Qin Song entered a state of enlightenment, beginning to feel remorse and regret. It's so decadent, so utterly decadent. So far today, all I've done is work. The country still needs to be built, and technical challenges still need to be overcome. We, the younger generation, should strive harder. So he picked up his phone and sent a message to Hishan. Qin Song, keep it up, brother. The future of the nation depends on you. 2019 National Science Champion. A reply was received just moments later. Hishan. Okay, all done. I can finally relax and lie down comfortably. Are you hungry? Should we order some dishes and have the hotel send them over? Qin Song asked. This hotel has a restaurant where you can order food to be delivered to your door without extra delivery fees. Okay, I'll order. Jiang Wanwan picked up the menu from the bedside table and started choosing. Her purpose in volunteering was to prevent Qin Song from ordering any more of those nourishing foods. They came here for vacation, not to have sex. If I'm going to be cooped up in a hotel all day, I might as well go home. A hotel room isn't cheap for one night. Since Jiang Wanwan had taken on the task of ordering food, Qin Song didn't plan to interfere anymore. Aside from the variable of Houtuinia cordata, a type of herb, their tastes in food are quite similar. As someone who loves spicy food, Jiang Wanwan managed to eat bland meals with Qin Song when he was sick, so as not to tempt him into having a craving for spicy food. Naturally, she didn't forget that Qin Song doesn't eat Houtuinia cordata, a type of herb. So you don't have to worry about ordering something you don't like. He was engrossed in playing on his phone, and after a while, the girl still hadn't ordered her food. Turning his head in confusion, he saw Jiang Wanwan whispering, Qin Song, how about we order takeout? The food at this hotel is so expensive. Although she had lunch at the hotel restaurant yesterday, Qin Song handled the ordering and payment, so she didn't know the exact prices. I thought the price wouldn't be too high, but who would have thought that just one dish of stir-fried pork with chili peppers would cost 98 yuan? It's okay, the point of going out is to enjoy yourself. The price was a bit high, but still acceptable. When traveling, there are some expenses that need to be paid. Save your money, spend it wisely, and ride your bike to the bar. A plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers costs 98 yuan, but we can make a big plate of it at home for only 10 yuan. Although Qin Song was right, Jiang Wanwan still felt very sorry for him. But takeout food isn't always hygienic. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's hesitation, Qin Song opened the food delivery app, found several restaurants with many negative reviews, and showed her pictures of hygiene issues raised by customers in the reviews. Hair, steel wool, flies, cockroaches. He then opened the review section of the hotel's takeout shop, where there were also negative reviews, but they were all about the taste, mostly complaining that the taste had changed due to the long delivery time. There wasn't a single negative review regarding hygiene issues. There's a reason why it's expensive. Since we're both on vacation, we should prioritize hygienic, healthy, and delicious food. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if we got sick, Qin Song advised. How about I order something? I'm starving. To stop Jiang Wanwan from agonizing over it any longer, Qin Song took the menu. Don't order too much. The two of us can't eat that much, the girl reminded them. Not much, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. That's 4 dishes in total. We're both hungry, we can definitely finish them. He glanced at the menu, choosing stir-fried loofah as a vegetarian dish, deer antler and pork tripe soup as a soup, and dong and chicken and spicy crayfish as meat dishes. Food costs money too, 10 yuan a bucket, the kind that's insulated. Since we already had 4 dishes, we only ordered a bucket of rice. There's no need to buy drinks at the hotel, they're the same as what you find in stores, but the price is about twice as high. So after ordering their food, the two of them also ordered 2 kumquat lemonades on the food delivery app. Compared to milk tea, they both prefer fruit tea that is slightly sweet and sour. Not only does it cut through the greasiness and stimulate the appetite, but it also has a much lower calorie content. The meal plus 2 cups of fruit tea cost about 500 yuan. I'll pay, Jiang Wanwan said. Qin Song shook his head. No need, no need. You can order by scanning a QR code. The menu is just to help us see the dishes. I've already scanned the code, ordered, and paid. Huh? Okay. But you've been the one paying for everything on this trip. I haven't contributed a single penny. How about I transfer the money to you? The girl said softly. She felt this wasn't right. Although she and Qin Song were boyfriend and girlfriend, childhood sweethearts, and their families were very close, she still wanted to do something for Qin Song. She didn't want Qin Song to be the only one making financial contributions in this relationship. Her upbringing did not allow her to do so. No need. I have enough money. My mom gave me a lot of dating funds. If she finds out that you're paying for our trips and meals, she might freeze my card, Qin Song threatened her. Freezing the account is impossible, but getting scolded is certain. What are they scolding? They're scolding their son for being useless and immature. Given the relationship between the two families, and the fact that the two are boyfriend and girlfriend. If the family's financial situation is average, it's not a big deal for the woman to contribute some money. But the cost of this day's trip is less than the interest earned from depositing your savings in the bank. In this situation, there is no need for the woman to pay any more money. Of course, Liu wouldn't think this way if Qin Song's girlfriend wasn't Jiang Wanwan. This is a double standard, but the Qin and Song dynasties liked it very much. Oh, I see. Then you pay for the trip, and once we get our driver's licenses, I'll buy you a car. My mom gave me a bank card and said there's 10 million in it. Although the phone number linked to my mother's account is available for her to see the spending records, she definitely won't say anything as long as I tell her that the money was spent on you. Don't you guys all like sports cars? I'll buy you one. What was that car called again? A Lamborghini. A Ferrari. No, that's not its name. What was it again? Upon hearing that Su Xiaoling had given Jiang Wanwan a card with 10 million yuan in it, Qin Song shed tears of envy. My parents only gave me 3 million yuan in the card. Even if I added up all my recent royalties, it wouldn't be that much, since the major part, the IP, hadn't been finalized yet. Moreover, Qin Song had already planned how to use the money in his hands. He learned from his previous illness. I absolutely cannot let Jiang Wanwan sleep alone, and I can't sleep alone either. It's just too dangerous. So he had his eye on a school district property on a second-hand housing app a long time ago. Chapter 194 Itinerary. That apartment is very, very close to Jiangxing University. How close exactly? The house was located in a residential area built more than 10 years ago, right next to Jiangxing University. It could be said to be part of the university town area of Jiangxing University. Taking classes in those more distant teaching buildings is even more advantageous than living in the dormitory in terms of distance. The house has a property certificate and is located in a good school district. Although it is only about 70 or 80 square meters, the price is still incredibly high. Qin Song roughly calculated that buying the house, plus simple renovations and the purchase of furniture and appliances, would almost empty all of Qin Song's pockets. But Qin Song supports Jiang Wanwan's choice to live in the dormitory or commute to school. If Jiang Wanwan were to choose for herself, Qin Song would actually prefer her to stay in the dormitory. Because of her father's death when she was young, Jiang Wanwan only expresses her emotions in front of people she is very familiar with. If she can find 3 good roommates, it will help change her personality. But whether you live in a dormitory or commute from school, you still need to buy a house. Not to mention preparing for a master's or doctoral degree. Even if you only consider buying this house as an investment, it's still a profitable investment. As one of the top universities in fucking city, the price of school district housing in Jiangxing University will not fall even if it does not rise much. If another demolition occurs, it will truly be like Qin Shi Huang getting an electric shock, completely stunned. Besides, if you usually live in a dormitory, you can occasionally go to the house you bought to have some fun. After all, dormitories aren't like houses you own, with such good conditions. Independent washing machine, dryer, and dishwasher, separate bathroom and kitchen. And you can also unlock some new locations. Thinking of this, Qin Song couldn't help but let out a hee-hee laugh. Hearing this eerie laughter, Jiang Wanwan, who was sitting next to him, quietly moved her bottom away from him. She has finally discovered the truth. Whenever Qin Song inexplicably bursts into laughter, and you don't know why he's laughing, just think of it in a suggestive way. Thinking of this, she picked up Qin Song's phone, looked at the names of the dishes he had ordered, and then took out her own phone and searched for them. Sure enough, the deer antler and pork tripe soup in this dish is good for the kidneys. Good heavens, why does this person need to take supplements with every meal? I really can't take it anymore. Enraged, she kicked him, but Qin Song reacted quickly and grabbed her foot, then slid her down to the sole of his foot. The next instant, the little feet immediately retracted. Jiang Wanwan looked at him with shame and indignation. How can you eat everything? They eat here, they eat there, and now they're even eating with their feet. Upon hearing this, Qin Song feigned seriousness and said, Wanwan, do you know? If someone asks me which part of your body I like, I'll say the whole thing. I love your eyes, because they have seen the ups and downs of the world, witnessed the joys and sorrows of life, until our eyes met in the vast sea of people. I love your hands because they have touched the changing times and witnessed the passage of time, until they intertwined with my fingers. I love your lips, because they have toiled half their lives, tasted the warmth and coldness of life, and known the saltiness, sweetness, bitterness, and spiciness, until they kissed me. I love your ears, for they have heard the coming of all things and the whispers of distant history, until they hear the beating of my heart. But if I had to choose my favorite, I would choose your feet, because they have traversed the land, endured the dust, and crossed the canals until you met me. However, Jiang Wanwan was not fooled at all. Don't give me that. You just like eating my feet. You lied to me like that last night too. Are you trying to use the same trick twice? Okay, I just like eating your feet. Qin Song openly and frankly admitted it, which left Jiang Wanwan speechless. So you finally admit you're a pervert? The girl's eyes widened. What do you mean I finally admitted it? I've never denied it, okay? Qin Song spread his hands innocently. Being a pervert to strangers is called being a pervert, but being a pervert to your girlfriend is called being romantic. Jiang Wanwan. The food ordered through the hotel's mini program was delivered by robots. Once the robot arrives at the door, the landline on the bedside table will automatically ring to remind the guest to pick up their meal. Meanwhile, if the room lacks toiletries or similar items, the robot can deliver them for free via a mini program, which is quite convenient. The projector and screen in the room are from major brands, and VIP memberships for various video streaming platforms are also available. The two moved the table to the bedside, placed the food on the table, and sat on the bed to eat and watch a movie. After finishing their meal, the two of them each took out their phones and did their own thing. Jiang Wanwan downloaded a car viewing app, planning to choose a car from it to give to Qin Song. Qin Song, on the other hand, contacted the homeowner who was selling the house and arranged to view the property the day after tomorrow morning. If everything is confirmed to be in order, then it can be finalized. After all, renovations will take some time, and the summer vacation is a good time to do so we can move in as soon as school starts. While he was playing on his phone, his editor, Manhwa, suddenly sent him a message. Red Moon. Chili, are you free these days? The copyright buyer wants to finalize the contract within the next week. The sooner they finalize it, the sooner they can start developing the copyright. Red Moon. We talked before, didn't we? You said you had a way to increase IP prices even further, which would benefit both our company and you personally. Our company's people and the buyer's people are currently in fucking city. When would be convenient for you to come over? We can fully reimburse your travel expenses. Everything will be charged at the maximum rate. Both in fucking city? What a coincidence. Chin Song, I'm in fucking city right now. You can decide the time. I'm free for the next 3 days, except for the day after tomorrow when I have something to do. He planned to stay in fucking city for another 3 days. His next travel destination, Chin Song, had already been decided, and his schedule was very full. When I returned home after my second trip, it was almost exactly the time when the college entrance exam results were released. Red Moon, that's great. There's no time like the present. How about tomorrow afternoon? The IP buyer has been asking our company to meet with you several times already. Chin Song, okay, no problem. Just send me the address after you've confirmed it. After replying to the message, Chin Song raised his hand and rubbed his temples. I thought I could finally relax a bit, but my schedule was booked up in no time. I need to go to Qingshan Lake tomorrow morning. As one of the must-see attractions in fucking city, there's no reason not to go since I'm already here. I need to discuss the IP contract this afternoon. I plan to go see a movie with Jiang Wanwan tonight, so we can successfully check off the 3 most popular dating spots in fucking city. I'll go see the house the day after tomorrow morning. After buying it, I need to find a reliable designer in the afternoon to finalize the renovation plan. I also need to use the best building materials and minimize harmful substances like formaldehyde so that I can move in when school starts. I can sleep in late the morning after tomorrow and then head to my next travel destination in the afternoon. Chapter 195. If the older sister wants the younger brother will give it to her. Chin Song, this car is so small and can only seat 2 people. Why is it so expensive? Jiang Wanwan looked at her phone with a bitter face. She originally planned to choose a cool car for Chin Song, but after looking at them, they were all so expensive. A car can easily cost 3 or 4 million, and it can only seat 2 people. Chin Song chuckled and explained, a car isn't necessarily more expensive the bigger it is, or cheaper the smaller it is. He took Jiang Wanwan's phone, opened the car viewing app, pointed to the Ferrari logo, and said, this brand makes high-performance sports cars, and it's very famous. The engines and transmissions of its models are far superior to those of ordinary cars, and coupled with the brand effect, they are more expensive. Okay, Jiang Wanwan said weakly, I don't understand these things. I thought the bigger the car, the more people it could seat, the more expensive it was. Let me think about it again. This only seats 2 people, it's not cost-effective at all. Then she made another selection. Hey, Chin Song, how about this one? Everyone online says this car is every man's fantasy. You should like it? Moreover, this car can seat 5 people, which is much more cost-effective than those that can only seat 2 people. Upon hearing this, Chin Song immediately leaned over to look at the phone screen. Sure enough, the car Jiang Wanwan mentioned was the Audi RS7 belonging to the suit-wearing thug. But this car hasn't had a new model since 2016. Isn't it a bit old? Jiang Wanwan thought the car was a bit old, but otherwise it was perfect for her. It costs 2 million, less than half the price of those small sports cars, and it can seat 5 people. He is getting a bit old, Chin Song echoed. If a new RS7 were available, he would buy it without hesitation, but now that 2019 is already halfway over, buying a 2016 RS7 is indeed a bit outdated. Buy this one. Chin Song fiddled with his phone for a bit and pulled up a picture of the Audi RS4 Avant. This car has this year's new model. Although it's not as good as the RS7, it's still pretty good. Moreover, this is a station wagon, which has a large trunk space and can also fit a suitcase on top. When we go camping, picnics, or road trips, we can bring tents, sunshades, tables, benches, and so on. It's more convenient than a regular sedan. The horsepower is also good, with a 2.9T twin-turbocharged engine producing 450 horsepower and an official 0-100 km h acceleration time of 4.1 seconds. Upon hearing these words, the girl's eyes instantly sparkled. She didn't understand what Chin Song meant by horsepower or twin turbocharging. She didn't care how many seconds it took to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h. But when she heard that driving this car would make it easier to go camping, picnicking, and road trips with Chin Song, she couldn't help but be happy. Okay, this car is the one. We'll buy it after you get your driver's license. I'll buy it for you. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan wished Qin Song would get his driver's license as soon as possible so that she could sit in the passenger seat of Qin Song and go camping, picnicking, and road trip with him. She initially thought the car looked ugly and cost nearly 1 million yuan, which wasn't worth it at all. But the moment Qin Song said those words, she instantly felt it was all worth it. A car worth 1 million. You think you can just give it to me for free? Of course. Call me rich sister, and I'll buy it for you, Jiang Wanwan said smugly. That rich lady must have something else in mind if she buys me such an expensive car, right? As Qin Song spoke, he moved his buttocks toward her. Oh, I get it. If you want your brother's body, then just say so. Even if you don't buy him a car, he's willing to offer himself to you. As Qin Song spoke, he began to speak in a risque tone. I ate too much nourishing food last night. I overdid it, and the effects haven't worn off yet. No, that's not true. We just finished eating. Stop messing around, and don't do anything strenuous. It's okay, we've been eating for almost an hour. Besides, we just need to avoid strenuous activity, right? But, Xiaodu, close the curtains. Okay, the curtains are closed for you. Rich lady, your little brother is hungry and wants to eat. Sister, can you be a little gentler with your brother? Qin Song said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Jiang Wanwan clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, If you talk to me in that weird tone again, I'll punch you. No pain, no gain. Qin Song's hard work and dedication earned him an Audi RS4 Avant, a gift from the wealthy Jiang Wanwan, which he took delivery of on the very day he received his driver's license. Although you can buy it in advance, you don't have a driver's license, so you can't drive it even if you buy it, which is unnecessary. The girl, covered in sweat, went to the bathroom to take a shower. Only Qin Song was miserable, holding a hairdryer and drying the bed sheets. The sweat from their work left the sheets damp, and it would be uncomfortable to sleep without drying them. Looks like we'll have to book a standard room next time. We still need to make sure the wet and dry areas are separated, otherwise bacteria can easily grow. After Jiang Wanwan finished showering, Qin Song also went in and took a shower. After coming out, Jiang Wanwan muttered, We can't stay in the hotel tomorrow. We need to go out and visit some sites or something. Otherwise we might as well stay at home. The girl, having been tormented all day, was complaining about her dissatisfaction. Wanting to go out and see tourist attractions and go sightseeing is one aspect. Jiang Wanwan was very willing to spend time with Qin Song. But if they stayed together all the time, especially in a private place like a hotel room, she really couldn't take it anymore. She felt comfortable, but also incredibly tired. She felt like her bones were about to fall apart. Even though Qin Song was very gentle, it couldn't withstand too many repetitions. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. You said before that I could just bring someone with me when we went on the trip. Are you going to go back on your word now? Or are you saying you asked me to bring someone over just so we can have some fun together? The girl's large eyes scrutinized Qin Song, and she asked skeptically. Of course not. Qin Song immediately retorted. Today is a special case. Don't worry, I've already arranged the itinerary for the next 3 days. It definitely won't be like today, where I spent the whole day in the hotel. What are your plans? Jiang Wanwan asked expectantly. She greatly admired Qin Song's ability to arrange everything so meticulously. That way, she can just follow Qin Song without using her brain, and she's sure to be right. Chapter 196 Hanfu Rental. Tomorrow morning we'll go to Qingshan Lake, the one the driver mentioned. Then in the afternoon, I need to discuss a contract for my novel. You'll come with me. After we finish the contract, we'll go out for dinner and a movie together in the evening, and then go back to the hotel, Qin Song said. Jiang Wanwan was quite satisfied with the morning and evening arrangements, but she didn't quite understand the afternoon arrangements. You have a contract to discuss for your novel. Is it really appropriate for me to go? Jiang Wanwan asked doubtfully. I think it's a good idea. I have an idea that I need your cooperation on. If you go there, we might be able to negotiate a higher price. Qin Song said. Actually, the idea is quite simple. Just make your identity public. When he and Jiang Wanwan left the examination hall after the college entrance examination, they were interviewed, and the interview became a hot topic in Jiangxing for a while. Their college entrance exam scores were definitely high enough to get them into Tsinghua and Peking universities. The two kisses during the interview were quite sensational. Before the college entrance examination, Chin Song also pulled a stunt in the book, which was to ask for 2 days off, and the reason for the leave was the college entrance examination. Although he has resumed updating his blog after the college entrance examination, he has not revealed any other information. Some jealous people in the book circle are now questioning whether Chin Song is using the excuse of taking 2 days off during the college entrance examination to create hype. So far, Chin and Song have not come forward to offer any explanation. And now is the time to unveil the mystery. The number of dissenting voices within the book industry is increasing, and the book's popularity is also rising. At this point, all he needs to do is show the interview video to the copyright holder and then show them the scores of the two students in the 3 mock exams before the college entrance examination. There's no need to say anything else. Anyone with a bit of business sense knows how much buzz this can generate. Once the college entrance exam results are released, release the previous interview videos again, and then by some Douyin, TikTok, content to generate more buzz. Shocking. A student who scored 700 points on this year's college entrance exam has written such a wildly popular novel on Tomato Novel Network. Can one really balance studying for exams and writing a novel? The answer is yes. He is unbelievable. Childhood sweethearts both scored over 700 on their college entrance exams, and the guy even earns over $1 million a year writing novels in his spare time. Chin and Song even came up with a title for them. Besides, you also have a reason to go, he continued. What's the reason? Jiang Wanwan asked. My editor is a woman. Okay, then I have to go, Jiang Wanwan said immediately. What about the day after tomorrow and the day after that? We're moving to another place for tourism the day after tomorrow. As for the itinerary for the day after tomorrow, well, it's a surprise. What's the surprise? I already said it's a surprise. Of course, I can only tell you the day after tomorrow. The two of them had a full schedule for tomorrow, so they didn't bother with anything else. The electric curtains opened, and outside the window, the clouds drifted slowly. The sun was setting, and the distant sky was bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, turning a uniquely natural orange hue. Summer nights come later than usual. Even though it's past 7 o'clock, the sky is still not completely dark. The two watched 2 movies in a row while operating the projector. Operation Red Sea and Animal World. Both movies were pretty good, but there's a star in the second movie whose career is going to collapse in 2 or 3 years because of vote counting. The next morning, as dawn broke and the sun rose in the east, the first light of day appeared. Although the breeze on a summer morning is much cooler than at noon, it still carries a hint of restlessness. The two of them had already gotten up and washed up by 7 o'clock. There was no other reason. I was simply hungry. Otherwise, I'd have to sleep for another half hour. When you arrive in a new place and want to try the local delicacies, the hole-in-the-wall restaurants on the streets and alleys are the best choice. The taste and price are both within the acceptable range for the general public. After walking to the urban village and having a simple local breakfast, the two took a taxi to Qingshan Lake. Tickets are 40 yuan per person, and each ticket comes with a bag of fish food worth 10 yuan. It has to be said, tourist attractions really know how to do business. A 40 yuan ticket includes 10 yuan worth of fish food, which seems like a great deal for tourists, but in reality, the fish food will eventually end up in the stomachs of the koi in the lake. Moreover, tourists also served as fish feeders free of charge. As long as there are enough tourists every day, the staff at the scenic area don't need to feed the fish themselves, and they don't even have to pay for the fish food, because the cost of the fish food is already included in the ticket price. However, these analyses are all based on economics. The emotional value that tourists gain from feeding the fish is what they need. After scanning their tickets, the two received 2 packets of fish food from the staff and walked through the antique buildings to the shore of Qingshan Lake. Qingshan Lake, despite being called a lake, is actually not that big. It is precisely because of its small size that the artificially planted lotus flowers and leaves can easily cover the lake's surface, creating a stunning sight. Chin Song, I just saw some Hanfu rental shops around here. Should we rent a couple of Hanfu before taking pictures? The girl poked Chin Song's arm and pointed to a series of Hanfu rental shops to the south. Jiang Wanwan fell in love with Hanfu after wearing that red winter Hanfu during the last Chinese New Year. Compared to the strange and unusual clothes on the runway at a certain fashion week, Hanfu stands out like a crane among chickens. Okay, Qin Song readily agreed. The lake's surface covered with lotus leaves and flowers, combined with the nearby antique buildings, makes this scene look more like the backyard of an ancient royal or noble mansion. In this setting, wearing a Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, and smiling for a photo would be perfect. The two chose the largest shop among these Hanfu rental stores. Although it's still early, there are already some tourists browsing clothes in the store. As soon as Qin Song and Jiang Wanwan entered, the shop assistants greeted them very warmly. In addition to the high rent, shops inside the scenic area also have to give a percentage of their turnover to the scenic area. With all the costs added up, the price of renting Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, at Qingshan Lake Scenic Area is not cheap. He glanced at the price list hanging on the wall. 88 for 1 hour, 188 for 3 hours. Makeup and styling, 98 renminbi per person, deposit 300 renminbi per set. The shop is about 200 square meters in size, and it is filled with Hanfu, traditional Han clothing, suitable for summer wear. I estimate there are probably several hundred pieces. Looking at the various Hanfu in front of her, Jiang Wanwan couldn't resist any longer and immediately ran to the coat rack with colors and styles that she liked to choose Hanfu. Chapter 197, I have a bold idea. Looking at the Hanfu hanging on the walls and coat racks, and the people coming and going in and out of the fitting rooms, Qin Song couldn't help but ask the shop assistant, "Do you put these Hanfu back up immediately after the previous customer rents them?" Upon hearing this, the shop assistant smiled and explained, "After each customer returns the Hanfu, we clean and disinfect it before hanging it up again for customers to choose from and rent. You don't need to worry about hygiene." The shop assistant spoke with great sincerity. The fresh scent you smell as soon as you enter the store, and the clean Hanfu hanging on the racks and walls, all prove this point. It seems the hygiene issue is okay. But Qin Song still felt a bit uncomfortable. I don't know whose clothes they were, but after washing them, they were given to the next person to wear. I don't know if that person has skin disease, infectious disease, or if they put anything strange on the Hanfu. Even though it had been disinfected, he still felt uncomfortable. "Do you have any brand new Hanfu here?" he asked. The shop assistant paused for a moment, then immediately replied, "Yes, but those Hanfu are not available for rent. Because those Hanfu are much more expensive than the Hanfu that are usually available for rent, the materials are also much higher quality, and the designs are complete, such as hairpins, headdresses, and pendants, so." The shop assistant spoke tactfully, but what he said conveyed the same meaning. If there are new ones, they are not available for rent. If you want to wear them, you have to buy them directly, and you have to buy the whole set, which is very expensive. She spoke very politely, without any hint of looking down on anyone. She was simply stating the shop's rules. "We need to buy the whole set, and then the price will be a bit higher, right? No problem. Can you take us to see it?" After saying this, Qin Song walked to Jiang Wanwan's side, took her hand, and whispered to her, "Let's not look at these hanging outside. There are even more beautiful ones in the rooms inside." Really, the girl's eyes lit up instantly. In her eyes, these were already very beautiful. She never expected there to be even more beautiful ones inside. "Won't that be very expensive? Let's go take a look first." After saying that, Qin Song took her hand and followed the shop assistant into a small room at the back of the shop. There were only 20 or 30 Hanfu hanging inside, fewer in color and style than the Hanfu outside, but the fabric was obviously of much higher quality and the colors were more vibrant. After some deliberation, the two finally chose a light green summer dress with a cross-collar design and a hint of blue. Jiang Wanwan liked the color and style, and the size was also just right. Jiang Wanwan originally wanted to pick out one for Qin Song, but Qin Song rejected it. There are no men's styles of Hanfu here, only women's styles. Among the Hanfu available for repeated rental outside, there are very few men's styles. Most are women's styles. Qin Song still found it hard to accept wearing clothes that others had worn, even if they had been washed and disinfected. Who knows if the person washing clothes was slacking off? Instead of spending money to make yourself uncomfortable, it's better to just be a helpful photographer. Take some nice photos of Jiang Wanwan. and then post them in the "We Are a Loving Family" WeChat group to show off. He quietly asked the shop assistant and found out that the price of this Hanfu set was 3,888, which included a hairpin, a headdress, and a small jade pendant to hang at the waist. The actual price is definitely not worth that much, but shops always need to make some money, which is understandable. One good thing is that the Hanfu can be dry cleaned once for free. Moreover, it can be delivered within an hour, and then you can wear the clean Hanfu that has been dry cleaned. Jiang Wanwan confirmed that she wanted this set, and while she was handing the Hanfu to the shop assistant to have it dry cleaned, Qin Song secretly went to the cashier to pay for it without letting her know how much it cost. An hour later, the Hanfu was delivered. The girl who had previously worn winter Hanfu didn't need the shop assistant's help. She changed into her clothes all by herself in the fitting room. The hairpin was inserted, the headdress was put on, and the small jade pendant at the waist was hung up. When she came out of the fitting room, all eyes were immediately drawn to her. Several boys were caught staring so intently by their girlfriends that they were forced to have their ears twisted as a punishment. Jiang Wanwan refused the shop's makeup service, even though it was offered free of charge, because Qin Song had previously said that she was already very beautiful without makeup, and that he preferred her without makeup. So since then, Jiang Wanwan has not planned to wear makeup anymore, but she does not neglect her daily skincare and sun protection routine. Upon seeing Qin Song, the girl immediately ran towards him, much to the envy of those around her. "Dude, you're not only tall and handsome, but how come your girlfriend is also so beautiful? Are you trying to kill me? Aren't you afraid I'll jump off a building?" The moment Qin Song saw Jiang Wanwan wearing that Hanfu, only one word came to his mind: white. When the shop assistant introduced this Hanfu, they said that green makes one's skin look fairer, but Qin Song didn't really feel that way. But after Jiang Wanwan came out wearing this light green cross-collar Ruchuan, he realized that green really does make one's skin look fairer. Among the group of people in the store, she was truly fair-skinned to the point of being radiant. Even though only her hands, neck, and a small head were visible, her skin still looked very fair. This white isn't a sickly white, but rather a white with a hint of pink, looking just like a white strawberry, making you want to take a bite. At that moment, a very bold idea suddenly popped into Qin Song's mind. That is, hee. The girl approached him, lifted her skirt, twirled around, and said with a smile, "How is it? Does it look good?" Upon hearing this, Qin Song immediately wiped the smirk off his face, examined the man closely, and said, "TSK. How should I put it?" Seeing Qin Song's hesitant look, Jiang Wanwan asked in confusion, "Does it not look good? Or is there something wrong with what you're wearing?" "That shouldn't be the case. I looked in the mirror in the fitting room, and everything was all set up. Is it because you don't like this color? You should have told me sooner. It's already been washed, so we definitely can't change it anymore." Chapter 198, Giving the Pervert Two Big Cunts. She felt a pang of sympathy. She originally wore this Hanfu to show off to Qin Song, but now that Qin Song doesn't like it, isn't it a waste of money? Judging by the material, it must be expensive. When asked how much the Qin and Song dynasty items cost, he wouldn't say, only that they weren't expensive and were a good deal. He's wasting money again. How is he going to make a living in the future? This money is enough to buy many kilograms of pork ribs. No, it's not that I dislike this color. I just don't know how to say it. That's right. You're so beautiful that you look good in anything. So this Hanfu pales in comparison to you. If you say it looks good, you look good in anything. If you say it doesn't look good, this Hanfu is not even as good as one of your toes, so it can't be considered good looking. But whatever clothes you wear will definitely look good, that's for sure. Qin Song said in a very serious tone. Yeah, she looks good in anything, but if she weren't wearing clothes, that would look even better. As soon as she finished speaking, a blush immediately spread across the girl's cheeks, and her neck and ears turned a lovely pinkish white. The strawberries turned from white to pink, making them look even more tempting to try. She patted her ample chest and let out a soft sigh. You scared me to death. I thought you didn't like what I was wearing. I'm relieved to hear that. She was very happy to receive Qin Song's praise. But this metaphor is rather strange. What do you mean by not even being as good as one of your own toes? Does Qin Song expect me to wear this outfit while he sucks on my toes? That's strange. Damn, Absolutely damn. Let's get back to the question itself. As a perfect scorer in the survival instinct test, would Chin Song answer this potentially fatal question incorrectly? What kind of international joke is this? No matter what Jiang Wanwan wears, whether it looks good or not, she will always look good. Before answering, you need to scrutinize them carefully, occasionally clicking your tongue, nodding slightly, and having your eyes light up. This will make your girlfriend feel that you made your evaluation after carefully reading it. If you don't even glance at it, or only give a cursory glance before making a judgment, you're likely to be labeled as perfunctory, which would be like trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead, losing both your wife and your army. After changing clothes, it was time for the photo shoot. As Miss Zhang's personal photographer and exclusive bed warmer, Chin Song naturally took on this responsibility without question. Just a little bit to the left, oh yes. Chin Song took out his phone and pressed the shutter, and one photo after another was taken. These photos were taken with the intention of keeping the photographer away from crowds and all modern elements. The background is either scenery or ancient-style buildings built within the scenic area. She paired it with a small round fan provided by the store, sometimes fanning herself lightly, sometimes covering her face. Without any extra movements, the playfulness and liveliness in the photo are almost overflowing. After taking photos of 10 different backgrounds, the two finally sat down at a beverage shop in the scenic area, enjoying the air conditioning, cold drinks, and photos on their phones. No need for Photoshop, it's already perfect. While sipping his cold drink, Chin Song tried to persuade her, watching Jiang Wanwan open a photo editing app and start fiddling with the photos she had just taken. The operation seems very impressive, but it's actually just one-click beautification, and then you adjust this and that. The group photos were taken with extra care. After doing all this, the girl posted the photos in the group chat of her loving family, and they received unanimous praise. Yes, that's right. The group chat that includes both families has been renamed, We Are a Loving Family. Lu Yu, our Wanwan is so beautiful. She looks like a little princess in Hanfu. Su Qiaoling, Wanwan and Chin Song's photo looks pretty good together. Why isn't Chin Song wearing Hanfu? Chinong, the people and scenery in the photo blend together perfectly. Thumbs up. Seeing that the photos had been commented on, Jiang Wanwan quickly picked up her phone and replied to each message. Especially Lu Yu's line, our Wanwan. The girl liked it very much. After resting for a while, it was almost 11 a.m. After discussing it, the two decided to go back to the hotel for dinner. Firstly, Jiang Wanwan wanted to go back to the hotel to change out of her hanfu so that she wouldn't get oil stains on it while eating. Secondly, they both got up early today and were quite busy in the morning, so they were both a bit tired. After returning to the hotel and having lunch, I can take a nap so I won't feel sleepy when discussing the contract in the afternoon. Before leaving, they had to deal with the remaining bag of fish food. There were 2 packs of fish food in total. One pack was used when Jiang Wanwan was taking pictures of the koi eating, so there is 1 pack left. Arriving at the lakeside, separated by a small 80 centimeters high fence, Chin Song and Jiang Wanwan slowly scattered the fish food from the bag onto the lake. The moment the fish food hit the water's surface, the koi in the lake immediately swam over and began fighting over it. With its mouth wide open, it ate with gurgling sounds, and the brown fish food floating on the surface of the water disappeared completely in less than 3 seconds. However, an accident occurred while the two were feeding the fish. A red and white koi fish vigorously swung its tail and leaped like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, heading straight for the fish food in Jiang Wanwan's hand. The girl was startled and quickly withdrew her hand, but the koi fish, having missed its target, pounced straight towards her ample breasts. His breasts are so bright, you pervert. Is feeding you fish food not enough? You want to eat tofu too? Chin Song reacted quickly and caught the fish in one go. He quickly looked up, glanced around to make sure no staff were watching him, then thrust into the perverted fish with both hands, giving him 2 big blows. I didn't hit you for nothing. Chin Song muttered something under his breath, grabbed a handful of fish food from Jiang Wanwan's hand, and shoved it into the dog's mouth. You greedy little girl. Eat as much as you want. After quickly completing this series of actions, he threw the fish back into the lake. The girl beside him stared in disbelief at what had just happened. Chin Song, why did you slap that fish twice? She asked, puzzled. Didn't you notice that this lewd fish was heading straight for your chest? Only I have the right to use this thing. No one else can. Oh no, our children can have them too. What? Jiang Wanwan blushed and punched him. Since that night, Qin Song has grown to like say more and more. You need to be a little frivolous in the hotel, and you need to be a little frivolous outside too. Although we don't touch each other when we're out, sometimes things get a little awkward while we're chatting. One good thing is that when they're being intimate in public, they always choose times when no one is around, so they won't get caught. Seems like quite thoughtful. Atue, is this something we should be focusing on? Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that Qin and Song are always so aloof? That fish just wanted to eat the fish food in my hand. It's not like you, always so aloof towards me. Besides, this hanfu I'm wearing has been clinging to my body ever since I put it on. Why don't you slap it a couple of times? Upon hearing this, Qin Song's eyes lit up. You reminded me. I need to ask you a favor. Tonight, you're wearing this outfit in bed. I'm going to give it a good talking to. As expected, Qin Song took another punch, and the girl's face turned even redder. Chapter 199 Mature and Sexy Queen Style, Editor's Note. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that there is no new bad news, and the bad news is that there is no new good news. In summary, nothing happened. Back at the hotel, the two ordered some dishes and then took a shower together. After I finished showering, lunch was delivered just in time. After lunch, I took a nice, relaxing nap. The alarm clock rang. There was still an hour until the agreed time. The agreed meeting place was a private room in a tea house. The tea house is called Mantingfang. On the bed, Qin Song reached out and tidied up the stray hairs sticking up on Jiang Wanwan's head. This girl probably didn't get enough sleep. She's still a bit dazed. Qin Song slept very well during his afternoon nap. He experienced the way a baby falls asleep with their mother, and now he feels incredibly energetic. What's that poem about? A beautiful woman of 16 or 17. Her body is soft as butter, a sword at her waist. Her body is soft as butter. Though her body is not visible, she secretly teaches you to feel as soft as butter. Something seems off. Who cares? As long as my body feels like butter, that's all that matters. The ancients were right. I picked up my phone and opened it to find my dad's messages flooding in like America's daily bombardment 99 plus unread messages. The reason for the bombing was that before leaving the Qingshan Lake scenic area, Qin Song saw a group of fishermen sitting on the opposite bank where tourists were feeding fish, fishing with fishing rods. The staff at the scenic area turned a blind eye to this. Only after asking did I learn that the fish food that tourists usually feed is the small part. The real big part comes from these baiting maggots. People pay admission every day to come here with a sack of feed to bait the area, just to experience the joy of catching fish. You can fish for koi in the lake, but you can't take them away. Even though they couldn't take the fish home, the thrill of catching them repeatedly was still irresistible to the retired anglers in the neighborhood. Qin Song took a picture of this scene. He remembered that his father also liked fishing, so he sent it to him, telling him that he could fish here, but he couldn't take the fish away, and recommended that he come and have some fun. Upon seeing this message, Qinong, a longtime Air Force officer, immediately became excited and hurriedly asked Qin Song where this was and how expensive it was. But by then Qin Song had already turned on Do Not Disturb mode on his phone and was taking a nap. So when I woke up and checked my phone, I was greeted by this bombing. After clicking the chat reply box and sending the address to his dad, Qin Song reached out and gently rubbed Jiang Wanwan's cheek. Stop daydreaming. We're here to discuss a contract, so we can't be late, or it would be impolite. My editor and her supervisor are still waiting, as are the copyright buyers. Upon hearing the word editor, the girl seemed to have a power button pressed, and her whole body immediately stiffened. Editor? Editor. Female editor. Qin Song is so outstanding, the editor must have his eye on him, and might be waiting to make a move today. Female editor, bodycon skirt, big wavy hair, voluptuous figure, curvaceous body. Mature and sexy editor versus youthful but budding young woman. A sense of crisis suddenly surged up. Jiang Wanwan felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. She got out of bed and rummaged through her suitcase, trying to find an outfit that could hold its own in the room. This one won't do. This one is too plain. It looks like it's easy to bully. This one won't do either. Although it's very pretty, It lacks uniqueness and is too generic. I've worn this so many times. Ugh, it's so annoying. I have nothing to wear. Chin Song stared into thought as he looked at the several dresses of different styles and colors that Jiang Wanwan had thrown on the bed, each costing over 500 yuan. How did he know the price? These dresses were bought for Jiang Wanwan by both families when they went shopping together, with Chin Song standing nearby. Sure enough, a girl's wardrobe is never complete without one more item of clothing. Why worry about what to wear? You look good in anything, Chin Song said while brushing his teeth. No way. You already said your editor is a woman. Maybe she's interested in you? Maybe she wants to take this opportunity to make a move on you, Jiang Wanwan said while searching. Then I'll take you with me, he said. Chin Song also brought Jiang Wanwan along, and the most important reason was that he didn't want to keep it a secret from her. It is a fact that the editor is a woman. Although Chin Song had no idea what she looked like, some budding ideas need to be nipped in the bud. To avoid Jiang Wanwan having wild thoughts when she finds out about this later, Chin Song might as well take her to meet the editor directly. Mutual suspicion is a major taboo in relationships. Jiang Wanwan automatically ignored Chin Song's words. After he went back to the bathroom to wash up, she continued to rummage through his suitcase to see if there were any special clothes. Suddenly, she paused and looked at the hanfu she had just bought that morning hanging on the clothes rack. I've got it. I'll wear this. This hanfu set doesn't come with shoes, but the white canvas shoes in Jiang Wanwan's suitcase match it quite well. So, when Chin Song came out of the bathroom after washing up, he saw Jiang Wanwan putting on layer after layer of clothes. Although it looks like they're wearing more layers than those wearing only short sleeves, it's not actually very hot, because the materials are very breathable, and materials like ramie and silk are used in areas that are prone to getting stuffy and sweaty. Are you sure you want to wear this hanfu? Chin Song asked doubtfully. Those who knew the place thought they were there to discuss a contract, but those who didn't might really think they were just going for tea. Yeah, isn't it pretty? The girl said rudely when she heard the questioning. Judging from that tone, something's wrong. Even if we don't know what happened, offering praise and concern is always a good idea. It looks great. How could it not look great? What I mean is, should I carry another bag? That way I can put all your things in the bag, since hanfu doesn't have pockets. Little Chinzi has thought things through quite thoroughly. Let's do it your way. Yes, sir. KFC was running so fast, it was practically smoking. It took Chin Song a moment to realize that this girl was asserting her dominance. I never expected that she would react so strongly just because I casually mentioned that the editor was a woman. Chin Song thought that with the countless dating videos he had watched on Douyin in his previous life and the dating tips he had read in the comments section, he would be able to dominate in his one and only relationship in this life. In my previous life, I did have a relationship in college, but it was limited to holding hands and hugging. When the woman wanted to take things further, Chin Song would propose marriage, and then she would run away. Therefore, his dating experience is roughly equivalent to O Bubble Milk. Chapter 200. The Beginning Speaks. However, although he doesn't have much practical experience, he has a wealth of theoretical knowledge, which naturally comes from the netizens in the comment section. But now that I think about it carefully, it seems that most of the leaders who came up with the ideas are not even as good as me. I at least had a relationship during my university years, while those guys have probably been single for years. The idea came from a bunch of armchair strategists. He should learn how to run a market. It seems he'll have to rely on himself to get his milk. No, I need to buy some romance novels and read them to see how the male protagonists fall in love. He took out his phone to search and see if there were any recommendations. Damn it, Unwavering Charm. This disgusting thing hasn't been banned yet. Oh, I forgot. It's 2019 now. This thing hasn't been banned yet. Then let's speed it up ourselves. Open WeChat. Find the WeChat account of Mr. Hao Jiangwo, the father of Hishun and a representative of the Nanjiang Provincial People's Congress, and edit the message. Chin Song. Uncle Hao, are you there? I recently stumbled upon a novel called Unwavering Passion that actually glorifies the love of drug lords, and the author even wished girls could live like cool drugs in a Weibo post on May 1st, 2018. Chin Song. This person's intentions are despicable. Uncle Hao, please make sure to investigate this thoroughly. After sending the message, Chin Song stretched comfortably. Awesome. He did another good deed. Pick up the shoulder bag and pack all the things Jiang Wanwan might need while out, such as tissues, wet wipes, power bank, small mirror, lipstick, sunscreen, and so on. Everything is ready. Let's go? I called a ride-hailing service. The address was Mantingfang. Upon arriving at the tea house reception, the two gave the name of their private room and were led inside by a waiter. There was still half an hour until the agreed time, and the copyright buyer had not yet arrived, but the editor Hong Yue and the supervisor were already having tea. Hello, supervisor and editor Hong Yue. I'm the author Chili. As soon as he entered the private room, Qin Song immediately revealed his identity. Although they had never met, Qin Song had seen the manager's appearance in the staff introduction on the Tomato novel website. This is the supervisor, and the woman sitting next to him is naturally the editor, Hong Yue. Ah, okay. Qin Song recognized them because they were both wearing T-shirts with the Tomato novel logo and words printed on them. Upon hearing this, the two immediately stood up. Both the supervisor and Hong Yue looked on in disbelief. You are? But, no, Chili Master. Red Moon exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so, cough cough, young. Thank you. Just call me Qin Song, that's my name. The supervisor gave her a helpless look. Isn't that obvious? How old can someone be after they've finished the college entrance exam? After shaking hands to exchange greetings, before the two could even ask any questions, Qin Song immediately introduced, This is my fiancée, Jiang Wanwan. She also needs to make an appearance today to discuss the contract with the other party, so she came with me. Upon hearing this, Hong Yue looked towards Jiang Wanwan. At first, she thought the pretty girl in Hanfu was a staff member from the tea house who was showing the way, but she never expected that she was actually Qin Song's fiancée. So she immediately reached out her hand to Jiang Wanwan. Hello, you're so cute and pretty. Jiang Wanwan reached out her hand with a blank expression and a hint of surprise, and the two shook hands. Is this how rivals greet each other? Shouldn't the meeting be filled with sarcasm and tension? She was stunned. I glanced at Hong Yue's clothes, a simple white t-shirt, straight-leg jeans, and white sneakers, all in keeping with the company culture. She glanced again at Hong Yue's flat chest, which contrasted sharply with her own fullness. A mature, sexy, and sophisticated editor? It seems I was overthinking things. The editor had no other intention regarding the Qin and Song dynasties. Hong Yue took Jiang Wanwan's hand and led her to sit on a bamboo rattan chair. Looking at Jiang Wanwan's Hanfu, she said enviously, Your Hanfu is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? This material is so nice, and the fan in your hand is so cute, let me tell you. The supervisor next to him coughed a few times. Hong Yue, our priority is to finalize the contract. We can discuss other things after that. It's still early, we have time. Upon hearing this, Hong Yue, with impeccable professionalism, stopped speaking, smiled, and nodded to her supervisor, saying, Yes, supervisor. Then he continued chatting with Jiang Wanwan. Director. He turned to Qin Song and explained in a voice only the two of them could hear. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Hong Yue is our chairman's granddaughter. She was arranged to come here for a life experience, so I can't control her. Qin and Song understood. Well, I was wondering why she wasn't at all reserved in front of her boss. So there's a chairman of the board in your family. Fortunately, after Hong Yue finished talking to Jiang Wanwan about that topic, they didn't continue chatting. All right, let's get back to the main topic. Mr. Qin, you mentioned to Hong Yue earlier that you had a way to get a higher contract price. Could you tell us about it now? We need to communicate with each other first. Qin Song nodded without hesitation. I opened my photo album and showed the interview video I had saved on Douyin, as well as screenshots of the 3 mock exam scores that Jiang Wanwan and I found on the Jiangxing No. 2 Middle School's official WeChat account. After watching the video and seeing the screenshot of the results, the supervisor immediately realized what the method Qin Song was talking about was. Mr. Qin, can you guarantee? I can guarantee it. I've checked all the answers. My fiancé and I both scored at least 700 points. Qin Song interrupted his question. My score is definitely not a problem, and Jiang Wanwan's score is even better. So you mean to show them this video and screenshots of the results, and then use that to increase the price of the IP? The supervisor asked. At first, he treated Qin Song as a student, But what he just witnessed made him realize that Qin Song was different from the other students. Nonsense. Would other students kiss during a live TV interview? Is it possible to cultivate a relationship with your childhood sweetheart in high school while simultaneously achieving a meteoric rise in grades? Is it possible for both you and your childhood sweetheart fiancé to score above 700 on the college entrance exam? Combined with the meticulous logic and numerous plot twists in Qin Song's novel, the supervisor made up his mind. Qin Song is simply a gift from heaven to give them tomato novels. With this news that could cause an uproar in the entire online literature industry, it's no longer a dream for tomato novels to surpass the industry leader. He couldn't even imagine how explosive it would be if this series of messages were released all at once. It's worth noting that Tomato Novels is backed by ByteDance, and Douyin is owned by ByteDance. They have their own media outlets, and as long as there's a trending topic, they won't lose to other online novel companies in terms of publicity. Supervisor, Jian, speak up. We have Tang Xiandai. Chapter 201 The Betting Agreement, a dramatic ending. You want to sign a performance-based agreement with us?